In the crematorium, within the fiery furnace, a financial prodigy was consumed by the flames, overwhelmed by boundless regret. He heard the cries of his daughter and beheld the sins of his past life. He vowed that he would relinquish his trillion-dollar fortune for a chance to relive his Lafido, atone for the grievances he had caused his wife and daughter, and to mend the regrets he held for his loved ones. Armed with the memories of his former life and the foresight of the future, he amassed billions in mere moments after his divorce. Chapter 1. Rebirth. 18 years ago, the soul of Qin Feng drifted aimlessly, suspended in the air, gazing down at his own body, shrouded in a white cloth. Ms. Lin, here is the confirmation for your father Qin Feng's cremation. Please review and sign, the staff member stated, stepping aside. Lin Yangyang looked at her father's body on the stretcher, her face devoid of sorrow. After 18 years, I never imagined that our reunion would be beyond the veil of life and death. Since graduation, the father and daughter had not crossed paths again, for she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Hyman enmity that cut to the bone. After a long pause, Lin Yangyang spoke, her tone as detached as that of a stranger. Do you know? To me, you are not a father at all, for you are unworthy of that title. Upon reaching adulthood, I changed my surname, believing that sharing your name was a disgrace. We were meant to be happy, to have a warm home, yet you destroyed it with your own hands. Before your death, the doctor suggested I see you one last time, and I stood outside the door, but I did not enter, for I could not bear to see you alive. As she spoke, Lin Yangyang glanced at the cremation document in her hand, let out a cold snort, and then inscribed her name upon it. You left a will wishing to be buried alongside my mother. You can forget that. I did not consent. Her voice rose, laced with overwhelming hatred. Witnessing this, Qin Feng experienced a pang of heartache deep within his soul. He felt the anguish of his daughter, who had been overshadowed by childhood traumas, living in torment of his own making. If only he had mustered the courage all those years ago. But alas, there are no ifs. Now, Qin Feng yearned to utter a simple apology to his daughter. In the next moment, he beheld his own body being conveyed into the furnace, slowly descending into the flames. He felt his essence being drawn into the inferno, as if plummeting into an abyss. After witnessing her father's body engulfed by the flames, Lin Yangyang extended her hand and gently pressed the ignition switch. As she observed the flickering flames, a pale smile crossed her face, transforming into a heart-wrenching cry, as if all her strength had evaporated, leaving her crumpled on the ground, murmuring, "When I was 5.5, you failed in your business endeavors, drowning your sorrows. In alcohol, taking your frustrations out on my mother and me. My mother bore the brunt of your rage, bruised and broken, yet she shielded me from your wrath. Old wounds and new injuries combined, yet she could not bear to see me go hungry, so she stole a loaf of bread from the supermarket, just a single loaf. My mother, who had always lived honorably, was subjected to scorn and ridicule. That night, I tasted the sweetest bread." Tears streamed down Lin Yangyang's face, her heartache palpable. In that moment, Qin Feng too felt his daughter's suffering, like a catalyst of flames, consuming both his body and soul, gradually unveiling the memories of his past life, because his wife, Lin Ruoxia, had stolen a loaf of bread and faced scorn. He, in a fit of pride, brutally beat her nearly to death in front of the supermarket manager and a crowd of onlookers. At that moment, he saw his wife lying on the ground, desperately clutching the bread, and mistakenly believed she was simply indulging her cravings. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, illuminating the truth far too late. Though he later amassed a fortune worth trillions and earned the admiration of countless individuals, he could never atone for the sins he had committed against his wife and daughter. Regret consumed him. He felt he had betrayed the heavens while being unworthy of his family. At that moment, Qin Feng sensed himself being thrust into a narrow place reeking of grease. Suddenly, a viscous liquid splattered across him, and he recognized it as gasoline. In the next instant, a tremendous flame erupted, engulfing him in fire, scorching every inch of his skin, as if the heavens sought to cleanse him of his transgressions and purify his past life. I, Qin Feng, am willing to exchange my trillion wealth for a chance to relive my life. Abruptly, he felt his soul being pulled away by an unseen force, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Time: 18 years ago, Longzhou City. In the public restroom of Ninghai Park. Qin Feng, if you don't repay the money, they'll smash your head in. Come out. Outside the restroom, a furious knocking echoed, accompanied by incessant curses. Am I still alive? Qin Feng's mouth was covered, his voice muffled, but he awakened in an instant. He stared wide-eyed at the little girl before him, momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dust covering her cherubic face, the tattered tank top riddled with holes, and the filthy pants she wore, her small feet squeezed into worn sandals. This girl was none other than his daughter, Ñoño, who had just turned 5.5. Outside, the debt collectors continued their tirade, kicking the door. Ñoño, with her big eyes, stretched out her tiny hand and made a shushing gesture, saying earnestly, "Daddy, there are bad people outside. Don't make a sound, they'll leave soon. Daddy isn't afraid. Ñoño is here with me." Her understanding demeanor tugged at his heartstrings, reminding him of the many times she had endured such situations. Upon hearing her words, tears welled in Qin Feng's eyes. He had been reborn. In the crematorium, he witnessed the hatred in his daughter's eyes, as well as her tears when he was being cremated. A torrent of thoughts and memories surged through his mind. He had never imagined he would be reborn 18 years into the past. The bitter experiences of his previous life choked him time and again. He had failed in business, fallen into the trap of high-interest loans to gamble for a second chance, succumbed to alcoholism, and inflicted domestic violence. He abandoned his wife and daughter, engaging in infidelity. He had been an unworthy father and a disappointing son. The first half of his life was a testament to his depravity and moral corruption. Even when he later achieved success and desired to make amends, it was already too late. Now, returned to life, he vowed to repay the debts owed to his parents, relatives, wife, daughter, and brothers 100-fold. He could not afford to lose them again. Chapter 2. Divorce, the despair of a wife. The cacophony of curses reverberated outside. Qin Feng instinctively covered his daughter's mouth with his hand, leaning against the door, desperately bracing himself against the floor of the public restroom. This door was his sole bastion of dignity. He vowed never to allow his daughter to witness the humiliating sight of him being forced by creditors to drink urine at a urinal. At that moment, however, Ñoño stepped back in alarm. This triggered a painful recollection for Qin Feng. He often lashed out at his daughter, particularly after drinking, using her as a target for his frustrations. No wonder she harbored a certain fear of him. It was the motion of his raised hand that had startled her. Yet, despite her trepidation, Ñoño remained silent, understandingly leaning against the wall, her gaze fixed upon him. As the shouts from outside ceased, Qin Feng, reassured that the intruders had departed, gently cradled Ñoño in his arms. He savored the intimate connection between them. "Sleep, my dear. Daddy is here. You need not be afraid," he whispered, humming a soft tune, and soon he watched as his daughter gradually succumbed to slumber in his embrace. His heart convulsed painfully. When dawn broke, Qin Feng carried Ñoño out of the restroom. Glancing at the message from his wife on his phone, he let out a deep sigh. Today marked the day he had agreed to divorce Lin Ruoxue. Looking down at Ñoño, still rubbing her eyes in a sleepy haze, his heart ached fiercely. "I'm sorry, my child, for not being able to provide you with a complete family." Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a woman clad in a white shirt and jeans stood on the steps, a marriage certificate in hand. She was beautiful, and though her attire was unadorned, it could not conceal the air of cold elegance that surrounded her. Her delicate features bore a bruise on her forehead and at the corners of her eyes. As Qin Feng arrived with Ñoño, she hurried forward, snatching Ñoño into her arms, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. "Qin Feng, where did you take Ñoño last night? You are beyond redemption, and do you still intend to use her to threaten me? Let me be clear. It is over between us. It can never be again. I do not require your apologies. I only ask you to release me and Ñoño. Let us divorce. I implore you, grant us a chance at life." Lin Ruoxue suddenly fell to her knees, pleading. Passers-by turned their heads, unable to fathom the depths of her despair, resorting to kneeling before Qin Feng in a desperate plea for mercy. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng rushed forward, intending to offer support. However, Lin Ruoxue instinctively clutched Ñoño tighter, her face a mask of terror. "Daddy, please don't hit mommy. Ñoño begs you. If you must be angry, then take it out on me instead." Ñoño suddenly clung to Qin Feng's legs, lifting her little head, her face a portrait of earnest pleading. Her understanding nature tugged painfully at the heartstrings. The tiny figure stood guard over her mother, summoning all her courage. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if a giant hand had ruthlessly squeezed his heart. He recalled the inhumane acts he had committed, and now, having fallen to such depths, he realized it was all karmic retribution. "Ruoxue, I consent to the divorce. Please rise." As he uttered these words, a sharp pain pierced his throat, rendering the final syllables indistinct. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue slowly stood up, and together they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. Half an hour later, Qin Feng clutched the divorce certificate in his hands, his head bowed, silent. Lin Ruoshui held their daughter Nyonyo in one arm, walking towards the exit. After a brief moment, she took a deep breath and turned back. Qin Feng, thank you. For the first time in these 7 years, you allowed me to be a normal person. She stood resolutely against the wind, her finger pressing against her heart. Qin Feng, I do not regret loving you. Memories of their university days flooded her mind. He had once treated her like a princess. I hold on to every word in my heart. Each sentence felt like a knife slicing through Qin Feng's bones. But then what happened? Why had her once beloved husband transformed into a demon from hell? What? Qin Feng, tell me loudly. At this point, Lin Ruoshui began to cry and then unexpectedly laughed. The light seemed to have vanished from her eyes. As the campus belle, she had defied all opposition to marry for what she believed was true love. In the end, she found herself with nothing but scars. Ruoshui? Stop. I'm sorry for both you and Nyonyo. I deserve this. With a resounding slap, Qin Feng struck himself, resolutely declaring, I vow that from this day forth. Do not make vows. Since the day you brought home other women to indulge in debauchery, since you battered me mercilessly and threw us out into the cold winter nights, since you stole Nyonyo's milk money to squander on gambling and vice, I, Lin Ruoshui, can no longer believe your empty words. Qin Feng's eyes widened as his hands fell weakly to his sides. He beheld Lin Ruoshui's tear-streaked face, a visage of profound disappointment. I have given you too many chances. I am exhausted. I surrender. I wish to leave. Just allow me a moment of clarity. Upon uttering this, Lin Ruoshui suddenly laughed. A gentle breeze swept through, her hair clinging to her tear-stained cheeks, creating a hauntingly beautiful smile. In that instant, Qin Feng was transported back to their university days, envisioning Lin Ruoshui, the campus beauty, clad in a pristine white wedding gown, laughing as she extended her hand towards him, stepping into the sacred hall together. Despite the whispers, ridicule, and disdain of onlookers, she gazed deeply into his eyes. I am willing to marry Qin Feng, through sickness and health, in wealth and poverty, in joy and sorrow, never depart. Tears welled in Qin Feng's eyes, and in a daze, he seemed to glimpse fragments of the past. He vowed that in this lifetime, he would surely make amends for the mother and daughter, even if it meant risking his own life. Chapter 3. The Archive of Past Life Memories and the Extraordinary Gift of Foresight. Nyonyo, say goodbye to Daddy. Lin Ruoshui softly murmured. Daddy, bye-bye. As long as Daddy doesn't hit Mommy, Nyonyo will still think of you. Nyonyo blinked her eyes, reluctantly waving her small hand. Just as Qin Feng intended to reach out, Lin Ruoshui mercilessly turned away, leading their daughter away. In that moment, Qin Feng's heart felt as if it had turned to ash. His body trembled violently, and his mind spun in a haze, staggering like a lost soul. He found himself unknowingly standing at the entrance of a hospital. Suddenly, a flurry of unfamiliar sensations invaded his mind. Stock markets, real estate, the entertainment industry, trending apps. The events about to unfold flickered through his consciousness like flashes of lightning, with the memories of his past life surging within him. He was astonished to discover that he possessed an uncanny foresight of every detail from his previous existence. It was as if the very hospital behind him, despite its outward tranquility, echoed with cries in his mind. A throng of mourners surrounded a body draped in white cloth, wailing in despair. A tragic misdiagnosis by the doctor had led to an allergic reaction to medication, resulting in a death that could not be salvaged. At that moment, a doctor hurried past Qin Feng. Acting on instinct, he grasped the doctor's arm. Who are you? Let go. I must attend to an emergency. Are you out of your mind? The male doctor glared at Qin Feng, his voice sharp with anger. Patient in room 8 is allergic to penicillin. Do not administer the injection under any circumstances. Otherwise, it will be fatal. Still lost in that surreal state, Qin Feng repeated those words like a madman, his expression vacant. Are you insane? The doctor forcefully shook off Qin Feng's hand and moved inside. Yet, at that moment, Qin Feng's previously vacant eyes sparkled with clarity. Instead of leaving, he remained at the hospital entrance, driven by a need to validate the implausible. He sensed that the memories from his past life were meticulously archived within his mind, merely awaiting a single thought to reveal the unfolding events. For instance, just moments ago, regarding the patient who was destined to die from a penicillin allergy. Inside the operating room, the male doctor observed the alarming signals on the monitor and urgently declared, the patient's condition is deteriorating. Administer the medication, quickly. As his command echoed, an assistant swiftly grasped a syringe. However, upon witnessing the flow of medication, the doctor suddenly recalled the words of the man outside. Wait, perform a sensitivity test on the patient first. For reasons unknown, a chill ran down the male doctor's spine. An ominous premonition urged him to tread carefully with this operation. The assistant nodded and began conducting the sensitivity test. Moments later, upon reviewing the results, the doctor stood in stunned silence, his face etched with horror. The patient was indeed allergic to penicillin, and the reaction was alarmingly severe. A mere allergy test nearly culminated in a medical catastrophe, jeopardizing the continuation of the surgery. Had an immediate injection been administered, the consequences would have been utterly unimaginable. The male doctor, drenched in cold sweat, made a swift decision to substitute with another medication and proceeded with the operation. Approximately an hour later, the surgical lights dimmed. As the doctor emerged through the door, a throng of anxious relatives awaited him outside. Upon seeing the doctor, they quickly surrounded him. He uttered but a single phrase: "The surgery was a success. Please, allow me some space." With those words, he pushed through the crowd and dashed away. However, upon returning to his previous position, he discovered that the madman who had earlier intervened had vanished. That individual had saved both my life and that of the patient. Remarkable, simply miraculous. I have encountered a deity. The doctor's eyes sparkled with wonder, and after a prolonged moment of reverie, he reluctantly turned to leave. In the corner stood Qin Feng, who had witnessed the entire scene unfold. He realized that he had truly archived the memories of his past life within his mind. In other words, he now possessed the ability of foresight. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of profound excitement within him. Suddenly, he halted, struck by a realization. Perhaps this rebirth was indeed a chance bestowed by the heavens to rectify the grievances of his former existence. Yushue, Nyonyo, father, mother, grant me just a little more time. I shall prove that the wretched being I once was has been obliterated by time. The person I am today will not allow those tragedies and regrets to transpire again. Qin Feng's heart swelled with fervent anticipation. Just then, the shrill ring of his phone pierced the air. He answered promptly. "Qin Feng, where are you? We're here to collect the house. Do you still want the junk you left behind? If not, I shall dispose of it all." The gruff voice on the other end belonged to Chu Tianhe, Qin Feng's creditor. In a bid to secure funds for his company, Qin Feng had mortgaged his home to him. After his bankruptcy, the property naturally reverted to the creditor. Having been evicted just yesterday, he had no choice but to take refuge with his daughter in a public restroom. Now, the creditor had come to reclaim the house. "Brother Chu, please don't throw anything away. I'll return immediately." With that, Qin Feng hurriedly made his way home. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the community, breathless and agitated. Passing by a lottery ticket shop, he suddenly paused. A fleeting memory from his past life flashed through his mind. On the 12th day of the 6th lunar month, a lottery player had won 200,000. Today was that very day? In this second chance at life, my first step must be to earn money. An opportunity must not be missed. Chapter 4. The Creditor's Pursuit and a Gamble. To validate his capabilities for the second time, Qin Feng resolutely stepped inside. With the remaining sum of a mere $100, he purchased lottery tickets. The drawing was set for half an hour later. Clutching the tickets, he hastened home. Upon arrival, Qin Feng retrieved his house key and unlocked the door, stepping inside. Just as he crossed the threshold, the phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw it was his creditor, Chu Tianhe, calling. Chu Tianhe owned 3 KTV establishments and wielded considerable connections in the underworld. Initially, when Qin Feng faced a cash flow crisis and the bank refused him a loan, he had no choice but to resort to borrowing high-interest loans from this man. He had to answer this call, otherwise, if the creditor approached Ruoxue, it would spell greater trouble. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng answered the phone. "Qin Feng, you rascal. You're still alive. If you are, hurry up and repay your debt. I've been more than accommodating, and I have to eat too. Besides the house you've mortgaged, you have an additional 300,000 in debts. When will you repay me? Give me a straightforward answer." A raspy voice echoed through the line. It was indeed Chu Tianhe. "Brother Chu, please grant me a few more days. I assure you I will repay you. I'll transfer you 200,000 shortly. Could you refrain from seizing the house for now? Within a month, I will repay you in full, principal and interest." This house was not only under mortgage, but also served as the matrimonial home for Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue, their first property together. He was determined not to lose it. "I've heard enough of your empty promises. Qin Feng, if you believe in fate, you are not suited for business. I've heard that after your entrepreneurial venture failed, you resorted to domestic violence and scolded your children, leading to your divorce. Now, you've driven your family apart. How am I to trust you? Don't say I lack compassion. I want to even demand interest. 1 million, principal and interest. And I'll return the house to you, but you must provide me with a definitive timeline. After the deadline, don't blame me for being unmerciful." Chu Tianhe sighed, recognizing the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Qin Feng. Once a man of promise, he had been betrayed in business partnerships and now found it nearly impossible to redeem himself. Not charging interest was not an act of kindness, but merely the last flicker of his conscience. Realizing there was no more value to extract from Qin Feng, he settled for recovering his principal, a final act of benevolence. I guarantee within a month, Brother Chu. If I fail to repay by the due date, you may deal with me as you see fit. Qin Feng responded earnestly. Don't make promises. Your credibility is non-existent at this point. I detest domestic violence. Damn it. Your wife is stunning, yet she remains steadfastly by your side, and you can still mistreat her. Spare me the brotherly talk. You have 1 month. With that, Chu Tianhe was about to terminate the call. Wait, Brother Chu, there's one more thing. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Feng, and a vivid memory surfaced in his mind. Speak quickly. I'm losing patience. Chu Tianhe replied, his annoyance palpable. Brother Chu, soon the vice president of Tongtian Pharmaceutical Group, Zhao Jigang, will approach you regarding a business deal. He intends to use a batch of medical equipment valued at 20 million as collateral to borrow 10 million from you. You must not lend him any money. He is under investigation for embezzlement and illicit sale of medical equipment, and he aims to swindle you and flee abroad. Qin Feng earnestly cautioned. What did you say? The vice president of Tongtian Group, Zhao Jigang, is seeking a loan from me? Huh? Have you lost your mind? Spouting such nonsense. Chu Tianhe retorted angrily. He could not fathom that such a high-ranking individual from a publicly listed company would ever reach out to him. Therefore, he deemed Qin Feng to be utterly delusional and began to worry about the possibility of recovering his principal. Brother Chu, if you doubt my words, let us place a wager. Qin Feng proposed once more. Wager on what? Chu Tianhe scoffed. 30,000. If what I say is true, you owe me 30,000. If I lose, I will return you 130,000 in a month. If you are hesitant, then grant me an extension of 1 month. Qin Feng stated, a confident expression gracing his face. Chapter 5. Everything Qin Feng predicted came true. It was truly uncanny. Chu Tianhe was a good man. Although he was in the lending business, he had never entangled himself with anyone's wife nor engaged in any improper conduct. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not have cared about his well-being. Earlier, through a recollection, he had glimpsed the unfortunate fate that awaited Chu Tianhe, swindled out of 10 million. His company went bankrupt, drowning in debt. This ultimately drove him to leap from a high building. It could be said that he was thoroughly taken advantage of. As Qin Feng's words lingered in the air, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Very well, I shall see from whence your confidence springs. I shall wager 300,000. With that, Chu Tianhe hung up the call. Sitting in his office, he shook his head. What happened, Mr. Chu? Inquired the secretary beside him. I've driven another one mad. He lamented. Please inform the team below to refrain from driving the debtors to madness in the future. Otherwise, we may not even recover the principal. By the way, that homeowner belongs to Qin Feng. Hurry and contact the seller, lest I fear we might lose the principal. Chu Tianhe instructed. Understood, Mr. Chu. I will reach out to the buyer immediately, replied the secretary before swiftly exiting the room. Chu Tianhe lit a cigarette, his mind racing with concern. If Qin Feng were to truly lose his sanity, that house would need to be sold quickly. Otherwise, it would be he who bore the financial brunt. While deep in thought, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. Chu Tianhe replied nonchalantly. The secretary entered, announcing, Mr. Chu, Deputy General Zhao Jigang from Tongtian Pharmaceutical Group, is here to see you. Oh, Chu Tianhe responded with a calm demeanor. What? Who is looking for me? Suddenly, realization struck him, and he sprang from his chair, astonished. The Deputy General from Tongtian Group is here for you. The secretary exclaimed, startled. Chu Tianhe paused for a moment, then waved his hand, saying, Please invite him in. The secretary nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, a portly, bespectacled, balding middle-aged man entered the room. Upon seeing him, Chu Tianhe greeted him warmly, extending his hand, and remarked, General Zhao, what winds have blown you, this esteemed figure, to my humble abode? I am truly honored. It was important to note that the man before him was the vice president of a publicly listed company, while Chu Tianhe was merely the owner of 3 KTV establishments. Their statuses were worlds apart. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Zhao Jigang continued, pulling out a document and placing it on the table. I happen to have a batch of medical equipment that has been piling up for some time, and I need to liquidate it urgently due to a cash crunch. I thought of consulting you. He gestured to the paperwork. These are commonly used devices in hospitals. Quite sellable. I do not have the time to wait. I am offering you this medical equipment valued at 20 million at a bargain. Would you lend me 10 million? If you do not wish to keep the equipment, I can offer you interest, 50,000 each month, and I will repay both principal and interest in 3 months. Zhao Jigang stated candidly. At that moment, Chu Tianhe, who was meticulously examining the list of equipment, experienced a tremor in his hand. His heart raced. The items on this list were indeed sought-after equipment valued at 20 million, with 1 million pledged to him. even if sold at a discount. It would yield a net income of several $100,000. Furthermore, the other party had a second proposal, which involved interest, $50,000 each month. The terms were exceedingly generous. Chu Tianhe felt a surge of excitement, yet suddenly recalled the wager he had made with Qin Feng, causing tumultuous waves to surge within him. It was an all-encompassing situation. Vice President of Taotian Pharmaceutical, Zhao Jigang, had personally approached him. A pledge of $20 million in medical equipment. A loan of $10 million. Chapter 6. The Lottery Jackpot. The first pot of gold. Mr. Chu, this opportunity is exceedingly rare. If you miss this chance, you may never find another. Zhao Jigang declared with an air of arrogance. Mr. Zhao, to speak candidly, even if my company retrieves all the funds we have invested, we may still fall short of $1 million. Chu Tianhe hesitated. This is merely a small venture, far from your publicly listed company. Perhaps you should explore other options? After much contemplation, he resolved that he would rather incur a loss of $300,000 to Qin Feng than lend $1 million to him. The stakes were far too high, particularly since, had it not been for Qin Feng's prior wager, he would have scrambled to gather the funds to lend. The crux of the matter was that every prediction made by Qin Feng had come to fruition, without exception. It was utterly terrifying. Very well, Mr. Chu, your hesitation speaks volumes. No wonder your business remains modest. Your timidity is your downfall. Remember, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. If you cannot trust even me, your aspirations for success are futile. With that, Zhao Jigang rose, disappointment etched across his face, and departed. Chu Tianhe found himself on the verge of calling him back. Yet the echo of Qin Feng's words reverberated in his mind like a sinister melody, suppressing his avaricious desires. By the time he gathered his thoughts, Zhao Jigang had already vanished into the elevator. What the hell? Did I truly put my faith in the ramblings of a failure? $50,000 in interest each month. But what on earth is happening? Could it be that Qin Feng possesses some uncanny foresight? In a flurry of anxiety, Chu Tianhe hastily dialed Qin Feng, but the call went unanswered. At that moment, Qin Feng was busy redeeming his lottery ticket. The proprietor stood in stunned silence, struggling to process the revelation. Did you just win $20,000? The owner asked, astonishment written across his face. It seems to be $200,000, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. What? $200,000? Wait a moment. I must contact the main office to verify this. If it's genuine, you can claim your winnings. The owner hurriedly reached for the phone. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood patiently by. Soon, the news spread, and many customers dismissed it as mere boasting from the owner. It wasn't until half an hour later when representatives from the main office and a notary arrived to authenticate the lottery ticket that the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Upon confirming the validity of the ticket and distributing the prize of $200,000, the entire lottery station erupted in jubilant chaos. My goodness, $200,000. What incredible luck. What numbers did he choose? The crowd buzzed with excitement. He bought a 50-fold ticket. The lottery players were now completely captivated. As word spread, more and more patrons flocked to the station. Within an hour, the news had circulated through social networks and WeChat, resulting in a throng of people gathered outside the lottery station by 7 o'clock that evening. At that moment, Qin Feng had already returned home with $20,000 in cash. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. He answered it casually. Qin Feng, you guessed it, you were absolutely right. Zhao Jigang indeed sought my assistance for a loan, and he intends to use a plethora of medical equipment as collateral. A staggering $20 million, with $1 million pledged. On the other end of the line, the voice of Chu Tianhe resonated. Congratulations, Brother Chu. You have narrowly escaped the perilous situation. Qin Feng remarked with a smile upon hearing this. Huh, what the hell? How did you know I didn't lend him the money? Chu Tianhe exclaimed in astonishment at Qin Feng's congratulatory words. If Brother Chu had borrowed it, at this hour, you wouldn't be calling me. You'd be on the 28th floor rooftop feeling the cold breeze. Qin Feng chuckled, taking a hearty bite of a bun, his mouth glistening with grease. After a long day of toil, he was indeed famished. Incredible, you are truly remarkable, a veritable sage. Just now, a friend called to inform me that he was swindled out of over $3 million. And he has already been taken away for investigation because that batch of medical equipment was sourced illicitly. Brother, how can I ever thank you? If it weren't for your warning, I would have truly fallen into the trap. The voice of Chu Tianhe on the other end trembled with emotion. Chapter 7 Introducing two distinguished individuals to expand connections. Surviving a calamity. For him, it felt as though he were suspended between heaven and hell. Had it not been for Qin Feng's timely reminder, he might have leapt from the 28th floor by now. Qin Feng saved his life. He was indeed a benefactor. Brother Chu, regarding the $300,000 we discussed earlier, Qin Feng inquired tentatively. If the other party were to refuse, he would find himself at a loss. He merely hoped for a bit more time to repay the debt. Rest assured, my friend, I will transfer the 300,000 to you immediately. Furthermore, you need not worry about the house. I will handle the shareholders. As for the repayment, return it whenever you are able. Do not be overly formal. You have saved my life, and from this day forth, you shall be my benefactor, Chu Tianhe. Chu Tianhe proclaimed with great bravado. Brother Chu, I insist on repaying you. You have your own life to lead. I am already immensely grateful for the time you are granting me to ease my burden. Let it be settled then. With that, Qin Feng ended the call. A few minutes later, Dear Longxing card user 623-3434 has received a transfer of 300,000 yuan. He received a notification of the funds, and a satisfied smile graced his face. His capital had now reached 500,000. 300,000 would be allocated for inventory, while 200,000 was designated for stock investment. Time was of the essence, and resources were scarce. He needed to prepare thoroughly for the impending storm in the international stock market. The greater his funds, the more they would multiply post-storm. Now was the time to accumulate. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing the memories to surge within his mind. The development of the South Third Ring riverbank. The stock of Shengshi Group fluctuating between limits, a mere thought away from soaring or plummeting. An international tempest, market turmoil, and oil field explosions. At Fangqiao Street Antique City, a university student discovered a living Buddha's relic hidden within a set of prayer beads. A 12-level tornado swept across America. The BM automobile launch event marred by an ice cream incident. Dramatic fluctuations in the golden ratio. A corpse found in a trendy inn. National fortunes, geographical features. Climatic conditions. Everything from the grand scale of international affairs to the minutiae of daily life swirled in Qin Feng's mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, calculations forming in his heart. As night fell, he entered the room where Ruoxue and their daughter resided. Glancing at a jar of teddy bear cookies on the bedside table, he picked it up, cradling it in his hands. Tears streamed down his face. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he closed his eyes, consumed by thoughts of his daughter. He was abruptly reminded of the time she played with the toy she had salvaged. Upon returning home inebriated, his daughter, frightened, had cowered in the corner, clutching her toy and trembling. In a moment of rage, he had yanked her from her hiding place and unleashed his frustrations on her. All his failures in entrepreneurship poured forth onto his daughter and wife. Slap. The memory struck him painfully. He opened his eyes once more and envisioned the kitchen, where his daughter stood on a chair, preparing noodles for him after he had returned home drunk. Nyo, father misses you dearly. Oh, how he longs for you. Father has erred. He acknowledges his mistakes. At this point, Qin Feng curled up in anguish, ultimately collapsing onto the floor. He opened a jar and retrieved a cookie, nibbling on it delicately. Tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks. Before he knew it, he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found prosperity, generating wealth, and crafted a fantastical castle for his daughter. Ruoxue returned to his side, and the family basked in warmth and happiness. Dingling. The shrill sound of his phone pierced the tranquility as Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Daylight had broken. His pleasant dream disrupted. He felt a tinge of displeasure. However, upon glancing at his phone, he was surprised to see it was a call from Chu Tianhe. Brother, are you busy? Came the voice from the other end. I just woke up. Does Chu have something to discuss? Qin Feng rose and made his way to the bathroom, only to discover the water was shut off. It dawned on him that they had been in arrears on the water bill for 6 months. By the way, I have 2 friends I wish to introduce to you tonight. They are significant figures. Chu Tianhe spoke with an air of mystery. Oh, what sort of important individuals? Do share. Qin Feng responded, his interest piqued. He had countless avenues for earning, yet he recognized the necessity of connections to pave the way, making the pursuit of wealth considerably simpler. Chapter 8, Hoarding Garlic. I want all of it. Speaking of which, these 2 remarkable individuals are truly impressive. One is the owner of a media company. You might have heard of him, Han Xiaolong, the proprietor of Chita Media, known in the circles as Young Master Long. It is said that he has a political background. The other is Sheng Hanyan, the president of Shengshi Group, a formidable woman in real estate, and the esteemed daughter of the Sheng family, who have been in business for 3 generations, a veritable paragon of excellence. Chu Tianhe spoke with utmost seriousness. What time in the evening? Qin Feng inquired earnestly upon hearing this. 9 o'clock tonight at Hating Hotel. I will be waiting for you at the entrance when you arrive. Chu Tianhe replied with equal gravity. All right, see you tonight. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. The 2 then ended the call. Qin Feng promptly stepped outside, hailed a cab, and made his way to the local bustling fruit and vegetable wholesale market, intending to earn his second round of entrepreneurial funds and make a significant profit. He approached a wholesale station and noticed a group of people engaged in a heated argument. As he moved closer to observe the commotion, He learned that it was a dispute between the garlic delivery truck driver and the wholesale station owner over pricing, which had halted the unloading of goods. The contention arose from a mere 20 cents difference in price per pound of garlic. Currently, it was the harvest season for garlic, hence prices were relatively low. Even individual sellers at the farmer's market were selling garlic for only 2 yuan per pound, while most wholesale purchases were around 0.7 yuan per pound. The owner of the wholesale station, known as Honglin Fruit and Vegetable Wholesale Station, sought to buy the garlic at 0.5 yuan per pound. The driver refused to unload the cargo because they had previously agreed on 0.7 yuan. Now, with the goods delivered, the buyer was insisting on a price reduction, which was evidently quite unreasonable. Owner, you can't conduct business like this. You may not be purchasing goods, but how can you collude with other wholesale stations to set a uniform price? You're taking advantage of us. One of the leading drivers exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Old Wang, you cannot blame me for this. Garlic is not selling well, and there is an abundance of supply. If you do not sell, others will. Just yesterday, someone offered to sell me 100 tons at 0.5 yuan. Owner, you shrugged helplessly, expressing his predicament. Nonsense. Is it only you who finds it difficult? We drove for 3 days to deliver this cargo, and the transportation costs alone have consumed all our earnings. We have collaborated for so many years. You cannot expect us to take the goods back. The stout driver shouted vehemently. Then there is nothing more to be done. I am equally powerless. If you are agreeable to 0.5 yuan upon delivery, then fine. Otherwise, the goods must return. With that, Owner, you turned and walked back into the store, leisurely sipping tea at the entrance. The drivers were incensed, their faces red and necks bulging, their teeth grinding audibly. Old you, this price is indeed a bit excessive. Moreover, we have worked together for so long. Such actions are truly inhumane and will offend everyone. One of Owner Yu's friends raised his head to comment. I am engaged in business, not charity. If it does not yield profit, why should I entertain them? Currently, there is no shortage of goods. The batch I contacted will arrive in 3 days at a mere 50 cents per pound, freshly harvested. It is not just me. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the delivery. All at the same uniform price of 50 cents per pound. Mr. Yu, however, remained unconvinced, and his friend nodded in agreement. After all, business is driven by profit. When there are bargains to be had, one certainly would not purchase at a higher price. At that moment, a group of drivers gathered together, deliberating for quite some time. Ultimately, they decided to take a step back, agreeing to unload at a price of 60 cents. Just as driver Wang was preparing to approach Mr. Yu for a discussion. Master, how much stock do you have here? At that instant, Qin Feng unexpectedly emerged. Upon hearing this, driver Wang turned to glance at Qin Feng and responded. We have 300 tons, not for wholesale. Sensing that Qin Feng did not appear to be a wholesale dealer, he reiterated his terms. 70 cents? I would like 200 tons. I will take the rest as well, but I need to wait for my friend to arrive. Qin Feng stated decisively. Chapter 9. Nyo misses her father. As the words fell from his lips, the driver Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. The others exchanged glances, their faces etched with incredulity, convinced they must have misheard. In this vast wholesale market, prices were standardized. If they did not sell to Boss Yu, they would have to return empty-handed. They had already lingered for several days, surveying surrounding markets, only to discover that the acquisition prices were even lower. Are you certain you want to buy at 70 cents? The driver asked incredulously. We can make the payment right now. I will rent a warehouse immediately, and my friends will come to collect the rest for you. With that, Qin Feng produced 200,000 in cash and approached the driver. Upon seeing the money, the driver was instantly filled with exhilaration. Promptly retrieving a counting machine to verify the cash on the spot, Qin Feng also transferred another 100,000 to him, subsequently renting a nearby warehouse for 3 days, paying 500 for it. Brother, you are a good man. Let us exchange contact information. We have some goods back home. If you want, we can deliver them to you in a couple of days. At that moment, driver Wang approached Qin Feng, his face radiant with excitement, nearly kneeling in gratitude. To put it in perspective, a mere 2 cents difference per pound translates to a discrepancy of 400 for a ton. If all 300 tons were sold, that would amount to a staggering loss of 120,000. To the drivers, Qin Feng appeared as a benefactor, with some even moved to tears by the hardships they faced. Just don't be envious in a few days, Qin Feng said with a slight smile, leaving them in bemusement. After a brief exchange, Qin Feng took out his phone and called Chu Tianhe. Brother, what can I do for you? Chu Tianhe jested. I have a lucrative business opportunity that is guaranteed to yield profit. Are you in? Qin Feng cut straight to the chase. Given Chu Tianhe's commendable character, Qin Feng intended to involve him in this venture. What? Guaranteed profit? What business is this? Chu Tianhe was momentarily stunned, initially thinking Qin Feng, a recent casualty of an investment failure, might be jesting. Could this truly be reliable? Yet, recalling how Qin Feng's previous words had saved him, he quickly regained his trust. Don't worry about it. Just bring 150,000 in cash. Within 3 days, you will see at least a threefold return. This is in the wholesale market. After delivering his message, Qin Feng hung up the phone, leaving the opportunity in Chu Tianhe's hands. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Tianhe arrived with the cash. However, upon witnessing the workers energetically unloading garlic, he was taken aback. He approached Qin Feng, his expression dazed, and exclaimed, "Brother, please don't tell me the 150,000 cash is for purchasing garlic. It's harvest season, and the prices are quite stable. The crux of the matter lies in the swift transportation, typically arriving within 3 to 4 days. Storing goods yields minimal profit, and after accounting for losses, it feels like a futile endeavor." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng pointed at the heavy truck before him and earnestly declared, "My sixth sense tells me this is a surefire profit." At that moment, Chu Tianhe sighed upon hearing his words and replied, "All right then, consider it a companion venture. But who shall we pay?" An hour later, Qin Feng and Chu Tianhe parted ways. With the warehouse key in hand, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. According to his calculations, this investment of 300,000 would yield at least threefold returns, approaching a profit of nearly 1 million. While others may hesitate to guarantee such outcomes, he was resolute in his confidence. Just as he was about to head home, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen to find it was a call from his wife, Lin Ruoxue. He was momentarily taken aback, then, trembling with anticipation, he answered the call with a palpable sense of nervousness. "Hello, is this Dad?" A youthful voice resonated from the other end. It was his daughter, Nyonyo. "Nyonyo, it's Dad. What made you think of calling me?" Qin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Clutching the phone as if a lonely elder receiving a call from his children at year's end, his face alight with a radiant smile. Chapter 10, The Meeting Daddy. "Nyonyo misses you, but Mommy won't let me see you." At that moment, a pitiful voice echoed from the other end of the phone, filled with trepidation. Although Qin Feng had often struck her in drunken bouts, she remained but a child, instinctively aware that he was her kin, given their daily interactions. Yet, during her time in kindergarten, she had observed other children joyfully spending time with their fathers, which had sparked a deep sense of envy within her. However, she dared not indulge in any childish whims or pester him. As these thoughts coursed through Qin Feng's mind, an inexplicable ache gripped his heart. He hastily replied, "Daddy is working hard to earn money. Be good, Nyonyo. Once I earn enough, I will buy you a giant strawberry bear and a Barbie doll, all right? But I don't want that. I want to go to the amusement park with you." Nyonyo responded, shaking her head. "Then I promise to take you to the amusement park. Just wait a couple more days, and I will definitely take you, okay?" Qin Feng spoke cautiously, deliberately softening his tone. "Will you hit me again?" Nyonyo inquired cautiously. "Of course not. Daddy cherishes you too much to ever hurt you." Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with tears as his voice choked. "But, you hit me last time." Nyonyo suddenly interjected. Qin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his hand trembling as he held the phone. "Beast. I am indeed a beast." He recalled the last time Nyonyo had seen other children with their parents at the amusement park, overwhelmed with envy. When she had cautiously approached him at home, her words barely escaping her lips, he had struck her down with a slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. Nyonyo dared not cry, especially when alone with Qin Feng. She understood that the louder she wailed, the harsher the punishment would be. She could only gather herself, retreating to her room to sit on the floor and play with a tattered toy. The mere thought of this sent chills down Qin Feng's spine. He could not bear to confront his past. The person he once was more detestable than a beast. The loathing he felt was profound. "Nyonyo, Daddy will never hit you again. Please give me another chance," he pleaded, covering his mouth as tears streamed down his face. A silence fell on the other end of the line. Nyonyo must have pressed the wrong button and hung up. Suddenly, the phone was snatched away by Lin Ruoxue, and Qin Feng even caught a glimpse of his daughter as sobs. Then, the call was abruptly disconnected. Leaning against the wall, he took a deep breath. "Ruoxue, Nyonyo, the monster I once was is no more. I shall dedicate my life to fulfilling the promises I left unfulfilled. Wait for me, very soon, I swear." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, vowing fiercely. As night descended, Qin Feng hailed a taxi and arrived at the hotel where he had previously arranged to meet Chu Tianhe. Upon alighting, he spotted Chu Tianhe smoking at the entrance. His face lit up with an eager smile upon seeing him. "Brother, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you inside for ages," Chu Tianhe expressed, his tone devoid of any grievances, simply eager to introduce Qin Feng to the two ladies. After all, the boastful declarations have already been made. Otherwise, how could those two influential figures possibly have any connection with him? It was precisely due to his successful evasion of calamity for his wife and daughter that this information circulated within their circle, eventually reaching the ears of these two individuals. Hence, they wished to arrange a meeting today. Let us proceed inside. Qin Feng nodded with a smile, and the two entered together. As they pushed open the door, Chu Tianhe gestured for them to enter, and upon stepping into the private room, they were greeted by an opulent decor. At the round table, a man and a woman were engaged in animated conversation, their laughter punctuating the air. The woman, clad in a fitted blue and white porcelain cheongsam, displayed a flawless figure that measured up to the ideal proportions of beauty. A glance from the side revealed the subtle allure of her skirt's slit, teasingly hinting at what lay beneath. Complementing her attire were a pair of Valentino high heels, accentuating her feminine charm to perfection. With a delicate visage and an air of elegance, her short golden hair added to her sophisticated allure. The young man seated across from her sported a modern hairstyle. Dressed in a sky-blue Yankee sweatshirt paired with Gucci shorts and casual Gucci B sneakers, he exuded a handsome appearance, marked by thick brows and large eyes, with a hint of arrogance that lent him a roguish charm. As Qin Feng and Chu Tianhe entered, the eyes of the couple shifted to Qin Feng, appraising him from head to toe. The young man merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention back to his phone. The woman, however, displayed a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, yet remained cordial and polite as she rose to greet him, saying, "You must be Mr. Qin. I have just heard of your esteemed name. Please, take a seat." Although she stood to acknowledge him, she did not pursue any further interaction, instead gesturing for him to sit before she herself resumed her seat. Chapter 11. Trust in me, and you shall thrive. Distrust me, and leave your fate to chance. As everyone settled down, Chu Tianhe smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, allow me to introduce you to Ms. Sheng Hongyan, the president of Shisher Group. And this is Han Xiaolong, the head of Chita Media, a remarkable young talent. In comparison, I, a middle-aged man, truly feel a sense of shame in front of such prodigies." "Ah, Chu, you flatter me. I acknowledge your compliment, especially since my career is flourishing. No media company in Ningzhou seems to surpass mine," Han Xiaolong interjected, his tone laced with provocation and a hint of disdain. In their affluent circle, achieving success was a mark of distinction, and while many in the second-generation rich indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, Han Xiaolong had already carved out his own path in entrepreneurship, making his pride quite understandable. As Han Xiaolong inquired further, the atmosphere grew tense. Chu Tianhe scratched his head, casting a glance at Qin Feng, acutely aware that he could not afford to offend Han Xiaolong. Yet, he was also concerned that Qin Feng might take offense at the remark, leaving him in a precarious position. "Speaking of careers, to be precise, my company went bankrupt 3 months ago, leaving me with a mountain of debt. Additionally, I got divorced yesterday. I can confidently say that I have failed at life." At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up with a smile. His self-deprecating humor relieved some of the tension for Chu Tianhe, yet he felt a pang of guilt as he had organized this gathering. And he didn't want Qin Feng to feel wronged. That's not how it should be said. "If it weren't for my brother Qin's warnings, my family would have faced serious trouble," Chu Tianhe asserted, patting his chest for emphasis. "Oh, if your sixth sense is so accurate, why not demonstrate it?" Han Xiaolong replied, folding his hands in jest, murmuring ba. This action elicited laughter from Sheng Hongyan, who found his antics amusing. Though anger simmered within Chu Tianhe, he dared not express it in front of Han Xiaolong. However, he couldn't help but feel that the other's behavior was indeed excessive. "Enough, Xiaolong. Show some restraint," Chu Tianhe interjected. "My apologies, Mr. Qin, Mr. Chu. Xiaolong simply enjoys jesting. I hope you will overlook it. However, I am genuinely curious. Does Mr. Qin's sixth sense truly possess such accuracy? I thought only women were said to have such intuition," Sheng Hongyan remarked with a smile that bore an undertone of skepticism. "Miss Sheng, are you currently collaborating with Hengtian Group?" In precisely 1 hour, at 10:30 in the evening, the president of Hengtian Group, Xiang Zhongnan, will call you to discuss the matter of mortgage properties. 100 villas offered at an astonishing price of 37 million. This package also includes 2 luxury villas, with all properties available at a 50% discount. In truth, the houses suffer from severe issues related to landscaping and quality, which is why they are being sold at such a low price, allowing the sellers to abscond overseas with the funds. At this moment, Qin Feng spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Sheng Hongyan let out a soft huff, her gaze towards Qin Feng now devoid of any interest. "President Chu, I shall take a brief trip to the restroom. Please feel free to order and charge it to my account. Do not neglect our guest." With that, Sheng Hongyan rose and made her way outside. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolong remained seated, wearing a rather frivolous expression. "Brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Go ahead and order." Observing Sheng Hongyan's enthusiastic demeanor, Chu Tianhe felt emboldened and took the liberty to proceed, assuming the other party was convinced. Qin Feng accepted the menu. But before he could begin ordering, he was met with the mocking words of Han Xiaolong. Chapter 12. Bring it back for my daughter. If it were me, I would leave right now. How dare you continue to order food here? It's utterly ridiculous. Sheng Hanyan has shown you courtesy. You can't possibly take that seriously. Can you? She has long departed. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. With that, Han Xiaolong rose and drew back the curtains. Qin Feng and Chu Tianhe followed suit, peering down. They beheld Sheng Hanyan boarding a long black Range Rover, which then drove off into the distance. Instantly, Chu Tianhe's expression soured. Although Sheng Hanyan appeared polite, her actions were profoundly insulting. Alas, both of these gentlemen were formidable figures, far beyond his means to provoke. If only he had left Qin Feng behind. You should be on your way as well, Han Xiao. ISNT your female streamer, Jin Xiaowei. Waiting for you in room 788 at the Blue Whale Hotel to discuss broadcasting techniques? Just as Han Xiaolong wore a mocking expression, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. As his words fell, Han Xiaolong was taken aback, his smile freezing on his face. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at Qin Feng in astonishment. How did you know? Intuition. Qin Feng replied, tapping his head nonchalantly. Nonsense. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Tell me how you know. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Han Xiaolong's demeanor turned icy, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. They had only met for the first time. How could the stranger know his private matters? His phone had been clutched tightly in his hand. Even Sheng Hongyan had no inkling. How could Qin Feng be aware? Darling, I've finished washing up. Hurry and come. Don't forget to buy a box of Durex downstairs. Make sure it's the original flavor. Suddenly, Qin Feng uttered a perplexing statement. Han Xiaolong and Chu Tianhe were both stunned. Ding dong. Ding dong. Suddenly, Han Xiaolong's phone rang. He picked it up, and his expression turned blank. With a look of sheer disbelief, he raised his head to stare at Qin Feng. The message was from Jin Xiaowei, a popular streamer under his company, boasting over 6 million fans. She had earned substantial revenue for the company. However, recently she had wished to go solo, causing a tumultuous rift between them. Tonight, he had received her message inviting him to discuss matters at the hotel. But how could this stranger possibly know about it? Good heavens, this is truly uncanny. You hacked my phone? It must be that. Han Xiaolong accused, pointing a finger at Qin Feng. Why not say I hacked your brain instead? Or perhaps I drugged you to induce hallucinations. Wouldn't that be even more plausible? Qin Feng shrugged, adopting a remarkably calm demeanor. At once, Han Xiaolong found himself speechless. He was at a loss for words. A chill ran down his spine. How was this person privy to his secrets? It was utterly bizarre. A mere trick, attempting to intimidate me. Chu, you should be cautious, lest you fall prey to this charlatan. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Han Xiaolong turned to leave. Han Xiao, I see your entrepreneurial journey has not been easy, so allow me to remind you once more. Upon entering the room, first, check for any hidden cameras, and then inspect the other party's mobile phone. As for the password, make a note of it. Qin Feng's precognitive abilities meant that no detail could elude him. In other words, all the memories of individuals from his past life, including their privacy and intricacies, were meticulously recorded in his mind, readily accessible for investigation. 667,899. Qin Feng remarked, while Han Xiaolong had already turned away, increasingly convinced of Qin Feng's uncanny abilities. Once Han Xiaolong departed, Chu Tianhe, feeling quite guilty, said, Brother, I apologize for any discomfort you've endured. No worries, it's just a complimentary meal. He replied, By the way, may I request a takeout? In such an upscale restaurant, the dishes must be exquisite. I'd like to bring a portion back for my daughter and Ruoxue. Why not? Let us eat first, and you can order a takeaway afterward. Even without Sheng Hongyan covering the bill, you have me. With that, the two settled down to dine. Qin Feng was preoccupied with the thought of delivering the packed seafood and pastries to his daughter, relishing the newfound excuse to see her. While they were dining, Chu Tianhe took out his phone to answer a call. Moments later, he was taken aback. All right, negotiate the price, and we can release it immediately. After ending the call, Chu Tianhe stared in astonishment at Qin Feng, who was indulging heartily in his meal. Chapter 13. All prophecies fulfilled. Has someone approached you to purchase garlic? Trust me, do not sell. In 2 days, the price will peak. It has only risen by 50 cents thus far. So remain patient. Qin Feng appeared to orchestrate events with an omniscient perspective, effortlessly discerning the future. With a casual remark, he startled Chu Tianhe, who abruptly rose, bending his knees as if to kneel before Qin Feng. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Qin Feng hastily set down his utensils and pulled him back up. Brother, no. You are a living deity. The garlic prices are skyrocketing. And how did you know someone sought to buy from me? At that moment, Chu Tianhe found himself at a loss for words, utterly shaken. When Qin Feng had advised him to stockpile garlic, he had merely complied in a casual manner. Little did he anticipate that the price of garlic would surge from 1 yuan to 1 yuan 70 in the span of a mere afternoon. The cost had soared to 1 yuan 20. Each kilogram had risen by 50 cents. With a ton weighing 2,000 kilograms, the profit would amount to 2,000. For 100 tons, that translates to a net profit of 200,000. This was astonishing. It was an instinct. A single audacious statement. Those who heed my words shall prosper, while those who disregard them must leave their fate to chance. Therefore, when selling the day after tomorrow, the price will surely reach at least 2 yuan 70 or 80. Qin Feng spoke with unwavering confidence. I believe it wholeheartedly. Just earlier, a friend from out of town informed me that their area has been devastated by a flood unseen for decades. The very region where garlic is produced, and it is the closest to us, has been destroyed. Now, not only are there transportation issues, but the supply is also dwindling. In just one afternoon, the price has risen by 50 cents, and tomorrow, as he spoke, Chu Tianhe's eyes widened in realization. If it were to skyrocket by 1 yuan. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. His 100 tons would yield a net profit of 400,000. This was not merely stockpiling. It was akin to hoarding wealth. Brother, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Come, let us celebrate at Qilin Club. I shall arrange for 2 exquisite companions. We must commemorate this evening. Chu Tianhe exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Qin Feng. I shall forego it. I need to deliver some food to my daughter. Qin Feng politely declined. Brother, please allow me the chance to repay you. I do not wish for the house. I shall withdraw the lawsuit tomorrow. Do not evade me any longer, or I shall be quite upset. Chu Tianhe's heart brimmed with guilt. Qin Feng had not only saved his life indirectly, but had also facilitated his wealth. To reclaim that house would be utterly ungracious. No, he could not bear such a thought. That will not do. Brother Chu, I intend to redeem the house. If you persist in this manner, I shall vacate. Qin Feng shook his head in refusal. Suddenly, Chu Tianhe struck himself across the face. Qin Feng was taken aback. Brother, I have come to realize that you have never regarded me, Chu Tianhe, with any esteem. Very well, I shall not claim to be worthy. Move out. Do so swiftly. I shall transfer all the garlic profits to you. Let us settle our accounts. Chu Tianhe wore a solemn expression as he sat in a chair, puffing on a cigarette, looking quite disheveled. Chu. Qin Feng chuckled, nudging him gently, only to be brusquely brushed aside. Leave me be. You need not concern yourself with my dignity, Chu Tianhe retorted. Visibly irked, Qin Feng found the situation both amusing and perplexing. All right. I've accepted the house. Isn't that enough? Look at how worked up you are. Hurry and finish that drink. I still have to take some food to my daughter. Suddenly, Qin Feng sat down, wrapping an arm around Chu Tianhe, chuckling jovially. Really? You're not returning the house to me? Chu Tianhe inquired earnestly, tilting his head. Not a chance. If you wish to sue me, go ahead. I won't be returning it. Qin Feng replied once more. Now that's more like it. Aha. Let us drink up and stop being unreasonable. I'm busy with my fish. Chu Tianhe finally broke into a smile. The two then lifted their bottles and began to drink. Approximately half an hour later, they emerged from the hotel. Qin Feng helped Chu Tianhe into a car while he carried 2 large bags of seafood, then hailed a taxi towards Taipei Community. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sheng Hongyan parked her car in the garage and entered the villa. Just as she slipped off her high heels, her phone suddenly rang. She shuffled in her slippers toward the refrigerator, casually answering the call. However, upon seeing the caller ID, she froze, holding the milk she had taken from the fridge aloft in disbelief. It was a call from Hongtian Group, specifically from Xiang Jing'an. Sheng Hongyan glanced at the time displayed on her phone, 10:30 p.m. A sudden recollection of Qin Feng's earlier remarks at the dinner table jolted her senses. Chapter 14. Exposed. Could it be such a coincidence? After murmuring a few words, Sheng Hongyan reluctantly answered the call. Hello, Mr. Xiang. Why are you calling me so late? Is there an urgent matter? She endeavored to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her as she inquired. Suddenly, an intense yearning surged within her. She longed to uncover the true reason behind Xiang Jingnan's call. Was it indeed as Qin Feng had suggested? It is indeed urgent. Miss Hongyan, you are aware of our Longqi Bay development, correct? Our company is in dire need of funds for cash flow. I would like to propose a collaboration, offering you 100 villas along with 2 additional houses at a group purchase price. The total value exceeds 43 million. Yet I can offer you a flat price of 37 million. I trust that you wouldn't refuse such a substantial discount, would you? Xiang Jinnan's tone was exceedingly grave over the phone. In an instant, Sheng Hongyan felt as if struck by lightning, an electric current coursing through her from head to toe. This was uncanny. It was eerily identical to what Qin Feng had described, 100 villas and 2 houses bundled for 37 million. Under normal circumstances, she would have been inclined to lend him money, given their relationship, even if he offered such a significant discount. However, the situation had changed. Borrowing money was safeguarded by legal protections, ensuring her interests were secure. Conversely, purchasing property was akin to a risky investment. Should any issues arise with the properties, she would bear the full brunt of the consequences, and reclaiming that sum would be futile. Though there was no definitive proof that the properties were indeed problematic, she was now certain that Qin Feng was no charlatan, nor a fraudster, but rather an insider with significant knowledge. Mr. Xiang, discussing such a substantial business deal at this hour seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Perhaps we should reconvene tomorrow? Rest assured, should you propose such a generous offer, I would certainly consider lending you the funds. Sheng Hongyan suggested tentatively. Miss Hongyan, what a jest. When have I, Xiang Zhongnan, ever found myself in a position to borrow from others? I thought of you first for such a considerable offer. The properties at Longqi Bay, as you know, may not be priced high now, but they are indeed the most sought after in our city. Xiang Zhongnan replied with a smile. It seemed he was seeking a favor. Sheng Hongyan pondered for a moment, then a haughty smile graced her lips. Indeed, it was the most desirable development, yet perhaps also the one with the poorest greenery and the shoddiest quality? Mr. Xiang, are you not aware of the condition of the properties at Longqi Bay? You might deceive others, but can you truly deceive me, Sheng Hongyan? After saying this, her heart raced with exhilaration. In the past, she would never have been so audacious. It wasn't that she feared Xiang Zhongnan. She simply wished to avoid offending anyone. However, the situation has changed. She has begun to sense an unsettling undercurrent. Had it not been for Qin Feng's timely warning, she would have confidently secured those 100 properties. After all, she had long been fixated on acquiring real estate in Longqi Bay, eager to amass a collection. Yet, the soaring prices had rendered her efforts futile. Even with the limited discounts she managed to negotiate with Xiang Zhongnan, the prices for the general public were exorbitantly high. However, for those within the circle, the costs were significantly lower, especially when purchasing by the building. Thus, without Qin Feng's caution, the price of 37 million for 100 villas would not have raised any suspicion. It was merely 6 million more than the original price. At that moment, there was a brief silence on the other end of the call. Soon after, Xiang Jingnan's voice came through, tinged with a slight tremor. Who did you hear this from? He questioned. It was precisely this inquiry that sent Sheng Hongyan's heart racing, as if it would leap into her throat. She held her breath, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. She, of course, was unaware that she had merely been bluffing. Yet, upon hearing Xiang Jingnan's question, the powerful businesswoman experienced an instant revelation. On the other end, Xiang Zhongnan realized his tone had betrayed him and hastily ended the call. Sheng Hongyan, holding her milk, sat down on the sofa, her expression one of bewilderment and daze. Chapter 15. An unprecedented sense of dread. How curious, truly curious. Who is this Qin Feng, and what is his origin? Could he truly be a recluse of extraordinary ability? Leaning against the sofa, Sheng Hongyan found herself utterly sleepless. In a fit of urgency, she reached for her phone, intent on calling Chu Tian'er. However, glancing at the time, she abandoned the thought, curling up on the sofa, unable to find rest. Her mind flooded with the image of Qin Feng's confident visage, along with his words. Simultaneously, on the other side, at the Blue Whale Hotel, Han Jialong parked his Land Rover and spotted a girl approaching, clad in a minuscule skirt, her cascading waves of hair flowing elegantly, a smile gracing her lips. Mr. Han, why have you arrived so late? The girl, with a boldness that surprised him, linked her arm with his. Be mindful of your reputation. After all, you are a renowned internet celebrity. Do not stir up scandal. Han Jialong gently pushed her away. Mr. Han, you make it sound as if I could devour you. The girl retorted playfully. This place feels unsafe. Let us go upstairs to converse. She once again took his hand, leading him into the hotel. 20 minutes later, they were seated in the hotel room. Han Jialong felt an inexplicable unease gnawing at him. Mr. Han, I shall take a quick shower. We can discuss work in detail afterward. To his astonishment, the girl began to disrobe right before his eyes. He found himself captivated by her figure, swallowing hard. Noticing the glint of mischief in her eyes as she caught his gaze, she stepped into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. However, the moment she entered, Han Jialong sprang to his feet, retrieving her phone from her discarded clothing. He sought to confirm a suspicion, and it was a simple task. Hadn't he, that charlatan, provided a password? It was time to test it. Should he fail, it would be irrefutable that the man was a fraud. He vowed to teach him a lesson the next time they met, having endured a night of worry. After all, anyone would feel discomfort upon hearing unfavorable words about themselves. As Han Xiaolong recalled the password Qin Feng had mentioned and entered it, the screen miraculously unlocked. He was startled, leaping from his chair. His hands trembled. Anxiety coursing through him, his heart racing. Good heavens, is this truly the case? The password is genuine. Han Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the phone screen as though he had encountered a ghost. Just then, a WeChat message pinged. Since his phone was on silent and privacy settings concealed the content, he hesitated, glancing toward the bathroom before reaching out to view it. Upon opening a group chat, his expression darkened instantly. A message from an ID named H. Agandaz couple appeared. Shall we? Have you done as we discussed? Han Xiaolong should have arrived by now. We will alert the authorities in 10 minutes. It would be wise to conceal that package within his clothing. This way, success is assured. Once the contract is terminated at a low cost, you can embark on your own journey. Given your popularity, why toil for others, right? Moreover, after generating public discourse, even the most venomous adversaries would hesitate to pursue you, for no girl would jest with her own integrity, and your fans will undoubtedly rally behind you. Upon receiving this information, Han Xiaolong resembled a volcano poised to erupt. Yet he restrained his fury and rummaged through Chun Xiaoyi's bag, extracting a packet of white substance. Upon opening it, he discovered it was not contraband. However, should an investigation ensue, it would pose considerable complications, particularly since he oversees a major media corporation. Should a storm of public outrage erupt online, the repercussions for his career could be catastrophic. The labels of excesses and an attempted coercion, coupled with the suspicion of possessing illicit substances, would irrevocably tarnish his reputation, effectively annihilating all prospects. It was a vile and egregious situation. Contemplating this, a cold sweat drenched Han Xiaolong's attire. He hastily seized his mobile phone and strode towards the exit. Pushing open the hotel door, he rushed towards the elevator without a backward glance. Though his heart burned with indignation, vengeance was not an option at this moment. After all, that couple had already alerted the authorities, and once law enforcement entered the room, there would be no time for explanations. Chapter 16. The Frightened Niu Niu. Thus, departing at the earliest opportunity was indeed the wisest choice. Just a few minutes after his departure, Chun Xiaoyi emerged, wrapped in a towel. However, upon witnessing the desolate hotel, she was momentarily taken aback. Her trepidation escalated when, after searching frantically, she discovered her phone was missing, causing her to collapse in fear upon the floor. Just then, the door swung open, and several law enforcement officers entered. At this moment, under the cover of night, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of Songhui community. Hesitating to step inside, he checked the time on his phone. It was already past 1 a.m. Surely, Niu Niu and Ruo Shui had drifted into slumber. Not wishing to disturb their rest, Qin Feng sat on the ground, leaning against the door, tilting his head as he smoked, and unknowingly dozed off. When he next opened his eyes, he was roused by a voice. "What brings you here?" Lin Ruo Shui asked with a frosty tone. "I came to bring you and Niu Niu some food. I arrived too late yesterday to disturb you," he replied. "Are you heading to work? You haven't eaten yet. Here, I have some ready-made meals." Qin Feng hurriedly scrambled to his feet, extending the dishes he held. "I won't eat. Just take it away." Lin Ruo Shui responded coldly, issuing a warning. "Do not disturb me and Niu Niu again. I won't intrude, I promise. I merely wanted to bring you some food to improve your diet. After all, Niu Niu is still growing and requires proper nutrition." Qin Feng had intended to use Niu Niu as a shield. However, upon uttering this remark, he was met with an even more displeased expression from Lin Ruo Shui. "How can you still have the audacity to say that? Niu Niu is currently malnourished. And whose fault is that? You squandered all the family's money on lottery tickets. Have you ever contributed a single penny towards her upbringing? After your entrepreneurial failure, it was my meager salary that sustained us. I even had to buy you alcohol, enabling you to indulge in your daydreams. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this?" At this point, Lin Ruo Shui trembled with anger, her eyes filled with disappointment. Recalling all that Qin Feng had done, she felt as though her youth had been wasted. Meanwhile, Qin Feng hung his head, resembling a child who had done wrong, offering no rebuttal. This behavior surprised Lin Ruo Shui. In the past, she would not have had the opportunity to voice such sentiments without receiving a slap in return. This time, Qin Feng refrained from retaliation, which left her astonished. "Just leave. Do not return. We are already divorced, and I am no longer afraid of you. If you dare to strike me again, I will call the police." Lin Ruo Shui mustered her courage to warn him. "May I at least have a glimpse of Niu Niu? Just one look, and I will leave after placing the food down." Qin Feng hesitated, cautiously asking. Lin Ruo Shui initially intended to refuse, but then recalled that Niu Niu had been yearning for meat recently, yet had not dared to voice her desire. Upon seeing the fried seafood and sauce beef that Qin Feng held, she sighed. 10 minutes. Not even a minute more? Lin Ruoxue declared with a firm voice. All right. Just 10 minutes. Qin Feng responded, nodding heavily before carrying the groceries into the apartment. Upon opening the door, Lin Ruoxue was greeted by Nyonyo, who scampered towards her with a tattered doll in her arms. Mommy, you're back, Nyonyo exclaimed, bouncing excitedly to the entrance. However, upon noticing Qin Feng, a look of confusion crossed her small face. Daddy? Is Daddy here? Daddy, Nyonyo misses you. Yet, as realization dawned upon her, Nyonyo hesitated to approach, for she was intimidated by Qin Feng's earlier actions. Chapter 17. The Sincere Apology of Han Xiaolong. Ah, my dear, your father has brought you some delightful treats. Look, there are large crabs, as well as marinated beef and crispy fried pork, your favorites. By the way, I forgot to purchase a doll for you, but I promise to get one tomorrow, all right? As Qin Feng spoke, he placed the food at the doorstep. Nyonyo inhaled deeply and, with an expression of sheer delight, exclaimed, It smells so good, Mommy. Can I eat it? Upon witnessing her daughter's joy, Lin Ruoxue smiled and nodded. Nyonyo then hurried over to take the food inside. Daddy, will you join me for dinner? Nyonyo struggled to lift the dishes onto the table, and just as she was about to sit down, she turned back to ask, Have you eaten, Daddy? I have, sweetheart. You go ahead and enjoy it. Eat plenty. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Observing his daughter's contentment filled his heart with an unparalleled joy, one that surpassed even his own satisfaction from eating. At that moment, he truly comprehended the bliss of having a daughter. It's time for me to leave. May I bring Nyonyo a doll tomorrow? He ventured, but before he could finish, Lin Ruoxue swiftly interrupted him. Without a word, she opened the door wider. Seeing this, Qin Feng turned away, a sense of melancholy enveloping him as he walked outside. Perhaps I shall return the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will take Nyonyo out for some fun, he said as he reached the entrance of the building, only to hear Lin Ruoxue's voice call out, Daddy, goodbye. Don't forget to think of Nyonyo. Turning back, he was pleasantly surprised to see Nyonyo peering out from the door, her face smeared with grease, looking endearingly adorable as she waved her tiny hand. Yes, my darling. I think of you every moment. Hurry back inside. For the day after tomorrow, I shall bring you the prettiest doll. With tears welling in his eyes, Qin Feng stood at the entrance, watching as Lin Ruoxue gently closed the door. He finally exhaled in relief. Nyonyo, wait for me. I shall ensure you become the happiest little princess in the world. Ruoxue. The man I once was has perished. Now, I live solely for you too. Clenching his fists, he vowed resolutely. Once a man who had tasted the heights of success, he had lost interest in wealth. Yet he understood that to provide a quality life for his wife and daughter, to showcase his transformation, he needed to earn money. Changing their circumstances became his motivation to persevere. As soon as Qin Feng left the community and returned home, a knock echoed at his door. Curiously, he opened it, only to find Han Xiaolong standing at the threshold, accompanied by two young men, all laden with bags overflowing with goods. 2 packs of soft Chinese cigarettes tumbled from the bags, while Han Xiaolong set down a bottle of vowed he had been carrying. Hey, brother. Just a small token of goodwill. Please don't think it's too trivial. If you find it lacking in quality, I can take them back for a better selection right away. Han Xiaolong stood at the doorway, appearing rather reserved, his face adorned with a smile brimming with obsequiousness. His demeanor was in stark contrast to that of the previous evening. As for the items, I can forgo them. I am not in need. I shall not invite you in, for my home is in disarray, and there is no place to sit. As Qin Feng spoke, he was about to close the door. But Han Xiaolong hastily reached out, grasping it. I can just stand here, brother, but please let me in. I recognize that I was blind to your stature yesterday, failing to appreciate your worth. At the very least, grant me a chance to atone for my misdeeds. Brother, my dear brother, I apologize for the discomfort I caused you last night. Would you strike me twice to vent your frustrations? While speaking, Han Xiaolong unceremoniously seized Qin Feng's hand and gestured it towards his own face. In that moment, any semblance of a wealthy heir or young master's demeanor had vanished, replaced instead by an audacious disregard for the situation, displaying an extraordinary thickness of skin. Chapter 18. The Background of Han Xiao. The 2 assistants trailing behind Han Xiao looked utterly astonished. Who was this remarkable individual that could render the typically arrogant Han Xiao so humbled? Could it be that the person bore the illustrious surname Zhuge? Stop. Let us get to the point. Qin Feng hastily withdrew his hand, a look of disdain crossing his face as he wiped it. Just then, Han Xiaolong, with a cheeky grin, stepped into the room, slipping in like an eel. Brother, you are my savior. Had it not been for your timely warning last night, I would have been doomed, my future ruined. Not to mention the looming threat of legal trouble. If my father were to find out, he would undoubtedly break my legs. I had just begun to make a name for myself, and I hadn't even had the chance to boast about it to my father. If I were to falter now, everything would be lost. Thus, I have come to apologize to you, dear brother. Please, show mercy and grant me an opportunity for redemption. Han Xiaolong completely cast aside his pride, disregarding any sense of decorum. He was genuinely grateful. Without Qin Feng's intervention, his future would have been obliterated. It was safe to say that Qin Feng was a benefactor in his life. I can forgive you, but you must tell me how you found my home. Qin Feng replied, opening the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of mineral water, which he tossed to Han Xiaolong. Han Xiaolong twisted off the cap and gulped down a couple of swigs. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he said, Brother, I must clarify. Do not hold it against Chugu. Qin Feng smiled faintly, remaining silent. Chugu had no choice but to inform me. Come on, brother. Let us put this matter behind us. From now on, you are my true brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. If I, Han Xiaolong, show even a hint of reluctance, then do not regard me as a human. With a resolute tone, Han Xiaolong proclaimed his sincerity. I hadn't given it much thought. You are the one making a big deal out of it. Qin Feng casually remarked. You all look stunned. Hurry and bring the items in. Han Xiaolong called out to the outside, exuding an air of a nouveau riche. Two assistants then entered, carrying 3 boxes of mautai, 2 large bags of sea cucumbers, several boxes of ginseng, bird's nest, and 20 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Qin Feng glanced at the bounty and smirked. Did this fellow just stock up? Take the items away. I truly have no need for them. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Brother, if you believe this is insufficient to ease your anger, then take it out on me. It's just a trivial matter. If you refuse to accept it, where shall I place my face? Perhaps I should kneel and kowtow to you as a pre-celebration for the new year. Han Xiaolong exclaimed, genuinely preparing to kneel. Qin Feng was both amused and exasperated. Hastily pulling him back up. I will accept it. I will accept it. Is that not sufficient? Spare me this theatrics. I have no red envelopes for you. However, Han Xiaolong approached with a mysterious look. Brother, don't play coy. I just heard that you and Chugu have hoarded an entire warehouse full of garlic. Several hundred tons. What are the current prices of garlic outside? Over 3 yuan. You who effortlessly amassed millions shouldn't lament about poverty to your younger brother. Han Xiaolong's face was etched with a yearning expression. Although his media ventures were quite profitable, the competition was intense, and the pressure was considerable. The monthly turnover was substantial, all requiring significant investment. The largest expense was the salaries of the streamers. Additionally, he had invested in several wine shops, but their businesses were mediocre at best. Initially, he had opened them to flaunt his status within his social circle, merely to establish channels for exclusive wines. Therefore, upon learning that Qin Feng was stockpiling garlic with Chu Tianhe and witnessing the skyrocketing prices within just 2 days, he felt a surge of restlessness. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not envious. He was nearly consumed by it. Qin Feng, however, was not oblivious to Han Xiaolong's intentions. Nonetheless, facilitating the other's financial gain was not out of the question, especially since Han Xiaolong had a powerful uncle in the political arena, providing a robust network of connections. As the owner of a media company, do you truly concern yourself with such trivial sums? Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Chapter 19, A Life Saved. Brother, you hold me in too high regard. My situation is more bluster than substance. My monthly expenditures are immense. Recently, I've been burdened with the salaries of streamers, the recruitment of new employees, and the renovation of the guild's office, which has led to a significant cash shortfall. I've already borrowed over 5 million from the bank, and the deadline is fast approaching. I am truly in dire straits. Han Xiaolong began lamenting his financial woes, fully aware that the astute Qin Feng before him was indeed a fortuitous benefactor, a veritable stroke of luck in his life. With the events surrounding himself and Chu Tianhe, he was convinced that Qin Feng was the golden goose he had long desired, a wealthy patron. What happened next? Qin Feng chose to remain silent, curious to see how long the other would continue to feign ignorance. Hey brother, if an opportunity arises, would you lend a hand to your little brother? Han Xiaolong nudged Qin Feng with his elbow, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji pleading with his master for another chance to steal a ginseng fruit. This elicited a roll of the eyes from Qin Feng. Now that you mention it, there indeed exists such an opportunity, though it hinges on your willingness to take action. Qin Feng suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to searchlights illuminating the night. He eagerly grasped Qin Feng's arm and exclaimed, Brother, don't say another word. I'm in. I just happen to have 5 million on hand. Qin Feng's expression darkened immediately. Was he truly lamenting his poverty? This was utterly absurd. He rolled his eyes again, choosing not to elaborate further. He had already contacted Brother Chu about selling garlic. Originally, He intended to wait until the prices peaked tomorrow and the day after, but now he needed to divert those funds into another venture. When do we begin? And what shall we hoard next? Han Jialong inquired with palpable impatience. Next, we shall accumulate stocks. Did you drive here? Qin Feng asked. Of course. I arrived in a Land Rover, parked right outside. Shall we depart? Han Jialong responded, thumping his chest confidently. Let us proceed to the stock exchange, Qin Feng declared, gesturing as they made their way outside. However, as they reached the ground floor, a sleek Porsche Cayenne pulled up before them. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Hongyan emerged, removing her sunglasses and clad in a stylish khaki suit. Goodness, Sister Hongyan, what brings her here? Han Jialong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, his demeanor towards Qin Feng had been rather ungracious just the day prior, and now he found himself in a position of needing to apologize. In a panic, he quickly pulled an assistant in front of himself as a shield. Qin Feng, however, chose to disregard this display, standing still as he awaited Sheng Hongyan's approach. Mr. Qin, are you heading out? Sheng Hongyan approached with a radiant smile, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Yes, do you have something to discuss? Qin Feng's demeanor remained notably aloof. Sensing Qin Feng's demeanor, Sheng Hongyan awkwardly brushed her long hair aside. Then, with grace and poise, she performed a deep bow. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Qin. My behavior yesterday was quite discourteous, as I left abruptly. I am truly sorry for my ignorance. If you do not forgive me, I shall come daily until I earn your satisfaction. Sheng Hongyan spoke earnestly. To be pursued by such a beautiful woman would delight anyone. Yet Qin Feng felt otherwise. This situation was more of a nuisance for him, as he wished to avoid any misunderstandings with Ruo Shui. It was merely a trifling matter. Qin Feng replied with his characteristic aloofness. To him, the elaborate apology from Sheng Hongyan was merely a customary formality. Had he not intervened, that batch of properties would have fallen into her hands, resulting in a loss exceeding 30 million. Furthermore, the housing issues would have led to forced demolitions, causing Sheng Hongyan considerable financial distress, which in turn implicated her father and led to the misappropriation of family funds. Once exposed, she would be ousted from her position. As a consequence of this debacle, Sheng Hongyan faced a series of misfortunes. Despite her newfound caution, she missed numerous lucrative opportunities. Ultimately, she fell into despair, leading to her tragic demise in the bathroom. Thus, in many ways, Qin Feng had saved her life. Chapter 20. Investing in Stocks. Mr. Qin, please do not be modest with me. It was indeed my fault last night. If you have any grievances, feel free to scold or hit me. I accept it all. Were it not for your timely reminder, I would have faced ruin. You are truly a living Buddha in this world. Regardless, I implore you to grant me the opportunity to atone for my mistakes. She could hardly fathom that someone as illustrious as Xiang Jing'an, the very embodiment of the Hengtian Group, had managed to deceive numerous real estate developers. This led to over $1 billion in misappropriated public funds and an external debt exceeding $30 billion. Compounding this, the latest property investment had failed due to quality issues and had been sealed off. This disaster stemmed from Xiang Zhengnan's choice of substandard materials during construction, cutting corners and lining his own pockets. For years, he had devoted himself to Hengtian Group without receiving due recompense, which compelled him to enact this revenge while simultaneously amassing a fortune to flee abroad. Remarkably, there had been no prior warning of such treachery. Xiang Zhengnan's scheme was impeccably executed, leaving no trace until after his departure when everything fell apart. The newly developed Longqi Bay project was declared wholly substandard and faced imminent demolition. Please, rise. It was but a trifling matter. Qin Feng spoke once more. Mr. Qin, does this mean you are willing to forgive me? Shall we discuss dining together? At this, Sheng Hongyan looked up, her face brimming with anticipation. Let's postpone the meal for another day. I have matters to attend to today, Qin Feng replied, turning away. At that moment, Han Jialong boldly approached, adjusting his hair as he passed in front of Sheng Hongyan. Her eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected him to be present. Could it be that both of Mr. Qin's predictions from last night had come true? Hongyan, if you wish to dine, let us save it for another day. My brother has pressing business today. Han Jialong grinned. Your brother? Who might that be? Sheng Hongyan inquired, puzzled. Qin Feng. From this day forth, he is my true brother. Han Jialong chuckled. I've just acknowledged him. I must take my leave now. Until next time. With that, he waved and hurried after Qin Feng, leaving Sheng Hongyan momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Han Jialong had established such a connection with Mr. Qin. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Han Jialong arrived at the stock market trading floor. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Chu Tianhe burst into the hall, visibly exhilarated, and waved energetically toward Qin Feng. Brother Qin, I just sold garlic at 3 times the price. It was right at the wholesale market entrance. Your funds are all in this card, totaling 97,000. As he spoke, Chu Tianhe handed the card to Qin Feng. Brother Chu, I'll borrow this money for now and return it in a few days, Qin Feng said, finally feeling a sense of calm settle within him. Repay? What funds? Please don't frighten me. You have already helped me earn hundreds of thousands. I feel quite ashamed. Just let me feel a little at ease, or I shall have no face to meet you in the future. Chu Tianhe exclaimed with a grin. All right then, I shall not be polite. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and proceeded towards the trading window. Brother, are you planning to buy stocks? Chu Tianhe followed closely, his face brimming with excitement. His admiration for Qin Feng was palpable, akin to that of a devoted disciple. Following Qin Feng's investment strategies was a surefire way to profit. Indeed, I am acquiring shares in Hengtian Group, Qin Feng affirmed with a nod. What? Hengtian Group? Brother, are you mistaken? Did you not catch the news this morning? Hengtian Group is finished, drowning in over 3 billion in debt. Their investment in Longquan properties has incurred losses exceeding 100 billion. The president, Xiang Zhenand, has absconded with funds, and the top 10 shareholders are withdrawing their stakes. Are you not buying into a losing venture? As he spoke, Chu Tianhe pointed at a green line on the trading chart. Brother, you mentioned leading me to profits, and this involves purchasing Hengtian Group stocks? Surely, even if my attitude was poor yesterday, you would not seek revenge in this manner. Han Xiaolong, who was ready with funds for an ambitious venture, was rendered speechless upon hearing that Qin Feng intended to buy shares in Hengtian Group. Chapter 21. A tinge of concern about potential losses. He had watched the news that morning, initially worrying whether Sheng Hongyan had heeded Qin Feng's advice. However, upon witnessing Sheng Hongyan's apology today, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Qin Feng insisted on taking him to purchase shares of the beleaguered Hengtian Group. Was this not an act of retaliation? The greater the turmoil, the more valuable the fish. To earn profits, one must embrace risks. Miss, please assist me in establishing a position. I wish to acquire shares of Hengtian Group amounting to 17 million. Upon uttering this, Qin Feng placed 2 bank cards on the counter. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. Without further ado, she turned around the trading board for Hengtian Group shares. Qin Feng merely glanced at it before stating, no worries. Please proceed with the purchase. Thank you. The nearby investors, upon learning of Qin Feng's intention to invest over 1 million in Hengtian Group, exchanged incredulous glances. Their faces contorted in derision. Could it be that he had lost his mind? Was he perhaps suffering from a terminal illness? It must be the case, otherwise, who would throw money into a bottomless pit? Hengtian Group had collapsed, leaving behind a veritable mess that no one dared to touch. Investing in this stock was akin to tossing money into a raging inferno. It seemed he was simply too wealthy with nowhere to spend his fortune. That money would be better off given to me. At least it might elicit a word of gratitude. If he were to bestow his wealth upon me, I could even adopt him as my godson, caring for him throughout his later years. This individual was undoubtedly mentally unstable. It would be prudent to keep a distance, as his misfortune might be contagious. I wouldn't be surprised if someone leapt from a building by tomorrow. The surrounding investors wore expressions of disbelief. However, Yishin paid them no mind. Only Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong remained hesitantly rooted in place, their gazes fixed on Qin Feng as he completed his purchase of over 1 million in Hengtian Group shares. Sir, the transaction has been successfully executed. Here's your card. Please take care of it. The staff member handed over the card, her gaze lingering on Qin Feng in astonishment. Yet, he appeared far from insane. Nevertheless, such behavior would be beyond even a lunatic. After taking the card, Qin Feng turned to find both men still frozen in their indecision. As I said, this opportunity is fleeting. Trust me and invest, or disregard it entirely. With that, he strode towards the exit. At that moment, Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong exchanged glances. I will invest 3 million, Chu Tianhe declared with a grin. I have 5 million at hand, but it's not a matter of trust. I merely need to retain 2 million for other uses. I will also invest 3 million, just like Brother Chu. If we incur losses, I won't mind. After all, I believe Brother Qin won't lead us astray, especially since he has invested over 1 million himself. The two reached a consensus and approached the counter to purchase shares of Hengtian Group. In total, they committed 6 million, causing the staff member to gasp in shock. After confirming their intentions multiple times, she proceeded to process their orders. Meanwhile, the other investors around them furrowed their brows, deep in contemplation. Gentlemen, this situation seems off. It is evident that wealthy individuals are not fools. While the previous expenditure of 1 million may be excusable, the subsequent 2 instances are rather alarming. With each person spending 3 million, I too find this suspicious. Could there be some hidden agenda? Perhaps we should join in on the venture? Indeed. I believe that affluent individuals are certainly not naive, and following their lead seems prudent. Conveniently, I have 20,000 at my disposal to experiment with. If it fails, I can simply replenish my losses. After all, this month has already seen significant losses, so what harm could it do? Momentarily hesitating, the group of investors soon gathered at the window. Each contributed around 10 to 20,000, purchasing shares of Hongtian Group. Surprisingly, the staff at the window displayed no extraordinary astonishment. In stark contrast, the combined investment of these 4 or 5 individuals amounted to less than 100,000. A mere fraction compared to the 3 million spent by the earlier trio. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had stepped outside, lighting a cigarette as he observed the bustling crowd. According to his foresight, Hongtian Group's chaotic situation would soon be taken over by a leading enterprise in the city, resulting in a complete acquisition. The stock prices would experience a continuous surge within the next 7 days. In a short span of 1 month, this stock would remain on an upward trajectory. When Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong emerged, they appeared somewhat dejected. Each had just invested 3 million, a considerable sum indeed. Most concerning was the fact that their investment was in Hongtian Group, which had recently encountered a significant crisis. An unsettling feeling loomed over them, as they feared that upon awakening the following day, their 3 million might have diminished by half. Chapter 22. Truly uncanny. Brother, I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After much contemplation, Han Xiaolong resolved to consult his knowledgeable friend regarding the stock market. He sought to ascertain the extent of potential losses this time. Be safe on your way. Qin Feng waved farewell, watching as Han Xiaolong descended, opened his car door, and drove off. Now that it's just the two of us, shall we indulge in a drink? Chu Tianhe inquired with a smile. Certainly, Qin Feng replied succinctly. Before long, the two arrived at a tavern, ordering an array of dishes, yet Chu Tianhe continued to sip his drink. Appearing as though he had much to say, yet held back, Qin Feng set down his utensils, raised his glass to clink with his companions, and downed it in one gulp. Concerned about potential losses? How much did you and Han Xiaolong invest? Qin Feng asked. Not much, not much. We each invested 3 million. Chu Tianhe replied, Brother, it's not that I doubt you, but could you perhaps share what you know? Is there some significant change with Hongtian Group? Seizing the opportunity, Chu Tianhe finally posed his question, wary that Qin Feng might misinterpret his curiosity as distrust. The money was already invested, and his concern was minimal. He was merely intrigued by how Qin Feng had concluded that the stock would rise. If there were no changes, why would I invest in this stock? Qin Feng retorted. While Hongtian Group has faced difficulties due to Xiang Jingnan's betrayal, resulting in a cash shortfall, their foundation remains intact. If they can mend this substantial deficit, they can resume normal operations. In our city, who do you think possesses the capability to acquire Hongtian Group? At that moment, Qin Feng posed a question. Brother, where did you acquire this insider information? Is someone indeed considering acquiring Hongtian Group? Chu Tianhe exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. First, answer my question. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Chu Tianhe scratched his head, lost in thought. In our city, the only entity capable of acquiring Hongtian Group would likely be Xinghe Group. Even Shushi Group lacks the necessary capital. Is that truly the case? Xinghe Group intends to acquire Hongtian Group? Chu Tianhe suddenly sprang to his feet, astonished. Qin Feng, unhurried, pulled out his phone, glancing at the time. In 20 minutes, await the headlines. The answer shall soon reveal itself, he said with an enigmatic smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianhe also retrieved his phone, fully engrossed in refreshing the local headlines. At that moment, within a luxurious villa, Han Xiaolong sat on the sofa, fixated on the stock market trends displayed on his phone. Opposite him sat a young man adorned in designer attire, his fingers glistening with Cartier rings, observing the stock market fluctuations with curiosity. What is the matter, Han? Have you recently taken up stock trading? If you lack a seasoned mentor, you should withdraw promptly, otherwise, your modest fortune could vanish in an instant. The young man remarked with a smile. Luching, believe it or not, I do have an experienced mentor guiding me. He advised me to invest in a particular stock, claiming it is bound to rise. Han Xiaolong replied with unwavering conviction. Is that so? I have encountered my fair share of experts, and I am quite curious about this individual's background, Luching said, curling his lip in skepticism. Well, he has been in the stock market for 7 or 8 years, accumulating considerable experience. His unique insight has yielded significant profits over the years, enabling him to build a successful career. Though he may not be a second-generation wealthy individual, he has, through sheer determination, become part of the affluent class. Han Xiaolong exclaimed. You see, this situation is rather uncanny. Without his guidance, I would have surely encountered substantial losses. Thus, Han Xiaolong recounted the incident involving Chen Xiaoyi's slanderous actions against him. After listening, Lu Qing merely smiled and nodded. What you're describing sounds like a plot from a novel. Are you sure your mind is clear? Stop spinning tales. Lu Qing clearly expressed his disbelief. Damn it. I knew you wouldn't believe me, but it truly is bizarre. Not just me, but also Xing Hongyan. Do you know her? If it weren't for my timely warning, she would have suffered a significant loss, Han Xiaolong declared, waving his hand emphatically. Chapter 23, Foster Father, could you do me a favor and recommend me? You're taking this too seriously. Come on, my good brother. Tell me which stock you've purchased so I may broaden my horizons. Lu Qing inquired with a smile. Here it is. As he spoke, Han Xiaolong revealed the stock he had acquired to Lu Qing. Upon seeing it, Lu Qing's eyes widened in shock. He then clutched his stomach and burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face. Han Xiaolong felt quite embarrassed. What are you laughing at? Han Xiaolong exclaimed, grinning. You are utterly hilarious. You bought 3 million worth of Hongtian Group shares? I mean, Mr. Han, are you trying to rid yourself of excess wealth? Or do you wish to squander your modest fortune and hasten your return to inherit your family's estate? Hongtian Group is finished. This is common knowledge now. Even novices understand it is a dead stock. How generous of you, my good brother, to choose such a prime example of a poor investment. With that, Lu Qing once again covered his face in laughter. Come on, you're being too ungrateful. I brought you here to assist me in analysis, not to mock me. Han Xiaolong kicked out, but his friend evaded the blow. Brother, how can I analyze this? It's all laid bare. Investing in this stock is tantamount to certain doom. You'll be left weeping over your losses. Lu Qing's expression turned serious. Is there utterly no hope? Han Xiaolong scratched his head in confusion. There is hope. Pray that someone might take over Hongtian Group's mess. In all of Longzhou, only one company could possibly manage it, Xinghe Group. But tell me, why would Xinghe Group want to take on such a burden? Lu Qing retorted. What if they choose to take it on? Well, I originally sought your assistance in analysis. And here you are being so sardonic. If my brother saves my life, even if it means putting me in a difficult position, I wouldn't mind. Han Xiaolong proclaimed, hands on his hips. All right, as long as you're happy. Lu Qing shook his head. Hey, look, it's rising. Lu Qing, come quickly. The stock price is climbing. Suddenly, Han Xiaolong pointed at his phone screen. Stop joking. At that moment, Lu Qing aimlessly scrolled through his phone. I'm not lying. It really is rising. It's up by 5%. Han Xiaolong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. What? No way. This is truly a miraculous occurrence. Lu Qing, staring at the screen, echoed in astonishment. Han Xiaolong leaned in closer, and they both gazed at the headline news displayed on the screen. According to the latest reports, a significant incident involving Hongtian Group has occurred, with President Chang Zheng and absconding with funds, resulting in a financial deficit for the company. Longqi Bay is facing forced demolition. And authentic data indicates that the investment in Longqi Bay has caused Hongtian Group to incur losses of billions. The latest update from Hongtian Group reveals that its top 10 shareholders have withdrawn their investments, just when the company seemed to be at a dead end. A tremendous opportunity has emerged. Su Zhihing, the president of the prominent local real estate enterprise Xinghe Group, announced a comprehensive acquisition of Hongtian Group's assets. The stock of Hongtian Group, which had plummeted to its lowest point, is poised for a remarkable surge. As the news report concluded, Han Xiaolong wore an exuberant expression. I've hit the jackpot. Haha, it's my turn to prosper, he exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Lu Qing and shouting. However, Lu Qing appeared utterly astonished, taking a while to respond. Mr. Han, when can you introduce me to this esteemed brother of yours? Lu Qing asked, his face brimming with anticipation. Han Xiaolong's previous claims, which had seemed like mere fabrications, were now validated, and he had come to recognize the profound acumen of this stock market savant. What did you call me? Han Xiaolong said, crossing his legs with an air of pride. Lu Qing glanced at Han Xiaolong's phone, which displayed a rapidly climbing stock market trend. And with a flattering smile, he said, Father-in-law, could you do me a favor and make an introduction? Now that's more like it. Just remember to maintain a low profile around me from now on. Got it? Look at this. Can you see? Just within an hour, it has surged by 7%, raking in over 20,000. If it reaches the limit up stage, we could be looking at a daily profit of at least 50 or 60,000. Pure income. Han Xiaolong's excitement grew. His media company, Chita Media, was doing well with a net income of 500,000 a month, having invested over 10 million. However, his stock investment of 3 million was already yielding around 100,000 per month. This money is coming in far too easily. Chapter 24. My apologies, brother. Forever questioning you. At the same moment, within the restaurant, Chu Tianhe, brimming with exhilaration, slammed his phone onto the table. It has surged, my dear brother. It has skyrocketed, haha. I just saw the news. Xinghe Group is set to comprehensively acquire the assets of Hengtian Group. My brother, you are truly remarkable. You have attained divine status. Chu Tianhe's gaze towards Qin Feng was filled with fervor, akin to that of a devoted disciple. I have made a decision. Starting tomorrow, I shall cease my offerings to Guangong and instead print your photograph to worship daily. Chu Tianhe raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. His face flushed with excitement. The revenue from the KTVs he managed had never reached such heights. Thanks to Qin Feng's guidance in stock investments and garlic trading, he had amassed nearly $1 million in just a few days. A benefactor. Qin Feng was indeed his benefactor. Brother, please, you must be jesting, Qin Feng exclaimed, both amused and bewildered. But truly, my friend, could you share your insights? This seems almost supernatural. Chu Tianhe leaned in eagerly, his anticipation palpable. Do you wish to know? Qin Feng squinted slightly, adopting an air of mystery. Chu Tianhe nodded earnestly in response. I have experienced death once. Therefore, the memories from my past life are vividly clear, which means I possess the ability to foresee the future. Qin Feng spoke candidly, leaving no room for concealment. It was not that he lacked caution, rather, he understood that revealing his ability to predict the future might invite skepticism if disclosed too often. However, to be truthful, upon hearing this, Chu Tianhe scoffed and shook his head. Brother, your humor knows no bounds. The plots of novels do not even approach the absurdity of what you claim. It was evident that Chu Tianhe was skeptical. This is the effect, Qin Feng mused, recognizing that the secret he harbored might not be believed if shared. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to divulge it to just anyone. In truth, I encountered a sage who imparted to me the process of divination. Thus, each time I perform a reading, it exacts a toll on my own lifespan, Qin Feng observed as he noted Chu Tianhe's dwindling enthusiasm. He casually fabricated a reason. My goodness, brother, you have had quite the extraordinary experience. Henceforth, do try to use it sparingly. Money is endless, but life is singular. Chu Tianhe exclaimed. Hearing you say that makes me feel increasingly indebted to you. You have exchanged your life for mine. From this day forth, if I ever wrong you, may heaven strike me down. Suddenly, Chu Tianhe raised his hand earnestly, his eyes glistening with emotion. He was sincere. In stark contrast, Qin Feng was taken aback. To be honest, no one would believe such claims. Yet when I speak falsely, they take it to heart. With the atmosphere thickening, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for an explanation. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them, followed by Han Xiaolong bursting in, his face alight with excitement. He pulled out a large gift box from his coat and slammed it onto the table. Brother, let us not say anything more. I have erred. I previously found myself in a state of hesitation, even inviting my friend back for consultation. Truly, my brother, I owe you an apology. I cannot believe I harbor doubts. With that, Han Xiaolong's face was etched with remorse, and he lowered his head. After all, a 3 million investment warrants caution. Moreover, this is your trust in me, worth 3 million. I am profoundly gratified. Qin Feng, however, merely smiled and replied, Brother, with your character, I am truly impressed. Indeed, Han Xiaolong, did not yield even to my father, yet I yield to you. As he spoke, Han Xiaolong pulled out a chair and raised a glass, downing its contents in one gulp. By the way, how was the situation with that streamer at your company resolved? Asked Qin Feng, taking a small sip before casually inquiring. It has been resolved. That wretched woman has now been incarcerated. She hoarded contraband and even attempted to sue me. Thankfully, with your reminder, I was able to turn the tide. But let us set that aside for now. Brother, take a look at this. As he spoke, Han Xiaolong pushed a gift box towards Qin Feng. What does this mean? Qin Feng asked, perplexed. Chapter 25. Stock up on liquor. Opportunities abound. A small gift, brother. Please don't refuse. If you do, I might just get upset. I've heard that you received a house from Brother Chu. If you don't accept this small token, it would mean you look down on me, Han Xiaolong. Han Xiaolong declared earnestly. I remarked, Xiaolong, have you truly betrayed me so easily? What do you mean I received a house from you? That was my younger brother's. To this day, my brother has helped me earn over $1 million. I shan't even mention it further. Without his reminders, I would have fared far worse than you. There's no opportunity to repay him, Chu Tianhe responded, giving Han Xiaolong a friendly pat on the shoulder with a sigh. However, this left Qin Feng at a loss. Of course I accept. Why would I refuse? Qin Feng said as he began to unwrap the gift box. Upon opening it, he was momentarily stunned. A green watch, an emblem of prestige, a Rolex submariner, commonly known as the Green Water Ghost. Naturally, Qin Feng understood that Han Xiaolong would never gift him a counterfeit. This item was undoubtedly authentic. The gift was certainly extravagant. By the way, brother, there's also this. 2 bottles of the newly released Feitian Mitai? Han Xiaolong added excitedly, retrieving 2 bottles from the floor and placing them on the table. Upon seeing the matai, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. He put away the watch, initially intending to decline the gifts, but upon witnessing the matai, he reconsidered. How much did you acquire this matai for? Qin Feng inquired, picking up a bottle to inspect it. 53-degree sauce-flavored Feitian matai? An absolute commodity. I didn't spend a penny. My friend and I partnered to open a liquor specialty store. I simply took them directly from the shop. Han Jialong proclaimed with pride. If you two brothers are interested, I can easily get you each 2 cases. What about 100 cases? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Han Jialong was taken aback. After a moment, he grinned and said, Brother, it's not that I'm stingy. I could indeed procure 1,000 cases for you, but I'm curious, what do you plan to do with so much matai? While it has potential for appreciation, the market has remained stable over the past 2 years without significant fluctuations. There is no need to stir things up. Do you know the current price for a bottle from your friend? That is of no concern to me, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Please hold on a moment. Let me check. Han Jialong's mind was quick to react. Given Qin Feng's detailed inquiry about Feitian matai, he immediately sensed the scent of profit, a tantalizing prospect. After all, this was something of great importance to Qin Feng. He swiftly took out his phone and dialed, setting it to speaker mode. Soon, an excited voice came through the line. Hello, is this Brother Han? Which esteemed gentleman is reaching out to me? The anxious tone on the other end made Han Jialong's mood turn dark. With a broad grin, he remarked, Enough of your nonsense. My elder brother requires your assistance. What is the cost per bottle for that 53-degree Feitian matai? Ah, is it my esteemed brother inquiring? Could there possibly be a lucrative opportunity at hand? Lu Qing pressed eagerly, as if he were about to leap through the phone. At that moment, Han Jialong also displayed a look of predicament. He raised his gaze towards Qin Feng, awaiting his directive. Qin Feng then extended his hand, took the phone, and spoke into it. Hello, you must be a friend of Han Jialong. My name is Qin Feng, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As Qin Feng's words concluded, a brief silence ensued on the other end of the line, only to be abruptly followed by a piercing scream. Chapter 26. Following a good brother. Alas, Brother Qin, it is truly you. What an honor. What can I do for you? On the other end of the line, Lu Qing exclaimed with palpable excitement. Qin Feng found himself both amused and perplexed. Calm down. There is no need to be so courteous. I wish to inquire about the procurement price of Feitian matai. If feasible, I would like to purchase a batch, Qin Feng stated with a smile. Feitian matai, you say? The procurement price here is approximately 1,800 per bottle, while the market price is no less than 600 more, bringing it to around 2,400. In truth, we do not sell much each month. Although this product is a hard currency, its price is fixed, and it is primarily affordable for the upper middle class. Lu Qing replied with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng closed his eyes, immersing himself in the memory swirling within his mind. Like the ebb and flow of the ocean, yet with pinpoint accuracy. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Brother, do me a favor. At the price of 1,650, I would like to order 1,000 bottles. However, I need this batch in 3 days, Qin Feng calculated. Aware that the price of Feitian matai would soar in just 3 days, necessitating an early withdrawal of his stock funds. Are you really sure about this? After a long pause, Lu Qing's astonished voice came through the phone. Even nearby, Chu Tianhe and Han Jialong were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Such a significant order. Even at the 1,650 price, 1,000 bottles would amount to over 160 to 70,000. An ordinary person would never dare to engage in such a large transaction. Yet, given Qin Feng's determination, it surely held significance. Yes, it's just me who wants 1,000 bottles. After speaking, Qin Feng took a step back. Suddenly, Han Jialong rushed forward, shouting into the phone, Old Lu. Enough with the chatter. Get me 2,000 bottles. Following closely, Chu Tianhe approached and said calmly, Brother, I am a friend of Han Jialong. If it's convenient, could you also procure 1,000 bottles for me? My funds are limited. At that moment, the other end of the line fell into complete silence. Gentlemen, please hold on for a moment. I cannot guarantee that I can secure this price, but I will do my utmost. Give me 10 minutes. With that, Lu Qing abruptly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Han Jialong and Chu Tianhe leaned in closer. Brother, can we actually secure this price of 1,650? Han Jialong asked, puzzled. Indeed, my brother, we agreed to stock Feitian matai, but can they really sell at this price? Chu Tianhe echoed, equally perplexed. Rest assured, I've offered a generous price. I estimate that Lu Qing's own procurement cost is around 1,600. Qin Feng remarked with a mysterious smile. What on earth? Han Jialong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Hold on. The fact that he is willing to help with the procurement is already quite commendable. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. At this moment, on the other side in a luxurious suite, Lu Qing sat comfortably in a chair, crossing his legs and holding a mobile phone. Hello, Boss Lin. I have heard that your mitai is not selling well. Don't say that I am not looking out for your business. I would like to order 4,000 bottles at 16,050 each. As Lu Qing's words fell, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Suddenly, a startled voice broke through. Lu Xiao, you cannot be serious, can you? Are you truly ordering 4,000 bottles? If you say it that way, I might take you at your word. From the other end, a hoarse voice responded. Boss Lin, when have I ever joked about such matters? Lu Qing smirked proudly. Indeed. However, Lu Xiao, why the sudden demand for so much mitai? Is there some insider information? Boss Lin inquired. What insider information? Domestic sales are about the same. A good brother of mine wants to host an event and give gifts. Lu Qing skillfully concealed the true nature of his intentions. He was acutely aware that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. He understood that if it weren't for Han Xiaolong's connection, he would not have had the opportunity to learn of this insider information. It was not necessary for them to seek him out for mitai procurement. After all, this is a hard currency, and it would be easy to purchase in Longzhou. The reason they approached him was naturally due to the favor he received from Han Xiaolong. The more people who know, the fewer who will share in the benefits. He was well aware of this principle and would certainly not speak the truth. Chapter 27. Nyo Nyo, be good. Nyo Nyo is not afraid. Not a problem. There is nothing else, just the ample supply of flying mitai. On the other end of the line, Boss Lin spoke up. The deposit is essential. I still need to collect it. Your order is quite substantial. No issues with the deposit. I am transferring 1 million to you right now. Lu Qing replied in a low voice. Brother, for 1,000 bottles of mitai, don't require that much deposit. Boss Lin hurriedly said. Who said 4,000 bottles? That's the order for my good brother. I need 3,000 bottles myself. Lu Qing replied somberly. Instantly, Boss Lin on the other end became exhilarated. After reaching an agreement, the payment was made, and the deposit secured. Goods to be dispatched in 3 days. The following day, Qin Feng had purchased an abundance of fruits and snacks, his hands laden with bags of various sizes. He was also cradling a 1-meter-tall strawberry bear. He arrived at the entrance of the apartment rented by Lin Ruoxue and Nyo Nyo in the Taipei community. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who is it? A youthful voice soon echoed from within. It's Nyo Nyo. Qin Feng heard the sound of footsteps approaching the door. He peered through the peephole, imagining Nyo Nyo standing atop a small stool. Nyo Nyo, it's Daddy. I've brought you delicious treats. And a strawberry bear, he exclaimed, placing the snack bags down and lifting the strawberry bear to shake it gently. What a big strawberry bear. Nyo Nyo loves it. But Daddy, Mommy isn't home. She won't let me open the door. Are you going to leave? Nyo Nyo's voice rang out, filled with surprise but quickly tinged with reluctance. Of course not. Daddy brought you cake, stinky durian, fragrant chocolate, and hamburgers. So many tasty treats. Qin Feng lowered his voice, speaking tenderly. Soon, a sound of Nyo Nyo swallowing her saliva echoed from inside. She was intentionally making such a noise. So adorable. Daddy is so nice. I love you, Daddy. But I don't want to eat cake. Suddenly, Nyo Nyo's tone dropped, seemingly anxious. Why not? This is your favorite Fruit Kingdom cake. Qin Feng exclaimed, shaking the cake in his hand in confusion. Daddy, Nyo Nyo wants to eat. But Nyo Nyo is afraid you will hit me, Nyo Nyo said, her voice tinged with nervousness. How could that be? Daddy would never hit you. Daddy loves Nyo Nyo the most. Qin Feng hurriedly reassured her. But last time, I just glanced at that cake shop, and you hit me. It hurt so much. Nyo Nyo pouted, rubbing her bottom. In an instant, hearing Nyo Nyo's words, Qin Feng felt a pang of pain in his heart. It twisted painfully within him. He suddenly recalled a week prior, when he passed by a cake shop with Nyo Nyo. She had merely lingered for a moment, gazing with her pitiful, yearning eyes. At that time, he had just sobered up but was in a foul mood. In a fit of anger, he had struck Nyo Nyo in public. Nyo Nyo, feeling aggrieved, trailed behind him, apologizing. Daddy, I will never look again. She obediently declared. Nyo Nyo wants to eat the cake. She truly does not wish to. At this thought, Qin Feng could scarcely restrain himself from delivering a slap to his own face. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply and placed the cake at the doorstep. Nyo Nyo, your father has set the cake here. Let us wait for your mother to return so she can bring it inside, shall we? I will wait right here at the door. Recognizing that this predicament was of his own making, Qin Feng understood he must bear the consequences with ample patience, allowing his daughter to emerge from the shadows of the past. Yes, yes. Daddy is truly good, even better than Nyo Nyo. Let us wait for mother together. Nyo Nyo's voice resonated at the door. Meanwhile, Qin Feng settled himself on the steps, engaging his daughter in conversation and storytelling, soon eliciting peals of laughter from Nyo. Chapter 28. The overweight neighbor. Approximately half an hour later, a portly woman entered, carrying groceries. She resided directly across the hall. Upon hearing the sounds of conversation, she turned her head and spotted Qin Feng seated on the steps, his face pressed against the door as he chatted with Nyo. Instantly, the woman's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. She seized a broom from beside her and swung it at Qin Feng. "You human trafficker! How dare you come to my doorstep to deceive children? I'll kill you." The force of her strike was such that Qin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head. He sprang to his feet and grasped the broom with urgency. "Sister Fat, it's me. I'm not a trafficker," he exclaimed in a desperate attempt to clarify. However, upon recognizing him, her fury intensified. "Qin Feng, how dare it be you? You deserve every blow. You scoundrel, how could you dare to disturb Ruoshi Yue and her daughter? Do you possess any humanity? Get out, or I swear I'll end you today." Sister Fat withdrew the broom and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Qin Feng. Initially, he raised his arms to shield himself, but soon he leaned against the door, allowing her to rain blows upon him. "I'm sorry, Sister Fat. Go ahead and hit me. I deserve it. I've wronged both of them, and I've wronged you for testifying on my behalf." Qin Feng shut his eyes, recalling how he had once inflicted harm upon Ruoshi Yue, an incident that nearly led to their divorce. Afterward, he had maneuvered to coax Ruoshi Yue back into his life, largely due to Sister Fat's assistance. Yet, the respite was fleeting. He only escalated his mistreatment of both Ruoshi Yue and Nyo. Initially, it was physical violence, which eventually morphed into emotional torment. He had engaged in domestic abuse, lived off Ruoshi Yue, and squandered family funds on lottery tickets. Later, he had strayed, cavorting with other women and brazenly bringing them home. When Lin Ruoshi Yue opened the door to find one of these women inside, the scene was apocalyptic. 6 years of torment had extinguished all hope within her. Consequently, Sister Fat felt a deep sense of guilt for having advocated for a demon, plunging Ruoshi Yue back into despair. Witnessing Qin Feng now, her resentment boiled over. She wished nothing more than to obliterate him. "Don't hit Daddy." "No. Daddy came to bring cake for Nyo. Aunt Fat, please don't hit Daddy, woo-woo." Inside the house, Nyo stood on a small stool, peering through the peephole and seeing Qin Feng being struck. She immediately burst into tears. Sister Fat, initially intent on delivering a few more blows to vent her anger, paused upon hearing Nyo's cries. Yet, the broom had already bent from the force. Sister Fat was slightly taken aback. In the past, Qin Feng would have retaliated by now. Why was he standing there motionless this time? Had he sustained internal injuries? Perhaps he deserved it. "Nyo, don't cry. Aunt Fat won't hit him anymore." "I won't." Sister Fat called out towards the door, then turned to face Qin Feng, her expression a tempest of rage, her eyes ablaze. "Nyo even interceded for you, you wretched creature. The last time Nyo had a fever, she was so ill that she fainted at home. And you still dared to lay a hand on her. Scoundrel, cretin, hurry and leave my sight. If I see you again, I shall make you pay dearly." Sister Pang rolled up her sleeves, revealing a tapestry of tattoos. In her earlier years, she had certainly navigated the rougher waters of life. Yet her heart was not without kindness. With a booming voice and a robust physique, she sold pork at the market. Qin Feng had witnessed her single-handedly driving off 3 ruffians, forcing them to flee in terror. Fierce indeed. Sister Pang, I apologize, for I have come merely to bring Nyo some food, not to disturb her and her mother. Rest assured, next time I shall leave the offerings at the door. By the way, here is the 4,000 yuan you lent for Nyo's hospital stay during her fever, and an additional 5,000 for you to keep. Qin Feng rubbed his bruised arms, feeling a slight numbness. Chapter 29. He seems to have changed. With a heavy heart, he retrieved 5,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and placed it into Sister Pang's hands. Furrowing her brow, Sister Pang merely glanced at the money before hurling it back into Qin Feng's face. "Get lost. Spare me this charade. Do you think you can buy me off and persuade Ruoshi Yue to return, so that you, this beast, can torment her again? The most regrettable decision I ever made in my life was to assist you, a heartless wretch, in bringing Ruoshi Yue back, nearly leading to her demise." Sister Pang's eyes blazed as she shouted, her voice echoing painfully in Qin Feng's ears. Money scattered across the ground. Qin Feng silently bent down, picking up each bill, devoid of any anger, appearing remarkably subdued. Watching him gather the money, Sister Pang felt a flicker of surprise. What has happened to this fellow? Why is he so passive this time, not retaliating or rebutting? Could it be that he has genuinely changed? No, it must be an act. I cannot fall for his tricks again. She shook her head, dismissing her thoughts, realizing she had been too soft-hearted, too easily deceived by others. "Sister Pang, please, take this money. I harbor no ulterior motives, and do not dare hope for Roashua's forgiveness. Everything I do now is an act of atonement. I vow that you will not believe me, so I wish to express my remorse through my actions and alleviate the sins I have committed. Please grant me this opportunity, not as a plea for forgiveness, but merely for penance. Qin Feng took a deep breath and once more placed the neatly arranged bills into Sister Pang's hands. Cradling his head, he approached the door. Nyo, Daddy is leaving now, but I will come to see you again soon. The cake and the strawberry bear. Let Sister Pang take them home for now. When Mommy returns, we can have them back, all right? Qin Feng ventured cautiously. Daddy. Suddenly, a sweet, youthful voice emerged from within the room. Yes, Daddy is here, Qin Feng replied with a broad smile. Does it still hurt? Nyo wants to blow on it. Blowing will make it feel better. The child's voice resonated through the room. Qin Feng could easily envision Nyo pouting, blowing air through the peephole. She cared little for the cake or the toys, but was instead concerned about whether her somewhat monstrous father was in pain. Such thoughtfulness, such understanding. Tears streamed down Qin Feng's face, yet he smiled joyfully, overwhelmed with emotion. He leaned closer to the door and whispered softly, then let Nyo blow on it for Daddy. Okay, Nyo will blow on it so it won't hurt anymore. Whoosh whoosh. The child was earnestly blowing. In an instant, Qin Feng slid down against the door, pounding his head in despair. Why? How could a father inflict pain upon his own daughter? A beast. Qin Feng, you are nothing but a beast. He stifled his cries, desperate to silence himself. Daddy, does it still hurt? Nyo asked with genuine concern. No, Daddy doesn't hurt anymore. Nyo is truly remarkable. Just a gentle blow from her made the pain vanish. Daddy is leaving now, but I promise to buy you plenty of delicious treats another day. Qin Feng hurriedly composed himself, rising from the ground and striding towards the door. Goodbye, Daddy, echoed Nyo's voice from within the room. Pao Je merely cast a fleeting glance, suddenly realizing that Qin Feng seemed indeed different from before. Could it be that this fellow had genuinely changed his nature? As Pao Je pondered this, Qin Feng had already reached the entrance of the building. Lin Roashua stepped inside, a small bag of rice slung over her shoulder. Upon noticing her, Qin Feng rushed forward, but Lin Roashua was momentarily startled. He instinctively extended his hand to take the bag, yet Lin Roashua abruptly snapped back to reality. Retreating a step, her arm instinctively rose to shield her forehead, a reflex born from past trauma. Qin Feng's outstretched hand halted in midair, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Chapter 30, Everything Thrown In. At this moment, Lin Roashua lowered her arms and glared fiercely at Qin Feng, demanding to know what he was doing there. The plump sister, witnessing this from behind, hurried over. Lin Roashua's face was etched with disdain. She had already divorced Qin Feng. Why was he still persisting in his pursuit? Roashua, please don't misunderstand. I merely came to see Nyo and brought her some snacks, Qin Feng asserted, gesturing towards the treats strewn on the ground. Lin Roashua cast a fleeting glance before striding forward and kicking the snacks and toys aside, coldly stating, no need for that. Just stay away from us. Nyo and I wish to lead a simple life. With that, she produced her keys and unlocked the door, where Nyo had been waiting. Peering through the gap and spotting Qin Feng. Upon hearing Lin Roashua's words, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh. He had inflicted profound hurt upon this mother-daughter duo. It was clear that mere gifts and kind words would not suffice to mend the rift. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Nyo, Qin Feng called out as he turned to exit. Wait, take back what you brought. We do not need it, Lin Roashua abruptly demanded, snatching up the toy from the floor. However, by then, Qin Feng had swiftly pushed open the door and departed. Leave the things behind. You've already let go of them. There's no need to squabble over money, let alone with people. Lin Roashua thought, contemplating the abundance of snacks and toys meant for Nyo. Gifts that were his responsibility, which he could afford without concern. Just as she was about to discard the items, Lin Roashua halted upon hearing the plump sister's voice. The plump sister approached and took the toys, delivering them into Nyo's hands. Yet, instead of joy, Nyo's face reflected worry as she observed her mother's shifting expressions. Are you not afraid to accept the toys he bought? Lin Roashua questioned her daughter, her concern palpable. Daddy won't hit Nyo anymore, Nyo replied, her innocence shining through. Sighing, Lin Roashua shook her head and turned to the plump sister, asking, hasn't he caused you any trouble, has he? If he does, don't hesitate to call the police. No, not at all. In fact, I gave him a piece of my mind earlier. The plump sister responded. Roashua, I want to advise you otherwise, but I must speak candidly. This fellow seems genuinely different from before. He doesn't retaliate or argue. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that he has harmed you both. So, there's no need to feel courteous. You owe him no forgiveness. If he approaches you feeling wronged, let it out. Don't bottle it up, the plump sister suggested, observing Lin Ruoshue's changing demeanor. Huh, strike him? I wouldn't dare. As long as I can keep my distance from him, that suffices, Lin Ruoshue replied with a bitter smile. The plump sister sighed in response, understanding the gravity of the situation. Although she sensed a significant transformation in Qin Feng this time, she dared not offer any advice, recalling past experiences. 2 days later, as Qin Feng observed the upward trend in stocks, a smile graced his face. Daily earnings reached at least tens of thousands. Yet this was far from fulfilling his current aspirations. A monumental fortune was on the horizon, one that could truly elevate him across social strata. Thus, it was imperative for him to amass sufficient capital beforehand. At present, he closed his eyes, acutely aware of the vast information disparities surrounding him, with memories swirling in his mind. Qin Feng could no longer afford to wait for the stocks. He withdrew everything, totaling 1,700,000, and invested it all into the wholesale of Matai. Chapter 31. Purchasing a second-hand air conditioner, 165,000. He bought 1,000 bottles of Maudai. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, he took out his phone and made a call. Brother Chu, I need your assistance with something. Qin Feng said, stop beating around the bush. There's no need for such formality with me. Whether it's money, manpower, or even life, just speak your mind. Chu Tianhe seemed to have just woken up, still a bit grumpy. However, upon answering Qin Feng's call, all his irritation transformed into camaraderie. For Qin Feng, he regarded him as a benefactor. Nowadays, the deity they worshipped at home had been replaced by a photo of Qin Feng. He had become a figure of faith. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Nevertheless, the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. Brother Chu, I won't be coy with you. Aside from the funds you've invested in stocks, how much do you have left? Qin Feng inquired seriously. On the other end, Chu Tianhe paused for a moment in contemplation before responding, there's over 1 million left. If you need it, I can liquidate some of my stocks. However, Qin Feng shook his head in response. No, that is not necessary. Just lend me 1 million for now. In 3 days before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Stunned, he wondered what had just happened. Could it be the request for a loan that had caused this? The next moment, he received a notification of a transfer. 120,000 had arrived. Qin Feng burst into laughter. Chu Tianhe was indeed a man of urgency, yet he was also very loyal. Throughout the time he was in debt, he had never troubled Lin Ruoshue. He always sought to discuss matters with Qin Feng instead. Glancing at the amount in hand, he stood up and headed outside. This 1 million was sufficient. Qin Feng first arrived at the largest second-hand appliance market in the city, locating the most prominent store before entering. Boss, do you have any second-hand air conditioners? Qin Feng inquired. Of course. What model are you looking for? The owner, a middle-aged man, displayed a look of impatience. After all, the profit margins on second-hand air conditioners were not particularly high, as most sales required bulk transactions to yield profit. Individual buyers like Qin Feng typically did not generate significant earnings. How many do you have? Qin Feng scanned the store and asked. We have as many as you want. Are you looking to buy in bulk? The owner replied. Exactly. If the price is right, I'd like 2,000 units, Qin Feng stated earnestly. Brother, you must be joking. 2,000 units? Even at the lowest price of 500 each, that would be 1 million. The owner's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he might be hallucinating. Over the years of running his business, he had encountered numerous large orders. Many companies sought to cut costs by purchasing second-hand air conditioners from him. However, he had never before encountered a single order for such an astronomical quantity. The largest order barely reaches 500,000. The profit from each unit amounts to little more than 200. I am ready to pay the deposit now. Is there any issue with the quantity of air conditioners on your end? If there is, I will make the payment immediately. Let me make it clear, the air conditioners must be functional. Otherwise, this business deal will fall through. Qin Feng stated earnestly. Please, do not address me as the boss. You are the true proprietor here. I will arrange everything for you right away. Upon hearing this, the owner's eyes lit up with excitement. A substantial order. A truly colossal one. It seems the entire inventory could be entirely cleared out. The individual before him appeared to be a veritable god of wealth. There was no room for negligence. The owner, brimming with enthusiasm, led Qin Feng to the warehouse. Upon witnessing the mountains of air conditioners, a smile spread across Qin Feng's face. Chapter 32. Friends in the winery business. The proprietor summoned the workers and commenced an inventory check, which consumed a full 3 hours. Due to insufficient stock, he had to borrow several hundred units from other stores, ultimately managing to gather 2,000 units. Without hesitation, Qin Feng promptly made a payment of 1 million. Additionally, he placed an order for 200,000 yuan worth of central air conditioning units and floor-standing air conditioners. He also rented 2 more storage rooms that had previously been used for garlic storage, paying the landlord 2,000 yuan. By the time all arrangements were finalized, it was already afternoon. Although Qin Feng felt utterly exhausted, his face radiated joy. Just as he was preparing to head home, he received a phone call. To his surprise, it was from Sheng Hongyan. "Brother Qin, are you busy? I need to discuss something with you," she said with enthusiasm. "Tell me the location, and I shall come to fetch you." Qin Feng replied, taken aback by her warmth. It was unimaginable that the female president of the Shengshi group could be so amiable, even flattering a male acquaintance. With such directness, Qin Feng found it difficult to decline. "All right, I'll be at the east entrance of the wholesale market," he said before ending the call. 20 minutes later, a sleek black extended Range Rover pulled up before him. Sheng Hongyan emerged from the vehicle. Clad in a short skirt and a white t-shirt, her long legs adorned with black silk stockings from Balenciaga, and stepping into a pair of Valentino heels. In an instant, she became the most eye-catching figure on the street. Passers-by waiting for the bus were left in a daze, their gazes fixed on her as she gracefully approached Qin Feng. "Brother Qin, let us get in the car. I want to introduce you to a friend today," Sheng Hongyan said, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Is your friend in the wine business? Import trade?" Qin Feng's question left her utterly astonished, rendering her speechless for a moment. "Brother Qin, I was just joking. Please don't take offense. You're incredible. It's as if you have surveillance on me." "How did you know?" Sheng Hongyan exclaimed, realizing that only she and her friend were privy to the meeting. "You're flattering me. I was merely guessing. Let us get in the car." Qin Feng replied with a smile as he headed towards the vehicle. Sheng Hongyan personally opened the car door for him, causing the surrounding men to gulp in envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy, wishing they could take Qin Feng's place. Once inside the car, Sheng Hongyan pressed the accelerator and drove off with flair, leaving many hearts shattered in her wake. It was beyond comprehension how such a stunning and affluent woman could be so forward. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Sheng Hongyan arrived at an upscale restaurant. Upon entering the private room, they found a handsome young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, casually seated while manipulating a laptop. Upon Qin Feng's entrance, he finally lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Qin Feng. "Is this the benefactor you spoke of? The one who spared you from incurring losses amounting to several million? The esteemed individual?" The man scrutinized Qin Feng with a measured demeanor. "Indeed, this is my benefactor," Sheng Hongyan responded. "Qin Feng, my dear brother, allow me to introduce you to my friend, Gao Jie, who is currently invested in 2 wineries with remarkable success. His annual profits surpass even mine." Sheng Hongyan smiled as she made the introduction, yet she refrained from elaborating on Qin Feng's background, as he had neither a company nor any industry to speak of. Thus, she could only emphasize his status as her benefactor to underscore his significance in her eyes. Subsequently, the two of them took their seats. Chapter 33, I previously mentioned to you that Brother Qin is quite remarkable. "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I have heard from Hongyan about you, and had the foresight to learn that Xiang Zhengnan intended to abscond with funds. From where did you acquire such insider information?" "It appears to be quite accurate." Gao Jie displayed a gentlemanly smile. However, there was an underlying tone of provocation in his words, dismissing Qin Feng's warning as mere hearsay, which carried a hint of disparagement. Qin Feng chose to remain silent, exhibiting a demeanor of indifference. "Gao Jie, one must not speak in such a manner. It took considerable effort to invite Brother Qin to assist you, so refrain from making reckless remarks. Brother Qin's insights have proven remarkably effective. Not only did I benefit from his counsel, but Han Jialong also escaped a calamity due to Brother Qin's warning. Furthermore, I have heard that Brother Qin, together with General Chu, managed to stockpile garlic and earned $1 million in just a few days. This matter has recently garnered considerable attention," Hong Yin hurriedly explained, her heart racing with anxiety. She worried that Gao Jie's harsh words might drive Qin Feng away. For Gao Jie was her closest friend who had provided substantial support during her most challenging times. Thus, this visit was intended to request Qin Feng's assistance for Gao Jie, an invaluable opportunity not to be squandered. "Oh, stockpiling garlic? Huh, what a splendid business. I did not expect Mr. Qin to engage in such high-end enterprises," Gao Jie remarked nonchalantly, revealing his arrogance with the term high-end. Naturally, he had the credentials to be self-assured. At the age of 28, he successfully managed a thriving winery through his connections, generating a net income of tens of millions annually, thereby distinguishing himself in the industry. "You make a valid point. Garlic, as an agricultural commodity, is indeed considered a low-end business, hardly worthy of distinction. In contrast, fine wines are the favored indulgence of the upper class. The 2 wineries in which you have invested yield substantial monthly revenues, making it understandable that you look down upon such crops," Qin Feng replied with a slight smile. "You possess good discernment. Your perspective is commendable and with sufficient insight. Great wealth may yet be within your reach. Continue your efforts. Gao Jie replied dismissively while tapping away at his computer. However, higher investments invariably entail greater risks. My stockpiling of garlic might only cost me a few $100,000 at most. Yet, your recent acquisition of Romanicani from the French vineyard, should it incur losses, would amount to over 20 million. Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile. Instantly, Gao Jie set aside his computer, raising his head slowly. First, he glanced at Qin Feng, then shifted his gaze to Hong Yan. Did you inform him? Gao Jie inquired with a furrowed brow, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. How could that be possible? I have revealed nothing. Gao Jie, I previously told you that Brother Qin is extraordinary. You must heed his words. Do not take this lightly, for if you do, you shall suffer greatly. Moreover, Brother Qin has already warned that the batch of wine you acquired will incur losses. You should promptly return it. Sheng Hongyan earnestly advised. However, to her surprise, Gao Jie suddenly burst into laughter, tilting his head back in mirth. Hongyan, have you succumbed to delusion, brainwash perhaps? After all, you are the esteemed president of the Shengshi Group, the esteemed CEO. Can you truly believe such childish tales? In the realm of business, I place no faith in heaven, nor in the earth, and certainly not in deities. I only trust in myself. The accomplishments I have today are not the result of advice from street fortune tellers, are they? Gao Jie retorted with a sardonic tone. Chapter 34. Why should I tell you? Gao Jie, mind your tone. It was no small feat for me to invite Brother Qin here to assist you. This is an act of salvation. Do not be ungrateful. Had it not been for your previous help, I would have had no inclination to engage with you. Brother Qin, I apologize. It was my mistake to bring you to meet him. Let us depart. Sheng Hongyan immediately grew anxious. After the last lesson, she held unwavering faith in Qin Feng and would not tolerate anyone defaming him. With a frosty demeanor, she rose and prepared to leave with Qin Feng. Wait. Just as Qin Feng was about to stand, Gao Jie suddenly adopted a serious expression. Clutching his notebook, he raised his head and fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng. Is there something else? Qin Feng inquired coolly. I do not wish to upset Hong Yan because of you. Since you claim to possess keen intuition, why not tell me what I was doing in front of the computer just now? Gao Jie wore a smug smile, his eyes glinting with confrontation. Gao Jie, enough? Brother Qin, let us ignore him and leave. Let him ponder his regrets. Sheng Hongyan grasped Qin Feng's hand, eager to exit. However, Qin Feng halted. You just opened a position, purchasing 5 million shares of Hengtian Group. Qin Feng suddenly declared. Gao Jie's previously mocking expression froze instantly, and a profound light flickered in his eyes, his heart swelling with astonishment. It was already too late to buy Hengtian Group stocks. There would be little profit to be made. For a novice like you, it would be wise to steer clear of the stock market. Otherwise, even with 100 wineries, you would not recoup your losses. Qin Feng spoke from a position of superiority. Oh, if that is the case, do you have some accomplishments in the stock market? Why not share which stocks you have purchased and how much you have earned? Gao Jie forced himself to suppress his rising anger, his voice deepening. He was enraged. Qin Feng's earlier remark about being a novice had struck a nerve. He had only recently begun dabbling in stocks, suffering considerable losses. Yet, he remained undeterred. For he knew to break through, one must venture into new territories. I have recently invested in only one stock, Hengtian Group. 3 days ago, I invested over $1 million. That is all my savings. With that, Qin Feng pulled out his phone and displayed today as trading information for Gao Jie to see. Upon seeing this, Gao Jie was momentarily taken aback, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Then, he sneered and clapped his hands mockingly. Not bad. Indeed, you possess foresight. But what does that matter? You are still fearful, are you not? Afraid of hitting the ceiling price, then closing your position and withdrawing your funds. By your own admission, I, a novice, know that for at least half a month, there will be no ceiling price and no decline. You have keen insight, but lacking courage. You are destined not to amass wealth. Gao Jie had thoroughly engaged in a contest of wills with Qin Feng. Yet, he merely profited from exploiting information gaps to trade agricultural products. What was there to boast about? At least in his presence, I am devoid of any capital. This is due to my financial constraints, requiring my investment in other ventures. Unlike you, Boss Gao, who boldly plunged into the realm of fine wines, investing 20 million in procuring premium overseas red wine. Alas, as Qin Feng spoke, he sighed, shaking his head, and turned to leave. Qin Feng, wait a moment. Gao Jie interjected. You repeatedly assert that there is an issue with my batch of wine. Then, pray tell, what exactly is the problem? After the initial surge of anger, Gao Jie, now abruptly calm, began to feel a pang of concern. At that moment, he sensed a subtle pressure emanating from Qin Feng. Indeed, This only heightened his curiosity about the origins of this enigmatic individual. If it were mere luck that had allowed him to hoard garlic, invest in stocks, and assist Sheng Hongyan and Han Xiaolong in evading disaster, then when fortune reaches a state of equilibrium, what remains is sheer capability. His mindset began to undergo a delicate transformation. As he posed this question, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him, surfacing unnoticed. "Why should I disclose anything to you?" Qin Feng remarked, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. Unexpectedly, Gao Jie offered an apology. Chapter 35, Weather Forecast, The Impact of Typhoon Kana. Although it was merely a verbal apology, devoid of any sincerity, at that moment, Sheng Hongyan was struck with astonishment. It seemed that Qin Feng possessed remarkable capabilities. With just a few words, even the notoriously arrogant Gao Jie was brought to his knees in submission. "You look down on me," Qin Feng proclaimed, his gaze deep and penetrating. "No, how could that be? You are Hongyan's benefactor." Gao Jie hastily defended himself. "You do." Qin Feng's tone, though not raised, radiated an undeniable authority. From beginning to end, he remained calm and collected, like an unyielding mountain. Even Gao Jie felt a surge of anxiety, unable to meet the piercing gaze of Qin Feng, reminiscent of a hawk. Ultimately, he could only take a deep breath and apologize sincerely. "I am sorry. My previous attitude was inappropriate. I sincerely apologize." With that, Gao Jie bowed deeply. Boom. Sheng Hongyan was struck as if by lightning, her face a mask of disbelief, her mind a blank canvas. Gao Jie had genuinely apologized for the second time. My heavens, Brother Qin is truly remarkable. An idol indeed. Qin Feng then smiled slightly and remarked, "You should probably retract the batch of goods you received. The journey from Nanhai Bay to the Faxilon dock will take 2 days and a night. Especially tonight, as the super typhoon Kana will sweep through the South China Sea." As Qin Feng's words echoed, Gao Jie wore a look of confusion. "Mr. Qin, you cannot be serious. The Kana typhoon travels through the northern and southern seas, passing through the Sakura Nation. How could it possibly traverse thousands of kilometers of ocean to directly impact the South China Sea?" Gao Jie shook his head, clearly skeptical. The seriousness he had shown earlier had completely vanished, believing Qin Feng to be speaking nonsense. "Go to the window now. Our city is coastal, at 10 o'clock tonight. The Kana typhoon will indeed affect us, but not significantly. However, after it passes through our waters, the next area, need I elaborate? Your goods are already en route." Qin Feng concluded, gesturing toward the window. Gao Jie, still doubtful, approached the window. It was calm, only a gentle breeze stirred. After several minutes, impatience began to show on Gao Jie's face. Just then, Qin Feng glanced at the time and smiled. "It's here." Boom. As his words fell, a tremendous flash of lightning tore through the night sky, followed by torrential rain and howling winds. The window rattled loudly, and raindrops were blown onto Gao Jie. In that moment, Gao Jie was stunned, utterly bewildered. Trembling, he pulled out his phone to check the transport route, and then looked at the real-time weather forecast. To his horror, he discovered that the Kana storm had indeed passed through the South China Sea, impacting Longzhou as well, though the route had deviations. He had no choice but to believe it now. Upon the mere thought of it, his heart raced furiously as he hastily retrieved his phone and made a call. "Assistant Sun, swiftly, we must return. I demand a complete reversal." Hai Jie bellowed into the phone, his fury palpable. "If you dare utter a single word of protest, I swear I will take your life." After hanging up, his face was ashen. He approached Qin Feng, contemplating for a moment before bending his legs, ready to kneel. "Brother Qin, I was mistaken. I should not have underestimated you. I implore you to accept my sincere apologies." Just as Hai Jie was about to descend to the ground, Qin Feng seized him, lifting him back up. "The matter is not yet resolved. You must return that shipment." Qin Feng asserted earnestly. "Brother, why must we do that? If we evade the typhoon, we can set sail the following day and deliver it. This cargo was painstakingly procured through my connections with merchants from the estate in several countries. We acquired it at 29,999, and it will return at 199,999. Hai Jie expressed his confusion. Though he now trusted Qin Feng implicitly, he remained puzzled as to why they needed to return the goods. Chapter 36. Speak first. It has become simpler. The reason being, the goods you purchased are counterfeit. You must have some samples in hand. Why not have them tested? Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Fake wine? Surely not. Gao Jie was immediately flabbergasted. How could the manner he had been sourcing from sell him counterfeit wine? Furthermore, that was merchandise worth tens of millions. You still don't believe me? Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Brother, just wait a moment. I will have them tested right away. With that, Gao Jie pulled out his phone and made a call, appearing quite anxious as he paced back and forth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After all, This pertained to tens of millions in merchandise. There could be no room for error. Otherwise, once the goods arrived, returning them would be impossible. Soon, the call was answered. Chi, please take those 2 bottles of Roman e Conti from my wine cabinet and have them tested quickly. As Gao Jie finished speaking, the call was disconnected, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. Approximately half an hour later, his phone rang. He answered it hastily. Mr. Gao, there is bad news. The test results are in. The 2 bottles of wine contained numerous toxic substances, and after conducting an experiment, 2 little white mice have already perished. Even if the human body can endure greater toxicity, the amount in a single bottle could be lethal. As the secretary's voice echoed through the phone, Gao Jie collapsed onto the ground, as if struck by lightning. His hands began to tremble. He quickly hung up and dialed Assistant Sunday. Assistant Sun, listen to me. Have all the goods brought ashore immediately and return them all. Don't transfer the final payment. Reclaim all the previous deposits. Otherwise, I swear I will end you. Gao Jie shouted furiously into the phone. After hanging up again, he took several deep breaths before turning to Qin Feng and suddenly kneeling before him. Brother, you are my savior. Those wines indeed had issues. If they were to be brought back, not only would I face immense financial losses, but if a life were lost, I would be utterly finished. As he spoke, tears streamed down Gao Jie's face. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with the joy of having escaped a calamity. He was moved to tears. Had it not been for Qin Feng's warning, he would have been completely ruined. Just thinking about the consequences sent chills down his spine. Please, rise and speak. Qin Feng extended his hand to help him up. At that moment, Sheng Hongyan looked on in astonishment. In just over an hour, the typically arrogant Gao Jie had been thoroughly subdued. I mentioned before that you should speak more politely. Otherwise, you wouldn't be kneeling to apologize now. Sheng Hongyan said with a slight smile. Hongyan, please don't bring up old grievances. I have truly been humbled. Brother, how did you know so much? This is too uncanny. Could it be that you really have some kind of supernatural ability? Gao Jie scratched his head, astonished as he asked. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly and remained silent. There is a matter for which I must trouble you both. I have recently acquired 2,000 second-hand air conditioners. Should any of the business owners you know be in need, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The price is quite reasonable, at 1,000 each. It's about volume, not price, Qin Feng said with a smile. Brother, why on earth did you procure so many second-hand air conditioners? A typhoon is approaching, and it is likely to rain in the coming days. They will hardly be of any use. Gao Jie responded, his face a mask of confusion. Chapter 37. The second-hand air conditioners are hard to sell. Indeed, Brother Qin, your sudden acquisition of so many second-hand air conditioners. Is there a potential opportunity at hand? Is it still possible to procure more at this stage? Sheng Hongyan has always been astute in matters of commerce, especially when it comes to any new ventures by Qin Feng. To her, every hint of activity is a wealth of opportunity. This minor endeavor, dear ones, is not worth your exertion. In due time, there will be chances for us to reap profits in the stock market. Therefore, should you have acquaintances in need, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Qin Feng casually remarked. Rest assured, brother, if any arise, I shall contact you immediately. Even if they do not sell, I will cover your costs and store them within my company for gradual liquidation. Gao Jie declared with a hearty slap on his chest, exuding confidence. Brother Qin, I am acquainted with a company specializing in second-hand renovations. We could potentially negotiate with them. A price of 1,000, is that not a bit steep? Sheng Hongyan inquired. That is indeed the lowest price. Furthermore, all units are from reputable brands like Gree and Medea. Although second-hand, they are in sound condition. Should any issues arise, we guarantee replacement or refund. Qin Feng replied in a firm tone. All right, brother. Sheng Hongyan nodded, committing the matter to memory. That evening, Sheng Hongyan accompanied Qin Feng home, subsequently initiating contact to assist in selling the air conditioners, viewing it as a gesture of reciprocity. If all else fails, she would gladly purchase them herself. The following day, while seated in her office, Sheng Hongyan dialed a number. Manager Liu, does your renovation project still require air conditioners? They are second-hand, priced at 1,000 each. Should you be interested, do not hesitate to reach out. On the other end, Manager Liu responded, Miss Hongyan, are second-hand air conditioners truly so costly? If they are yours, I shall take them, but if they belong to someone else, I shall decline. Consider it a favor for me. Sheng Hongyan had anticipated this. Knowing that the weather forecast predicted rain and strong winds due to an impending typhoon, rendering air conditioners nearly unnecessary for the next few days. Very well, Miss Hongyan. In a few days, during our renovations, we shall assess our needs and contact you. With that, Manager Liu hung up the phone. Sighing, Sheng Hongyan resumed her calls, reaching out to other partners she had previously collaborated with. However, each was reluctant, stating they would only consider it as a favor. Yet, favors hold great value. This depletion of goodwill, merely to sell air conditioners, was less advantageous than if she simply purchased them outright. Thus, she resolved to refrain from further calls and instead invest her own funds to acquire all of Qin Feng's air conditioners. Meanwhile, Gao Jie sat in a CAF, across from a young man. "Brother, what business do you have for me this time?" The young man sipped his coffee slowly. "Indeed, I have a matter of interest. I heard you recently opened a hotel. Have you procured air conditioners yet?" Gao Jie inquired with a smile. "Not yet, but I am preparing to place an order." "Why? Do you have a connection for a wholesale price?" The young man's eyes sparkled with interest. The quantity of air conditioners required for the hotel is indeed substantial. The internal pricing will also result in significant savings. "First, tell me, how much does a new one cost?" Gao Jie inquired. "According to the budget, it's at least over 2,000 per unit. Initially, I considered acquiring some second-hand air conditioners, given the financial constraints. However, with the current weather conditions, there is no immediate necessity. We shall wait and see. Perhaps the prices will drop." The young man chuckled as he spoke. Chapter 38. A visit to the former in-laws. I have second-hand air conditioners for sale, refurbished and priced at 1,000 each. They work excellently in terms of cooling, and they belong to my brother. If you need one, you should consider buying. Gao Jie said earnestly. 1,000 for a second-hand unit? Have you lost your mind? Besides, in this weather, I don't even need an air conditioner. I think I'll wait a bit longer. I would rather purchase a new one than settle for used. The young man shook his head in refusal. "Very well, but don't come to me for assistance in the future." Gao Jie, upon hearing this, stood up and headed towards the exit. "Brother, you are being excessively pragmatic. I've already covered the coffee," the young man called out as he reluctantly rose to settle the bill. At that moment, Qin Feng, prepared with gifts, was heading towards the home of his former in-laws. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Gao Jie calling. "Brother, I sincerely apologize. I've asked many people, but no one is interested. If it comes to that, I can take it off your hands." Gao Jie spoke with a tone of disappointment. "Don't worry, in a couple of days, someone will come looking for you. Just wait at home. There's no need to be proactive." Qin Feng replied with a mysterious smile. He looked up to see the dark clouds passing as the sun gradually emerged, his face breaking into a confident smile. "I hope so. By the way, brother, what are you up to? Do you need my assistance?" Gao Jie inquired. "I'm visiting my in-laws. That is all for now. I'll hang up." Qin Feng concluded and ended the call, continuing towards the community. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Feng placed all the gifts down on the ground, including the Chinese cigarettes, sea cucumbers, ginseng, and a box of Mao Tai that Han Xiaolong had gifted him previously. After all this effort, he was drenched in sweat. Yet, standing at the door, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He recalled how his former in-laws, despite their age, had once treated him like their own son, only to be left deeply disappointed by him. Especially since he had once made a promise in front of his father-in-law to ensure that Ruoxue would be the happiest woman in the world. Yet, reality had unfolded in stark contrast. Failures in business and setbacks in life had left him in disarray. He succumbed to alcoholism, gambling, and a life of aimlessness, even infidelity and domestic violence. His actions had extinguished any remaining hope his in-laws had for him. He had even resorted to physically abusing Ruoxue to extract money for his escapades, and when she couldn't provide it, he would create disturbances at his in-laws' home, coercing them for their pension funds to squander on other women. Just thinking about it sent chills down Qin Feng's spine. Even with his rebirth and determination to reform, he was at a loss for how to face his former in-laws. He realized that the sins he had committed could only be atoned for by himself. Gathering his courage, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing an elderly woman standing at the threshold. Dressed in a floral long shirt and trousers, her feet adorned with slippers, she exclaimed with a radiant smile, "Old Lin, why are you here so soon?" However, before the elderly woman could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Qin Feng, and she was instantly rendered speechless, her expression shifting to one of palpable anxiety. "Mom, is Dad not home?" Qin Feng inquired with a smile. What are you doing here? Hasn't Ruoxue divorced you? Why have you returned?" The elderly woman, Li Guizhi, was indeed Qin Feng's mother-in-law. Upon recognizing him, she quickly attempted to shut the door. In a moment of desperation, Qin Feng thrust his hand into the gap, feeling a sharp pain that caused him to gasp. Seeing this, Li Guizhi hurriedly opened the door again, her demeanor tense as she looked at Qin Feng and implored. "Qin Feng, what do you want? We have no money left. I beseech you, do not disturb our lives any further. And please, do not harass my daughter. Do you expect me to kneel before you?" As she spoke, Li Guizhi shockingly began to bend her knees, preparing to kneel down. Chapter 39. Did this brat really not fight back? Qin Feng was taken aback, hastily extending his hand to offer support. Mother, please do not act this way. I did not come here seeking money, nor do I wish to disturb you. He merely intended to check on you and father, with no ulterior motives. Qin Feng reached out to grasp his mother-in-law's hand, but Li Guizhi instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, suspicion etched upon her face. Her gaze fell upon the gift box at his feet. No need for that, just leave. We do not want your offerings. As long as you promise not to interfere with our family's life from now on, I will be eternally grateful. Li Guizhi shook her head vehemently. She suddenly recalled the last time Qin Feng had visited, bringing a case of liquor, and had brazenly extorted 3,000 yuan from them, an amount that constituted their living expenses for 2 months. Moreover, they had poured their retirement funds into his ill-fated entrepreneurial venture, which had ended disastrously. Despite this, they held no regrets. It was only after learning of Qin Feng's bankruptcy and the subsequent domestic violence he inflicted upon their daughter that they truly recognized the monster he had become. Their hatred ran deep. Their daughter was flesh of their flesh. How could she be subjected to his abuse? Every time they thought of this, their hearts ached for their daughter, lamenting how she had been so blind as to choose Qin Feng. In just a few short years, he had transformed from a dutiful son-in-law into a veritable demon. Mother, I truly came only to see you and father, with no ulterior motives. I acknowledge my mistakes and am committed to changing. I do not seek your forgiveness, merely wish to make amends for my past transgressions. Observing his mother-in-law's defensive demeanor pierced Qin Feng's heart. It was all the result of his own misdeeds. He reminisced about the time before he had descended into depravity, when each visit was met with a warm smile from his mother-in-law, who would prepare meals and even bring him water, seeing him off at the community entrance. Yet now, the door was opened only to be met with rejection. The warmth of her affection for her son-in-law had vanished. Qin Feng, you need not say more. I do not believe you. You have deceived us too many times. Just leave, quickly, Li Guizhi declared, attempting to close the door once more. This time, however, Qin Feng bowed his head in silence, refraining from further protest. Just as he turned to depart, he caught sight of a frail old man humming a tune. A bottle of liquor in hand, approaching. In an instant, their eyes locked. The smile on the old man's face evaporated, replaced by fury. With a crash, the bottle fell from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. The old man glanced back toward the door, discovering his wife wiping away tears. Father, you have returned, Qin Feng greeted with a smile upon seeing the old man. The old man was his father-in-law, Lin Zhendong. You wretched scoundrel. How dare you show your face here? Today, I shall make you pay dearly. Lin Zhendong roared, infuriated by the thought of his wife being mistreated. He strode forward, seizing Qin Feng by the collar and delivering a powerful punch, sending Qin Feng sprawling to the ground. The old man was a veteran, a seasoned soldier with battle experience. The movements were swift and decisive, as he swiftly subdued Qin Feng, seizing his collar and yanking him off the ground. His raised fist was poised to strike Qin Feng's face, yet he refrained from delivering the blow. Lin Zhendong was perplexed. This rascal, in the past, would have retaliated without hesitation. However, this time, after being brought to the ground, he remained utterly still. Moreover, Qin Feng's expression was one of deep remorse, and he uttered not a single word. Chapter 40. I shall take your money, and you shall accept mine. Silence prevails. Father, if you wish to strike, then strike. It is my fault for disappointing you and mother. I am no better than a beast. Qin Feng inhaled deeply as he spoke. Old man, cease your blows. Quickly, let him depart. Li Guizhi hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Lin Zhendong into the room. Qin Feng also rose from the ground, standing against the wall, hesitant to utter a word. Qin Feng, I warn you, leave at once. You are never to return to my home. Moreover, should I discover that you dare to harm my daughter and granddaughter again, I shall make you pay with your life. If you doubt my resolve, let us test it. Lin Zhendong glared at Qin Feng, his expression a stormy shade of anger. Qin Feng, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The cold demeanor of the elderly couple towards him was a result of his repeated transgressions that had left them disheartened. Father, mother, take care of yourselves. I shall take my leave. Qin Feng sighed, preparing to exit. Qin Feng, take your belongings with you. We have no use for them. Li Guizhi gestured towards the gifts on the ground. Mother, these are all fine items. You and father have toiled for a lifetime and deserve to nourish your health. For years, I have come to drain you of your resources, and I have acted inhumanely. Yet now, I earnestly beseech you both for another chance at redemption. I do not seek your forgiveness, merely a single opportunity to atone for my wrongs. Qin Feng spoke with utmost sincerity. At that moment, Lin Zhendong furrowed his brow, glancing at the items on the ground, feeling a sense of confusion. These are all premium cigarettes and fine liquor. They must be worth a considerable sum. Could they possibly be counterfeit? Yet, what is Qin Feng's true intention for coming here today? Just as Qin Feng turned to leave, Lin Zhendong suddenly called out, "Stop!" Qin Feng halted, turning back to stand on the steps. "Go fetch the wages I earned yesterday and give them to him." After calling out to Qin Feng, Lin Zhendong turned to his boss. "Old man, those are our living expenses. We have endured a meager diet for half a year. This cannot continue." Upon hearing this, Li Guizhi appeared distressed. "Enough with the excuses. Hurry and fetch it. If you let him leave now, he will only return to trouble our daughter again. We may suffer, but we cannot allow her to endure his torment any longer." With Lin Zhendong's words, Li Guizhi shook her head in resignation and retreated into the house. Qin Feng listened intently. "Father, I shall take my leave," Qin Feng declared, hastily descending the stairs. At that moment, Li Guizhi rushed out. "Quick, go after him. Give him the money. Otherwise, our daughter will suffer," Lin Zhendong shouted. Li Guizhi hurriedly raced down the stairs. Just as she reached the entrance, Qin Feng heard footsteps approaching from behind. As he turned around, he caught sight of Li Guizhi, breathless and hurrying to catch up. He hastily halted his steps, anxious for his mother-in-law's well-being, knowing her advanced age made her susceptible to distress. "Mother, what brings you here?" Qin Feng whispered softly. Upon reaching him, Li Guizhi thrust the 3,000 yuan she held into his hands. "Take this money, and please, do not seek out Ruoxue and her mother again. Even if I must beg you, grant them a reprieve. If you need money, come to your father and me instead," she implored, her face a portrait of desperation. "Mother, I understand that changing your perception of me requires tangible actions. I beseech you to witness my efforts. I will demonstrate through my deeds that the wretch I once was is no more. I shall sacrifice my very life to atone for my past transgressions." With that, Qin Feng produced 30,000 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Li Guizhi's hands, retaining the 3,000 for himself. "Mother, I will accept this 3,000. Rest assured, I will not disturb Ruoxue. Yet, you must accept this money. You must, and grant me another chance at your trust." With those words, Qin Feng turned and sprinted towards the exit. By the time Li Guizhi resolved to pursue him, he had already reached the entrance of the community and vanished without a trace. Staring at the cash in her hands, Li Guizhi stood there, utterly bewildered. Chapter 41. The Astonished In-Laws. She struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation for an extended period. Eventually, she regained her composure, extracted several banknotes, and, upon confirming their authenticity, her astonishment deepened. As she worked part-time as a supermarket cashier, she was adept at discerning the legitimacy of money. What left her in disbelief was the source of such a substantial sum for Qin Feng. At that moment, within the confines of the room, Lin Zhenshan sat leisurely sipping water. Upon hearing the door close, he glanced up and inquired, "Did that little brat take the money?" Li Guizhi, her face laden with concern, merely nodded in silence. "Did he receive it?" Lin Zhenshan asked in a low voice. "Yes," Li Guizhi replied, settling into a chair. "Humph. I knew that scoundrel would bring trouble. If you hadn't given him the money, he would have turned to Ruoxue to create a ruckus. Quickly, throw away those counterfeit goods he sent over later. That fake liquor from last time landed me in the hospital. I cannot be fooled again." Lin Zhendong sighed, unable to fathom how a once decent person had devolved into such a state. "Old man, this is the 30,000 Qin Feng just handed me." At last, Li Guizhi came to her senses and placed the cash on the table. Instantly, Lin Zhendong was taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared at the 30,000 in cash, unable to process it for a while. After a moment, Lin Zhendong seized the money and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Where did he acquire such a fortune?" "How would I know? He took 3,000 and assured me he wouldn't disturb Ruoxue and her daughter. He claimed it was to give us a chance for redemption." "Old man, do you think this could be a trap?" Li Guizhi asked, her face etched with worry. Hearing this, Lin Zhendong shook his head. "Even if it is a trap, what can we do? Our pension has been squandered by him, and now we are of little worth. My foremost concern is the origin of this money. If it is tainted, we are doomed." As Lin Zhendong spoke, his expression mirrored his worry. "Perhaps we should report this to the authorities," Li Guizhi suggested, her face paling with fear. "No need. I wish to see what tricks that rascal can conjure. I have resolved that if he dares to harass our daughter again, I will confront him fiercely." With that, Lin Zhendong rose and made his way toward the door. Understanding her husband's temper well, Li Guizhi quickly called out, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to dispose of that rubbish of his. It's an eyesore left at the door." As Lin Zhendong opened the door to throw the gift boxes away, a rather plump old man, his face glowing with health, approached. Upon seeing the gifts at the entrance, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Old Lin, look at you. You've got so many gift boxes just left at the door. Who sent you such a grand present? Oh, soft Zhonghua. My goodness, an entire box of flying fairy mitai? Goodness gracious, and there are sea cucumbers, ginseng, and the esteemed Tianjiu abalone fins. Such rare treasures. The slightly plump elder is Old Wang, a comrade of Lin Zhendong, residing in the same building. Upon witnessing such an abundance of precious gifts, he hurriedly approached. No way. These are all counterfeit. I must quickly dispose of them, lest someone picks them up and causes trouble. Lin Zhendong shook his head in response. Counterfeit? That cannot be. Hold on, do not discard them yet. I have tasted mitai before, let me have a sip. After Old Wang spoke, he opened the mitai box and extracted a bottle. Ignoring Lin Zhendong's warnings, he took a swig. Old Wang, no. If you drink too much, I cannot be held responsible. Lin Zhendong exclaimed in protest. But it was too late. Old Wang had already swallowed the liquor. He then wiped his mouth, his face radiating enjoyment. He is indeed a seasoned drinker. His nose was flushed from the drink. The moment this fine liquor touched his palate, he could discern its quality. Responsibility? You, Old Lin, lack discernment. Let me tell you, this mitai is genuine. Do you understand? The price of mitai has skyrocketed. Just a few days ago, it was over 2,000. Now it's reached 5 or 6,000. It's astounding. Who gifted you these? This is an extravagance. Just this box of mitai alone is worth 30 to 40,000. And this soft Zhonghua, wow, 10 packs. Sea cucumbers, a veritable downpour. With so many exquisite items, it must be worth no less than 70 or 80,000. As Old Wang finished this statement, Lin Zhendong was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 42, Continuous High-Temperature Warning. Little did he anticipate that the cigarettes, alcohol, and supplements delivered by Qin Feng were, in fact, genuine and valued at an astonishing 70 to 80,000. He was left utterly astounded, unable to regain his composure for a considerable time. While he had his doubts regarding the 30,000 in cash, the authenticity of the Maotai liquor and Zhonghua cigarettes, amounting to such a significant sum, led him to conclude that Qin Feng must have engaged in dubious activities. After all, where could he have procured such wealth? Even in the realm of entrepreneurship, one requires both time and capital. Previously, he had squandered all his resources, leading to utter bankruptcy and substantial debts, making a resurgence impossible. As for winning the lottery, he pondered. Although it was a possibility, the odds were exceedingly slim. With billions of lottery players across Huaxiao, how could it be that Qin Feng was the fortunate winner? Observing Lin Zhendong's astonishment, which rendered him speechless for an extended period, Old Wang's face began to display a glimmer of desire, his eyes sparkling as they fixated on the box of Maodai. He slowly reached out, attempting to pilfer a bottle, only to be thwarted by Lin Zhendong, who swiftly slapped his hand away. Come on, Old Lin, with so much fine liquor, just give me a bottle. You can't possibly drink it all. After all, we are comrades. Old Wang grinned, clutching his hand. The liquor was undoubtedly authentic, yet the individual who provided it raised suspicions. If you take it and trouble ensues, do not say, I did not warn you. It could very well be stolen. Lin Zhendong, not wishing to be misconstrued as miserly, recounted the incident involving his disreputable son-in-law delivering gifts. So that is the situation, Old Wang exclaimed. But Old Lin, do not always assume the worst. What if your son-in-law suddenly has a stroke of genius and actually makes a fortune? Regardless, he brought good things directly to you, which reflects some filial piety. I shall take a bottle. What harm could it do? If anything goes awry, I can simply compensate. With that, Old Wang gleefully extracted 2 bottles from the box and, with a heart full of joy, exited through the door. Meanwhile, Lin Zhendong was left in a state of contemplation. Ultimately, he decided to bring all the gifts inside. The following day, Gao Jie was seated in his office, briefing his assistant on the upcoming live streaming plans. By the way, Shaoan, can we possibly sell second-hand air conditioners during our live stream? Gao Jie suddenly inquired. The girl named Shaoan displayed a look of confusion. Boss, you cannot be serious. Even new air conditioners do not align with our expertise. We primarily sell food and health products. Furthermore, selling second-hand air conditioners in a live stream would be ludicrous. Shaoan responded earnestly, struggling to comprehend why her boss would consider such an impractical venture. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Gao Jie sighed. It had already been 2 days, and no one had come to purchase the air conditioners. The clients we previously contacted, considering his standing, expressed intentions to purchase several units. However, after a couple of days, there has been no further communication. By the way, boss, what is the current price for the second-hand air conditioners you mentioned? Our company could indeed procure a batch. If the price is reasonable, we genuinely require 10 units. This would also lead to substantial savings. Shaoan suddenly interjected, casually pressing a few buttons on the remote control. The air conditioner emitted a cold breeze, yet he still appeared to be quite warm. Does our company really need air conditioning? I recall that in several rooms, some hosts are not accustomed to it, remarked Gao Jia, perplexed. Indeed, those who previously avoided air conditioning have started to use it these past few days. It is unbearably hot. The weather has been quite bizarre. Just a few days ago, we were experiencing typhoons, and now temperatures have soared above 40 degrees Celsius. This morning, I saw on the news that 2 tour guides from Longzhou were hospitalized due to heat stroke. Shaoan exclaimed hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Gao Jia was suddenly struck by a realization. He swiftly took out his phone and was taken aback by what he saw. The weather forecast indicated a relentless heat wave persisting for the next fortnight. Furthermore, he opened his news app and discovered that a heat warning had already been issued. He had been so comfortable in the air-conditioned environment that he had neglected to pay attention to the temperature outside. Although stepping out felt warm, once in the car, the air conditioning provided relief. It was only after Shaoan's reminder that he was jolted into awareness. Under such extreme heat, could air conditioning not become a sought-after commodity? Chapter 43. The air conditioners are selling like hotcakes. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Gao Jia glanced at the screen and felt a stir within. It was none other than the clients he had contacted a few days prior. He promptly answered the call. Mr. Gao, I nearly forgot about the air conditioners you mentioned the other day. My sincerest apologies. I recall you saying that the batch of air conditioners was second-hand, priced at 1,000 yuan each. Is that true? The anxious voice on the other end inquired. Indeed, it is true. How many units do you require? I can arrange for immediate dispatch. Gao Jia straightened in his seat, intrigued. Let us start with 50 units. When can you ship them? If it's inconvenient, I can send a vehicle to pick them up myself. Upon hearing the urgency in the caller's voice, Gao Jia felt a shift in his own demeanor. This individual seemed quite anxious, a stark contrast to their previous nonchalance. Just days ago, he had been the one to nudge them along. Yet now they were urgently requesting air conditioners, and right off the bat, they were asking for 50 units. Please send someone over. I will provide you with an address for the pickup. You can transfer the payment in advance. After finalizing the details, Gao Jia ended the call. Before long, he received a transfer of 50,000 yuan from the caller. Yet, his phone continued to ring incessantly. All the individuals he had previously contacted were reaching out, eager to purchase second-hand air conditioners, and none were haggling over the price. Curiously, when Gao Jia tentatively raised the price by 200 yuan per unit, there were still eager buyers. As long as the price did not exceed 200 yuan, everyone seemed more than willing to reserve dozens of units without hesitation. Although these air conditioners were second-hand, they were all reputable brands, far from the chaotic array of lesser-known products on the market. Thus, even at the second-hand price, as long as the units had no significant issues and included after-sales service, selling them at 1,000 yuan each was hardly surprising. Most crucially, the demand was extraordinarily high. Within just an hour, Gao Jia found himself drenched in sweat as he ended another call. Prolonged phone conversations had left his ears aching, red, and warm. What on earth was happening? With heat warnings in effect, the prices for new air conditioners skyrocketed, and the second-hand market had been thoroughly swept clean. No, I must reserve a few units for myself. At this moment, Gao Jia finally grasped the situation. Waves of shock surged through him. Simultaneously, Sheng Hongyan was also inundated with phone calls, as many individuals learned through friends that she had second-hand air conditioners available. She was utterly overwhelmed. Witnessing a barrage of missed calls, and even during ongoing conversations, numerous calls flooded in, leaving her unable to answer. The only option was to hang up and return the calls one by one. Just as she was about to dial out, her phone rang yet again. It was as if a phone number had been affixed with a label directing it to the sewer. The incessant ringing left Sheng Hongyan feeling a sense of helplessness. He summoned his assistant, entrusting them with the task of contacting these individuals and relaying the addresses to them. Meanwhile, Gao Jia lounged in a CAF, one leg casually crossed over the other, his expression brimming with arrogance. Opposite him sat the same young man from their previous meeting, where they had discussed the air conditioning business. However, the young man had been resolute, preferring to purchase a new air conditioner rather than a second-hand one. Mr. Gao, I was mistaken last time. Do you still have any second-hand air conditioners available? Please, let me have 200 units. The young man raised the already prepared cup of coffee with both hands, a broad, ingratiating smile adorning his face as he presented it to Gao Jia. Chapter 44. A net profit of over 1 million. Why act like a sycophant? As the owner of a hotel, how could one possibly resort to using second-hand air conditioning units? That would tarnish your reputation if word got out. It would appear as though you could not afford new ones. Please do not implore me. After all, my own supply of air conditioners is limited, and many are queuing for them. Although Gao Jia accepted the coffee, he could not resist teasing his counterpart. After all, the last time this young man stood before him, He was exceedingly arrogant. Mr. Gao, we have shared a strong relationship for many years. Let us forget the previous incident. It was entirely my fault. How about this? You mentioned the price was 1,000 per unit, so I will offer you 1,200 for 200 units, as a gesture of goodwill. The youth's face was plastered with a forced smile. Given your seemingly sincere demeanor, I will inquire first. However, I am quite curious as to why you suddenly wish to purchase second-hand air conditioning units when you could easily afford new ones. Prior to placing the call, Gao Jia expressed his confusion. Surely, one who can run a hotel would not be unable to procure such facilities? Let me tell you, I delayed my purchase. And just recently, we have been under a high-temperature warning, which is expected to last for an entire month. Artificial rain has proven utterly ineffective. The prices of new air conditioners have skyrocketed. Even the most obscure brands, previously unheard of, now start at over 2,000. Higher-end models are fetching prices between 3,705,000. As for the second-hand market, it has been completely depleted, and most available units suffer from quality issues. However, the second-hand air conditioners that Mr. Gao recommends are surely trustworthy. I run a hotel to generate profit. Naturally, I wish to minimize my investments. What better use for this money than to treat Mr. Gao to a meal, which is far more rewarding than what others might earn. As he spoke, the young man rubbed his hands together. Upon hearing this, Gao Jia wore a self-satisfied smile and took out his phone to call Qin Feng. Just to clarify, I am unaware if he has any stock left. There are far too many people vying for this, but I can leverage my relationship with my brother to secure as many units as you need. Gao Jia stated nonchalantly. Of course. The youth nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, on the other end, Qin Feng had arrived at the warehouse he had rented. Observing the bustling second-hand market in pursuit of air conditioners, he too wore a smile. Under the scorching sun, he savored an ice cream when his phone rang, prompting him to answer casually. Brother, I have a major client looking to purchase 200 air conditioners at a price of 1,200 each. Do you have any available? As Gao Jia's words echoed, Qin Feng opened the warehouse doors, revealing an orderly array of second-hand air conditioners. Having just received 2 shipments, he still had several hundred units remaining. Not long ago, Hong Yin called me, expressing the need to reserve an additional 300 units. And I shall endeavor to accommodate your request, Qin Feng said with a beaming smile. This venture has proven to be immensely profitable. The air conditioners, acquired at a mere 200, 500, are now being sold for prices ranging from 100 to 200. Having invested 1 million, his returns have more than doubled. All right, I will arrange for someone to handle it immediately. Additionally, I have transferred all the funds I received earlier to you. Please check your account. After uttering these words, Gao Jia promptly ended the call. After a busy afternoon, Qin Feng had successfully sold all the air conditioners in his possession. At that moment, Gao Jia, standing at the door, wore an expression of astonishment, utterly unable to regain his composure. Brother, how does it seem to me that your resale of second-hand air conditioners is even more lucrative than stock trading? Gao Jia exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with envy. Yet, he felt no resentment. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was reviewing his balance, revealing over 30 transactions, amounting to more than 3 million. After deducting the 1 million borrowed from Chu Tianhe, his net profit from the resale of second-hand air conditioners stood at an impressive 3 million. Gao Jia was astounded to learn that Qin Feng had amassed over 1 million in profit from this venture within just a few days. The contrast between his own winery business, which appeared quite upscale in comparison, and Qin Feng's rapid profit accumulation was nothing short of staggering. Chapter 45. What? How much did I earn? This is a matter of fortune and risk investment. Had it not been for the recent sweltering heat, I would have suffered catastrophic losses hoarding these air conditioners. Thus, my fate is indeed dictated by the whims of the weather. Qin Feng casually transferred 1 million to Chu Tianhe's account. It is likely that a call from him will come shortly. Brother, I now hold you in the highest esteem. Yet, I am perplexed. How did you discern this change in weather? Just 2 nights ago, you mentioned that a typhoon would pass through our city. And now you're claiming a sustained heat wave, profiting from air conditioners. If you were to declare yourself the reincarnation of thunder and lightning, I would believe you. Gao Jia approached Qin Feng with a face full of admiration, gazing at him with utmost reverence. I am not as extraordinary as you suggest. It is merely luck. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. You and Hong Yin have both aided me greatly. Otherwise, these air conditioners would not have sold so swiftly. Qin Feng declared with a wave of his hand. Brother, do not jest. It should be I treating you. I fear you might not accept my invitation. In the city, choose anything you desire. I shall cover the bill. Please do not belittle me. Gao Jia shook his head, following Qin Feng as they made their way outside the wholesale market. After their meal, Satisfied and content, they sat in the private room. Gao Jie, with a glint in his eye, offered a cigarette, personally lighting it for Qin Feng. Brother, I now comprehend your prowess. Could you perhaps lend a hand to a brother? You've seen my winery. Without this batch of goods, my potential profits dwindle. Gao Jie's eyes brimmed with longing and anticipation. Qin Feng nodded in response, then replied, All right, I shall definitely bring you along when the opportunity arises. By the way, brother, Han Xiaolong will be joining us shortly. He claims to have significant news. Gao Jie informed. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng merely nodded. He was well aware of what this so-called significant matter entailed. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the private room, and the door swung open. In walked Han Xiaolong, grinning broadly and striding in with an air of indifference. He plopped down in a chair, not even glancing at Qin Feng, and arrogantly turned his gaze toward Gao Jie. Xiao Gao, I hear you've been struggling of late. You purchased a batch of counterfeit liquor and nearly landed in hot water? Han Xiaolong's words darkened Gao Jie's expression. Enough with your taunts. Close your foul mouth and get to the point. Did you not claim to have joyous news to share? Gao Jie retorted, intending to introduce Qin Feng. Yet, noticing Qin Feng's subtle gesture, he shifted the topic. To be honest, I came here today to boast. You must have heard from Hong Yan. I've recently aligned myself with a prosperous big brother who has been guiding me to riches, buying stocks, and hoarding Maodai. Although the profits from stocks are not substantial, I received several tens of thousands daily. As for the Maodai, I recently acquired 2,000 bottles. Can you guess the price at which I procured them? At this point, Han Xiaolong pounded his chest, filled with pride. You acquired them just a few days ago? Hai Jie replied. The market price must have been around 2,000 at that time. I was considering purchasing a batch myself, but now it is too late. The market price has soared to over 6,000. With a sigh, Hai Jie continued. Who could have anticipated that the price of Feitian Maotai would skyrocket after a banquet of national significance, impacting numerous cities? The stock market has also surged dramatically. You, a liquor seller, neglect the business of alcohol, while I, a media entrepreneur, just acquired 2,000 bottles of Maotai at a price of 1,650 each. Calculate how much profit I stand to gain from these 2,000 bottles. At this moment, Han Xiaolong observed the dramatic change in Hai Jie's expression, who gasped in astonishment. Chapter 46. Our brother's tolerance is boundless. You wretched fellow, have earned over 8 million? At this moment, Gao Jie nearly bit his tongue. The annual net profit from his 2 wineries scarcely amounts to such a sum. Yet, Han Xiaolong, within a mere fortnight, amassed this fortune, and what more, it was net profit. Yes, indeed, brother. Do you know why I have earned so much? It's all thanks to my esteemed elder brother, whom you looked down upon. I heard you even mocked him back then. I must say, Gao Jie. TSK. No, calling you by your full name is an overestimation. I shall refer to you as Little Gao. I have come today not for any other purpose than to boast, to let you know of my brother's prowess. You may have scorned him, but now you cannot aspire to his heights. I am here to vindicate my brother and to remind you not to remain cooped up in your winery, gazing at the sky like a frog in a well. As Han Xiaolong spoke, he planted his hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Gao Jie felt a twinge of discomfort, not from the ridicule, but from regret. He lamented not having recognized Qin Feng sooner. Otherwise, he too could be enjoying the fruits of wealth. However, it is not too late. Observing Han Xiaolong, who resembled a favored eunuch beside an emperor, flaunting his success, Gao Jie could not suppress his indignation. Do not speak so definitively. Turn around and see who it is, he retorted. At this, Han Xiaolong turned back with an expression of disdain, glancing over his shoulder before pivoting again, fixing Gao Jie with a mocking gaze. Who? Do you know those few worthless people? I could count them on one hand. Before he could finish, realization struck him. He abruptly turned back, rising from his chair with a look of astonishment. Brother, what brings you here? I called you earlier, but you didn't answer. The price of Maotai has soared. We struck it rich. Han Xiaolong exclaimed excitedly, rushing toward Qin Feng and clutching his arm, shouting with enthusiasm that made Qin Feng's eardrums throb. He pushed Han Xiaolong aside. All right, enough of that. You've made some progress. After all, you're the owner of a media company. You act as though you've never witnessed success before. It's merely a few earnings. Qin Feng remarked with a grin. Brother, you're absolutely right. I truly have never seen much of the world. I'm grateful that you've put aside past grievances and are helping me to earn money. You're like a true brother to me, nay, more than a brother. Should I bow down to you, as if celebrating the new year in advance? Han Xiaolong exclaimed, preparing to kneel in a comical display. Qin Feng, however, gave him a playful kick, prompting him to stand up, his face beaming with joy. Little Gao, what do you think? Do you still look down on my brother? Han Xiaolong turned, his expression brimming with pride. Stop trying to sow discord. My relationship with our brother is quite strong. Gao Jie replied. If memory serves me correctly, you once mocked Brother Qin as well. Spare me your displays of bravado. Who among us has not erred? Our brother has already forgiven me, so cease your empty chatter. Gao Jie interjected with a scathing remark. Is that so, brother? You have indeed forgiven this fellow. I knew it. Our brother possesses the magnanimity to accommodate all. In my lifetime, I have never held admiration for anyone apart from my father, my second uncle, and then, of course, our brother. Han Xiaolong declared, thumping his chest. This statement was not mere flattery. Throughout his life, the only individuals who have truly earned his profound respect are his father and his second uncle. Chapter 47. Missing the two of them. Do not flatter me excessively. The opportunity to generate profit for you arises from my trust in you. Should you choose not to invest in the projects I deem worthwhile, there is little I can do. The benefits that stem from trust are a reflection of your faith in me, which in turn elevates my own worth. It can be said that Qin Feng possesses a remarkable emotional intelligence. He does not exhibit the arrogance of self-importance or a disdainful attitude. Since he seeks to cultivate these connections, he must refrain from being overly dominant, avoiding the impression of exerting undue pressure on others. Although he indeed brought profits to his associates, he must not elevate himself too highly. Similarly, he would not indulge in excessive humility. It is crucial to maintain a delicate balance. Otherwise, others may begin to take things for granted. It is often said that one should not be overly generous, just as one should not overfeed a dog. Qin Feng is well aware of this principle. Brother, let us not dwell on it. I am forever grateful for your kindness. He declared. To speak shamelessly, without your guidance in these profitable ventures, the meager earnings from my media company would scarcely suffice. Ultimately, I shall have to return to my father to inherit the family business. My genuine desire is to achieve something remarkable, to earn my father's respect, nothing more. At this juncture, Han Xiaolong had shed his usual playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression. His attitude was notably earnest. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded, feeling a flicker of reassurance within. Brother, are you truly my own? Though our acquaintance is brief, I hold a deep respect for you. Yet, you have shown favoritism to that young man. While I have gained nothing, if he fails, he can still return to inherit the family estate, whereas if my two wineries falter, I will find myself at a complete loss. My father has never approved of my foray into business. I yearn to accomplish something significant, to achieve recognition. Yet these years have proven exceedingly challenging. The hardships I have faced are known only to me. At this point, Gao Jie sighed repeatedly, his expression one of considerable grievance. His gaze towards Qin Feng was filled with a sense of lamentation, reminiscent of a resentful young bride, which sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. Enough of this theatrics. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly bring you along. Qin Feng interjected, eager to halt the emotional display. Hee, I knew you would not forsake me, brother. You must keep your word. We cannot go back on our promises. Gao Jie exclaimed, his face brimming with anticipation as he raised a glass towards Qin Feng. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, Qin Feng engaged in playful banter with the two of them. Shortly thereafter, Han Xiaolong transferred the proceeds from the sale of Qin Feng's share of the Maotai liquor, amounting to over 4 million, directly into his account. Adding the net profit of over 1 million from the air conditioning venture, Qin Feng now possessed more than 5 million in cash. With this newfound capital, his subsequent plans could proceed seamlessly. After the guests had indulged in a hearty meal, Qin Feng made his way to a mobile phone store, where he purchased the latest Huawei device for over 7,000. He also acquired a plethora of snacks, and with a heart full of trepidation, he headed straight to the Taipei neighborhood. Upon his arrival at the entrance of the community, dusk was beginning to settle in. As evening approached, Qin Feng, feeling quite anxious, arrived at the entrance of the building. Gathering his courage, he knocked on the door before him. Moments later, the voice of Lin Ruoxue echoed from within. Chapter 48. Take your things away, I don't need them. Who is it? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement within. He hurriedly responded in a hushed tone. It's me, Qin Feng. Is Nyonyo there? I've brought some snacks and left them at the door. There are also a few items I wish to hand over personally. Could you please open the door a crack? At that moment, Qin Feng was exceedingly anxious, fearing that Lin Ruoxue might flatly refuse him. Inside, Lin Ruoxue paused in silence for a moment. Eventually, she opened the door just a sliver. Through the narrow gap, Qin Feng caught a glimpse of the wariness etched on Lin Ruoxue's face. He then extended the newly purchased mobile phone towards her. This is a phone for Nyonyo. It will make our communication more convenient, as her previous one was quite outdated. When Lin Ruoxue accepted the phone box and discovered it was the latest Huawei model, astonishment flickered across her face. Where did you get the money for this? This phone is expensive, at least 7 to 8,000 yuan. Did you go to my mother's house? A colleague of hers had a similar Huawei model that reportedly cost over 8,000 yuan. Thus, Lin Ruoshue's first thought upon seeing this phone was that Qin Feng had caused a ruckus at her home again. Otherwise, how could he possibly afford such luxury? I did visit your parents to check on them, and they insisted on giving me money. He continued. There's also a set of cosmetics in here that I just bought. You can use them for now. I've earned a bit lately, so there's no need to fret. As Qin Feng explained, he handed over the bag of cosmetics. However, this time Lin Ruoshue did not accept it. Instead, she glared at him with an icy gaze. Qin Feng, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? My parents have sacrificed their retirement funds to support your endeavors, and it was your own failure that squandered it all. Despite this, they have continued to support you, hoping you would regain your footing. Yet, your recent actions are beneath contempt, betraying my father's expectations of you. Now, they lack even the most basic sustenance and have been living on meager rations for a month. All thanks to you. Do you possess any semblance of humanity? How could you possibly extort those elderly folks? What do you want from us? As she spoke, Lin Ruoshue's eyes reddened. She felt a profound sense of guilt towards her parents. When she married Qin Feng, her parents had offered their utmost support. Little did anyone anticipate that in just a few short years, he would transform from a dutiful son-in-law into a veritable demon. Though his career had collapsed, none of the family looked down upon him. Rather, they provided him with unwavering assistance and encouragement. Yet, the deeds Qin Feng had committed were a deep betrayal to everyone, repeatedly disappointing far too many. After being reprimanded by Lin Ruoshue, Qin Feng did not attempt to explain himself, for he understood that no words would convince her at this moment. Thus, he stood there, filled with shame, head bowed and silent. Take your things away, Nyonyo, and I do not need them. I only ask that you cease to disturb my parents in the future and refrain from interrupting me and Nyonyo. Lin Ruoshue, upon observing Qin Feng standing by the wall, resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. A ripple of disbelief stirred within her. Had this been in the past, even a slight elevation in her voice would have provoked Qin Feng to unleash a torrent of wrath upon her. Yet now, despite her admonishments, he displayed no signs of anger whatsoever. This unexpected demeanor left Lin Ruoshue somewhat astonished. However, in her perspective, this was merely a fade crafted by Qin Feng. After all, prior to this, he had adopted a similar posture while pleading with her to return. Lin Ruoshue was resolute in her determination not to trust him again. With that, she casually tossed her phone into the bag held by Qin Feng and promptly closed the door behind her. Chapter 49. The latest phone for Nyonyo. Before the cold door, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh, faintly hearing his daughter Nyonyo's voice inquiring about her father from within. The mere sound of her voice stirred an uncontrollable yearning within him. He longed to catch a glimpse of her, even if just for a fleeting moment. Helplessly, he turned to leave, but found himself returning once more. He knocked on the door opposite him. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Sister Fat, who regarded Qin Feng with surprise. Why are you here again? You're not trying to pester Ruoshue and her daughter once more, are you? I warn you, abandon that notion while you still can. Sister Fat stood with hands on her hips, her tone icy as she admonished him. Qin Feng, however, wore a wry smile, spreading his arms in surrender. I have no opportunity to pester anyone. You've seen it yourself. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of Nyonyo before being turned away. He continued, I know I have sinned deeply in the past, and do not seek forgiveness. I merely wish to make amends for them. As he spoke, a hint of fatigue washed over him. He then handed a bag to Sister Fat. Inside are a phone for Nyonyo, along with 50,000 yuan in cash, and a set of cosmetics for Ruoshue. Please, I ask you to pass these along to her. If I were to deliver them personally, she would surely refuse. After leaving the items, Qin Feng turned and walked away, his solitary figure appearing somewhat forlorn. Sister Fat stood in contemplation for quite a while before snapping back to reality. Upon opening the bag, she discovered the cash, 50,000 yuan, neatly arranged, alongside a brand new Huawei phone, as well as an exquisite set of cosmetics. She was taken aback, marveling at the contents. After a moment of reflection, she hurried to the door again, gently tapping on it. Shortly, Lin Ruoshue opened the door, having recognized Sister Fat through the peephole. Sister Fat, what brings you here? Is there something wrong? Lin Ruoshue inquired, her face adorned with a curious smile. Actually, Qin Feng asked me to deliver these to you. Ruoshue? Listen to Sister Fat. Inside is 50,000 yuan. You need this money, especially to improve Nyonyo's life and enable her to start kindergarten sooner. You must accept it. There's also the latest phone, which cost a pretty penny. Since Qin Feng has already brought them, you should use them as needed. Given all the hardships you've endured with him, there's no reason to be overly polite now. This is what he ought to do. With that, Sister Fat thrust the bag into Lin Ruoshue's hands. Lin Ruoshue hesitated, wanting to resist. Listening to Sister Fat is wise. Regardless of his intentions, whether to deceive you or genuinely seeking redemption, this is a positive step. With this money, your lives will no longer be so strained. Rest assured, should he dare to trouble you in the future, with me, Sister Fat, by your side, what is there to fear? Sister Fat declared boldly, patting her chest as if she were a formidable guardian for Lin Ruoshue. This gesture instantly brought tears to Lin Ruoshue's eyes, moved by the sentiment. She nodded earnestly, acknowledging. I understand, Sister Fat. You have my best interests at heart. I will accept this money for now. If he ever comes to demand it back, I shall return it all. I merely wish to avoid accepting his things and provoking further trouble. Otherwise, I have no intention of being courteous with him. Lin Ruoshue stated with utmost seriousness. Exactly. There is no need for courtesy with that little brat. Not only are you divorced now, but even if you were together, you are more than entitled to receive all of this. Consider it his way of making amends to you both, without any pressure whatsoever. After speaking, Sister Fat turned and opened the door to leave. Lin Ruoshue sighed, then turned to close the door behind her. Chapter 50. Where did you get all this money? Lin Ruoshue sighed and turned to close the door behind her. Once back in her room, she placed the bag on the table and retrieved the new phone nestled within. To her astonishment, she discovered 50,000 yuan in cash inside. This left her bewildered. Where on earth had Qin Feng acquired such a sum? Even if he had extorted his parents, it was inconceivable that they could produce 50,000 yuan in one go. Contemplating this, Lin Ruoshue took out her phone, preparing to call her father. Just then, her phone rang. It was her mother. Lin Ruoshue hurriedly answered. Hello, Mom. What is the matter? I need to ask you something. That rascal Qin Feng hasn't he caused you any trouble, has he? Her mother, Li Guizhi, sounded worried on the other end. He came by earlier, but he didn't trouble me at all. He even gifted me a new phone, along with 50,000 yuan in cash. Mom, tell me, has he approached you and Dad for money as well? Or is he just being a scoundrel? If that is the case, we should call the police immediately and have him arrested. Lin Ruoshue responded, her agitation palpable. She could feel her mother's concern for her. The strife of her marriage had burdened her parents for far too long, leaving them in a constant state of anxiety. As a daughter, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse. Thankfully, that nightmarish chapter of her life had finally come to a close. Her parents could now worry a little less. All she wanted now was to work diligently and raise her daughter, which had become her ultimate motivation and aspiration. Did he send you money as well? Li Guizhi exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ruoshue felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed her parents had also received money from Qin Feng. How could this be possible? Mom, what on earth is going on? I asked him earlier, and he admitted to taking money from you. Yes, he took 3,000 yuan from us. But then he handed us 30,000 yuan in return. He also brought a plethora of fine cigarettes and liquor. I heard from Uncle Wang next door that a single bottle of Maodai costs several thousand. Today, I discovered that each bottle can sell for over 6,000 yuan. Your father and I have kept the 30,000 yuan he gave us. We haven't dared to spend it, fearing he might come back for more. What is going on? Where did he get all this money from? Could it possibly be from illegal activities? Li Guizhi was increasingly alarmed upon learning that Qin Feng had gifted her daughter 50,000 yuan. Considering the Maotai liquor, the fine Chinese cigarettes, various skincare products, and a bounty of fresh seafood, the total sum must surely exceed 200,000 yuan. Where, indeed, had Qin Feng procured such a fortune? At this moment, Lin Ruoshue fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the news, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Mother, please do not spend that money, and refrain from touching those items as much as possible. Let me investigate where this money truly originates from before we proceed. After imparting her caution, Lin Ruoshue hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, she dialed Qin Feng's number. Qin Feng, who was currently in a taxi en route to the Galaxy Hotel, exhibited a look of surprise upon seeing the incoming call. He hastily picked up the phone to answer. Hello, is that you, Ruoshue? Is there something urgent that prompted your call? The fact that Lin Ruoshue, who had never taken the initiative to call him before, reached out now left Qin Feng feeling both honored and bewildered. A wave of concern washed over him, making him wonder if something had gone awry or if it related to Nyonyo. At that moment, Qin Feng's tone shifted to one of palpable tension. I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you. You must explain to me where you acquired such a substantial amount of money. This includes the gifts you sent to my parents and the 30,000 yuan in cash you left behind. You must tell me everything in detail. Where did all of this come from? Lin Ruoshue pressed him with urgency. But if I share the truth, will you believe me? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before tentatively responding. Speak your mind. Whether I choose to believe you is my decision alone, Lin Ruoxue replied coldly. Chapter 51. Investment? I invested it all. Well, here's the thing. A few days ago, I purchased a lottery ticket and won a sum of money. Subsequently, I invested that amount in garlic, and after a few days of holding it, the price surged, allowing me to profit once more. Ruoxue, you must believe me. I am no longer the scoundrel and miscreant I once was. My sole intention now is to earn money through my own efforts. To make amends for you and your daughter, and to create the best life for you both. I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to atone for my past transgressions. Therefore, from this moment onward, do not reject my goodwill towards you, for it is my obligation. And the means through which I acquired this money are entirely legitimate. Had it been ill-gotten, I would have long been apprehended. Qin Feng hurriedly explained over the phone. When Lin Ruoxue first heard Qin Feng mention his lottery win, a sense of skepticism washed over her. However, considering the recent surge in garlic prices, her doubts began to wane. Moreover, his assertion that if the earnings were illicit, he would have already been caught, lent some credence to his words. Yet, Lin Ruoxue still felt a twinge of unease. She could not touch this money, regardless of the circumstances. Even if one day Qin Feng were to regret his decision and demand it back, she needed to be able to return it without entanglement. All right, I understand. I'll hang up now, she said, ending the call. With a sigh, she gazed at the several tens of thousands of yuan on the table, lost in contemplation. If only it were all true. Regardless, she resolutely decided not to touch the money, still wary of its origins. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed her daughter, Nyonyo, holding the latest smartphone, already unboxed and powered on. Seated on the sofa, she was engrossed in short videos, laughing joyfully. Lin Ruoxue's brow furrowed slightly as she contemplated snatching the phone away, but upon seeing the radiant smile on her daughter's face, her heart softened. After all, it was merely a phone worth 7 or 8,000 yuan. If it were indeed acquired through dubious means, at worst, they would simply return it. What mattered most was Nyonyo's happiness. Mommy, this phone was bought by Daddy, right? It's so beautiful. I want to call him to thank him, Nyonyo exclaimed, her face beaming with delight. Don't call him just yet. Your father is busy making money. Just be good, and everything will be all right. Lin Ruoxue replied with a warm smile, settling down on the sofa beside her daughter to watch television. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng exited the car, paid the fare, and proceeded towards the entrance. Suddenly, he spotted Gao Jia rushing towards him with an enthusiastic smile plastered across his face. Brother, you finally made it. Why did you call me so urgently? What is the matter? Gao Jia inquired with palpable eagerness. Pulling Qin Feng forward, he exclaimed, Indeed. There is something I must discuss with you. Let us head to the Western New City. Qin Feng replied with a smile. There's no rush. Let's first go inside and have a meal. I was just waiting for you to order. Gao Jia responded with great enthusiasm. Let us set the meal aside for now. Earning money is of greater significance, don't you agree? Qin Feng suddenly halted, wearing a smile as he looked at him. How could that be? Man is made of iron, and meals are made of steel. If we're focused on making money, we can certainly forego a meal, Gao Jia exclaimed. Finally realizing and stopping in his tracks, his face lit with eager anticipation. He appeared utterly exhilarated. Why are you so impatient? You go ahead and drive. We shall visit the Western New City, and I will explain everything once we arrive. Qin Feng maintained an air of mystery, further intensifying Gao Jia's restless curiosity, akin to a cat scratching at his insides. Unable to contain himself, he dashed out eagerly. Moments later, he returned driving a Porsche Cayenne, which he parked smoothly at the entrance, rolling down the window to wave at Qin Feng. Chapter 52. Brother, stop talking, I believe you. Come on, brother. Let us get in the car. After seeing this, Qin Feng nodded and walked over. Once they were in the vehicle, the two swiftly departed, leaving the city behind. After a journey of over 20 minutes, they had nearly exited the urban area and arrived at the Western New Town. The development in the Western New Town was relatively sluggish, with many areas still barren. Only a few lonely residential complexes dotted the landscape, giving it a desolate appearance. The streets were eerily quiet, lacking in both people and facilities, with hardly any hospitals around, only a few ordinary schools, none of which were part of a prestigious district. Consequently, the Western New Town seemed forgotten, perpetually devoid of effective development. The properties here scarcely held any value, with numerous unfinished buildings lining the streets. The finest bank property in this area was merely priced at over 8,000 per square meter. One must remember, this is Vank. Ordinary properties in various cities only cost 3,000 to 4,000. Some had long since become abandoned shells. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Xingyu sales office, Qin Feng exited the vehicle and headed inside. Gao Jia, noticing this, hurried after him, grabbing Qin Feng's arm with a puzzled expression. Brother, didn't you say there was a new project? Why are we here in this rundown place? Qin Feng smiled slightly, pointing to the sales office, and replied with amusement. Isn't this it? Gao Jie stood there, momentarily stunned, even questioning his own perception. After a while, he finally reacted. Brother, you're not joking, are you? You want to invest in real estate? His voice rose in disbelief. Indeed, I mentioned I would help you earn some money, and I intend to keep my word. Qin Feng spread his hands, speaking earnestly. Wait, brother, let me think this through. Gao Jie rubbed his temples. After a moment, he looked up with a serious expression, seeking confirmation once again. Brother, this is an unfinished project, infamous in our city, and there is currently no way to hand over the properties. He gestured to the houses around them. Even if they were given to us for free, they would still be a burden, lacking any real value. Qin Feng, however, shook his head. If this area undergoes development or experiences significant changes, such as being incorporated into a prestigious school district and attracting a few factories, how much do you think property values here would rise? He said softly. If it becomes part of a key academic district, property prices could multiply several times. If factories were established nearby, they could at least double. But that is unrealistic, brother. Our city has always developed the south, not the northwest. This western area is less promising than the north. Gao Jie shook his head once more. It wasn't skepticism. He simply found it hard to believe that such a desolate area could be designated for a school district. The western new town had languished in neglect for many years. Currently, few developers choose to establish themselves here, and the land is readily available with minimal competition. Do you doubt my words? With a single statement, Qin Feng dispelled all of Gao Jie's uncertainties. Brother, enough. I believe you. Even if it results in a loss, I am willing to follow you. Gao Jie hurriedly interjected. Very well, then come with me. With that, Qin Feng strode inside. At that moment, the sales office was eerily quiet. A few sales consultants lounged on the sofas, engrossed in their mobile devices. Even the manager, identifiable by the badge around his neck, held a cup of water, appearing quite bored. When Qin Feng and Gao Jie entered, the sales consultants merely glanced in their direction, yet none approached to inquire. Only the manager, standing near the entrance, braced himself to attend to the newcomers, forcing a smile onto his face. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Are you here to purchase a property? Our Xingyu real estate is quite reputable, although the location is somewhat remote. However, it offers a serene living environment, complemented by exquisite surroundings, especially the greenery, the manager remarked, gesturing toward the lush expanse outside with a smile. What are the property prices? Qin Feng asked as he approached the model display, his gaze sweeping over the area. He had already fixed his attention on zones A and B. Chapter 53, The Abandoned Project. The properties in these two districts are all premium apartments. They feature the finest layouts and the most advantageous locations. The price we paid is, without a doubt, the most affordable in the city, only in the 40s. You would be hard-pressed to find such a price anywhere else in the metropolis. Although we may be somewhat remote, we are still well connected to the city center. Unlike those outer 5 counties, over there lies the West City River, and we have scenic views along with ample green spaces in our community. Construction is nearing completion. With even a slight development in the area, the property values here are bound to astonish you. The manager continued his pitch. Of course, he was merely clinging to a glimmer of hope. As it stands, Star Universe Real Estate is lucky to sell even 1 unit a day. Moreover, those purchasing here are typically driven by necessity and often lack sufficient funds. Many are from the outer 5 counties, with a modest budget, eager to marry and buy a home, which is why they have chosen this location. After all, this still counts as part of the city. I am fully aware, uncle. But my esteemed elder brother is truly remarkable. You have not seen him in person. Otherwise, if you had the means, you would undoubtedly follow his lead in investment. His deeds are akin to legends within our circle and have been substantiated. Though this venture appears risky, I still place my trust in him. Especially since he has invested a substantial amount himself, Gao Jie remarked with a smile. Have you considered that he might be orchestrating a scheme to ensnare you? It could very well be a performance for your amusement. Such scams are commonplace. Your Uncle Chun receives dozens, if not hundreds, of similar cases each year. Pray tell, where exactly did he lead you to purchase property? At this juncture, Gao Changxing sighed and took a sip of tea slowly. In the western new city, Longxi Bay? Uncle, are you trying to frighten me? Yet my esteemed elder brother is undeniably extraordinary. Do not sow discord among us. Regardless, the money has already been invested, and I fear no loss. Gao Jie asserted his conviction. It must be noted that prior to his uncle's skepticism, he held some apprehension within himself. However, the moment his uncle voiced his doubts, his faith in Qin Feng only solidified. After all, his uncle has never been one to believe in the supernatural. Yet, Qin Ge has indeed assisted Han Xiaolong and Sheng Hongyan, and even Chu Tianhe has benefited from his fortune, having recently amassed considerable wealth. At that moment, upon hearing the name Longxi Bei, Gao Changxing abruptly spat out his tea, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Gao Jie. What did you say? You bought a property in Longxi Bei? Is this truly the case? Gao Changxing bombarded him with 3 questions in succession, his sudden shift in demeanor leaving Gao Jie bewildered. Uncertain of his uncle's intentions. Is there something wrong with this property? Could it genuinely be an abandoned project? The mere thought sent a wave of anxiety through Gao Jie. Uncle, your dramatic reaction is quite alarming. Please do not frighten me. Is there something amiss with this property, or perhaps a dispute? Gao Jie inquired hastily. After all, his uncle was a prominent figure in the housing and construction sector, undoubtedly privy to insider information. While he could not divulge confidential details, he might still reveal which properties were problematic. No. What a good brother you are. What kind of background does your family have? Are they also involved in the housing and construction industry? After a brief moment, Gao Changxing finally regained his composure. The tumult within him took a while to settle. Recently, a directive had been issued from above, emphasizing the development of the new Western Town area, with significant regions already earmarked for this purpose. Notably, this crucial area encompassed the location of Longxi Bei, positioned right at its center. Over 300 billion had been allocated for its development, along with the establishment of numerous key schools and hospitals, all set to emerge in due course. Moreover, a group of investors from the port area had been recruited to finance the project. The renowned Fanawild amusement park was also slated for construction by the lakeside behind Longxi Bei. In essence, the vicinity of Longxi Bei in the new western town was poised for remarkable transformation. Consequently, property prices in this area were bound to skyrocket as if propelled by a rocket. Even a mere announcement from the authorities would instantaneously elevate the prices. Chapter 54. Key Development Areas, Property Prices Soaring. Crucially, this is a confidential document issued from above, and no one dares to disclose its contents. Anyone who reveals even the slightest detail not only risks losing their position but also faces imprisonment. Public officials below the rank of department head and section chief lack the authority to know about this secret, let alone attend such a meeting. Thus, Gao Changxing immediately speculated that the esteemed brother his nephew spoke of likely has ties to the housing and urban-rural development sector. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for him to be privy to the details of their confidential meetings. Say, Uncle, are you quite intrigued by my esteemed brother? His family background is rather ordinary. I've heard he hails from a rural background. Gao Jie shared what he knew. That cannot be. If his family lacks connections within the housing sector, then surely they must have high-level ties to the resources department. Are you certain? His upbringing is indeed quite common. Gao Changxing, upon hearing this, shook his head resolutely and countered with a question. Absolutely. Moreover, I heard that just a month ago, my esteemed brother was in dire straits. I can't fathom how he suddenly transformed in such a short span. Gao Jie continued. He seems to be privy to a wealth of insider information. Many in our circle speculate about his identity, wondering if he is the illegitimate son of some tycoon. Otherwise, how could he possess such confidential news? Now I see. Gao Changxing said, you should cultivate a good relationship with this brother of yours. It is undoubtedly the right course of action. Your uncle supports you. At this moment, Gao Changxing abruptly rose, patted Gao Jie on the shoulder, and earnestly urged him. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Gao Jie in a state of shock. He felt as though he were in a dream. Previously, whenever he mentioned friends, his uncle had never shown disdain but remained indifferent, never offering advice. Yet this time, his uncle had seriously urged him to associate closely with Qin. Could this be some form of hint? 3 days later, Longzhou City's official news release announced the commencement of the key development of the Western New City. It would be incorporated into a prestigious educational district, with several factories slated to begin construction shortly. A plethora of investors from Hong Kong had already been attracted. The area would feature an array of entertainment and recreational facilities. The once stagnant Western New City instantly came alive following the press conference, with various property developments bustling with activity. In contrast, the prime location of Longxi Bei remained eerily quiet. It was not that the properties here lacked value or that they had not experienced a price increase. Rather, the prices had skyrocketed, yet no homes were available for sale. Although the second phase had not yet commenced construction and merely acquired land, the first phase had stalled, preventing the second phase from launching. Nevertheless, within 3 days, all properties had been reserved, yielding substantial profits. Wang Chong sat in the conference room, a look of melancholy on his face. The anticipated success of the second phase should have been a cause for celebration. However, The properties from the first phase were swiftly purchased by others, and at the lowest possible price. A staggering 500 units were sold out at a price of $3,800 each, with the buyers having only made the down payment. Merely 3 days later, following the announcement of the official press conference, the prices for the second phase of Longxi Bay soared to $25,000 per square meter. As for the first phase, which could have been delivered as ready-to-move-in homes, the prices might have even soared beyond $25,000, reaching up to $30,000. Particularly noteworthy are several villas, whose prices could potentially double to between $40,000 and $50,000. Chapter 55. The other party is breaching the contract. However, the first phase has already been completely sold out. All he can do is wait anxiously for the opening of the second phase. He lit a cigarette, moved to the window, took a deep drag, and gazed longingly at the row of buildings across the street, filled only with envy. Damn it! How could it be so inexplicable? In just 3 days. How did it suddenly become a focal point? Those two fellows can't possibly have stumbled upon such luck, can they? Wang Chong muttered in frustration. It was precisely because the first phase sold out so quickly that he initially thought he had struck a tremendous bargain, only to realize now that he had suffered a significant loss. Had it not sold, all 500 units could have soared to over $30,000 each. That would mean a tenfold increase. In other words, the headquarters would incur a loss of 10 times that amount. As he watched the rising tide of speculators and genuine buyers congregating across the street, he felt a stark contrast with the desolation on his side. The few customers who arrived could not even view the properties. Even if they could not purchase them, as they had all been sold. Wang Chong was in a state of agitation, his hair being pulled in frustration. When calculated, it equated to a direct loss of over $1.3 billion. It is worth noting that their construction costs were remarkably low. Otherwise, they would not have been able to price it at $3,800. This sum could entirely fund half of the development for the second or even third phases. The mere thought of this made Wang Chong feel on the verge of a breakdown. Just as he was grappling with his predicament, a phone call suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was astounded to find it was President Liu. Previously, the sight of President Liu would have filled him with joy and anticipation for a promotion. However, now, the call felt like a ticking time bomb. Answering it would be akin to triggering an explosion. Wang Chong was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale with fear, yet he dared not ignore it. Steeling himself, he answered the call, only to be met with a barrage of furious shouts. Wang Chong, you imbecile. Have you formulated a plan? How are we to reclaim those 500 units that were sold? You better give me an explanation. President Liu's wrath echoed through the line, as if he were capable of devouring him whole. Even through the phone, Wang Chong could sense a lethal intensity. President Liu, please allow me to explain. When these properties were sold, you even praised me. No one could have anticipated such an outrageous price increase. In just 3 days, the authorities declared our area a key development zone. You cannot blame me for this. I cannot predict the future. If I had the ability to foresee such risks, I would have purchased the properties myself rather than selling them to outsiders. Therefore, blaming me is futile. Wang Chong stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he attempted to justify himself. I am not blaming you, but you must find a way to reclaim all the properties. The loss of several billion is a burden our company cannot bear, and a strict order has been issued to ensure, at any cost, that these two individuals do not succeed in seizing the properties. We are talking about 500 units, amounting to over 10 billion. Can we simply accept such a loss? President Liu is aware of this situation, but blaming the other party is futile. We must now seek a solution. The dismissal of a minor manager is inconsequential, but the current president is at stake. If he were to be removed due to this incident, it would be a catastrophe. Not only Wang Chong, but no senior executives within the entire group could have anticipated that the underperforming projects they had written off would now be in prime locations, with property values skyrocketing tenfold. Fortunately, we have finally reaped the rewards of the second phase. Otherwise, our shareholders would be on the brink of despair. President Liu, do not panic. I have suddenly recalled something significant. Did we not sign a breach of contract agreement previously? My proposal is to compensate them 5 times the amount. That is a mere fraction compared to the loss of several billion. Returning 5 times would only amount to several tens of millions. Suddenly, Wang Chong spoke up, his eyes gleaming with realization. Although this approach may seem inhumane, it is a necessary choice for the benefit of the company. Any business would act similarly in such a situation. After all, we are discussing billions, not mere play tokens. Upon hearing Wang Chong's dubious suggestion, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Chapter 56. A fortune awaits. Your suggestion is indeed feasible. Let us proceed forthwith. Such matters should be addressed without delay, should they choose to sue. Let them do so. At worst, it would only be a breach of contract. Once this matter is resolved, I shall promptly transfer you to the headquarters. Hurry and act. After uttering these words, President Liu terminated the call. Wang Chong, in turn, revealed a smile, finally alleviating a burden that had long weighed on his mind. Otherwise, he would have remained restless, fearing trouble from the headquarters. He had not anticipated that this phone call would suddenly remind him of that breach of contract. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng was dining at a tea restaurant when he suddenly overheard a heated argument between the restaurant owner and his wife in the kitchen. You foolish woman. Long-haired but short-sighted. If you had listened to me back then and purchased a property in Longxi Bay, Western New City, wouldn't we be wealthy now? When we went there, the price was only 4,200. Just look at it now. Over 30,000. You insisted that the location was poor and lacked vision. Yet properties in the city center are priced at over 100,000 per square meter. Could we afford that? The owner bellowed. The wife, feeling quite wronged, wiped her tears and retorted, now you blame me? Why didn't you stand firm back then? You were reluctant to buy, thinking the area was too remote and lacking development, with no schools nearby. Now, you lament in hindsight. Where was your foresight then? You wretched woman, do you dare to argue with me? You delayed my fortune. Believe it or not, I could take you to file for divorce right now. Otherwise, I would be a millionaire, not stuck here running a small shop. As he spoke, the owner appeared ready to resort to violence, causing his wife to flee in panic. Observing this commotion, Qin Feng merely smiled faintly, not out of schadenfreude, but rather because he had struck a monumental deal. Over 200 properties, each averaging at least 75 square meters. This amounted to over 15,000 square meters in total. Should he sell them all, he would net at least 480 million, which translates to a profit of 480 million after deducting costs. Even robbing a bank would not yield such rapid returns. This was merely within the span of 3 days, all thanks to his memories from a past life. Akin to possessing the ability to foresee the future, earning money had become exceedingly simple. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Gao Jie calling. He immediately inferred that Gao Jie must have seen the news conference as well. He answered the call, and despite holding the phone at a distance from his ear, he could still hear the exhilarated voice on the other end. Brother, my dear brother, the prices have soared. The properties we purchased have skyrocketed. They have now been officially designated as a key investment area, especially our Longxi Bay properties, which are priced 7,000 to 8,000 more per square meter than surrounding areas. I just inquired about the prices. They are now at least 31,000 per square meter. Although my property types are not ideal, they can still fetch over 20,000 per square meter. With my 500 units, I have netted over 700 million. This is truly remarkable. Gao Jie's voice was filled with exuberance. One could almost envision the exhilaration he felt upon receiving this news, akin to winning the lottery. Naturally, he was the first to share this revelation. In contrast, Gao Jie's 500 units were relatively small and not particularly well designed, thus commanding a significantly lower price. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of 500 units has allowed him to earn over 700 million, surpassing Qin Feng's own profits by more than 200 million. It can be said that in Gao Jie's eyes, Qin Feng now resembles a deity. He yearns to find Qin Feng immediately and enshrine this wealth-bringer in his home. Chapter 57. My brother no longer acknowledges me. Adjust your mindset. Do not act as though you have never encountered the world. Qin Feng remarked with a feigned air of profundity. Yet, within, he was consumed by exhilaration. It was not merely the wealth he had amassed that stirred him. In his past life, he had been a billionaire magnate. Having returned to this life, he sought only to remedy the grievances he had caused his wife and daughter in his previous existence. Thus, under this premise, he must earn money. In his past life, his financial endeavors were solely for his own benefit. In this life, however, he aspired to provide for his wife and daughter, ensuring they lived in comfort and abundance. Truly remarkable was his elder brother, who effortlessly accrued billions yet remained so composed. Brother, I cannot possibly compare. My heart feels as though it might fail. I must go downstairs and procure some potent heart medicine. As he spoke, Gao Jie indeed made his way outside. Qin Feng could even hear his labored breathing. What was most absurd was that he actually went to the pharmacy and purchased the heart medication. Just as he was about to take it, Qin Feng hastily intervened. Stop your foolishness. Medicines can be harmful. You cannot consume them recklessly. We have many matters to attend to. Quickly reach out to those in real estate or clients capable of acquiring multiple properties at once and sell off the houses in your possession. While prices will continue to rise, we must also contend with the impending mortgage payments, which amount to a significant sum. The difference in price will not be substantial. Having cash on hand is paramount. Qin Feng advised earnestly. Rest assured, brother, I shall contact the real estate groups immediately. I will strive to liquidate all the properties in one go. Gao Jie vowed with determination. Qin Feng held a measure of faith in his brother's words. After a brief exchange, they concluded their call. Qin Feng then picked up the phone to call Chu Tianhe. Hello, my dear brother. Your call indicates you must have something on your mind. Chu Tianhe gestured from the other end. Qin Feng took it in stride. Indeed. I have a matter in need of your assistance. Last time we spoke, I asked if you knew any high-ranking individuals in the banking sector who could provide a recommendation. I have a lucrative project that could yield considerable profit. Qin Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Every endeavor he pursued was meticulously planned, each step clear in his mind. Upon hearing Qin Feng mention a profitable project, Chu Tianhe, who had been lounging in bed, sprang up with newfound energy, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. His face radiated eagerness. In recent times, Qin Feng had indeed helped him earn several million, and he was acutely aware of Qin Feng's capabilities. His faith in Qin Feng's prowess was unwavering. He had complete trust, devoid of any doubt. Should anyone dare question Qin Feng's words, he would be the first to defend him vehemently. Indeed, I am acquainted with a deputy bank president. Previously, while I was engaged in loan activities, I came to know this reliable old friend within my circle. I shall contact him now. After concluding the call with that individual, Chu Tian had dialed the number of his old friend. He briefly explained the situation and arranged a meeting before ending the call. Almost immediately, his phone rang again. To his surprise, it was Han Xiaolong calling. Puzzled, Chu Tianhe answered the call. Brother Chu, something serious has happened. Han Xiaolong's tone was grave, exuding tension. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianhe's heart skipped a beat. Calm down and articulate your thoughts. What exactly has transpired? Chu Tianhe urged, his concern palpable. It's a monumental affair. My elder brother has disowned me, casting me aside. I dare not reach out to him. But this incident has made me acutely aware of my insignificance in his eyes, Han Xiaolong lamented, a heavy sigh escaping him. His tone earnest and grave. Chapter 58. The perplexity of Chu Tianhe. Yet there was an inexplicable confusion surrounding him. This left Chu Tianhe scratching his head, engulfed in a haze of bewilderment. Wait a moment, clarify for me, what do you mean your biological brother no longer recognizes you? I recall you mentioning that you were an only child. Chu Tianhe inquired, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. Brother Chu, how can you still not comprehend my words? The brother I speak of is none other than Qin Feng. He no longer acknowledges me as a sibling, and I have not provoked him in any way. All past grievances have been put behind us, and he even assisted me in making money. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he has chosen not to include me anymore. Surely he has taken you along, right? As for the properties in Longxi Bay, the number you have acquired has left me envious. Can't I indulge in a little vicarious thrill? Han Xiaolong interjected, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone. This only deepened Chu Tianhe's confusion. After a prolonged silence, he exclaimed, What do you mean by acquiring properties? Your words are utterly nonsensical and have left me utterly befuddled. Please, clarify your thoughts and explain it again. Chu Tianhe insisted with an earnest demeanor. I say, Brother Chu, do not conceal the truth from me any longer. A few days ago, did not Brother Qin take you all to Longxi Bay to purchase properties? The area has recently become a focal point for development, and merely acquiring a few units could yield a profit of several million. I simply wish to know how many properties Brother Qin has helped you secure. Han Xiaolong's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. Earning money was one aspect, yet the fact that Qin Feng had not included him weighed heavily on his heart. Although he understood that it was within Qin Feng's rights to choose his companions, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. They were all brothers, and many of them had previously crossed paths with Qin Feng in less than favorable ways. Why then did Qin Feng opt to take others along without so much as a word to him? It was as if he had not been regarded as one of their own, completely excluded from their endeavors. Just days prior, he had been boasting before Gao Jie, only to be met with a swift dose of reality. Frankly speaking, he could forego the profits, yet he longed to be part of the experience. If Qin Feng found himself in need of funds, he could have sought assistance from him. After all, this was the essence of brotherhood. What did you say? Qin Feng truly went to Longxi Bay to acquire properties? I was entirely unaware of this. Had you not mentioned it, I would remain in the dark. Why? Do you harbor resentment? Han Xiaolong continued. You mustn't be greedy. Not long ago, when Qin Feng brought you to stock up on Maotai, you profited handsomely. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianhe burst into laughter, finally grasping the situation. That is not the case. Brother Chu, even if Qin Feng chose not to include me in this venture, I harbor no ill feelings. What I meant to convey was whether he has come to you seeking a loan. After all, his capital is limited, and I thought that given the considerable favor I owe him, I ought to repay it. Even if he chooses not to, He must surely regard me as a brother. Yet, in his time of need, he first thought of you all and not of me. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, ultimately rendering Han Xiaolong's voice almost silent. At that moment, Chu Tianhe finally grasped the situation. It turned out that this young man had misunderstood. Qin Feng had not been in touch with him for some time. I thought it was something of great significance, causing quite a stir and giving me quite a shock. You young people should take the opportunity to learn from Qin, who shares your age. Observe his composure. Chu Tianhe continued to elucidate. I am aware of the matter now. But let me assure you, Qin did not seek financial assistance from me. I suspect he has made some profit from that bottle of wine he stockpiled last time, as well as from selling second-hand air conditioners, which likely yielded a substantial return. His funds should be sufficient. He did not involve me in any of this, however. He did call me earlier about a new venture that could be lucrative. I believe this time he might include both you and me, so there is no need to overthink it. Is that truly the case? Whether it is profitable or not is debatable. But the real concern is whether Brother Qin would consider me if he needed money. I fear nothing else. But what if Brother Qin genuinely finds himself in need and prefers to seek assistance elsewhere rather than turning to us? Han Xiaolong inquired with a hint of anxiety. Chapter 59. Small gains, big losses. At present, he finds himself indifferent to the pursuit of wealth. After all, he has recently stockpiled a considerable quantity of Matai liquor, which has yielded him significant profits. In his view, Qin Feng has saved his life, helping him save a substantial amount of money and even assisting him in making a profit. He has always kept this immense favor in mind. Thus, what troubles him is that when Qin Feng encounters difficulties, he fails to remember him. Although my acquaintance with Qin Feng has not been long, through our interactions, I have come to understand his temperament to some extent. He is a person who dislikes being indebted to others. To be precise, when he truly requires assistance, it is often during a critical moment, and at that point, one should not hesitate to offer help. Chu Tianhe nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few words, the two ended the call. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolong had reached Gao Jie. Upon learning that Qin Feng had collaborated with Gao Jie to acquire several hundred properties, yielding profits in the billions, Han Xiaolong, who previously cared little about financial gain, was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Qin Feng had quietly amassed such a fortune. It is difficult to fathom the courage it took to negotiate for those unfinished properties in the past. In that instant, he finally comprehended that Qin Feng had already presented him with an opportunity to profit. However, the amount one wishes to earn is contingent upon the initial investment. Had he procured several thousand more bottles of Matai at that time, his earnings would have multiplied accordingly. Similarly, in this instance, if Gao Jie had not placed his trust in Qin Feng and had only purchased 1 or 2 properties, his profits would have been limited, perhaps even less than what he earned from Matai. Thus, he harbors no jealousy. It is merely that his trust in Qin Feng has yet to reach the level of Gao Jie's bold commitment. Nevertheless, he still feels a twinge of discomfort. Clearly, he should reflect on himself regarding this matter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng had just purchased gifts and snacks, preparing to visit his daughter, Niu. However, midway through his journey, his phone rang. He casually answered as he hailed a taxi. Hello, is this manager Wang Chong? Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Wang Chong calling. A vague sense of awareness dawned upon him. Is this Mr. Qin? I am Wang Chong. I hope I'm not disturbing you by calling. Wang Chong spoke with a friendly tone. It's nothing. I was just feeling bored. Qin Feng replied. Manager Wang, your call must not be trivial. It's about the property, isn't it? As he finished speaking, he pulled out a 10 yuan bill and casually tossed it to the driver before exiting the vehicle. Originally, he intended to visit his daughter, but now he faced a pressing issue. Wang Chang's unexpected call undoubtedly pertained to the matter of property price increases. Mr. Qin, you are indeed perceptive. I hadn't even spoken yet, and you already knew the purpose of my call. Since you have brought this up, I shall not beat around the bush. The situation is as follows. You previously purchased 200 units from us at a price of 800 yuan per square meter. To be candid, Mr. Qin, were it not for the alarming surge in property prices, I would not even be broaching this subject with you. However, as you can see, the escalation in housing prices has been nothing short of terrifying. Our company has incurred losses amounting to over 1 billion yuan, primarily at your expense and that of your acquaintance. This loss is not only a burden for the group, but it is also something I cannot personally bear. Therefore, I am contemplating a compromise. We could retain 10 units for you, while returning the remainder. This way, both you and your friend would still profit. Those 10 units could yield at least 1 or 2 million yuan. Wang Chong spoke with a smile, his demeanor exceptionally humble. After all, the group has instructed that, by any means necessary, we must reclaim these 500 units. Leaving 20 units for you was a decision made unilaterally. But as long as we manage to recover the majority of the properties, I believe President Liu will not raise any objections. A small sacrifice for a substantial gain. Chapter 60. Breach of contract, an unseemly display. I failed to comprehend the meaning behind it. Manager Wang, could you please elucidate further? Qin Feng feigned ignorance and inquired. Boss Qin, I shall speak plainly. The 500 properties sold to you and your associates have been reclaimed, leaving you with merely 20 units. Naturally, I can also return your down payments. Wang manager stated, expressing that this was the utmost sacrifice he could offer as a manager, as well as a gesture of trust from when you purchased the properties here. Consider it a small form of compensation and advice from a subordinate. How does that sound? He tentatively probed. This was merely the first proposal. Should the counterpart express dissatisfaction and refuse, he would present a second breach agreement, one with double the penalty. If that too was rejected, he would resort to obstinacy, compelling a breach regardless. Ultimately, he was determined to reclaim those 500 properties by any means necessary. Wang manager, do you presume I am easily placated? Upon purchasing the properties, I signed the contracts, and I have remitted all down payments, including the loans transferred to your company's account. Now you wish to breach the contract? Is there no law governing your actions? Despite his prior suspicions, Qin Feng was engulfed in anger upon hearing the words exchanged. His tone turned icy. In response to Qin Feng's fury, the other party did not offer an apology. Instead, they retorted with sarcasm. Mr. Qin, I can only express my regrets regarding this matter. If it were you in my position, you likely wouldn't accept the loss of 2 billion, would you? This is not merely a matter of hundreds of thousands or millions. With over 500 properties at stake, our company cannot absorb such a deficit. The terms I've presented are already exceedingly generous. If you find them unsatisfactory, please propose an alternative. I am all ears. Wang Chong replied with a smirk. You seek my terms? My condition is clear. I shall not relinquish a single property. I purchased them, and the inherent investment risks are mine to bear. Now that the risks have materialized, yet the profits are reaped by you, do not display such an unseemly demeanor. Whether you can afford to compensate is your concern. If these properties had not appreciated, do you truly believe I would receive a refund? Qin Feng countered. Of course not. Because I suspect Mr. Qin is unwilling or unable to procure the triple penalty. I hold no contempt towards Mr. Qin. However, our company is prepared to compensate you with triple the penalty, achieving what you cannot. Do you not feel that should suffice? Very well, Mr. Qin, this is a notification, not a negotiation. It is the final directive from our company. I have matters to attend to, so I shall terminate this call. After Wang Chong concluded, he prepared to hang up. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly let out a cold laugh. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? His voice grew increasingly frigid. Allow me to respond to you once more, Mr. Qin. It is not a matter of uncertainty. It is an absolute certainty. There is no room for negotiation regarding this matter. The higher-ups in the company refuse to acknowledge any compensation, and as a mere manager, I find myself powerless. Do I not? You possess ample resources and can easily acquire additional properties, amassing wealth that I could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. Why must you insist on confronting me so relentlessly? Wang Chong spoke in a low voice, though it was tinged with a hint of sardonic amusement. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brows even further. It appears that your company is determined to pursue this path to its bitter end, since you lack benevolence. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Should you attempt to reclaim the property, I shall ensure that you face the consequences. Qin Feng reiterated with fervor. Well then, my young brother, I shall await the outcome. With that, Wang Chong abruptly ended the call, a look of disdain etched upon his face. He could hardly believe that two upstarts, having struck luck and acquired a batch of properties, could now bask in a surge of prices that seemed to signal their resurgence. Yet, the strength of the company was beyond what these mere neophytes could contend with. They were simply two nouveau riches. What could they possibly wield against established entities such as ours? Chapter 61. The wrath of Gao Jie. It is they who will ultimately suffer the consequences. If he is truly provoked, he may simply reclaim the property without any room for compensation. At least, for now, he holds the authority. As long as it is in the interest of the company, aiming to mitigate losses, even the 10 houses he promised to Qin Feng can be retracted. To him, those 10 houses are merely a consolation for the two fools. He is the one who decides. At the same time, he placed a call to Gao Jie, using the same tone and content. Upon hearing the news, Gao Jie erupted in curses and abruptly hung up the phone. Wang Chong shook his head with a smile, bemused. One is a brutish figure, the other pretentious, both merely putting on a facade. I, Wang Chong, am curious to see what abilities you possess to reclaim these houses. Do you truly believe that our legal team is inept? With a cold snort, Wang Chong ended the call and returned to his work. He began scheduling meetings with clients. intending to sell all 500 units. A sales celebration was set for the following day, and the promotional banners had already been prepared to hang at the entrance. 500 units available for sale. This drew a large crowd, and over 100 units were reserved that very day, causing Wang Chong to smile broadly. Finally, he had something to report to the headquarters, and President Liu was poised to promote him to the main office. That evening, Qin Feng and Gao Jie met at an upscale tea restaurant. Gao Jie, brimming with fury, flung his handbag onto the table, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with anger. The surrounding waitstaff instinctively kept their distance. Observing this, Qin Feng smiled lightly. What's wrong? A wilted eggplant, I see. What are you joking about at a time like this, brother? Our properties are about to be reclaimed. The billions we could have made are slipping away. Gao Jie exclaimed, his heart feeling as though it were bleeding. Anger coursed through him. He could have made a windfall of 700 to 800 million from these properties, but then came a phone call announcing a breach of contract. Even with triple compensation offered, they insisted on reclaiming the properties. In that moment, Gao Jie was seething, unable to retaliate. After all, triple the penalty amounted to mere tens of millions, not even a fraction of the value of the properties. It seems Wang Chong has contacted you as well. What did he say regarding the penalty? Qin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Don't even mention it. He offered me 3 times the penalty. What good is that? Selling my 300 units would yield more than that paltry sum. They want to reclaim the properties without bearing any risk, treating us as if we were mere soft persimmons. Even when making wishes at a temple, it cannot be this outrageous. We bear the risks with our own money, while the profits are entirely theirs. The avarice of capitalists is truly grotesque. At this moment, Gao Jie slammed his fist on the table, causing it to tremble violently. 2 glasses of red wine toppled over, shattering on the floor. The waiter hurried over to clean up the mess. Observing this, Qin Feng gently tapped the table. Could you not be so reckless? Throwing a tantrum at the table will not compel them to return your property. Since they have cast aside all shame, we need not adhere to any principles. Qin Feng suddenly interjected with a smile. Gao Jie's eyes brightened at his words, filled with excitement and longing as he gazed at Qin Feng. Brother, do you have a plan? Please share it. I can hardly contain my anxiety. Gao Jie nearly lunged at Qin Feng, which elicited a disdainful glance from him. The houses in Longxi Bay have quality issues. The fire hazards are severe. It is impossible for them to seal the deal and sell them now. They won't even be able to launch the second phase. As for what to do I need to instruct you? Just a casual inquiry into your uncle's affairs. Following the regulations will render any hope of selling that property futile. After stating this, Qin Feng promptly grabbed the bottle of red wine and poured it into his mouth. Chapter 62. Investigating Safety Hazards. At this moment, Gao Jie suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Initially, he had been so flustered by anger that he had lost his composure. Having just coordinated with a real estate speculation group, he intended to sell all 500 units in a single package, eagerly awaiting the influx of money. However, he was taken aback when the sales manager, Wang Chong, called him to insist on reclaiming the properties, even offering triple the penalty for breach of contract. This news nearly shattered his mental state. He had never anticipated such a straightforward, ruthless, and effective approach. Now, spurred by Qin Feng's reminder, a cold smile crept onto his face, and a glint of cruelty flickered in his eyes. I know what to do. Brother, it's all thanks to you. I nearly forgot this crucial point. Just wait and see how I handle them. If they want to play mind games with me, I will ruin them. After declaring this, Gao Jie hurriedly rose and rushed outside. Qin Feng shook his head at his friend's hasty demeanor. Yet, it made perfect sense for Gao Jie to take charge of this matter, considering his uncle was a high-ranking official in the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department. Additionally, Feng Tianhai, his father, was the deputy chief of the Municipal Fire Brigade. Under the premise of adhering to regulations, inspecting the other party was entirely reasonable. Once Gao Jie departed, Qin Feng slowly stood up and made his way home. The following day, at the Longxi Bay sales office, a long queue had formed outside. Employees were bustling about, fully engrossed in their tasks. The 500 available properties were akin to a bombshell, attracting real estate speculators, first-time homebuyers, and individual investors alike, all converging on Longxi Bay, the prime location. Even with the set price of 28,000 per unit, they were snapped up in an instant. Selling just one unit was merely a matter of a blink. Everyone was eager to submit their down payments, with some even paying in full. After a busy morning, only 310 units remained. If all went as expected, the rest would be sold out within 2 days. However, just as the atmosphere reached its peak intensity, a procession of fire trucks slowly approached, accompanied by official vehicles from the housing department that parked at the entrance. A line of firefighters stood at attention, led by 2 middle-aged men. each representing high levels of their respective departments. Director Zhang, I didn't expect to see you here today. What a coincidence. Have you received some inside information? Fire Chief Wu inquired, astonished, as he watched the middle-aged man step out of the housing department's vehicle. I just received a report claiming that the quality of the Longxi Bay properties is subpar, so I came to investigate. After all, this area is undergoing significant development. We cannot afford any issues with our reputation while attracting new residents. Chief Wu, you're not here to inspect the fire safety measures as well, are you? Zhang Chu exhibited no trace of arrogance as he walked alongside his companion, both making their way toward the sales office. It was through reports from concerned individuals that we learned of significant fire hazards in this area. Should an incident occur, it would indeed be a grave matter, especially since this is a key development zone, with directives already issued from higher authorities. We must ensure our work is executed with utmost diligence. Captain Wu chuckled lightly before speaking. The two exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding, and said no more. Upon reaching the entrance of the sales office, they were met with the sight of Wang Chong, who rushed over with an expression of frantic enthusiasm, greeting them warmly. Oh my, esteemed gentlemen. What brings you both here today? In the realm of real estate, nothing incites more fear than fire safety and housing construction regulations. Should either aspect fail to meet standards, the project cannot proceed to closure, let alone be sold. Hence, these individuals determine the fate of the properties. Wang Chong, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, hurried to welcome them. Are you the person in charge here? Captain Wu casually inquired upon seeing Wang Chong. Greetings, Captain Wu. I am the sales manager, Wang Chong. When our development first launched, you conducted the fire safety inspection and provided training for our staff. May I ask the purpose of your visit today? Wang Chong responded, bowing and scraping like a subservient attendant. Since you are in charge, that is acceptable. Following reports, there are considerable fire safety issues here that require reassessment. Let us get to work, gentlemen. With Captain Wu's command, the firefighters behind him proceeded towards the residential area behind the sales office. This action caused quite a stir, as the customers in line halted their purchases, glancing around in concern. After all, the official fire department's presence signified serious fire safety issues, a matter of paramount importance regarding public safety. Chapter 63. It seems we're about to be sealed. Such a grand display. It appears there are significant fire safety issues. Indeed, I suspected something was amiss. They had previously claimed that all properties here had been sold, leaving not a single unit available. Yet today, suddenly, 500 units are up for sale. Is this a case of hunger marketing? I believe there must be hidden fire safety concerns, which is why they had refrained from selling until now. Perhaps they noticed how swiftly others are selling and could no longer wait, launching their sales even before the properties were officially closed. Fire safety is a serious matter, and these prices are exorbitant. Let us see if they can be reduced. As the surrounding guests engaged in fervent discussions, Wang Chong felt a cold sweat break out. He hurried to Captain Wu, wearing a face full of ingratiating smiles. Captain Wu, you cannot be joking. Our properties are about to be sealed, and you have previously inspected the fire safety, finding no significant hazards. Why has this issue suddenly arisen today? Who reported this? How unscrupulous. Wang Chong implored softly. You must trust our company. Such fundamental errors are impossible. Moreover, our President Liu is your classmate. Today is our sales ceremony. Could you possibly return on another day? It is public time. I am at work, and it is my responsibility and duty to consider the safety of the people. Captain Wu replied coolly. Therefore, do not invoke personal connections. Your President Liu is indeed my classmate, but even if he were here today, it would not prevent me from inspecting fire hazards. And do not inquire about who reported this. Even if I told you, what difference would it make? Fire safety hazards are a grave concern. As a property developer, you must prioritize this issue and maintain constant awareness. Captain Wu's voice was unyielding and devoid of compassion. Wang Chang acknowledged this reprimand with a nod. He dared not confront the other man directly. After all, he was the head of the fire brigade. A single word from him could make sealing the properties a reality. I can resolve matters here, but I wonder if you can meet the requirements from the housing construction side. They have arrived today, which suggests there are indeed issues with the properties in Longxi Bay. On one side is fire safety, and on the other, the quality of the buildings. What exactly are you trying to accomplish with Longxi Bay? As Captain Wu's words hung in the air, Wang Chong felt utterly stunned. Then he noticed a senior official from the housing construction department approaching. It was none other than Director Zhang. Manager Wang, we are here to conduct a quality inspection of your properties. Following a report, it has come to our attention that your buildings have not yet reached the topping off stage. Prematurely topping off could lead to insufficient quality. Your actions are utterly reckless, akin to acting first and reporting later. Why did you not inform us beforehand? With Director Zhang's stern questioning, Wang Chang felt completely bewildered, an unsettling sensation creeping into his heart. An ominous event looms on the horizon. The two major departments have launched a surprise inspection, prompted by a report. Wang Chang is utterly taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. He watches helplessly as Director Zhang and his team have already entered the community, equipped with instruments to conduct their investigation, meticulously recording their findings. The mere act of documentation signifies an underlying issue. Realizing this, Wang Chang hastily seeks a secluded spot, retrieves his phone, and dials President Liu. Before long, the call is answered, and President Liu's voice resonates through the line. Wang Chang, why are you calling? How are the property sales progressing? I just heard that your performance has been impressive, with over 100 units sold in just one morning. Once this initial phase sells out, I will speak favorably to the chairman and request your transfer to headquarters for further development. This is all attributed to your individual accomplishments, and the prospects are boundless. At headquarters, you would at least be a department manager, with your salary doubled. The line is filled with President Liu's jubilant laughter. Yet, Wang Chang's expression remains one of despair. Chapter 64. The scene descended into chaos. Mr. Liu, we are in grave trouble. A significant incident has occurred. The leaders from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department, along with the Fire Brigade, have arrived for an inspection. They are checking for safety hazards and assessing the quality of the properties. The scale of this operation is immense, as there have been reports filed, necessitating a comprehensive verification. What should I do? Wang Chang stammered, his anxiety palpable. The weight of such responsibility was beyond his capacity to bear. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu fell into a momentary silence. Did you mention my name? He inquired, his voice low and serious. Of course, I did, but they were completely unyielding. Insisting that matters be handled officially and refusing to entertain any personal connections, Wang Chang sighed. A heavy silence enveloped the conversation, lingering for what felt like an eternity. At that moment, a sales consultant rushed over, his face etched with panic. Manager Wang, we are in deep trouble. Director Zhang from the Housing Department and Captain Wu from the Fire Brigade have discovered that the quality of our properties does not meet standards, and there are significant fire safety hazards. Even our sales office has been sealed. They demand that our company's headquarters send a representative to discuss this matter in detail. It must be resolved thoroughly, otherwise, we will face the consequences. As the sales consultant relayed this information, Wang Chang's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground, his breath quickening. The words of the consultant echoed ominously through the phone line. On the other end, Mr. Liu's demeanor shifted to one of intense anxiety. Wang Chang, what on earth is happening? Why would Director Zhang from the Housing Department and Captain Wu personally come here? Have you investigated who reported us? This situation is far from ordinary. A typical report would not have such a profound impact. Have you tarnished our group's reputation and provoked enemies? Mr. Liu's voice was laden with accusation, shifting the blame squarely onto Wang Chang. Mr. Liu, please do not wrongfully accuse me. I feel like the scapegoat here. I have been occupied with reclaiming properties and have not interacted with anyone. Wang Chang protested. Wait, could it be those two nouveau riche individuals? It must be them. Taking back their properties would undoubtedly breed resentment. Moreover, that fellow named Qin Feng threatened me. He would not let this slide and would certainly demand retribution. It has to be them. A sudden realization struck Wang Chang. The only individuals he had offended recently were indeed those two wealthy clients, Qin Feng and Gao Jie. However, he could not fathom how a complaint from them could lead to such disastrous repercussions. Given the strength and foundation of their group, they should have been able to handle it effortlessly. Fine, I understand the situation now. I will convene a meeting immediately to report this to the chairman and let him handle it personally. You need not concern yourself any further. First, ensure that all clients of the property are well taken care of. As soon as I have news, I will immediately proceed with the relaunch. After hearing this, President Liu abruptly ended the call. Wang Chang then arranged for personnel to comfort the anxious clients, assuring them that a reasonable explanation would be provided within a specified time frame. However, an hour passed, and many clients began to exhibit signs of impatience, leaving one after another. Wang Chang could only watch, feeling increasingly anxious. With the sales office now sealed, the atmosphere turned tense. Who would dare purchase a property here? No matter how prime the location. The involvement in disputes and the official closure cast a shadow over the situation. This was a significant issue. Even clients from the second phase began to express their concerns, and the sales department's phone lines were nearly overwhelmed with inquiries about the unfolding situation and whether their properties would be affected. Many had already begun to consider withdrawing their purchases and seeking refunds. Wang Chang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His legs felt weak, and his heart raced faster than ever. Chapter 65. Hurry and apologize, or we shall both face calamity. It felt as though a colossal stone was lodged in his chest, rendering each breath an arduous endeavor, his heart plagued with trepidation. At long last, after an hour and a half, his phone rang once more. It was President Liu calling. President Liu, has the chairman resolved the issue? What should I do now? Should I continue selling the properties, or what? Wang Chong inquired, his expression brimming with anticipation. If the chairman personally intervened, his extensive connections could undoubtedly alleviate these concerns with ease. However, on the other end of the line, President Liu let out a deep sigh. Resolving? Nonsense. The chairman personally contacted the housing authority and was reprimanded. It was indeed those two nouveaux riches who lodged the complaint. The chairman has inquired thoroughly, but that official refuses to divulge any information. Therefore, we must investigate whether we have offended some influential figure. By the way, what are the names of those two nouveaux riches? President Liu asked softly. One is named Qin Feng, and the other seems to be called Gao Jie. Just these two nouveaux riches, what connection could they possibly have? Wang Chong responded hastily. I suspect it is highly likely that our competitors are behind this. Wait, what did you say? One of them has the surname Gao? Upon hearing the name Gao Jie, President Liu immediately felt a prick of sensitivity regarding that surname and pressed further. Yes, President Liu, there is indeed someone with the surname Gao. Could it be that this person has considerable connections? Wang Chang scratched his head in confusion. You're talking nonsense. They certainly have connections. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have recalled this matter. We've truly stepped on a landmine this time. No wonder we are facing scrutiny. Do you realize that the head of the housing authority has the surname Gao? As President Liu's words fell, Wang Chong was left utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. His mind blank. Now, everything became painfully clear. They had indeed offended a figure of substantial influence. These were not mere nouveaux riches. They were the offspring of officials. You blockhead fool. I told you to investigate their backgrounds beforehand, and yet you insisted they were just two simple nouveaux riches. If this affects the second phase of the project, we are truly finished. Our group is relying on the revival of the second phase. That is the prime location. If this matter goes awry, neither of us shall have a chance to survive. I warn you, Wang Chong, if I lose my position, you will pay the price. I mean what I say. You should know I possess the capability to follow through. President Liu's words dripped with venomous disdain. Initially, he had thought Wang Chong to be shrewd and capable. Now, he saw him as nothing but a simpleton. He had previously advised him to exercise caution, to investigate the identities of their adversaries before breaching any agreements. However, it was unexpected that Wang Chong had the audacity to fabricate the truth and fail to investigate the background of the individuals involved. Otherwise, how could such a colossal disaster have occurred? At this moment, upon hearing these words, Wang Chong was nearly overwhelmed with terror, on the verge of fainting. Trembling, he clutched his phone, kneeling on the ground, bowing and pleading. President Liu, it is too late to discuss this now. Even if you were to take my life, it would not resolve the issue. Please, grant me a way out and tell me what to do. I implore you. I have elderly parents and young children depending on me. If you ruin me, it is as if you have condemned my entire family. At this point, Wang Chong had completely broken down, weeping uncontrollably. His fear was palpable, and he felt immense regret. Stop your incessant crying. Your weeping is vexing me. President Liu snapped. You must promptly prepare a generous gift to visit these two individuals. Employ any means necessary to seek their forgiveness. As for the 500 properties, they must be returned to them. The losses to the company are already substantial, and we cannot afford to lose the second phase. If this incident had not occurred, our company could have managed to survive, and after completing the second phase of development, we could fully rejuvenate. We may forego these 500 properties and can bear the loss of several billion. But should we lose the second phase, I fear that over 20 shareholders in our group might resort to drastic measures, and neither you nor I would escape unscathed. President Liu had laid bare the gravity of the situation, expressing his impatience with a few harsh words. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains, absorbing the directives given before he hung up the phone. Chapter 66. Another threat at the door? He wiped away his tears, rose from the ground, and then, without hesitation, dashed towards the car, leaving in haste. At that moment, Qin Feng was at home, conversing with Gao Jie. From the other end came a barrage of curses. These scoundrels dared to go back on their word, behaving like rogues. As the value of the property surged, they would rather pay us a penalty for breach of contract than sell the house to us. I will not let them off the hook. I have already informed my second uncle about this matter. It is a formal affair. Given the current state of their property, sealing it prematurely is tantamount to courting disaster, especially considering the significant fire safety issues. If they wish to play games, I shall engage with them to the end. Brother, rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost clarity. Even if I forego my 300 properties, I will certainly reclaim your 200. On the other end, Gao Jie's tone was one of unwavering loyalty, thumping his chest in fervor. One can only imagine the extent of Gao Jie's fury at that moment. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. If nothing else, this declaration made it worthwhile for him to help his companion profit from this deal. It is fair to say that Gao Jie is indeed loyal, and Qin Feng felt he had a keen eye for character. I firmly believe in you. We are both conducting ourselves according to the rules. We cannot exploit your second uncle's influence. Let us not put him in a difficult position, Qin Feng said calmly. Not at all. My second uncle personally sent someone over, and they have already discovered significant issues with the quality of their property. The fire safety standards are also subpar. Even without our connections, our reports could lead to their property being sealed. But now, I am holding firm, and they must be in a panic. Gao Jie stated confidently. Indeed, if this drags on, it will benefit neither of us. However, I trust they will investigate our identities. If that happens, this matter will be virtually settled. They will surely give deference to you, the esteemed young Master Gao, while in reality, we are merely reporting the facts. And my uncle will not show favoritism or intentionally stir up trouble. The reality is that if they manage to rectify the property's quality and resolve all fire safety concerns before sealing it, even if they breach the contract, we will have no recourse. Yet, from their perspective, your second uncle is a key figure in the housing authority, so there is still considerable potential for a turnaround. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, he suddenly heard a series of knocks at the door. He promptly ended the call, squinting slightly as he approached the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he saw Wang Chang, his face taut with anxiety, adjusting his attire outside, drenched in sweat. Behind him stood two young women, all from the sales office, attired in tailored skirts and carrying an assortment of gifts. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's expression darkened, a facade he deliberately adopted, before slowly opening the door, leaving merely a crack. At the moment the door swung open, Wang Chang's broad face leaned in, adorned with a smile brimming with ingratiation. He neglected even to wipe away the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, hastily wedging a gift box into the crack of the door, fearful that Qin Feng might shut it. Boss Qin, I finally found you. It was quite a challenge. I searched for a long time based on the address you left last time. This is a small token of my appreciation for you. I hope you won't find it displeasing, Wang Chang said as he extended several soft Chinese cigarettes from his hand. Qin Feng did not attempt to shut the door again, considering that the man's face was already caught in the doorframe. He then released his grip, and Wang Chang seized the opportunity to swing the door wide open, placing the gifts on the ground. The two girls behind him wore bright smiles, exuding an air of sweetness. What brings you here? Are you here to threaten me? Qin Feng said, crossing his arms with an expression of nonchalance. Chapter 67 Boss Qin. Would you like me to arrange a companion for you? Oh dear, Boss Qin, how could you say such a thing? Even if you lent me 100 times the courage, I would not dare. Look at all my bags. I am not here to threaten you. I merely wish to pay you a visit. Wang Chang rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. A stark contrast to his previous sardonic tone during their phone conversation. He appeared so subservient that one might think he was about to bow down. His gaze remained fixed on the shifting expressions of Qin Feng. Come to visit me? Yet I can't shake the feeling that this is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, with ulterior motives. If you are here to deliver a penalty fee, then that is a different matter. You may leave at once. Qin Feng replied coldly, arms crossed, devoid of any civility. After all, if the other party had not engaged in such misconduct, matters would not have escalated to this extent. What more was there to consider? Boss Qin, you are unjustly accusing me. I understand that my previous actions caused you distress, and I too faced reprimand from headquarters. Business hinges on integrity. If we lose our credibility, we cannot expect to thrive. This is entirely our fault, and more so a reflection of my personal attitude. Boss Qin, please grant me one chance to make amends. Wang Chang had completely discarded any sense of pride. His sole desire was to preserve his position and avoid dismissal, eager to resolve this matter swiftly. Had he foreseen today's outcome, he would never have engaged in such mocking behavior previously, nor would he find himself in this humiliating predicament. Truly, one must regard a man anew after a mere 3 days. Fortunes shift like the tides. Just yesterday, he had projected an air of superiority, and now he had sunk to the depths of humility. To forgive you is someone else's concern. It holds no relevance to me, for I am not so magnanimous. Unless you return the several hundred properties to me, intact and unaltered, we have nothing further to discuss. You may leave and spare me any more wasted words. Qin Feng approached the door, opening it with solemnity. Boss Qin, please do not hastily dismiss me. I genuinely come bearing apologies this time. As for those several hundred properties, rest assured, we will return them to you unscathed. Wrongdoings warrant rebuke. Standing on the wrong side necessitates rectitude. Today, I am merely a scapegoat, ensuring that I do not retaliate or speak ill. You may vent all your grievances upon me without hesitation. Boss Chin, I too am in a dire predicament, with no alternatives. Whether it was the decision made then or the outcome today, it was dictated by the headquarters. I am merely a messenger, a minor manager incapable of influencing the crucial decisions. As for my sardonic attitude yesterday, that was my folly. I was petty and lacking in character. Please do not let your anger be directed at me. It is wholly unwarranted. At this juncture, Wang Chong had laid out all the relevant contracts concerning the properties before him. He respectfully placed it on the table, and it was evident that he had come with genuine intentions. Qin Feng merely cast a glance, revealing a satisfied smile. Since it was a matter of returning the house, everything could be discussed amicably. The notion of forgiveness was trivial, as I would have no further interactions with you in the future. Regarding this matter, I agree and shall not pursue it further. You may depart with ease. Qin Feng stated calmly. Boss Qin, you truly possess great wisdom. I have misjudged your character, and I am grateful for your immense kindness and mercy. Please, accept these items as a token of our entire group's apology. We shall not disturb you any longer. Seeing that Qin Feng had relented, Wang Chong was overjoyed. His face a picture of delight. He hurriedly bowed in apology and then brought all the items inside. Turning, he made his way toward the exit. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly paused and leaned against the doorframe, wearing a mysteriously amused expression, and said, Boss Qin, if you find yourself lonely, might I leave these 2 employees to keep you company and pass the time? Chapter 68. Gao Jie's seriousness as he spoke. He stepped aside, revealing the 2 female sales employees behind him. Both were attired in white blouses and black pencil skirts, adorned with stockings and high heels. Their appearance was vibrant and eye-catching, each sporting a sweet smile and casting flirtatious glances toward Qin Feng. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng shook his head repeatedly and hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, I don't need this. Please, you may leave. He then swiftly closed the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, this matter had been resolved, and the next phase of his plan began to progress. He promptly contacted Gao Jie to finalize the sale of the entire batch of properties. By that afternoon, Gao Jie had already arranged meetings with various real estate investment groups and numerous individual investors. Remarkably, in just one afternoon, over 500 properties were sold. By 8 p.m. that evening, Qin Feng received a notification on his phone indicating 32 transactions, all substantial transfers. His account balance had soared to an astonishing 580 million. In an instant, he had become a billionaire. Shortly thereafter, Gao Jie called, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother, it's all settled. You've received the money, right? His tone was exuberantly frantic, even breathless with exhilaration. It was only natural. Qin Feng had propelled him to new heights. After acquiring 300 properties, Gao Jie had netted nearly 700 million. Qin Feng himself earned close to 600 million, making them both the greatest beneficiaries of this venture. The money is in. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, they might not have returned these properties. Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Brother, do you not consider me a person? What did you just say? Thank me? Isn't that belittling me? You helped me earn 700 million, and I should be grateful to you? I still haven't figured out how to repay this kindness, and yet you offer thanks? That feels like a slight. Upon hearing these words, Gao Jie's smile vanished, replaced by a bitter expression. I've always said, how much you earn depends on the level of trust you place in me. Otherwise, even if I speak eloquently, if you invest not a single cent, there will be no returns. You directly invested in 300 properties, thus the profits rightfully belong to you. Moreover, Uncle played a significant role in this. Without his influence, I doubt they would have surrendered the properties so easily. Overall, this is a collaboration between us. Don't be overly sentimental. We will navigate this gradually, Qin Feng stated earnestly. Brother, I understand the rationale you present, but Uncle truly didn't exert much effort. It is indeed their properties that encountered issues. Although they must rectify them, the real reason for their fear is that they have already commenced pre-sales for the second phase. If the first phase falters, it could jeopardize the second and even third phases. Their trepidation stems from their own guilt and fear of repercussions. Moreover, I have never been this audacious in my life. Following you in investments has been an exhilarating experience. Even my father, upon discovering this endeavor, has for the first time engaged with me from an adult's perspective. He no longer looks down upon me but treats me as an equal. Brother, let us not dwell on superficialities. From now on, simply observe how I navigate my life. Gao Jie emphasized this by forcefully striking his chest. His recent conversation with his father marked a significant milestone, as it was the first time he was able to engage with him on equal footing. After all, his father is a renowned businessman who had never given him much attention or care during his upbringing, leading to Gao Jie's fiercely competitive nature, always striving to validate himself through his career. Previously, he had been learning through failures, but this time, through his trust in Qin Feng's integrity and investment acumen, he has triumphed spectacularly, amassing an incredible fortune of 700 million within a mere week. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly create a sensation and become a legendary tale. Enough of the theatrics. By the way, there is something I neglected to mention. I have another project forthcoming, and I want to be involving you this time. I wish to avoid any jealousy from Chu Gu or Han Xiaolong. You have no objections, I trust? Qin Feng contemplated the banquet this evening, which would also serve as a pivotal moment in his financial journey. Chapter 69, President Xiao. Once this plan is realized, his net worth will instantaneously multiply tenfold. What more could one desire? I am content. One must not be overly greedy. However, if my brothers happen to leave a morsel of soup, I would not discourage a taste, haha. By the way, brother, my uncle wishes to find an opportunity to meet you, to express his gratitude for guiding me so well. He is also curious to know you. I was uncertain of your availability, so I did not commit to him without consulting you first. Just before hanging up, Gao Jie tentatively inquired. I have long wished to pay a visit. Perhaps in due time, I shall personally go to see my uncle. Qin Feng readily agreed with a nod. This is part of his network, paving the way for future endeavors. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded the call. Qin Feng then reached out to Chu Tianhe. Brother Chu, how are things? Have you arrived at your destination? In response to Qin Feng's inquiry, the voice on the other end hurriedly replied, We've been here for some time, brother. You must come quickly. This individual is quite a heavyweight. We cannot afford to keep him waiting, as we are here to solicit his assistance. All right, I am heading downstairs now. Qin Feng responded with a smile, making his way outside. What? You haven't descended yet? Very well. I shall go and appease him for the moment. Fortunately, he has been occupied with business calls. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss for words regarding this matter. Brother, please expedite your arrival. I fear this old fellow may lose patience and concoct an excuse to leave. Chu Tianhe urged again. Understood. Qin Feng nodded and ended the call. He had initially intended to visit his daughter in the past few days, but these investment ventures had delayed him. Time was indeed pressing. According to his recollections, should he miss this lucrative opportunity, it would significantly complicate the realization of his lifelong ambitions. After all, within his memories, there were only a few instances where such profitable prospects arose. Missed opportunities are lost forever. Thus, Qin Feng resolved that once this affair concluded, he would dedicate ample time to his daughter and wife. He should also expedite the progress in hopes of rekindling his wife's affections. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Qin Feng nodded, donned his attire, and stepped out of his home. He hailed a taxi and promptly set off for his destination. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the Bentley Hotel, the most luxurious establishment in the city. As he pushed the door open and alighted, he spotted Chu Tianhe engaged in lively conversation with a bald middle-aged man. They were sharing hearty laughter. Chu Tianhe and the middle-aged gentleman noticed Qin Feng as well. However, the latter scrutinized the taxi behind Qin Feng, a knowing smile gracing his features. After settling the fare, Qin Feng approached the two, and Chu Tianhe greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, my dear brother Qin, you have finally arrived. President Xiao and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. As he spoke, Chu Tianhe continuously winked at Qin Feng, subtly indicating his awareness of President Zhao's displeasure. It was rather inappropriate for a distinguished bank president to wait for someone unrelated and unfamiliar, particularly when that individual arrived in a taxi. If the visitor were a significant client, it might be understandable. However, the sight of Qin Feng arriving by cab undoubtedly irked President Xiao. After all, when one is out and about, a luxury vehicle can significantly convey one's status and identity. While it may seem overly pragmatic, it is indeed the truth. Arriving in a taxi for a business discussion often leads others to disregard you. Even the security guard at the entrance may treat you with indifference. Conversely, arriving in a luxury car elevates one's perception in the eyes of others, who subconsciously assume that anyone who can afford such a fine vehicle must possess considerable wealth. Certainly, this dynamic does not apply within established circles, yet during initial negotiations, a luxury car can yield considerable advantages. I sincerely apologize for the delay. I was caught up with some matters. You must be President Xiao. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and I truly regret keeping you waiting. Qin Feng said eagerly, extending his hand with warmth and enthusiasm. Chapter 70, Disdain. However, Director Xiao showed no gratitude for this gesture. Casually, he turned his head and gestured towards the entrance of the hotel, addressing Chu Tianhe. It's getting late. We should make our way over. My friend is about to arrive. As soon as his words fell, Qin Feng's arm, which had been suspended in midair, gradually lowered. He felt no embarrassment. Rather, it was Chu Tianhe beside him who grimaced. Seeing Director Xiao already heading inside, Chu Tianhe pulled Qin Feng along, following suit. Don't take it to heart. Old Xiao is rather impatient. After all, he has a myriad of matters to attend to daily. It's quite a feat that he could spare time to meet us today. Chu Tianhe, concerned that Qin Feng might overthink the situation, offered an explanation. We're all brothers. There's no need for such explanations. Qin Feng lightly patted Chu Tianhe's shoulder, wearing a broad smile, which eased Chu Tianhe's unease considerably. The group arrived in the hotel lobby and, under the arrangement of the staff, entered a private room. Everyone took their seats, with only Qin Feng, Chu Tianhe, and Director Xiao present at the moment. Yet, the dishes had yet to be served. Old Xiao, take a look at the menu and order whatever suits your taste. It's my treat today, so no one should fight me for it. It's truly not easy to pull you, a busy man, out for this meeting. If we delay your work, that would indeed be a travesty. Let the good food and drink flow. Don't hold back. Chu Tianhe boasted with a hearty laugh. Thumping his chest, let us wait for the dishes. I have a very important friend on the way, and it would be best to discuss things once he arrives. Who pays is not the main concern. What matters is whether this outing is worth it. If you're hungry, feel free to order something. Director Xiao lit a cigarette and waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned, yet his words seemed to carry a subtle implication. Chu Tianhe instantly grasped the hint. Qin Feng was no fool either. It was clear that the remark about the outing's worth implied disappointment directed at him. Well, I'm hungry, so I'll order something to eat first. Qin Feng took the menu and casually ordered a plate of fried rice along with a bottle of beverage. Seeing this, Chu Tianhe quickly snatched the menu away and exclaimed, "How can I let you settle for fried rice on such an occasion? That would be an insult. Let us start with a Buddha jumps over the wall, and then 2 king crabs to whet our appetites." He pointed to the menu, his finger sliding down to the beverage section. "And let us have 2 bottles of Romani Conti. Let them breathe first before serving. Call for more when needed." With that, Chu Tianhe tossed the menu to the waiter behind him, who bowed and retreated. "Chu Tianhe, it seems you've been raking in quite a fortune lately. Is KTV booming? Business must be thriving." Seeing Chu Tianhe's extravagant demeanor, President Xiao inquired with a hint of perplexity. In his recollection, Chu Tianhe not only owned 3 KTV establishments but also operated a microloan business. Of course, this microloan venture was only possible due to their connection, which served as the foundation for its operation. The interactions between the two were not particularly close, as they seldom had the time or opportunity to meet. After all, the profit margins were quite slim, and Xiao only ventured into microloans to bolster the bank's performance. Recently, however, he had heard that Chu Tianhe seemed to have made a considerable sum of money during this period. It was rumored that he had acquired insider information, enabling him to stock up on various commodities, including stocks, thus amassing a significant fortune, though the exact figures remained unknown. It could be considered a modest profit, yet it left Xiao feeling somewhat envious. Without the guidance of his brother, where could he find his fortune? Chu Tianhe embraced Qin Feng, his face beaming with pride. "Oh, if that is the case, your friend must be running a remarkable business. Which company is it? Do share. I would like to see if I am familiar with it." President Zhao's interest was piqued immediately. However, his apparent enthusiasm was merely a pretext to witness a spectacle. He had encountered many individuals within their circle, yet Qin Feng's visage was unfamiliar to him. The connections he cultivated were typically comprised of the affluent and influential, individuals with both wealth and power, at the very least. Second-generation rich heirs. Yet, the man before him, Qin Feng, was indeed a novel sight. Chapter 71. Chu Tianhe's discontent. Chairman Xiao, you flatter me excessively. I am merely an aimless wanderer with no significant business ventures. I have only managed to save a little through fortune, dabbling in stocks, and reaping modest gains. It is hardly worthy of mention, Qin Feng stated with remarkable humility. Indeed, relying solely on luck for financial success is neither sustainable nor substantial. Wealth acquired swiftly often departs just as quickly, leaving nothing behind. Compared to the newly affluent, I still fall short, and I have not exaggerated your merits. For I have not praised you at all. My young brother, I speak candidly. Those in our circle are well aware of my straightforward nature, devoid of ill intent. Upon hearing this, Chairman Zhao's demeanor shifted to one of disdain. Yet, Qin Feng remained unmoved, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger. He merely nodded lightly, offering no further reply. Conversely, Chu Tianhe began to fidget, his temper flaring. He held no fear, even for Chairman Xiao. In the past, he might have tolerated such behavior. But Zhao's attitude towards Qin Feng irked him greatly, showing signs of impending eruption. Beneath the table, Qin Feng's hand rested reassuringly on Chu Tianhe's leg, casting him a meaningful glance, which quelled his rising agitation. Chairman Xiao, when is your esteemed friend arriving? Did we not agree to discuss our matters today? Might it be possible for your friend to reschedule? After approximately 20 minutes, the wine and king crab had been served, and Qin Feng had already begun to indulge in his meal. Yet, seeing that Chairman Xiao remained inactive, Chu Tianhe could no longer contain himself and inquired, Brother Chu, if you cannot wait, we may as well postpone our meeting. This client is of utmost importance to me, directly affecting my performance. My results this year have been lackluster, and I am in dire need of a significant client who can deposit funds at my bank to bolster my performance and increase my year-end bonuses. Chairman Zhao's implication was crystal clear. Both of you pale in comparison to the client yet to arrive. Though he did not articulate this bluntly, it was evident to anyone with sense. In light of this, Chu Tianhe prepared to speak, intending to leave. He could endure such indignities, but he would never permit his brother Qin Feng to suffer even the slightest injustice. He felt no obligation to spare Chairman Zhao's feelings, as he had no expectation of relying on him for sustenance. However, before Chu Tianhe could finish his thought, Qin Feng interjected, then let us wait a while longer. After all, it is still quite early. Qin Feng smiled gently, and upon hearing his words, Chu Tianhe could only swallow his retort. Gentlemen, my esteemed client has arrived. I must step out to greet them. Please continue your meal and enjoy your conversation. With that, Chairman Xiao rose and exited the room without a backward glance. As soon as he departed, what on earth is this? Acting all high and mighty as if I were seeking a loan from him. Let me tell you, my dear brother Qin, as the elder, I can endure some humiliation, but I cannot allow you to be wronged. Was it truly necessary to seek him out? Today, the fault lies with me. Had I known this old fellow was of such character, I would never have invited him to meet you. With a heavy heart, Chu Tianhe expressed his regret, raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp. Come now, Brother Chu, what is the big deal? Those who aspire to greatness do not sweat the small stuff. Let it not weigh on your heart. You see, I am not overly affected by it, and besides, we are seeking assistance from him. Although it may not be a loan, it is somewhat akin to it. Let us exercise a bit more patience. Qin Feng replied calmly. Chapter 72. You may look down on me, but never on my brother. It is indeed my brother who possesses an admirable temperament, proceeding steadfastly and with great resolve. He is undoubtedly a person destined for greatness. Unlike me, his elder brother, whose vision has often been rather myopic. How could I have failed to recognize your potential all along? Reflecting on it now, it is quite amusing. Once, I was your creditor, chasing after you for repayment. And within a mere fortnight, you have transformed into my benefactor, guiding me towards prosperity. The magnitude of this transformation is so surreal that I still feel as though I am in a dream. However, witnessing your gradual improvement brings me genuine joy from the depths of my heart. Without further ado, let us raise our glasses to the bright moon. With that, Chu Tianhe lifted his glass and clinked it with Qin Feng's. What a fortunate encounter. Qin Feng smiled broadly, and both of them drank heartily, savoring the moment with immense satisfaction. After indulging in several more cups, Chu Tianhe patted the table and slowly rose to his feet. This beverage is quite diuretic. I must visit the restroom. He opened the door and exited the private room. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned, his countenance grim, and he forcefully dropped into his chair, seizing the bottle to drink deeply. What troubles you? How can a mere trip to the restroom leave you in such a foul mood? Qin Feng inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. Damn it, don't even get me started. That old dog, Xiao, truly doesn't he regard us as human beings? Just now, when I suggested he order the dishes and drinks, he hesitated. I had already declared that I would cover the expenses, but upon turning around, I saw him in another private room, ordering a feast. In our presence, he acts like a grand elder, yet in front of others, he bows and scrapes like a sycophant. I stood by the door and listened for a while. It turns out this old fellow wants to persuade a client to deposit 30 million into his bank to meet his performance targets. It's utterly ridiculous. He neglects the great opportunity before him to chase after trivial pursuits. Chu Tianhe exclaimed with exasperation. At that moment, Qin Feng gazed at Chu Tianhe intently for a while before replying with a gentle smile. Brother, let us not conceal our thoughts from one another. I can sense you are somewhat displeased, using this incident to convey something to me. It appears you are aware of my real estate dealings, perhaps informed by Han Xiaolong. Do you feel a sense of unease, knowing there is such a lucrative opportunity, and yet I brought along Gao Jie without including you and Han Xiaolong? As Qin Feng's words hung in the air, Chu Tianhe slowly lifted his head, shaking it repeatedly. The combination of his movement and the effects of the alcohol made him slightly dizzy, nearly causing him to topple from his chair. Fortunately, Qin Feng swiftly reached out to steady him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianhe finally admitted, "Brother, if you ask whether I feel uneasy, then indeed I do. The pursuit of wealth often ignites envy in many, yet my feelings of jealousy are not directed towards that. Rather, I find myself overly sentimental, harboring a persistent notion that you do not regard me as a true brother. To candidly express an unpleasant truth, I have perhaps placed too much importance on my own role in this dynamic. It is entirely within your rights to choose whom you accompany on the path to prosperity. I am not one to sulk over such matters. My thought is simply that if a fortuitous opportunity arises, a gesture of support from you would be met with profound gratitude. Your previous assistance has rendered you a benefactor in my eyes. I assure you, my discontent stems from a lingering feeling that our friendship lacks sincerity." After articulating these thoughts, Chu Tianhe raised his glass and took a sip. At that moment, Qin Feng reached out, gently patting his shoulder. "Enough of this talk. Opportunities for profit will abound in the future. Should I decide to bring others along next time, rest assured, you will be among them. Of course, if I choose to pursue wealth in solitude, it is merely a calculated risk. Do not take it to heart." Qin Feng jested. Chapter 73, Deceived. "What are you talking about, my friend? In truth, you do not truly understand me, Chu Tianhe. Money is something that no one can ever have enough of. Even if you choose not to include me, I cannot voice any objections. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that when you accompany others, it gives me the impression that we are not as close as I had hoped. Once again, I admit, I am rather sentimental, always yearning for recognition, imagining how impressive it would be to have such a formidable brother by my side, allowing me to boast wherever I go. Why is it that today, I do not feel intimidated in front of President Xiao? You have yet to witness how I behaved before him, almost as subservient as a grandson, akin to how he currently presents himself before clients. However, now, as long as I am with you, my brother, I possess a newfound confidence in any situation. I, Chu Tianhe, am nothing more than the small proprietor of 3 KTV establishments, but my brother is extraordinary. In less than a month, he has turned his fortunes around, transforming debts into profits, and his worth has soared into the billions." As Chu Tianhe spoke, his eyes reddened, revealing the admiration he held within. Sentimental. Qin Feng nudged Chu Tianhe with a smile. "You, my friend, still managed to find humor in this. That brat Han Jialong was so incensed by you that he ended up in tears. You should try to soothe him when you get the chance. Han Jialong's family is not lacking in wealth. He once confided in me that, over the years, the so-called brothers surrounding him were merely fair-weather friends. The only one he truly respects is you." Chu Tianhe remarked nonchalantly. "I know that lad. He doesn't respond well to gentle persuasion, but I shall handle him when the time comes. Haha." Qin Feng replied, bursting into laughter. "To be fair, he is quite the hothead and values loyalty. Had he been here today, I fear you would have been unable to restrain him. He would have overturned the table and slapped that plate right onto old Zhao's face." Chu Tianhe chuckled, the two of them filling the private room with their lively banter. Approximately an hour later, having imbibed copious amounts, Qin Feng and Chu Tianhe stood, both flushed with color, supporting each other as they made their way outside. However, just as they passed through the lobby, a voice rang out, laced with profanity. "If you damn well have no money, then don't bother showing up. I waited for you for over an hour, bending over backwards, only for you to tell me you are broke. What a waste of my time." At this outburst, everyone turned their gaze toward the private room, and soon after, they witnessed President Xiao storming out, his face a tempest of fury, as if he could squeeze water from it. Qin Feng and Chu Tianhe stood by, observing the unfolding drama. As President Xiao approached, his countenance darkened further. He cast a glance at Chu Tianhe and exclaimed, "Old Chu, how can there still be such inconsiderate individuals? I toiled for over an hour waiting for him. The meal I ordered cost me several tens of thousands. Yet, after indulging to his heart's content, he simply turns around and tells me he has no money, as if that concludes the matter. I have waited an entire month for this payment to be deposited, believing it would suffice to meet my performance targets." To my dismay, at this point, President Xiao let out a deep sigh. Encountering Chu Tianhe, he merely wished to vent his frustrations. After all, the situation was unbearably constraining. He had awaited a month solely to fulfill his performance metrics, only to discover that the other party lacked the necessary funds, claiming they had been invested elsewhere. At this moment, his anger had reached its zenith. He silently vowed that this individual would never again be approved for a loan. To seek assistance from him in the future was a notion that he would not entertain. Chapter 74. Nothing extraordinary, just hoarding 500 properties. The vicissitudes of life are indeed unpredictable. Do not let it vex you over a mere shortfall in performance. A little more effort will suffice. My brother Qin and I have matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you any further. Let us arrange another meeting when the opportunity arises." With that, Chu Tianhe, disinterested in further conversation, seized Qin Feng and began to depart. However, at that moment, President Xiao's gaze shifted, landing upon Qin Feng. After some deliberation, he hastily pursued them. Upon reaching the entrance, he grasped Chu Tian's arm. "Old Chu, I find myself in a dire predicament. Could you possibly recommend a friend who might temporarily deposit some funds with me? If I can weather the next 6 months and meet the year-end targets, my performance would be deemed satisfactory. I have rarely sought your assistance, but I am truly at my wit's end this time. I have gathered all I can. Yet I still lack several tens of millions. Given the distress I am currently in, I implore you to lend me a hand. Worst case, I can extend a bit more leeway on next year's loan limits." President Xiao spoke earnestly. As a bank president, even he found occasions to humble himself in pursuit of achieving targets. Typically, individuals sought his favor when borrowing, but now, the banks emphasized deposit activities due to the challenging liquidity conditions, particularly in recent months. Thus, the weight of his responsibilities was considerable and the pressure immense. Upon hearing President Xiao's plea, a smile crept across Chu Tian's face. "President Xiao, I am acquainted with a few unscrupulous individuals. Yet few could muster several tens of millions. Moreover, I have long ceased engaging in the small loan business. With my brothers by my side, why would I resort to such dubious ventures? My brothers can amass millions in mere days, effortlessly trading stocks to earn tens of millions. Why should I toil in anxiety over small loans, constantly at the mercy of others?" At this juncture, Chu Tian's gaze was fixed upon President Zhao's face, reflecting the prior efforts he had made to secure lending privileges, which involved considerable flattery and favors. That period had been particularly arduous for him. As earning a decent profit was no easy feat, his words were tinged with implication. Upon hearing this, a look of shame surfaced on President Xiao's countenance. "Chu, I acknowledge that I have neglected you previously. That was my error. I extend my sincerest apologies." With that, President Xiao slightly bowed and performed a respectful gesture toward Chu Tianhe. This left Chu Tianhe momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that President Xiao would stoop so low as to bow an apology for the sake of performance. His sincerity was palpable, revealing just how desperate the situation had become for him, as this performance was indeed crucial. However, Chu Tianhe also found himself in a quandary. He was acquainted with several friends. Although he possessed a modest sum of money, he could not possibly produce tens of millions in liquid cash. Yet, at this moment, President Xiao had already adopted such a demeanor. He found himself unable to refuse or evade the situation. Suddenly, he pulled Qin Feng closer. "President Xiao, do not blame me for not looking out for you. This is a billionaire we are discussing. Your mere tens of millions in performance are but a trifle to him. Perhaps you remain unaware, but just a few days ago, my brother was only worth $1 million. Yet, in the span of merely a few days, the dilapidated property he invested in has skyrocketed in value. I shall refrain from disclosing its location. You ought to be aware that the prominent figure hoarding properties in our circle is none other than my brother Qin Feng. To speak candidly, you indeed seem to have viewed him through a narrow lens, underestimating him, which reveals a hint of superficiality in your judgment." Upon hearing these words from Chu Tianhe, President Xiao appeared utterly stunned. Chapter 75, Sincerity, 100,000 in wine, to wash hands for Qin Feng. Gazing intently at Qin Feng, a tempest of tumultuous emotions surged within, refusing to subside. Recently, whispers had circulated through the financial circles regarding a real estate magnate rumored to have amassed over 500 properties. It was said that two individuals had accrued fortunes nearing several billion, even exceeding 10 billion. Yet, this had resulted in significant losses for the Longxi Bay real estate company, which had contemplated defaulting. However, due to the formidable backing of these two property tycoons, they managed to reclaim all the properties, netting an astonishing profit of over 10 billion. This saga had become a favored topic of conversation among many business people, inciting envy and admiration alike. As a bank president, Xiao was perpetually attuned to the developments and dynamics of the financial sphere. How could he be oblivious to such a monumental event? Recently, he had contemplated the possibility of establishing a connection with these two titans, aspiring to cultivate relationships and expand his network. His usual business dealings were effortlessly accomplished. Yet, he could hardly fathom the unfortunate reality that he had overlooked one of these magnates. Reflecting on his previous demeanor and actions, Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to disappear in shame. To his dismay, this brother before him was indeed the very property tycoon he had missed. "My dear brother, I sincerely apologize. I was blind to your true stature," he lamented, an expression of regret washing over him. "I was indeed shallow-minded. I am guilty, and I implore you to forgive my ignorance." At this moment, Xiao, in a fit of remorse, slapped himself across the face, filled with regret so profound that it was as if his insides were twisted in anguish. for the sake of a mere few tens of millions in business. He had forsaken a billionaire and instead pursued a minor contractor to fulfill his performance metrics. Was this not akin to throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed? How could he have acted so foolishly? Xiao, do not be so hard on yourself. It was merely a misunderstanding, unworthy of such distress. Yet, now we have the opportunity to sit down and converse, Qin Feng interjected suddenly. His words were not born of pity or compassion, but rather from the recognition of the other's potential utility. Otherwise, why would he waste his time in amiable discourse? His intentions were purely motivated by the desire for greater financial gain, and his next plan necessitated Zhao's assistance. My brother, let us not dwell on the past. Your caliber is destined for greatness. I am truly humbled and embarrassed, Xiao exclaimed, eager to return to the private room. Tonight, I shall cover all expenses. No one shall contest this. Old Chu, this matter is not solely my fault. You two bear responsibility for not clarifying. Had you informed me earlier that brother Qin Feng was that property mogul, I would have never misjudged him. At this juncture, Zhao's demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. He clasped Qin Feng's hand with an air of familiarity, leading him toward the private room, while casting a glance back to complain to Chu Tianhe. Meanwhile, Chu Tianhe wore an expression of indifference, hands raised in a gesture of nonchalance, his face radiating pride. What of President Xiao? Wasn't he rather arrogant in the past? His previous demeanor was one of lofty superiority. And now, what has changed? Even when fawning over his companion, Qin Feng, he resembles little more than a servant. As the group returned to the private room, the atmosphere had transformed entirely. Chairman Xiao ordered an exquisite array of dishes to be served, an abundance of sumptuous seafood, including king crab, Australian lobster, Kobe beef, caviar, and foie gras. Each dish was a testament to opulence, replete with extravagant prices. For bottles of Romanée Conti were uncorked, with Chairman Xiao first opening one, then taking Qin Feng's hand to cleanse it, washing Qin Feng's hands with wine valued at nearly 100,000 yuan unmistakably demonstrated Chairman Zhao's sincerity. Chapter 76. The eve of the plan. My dear brother, I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused. If you feel inclined to chastise me, please do so. If mere words do not suffice, feel free to strike me. If a mere slap does not satisfy your ire, then kick me if you wish. At this moment, President Xiao's demeanor had sunk to the depths of humility. It was a situation so awkward that even Qin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. All right, my friend. Let us cease this frivolity and sit down to discuss matters of substance, Qin Feng said, wiping his hands before pulling out a chair for his companion, urging him to take a seat first. He then settled into his own chair. Brother Qin Feng, speak freely. If there is anything I can assist with, I shall not hesitate, President Xiao declared, thumping his chest confidently. To put it plainly, what I require is rather straightforward. I need you to find me 2 stock traders who are reliable and possess a high degree of professionalism. They must follow my directives without question, Qin Feng stated earnestly. Subsequently, I intend to deposit all my savings, approximately 600 million, into your esteemed bank. I desire a tenfold leverage. The concept of leverage entails borrowing from the bank to amplify one's investment. In essence, an investment of 600 million would escalate to 6 billion for stock purchases, inherently fraught with substantial risk. Naturally, the bank would bear the brunt of that risk. Upon hearing the request for tenfold leverage, President Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment of reflection, he abruptly raised his head and replied, Brother, please do not perceive me as overly pragmatic. I can indeed facilitate this leverage. However, can you guarantee profitability? That remains to be seen. My only stipulation is that should your shares dip below the principal amount, we must liquidate your position. Otherwise, I truly cannot shoulder any losses or repercussions. If you find this acceptable, I will arrange for the tenfold leverage, President Xiao responded with sincerity. Absolutely. Rest assured, President Xiao, if the stocks fall below my principal, you may liquidate my position at any time. Should the losses exceed my budget, I will bear full responsibility. Moreover, if my leverage trading in futures proves lucrative, I can guarantee a minimum deposit of 20 billion into your bank. Qin Feng remarked, taking a sip of wine, his tone calm yet resolute. Upon hearing this, President Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. 20 billion was nearly half a year's worth of his performance metrics. With such an infusion, he could not only meet but exceed his targets for the upcoming year, bolstering his historical achievements. The prospect of elevating his status as president was tantalizing. With this thought, President Xiao nodded eagerly. With your assurance, I shall make this happen. Just inform me when you wish to commence, and I will prepare accordingly, he stated earnestly. Tomorrow afternoon, precisely at 3 o'clock. Ensure that those 2 operators are also in position ahead of time. I shall arrive at your esteemed bank early tomorrow. With this, Qin Feng proactively lifted his wine glass, President Xiao nodded emphatically. The three clinked their glasses and consumed their drinks in one go. The revelry continued until the late hours of the night. Qin Feng, however, was carrying a bag filled with neatly packed containers brimming with a variety of exquisite seafood, intending to deliver them to his daughter. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was Lin Ruoxue calling. With a surge of excitement, he answered. "What is it? Ruoxue? Is there something you need?" Qin Feng inquired tenderly, wary that his voice might be too loud and evoke unpleasant memories for Lin Ruoxue. Chapter 77. Night Rain. Truly reformed. It is nothing much. It is just that Nyo misses you a bit. She mentioned craving some snacks. But it is too late now. Perhaps you could bring her some treats another day. In truth, the snacks are of little significance. It is Nyo's longing for you that truly matters. Lin Ruoxue's voice was notably somber as she spoke. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng felt an exhilarating rush of joy, his lips curving into a broad smile as he laughed heartily. It is not too late, not at all. You are still awake, aren't you? I just bought some food. I will bring it over right now. With that, Qin Feng abruptly hung up the phone. He hailed a taxi and made his way to Taipei Community. Just as he was about to enter the building, he checked his phone and realized it was already midnight. He then dialed Lin Ruoxue's number, but after a prolonged silence, no one answered. He contemplated calling again, but soon remembered that Ruoxue was likely asleep at this hour. Not wanting to disturb the slumber of his wife and daughter, Qin Feng settled down on the ground, leaning against the entrance door. Gazing up at the luminous moon in the night sky, he couldn't help but smile foolishly, dreaming of a future where they would be reunited as a family. Ruoxue and Nyo had already forgiven him, and he was determined to rectify the regrets of his past life, willing to give everything, even his own life. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the family gathered around a table, sharing a meal. Nyo danced joyfully, while Lin Ruoxue served rice. He sipped beer and watched television. The scene was so heartwarming that even the moon above seemed to lose its clarity. At that moment, Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes. A chilling breeze swept by. And then, the sound of raindrops began to fall. Feeling a slight chill from the alcohol he had consumed, Qin Feng tilted his head and drifted into a deep slumber. Entirely unaware that the rain continued to pour throughout the night, soaking him completely. When dawn broke the following morning, the building door creaked open, revealing Sister Fat, who had just emerged. As she operated a stall selling beef at the market, she rose early each day. Upon pushing the door open, she was startled to find a figure curled up on the ground, eyes shut tight, shivering uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to discover it was Qin Feng. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she reached out to check his forehead. Her expression shifted dramatically. "How can you be so hot? Qin Feng, wake up. Why are you sleeping here? The ground is freezing, and your clothes are completely soaked." As Sister Fat crouched down, gently shaking him, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His lips had turned a shade pale. Upon recognizing Sister Fat before him, a smile broke across his face. "Ah, Sister Fat, you are up so early. Heading to the stall? I must have arrived too late last night and accidentally fell asleep here. Has it been raining?" Qin Feng laboriously rose from the ground, suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness that rendered his vision somewhat hazy. Upon noticing this, Sister Pang hurriedly assisted the wobbling Qin Feng to his feet. "You foolish boy. Did you not realize you fell asleep here last night? It rained incessantly, and the chill has seeped in. Your forehead is burning. You might be running a high fever. Let us hasten to the clinic. I shall accompany you." Sister Pang, possessing a heart of gold, despite Qin Feng's notorious past, genuinely perceived his sincerity in this moment. It appeared he truly regretted his former misdeeds, for it would be unfathomable for anyone else to have endured a night of rain and yet managed to sleep here. "No need for that. Please, do not let me impede your business, Sister Pang. I assure you, my health is not in jeopardy," Qin Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips. "I will wait here for a while, as I suspect Ruoxue will soon rise for work. I shall deliver these provisions to her, and then return to rest. A brief slumber will suffice." With that, he lifted the 2 large bags of food from the ground. Fortunately, they were securely packaged in plastic, and the rain had not penetrated within. Chapter 78. Misunderstanding. Are you saying you came to deliver food to Ruoxue and her daughter at night? If you have arrived, why did you not call her? What are you waiting for? Fat Sister inquired, visibly taken aback. "I thought it was late, and they must have gone to sleep, so I refrained from disturbing them. Last night was rather cool. I never anticipated it would rain. Plus, having had a bit to drink, I simply dozed off." As he recounted this, Qin Feng scratched his head, his demeanor betraying a sense of embarrassment. Upon hearing these words, Fat Sister felt a flicker of emotion within her. She gazed at Qin Feng. Her eyes filled with a sense of reassurance, then nodded in agreement. "Had you possessed this sentiment earlier?" You wouldn't have allowed things to reach such a point with Ruoxue. However, it is not too late for repentance now. Moving forward, you must demonstrate your worth. As a man of stature, you should bear the responsibilities and burdens, ensuring that both mother and daughter feel secure. Consider how fortunate you are. A beautiful girl like Ruoxue married you and bore your child, valuing you for who you are rather than your wealth. She is indeed a remarkable woman. Should you squander this opportunity, you may never encounter such a blessing again. You seem to be running a fever. It's best you leave now and get a shot at the clinic before it worsens, Fat Sister advised gently. Fear not, Fat Sister, I am perfectly fine. As you said, as a man of stature, this is nothing to concern myself over. I shall deliver the food to Ruoxue before I depart. Qin Feng replied with a grin. Very well, I also need to head to the front for breakfast. When Ruoxue arrives, I will bring her a portion as well. You stay here. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek medical attention. Do not delay. Fat Sister nodded before making her way towards the community entrance. Qin Feng then took a deep breath, leaning against the wall, as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Just then, the entrance door swung open abruptly. There stood Lin Ruoxue, clad in plain attire, her hair in disarray, rushing out in haste. Upon lifting her gaze, she immediately spotted Qin Feng, her expression turning frigid. Her eyes fell upon the 2 bags of food he held. This is the seafood I packed for you, and Nyo. It's all raw, just cook it a bit. Qin Feng presented the food, appearing somewhat anxious, but predominantly weak. However, Lin Ruoxue did not spare it a glance, pushing it away with her hand. What time is it? Why didn't you wait until tomorrow or the day after to deliver it? Nyo waited for you all night yesterday and only fell asleep out of sheer exhaustion. Do you know how disappointed she was? If you promise something, you must fulfill it. If you cannot, do not make the promise at all. You are truly beyond redemption. With that, Lin Ruoxue turned to leave. But yesterday, Qin Feng hurried after her, desperate to explain, only to frighten Lin Ruoxue, who instinctively took 2 steps back, her face etched with apprehension. This caused Qin Feng to halt his steps entirely. The food he was holding gradually slipped from his grasp. It is entirely my fault. I am to blame. Could you perhaps stow these items away for the time being? Alternatively, if you could hand me the keys, I will set the items down and leave immediately. I assure you, I shall not delay for even a minute. Qin Feng stated with utmost sincerity. Chapter 79. Daddy will definitely take you to the amusement park. Here is the key. Once you're done, simply hand it over to Nyo. I've installed surveillance at home, so just drop off the items and leave. Lin Ruoxue glanced at the time, realizing she was running out of it. Not wishing to delay any further, she casually tossed the key to Qin Feng before turning to depart. At that moment, after receiving the key, Qin Feng sighed and gazed at Lin Ruoxue's retreating figure. He pondered that even if he explained certain matters, Lin Ruoxue might not believe him, considering he had disappointed her for far too long. Resigned, he turned and entered the building, retrieving the key to unlock the door. Just then, Nyo, who was having her meal, suddenly dashed over. Is it Mommy? Has Mommy come back to play with Nyo? With a beaming smile, Nyo rushed towards him. However, upon seeing Qin Feng, she momentarily froze. It was too long before she pouted, crossing her arms and adopting an expression of displeasure, glaring at Qin Feng with wide eyes. What's the matter, Nyo? Is Daddy late, making you upset? But I came by last night, yet you were already asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. Look here, Daddy brought you seafood, including your favorite Arctic clams and a gigantic crab. Qin Feng placed the seafood on the table, lifting the enormous king crab in his hand. In the past, Nyo would have been ecstatic, but this time was different. She seemed genuinely upset. Her little face was scrunched in anger, tears nearly spilling over. It tugged at Qin Feng's heartstrings. Naughty daddy, bad daddy. Nyo waited for you for so long yesterday, and you didn't come. I'm not talking to you anymore. She turned her head away, still pouting, appearing quite cross. This scene amused Qin Feng, who quickly bent down on one knee, extending his hands to gently grasp Nyo's small ones. It's all Daddy's fault. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. I promise I won't do it again. Moreover, this week, Daddy plans to take you to the amusement park, to Dinosaur Paradise, to see the big tiger. How does that sound? Qin Feng tilted his head, observing his daughter. In that moment, he was struck by the sight of her tear-streaked face and furious eyes, causing his heart to ache. Upon hearing those words, Nyo, still pouting, finally turned her head, her face alight with anticipation, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Are you not lying to me? You'll really take me to the amusement park?" "Of course not. How could Daddy ever deceive Nyo?" Qin Feng hurriedly replied. After hearing this, a radiant smile broke across Nyo's face, and she affectionately wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck. "That is wonderful. Nyo is going to have fun," she exclaimed joyfully. "So, Am I still a bad daddy? Qin Feng teased. Nyo nodded vigorously in response. You're a great dad. And Nyo loves you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face blossomed with a radiant smile. His daughter was so young, and yet so astutely aware of her affections. Unable to resist, he reached out and playfully pinched Nyo's little nose. At that moment, he noticed the camera swiveling, and his smile gradually faded. He then gently placed Nyo down. Nyo, Daddy has some matters to attend to. I will come back to accompany you in a couple of days. By then, be prepared, for I shall certainly take you to the amusement park, Qin Feng declared earnestly. Nyo, holding onto a king crab, nodded vigorously, gazing at Qin Feng with a lingering fondness as he opened the door and stepped outside. Chapter 80, The Revelation of Truth. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue had just put away her phone after passing by a breakfast shop. She rubbed her stomach, but upon recalling that her salary for the month had yet to be disbursed, she realized she had little money in hand. Thus, she resolved to leave without purchasing anything. Xiaoxue, wait a moment. Suddenly, Fat Sister emerged from the shop, holding a breakfast meal, which she unceremoniously thrust into Lin Ruoxue's hands. Didn't I say that I would bring you breakfast on my way to work yesterday? Why don't you go inside? Are you running late? Fat Sister inquired with genuine concern. I am indeed short on time, Fat Sister. I feel bad for always having you treat me to breakfast. Money has been tight lately, and I'm afraid I won't make it to work on time. You've been so generous with these breakfasts. Lin Ruoxue expressed her gratitude sincerely. Previously, Fat Sister had been waiting here, eating her breakfast while anticipating Lin Ruoxue's arrival to hand her a meal. It was evident that Fat Sister had consistently cared for her. Fat Sister often provided for her needs, sometimes even offering money without expecting anything in return. Lin Ruoxue had always remembered this kindness and longed for an opportunity to repay her. However, until recently, she had been unable to save any money due to her ongoing marriage with Qin Feng. With a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, after deducting rent and living expenses, she had little left, sometimes even less, as Qin Feng would take some of it. This left her in a dire financial situation, causing her daughter, Nyo, to go without meat for an entire month, resulting in her appearing malnourished. Lin Ruoxue, as a mother, felt immense guilt but found herself powerless to change the circumstances. Finally, having completed the divorce with Qin Feng, she felt a sense of relief. As long as she worked diligently, the remaining salary could allow Nyo to enjoy snacks and meat. As for repaying Fat Sister, that would have to wait until she received a raise. Why are you being so formal? It's just a bit of breakfast. I'll bring you a fish tonight. It's fresh, just delivered by your brother-in-law, Fat Sister said with a smile, as they walked forward together. Lin Ruoxue's workplace was not far from the market, and they often shared the same path. Fat Sister, I truly don't know how to thank you. I promise to repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. I will strive to earn more money. Now that I'm divorced, I can save without being deceived again, Lin Ruoxue said softly. When she mentioned he, it was clear she referred to Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Fat Sister recalled her encounter with Qin Feng earlier that morning. Xiaoxue, I can sense that this time, Qin Feng seems to genuinely want to change. The plight of this woman. Navigating the complexities of entering and exiting relationships is no simple task, particularly when one is single-handedly caring for a child. Even among family, the bond with a daughter not of one's own blood may not guarantee kindness. Thus, it would be wise to deliberate on the possibility of granting that man another chance. After all, there is no rush to remarry. One could test his character for a while, and when assured that he has truly reformed and is worthy of renewed trust, then the decision to remarry could be made without haste. Sister Fat tentatively suggested. It is futile. He is beyond redemption. I have afforded him many years, from youth to adulthood. During his entrepreneurial endeavors, he had no time for me or our daughter, Nyo, and it was I who single-handedly nurtured her to maturity. That alone might have been bearable, provided he displayed ambition and diligence. I believe that even if life was challenging and arduous, we would eventually prevail. However, I never anticipated that the setback of his failed business would lead to his utter despondency, dragging him into the depths of gambling, where he lost all sense of kinship, even wagering Nyo's milk money for his vices and indulgences in alcohol. Moreover, he has consorted with other women, and I have reached my limit. For 5 long years, I offered him countless opportunities, only for each to be met with escalated betrayal. He has lost all credibility in my eyes. I no longer believe a word he utters, nor do I wish for him to re-enter my life. My sole focus now is to raise Nyo into a fine adult. At this juncture, Lin Ruoxue's demeanor was exceedingly cold and resolute. It was evident that her heart had been irrevocably shattered, and she had completely relinquished hope in Qin Feng. Chapter 81, The Request from Sheng Hongyan. Upon hearing this, Sister Pang let out a sigh, for she had witnessed Lin Ruoshue's plight, which was indeed heart-wrenching. "I understand your predicament and am acutely aware of your suffering," she said. "I shall not dissuade you. But it is imperative to convey this. His current kindness towards you and your daughter, irrespective of his motives, must be accepted. Whether he has truly reformed or not is of little consequence. You must simply acknowledge that he owes you both, and you should graciously accept whatever he offers, be it money or food. Moreover, this morning, as I departed, I chanced upon Qin Feng, the young lad, slumbering at the entrance of the building. It appeared he had arrived the previous night, yet he had endured a night of relentless rain. When I awoke him, I noticed he seemed to be running a fever. It seemed quite genuine, unlike his past antics which were merely a ruse for money. If it were indeed a charade, the cost would be exorbitant, especially considering your current financial constraints and his generous purchases." Sister Pang recounted her morning encounter in detail. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshue abruptly halted her steps, her heart momentarily fluttering. She turned sharply towards home, her thoughts swirling. It dawned on her that he had indeed returned last night, spending the night at the entrance, drenched from the rain. Yet, he had chosen not to divulge this. Why, she pondered. Why had Qin Feng endured this injustice without revealing his true feelings? At that moment, Lin Ruoshue found herself lost in thought, her mind adrift. Sister Pang called out to her several times, but she remained oblivious. The urge to return and check on Qin Feng welled within her. She recognized that he had been wronged. However, realizing that time was of the essence, Lin Ruoshue hastened her pace towards her workplace. The following day, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. Upon checking his phone, he was astonished to find a plethora of missed calls. To his surprise, the caller was none other than Sheng Hongyan. Just then, the phone rang again, still Sheng Hongyan. He answered the call casually. "Hello, Brother Qin. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest." Sheng Hongyan's voice was tinged with urgency, explaining the barrage of early morning calls. "I'm not disturbed. I just woke up and noticed your missed calls. What is it that you need?" Qin Feng inquired. "Brother Qin, I shall not be courteous any longer. I am indeed facing a predicament. My father has recently become engrossed in stock trading, and I have heard from Han Xiaolong and others that you possess considerable expertise in this area and have garnered substantial profits. Therefore, I implore you to speak to my father and dissuade him from his obsession with stocks. I fear something untoward may occur." Sheng Hongyan's anxious tone resonated through the line. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought for a moment. Immersed in meditation, he summoned the memories stored within his mind. Suddenly, he stumbled upon information regarding Sheng Hongyan's father, Sheng Tiangang. After a cursory glance, he spoke into the phone. "All right, where shall we meet? Shall I come to your home?" Upon hearing that Qin Feng had agreed, Sheng Hongyan was filled with immense delight. "There's no need for such trouble. Brother Qin, you can remain at home. I know where you live. I will drive over to fetch you right now." With that, Sheng Hongyan unceremoniously ended the call. Chapter 82. Sheng Tiangang. Qin Feng straightened his clothing and stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. He then accessed his memories to review the details of crude oil futures. It appeared that he would commence building his position tomorrow, heralding a significant opportunity for substantial gains, potentially multiplying his wealth by tenfold or more. Approximately half an hour later, Sheng Hongyan arrived and was waiting downstairs. Qin Feng hurriedly descended and took a seat in her luxurious Panamera, setting off towards her residence. Sheng Hongyan's home was a magnificent villa nestled within one of the city's most prestigious and opulent neighborhoods, known as Zhuangyuan No. 1. The grand structure, characterized by its European architectural style, exuded an aura of extravagance. Qin Feng was aware that Sheng Hongyan's family was engaged in the real estate business. Her father, Sheng Tiangang, was the CEO of the Shengshi Group, boasting a fortune in the billions, a true real estate magnate. However, due to his obsession with stocks and the subsequent decline of his company, he had resorted to desperate measures to liquidate assets. Initially, he fell victim to deceit in the stock market, but later experienced a taste of success. After several attempts, he became irrevocably entangled in his investments. Had he not ventured into stocks, his company might not have collapsed so swiftly, nor would he have succumbed to overwhelming debts, leading to his tragic fate. This knowledge was gleaned from Qin Feng's recollections from his previous life. Thus, he resolved to assist Sheng Hongyan, hoping to establish a connection for his future endeavors in real estate. "This is my home. Qin Ge, my father's temperament is somewhat peculiar. If he says anything offensive, please don't take it to heart. I'm begging you this time, please help. At the very least, don't let him remain so consumed. He has been holed up at home, neglecting company affairs, fixated on the screen as if entranced. He often shouts and laughs uncontrollably at night, and I fear for his sanity. Even if his mental state holds, his health cannot withstand this. Sheng Hongyan, showing profound filial piety, pleaded with Qin Feng for assistance concerning her father's deteriorating condition. I will do my utmost, but do not hold overly high expectations. Once one becomes entrenched in stocks, extricating oneself is exceedingly difficult, especially for someone like your father, who is relatively new to this realm and has only recently experienced the allure of quick gains. It will not be easy to extract him now. Should my efforts fail, please do not blame me. Qin Feng cautioned, making his limitations clear. Why would I blame you? Qin Go, as long as you lend a hand, I will be grateful regardless of the outcome. Sheng Hongyan insisted earnestly, nodding emphatically. Without further words, they entered the villa. Upon opening the door, they were immediately enveloped by a thick haze of smoke. The room was filled with a thick haze of secondhand smoke, creating a stifling atmosphere that was quite acrid. Fortunately, Qin Feng himself was a smoker. Yet the current environment was so deplorable that it was hard to believe this was the living room of a luxurious villa, now reduced to such disarray. With various food bags and boxes strewn about haphazardly, it appeared utterly chaotic. Upon witnessing this scene, Sheng Hongyan let out a deep sigh. Just that morning, he had tidied up, and now, after only a brief outing, the place had reverted to this wretched state. Father, look at how you've allowed the house to descend into this chaos. You've already driven 3 housekeepers away with your antics. Could you not step outside for a bit? Or perhaps attend to matters at the company? I have been managing the operations for the past few days. However, there are many aspects I am utterly unfamiliar with, and I dread the thought of jeopardizing the company's progress. As she changed her shoes, Sheng Hongyan handed a pair to Qin Feng, simultaneously directing her grievances towards a figure in the hall. Chapter 83. The Fallen Real Estate Tycoon. The figure remained hunched on the sofa, intermittently sipping coffee and lighting a cigarette, his eyes bloodshot and fixated on the stock market charts displayed on the screen. He was a handsome middle-aged man, exuding an air of distinction that clearly marked him as someone accustomed to power. Yet, at that moment, his once meticulously styled hair appeared disheveled, and his clothes bore numerous stains. After extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, he carelessly wiped the residue on his attire. The demeanor of a corporate executive seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind the visage of a recluse, utterly absorbed in the images on the screen, oblivious to the words of his daughter. This man was Sheng Tiangang, the CEO of Shengshi Group. Upon hearing a sound, Sheng Tiangang mechanically turned his head to glance at his daughter, his gaze vacant and dull. It was hard to fathom that a man with a fortune exceeding several billion could have fallen to such depths. He appeared utterly despondent, his eyes red and weary, a testament to the toll of sleepless nights and frenzied excitement. Qin Feng merely cast a glance and noticed that the man's fingers were already stained a deep yellow from the smoke. With the ant gone, we can always hire another. It's not as if money is an issue. Is this your friend? Please, make yourselves comfortable, Hongyan. Attend to your guest while I tend to my work. With a brief acknowledgement, Sheng Tiangang returned his focus to the computer screen, leaving Sheng Hongyan to sigh in exasperation, feeling increasingly helpless. Her gaze shifted to Qin Feng. Brother Qin, you've seen the situation. My father has completely succumbed to this obsession. He refuses to listen to anything. He's lost in his own delusions. The company's finances are in disarray, and he has even misappropriated funds from the company's accounts to invest in stocks. Just a few days ago, he funneled over 10 million into the market, and upon checking the company's finances, I was horrified to discover that in just half a month, he has poured over 80 million into stocks. As she spoke, Sheng Hongyan sighed repeatedly, her eyes filled with disappointment as she gazed at her father's back. Once, her father had been her idol, a true epitome of success. Wherever he went, he was revered, the center of admiration, his charisma palpable. Even many top-tier celebrities had pursued him, only to be turned away. Sheng Hongyan had led Qin Feng into the living room, where they settled on the sofa, and she offered him a glass of warm water. Qin Feng took a modest sip. Hello, sir. My name is Qin Feng. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Renowned as a genius in the realm of real estate, possessing a unique vision. 3 years ago, you acquired a parcel of land and established the illustrious Fugua community in Longzhou, known as Longhai Bay. After Qin Feng spoke, he realized that the other party had completely disregarded him, making it seem as though he was conversing with himself. Were it an ordinary person, they would have undoubtedly felt a sense of embarrassment by now. However, Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. Beside him, Sheng Hongyan furrowed her brow in concern. When had her father become so impolite? Yet now, he seemed utterly bewitched. Not only had he disregarded common courtesy, but he also seemed indifferent even to his own daughter. Chapter 84. Clearly a trap. Father, how could you do this? My friend is speaking with you. With a face full of anger, Sheng Hongyan was about to charge forward but was halted by a gesture from Qin Feng. He extended his hand, and made a silencing motion before saying, "Allow me to handle this." After uttering those words, Qin Feng seated himself beside Sheng Tiangang, his gaze fixated on the screen displaying the stock market trends. At that moment, Sheng Tiangong's funds had dwindled to merely a few million. With a mere fluctuation in the market, those millions could vanish in an instant. Witnessing this, Sheng Tiangang slammed his fist on the table, then, in evident anguish, rubbed his face with his hand. "Uncle, the stock you chose has issues, serious ones. Judging by your buying and selling frequency, I fear you have invested far more than the initial 80 million, Qin Feng remarked, pointing at the screen. Startled, Sheng Tiangang turned to Qin Feng, scrutinizing him closely. "Do you understand stocks?" he asked cautiously. Seeing that he had piqued the other's interest, Qin Feng smiled faintly and nodded. "Not only do I understand, but I am also quite skilled. This is why I say there are problems with the stock you purchased." Upon hearing this, Sheng Tiangong's expression shifted slightly, his brows furrowing deeper. "How can that be? With this stock, I've made over 10 million in just a month. At times, it feels like the money my company earns pales in comparison to the speed of these stock gains. What, then, is the purpose of my efforts? The company's finances have long been in disarray, prompting me to take a gamble, yet I find myself sinking deeper. Clearly, my experience is lacking. Losing some money early on is inconsequential. It is merely part of accumulating experience. I believe I have a knack for this," Sheng Tiangang said with a smile. However, to lose over 100 million in just 2 months is not merely a lack of talent. It borders on foolishness. Qin Feng responded without a hint of mercy. Sheng Tiangang, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, slamming his palm on the table, his gaze turning icy. The sudden change startled Sheng Hongyan. "Everything is fine." Qin Feng quickly gestured to reassure her. "Nonsense. When I was achieving success in my career, you were still playing in the mud. Do you think you can educate me?" Sheng Tiangang scoffed disdainfully. "Indeed, if we are to discuss real estate development, you are undoubtedly the expert," Qin Feng acknowledged, giving a thumbs up. "But when it comes to stock trading, in my presence, you are merely this." With that, Qin Feng lowered his pinky finger, gesturing towards Sheng Tiangang. However, this time, Sheng Tiangang did not exhibit the explosive reaction one might have anticipated. Instead, his eyes merely narrowed slightly, and his gaze towards Qin Feng grew increasingly frigid. "Uncle, there's no need for anger. Let us discuss the facts. You have invested over 100 million in the span of 2 months, only to incur total losses. In contrast, I have managed to multiply my stocks tenfold within just a few days. Is this not a stark disparity? Initially, with an investment of several hundred thousand, I was able to earn millions. If I possessed your capital, the loss would not be a mere 100 million, but rather a gain of 200 million. As he spoke, Qin Feng produced his mobile phone, displaying his equity trading records to the other party. Upon observing the stock Qin Feng had purchased, which had repeatedly reached its maximum limit, Sheng Tiangong's expression finally softened slightly. He took a deep breath, calming the anger within him, and maintained a composed demeanor before speaking. "It seems I have underestimated you. I can see that you are indeed a master in the stock market, far surpassing my own capabilities. I am merely a novice. However, I firmly believe that given sufficient time to comprehend the patterns of these stocks, I will be able to predict market trends and undoubtedly surpass you." Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your knowledge and experience in business far exceed mine, and I trust your vision is more far-sighted than my own. However, I am curious to know how much you intend to invest to recoup your losses. Currently, your involvement in stocks is driven by the company's financial needs. Yet you are on the verge of jeopardizing the company due to these stock investments. Have you overlooked the fundamental issue?" Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his words piercing straight to the heart of the matter. In an instant, Sheng Tiangang was jolted awake, his eyes widening as he turned to examine the stock's trajectory, plunging into deep contemplation. Chapter 85, Confrontation. He lowered his head, his hands tangled in his hair, exuding an aura of profound anguish and regret. In that moment, he finally came to a realization. Yet, the money had already been lost. What was the point of lamenting now? Deep down, he had always known that this was a trap, a pitfall, but he could not restrain himself. He believed he could still recover his losses. Therefore, he resolved to exert more effort. Surely, he couldn't abandon hope after having already invested so much. That was not the spirit he aspired to embody. Sheng Tiangang slowly raised his head and inhaled deeply, expressing his helplessness. "It is certainly possible to recoup the lost funds. I can assist you. However, once I manage to recover all your losses, you must vow never to dabble in stocks again." Qin Feng spoke earnestly, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Sheng Tiangang nodded without hesitation. He had awakened to the truth. The reason for his continued investment was that he saw no alternative. By persisting, at least there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, if he were to concede defeat now, the tens of millions he had previously invested would vanish into thin air, a prospect he found intolerable. Are you certain you are not jesting? You can truly recover all the money I lost? Sheng Tiangang inquired, his voice laced with skepticism. Provided that you place your complete trust in me. If you doubt me, not even a single cent can be salvaged. Especially if you have yet to fully comprehend the nuances of the stock market, refrain from engaging with it lightly. Qin Feng clarified, making his stipulations clear. If the other party was uncooperative, there would be little he could do. I believe in you. As long as you can help me retrieve my money, I will follow your lead, Sheng Tiangang declared, observing Qin Feng's earnest and confident expression. He decided to place his trust in him, driven by curiosity about the extraordinary abilities Qin Feng might possess to truly recover his substantial losses. First and foremost, I must inform you that there is an inherent issue with the stock itself. Someone has deliberately ensnared your funds before short-selling them. If I am not mistaken, this individual is likely one of your closest acquaintances, Qin Feng stated, maneuvering the computer screen to display the stock's trend chart. That is preposterous. How could that be possible? Qin Feng, I trusted you just now, but you cannot speak such nonsense. This stock was recommended by my own nephew, and I initially profited from it. The losses are merely due to my lack of experience, Sheng Tiangang retorted, reclaiming the computer with a firm grip. Qin Feng felt an urge to rise and depart. He found it difficult to comprehend. Seeing is believing. Sheng Tiangang hardly seemed to possess a genius intellect. Was his ascent to the pinnacle of the real estate industry solely attributed to luck? Uncle, you are a prominent figure and a successful individual. Your judgment should be guided by reason rather than emotion. I believe you have always sensed something amiss, perhaps even discovered some peculiarities. Yet it is precisely because he is your kin that you have chosen to overlook them. As the saying goes, it is challenging to guard against a thief within one's own home. The very familiarity allows for a subtlety to pass unnoticed, regardless of how slight it may be. Therefore, I reiterate my earlier statement. Should you choose not to heed my words, I cannot save you. Your losses are of no concern to me, Qin Feng remarked, spreading his hands nonchalantly. One must rely on evidence in their endeavors. After all, he is my nephew. Without proof, no amount of discourse holds value. I still have faith that he will not betray me. I shall summon him now to confront you. With that, Sheng Tian slowly rose, retrieved his phone, and moved to the window to make the call. Chapter 86. Are you causing trouble again? Yunqi, come here. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Sheng Tiangang spoke into the phone, and soon a response came from the other end. Okay, uncle, I'll be right over. After hanging up, Sheng Tiangang returned to his seat and awaited his guest. Approximately half an hour later, a knock resonated through the house. Sheng Hongyan, who was tidying up the kitchen, hurried to the door and opened it, revealing a young man clad in a sleek black suit, tall and handsome, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that hinted at a substantial value. His face was radiant with enthusiasm. Is my cousin at home? Isn't she at the office? The young man inquired with a smile. However, Sheng Hongyan regarded him with a discerning gaze, for this young man was none other than Qin Feng's cousin, Sheng Yunqi, who had been suspected of undermining her father. Typically, Sheng Hongyan avoided interactions with him, finding him excessively cunning, filled with deceit, and lacking in genuine skill. No, she is resting at home today. My father is looking for you, so you should go, Sheng Hongyan replied coldly, carelessly tossing a pair of slippers in front of him. Sheng Yunqi remained unfazed, maintaining a serene smile as he slipped on the slippers and sauntered to the sofa, taking a seat. He briefly glanced at Qin Feng before disregarding him entirely. Uncle, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Sheng Yunqi removed his coat, casually placing it aside as he posed the question. The brooch on his chest became visible, and Qin Feng instantly recognized it as a limited edition piece, worth at least several $100,000, equivalent to the price of a car. Such luxury could only be appreciated by those well-versed in high-end fashion, revealing the astonishing wealth of the Sheng family. I called you here to verify something. However, please do not take offense at what you hear. Your uncle trusts you, Sheng Tiangang prefaced, preparing his cousin for the discussion. Uncle, we are family. How could I possibly be angry with you? Even if you were to scold or kick me, it would be my fault for having offended you. Just tell me what it is, and I will correct my mistakes immediately. Sheng Yunqi's emotional intelligence was evident as he positioned himself with utmost respect for his elder, effectively dispelling any lingering doubt in Sheng Tiangang's mind, who nodded in appreciation. His gaze then shifted to Qin Feng. Now that my nephew is here, you may confront him about the matter you previously mentioned. I hope you can present compelling evidence that proves he is the one causing trouble. However, should you fail to provide concrete proof, it would be mere slander, and you should not expect me to treat you kindly, Sheng Tiangang stated with a serious demeanor. At that moment, Sheng Yunqi realized that someone had been speaking ill of him behind his back, and he cast a hostile glance at Qin Feng. With a dismissive snort, he declared, "You wish to confront me? Speak up. How do you intend to do so? Running to my uncle's house to slander me. Have you lost your senses? Do you think my uncle would heed your baseless ramblings?" Sheng Yunqi's face darkened ominously. "Sheng Yunqi, mind your words. The situation remains unresolved, so do not act as though you are the one suffering a great injustice." Qin's brother, feeling the weight of unspoken words, interjected. "Let me voice what you are too polite to say. Was it not you who manipulated the stock my father invested in? He has already suffered losses exceeding 100 million. Are you unaware of this?" At that moment, Sheng Hongyan could no longer contain herself, striding over with an icy demeanor, pointing an accusatory finger at Sheng Yunqi. "Cousin, do you harbor feelings for this fellow? Why are you so inclined to defend him? I have yet to utter a word. Yet you grow impatient with me. Should I keep my words clean, or should he? Is it permissible for him to speak ill of me in secret while I am not allowed to retort? On what grounds?" Sheng Yunqi replied, equally cold in his response. Chapter 87. Uncle, do you trust me or him? Red Yen, this matter does not concern you. Silence. At that moment, Sheng Tiangang reprimanded sharply. Upon hearing this, Sheng Hongyan furrowed her brow and reluctantly stepped aside. Unbeknownst to her, in the instant Sheng Yunqi was questioned by Sheng Hongyan, his heart skipped a beat, and a sense of unease washed over him. He squinted slightly and turned to face Qin Feng. "What are you looking at? Are you so guilty that you cannot endure others speaking? Uncle Sheng is your second uncle. You are family. I cannot fathom why, being kin, you would set a trap to harm him. Does the young master of Shinsher Group truly lack a mere 100 million? Qin Feng did not shy away from the other's gaze, but chose to meet it head-on, his tone laced with arrogance. "Cease your nonsense. If you claim I am deceiving my uncle, then present your evidence. You know we are family. How dare you, an outsider, spout such wild accusations and sow discord? You overestimate your own importance." Sheng Yunqi replied with disdain. "Indeed, I have perhaps overvalued myself. Otherwise, Uncle Sheng would not choose to believe in you, a scoundrel. The stock in question, known as Zijin Group, is merely a shell company. I checked just now. Its shares have only recently surged inexplicably. If there is no foul play involved, no one would ever believe such a rise in value. Clearly, someone has injected capital to artificially inflate the shares. Furthermore, it appears quite hollow. If I am not mistaken, this stock was surely targeted yesterday. You must have incurred significant losses. Initially, the majority of the investment came from your uncle, while deceiving those shareholders was merely a minor gain. What you await is the moment when your uncle has invested the bulk of his funds, allowing you to reap a comprehensive harvest. Even if someone maliciously targeted you yesterday, you chose to remain uninvolved. Am I wrong?" As Qin Feng spoke, a cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth. His argument was sound and convincing, stirring a ripple of doubt within Sheng Yunqi. He even began to suspect that there might be a traitor within their ranks leaking information. However, upon reflection, he realized that apart from himself, his father, and the traitor, no third party could possibly know. Thus, the matter should not have been disclosed. Yet, how did the other party come to this knowledge? It was bewildering. This must be a fabrication on your part. Or perhaps you have borrowed elements from some novel and inserted them into my reality. It sounds plausible, yet it is utterly unfounded. You are merely here to sow discord. If you possess the capability, enlighten me on how you acquired this information and provide evidence. Otherwise, you are slandering me." At this moment, Sheng Yunqi's rebuttal appeared somewhat hesitant, even tinged with embarrassment. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. "If you assert that I am a fabrication, then so be it. After all, I possess no evidence. As for how I came to this knowledge, why should I divulge it to you?" Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly and spoke. "Uncle, do you believe him? Do you trust the nonsensical words of a stranger over the testimony of your own nephew? We are family. How could I ever betray or harm you? It's merely a billion. If you feel wronged, I can call my father right now and have him transfer that billion to you." Sheng Yunqi, weary of further debate with Qin Feng, turned his attention to Sheng Tiangang, fixing him with an earnest gaze and speaking with an air of righteous indignation, exuding a demeanor of anger that made it difficult to cast suspicion upon him. Chapter 88. Can it still be saved? If his intention was merely to earn money, he would not have made such a promise. After all, the current situation is evident. It cannot be as simple as him uttering a denial. If Sheng Tiangang truly nodded in agreement, he would undoubtedly call his father to transfer the funds to Sheng Tiangang. How could I possibly doubt you? I have already invested 400 million. This stock is bound to rise. My uncle believes in you. There are matters to attend to at the company, so you may leave first. I will handle things here, Sheng Tiangang said, waving his hand nonchalantly. All right, uncle, please do not heed the words of this charlatan. He is nothing but a fraud. There are affairs at the company to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Uncle, take care of your health. After speaking, Shang Yunqi felt an overwhelming urge to flee the scene, but doing so would easily expose his anxiety. Thus, he straightened his attire, left a cautionary remark, and shot a fierce glare at Qin Feng before donning his shoes and departing. At that moment, Qin Feng also stood up and bowed deeply to Sheng Tiangang. I sincerely apologize, uncle. I nearly caused a misunderstanding among relatives. I extend my apologies. I shall take my leave now. As Qin Feng stood up, he prepared to turn away. Wait, why are you apologizing? Sheng Tiangang suddenly rose, calling out to Qin Feng's retreating figure. Upon reaching the doorway, Qin Feng paused, slightly tilting his head, a hint of a cold, proud smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Did you not just say you trust your nephew?" Even before he arrived, I began to harbor doubts. However, lacking evidence, I dared not speculate recklessly. Yet, after witnessing your earlier confrontation, I am convinced of the truth in your words. For I can sense his unease. My intention in saying so was merely to placate him, hoping that during this time, Mr. Qin Feng could lend me assistance. I have already injected 400 million into another account. I cannot afford to lose any further. Should I fail, my company may face bankruptcy. Sheng Tiangong's expression turned grave, addressing Qin Feng with newfound respect. At this moment, Sheng Hongyan also suddenly came to a realization. Otherwise, she would still be angry with her father. It turns out he had already discerned the outcome earlier, merely choosing not to voice it. This implies that he has not yet reached a state of despair. Brother Qin, is there still a chance for my father's stocks to recover? Sheng Hongyan approached with a worried expression, looking at Qin Feng with great anticipation as she inquired. Allow me to examine the trends. What kind of trap has he laid? Qin Feng nodded and gestured, prompting Sheng Tiangang to push the computer toward him. With his eyes fixed on the screen, Qin Feng furrowed his brow as he observed the stock chart. This situation is indeed not something the average person could discern. Qin Feng possessed only a rudimentary understanding of stocks. He was by no means an expert. However, due to his foresight and the memories of his past life firmly archived in his mind, deciphering the current predicament is not an insurmountable challenge. He first accessed the account of Sheng Tiangang and then proceeded to establish his position. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Isn't it necessary to continue injecting capital to build your position now? Sheng Tiangang queried, perplexed by Qin Feng's actions. Indeed, it is essential to invest in building a position. How else can we shake his shares? Despite your earlier declarations of loyalty, it is evident that suspicion has already begun to fester. He has likely initiated a short-selling strategy, aiming to ensnare your 400 million. Qin Feng gestured towards the trend chart. Soon after, a wave of fluctuations ensued. A substantial bullish candlestick surged upward before gradually descending. In an instant, the 400 million previously invested by Sheng Tiangang evaporated by several tens of millions. If such volatility continues, it is likely that his entire investment will be lost within a few days. Chapter 89, Suspicion and Crisis. I never anticipated that he would take action so swiftly. His response is indeed remarkably quick. At this pace, I fear that my several hundred million in funds will be depleted within days. That scoundrel, even deceiving my second uncle, truly harbors insidious ambitions. After returning from his studies abroad, I leveraged my connections to facilitate his acquisition of several lucrative contracts, which allowed him to establish himself at the headquarters. As I reflected on this, Sheng Tiangang slammed his palm onto the coffee table, fury etched across his face. His teeth clenched in indignation. He could hardly fathom that his own nephew would seek to betray him, and to the tune of 200 million. When combined with his previous investments and the current deficit of several tens of millions, it seemed that even 200 million would be insufficient. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of his adversary's appetite. The target was a full 400 million. At this moment, Sheng Tiangang's anger was palpable. If only he had not invested all his money at once, he would have been in a better position. He harbored a fierce desire to crush Sheng Yunqi. That disgraceful wretch. No need to rush. Let him savor a taste of success first. My funds must remain untouched. Once they are mobilized, he will become suspicious. For now, I can accumulate shares without arousing his attention, as all his focus is currently fixated on this stock. As Qin Feng spoke, he began to input numbers, subsequently investing the capital. When Sheng Tiangang witnessed Qin Feng allocate a staggering 600 million into the stock, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was not that he lacked experience. Rather, he found it hard to comprehend that this young man possessed such wealth. Just moments ago, he had appeared so humble and courteous. Reflecting on his earlier behavior, Sheng Tiangang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and humiliation. Observing how this young man had already adopted such restraint, he could not help but feel ashamed at his own age. Still foolishly hoping to achieve success in the stock market, only to suffer devastating losses and now requiring assistance from this young prodigy. In comparison, it left Xing Tiangang feeling utterly inadequate. Young brother Qin Feng, I must admit, you truly are a hidden gem. Being excessively low-key is not necessarily a virtue, otherwise I would not have misjudged you so gravely. My perspective was indeed narrow-minded. At that moment, Xing Tiangang sincerely apologized. Uncle, there is no need to dwell on it. I merely came along today to assist through the guidance of my esteemed companion. Furthermore, being so young and lacking my own established company, I am still far behind you, who has already made a name for yourself in the real estate industry. Qin Feng replied humbly. This humility only deepened Xing Tiangang's admiration for him. For a young man to command such liquidity of 600 million is, in itself, an extraordinary feat. Moreover, through the introduction of his daughter in the tone of Qin Feng, he could ascertain with certainty that the 6 billion in cash was earned solely by Qin Feng himself, rather than being reliant on family connections. This implies that Qin Feng lacks any substantial background. To amass such a significant sum of 6 billion through one's own efforts is a feat bordering on the fantastical. Even Xing Tiangang, a successful entrepreneur, gazed at Qin Feng with evident admiration. Within the entire Xing family, few could be compared to Qin Feng. Even the older generation among them might find it challenging to overshadow the brilliance that radiates from Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng had already injected the funds and commenced his purchasing activities. As he acquired shares, the stock experienced an immediate surge, with a prominent bullish line reaching its apex. It is noteworthy that the sudden influx of 6 billion in capital had considerably inflated the market. Meanwhile, Sheng Yunqi drove to a secluded location, where he retrieved his phone and made a call. It was not long before someone answered. President Yun, I was just resting. How may I assist you? Inquired the voice on the other end with great courtesy. Chapter 90. The Surge in Worth. What time is it? Wake up immediately and keep an eye on things. No, you need to get up right now and ensnare that old fox's billions. Devour as much as you can. If you can't consume it all, then smash the whole thing to ensure he is left with nothing. Sheng Yunqi sensed that he was being suspected. He could not fathom how that individual, Qin Feng, had discovered his secrets and his plans. At this point, he could no longer afford to ponder such matters, with the risk of exposure looming. He had to swallow the remaining funds of that old fox without delay, to avoid unnecessary complications later on. Is it too hasty to act now? Perhaps it would be wiser to wait a couple of days until our shares reach the upper limit, allowing us to absorb all 400 million directly. If we act now, we might only manage to ensnare half. Mr. Yun, are you certain? Came the puzzled voice from the other end of the line. Stop with the nonsense. Do as I instruct. I just visited the old fox's residence. They are already suspicious that I am behind this scheme. There is no time to waste. Ensnare as much as you can. Sheng Yunqi exclaimed. Understood, Mr. Yun. I will access the computer and begin immediately. Rest assured. This is a minor task, however. The other party's voice trailed off abruptly. They had opened the computer and were left in stunned silence, gazing at the stock chart. Utterly bewildered. Hearing the sudden silence, a sense of foreboding gripped Sheng Yunqi's heart. He anxiously inquired, what is going on? Speak. Mr. Yun, this is grave. There has been a significant fluctuation in the stock market. An unexpected influx of 600 million has propelled our stocks to unprecedented heights. Such anomalies surely herald ulterior motives. I suspect that the other party aims to target our shares. Could it be that the old fox has caught on and is launching a counterattack? The voice on the phone shrieked, filled with concern. Nonsense. That old fox has only just begun to suspect me. How could he act so swiftly? Moreover, all his cash has already been invested here. Where would he procure more funds? Sheng Yunqi countered vehemently. We cannot dwell on this any longer. You must eliminate his funds first. Understood, Mr. Yun. I will commence at once. And then, the call was abruptly terminated. Yet, an inexplicable chill coursed through Sheng Yunqi, leaving him perturbed. His right eyelid began to twitch, as though sensing an impending calamity. It made no sense. The old fox had only just begun to suspect him, and it was improbable for him to react so swiftly. Even if he wished to retaliate, he would likely aim to liquidate his holdings and withdraw his remaining capital. Furthermore, he had no funds left. How could he possibly reinvest to counteract me? Something feels amiss. It must be some underhanded scheme. They spotted an issue with my shares and are eager to exploit it. Damn it, this is truly unfortunate. Sheng Yunqi cursed, rolling down the window and lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became. What a remarkable coincidence. His uncle summoned him home to confront a man named Qin Feng, and after their confrontation, his uncle chose to trust him. Just as he stepped out, new developments regarding the stocks emerged. Could it be that his uncle has enlisted a formidable opponent to deal with him? Was everything earlier merely a facade, a ruse to placate him? At this thought, Shang Yunqi's body tensed, and he bumped his head against the top of the carport. But the pain was of no concern as he discarded the cigarette with a flick of his hand. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Akin to threading a needle through a butterfly's wing, an artful display. His fingers were exceptionally fair and slender, resembling a pianist in performance, producing a rhythmic tapping sound that captivated Sheng Hongyan beside him. While others may not know much about Qin Feng, she possessed some knowledge. After all, when they first met, he appeared somewhat downcast, lacking the confidence he exuded now, and his worth certainly did not approach 600 million. In less than a month, his fortune had multiplied exponentially. Chapter 91. The Heart of Compassion. Moments later, Qin Feng's fingers, which had been swiftly dancing across the keyboard, finally came to a halt. Qin Feng, my young brother. What is the situation? Is there still hope? Sheng Tiangang inquired anxiously, his face etched with concern. Although it is often said that experience is invaluable, his understanding of the stock market was evidently inferior to that of Qin Feng. Otherwise, he would not have invested hundreds of millions only to find himself at a loss. Ensnared by his own nephew, Sheng Yunqi, who had orchestrated a scheme to cash out. If that 400 million were to fall into Sheng Yunqi's hands, and he fled abroad, the prestigious legacy of the Shengshe Group would suffer immeasurable damage, leaving Sheng Tiangang branded as the architect of the group's downfall. Regret gnawed at him. Had he not so blindly trusted his nephew's counsel and recklessly poured such a substantial sum into the stock market, he would not now be mired in this predicament. His fate lay entirely in Qin Feng's hands, compelling him to cater to the young man. For any misstep on Qin Feng's part would be catastrophic. It's nearly complete. I've invested 600 million, and now the market has completely outperformed Sheng Yunqi's side, Qin Feng stated, nodding as he diverted his gaze from the screen. Just a little longer, and I shall dismantle his position entirely. He will not only gain nothing but may also incur significant losses. Qin Feng's voice turned icy. He was acutely aware of Sheng Yunqi's intention to seize the 400 million lost by Sheng Tiangang. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Sheng Tiangang exhaled in relief. He gazed at Qin Feng with admiration, feeling a pang of shame within himself. The young man before him was merely half his age, yet displayed remarkable capability and composure in both conduct and actions. In stark contrast, Sheng Tiangang, nearing 50, found himself ensnared in folly, duped and lacking the foresight to withdraw in time, which had led to his current plight. As he observed the sun line on the computer screen ascend at a visibly rapid pace, the surge was both alarming and exhilarating, elevating Sheng Tiangang's spirits as if on a roller coaster. He waited patiently, the minutes ticking by, until the clock struck 11. All right, Uncle Sheng, your 400 million is intact. It's all returned, Qin Feng declared confidently, pointing at the chart that had reached its peak and was now stabilizing. Excellent. Young brother Qin Feng, I owe you a great debt today. Without your assistance, my company would have surely succumbed to the wishes of that ungrateful nephew of mine and faced closure. He understood that had it not been for Qin Feng's intervention, his investment of 400 million would have vanished without a trace, resulting in utter ruin. Facing a 400 million loss would have meant monumental consequences for the group and its inevitable downfall. Now, having reclaimed the 400 million while Qin Feng's 600 million remained unscathed, it was likely that Sheng Yunqi had suffered a significant setback and would receive his due punishment, an outcome that pleased everyone involved. Having regained the 400 million and benefited from Qin Feng's timely insight, Sheng Tiangang's former vigor returned, transforming him from a man ensnared by market turmoil into one revitalized with renewed hope. After agreeing with Qin Feng, he turned back to look at Sheng Hongyan and said, Hongyan, quickly book the finest hotel in Longzhou City. Without the assistance of brother Qin Feng this time, I might have found myself in a predicament from which I could not escape, inevitably becoming a sinner of the Shengshe Group. We must ensure that brother Qin Feng is treated with the utmost hospitality. Qin Feng repeatedly waved his hands, modestly responding, Uncle, a simple meal will suffice. That is out of the question. Sheng Tiangang replied sternly. It must be the highest standard of reception. You are a distinguished guest of mine. Sheng Hongyan watched from the side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. The confident and composed aura that had once radiated from her father had returned, shining brightly and drawing attention, all thanks to Qin Feng's assistance. Indeed, it is Qin Feng, Sheng Hongyan thought to herself. Chapter 92. The infuriated Sheng Yunqi. Without Qin Feng, it would be impossible for my father to retrieve even a stubborn ox. This man is truly a polymath, with an astute knack for every industry and field, seemingly capable of generating wealth effortlessly. He has not only salvaged my fortunes, but also rescued my father's. Sheng Hongyan, a woman of decisive action and formidable prowess, did not mince her words. She attended to Qin Feng with utmost care, booking the finest hotel and arranging a sumptuous feast, her Valentino heels clicking resoundingly on the floor. At noon, they boarded the extended luxury vehicle of Sheng Hongyan and arrived at the finest hotel in Longzhou City. The weather in Longzhou had been persistently sweltering, and only upon entering the hotel's elegant private room did they feel the refreshing embrace of the air conditioning. Remembering the heat, Sheng Hongyan eagerly recounted Qin Feng's impressive accomplishments to Sheng Tiangang, explaining how he foresaw the prolonged high temperatures and prudently procured a multitude of second-hand air conditioners, earning her millions in the process. Sheng Tiangang listened with rapt attention, his admiration for Qin Feng growing ever more profound. Consequently, he began to inquire about Qin Feng's marital status, asking, "Young brother Qin Feng, a man of your caliber must have a blissful family, correct?" In his eyes, Qin Feng was not only remarkably capable and composed but also exceedingly humble and emotionally intelligent. He presumed that any woman fortunate enough to marry him would be equally distinguished, hailing from a family of noble standing. After all, as a figure of corporate leadership, he held great esteem for the concept of social parity in marriage, believing that unions have historically been formed between families of similar status. He assumed that Qin Feng's bride would undoubtedly be a wealthy heiress, as accomplished as his own daughter. To his astonishment, Qin Feng replied with a wry smile. "Just a month ago, I went through a divorce. My family life has disintegrated. So how can one speak of happiness?" Sheng Tiangang was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how someone like Qin Feng could have experienced such a setback. What high standards must his former partner have had to overlook a man of Qin Feng's caliber? In his youth, Sheng Tiangang believed himself to be exceptionally attractive and capable among his peers, but now, in the presence of Qin Feng, he could not help but feel a sense of inferiority. As the saying goes, family troubles should remain private, and he refrained from prying into Qin Feng's personal affairs. Yet a sense of compassion stirred within him. "You see, you are newly divorced, and my daughter remains unmarried, still solitary to this day, which weighs heavily on me as a father. If you find her appealing, perhaps you could cultivate a closer relationship? If, and I emphasize if, you were to unite in matrimony, our families could foster connections in various aspects." He valued Qin Feng's abilities and believed that he was more than worthy of Sheng Hongyan. In fact, only a man of Qin Feng's caliber could aspire to be his son-in-law. However, upon uttering these words, Sheng Hongyan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She considered herself a paragon of excellence, the heiress of the Shinshu group, with both her lineage and capabilities being unparalleled. However, she could not help but acknowledge that Qin Feng was indeed exceptionally outstanding, eclipsing her and overshadowing many remarkable young men in Longzhou City. She too harbored a fondness for Qin Feng, especially since he had aided her on several occasions. The admiration born from gratitude gradually transformed into deep-seated affection. Even though Qin Feng had experienced a divorce, she remained unperturbed. Yet, his subsequent response left her rather disheartened. Qin Feng shook his head and remarked, "Uncle Sheng, you jest. I am hardly worthy of Miss Sheng. Moreover, my divorce is a consequence of my own failings, not hers. You may not be aware, but over a month ago, I was utterly destitute, unable even to pay my rent. I have wronged my wife and daughter, and I am now seeking opportunities to atone for my mistakes." "What?" Upon hearing this, Sheng Tiangang was taken aback, unable to contain his astonishment. He glanced at Sheng Hongyan, who merely nodded slightly, returning a confirming gaze. This served as a direct validation of Qin Feng's words, affirming their authenticity. "You claim you were penniless just a month ago? How can that be possible?" Sheng Tiangang's mind was clouded. He had just witnessed Qin Feng's substantial assets firsthand. The man possessed 600 million in cash and audaciously intended to invest the entirety in the stock market, targeting a fundamentally unstable stock. This indicated that his total assets were certainly far beyond 600 million. Chapter 93, an important appointment, the commencement of a frantic international money-making scheme. However, Qin Feng revealed that merely a month prior, he was destitute, unable even to pay his rent. This implies that he amassed a fortune of 600 million, or perhaps even more, in just 1 month. Even the gross profit generated by their Shengshu Group headquarters in a month does not reach such staggering heights, despite being a large enterprise with thousands of employees. Yet, Qin Feng, evidently a solitary figure, managed to accumulate such wealth solely through his own efforts. Initially, one might have thought Qin Feng merely possessed exceptional capabilities and fortuitously found himself at the pinnacle of the era's opportunities, but at this moment, Sheng Tiangang's understanding had been utterly transformed. This was no longer merely impressive, it could only be described as miraculous. Indeed, after experiencing the failures of my previous entrepreneurial ventures and facing life's disappointments, I became irritable. Until the departure of my wife and daughter prompted my awakening, a true return of the prodigal. Qin Feng recounted this with an air of calmness, devoid of embellishment. Having endured so much, he could now confront challenges with equanimity. The ability to acknowledge one's mistakes and take responsibility is the hallmark of true manhood. Furthermore, there are signs of redemption. Lin Ruoxiue, once cold and distant, is beginning to soften, and Nyonyo is gradually recognizing him. What a pity it is. Sheng Tiangong's eyes brimmed with regret. He had hoped to unite Qin Feng with his daughter, Sheng Hongyan, but such a union now appeared impossible. Stealing a glance at his daughter, he noticed a flicker of sorrow in her gaze, prompting a sigh from his heart. Nevertheless, his admiration for Qin Feng only grew. A person capable of generating wealth demonstrates exceptional talent. But a young man who possesses the courage to admit his faults and rise from his downfall is truly rare and commendable. It is often said that a wayward son's return is priceless. If you can find your way back, it is never too late. Here's to that. He filled Qin Feng's glass with Romani Conti, and the group clinked their glasses in celebration. This meal was undoubtedly among the most lavish in the entire hotel, if not the whole of Longzhou City, easily costing upwards of 100,000. Kobe beef, French foie gras, Roman Econi red wine, and Australian lobster, each a renowned delicacy in the culinary world. The meal stretched into the afternoon, lasting until 2 o'clock, where Qin Feng and Sheng Tiangong quickly established a bond. Firstly, Qin Feng's experiences and abilities garnered immense respect from Sheng Tiangong. Secondly, Qin Feng's eloquence and emotional intelligence left Sheng Tiangong silently in awe. Such a composed young man was truly to his liking. Even if he could not become his son-in-law, it would merely be a small regret. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, deepening their camaraderie and swiftly transforming them into close friends across generations. Meanwhile, at the home of Sheng Yunqi, a loud crash reverberated through the air. Sheng Yunqi's face flushed crimson with rage as he violently smashed a computer to the floor, shattering it into several pieces. Just moments ago, he witnessed with his own eyes the computer screen, where the stock price surged at an unfathomable pace, having remarkably entered the limit-up phase within just a few hours. He had initially intended to siphon off the 400 million from Sheng Yunqi, but now his efforts had come to naught, leaving him with not a single penny of profit. Moreover, the money he had invested, over 100 million, had vanished into thin air. To make matters worse, Sheng Tiangong had begun to harbor doubts. Henceforth, he could no longer count on continued support from him, and his authority within the company would inevitably be rescinded, leading to a dramatic fall from grace. All of this stemmed from the sudden involvement of a mysterious benefactor who had injected 600 million into the fray. It was this individual who had obliterated his meticulously laid plans within mere hours today. How could he contain his fury? Damn it! Who was that person? Who invested that 600 million? It's impossible. Sheng Tiangong could not possibly have such funds, for 100 million was already all of his available capital. Who would dare to contribute 600 million to assist that old fool, Sheng Tiangong? Could it be the young man he encountered at his home that morning? No, that cannot be. The young man was dressed modestly, clearly not a wealthy individual. So how could he possibly come up with 600 million? He shouted in a fit of rage, his emotions boiling over. He even referred to Sheng Tiangong by name rather than as his uncle. Don't let me discover who you are. If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall not call myself Sheng Yunqi. After venting his anger for a considerable time, he finally managed to regain some composure, picking up his phone to call his father, succinctly recounting the situation without embellishment. A voice, tinged with a hint of weariness, soon came through on the other end. This is not your fault. Your loss is not unjust. You have encountered a formidable opponent, one who is indeed extraordinary. If the opportunity arises, ascertain this person's identity as soon as possible, lest he become a stumbling block on your path ahead. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Feng arrived at the bank, and upon entering, he was taken aback to see Chu Tianhe. Having agreed upon this time yesterday, the fellow had evidently arrived early, clearly eager for Qin Feng to lead him to yet another lucrative venture. Brother, my dear brother, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong immediately lit up with joy, rushing forward to embrace him. They were impatiently eager to discover how much Qin Feng would earn this time, whether it would be an unimaginable figure, and if they too could partake in the spoils. Chapter 94. Leverage crude oil futures. Chu Tianhe recalled the time when Qin Feng brought Gao Jie to purchase several hundred properties in the western New City, reaping substantial profits. It was only later, when the West District was prioritized for development and real estate prices surged, that he learned of this venture, filling him with jealousy that nearly shattered his back teeth. Had he acted sooner, like Gao Jie, and followed Qin Feng to amass 100 or so properties, his net worth would likely have surpassed 100 million by now, elevating him to the ranks of billionaires. Thus, much like Han Xiaolong, he yearned for the opportunity to join Qin Feng in his next profitable endeavor, and now, at last, That opportunity had arisen. He was determined not to miss it. Be reasonable. Qin Feng chuckled, pushing him away with a bemused expression. Yet, this fellow seemed even more energized, leaning in and whispering, "Brother, my esteemed brother. Just tell me which stock we shall purchase this time." "You will know shortly," Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, still withholding the information. The suspense left Chu Tianhe feeling restless and eager for more. At that moment, President Xiao emerged, promptly ushering Qin Feng and Chu Tianhe into a private room, offering them fine tea and water. This was a stark contrast to his demeanor the previous day, when he was unaware that Qin Feng was the enigmatic property tycoon. Back then, he had been arrogant and dismissive of Qin Feng. Now, however, he had shed his previous haughtiness, treating Qin Feng with deference, as if he were a savior. The tea served was of premium quality, Huangshan Maofeng, a renowned tea that commands thousands of yuan per pound, one of the 4 great teas. The private room boasted luxurious genuine leather sofas, high-end computers, and 2 seasoned traders quietly awaiting their arrival. "Allow me to introduce you, Brother Qin, to these 2 traders I have found for you. They are seasoned veterans in the stock market with years of experience," President Xiao said. "This is Luo Feng, who has earned several million in the stock market, known for his steadiness and wealth of experience." Qin Feng turned to the middle-aged man in the black T-shirt that President Xiao indicated. His features were modest, with a calm demeanor, a straight nose, and a square face. At that moment, he scrutinized Qin Feng, seemingly attempting to discern his true nature. After a few breaths of observation, Luo Feng reluctantly conceded defeat. No matter how he assessed the young man, he appeared rather ordinary. Aside from his handsome appearance, his attire was simple and his temperament reserved, lacking any extraordinary traits. However, despite these thoughts, he dared not hastily draw conclusions, for he understood that this young man had deposited 600 million into the bank in one go. Possessing such wealth indicated either an illustrious background or exceptional talent, marking him as a standout in the business realm. Regardless of the case, he was worthy of respect. "President Xiao has exaggerated," Luo Feng remarked. "After years of navigating the market, one must accumulate experience, otherwise it would be quite the joke. Brother Qin, before you arrived, President Xiao had already spoken highly of you," Luo Feng said, extending his hand with a warm smile. "Those who dare to deposit 600 million in the bank at once, and also possess the audacity to engage in tenfold leverage, command my utmost admiration. Such courage is beyond my capabilities." Qin Feng courteously shook his hand and humbly remarked, "I merely hope to earn some money through luck. There is nothing particularly commendable about it." Luo Feng was taken aback, yet his assessment of Qin Feng rose a few notches. To possess such a substantial sum while exhibiting such humility, without a trace of arrogance, is indeed a rare quality, at least among the wealthy individuals he had encountered. Few could achieve such a demeanor. Chapter 95. The amount earned depends on your trust. Soon after, President Xiao introduced the second trader. This is Zhou Hongyu. Younger than Luo Feng, yet a skilled stock market operator. Compared to Luo Feng, his approach is considerably more aggressive. Having had numerous experiences of leveraging small investments for substantial gains, Zhou Hongyu, introduced to the group, is a young man of the same age as Qin Feng, with distinct facial contours and sharp angles, exuding an air of arrogance, while a slight smile graces his lips. "Brother Qin, I wonder if you intend to make a fortune or prefer to earn a modest sum this time. This fellow appears rather reckless." After a few glances, Qin Feng formed a preliminary understanding of Zhou Hongyu. However, he was unconcerned, as this trading endeavor in the stock market would be entirely dictated by his own decisions. The traders merely needed to handle the foundational tasks. "Of course, I aim to make a fortune," Qin Feng replied with a calm smile. "This time, I plan to trade crude oil futures, investing 600 million with a tenfold leverage, which amounts to 6 billion, all in." He spoke these words with an unassuming demeanor. Yet to those around him, it stirred waves of astonishment. Han Jialong spoke first. "Brother, my dear elder brother, why choose crude oil futures of all things? Investing 6 billion, can you assure it will be profitable? That's a colossal investment. A single misstep could lead to losses in the tens of billions." Although Chu Tianhe held great trust in Qin Feng, he too felt that Qin Feng was being overly impulsive. Such a significant investment seemed reckless. Not only he, but President Zhao's expression also shifted, urging, "Brother, it isn't my intention to meddle, but 6 billion is no trivial sum. Have you considered starting with a few million to gauge the situation, or perhaps seek the advice of our 2 traders? If you plunge 6 billion in at once and suffer catastrophic losses, the repercussions would be dire." His concern was genuine. If Qin Feng were to incur such monumental losses, it would jeopardize not only his promotion but possibly his very position. He glanced anxiously at traders Luo Feng and Zhou Hongyu. silently pleading for their wise counsel to dissuade Qin Feng. 6 billion was an astronomical figure, even if Qin Feng was fearless. It was a risk beyond his own means to bear. He had a family, his wife and son. Why should he gamble his security alongside Qin Feng? Qin Feng observed the scene with a serene demeanor, merely smiling in silence. It was understandable that these individuals, lacking in courage, failed to grasp his intentions, however. Their entreaties would not sway his resolve. "Brother Qin, perhaps you should reconsider," Luo Feng remarked, exasperated, contemplating how this young man seemed utterly devoid of prudence. Had he not considered that a loss of 6 billion would burden him with debts amounting to at least tens of billions? How would he manage then? It would be nearly impossible to recover. As far as I know, the crude oil futures market has not been thriving during this period. Prices remain stagnant, rendering profits virtually unattainable. The best one can hope for is to incur only a minimal loss, and for that, one must be grateful. Regardless of which oil field one invests in, the situation remains unchanged. Even Zhou Hongyu, who prides himself on his audacity, found himself astounded and speechless for an extended time by Qin Feng's decision. He had encountered those with considerable boldness, but never anyone with such extraordinary audacity. Chapter 96. The ups and downs of President Xiao. After a considerable pause, he managed to utter a phrase. "I must say, this is quite a gamble. If you insist on trading crude oil futures, that is your prerogative. Just don't involve us. Should there be losses, they are not our concern. So do not come seeking our assistance." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could not help but smirk inwardly. Zhou Hongyu, who prided himself on his audacity and skill in leveraging small stakes for large gains, now appeared to be nothing more than a blustering coward. While he spoke eloquently, in reality, he was as timid as a mouse, a mere pretender. "Rest assured, I will not implicate you. Should there be losses, I shall bear them alone. However, if you choose to invest alongside me, any losses will not be attributed to my account," Qin Feng replied. Zhou Hongyu scoffed. "Who would be foolish enough to invest like you?" Yet inwardly, he mocked. "Who would be as naive and brainless as you?" "I will. 10 million, my entire fortune. I trust my brother." At that moment, Chu Tianhe spoke up. "I will invest 100 million. Even if it means risking everything, I accept the challenge. I trust Brother Qin. He has always been precise and never engages in ventures without confidence." Han Xiaolong added, without a hint of hesitation. This declaration left Zhou Hongyu momentarily speechless, frozen in disbelief. Initially, he thought who would be foolish enough to follow Qin Feng's reckless path into crude oil futures. Wasn't that sheer folly? He never anticipated that Chu Tianhe would immediately contradict him. This is quite a gamble. Though he had committed all his assets, Chu Tianhe felt a pang of anxiety. He wished to dissuade Qin Feng from investing so much. Yet he recognized that Qin Feng had already made his decision. Any further counsel would be futile. "Have no fear, there will be no losses." Qin Feng maintained his calm and confident demeanor. Observing this, Zhou Hongyu sneered inwardly. If profits and losses were dictated solely by Qin Feng's words, would the stock market not belong to him? Though he entertained such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them openly and merely inquired which oil field Qin Feng intended to purchase. "The Daqing oil field," came the reply. At this, President Zhao's lips twitched slightly. This was indeed a colossal undertaking. It was the second largest oil field in the world. Such a venture could easily involve fluctuations in the hundreds of billions. Losses here would not merely be minor, but catastrophic. President Xiao felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. It was not that he lacked faith in Qin Feng. He was aware of Qin Feng's previous success in the real estate market, earning billions. Yet, compared to 60 billion, even substantial gains seemed trivial. Furthermore, how likely was it for him to encounter such an extraordinary opportunity again? It was highly improbable. Though he wished to dissuade Qin Feng, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, they had previously agreed that should losses reach a certain threshold, he could liquidate promptly to mitigate damages. Now that Qin Feng had made his choice, it would be illogical for him to intervene. Thus, he could only watch as Qin Feng invested the entirety of 60 billion, leaving not a single drop remaining, in the pursuit of crude oil futures. Alas, had I known earlier, I would have gone to the temple to light incense and beseech the Buddha for protection. I sincerely hope not to incur excessive losses. Xiao Heng murmured to himself, already having formed this intention in his heart. Having invested everything, we can only hope that if Brother Qin suffers significant losses, he will not come seeking trouble from us, for it was upon your counsel that we proceeded with this decision. After the operation, Zhou Hongyu also felt a pang of regret in his heart. Chapter 97. Not taking money seriously, he could not comprehend why Qin Feng appeared so thoughtless, treating 60 billion as if it were mere trifles. 60 billion. If it were him, he would wake up laughing from dreams filled with wealth, counting money until his hands ached. Yet, Qin Feng cast it aside without a flutter of his eyelids, as though that staggering sum meant nothing to him. No. This must be an act. He was certainly putting on a faude for the sake of appearances, feigning indifference. Zhou Hongyu could not believe that Qin Feng was genuinely unconcerned about the 60 billion. He suspected that Qin Feng was merely staging a performance. Fearing that if Qin Feng were to incur losses, he might come seeking retribution, Zhou hastily distanced himself from any association. In the event of losses, I certainly won't hold you responsible, as you bear no obligation. All decisions were mine. Just refrain from feeling envious if profits materialize. Qin Feng waved dismissively, his expression one of nonchalance. For Qin Feng, 60 billion was undeniably a substantial amount, and it was impossible for him to be entirely indifferent. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. Should he fully invest and subsequently face ruin, his situation would be far worse than before. However, that risk was negligible. He possessed sufficient confidence in his ability to generate profit, which emboldened him to invest the entirety of that sum. Zhou Hongyu was evidently underestimating his intellect. Envious? We certainly are not, Zhou Hongyu exclaimed. To speak frankly, Qin, you ought to fervently wish to minimize your losses. This sentiment was echoed by Luo Feng, who shared a similar perspective. With rich experience, he too believed that Qin Feng was on the precipice of significant loss. Despite his numerous attempts to dissuade Qin Feng with earnest counsel, he found himself disheartened as Qin Feng remained unfazed. Now that all the money had been invested, it was too late for regrets. President Xiao took a sip of tea, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He found today's event surreal. Just moments ago, he had relished the prospect of having such a prominent client as Qin Feng, anticipating a potential promotion to president from his current vice presidential role. Yet, in an instant, his fate was now entwined with Qin Feng's, plunging him into a riskier scenario. Life truly is a series of unpredictable highs and lows. After a sigh, he attempted to quell the turmoil within, only to glance back at Qin Feng, who appeared serene, savoring his tea without a trace of anxiety, leaving Xiao perplexed. Aren't you fearful of losses? He could not help but inquire. Qin Feng smiled gently in response. Which investor, which shareholder is devoid of fear regarding losses? Yet, what purpose does that serve? In a few days, the truth will reveal itself. Why fret over it now? Upon hearing this, President Xiao found himself momentarily speechless. The logic certainly held merit, but he could not shake his unease. Yet now what could be done? The money had already been invested. Whether it yielded profit or loss was left to fate. See, I told you it was impossible to profit. Losses have already begun. The global oil situation had been dire, particularly with the world's second largest oil field, Daqing, producing vast quantities, ensuring that oil prices would decline in the short term rather than rise. Zhou Hongyu gazed coldly at the computer screen, where the curves began to descend steadily, and the downward trend was quite pronounced. In just a quarter of an hour, Qin Feng had already incurred losses amounting to several tens of millions, with the losses continuing to mount. If this momentum persisted, a deficit of 6 billion would not be far off. Observing this, he couldn't help but smirk internally. This was merely the beginning. Ignoring the counsel of such an experienced trader and being self-righteous could only lead to this disastrous outcome. Chapter 98. 100 billion in revenue, it's over. President Zhao's countenance was somber, and his expression was suffused with despair. Having seen the trend chart, he was utterly convinced that Qin Feng was likely to incur a total loss. Any notion of profit was nothing but a distant fantasy. Regret flickered within him. Had he not previously acquiesced to allowing Qin Feng to employ a tenfold leverage, this predicament might have been averted. However, upon glancing at Qin Feng, he was taken aback by the latter's calm demeanor, as if losing money were of little consequence to him. How could he remain so composed? Did he possess some means of turning the tide? This thought surged unbidden in President Xiao's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was impossible. Reality was not a novel. There were not so many miraculous reversals of fortune. Miracles were deemed miraculous precisely because they were rare occurrences. In stark contrast to President Xiao and the two traders, Han Xiaolong was not in the least bit anxious. Although this decline indicated a significant loss on his part, he had witnessed numerous miracles unfold with Qin Feng in the past, and he understood that until the situation reached a definitive conclusion, one could not hastily draw conclusions. Chu Tianhe felt a twinge of tension, yet he refrained from pessimism. He chose to maintain his faith in Qin Feng, who never undertook ventures without certainty. As the seconds ticked away, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation, each person holding their breath, their hearts racing. Only Qin Feng remained unperturbed, his expression serene, seemingly detached from the fluctuations of profit and loss. Then, a sudden voice shattered the silence of the elegant chamber. It was Han Xiaolong. his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his excitement palpable. This exclamation captured the attention of everyone present, including the two traders, who turned their eyes toward the screen. Astonished to see the curve beginning to rise once more, albeit at a modest rate that was nearly negligible. Zhou Hongyu scoffed derisively. Is this what you call an increase? It's merely a temporary blip. Ultimately, the losses will prevail and the outcome remains unchanged. Indeed, as he pointed out, such a minor resurgence did nothing to address the fundamental problem. Even if the upward trend persisted, its magnitude was trivial compared to the 60 billion invested, merely a drop in the ocean. Yet, Han Xiaolong exclaimed once more, the pace is accelerating. As his words fell, the onlookers witnessed the curve on the screen, which had been in a steady decline, suddenly surging at a breathtaking velocity. How could this be? Zhou Hongyu gasped in disbelief. This was an exponential growth trajectory. No, this was impossible, even with his extensive experience. He found it hard to fathom that the crude oil futures curve could exhibit such explosive growth. The rate of increase continued to soar, and in the blink of an eye, it had returned to its original baseline. But it did not end there. Clearly, the curve was ascending at an even more alarming pace, nearly resembling a straight line. What was happening? Luo Feng sensed the extraordinary nature of the situation. If this trend persisted, it would signify that Qin Feng would reap substantial profits, an outcome that defied all logic. Chu Tian, he was filled with unbounded joy. Although he had no understanding of stock trading, let alone crude oil futures, he was aware that if this momentum continued, the money he had invested would not only avoid losses, but could even multiply several times over. Could it be that he had anticipated this all along? Zhou Hongyu glanced at Qin Feng, and throughout the entire time, he had not detected a trace of anxiety in Qin Feng's expression. He remained as tranquil as a serene autumn moon over a still lake, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. Chapter 99. The Unprecedented Gains. Unless one had anticipated the surging trend of crude oil futures, it seems utterly absurd. Can anyone truly foretell the future? The more Zhou Hongyu pondered, the more unsettling it became. As a market trader, he was acutely aware of such circumstances. Instinctively, he reached for his phone and was met with a shocking headline. A catastrophic pipeline rupture at the world's second-largest oil field, the Bergen oil field, resulted in the tragic loss of 35 lives and numerous injuries. An official announcement declared a temporary halt to oil extraction, leading to a drastic decline in production. Experts indicated that crude oil prices would continue to rise. What? Zhou Hongyu's face was etched with disbelief. What a coincidence. Not only Zhou, but others around him also began to notice the news. Given the significance of the incident on a global scale, anyone attuned to international financial matters was likely to be informed almost immediately. The sharp decline in oil production and the persistent rise in crude oil prices signified clear implications that were unmistakable to all present. No wonder crude oil futures had suddenly skyrocketed. Luo Feng suddenly understood. Is this real? President Xiao, who had previously appeared despondent, now asked incredulously. He was not a fool. An increase in oil prices meant that Qin Feng's investments would not incur losses. If the rise was substantial, Qin Feng would undoubtedly reap immense profits. Previously, he had worried that Qin Feng might face catastrophic losses, contemplating an early liquidation to mitigate damages. Yet now, reality suggested that losses were a concept foreign to Qin Feng. The group instinctively began to monitor oil prices. It surged from 49 yuan to 53 yuan. It might climb even higher. The impact of this incident was monumental. It reached 55 yuan. Amidst their exclamations, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, having just suffered losses of tens of millions, Qin Feng had, in a mere moment, amassed profits in the billions. This revelation left those present gasping in astonishment. They understood that this was merely the beginning, as oil prices continued to soar. It broke through 60 yuan. President Xiao gasped in awe, alternating his gaze between the computer screen and the oil prices. Hours passed in this manner until the futures market finally hit its limit-up phase, with over 100 billion in capital flowing in. The butterfly effect resulting from the Bergen oil field incident had finally settled. Crude oil prices had skyrocketed from an initial 49 yuan, eventually peaking at 69 yuan per ton, an unfathomable figure. Clearly, Qin Feng emerged as the principal beneficiary of this event, netting over 20 billion yuan after accounting for a tenfold leveraged bank loan, totaling an astonishing 16 billion yuan. It is noteworthy that his initial capital was merely 600 million. Transforming a small investment into a fortune of 16 billion equated to a staggering 50-fold increase in assets. He had truly become a billionaire. Moreover, it is an astonishing sum of liquid capital, amounting to hundreds of billions. In Longzhou City, This undoubtedly places one at the forefront, and nationally. They are among the most affluent. Not only him, but also Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong have reaped substantial profits. Each of them invested 10 million and 100 million respectively. Chu Tianhe earned several tens of millions, while Han Xiaolong saw his investment double, amassing over 400 million. In Longzhou City, possessing 500 million places one among the elite of the wealthy, while 50 billion positions one in the highest echelons. Both men beamed with joy, for through Qin Feng, they achieved a genuine leap in social status. The gratitude they felt transcended the limitations of mere words. This is not merely earning money. It is akin to seizing it with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 100. A dramatic change of attitude at 9 o'clock in the evening, within the private room. Director Xiao took a hearty gulp of the exquisite Mao Feng tea, using its warmth to quell his astonishment, gradually regaining his composure. Having witnessed the astonishing events unfold before him, he felt as if he were in a dream. To invest 600 million to garner 160 billion, what audacity! What kind of courage does it take to achieve such a feat? He felt utterly numb. He had always believed that making money was a challenging endeavor in this era. Yet Qin Feng had imparted a different perspective, asserting that earning money was quite effortless. Whether it was the prior speculation in real estate or the current bold gambit in international crude oil, investing 600 million, even employing a tenfold leverage, all pointed to one undeniable truth. For this young man, miracles were not mere anomalies, but rather commonplace occurrences, as simple as the daily routines of life. Initially, he had looked down upon Qin Feng, considering him a mere shadow of Zhou Hongyu, but he had now completely transformed his opinion. He had once prided himself on his daring nature, yet in comparison to Qin Feng, he felt like a mere novice. The audacity of Qin Feng to wager 60 billion on crude oil futures was astonishing, particularly as he seemed to have anticipated the soaring oil prices, maintaining an air of tranquility throughout the process. In contrast, Xiao had stood by, scoffing, never believing that Qin Feng could amass such wealth. Brother Qin, I must sincerely apologize for my previous disparaging remarks. I failed to recognize your exceptional abilities. Suddenly, Zhou Hongyu came to his senses, realizing that his earlier outburst might have offended Qin Feng. Although he could discern that Qin Feng was not the type to harbor grudges, an apology was nonetheless warranted. After all, should Qin Feng take offense, given his current status as one of the wealthiest individuals in Longzhou City, Zhou's future prospects could be jeopardized. With fervor, he prepared tea for Qin Feng, his expression filled with contrition. Qin Feng, however, was unconcerned, smiling as he replied, "No worries, it's all trivial. As I have previously stated, your losses have no bearing on me. Just refrain from envy over my profits." Envy? A sense of helplessness surged within Zhou Hongyu. Of course, he felt envious. Yet he understood that such feelings were futile. He was acutely aware that Qin Feng's ability to generate wealth stemmed from his extraordinary qualities, be it his audacity, capital, or his astute judgment of the international oil market, traits that Zhou simply did not possess. This was precisely why it was Qin Feng who thrived, while he did not. Zhou Hongyu regretted his jealousy, yet the opportunities had been presented to him by Qin Feng. His failure to seize them was a reflection of his own shortcomings, and he could not place the blame on Qin Feng. Having returned from rebirth, Qin Feng focused solely on his own path, indifferent to others. Those who chose to trust him, like Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong, would naturally reap abundant rewards. Conversely, those who lacked faith in him, devoid of courage, would ultimately find themselves empty-handed, a fate wholly detached from Qin Feng's influence. This time, we've truly struck it rich. Let us go. We haven't tea eaten all afternoon. Let us indulge in a late-night feast, my treat. In stark contrast to the repeatedly apologetic Zhou Hongyu and Luo Feng, Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong wore broad smiles. Having followed Qin Feng to substantial profits, their trust in his abilities and judgment had deepened, rendering them nearly unwavering in their loyalty. Let us proceed, for now that we have acquired some wealth, it is time to indulge in a well-deserved celebration. Do not shy away, my friends. It has been quite some time since we savored a proper meal. Qin Feng chuckled heartily, admitting that he truly felt a pang of hunger. This afternoon, he had spent 6 hours in the bank's elegant chamber, fixated on the fluctuating trends of crude oil futures. Aside from sipping some tea and nibbling on a few light snacks, he had consumed nothing else. Chapter 101. Renowned in the financial circle. At this moment, Han Xiaolong, having made a fortune, exuberantly declared his intention to treat everyone. Naturally, Chu Tianhe graciously accepted the offer. "I shall certainly make a profit from you, my friend." He laughed heartily. "Don't just focus on profiting from me. Haven't you earned as much as I have? Shouldn't you show some filial piety to our brother Qin?" Han Xiaolong shot him a glance. Of course, next time, I shall treat Brother Qin to a meal, but this time, I shall yield to you. Do not doubt the bonds of camaraderie between myself and my brothers. Han Xiaolong, ever generous, promptly reserved the finest night restaurant in Longzhou City. Not only did he book a private room, but he also arranged for the highest standard banquet. The cost of the feast, along with beverages, would certainly exceed several $100,000. His gratitude was palpable, as was his admiration for Qin Feng. Previously, he had looked up to his uncle, who, as an ordinary man, had built a vast company from scratch. Now, however, his uncle had to take a back seat, as his deepest admiration shifted to Qin Feng. The two traders, feeling somewhat awkward after having previously questioned Qin Feng, lacked the face and enthusiasm to attend the celebratory banquet and thus took their leave early. President Xiao lingered in a dreamlike state before suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Had he believed in Qin Feng and invested alongside Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong, he would likely have achieved financial freedom by now. Even a modest investment of 10 or 80,000 would have sufficed, providing him with enough earnings to live comfortably for several years without the need for work. Alas, fate can be cruel. It seems I am destined for a life devoid of wealth. With a heavy heart, he sighed, ultimately finding solace in the thought that the money Qin Feng earned remained securely in their bank. It represented the largest deposit their branch had received this year, shattering all previous records, a feat likely unparalleled in history. This achievement would surely bolster his position, ensuring he remained firmly at the helm of the bank. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, a tapestry of joy and sorrow. After finalizing the banquet arrangements, Qin Feng joined Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong in their vehicle. As the four of them headed to the restaurant, seated in the car, Qin Feng reflected on his newfound wealth and realized it was time to acquire a vehicle of his own, alleviating any travel inconvenience. However, his primary motivation was to atone for the mistakes he had made in the past, ensuring that Ruoxue and Yonyo were not left to suffer. The celebratory feast lasted well into the night, with the group indulging in copious amounts of fine wine. They conversed freely, while President Xiao, caught in the middle, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Around 1 a.m, Han Xiaolong summoned his secretary to drive everyone home. Having indulged a bit too much, Qin Feng returned home slightly inebriated. After freshening up, he fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned a blissful life with Ruoxue and Yonyo, free from past disputes and conflicts, filled with harmony. This dream brought him immense joy, surpassing even the exhilaration of turning 600 million into 160 billion. If the sum of 16 billion could procure harmony for their family, dissolving past grievances and allowing them to lead a blissful life, he would undoubtedly consent without hesitation. While Qin Feng sank into slumber, the international financial sphere was anything but tranquil, resembling a pot set to boil over. The surging prices of crude oil and the sudden seismic shifts in the financial realm allowed several fortunate retail investors to reap modest gains. However, on this day, a mysterious retail investor, single-handedly investing a staggering 60 billion, fortuitously encountered this abrupt price surge, amassing a remarkable profit of 160 billion. Consequently, this individual became the focus of the entire financial community, with speculation swirling regarding the identity of this enigmatic player in the market. Chapter 102. The Understanding Daughter. When Qin Feng awoke, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. After completing his morning routine, he unlocked his phone to find messages of concern from Chu Tianhe and Han Xiaolong. The previous night, he had indulged in drinks with these two companions until the early hours, during which he had, under the influence of alcohol, confided some of his innermost thoughts. They had proven to be attentive listeners, offering words of comfort from time to time. Now, both men were unwaveringly devoted to Qin Feng. Chu Tianhe no longer placed any value on his KTV business. He had ceased to expect it would provide him with endless wealth. Instead, he recognized that aligning himself with Qin Feng was the path to prosperity and success. Han Xiaolong had also neglected his own media company, Chidu, for several days, dismissing numerous invitations from female hosts for meetings, deeming the pursuit of profit with Qin Feng far more significant. Indeed, Qin Feng did not disappoint them. By investing in crude oil futures, he had enabled them to amass wealth that they might never have dreamed of otherwise. Their fortunes had multiplied exponentially, and upon returning home, their social standing would undoubtedly rise considerably. Earlier, Qin Feng had perused the news, and the headlines were dominated by the repercussions stemming from the closure of the Debulgan oil field, which had led to a substantial decline in oil production. In response, countries around the globe had been compelled to release their oil reserves to address the urgent crisis. Beneath the headline, another striking piece of news caught his eye. A mysterious individual had invested 60 billion in crude oil futures, resulting in a staggering profit exceeding 200 billion. Was this a reclusive sage's intervention or the maneuvering of a financial titan? When calculated, including bank loans, the sum indeed surpassed 200 billion. Fortunately, major international news outlets had refrained from revealing the true identity of this enigmatic investor. Qin Feng could continue to maintain a low profile. He had no desire for premature fame, which would inevitably invite unnecessary complications. Humility was preferable. After organizing himself, Qin Feng stepped outside, mindful of his missed appointment the previous day. He had promised to take Nyonyo to the amusement park today. It was fortuitously a pleasantly cool day, a welcome relief from the oppressive heat that had persisted for a month. Nyonyo had long anticipated this outing, and in the past, whenever she had expressed her desire for it with hopeful eyes, Qin Feng had often met her with reprimands. There had even been an occasion when he had struck her, leaving her hand swollen, yet he had continued. Reflecting on it now, it was utterly inhumane to have chastised her for such a simple wish to visit the amusement park. After changing into fresh clothes, Qin Feng made a phone call. "Is this Daddy?" A sweet, innocent voice chimed through, instantly bringing a smile to Qin Feng's face. "Yes, it's Daddy. Have you been a good girl at home, Nyonyo? Daddy promised to take you to the amusement park. Do you remember?" His tone softened, revealing a tender side that only emerged in the presence of his daughter. "Of course I remember. Daddy must keep his promise," Nyonyo replied eagerly. "Indeed, from now on, every word spoken by Father will hold weight. Nyonyo, stay at home, and Father will come to pick you up immediately. Hooray, off to the amusement park. Soon." The joyous sound of Nyonyo echoed in the air. After ending the call, Qin Feng took a moment to send a text message to Lin Ruoxue before stepping out. In the message, he mentioned that he would take Nyonyo to the amusement park, and for dinner, he would treat her to her favorite fries, assuring her that he would return Nyonyo home once she grew tired from the day's adventures. Chapter 103. Trust in Father. Soon, Qin Feng's phone chimed, and indeed, Lin Ruoxue replied with a curt, three-word message. "Got it." The coldness of her words seemed to discourage further conversation. However, Qin Feng understood that this was an improvement from before. A month ago, no matter what he sent to Lin Ruoxue, she would either ignore him entirely or respond with harsh words. Observing the signs of progress, and with plans to take Nyonyo out for a delightful outing, Qin Feng felt a surge of happiness. He opened the door and hailed a taxi, arriving at Lin Ruoxue's rental apartment half an hour later. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, he encountered Sister Fat. Having witnessed yesterday's events firsthand, Sister Fat's attitude towards Qin Feng had softened considerably. "Qin Feng, are you here to see Nyonyo? When Ruoxue is at work, she is home alone, and I occasionally help keep an eye on her. As her father, you should spend more time with her. Don't let her grow up without paternal love." "You're absolutely right, Sister Fat. I have been negligent as a father in the past, but I assure you that I will take good care of Nyonyo from now on." Qin Feng nodded earnestly. In the past, Sister Fat would not have offered him such advice. Her merely refraining from shooing him away would have been a sign of goodwill. Using the key given to him by Lin Ruoxue, he opened the door to find Nyonyo, dressed in a little dress, sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a preschool literacy book. This sight nearly brought tears to Qin Feng's eyes. Nyonyo was so well behaved. Most children her age, left alone at home, would either cry or wreak havoc, yet Nyonyo sat patiently, reading her book. How could he have been so cruel to scold and strike such a wonderful daughter? "Daddy!" Nyonyo exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qin Feng enter. "Ah, good girl Nyonyo, learning all by yourself." Mommy went to work. She said Nyonyo must be sensible. Soon I will start kindergarten and should learn more words. Nyonyo was truly remarkable. As a reward, how about I take you to the amusement park? Yay, amusement park. The sparkle in Nyonyo's eyes resembled twinkling stars. Whenever they passed the amusement park, she would see many children playing inside and felt an insatiable envy, wishing to join them. Yet she had never been. "But Daddy won't scold Nyonyo like before, right?" "Never. How could I scold you, my sensible Nyonyo? Let us eat first, and then we can go to the amusement park. We can stay as long as you like. Daddy will be right there with you." After stepping out with Nyonyo, they took a taxi to a high-end restaurant, adorned with opulent decor and lavish furnishings. However, upon reaching the entrance, Nyonyo pointed inside with her small hand, shaking her head. "Daddy, Mommy said this place is very expensive. Can we eat somewhere else?" "Why not?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "I don't want Daddy to spend too much money," Nyonyo declared with unwavering certainty. These words struck Qin Feng's heart with a pang of pain. Good Nyonyo, even when going out for a meal, she thinks of saving for her father. Reflecting on the mistakes of his past, he sighed and resolved that from this day forth, he must ensure that Nyonyo experiences no harm whatsoever. "Nyonyo, trust your father. He will have wealth beyond measure. In the future, whatever you wish to eat, buy, or wherever you wish to go, just tell your father, all right?" Yes, Nyo trusts her father. Chapter 104. An unexpected reunion together with Nyo. Chin Feng enjoyed a modest lunch at the restaurant. Nyo barely touched her food, seemingly hesitant to pick up her chopsticks. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chin Feng inquired, Nyo, are you full? She nodded vigorously. Chin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was evident to him that Nyo was refraining from eating too much out of concern for the expenses, deliberately suppressing her appetite. Poor Nyo, at such a tender age, was already considering her father's financial burdens. With a daughter like her, what more could one desire? Quickly, Chin Feng served her more dishes and smiled, saying, Nyo, your father has earned a substantial amount of money, so you need not worry. Feel free to eat whatever you like. The memories of the past flooded his mind when his business failures had deprived Nyo of proper meals. And his eyes grew misty. Father must work very hard to earn money. I will grow up quickly and help you earn money, Nyo declared with determination before resuming her meal. Chin Feng felt a surge of emotion, yet deep down, he understood that his utmost wish as a father was for Nyo to grow up joyfully and lead a life filled with happiness. After their meal, Chin Feng took Nyo to the amusement park. This park was strategically located next to a private luxury kindergarten, making it immensely popular among children. The affluent families that could afford the elite kindergarten naturally brought their children to play at this amusement park, ensuring it was quite profitable. Even during the quieter summer season, the park was bustling with families. As parents jostled with their children to enter, Chin Feng contemplated enrolling Nyo in such a private kindergarten when she reached the appropriate age, hoping that the teachers would be attentive. After purchasing tickets, he entered the amusement park with Nyo. Unlike many other parents who merely dropped their children off at the play facilities, Chin Feng felt a profound sense of indebtedness to Nyo. Thus, he remained by her side every moment, playing bumper cars and jumping on trampolines together. Time flew by swiftly, and in what felt like a blink, 2 hours had passed. Just as Chin Feng was about to suggest a brief rest, a vaguely familiar voice called out, Chin Feng, what a surprise to see you here. Turning around, he was greeted by a young woman, her face lighting up with joy. She was of similar age to him, possessing an exquisitely delicate appearance with a smooth, fair oval face. Memories rushed back, and Chin Feng quickly recognized her. Lu Man. Yes, it's me. Old classmate, I never expected to see you in Longzhou. Lu Man beamed. She and Chin Feng were not only high school classmates, but also fellow townsfolk. However, after graduating from university, she had remained in Longzhou to forge her own path, seldom returning home, sometimes even missing the festive seasons, which naturally severed her ties with former classmates. It is worth mentioning that Chin Feng's hometown is situated in Chuchuan City, nestled in the mountainous central region. This locale, encircled by mountains, starkly contrasts with coastal cities such as Longzhou, located over 1,000 kilometers away, and exhibits a relatively underdeveloped economy. In fact, both Chin Feng and Lu Man belong to the same category of individuals. They are both graduates who chose to remain in Longzhou to pursue their ambitions after completing their university education. Chapter 105. Seeking help. Upon reflecting on this, Chin Feng suddenly realized that it was August, and only a month remained until the Mid-Autumn Festival. He had not returned home to see his parents in 2 or 3 years. Communication was limited to occasional phone calls, and after his entrepreneurial failure, his temper had become rather irritable. Whenever his parents called, he would inexplicably lose his temper, failing to fulfill his filial duties. This year, it was time to return home and visit his elderly parents. However, returning alone felt somewhat solitary. If he could not bring Nyo along, his parents would surely be disappointed. He needed to devise a plan to ensure that both mother and daughter could accompany him home. Hey, Chin Feng. His reverie was quickly interrupted by Lu Man's voice. Why are you lost in thought? Coming back to reality, Chin Feng hurriedly replied with a smile. I was just reminiscing about the amusing moments from our school days. Hearing this, Lu Man's eyes brightened, revealing a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, I truly miss those carefree days. Now, everyone has gone their separate ways, preoccupied with life's demands, far removed from that simplicity. Her gaze then fell upon Nyo, who was holding Chin Feng's hand, and she immediately smiled. Is this your daughter? Well, it seems you've already settled down. Yes, Nyo quickly greeted Aunt Lu. Chin Feng nodded. Nyo sweetly chimed in. Hello, Aunt Lu. What excellent upbringing. When I have children, I will certainly seek your advice. Raising a child is no easy task, Lu Man praised. Chin Feng feigned agreement. Yet inwardly, he found it somewhat ironic. After all, Nyo's remarkable understanding was primarily due to her innate wisdom and Lin Ruoxu's nurturing. He, as a father, had little to do with it. Reflecting on his own shortcomings, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy for all he had failed to provide for Nyo. Encountering an old friend buoyed Qin Feng's spirits, and they chatted for a while. He learned that Lu Man had married and moved to Longo City, where she worked as a service staff member in an amusement park, while her husband held a position in a private enterprise. They were both tirelessly striving to save for a home. When discussing her husband, Lu Man exhibited a sense of pride. It turned out that he had recently invested in several stocks and, by sheer fortune, had earned a profit of 7 to 800,000 yuan. They were now one step closer to realizing their dream of purchasing a home in the city. Curious about Qin Feng's life, Lu Man inquired how he was faring. He vaguely responded that things were going reasonably well. This was not entirely false. Although he had earned a substantial amount of money, his home life was far from harmonious. Thus, in the balance of gains and losses, he could only deem his situation as merely satisfactory. Do you plan to return to Chuchuan this mid-autumn festival? Lu Man eventually asked, her curiosity piqued. Like Qin Feng, she had not returned home in several years. The difference lay in the fact that she was not an only child. She had a younger brother to accompany their parents. Qin Feng, being an only son, felt the obligation to visit his parents. Yes, I suppose I will return, Qin Feng affirmed with a nod. Before his rebirth, his parents had always been accommodating and supportive, embodying the true essence of familial love. How could Qin Feng ever sever that bond? Nevertheless, Qin Feng still harbored the hope that he, along with Niu Niu and Ruo Shui, could return to the days of familial harmony they once shared. As he exchanged contact information with Lu Man and prepared to part ways, an untimely voice suddenly pierced the air. Lu Man, who is this person? Why have I never heard you mention them? The newcomer was a portly middle-aged man, appearing several years older than Lu Man. Yet he was impeccably dressed in a suit that bore an air of opulence. Chapter 106. Advice. He is my old classmate, Qin Feng. Lu Man hurriedly introduced. This is my husband, Zhao Maokai. Zhao Maokai had initially come to pick up Lu Man from work to view properties in the city, but he now scrutinized Qin Feng, whose attire was simple and casual. His initial curiosity morphed into disdain. I have told you countless times. Do not associate with your old classmates and friends, especially those from your hometown. Do you think I am unaware? Chuchuan City is located in the impoverished western mountainous region, where the destitute are abundant. These individuals possess little to no money and may attempt to exploit their connection to you for financial gain. Look at him, a grown man accompanied by a child, devoid of any semblance of wealth. Zhao Maocai's words flowed incessantly as he continued to assess Qin Feng, spitting words in disdain. He must have heard about my recent stock market gains and is undoubtedly hoping to glean some insights to profit for himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng paused. What should a wealthy person's demeanor be? At the very least, one should be adorned in designer suits, exuding vitality, with a solid gold necklace. He gestured towards his neck, where a pure gold chain hung. Qin Feng remained unperturbed, yet did not acquiesce to Zhao Maocai's assertions. He is my old classmate, and we shared a strong bond in the past. What harm would it be to assist him? Lu Man nudged her husband, Zhao Maocai. She evidently also perceived Qin Feng as impoverished, if not struggling, at least not thriving in Longzhou City. However, she was kind-hearted and hoped her husband would impart some stock trading wisdom to Qin Feng. Humph, your old classmates will inevitably bring you trouble. Zhao Maocai scoffed, but maintained a condescending tone towards Qin Feng. Humph, if you are wise, follow my lead and invest in Pingqing Technology stocks. Not long ago, I invested in Pingqing Technology and made over 700,000. Do you comprehend what 70,000 means for someone like you? Lu Man and I are on the brink of purchasing a property in the city, while you are still residing in a rental. Once I am swimming in stock market profits, I will easily afford a central city property. If you wish to earn some money, then buy shares in Pingqing Technology. Although your capital is limited, the returns would far exceed what you could earn in a lifetime. Enough. Don't say Lu Man is ungrateful. She has done more than enough by bringing you here. Do not bother me or Lu Man in the future. Zhao Maocai clearly believed that Qin Feng was not merely a chance encounter, but rather an unwelcome nuisance to Lu Man Pingqing Technology. A glimmer of information flickered in Qin Feng's mind. He shook his head and turned to Lu Man. Perhaps it is best to forego investing in Pingqing Technology. I do not wish to incur losses. Lu Man, as a friend, I offer you this advice. Counsel your husband to refrain from investing in Pingqing Technology if he wishes to avoid losses. In comparison, Evergrande Group is a safe and profitable choice. If one seeks substantial gains, consider trying Rinha Pharmaceutical. Nonsense. Do you comprehend the stock market, or do I? Zhao Maocai was immediately filled with rage, exclaiming that someone like you, who lacks even the capital to invest in stocks, has no authority to speak on the subject. What advice can you possibly offer? Your jealousy towards Lu Man's profits is evident. You seem intent on leading her to losses. Rinha Pharmaceutical's stock has plummeted to such depths that no one is willing to purchase it for investment. Who would dare to buy it? Fearing substantial losses? Although Evergrande Group is in a phase of growth, the trend is exceedingly gentle. What significant profits can one realistically expect? Chapter 107. Father has been quite obedient lately. Zhao Maokai scoffed at Qin Feng's counsel. In his opinion, a person as impoverished as Qin Feng was simply not destined for great wealth. In stark contrast, he felt an upward surge of fortune approaching him. Having previously earned around 700,000 to 800,000, he was confident that this time he would break the million mark. And soon thereafter, he would amass several million, filling his life with promise. Qin Feng, however, couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. This fellow had tasted success with the stock of Pengcheng Technology, but remained blissfully unaware that in a few days, the company would collapse due to its owner absconding with funds, leaving the financial chain in ruins and the entire enterprise in shambles, resulting in a total market crash. In contrast, Evergrande Group, recently acquired by Xinghe Group, was thriving and in a period of steady growth, with the stock market conditions improving, making it quite effortless to earn some profits, ensuring that losses were out of the question. As for Rinhe Pharmaceutical, although on the brink of bankruptcy and in dire straits, it was poised to receive a significant influx of funding soon. Coupled with its solid foundation, it was about to enter a rapid growth phase, with a surge anticipated. It was merely a piece of advice, and whether to heed it was entirely up to him. Qin Feng was disinclined to continue this futile discussion. The opportunity had been presented, and if Zhao Maokai failed to seize it, any financial losses would be of his own making. He had precious moments to spend with Niu and did not wish to squander them in trivial matters. What a stroke of bad luck. After seeing Qin Feng leave with Niu, Zhao Maokai spat in disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. His luck had been so favorable lately. He hoped he wouldn't catch this fellow's unfortunate aura. Lu Man then inquired, "Did you invest in Pengcheng Technology again?" "Yes, I invested 500,000. Before long, we'll be making $1 million, enough for the down payment on a house in the city center." He replied, "That guy is truly foolish, advising me to buy shares in Rinhe Pharmaceutical, which is on the verge of collapse." Lu Man remained silent. She sensed that Qin Feng's advice was not mere jest, but rather delivered with earnestness. Yet, being a lover often blinds one to reality. And despite not having seen him for years, she felt that Qin Feng lacked a true understanding of stock trading, merely expressing his opinions without any necessity to act upon them. "Did you have fun today, Niu?" After exiting the amusement park, Qin Feng bought 2 ice creams, one for himself and one for Niu. The excitement radiating from Niu clearly had not diminished. At that moment, she cheerfully exclaimed, "I had so much fun. Playing with Daddy is the best." Qin Feng then gently prompted, "Would you like to attend this kindergarten in the future? That way, you could come to the amusement park every day." "Absolutely," Niu responded without a second thought. In reality, the last time she visited this place, she had been accompanied by Lin Ruoxue. She vividly remembered seeing many children, not much older than herself, emerging from this luxurious elite kindergarten, each adorned in vibrant attire, radiating vitality, and clutching the latest toys, her eyes sparkling with envy that seemed ready to burst forth. Yet, she was so understanding that she comprehended the family's circumstances, thus refraining from mentioning this matter to Lin Ruoxue, burying her envy deep within her heart. "When you turn the appropriate age in September, would it be all right for your father to personally escort you here for school? Is that true?" Niu's eyes sparkled with skepticism. Innocent and untainted, she chose to trust Qin Feng unconditionally. After all, her father had indeed been quite well behaved lately. Chapter 108. The visit of the bank president, of course. "Has your father ever deceived you?" Qin Feng asked with a hearty laugh, his tone earnest. "He has." Niu pouted, her small dimples deepening as she spoke with indignation. She recalled vividly the incident when Qin Feng had tricked her into stealing Lin Ruoxue's savings, and she had fallen for it. In the end, Qin Feng had squandered the money, leaving her mother in a state of distress, unable to eat or drink for days. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Indeed, he had deceived her, a sin from the past that had now eroded Niu's trust in him as her father. However, she soon shifted her tone, hesitantly stating, "But it seems like you haven't deceived me lately." It was then that Qin Feng seized the opportunity to inquire, "Niu, do you miss your grandparents?" It dawned on him that Niu's memories of her grandparents dated back 2 years. He wondered if she still remembered them. At that time, she was merely 3 years old, and Qin Feng had taken her and Lin Ruoxue back to their hometown. It was a rare occasion when Lin Ruoxue was not a victim of domestic violence, and Niu had not suffered from Qin Feng's anger. His father had intervened, risking his frail body, adamant about facing Qin Feng to protect the child. Thus, that month became one of the happiest times for the mother and daughter. "I want to go to Grandpa and Grandma's house." Niu's eyes suddenly sparkled upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Grandpa and Grandma won't scold or hit me. They will play with me. They will make delicious food for me. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. As a father, he had yet to measure up to the standards set by her grandparents. So, do you wish to see them? Yes. Neo replied with unwavering determination. Then could you do your father a small favor? Qin Feng began to coax her gently. Please tell your mother that you miss your grandparents and want to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with them. But remember, you mustn't tell her that I suggested it. Neo nodded, though her understanding seemed incomplete. The mere prospect of visiting her grandparents ignited excitement within her, and she agreed to whatever Qin Feng proposed. Seeing her enthusiasm, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. To alter Lin Ruoxue's stance, he had exhausted every possible means and ultimately decided that he needed Nyo's assistance to bridge the gap and ease the tension between them. In the afternoon, after dinner, Qin Feng accompanied Nyo back home. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue had just returned from work, her demeanor as frosty as ever. Upon seeing Qin Feng, her eyes narrowed with suspicion, her body tensed. An awkward silence enveloped them, growing increasingly uncomfortable until Qin Feng finally broke it. Nyo will be starting kindergarten in September, right? I plan to enroll her in the prestigious kindergarten next to the amusement park. It has excellent facilities, and the teachers are dedicated and responsible. How about I handle all the arrangements? Lin Ruoxue shot him a cold glance, retorting sharply, I don't need your concern. Nyo can attend kindergarten. And I can afford it. Conceal your insincerity. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, feeling no surprise. Rather, Lin Ruoxue's response was precisely as he had anticipated. At that moment, Nyo suddenly clung to Lin Ruoxue's slender and graceful leg, swaying it gently, exclaiming, Mommy, I miss Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Ruoxue's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. Chapter 109. The Myth of Earning Billions in a Day. In the presence of Nyo, her maternal tenderness was instinctively evoked, contrasting sharply with the cold indifference she displayed towards Qin Feng. Mom, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. Can we go back to Grandma and Grandpa's house? Please. Qin Feng covertly exchanged a knowing glance of admiration with Nyo and seized the moment to add. Nyo wishes to visit Grandma and Grandpa. Ruoxue, why not accompany us? It has been quite some time since your last visit, and your parents have missed you both dearly. Do not worry, I will take care of the airfare. Qin Feng's parents had always held Lin Ruoxue in high regard. And although Qin Feng felt a sense of shame as her husband, she maintained a deep respect for his parents. Now, with Nyo's request, the situation shifted, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Deep down, Lin Ruoxue understood that Nyo's words were likely prompted by Qin Feng. Yet she also felt a tinge of desire to return and see the elders. Moreover, she pondered whether to heed Fat Jia's advice and grant Qin Feng another chance. Despite having offered him numerous opportunities before, which he had failed to cherish, this time he seemed genuinely remorseful. No, it was premature to reach such conclusions. Perhaps this fade was merely a ruse. With determination, Lin Ruoxue coolly replied, I will consider whether to go or not. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. Lin Ruoxue's words indicated a willingness to contemplate the idea rather than outright reject him, as she had done in the past. This suggested that the matter was still open for discussion, and at the very least, her attitude toward him had improved. After leaving Lin Ruoxue's home, Qin Feng felt an unprecedented lightness of spirit. He began envisioning a harmonious family scene during the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival, returning home to visit the elders. Just then, a phone call came in. To his surprise, it was President Xiao. He answered the call, inquiring, Brother, what can I do for you? President Xiao's voice resonated from the other end. Qin, my dear brother, might you honor us with your presence at the Golden Splendor Hotel tonight? Your remarkable achievement of earning over 100 billion yesterday has stirred quite the excitement at the provincial and corporate headquarters. Our president has personally come from the main office to meet you. The corporate president? Very well, I shall be there shortly. They are all waiting for you in room 301. Would you like me to pick you up? No need. I will make my own way. Nodding in agreement, Qin Feng initially planned to return home, but quickly hailed a taxi, rerouting to the Golden Splendor Hotel. The personal visit from the provincial headquarters president represented a valuable networking opportunity that Qin Feng could not afford to miss. Going it alone would never yield significant results. Cultivating a vast network would be immensely beneficial for Qin Feng as he pursued his future ambitions. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the Golden Splendor Hotel. This was one of the top 5-star establishments in Longzhou City, renowned for its high standards and impeccable hospitality. As evening fell, he entered room 301, where several individuals were already seated. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man dressed in a crisp white dress shirt, his hair flecked with gray. Yet his demeanor remained spirited and robust. Evidently, he is quite advanced in age, yet he maintains an impressive appearance, exuding an innate dignified aura. Upon the entrance of Qin Feng, everyone rose to their feet, their faces illuminated with smiles. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. This is Qin Feng, the retail investor who has instilled fear in the crude oil futures market. Just yesterday, he amassed over 10 billion in profits, leaving me utterly envious. President Xiao, with a beaming smile, began to introduce each person's identity in turn. Chapter 110, Generous Treatment. This is Mr. Deng Qingshan, the president of our bank at the provincial headquarters. Upon hearing that someone had deposited over 10 billion into our bank, President Deng rushed over from the provincial capital and just arrived in Longo City this afternoon. This is President Deng's secretary, and these two are accompanying personnel. After the introductions, President Deng beamed with delight and quickly urged Qin Feng to take a seat. I was wondering yesterday what kind of person would deposit over 1 billion in our bank. Today, I am finally honored to meet you. He did not expect to meet such a youthful friend. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. This statement was far from mere flattery. It is indeed rare to find someone of Qin Feng's age with such a vast liquidity. Anyone with a modicum of sense would desire to be acquainted with such an individual, especially someone as seasoned as President Deng. Qin Feng, unfettered by formality, graciously took a seat and humbly replied, President Deng, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate and still have much to learn from seasoned predecessors like yourselves. This remark elevated President Deng's perception of Qin Feng even further, prompting him to chuckle heartily. He was pleasantly surprised that not only was Qin Feng exceptionally talented, but he was also eloquent, offering words of wisdom right from the start. His esteem for Qin Feng rose even higher. With over 10 billion in liquid assets and such humility, it was no wonder he was successful. Come, Qin brother. The reason I am here is to meet a talent like you. Now that I have, we must drink until we are thoroughly inebriated. Qin Feng understood that he would likely be quite tipsy by the end of the night. Such is the nature of business, unavoidable in these social engagements. After a few rounds of drinks, as everyone began to feel the effects of the alcohol, President Deng finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Brother Qin, you have truly helped our bank immensely. To speak candidly, our bank has not been performing well this year. Without your funds, we would have soon become second-rate. However, with your assistance, it is indeed a timely boon. I have come not only to express my gratitude for your timely aid, but also to discuss a long-term cooperative relationship. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a slight sobriety return and did not immediately agree. Instead, he said, let me hear what conditions President Deng can offer. This was not an attempt to drive a hard bargain. Rather, it was due to the fact that Qin Feng had now become one of the nation's wealthiest individuals, possessing 160 billion in liquid assets. The more money one has, the more banking options become available, making it unnecessary to choose only President Deng's bank. Perhaps the only advantage of Deng Qingshan's bank over others is its proximity, but that merely offers convenience. Qin Feng had many alternatives, and with his capital, any bank would eagerly present the best terms, hoping for his selection. At such a moment, the choice of Qin Feng ultimately hinges on the favorable conditions and competitive edge that President Deng can offer. President Deng, evidently well prepared, spoke slowly. In comparison to those smaller banks, deposits in our institution will be significantly more secure. In recent years, the annual interest rate for demand deposits at most banks has been a mere 0.3 percentage points. However, if it concerns you, my dear Qin, we shall naturally extend a corresponding treatment, with the interest rate for demand deposits reaching as high as 3.5 percentage points. Chapter 111, The Emergence of a Distinguished Presence. A mere 3.5%. Qin Feng silently gasped in astonishment. He had to admit that President Deng had evidently invested significant resources, with deposits exceeding 100 billion. A 3.5% annual interest rate meant that by depositing with their bank for a year, Qin Feng would accrue at least 35 million in interest. And this was merely for a demand deposit. The rate for fixed deposits would be even higher. As for fixed deposits, for 1-year terms, our bank offers you an annual interest rate of 7.5%. For 2-year terms, the rate is 10%. For 3-year terms, it reaches an impressive 12%. President Deng spoke with unwavering confidence. Although he felt a slight pang of pain in his heart, his demeanor remained resolute. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. A 3-year fixed deposit yielding 12% was indeed 6 times that of a typical deposit. It is worth noting that Qin Feng was considering a deposit of 160 billion at a 12% annual interest rate. Keeping it in Deng Qingshan's bank for 3 years would yield close to 200 million in interest. This truly exemplified the principle of money generating money. He would need not lift a finger, merely depositing his funds in the bank. and the interest accrued after 3 years would be a staggering figure that many would not earn in a lifetime. Moreover, President Deng's offerings continued to escalate. All financial services would be unconditionally available to you. Little brother Qin could apply for 10-fold or even 20-fold leverage, and such applications would undoubtedly be approved. You will possess the largest loan quota our bank has to offer. You shall be a VIP guest of our bank, bestowed with an exclusive black gold card. The black gold card carries an overdraft limit of 2 million. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Deng Qingshan was a perceptive individual. He understood the generous conditions necessary to retain a client of Qin Feng's magnitude. Thus, he did not mince words or engage in superfluous attempts, presenting the highest specifications of service that their bank could provide in one fell swoop. In truth, Qin Feng did not place great emphasis on these privileges, for regardless, his wealth had reached a staggering level. Fixed deposits, loans, overdraft limits, none of these were considerations for him. Compared to fixed deposits, he preferred demand deposits. To others, earning 200 million in interest over 3 years from a fixed deposit seemed like a surefire investment. However, to Qin Feng, the returns from a fixed deposit were still too slow. Rather than waiting 3 years, he would prefer to withdraw his funds at any moment to pursue more investments, allowing his wealth to multiply at a faster pace. After all, he did not wish to disrupt his original plans. Thus, what Qin Feng valued more was the sincerity exhibited by Deng Qingshan. Such sincerity was sufficient. A pleasant collaboration, President Deng. Qin Feng smiled as he extended his hand, while President Deng continued to fervently articulate the various offerings he had proposed. Co-cooperation, indeed. Once he regained his composure, elation surged through him. Although his mind felt somewhat dazed, he managed to contain his ecstatic feelings and promptly shook hands with Qin Feng, not daring to slight him. To our collaboration, cheers. Happiness arrived rather unexpectedly, leaving President Deng somewhat perplexed. Being seasoned and astute, he could discern that although Qin Feng inquired about the benefits he could offer, he seemed utterly indifferent to the high-level incentives being discussed. Deng Qingshan found himself bewildered. If Qin Feng was unconcerned about the terms, what aspect of his proposal had managed to captivate him enough to agree to the collaboration? Chapter 112. A dog's eye on humanity. As the social gathering came to an end and the crowd dispersed, President Deng let out a long sigh after watching Qin Feng depart. He suddenly remarked, "He truly does not resemble someone of his age. At times, I feel he is even more mature than I am." This statement took President Xiao by surprise. He was well aware that Deng Qingshan, as the president of the provincial bank, held a significant position and possessed a considerable amount of pride. Yet, even such an esteemed figure was compelled to acknowledge Qin Feng's remarkable abilities, offering such high praise. "I have a premonition that in the next 10 years, perhaps wherever we wander, we shall see the name Qin Feng. He is destined to become a great architect of commercial prosperity, a melody that will resonate for a considerable time to come." The following morning, Qin Feng awoke early, for he had an important matter to attend to, acquiring a vehicle. As he had been meeting more people and engaging in social activities, whether taking his companion to the amusement park or entertaining friends such as Chu Tianhe and Han Jialong, he had been relying on taxis or others to chauffeur him. Owning a new car would undoubtedly enhance his mobility. At this juncture, a new model had recently been released that particularly piqued his interest, the Porsche Cayenne. The Porsche Cayenne is a high-end SUV renowned for its impressive performance, occupying a prestigious place among luxury vehicles with a correspondingly lofty price tag. Qin Feng recalled that even after several years since its launch, this series remained as popular as ever, its performance and design standing the test of time, ensuring it would not soon become outdated. Given Qin Feng's character, he was no longer an audience for supercars. He found greater affinity for luxury SUVs. After all, while sports cars are appealing, they are not suited for all road conditions and can accommodate only 2 passengers, rendering them less than ideal for family excursions. Conversely, SUVs are versatile, capable of traversing nearly all terrains, including the mountainous paths of his rural hometown, all while offering a comfortable ride. Once his daughter, Nyonyo, commenced kindergarten, it would also facilitate her daily commutes. In light of these considerations, Qin Feng opted for the Porsche Cayenne. By mid-morning, he arrived at the entrance of the Porsche dealership. Inside, numerous flagship vehicles were on display, adorned with lavish decor, yet the vast showroom was eerily quiet, aside from a few jovial sales staff. There were no customers in sight, not even those merely stopping by for a glance. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. After all, during this era, Porsche was regarded as one of the top luxury car brands, with even the least expensive models costing upwards of 1,000,000 yuan. Few could afford such an extravagant purchase solely for the sake of acquiring a luxury vehicle. For establishments like this, Selling even one luxury car a month would be considered a success. However, to Qin Feng's astonishment, despite his conspicuous entrance through the front door, not a single salesperson approached him to offer assistance. It was evident that he could not have gone unnoticed by the attendants. Observing the indifferent expressions on the faces of several waitstaff, Qin Feng instantly comprehended the situation. It was likely that his attire led them to assume he was merely a pauper, unable to afford a vehicle, here only to indulge his curiosity. This assumption was, after all, a reasonable development, and Qin Feng felt no indignation. He wandered into the Foresee dealership, meticulously examining each flagship luxury car. Naturally, his gaze did not linger on the supercars, which held no allure for him. Instead, he focused primarily on the SUVs. After much contemplation, he found that the Qian resonated most harmoniously with his aesthetic sensibilities. Chapter 113. A dog's eye sees the lowly. Just as he was about to reach out and touch, a shrill female voice suddenly pierced the air. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Can you afford to pay if you break it? Qin Feng frowned and turned to the source of the voice, only to see a female attendant in work attire hastily approaching him, her eyes filled with disdain. With an urgent demeanor, she strode up to Qin Feng and scolded. Do you even know where you are? The luxury cars here are beyond your means even after a lifetime of hard work. Just looking is enough. Do you really think you can touch them? Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression darkened. He had visited many car dealerships before. Regardless of the brand, customers were typically allowed to touch flagship models and even experience sitting in them. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre and condescending scene. Such expectations should have been met by the store, regardless of a customer's purchasing power. Treating them with warmth and courtesy was the fundamental duty of any attendant. Yet, this attendant not only failed to fulfill her responsibilities, but also spoke disparagingly, looking down on the customer. Was this some kind of trigger for a reaction? With a cold snort, Qin Feng replied, a flagship car is meant for customers to experience. Isn't it? To which the attendant furrowed her brows and spat disdainfully. Ha! That's reserved for affluent clients or those with potential. Someone like you. No matter how hard you toil for a lifetime, tightening screws in a factory could never afford a car from our dealership. What right do you have to touch them? You claim I can't afford it? It is you who looks down on others. Qin Feng had a good temper, yet even the most patient of individuals had their limits. One could not simply be overly accommodating. In the past, his temper would have flared, and he would have confronted her without hesitation. Really? Just based on your appearance? The attendant scrutinized Qin Feng, concluding from his simple attire that he was no wealthy individual, dressed in basic casual wear that seemed to be from an ordinary clothing factory. Furthermore, he appeared younger than her. Having worked at the Porsche dealership for quite some time, she prided herself on having encountered numerous wealthy patrons, the majority of whom were portly middle-aged men, with many already showing signs of gray hair. Only a scant few, similar in age to Qin Feng, were instantly recognizable as affluent second-generation heirs, adorned in luxury brands worth tens of thousands. Qin Feng's clothing was not even from a domestic brand. It looked like something sold at a flea market. Therefore, she was utterly convinced that he was not a person of means. As for Qin Feng's remark about her narrow-mindedness, she felt no shame, but rather a sense of pride in her elitism. She believed her discerning eye was sharp, and it was only natural, to her. The poor held little value. If a wealthy patron casually mentioned a car, she could earn thousands in commission. The impoverished shall not bestow upon her any economic advantage. Summon your manager. This fully equipped Porsche Cayenne is available for immediate purchase, to be paid in full. Qin Feng cast her a sidelong glance, having encountered numerous sycophants before, rendering him unperturbed by her demeanor. To deal with such individuals, one must deliver a resounding slap to their face. Thus, without hesitation, he placed the order in full. Chapter 114. Full payment for a Porsche Cayenne. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the young waitress's expression froze on her face. For a moment, she could hardly believe her ears, thinking she must have misheard. Full payment? What a ridiculous notion. If you want to boast about your wealth, I hold it against you. But to claim you can pay in full for a top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne, one must consider their own means before attempting to put on airs. The disbelief was evident on the waitress's face. She deemed Qin Feng to be utterly unreasonable. A top-tier Porsche Cayenne, with a full payment amounting to over 10 million? In the entire Longo city, there were hardly a few affluent individuals capable of such liquidity, let alone the audacity to make such claims. Anyone might be able to make such statements, but she firmly believed that Qin Feng could not possibly be one of them. I said, summon your manager. Qin Feng retorted coldly, offering no further explanation. If you wish to embarrass yourself, do not blame me. The waitress scoffed and promptly ascended to the second floor to inform her manager. In a short while, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, descended the stairs. Manager, this fellow is causing a scene. He clearly broke, yet claims he wants to purchase a fully equipped Porsche Cayenne with cash. Is this not utter nonsense? As soon as the manager arrived, the waitress began lamenting her grievances. However, before she could finish her tirade, Qin Feng interrupted her. When did I ever state I lacked funds? With a disdainful huff, Qin Feng produced the black gold card issued by the bank under President Xiao. I said, full payment for the top-tier Porsche Cayenne. Can you afford it? The waitress was infuriated and opened her mouth to retort, but the manager stood transfixed. His gaze locked onto the black gold card in Qin Feng's hand. He recognized it clearly. The black gold card was a VIP credit card from a premier local bank. As the manager of a Porsche dealership, he had encountered many wealthy individuals and had a keen eye for distinguishing them. Such a credit card was often seen in the hands of the affluent and was rumored to require a deposit exceeding 10 million at a specific bank to even be eligible for such a VIP status. The young man before him, despite his modest attire, wielded such a card. Could he perhaps be a discreet millionaire? Sir, I sincerely apologize for our waitress's ignorance. She has regrettably provided you with a poor experience. May I inquire your esteemed surname? My surname is Qin Feng replied coolly. Yet he acknowledged that the manager possessed a modicum of discernment. Nevertheless, even with this newfound respect, Qin Feng remained the aggrieved party in this encounter. Mr. Qin, I am deeply sorry. Please have a seat. Let us discuss this further. The manager bowed politely, his face a portrait of contrition. The waitress, who had intended to voice her protests, now stood frozen in place, struck dumb by the unfolding events. She could hardly believe her ears. What had her manager just said? He expressed his sincerest apologies? He addressed the person opposite as Mr. Qin. What could be the reason for this? She was well aware that her manager was also a wealthy individual, earning millions annually. Although he could not be compared to those who amassed fortunes daily, he certainly belonged to the upper echelon. The only individuals deserving of such a respectful title from him must be those prominent and influential tycoons. Chapter 115, The Luxury Car Experience. But how could that be? Qin Feng appeared nothing like those prominent and affluent individuals. There's no need to take a seat. The staff at your establishment truly exemplifies snobbery. Each one of them has an exceptional talent for looking down on others. When clients arrive, they fail to offer a warm welcome, yet they regard others with disdain. I could easily choose another dealership, another brand. I am not obligated to purchase a vehicle from your establishment. At that moment, Qin Feng's voice was as cold as ice, rendering the manager utterly embarrassed. He turned to the female attendant, his expression filled with impatience, and coldly declared, "You need not come to work tomorrow." Such words struck the female attendant like a bolt from the blue. Her mind went blank in an instant, and she turned pale, collapsing to the ground. Manager, you cannot dismiss me. There is no need for further discussion. You possess no discernment and should not be a server. Even if business were to flourish, you would ruin it all. Mr. Qin is at least a multi-millionaire, and you fail to recognize that. You nearly cost us a significant deal. Collect your belongings and seek employment elsewhere. Our establishment cannot accommodate someone of your caliber. The female attendant was left in a daze. Yet she understood that her position was granted by the manager, and his words held the weight of law, not to be defied. Now that the manager had dismissed her, she truly had no recourse. Regret flooded her heart as she glanced at Qin Feng, still unable to comprehend how this seemingly young individual could possibly be a millionaire. Meanwhile, Qin Feng paid her no mind, merely nodding in satisfaction at the manager. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's acknowledgement, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. The top-tier Porsche Cayenne is priced at 13.8 million yuan. Our dealership will waive the fractional amount, bringing it down to 13 million yuan. As a token of our respect. Additionally, we can handle insurance and registration for you immediately, requiring no extra payment from you. The vehicle's maintenance will also be of the highest standard." The manager extolled a plethora of benefits, fully aware that he was attempting to regain the favor that had been squandered by the attendant's actions. Qin Feng was not one to be overly sensitive. Since the best offer was presented, he chose not to dwell on past grievances and proceeded to make a full payment via credit card. Soon, the sound of a successful transaction echoed. The female attendant's hopes were thoroughly dashed. This confirmed that Qin Feng indeed possessed over 13 million in cash. This seemingly inconspicuous young man was, in fact, a millionaire. She felt her worldview collapsing in that moment. By noon, after completing the registration for his new vehicle, Qin Feng drove home in the latest model of the Porsche Cayenne, intending to purchase a dedicated parking space. However, as he was en route, his phone rang again. It was a call from Lu Man. Upon answering, he could hear the tremor of tears in her voice. "Qin Feng, you must help me. My husband disregarded your advice yesterday and invested 500,000 in painting technology, only for the stock market to plummet disastrously. Now, the entire investment has vanished, and he is left with significant debts. Had we foreseen this outcome, we would have heeded your counsel. The funds intended for purchasing a house are gone. What are we to do? Although I understand that he spoke to you so dismissively yesterday, it feels rather inappropriate to seek your assistance now. Chapter 116. The misfortune of Zhao Maokai. Have you lost all your money? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, yet he felt no surprise internally. He had long understood that investing in Pengcheng Technology stocks might have yielded some profit in the past, but that was no longer the case. Time had changed, and the owner of Pengcheng Technology had fled with the funds, severing the financial chain completely, with no major corporations willing to take over in the immediate future. Investing a significant sum in Pengcheng Technology stocks at this juncture would inevitably lead to a total loss. He had already advised Lu Man and Zhao Maokai yesterday, but it was evident that neither had heeded his counsel. Now that they had suffered losses, it was too late for regrets. Regardless of the circumstances, you must assist me, Lu Man implored. My husband is devastated, and I fear he may do something irrational. Nevertheless, Qin Feng ultimately resolved to lend Lu Man a helping hand once more, primarily because they were fellow townsfolk, and he held a certain fondness for her as a classmate, having had a decent rapport during their high school years. However, he was acutely aware of the principle of aiding those in urgent need, but not those in perpetual poverty, and he knew that this act of kindness would be singular. Should another plea arise, he would not extend his assistance again. Provide me with an address, and I shall come immediately. With that brief message, Qin Feng ended the call and pressed the accelerator. One cannot deny that the Porsche Cayenne rightfully led the SUV trend for over a decade. Its spacious and elegant interior design offered a remarkable comfort to its occupants. In contrast to many vehicles, the steering wheel could be effortlessly maneuvered without excessive force, catering to the preferences of the general populace. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the outer ring of Longzhou City. This area was home to many low-income residents, resulting in a plethora of rental properties. As he drove into the neighborhood, he instantly captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Look, that's the latest model of Porsche Cayenne, the luxurious SUV from Porsche. I've only seen this online. I can't believe I'm seeing it in person today. Goodness, are there any wealthy individuals in our district? Such affluence must belong to someone from another area. What could they be doing here? The Porsche Cayenne was an eye-catching spectacle, and soon a crowd began to gather, whispering and pointing. It wasn't until Qin Feng entered a residential complex that their gazes reluctantly shifted away. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng spotted Lu Man waiting at the intersection. She stood there until the Porsche Cayenne came to a stop before her, at which point she realized Qin Feng had arrived. Qin Feng, is this your car? Lu Man exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief at the pristine luxury vehicle before her. She had assumed that Qin Feng, like herself, was just another struggling worker in Longzhou City, only to discover that he was far beyond her social standing. While she grappled with the burdens of purchasing a home and a car, Qin Feng was already behind the wheel of such an extravagant vehicle, one that cost millions. She had once stolen a glance at such cars during her dreams of owning one, imagining a day when her family could afford such luxury. Yet, it was merely a fanciful illusion, one she dared not voice openly, instead choosing to conceal it deep within her heart. Qin Feng nodded faintly. I have already given you a word of caution. Refrain from purchasing stocks in Pengcheng Technology. Lu Man's expression stiffened as she lamented, alas. We had no inkling that the stocks which were once profitable would plummet so suddenly. It is said that the owner absconded with the funds, resulting in a complete rupture of Pengcheng Technology's financial chain. We truly have encountered misfortune. Chapter 117. Regret. Qin Feng spoke solemnly. What constant stocks are there? The stock market is inherently volatile. Under Lu Man's guidance, Qin Feng arrived at the modest rental apartment he shared with Zhao Maokai. The dwelling was small, barely sufficient for two, and the decor was far from exquisite. Observing Zhao Maokai, who was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit adorned with jewelry, Qin Feng could hardly believe that this ostentation was merely for show, concealing the humble reality of their living conditions. Upon entering the apartment, Qin Feng spotted Zhao Maokai, who sat despondently before his laptop, fixated on the incessantly declining graph on the screen, his eyes vacant and strained. Even as Qin Feng entered, Zhao remained oblivious, lost in his own world. Please excuse the modesty of our home. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, unfazed. Just over a month ago, his own circumstances had been even bleaker. He had struggled to pay rent and faced eviction, alone after his wife and child had left him. At least Lu Man and her husband seemed to share a bond. What's the matter? Are you unable to detach yourself from the stock market? Qin Feng's sarcastic remark finally snapped Zhao Maokai back to reality. Upon seeing Qin Feng, fury surged within him, and his face flushed with anger. What are you doing here? Are you here to mock me? You are not welcome. Leave at once. He then turned to Lu Man, bellowing, Lu Man, why did you bring him here? Qin Feng wrapped his fingers on the table, smiling, you needn't shoo me away. I had no intention of coming anyway. Lu Man quickly shot Zhao Maokai a reproachful glance. I invited Qin Feng to help you. You should treat him with respect. Why should he help me? What does he know? If he could make money, he would already be a millionaire. What a pretentious show. Zhao Maokai erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Feng. Lu Man's expression turned peculiar. She had just realized that Qin Feng's ability to afford a luxury Porsche Cayenne indicated that he was at least a millionaire, which, in a way, validated Zhao Maocai's earlier assumptions. You had your chance, but you squandered it, so I shall take my leave. Qin Feng declared, disinterested in further involvement. Lu Man, eager to mediate, grasped Qin Feng's arm and turned to Zhao Maokai. Why are you being so obstinate? I assure you, Qin Feng is indeed a millionaire. Who would believe that? If he were a millionaire, I would be the world's richest person. Lu Man, do you have feelings for him? You all seem to be conspiring against me now that I'm in distress. Zhao Maocai's frustration escalated, and he accused Lu Man of betrayal. You have truly disappointed me. Faced with such accusations, Lu Man felt a surge of anger. Qin Feng remained silent. He had not come to witness a domestic drama. Thus, he waved his hand and prepared to depart. I have given you an opportunity. Even yesterday, I offered you the counsel to invest in the stocks of Renha Pharmaceutical. Allow me to impart one final piece of advice. As a man, failure is not to be feared, nor are mistakes. It is the perpetual dwelling in the past, the lingering in the shadows of failure, that renders such defeat deserved. Without a backward glance, Qin Feng exited the room, having exhausted his benevolence. Chapter 118. Opportunities never return, get lost. The faster, the better. Don't obstruct my view here. Zhao Maokai bellowed, showing no intention of retaining Qin Feng. Lu Man attempted to chase after him, but was held back by Zhao Maokai, unable to extricate herself for a moment. What are you pursuing him for? Harlot. Do you have feelings for him? Is he your lover on the side? Zhao Maokai, silence. Lu Man could no longer endure it. She suddenly struck Zhao Maokai across the face. The crisp sound echoed, leaving his cheeks stinging. How dare this woman hit me over an outsider? Zhao Maocai's mind buzzed with indignation, but he was interrupted by Lu Man's words. Qin Feng drives a Porsche Cayenne. He is a bona fide millionaire. Far more experienced in the stock market than we are. I invited him here to assist you, to prevent you from incurring greater losses and becoming further ensnared. He only came out of goodwill as an old classmate of mine. And yet you. What have you done? Porsche Cayenne? Millionaire? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Maokai scoffed at Lu Man's assertions. Just look. Lu Man drew back the curtain of their rented room and gestured toward the street below. I will indeed see for myself. Zhao Maokai retorted, disdainfully approaching the window to peer down. From his vantage point, he could see Qin Feng exiting and approaching a brand new Porsche Cayenne. He opened the door and entered the vehicle. Moments later, the luxury car drove away. Staring at the exhaust fumes trailing from the elegant vehicle, Zhao Maokai was left dumbfounded. He had often fantasized about owning such a luxury car, and he immediately recognized it as the very pinnacle of automotive aspiration. Moreover, it appeared to boast the highest specifications. Undoubtedly, this was a luxury vehicle worth over 10 million. That seemingly unremarkable Qin Feng was actually a millionaire? Lu Man, why didn't you tell me sooner? I only just learned of his wealth. Lu Man replied, her spirit waning, looking despondent. Zhao Maokai was even more disheartened, collapsing onto the floor, his face devoid of color. Alas, such a splendid opportunity. So splendidly missed. Lu Man, please, try to plead with him again. Call him. Somehow, we must implore him to assist us, to elevate us. Our fortune may hinge upon him. Lu Man sighed, retrieving her phone to call Qin Feng once more. The number you have dialed is not available. Hearing the emotionless notification, Lu Man sighed again, realizing that the bond of camaraderie had been thoroughly eroded. Zhao Maokai, engulfed in despair, lamented, it's all my fault. I lack the destiny to prosper. After leaving the community where Zhao Maokai resided, Qin Feng decided against returning home and instead headed straight for Lin Ruoshua's residence. At present, Lin Ruoshua is preoccupied with her work and is reluctant to resign, leaving Nyonyo alone at home. Qin Feng wishes to seize this opportunity to spend more time with Nyonyo. Fortunately, he has just acquired a new car, making travel considerably more convenient. Wherever Nyonyo desires to go for leisure, he can readily take her. The dinosaur park in the Northern District has always been a favored destination among children, and this presents a perfect chance for him to take Nyonyo there to experience a lifestyle she has not yet encountered. Chapter 119. An opportunity and used. Qin Feng's plan was straightforward. By fostering a stronger bond with Nyonyo, his relationship with Lin Ruoxue would inevitably improve as well. Upon arriving at Lin Ruoxue's residence and opening the door, he found Nyonyo, as obedient as ever, engrossed in her literacy book. With ample time at hand, Qin Feng refrained from immediately whisking her away to the dinosaur park. Instead, he opted to share some stories with her. Given her limited vocabulary, Nyonyo often relied on her mother to narrate tales. In the past, Qin Feng had attempted to tell her stories, but back then, he was tempestuous and had even ripped the storybook apart in a fit of rage. The sight had sent Nyonyo into tears, which only exacerbated his anger, leading him to strike her harder each time she cried. Reflecting on his past self, Qin Feng felt a surge of self-loathing. How could he have been so cruel to his own daughter? Fortunately, he now had the chance to make amends. After recounting several stories, Nyonyo remained vibrant and engaged. Nyonyo, would you like to visit the dinosaur park with Daddy? Haven't you always wanted to go there? Really? A flicker of concern crossed Nyonyo's face. Although she had enjoyed her day at the amusement park with Qin Feng yesterday, her mother had cautioned her that evening not to easily trust her father. This left the 5-year-old perplexed, causing her to hesitate. Noticing her uncertainty, Qin Feng understood and gently coaxed, Nyonyo, Daddy just wants to spend more time with you. I promise I won't be like I was before. We made a pact, pinky swear, for 100 years, no changing that. All right, pinky swear, for 100 years, no changing. If you break your promise, I shall tell Mommy. Nyonyo's bright, sparkling eyes brimmed with innocence. After performing this significant ritual in her eyes with her father, she felt reassured and placed her trust in Qin Feng. Internally, Qin Feng nodded, resolving to make amends for both mother and daughter, who had endured too much suffering alongside him in the past. Come on, Daddy has a new car. Let's go for a ride. As they stepped outside, Nyonyo's eyes lit up at the sight of Qin Feng's new vehicle. What a beautiful car. Daddy, can I ride in this car too someday? Of course. You can ride in this car whenever you wish. When you grow up and learn to drive, Daddy will personally buy one for you. To Qin Feng, even a car worth millions paled in comparison to the value of a single strand of his daughter's hair. Once inside the car, Nyonyo eagerly looked around, her childlike curiosity evident as she touched this and shook that, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Qin Feng patiently explained everything in terms she could understand. Daddy, I've seen this in a book. It says we must fasten our seatbelts when riding in a car. Can you teach me how to buckle up? Qin Feng smiled as he gently fastened the seatbelt for her, allowing her to sit in the passenger seat. In many ways, Nyonyo had accomplished what many could only dream of in a lifetime. There are those who never experienced the thrill of riding in a Porsche Cayenne as a passenger. Yet Nyonyo achieved this remarkable feat at the tender age of 5. However, this was merely the beginning. In both material and spiritual aspects, Qin Feng silently vowed to ensure that Nyonyo would become the happiest child in the world, providing her with a carefree childhood. Chapter 120. The stars gather around the moon as the Porsche Cayenne glided into the subterranean garage of the dinosaur park. Qin Feng and Nyonyo had barely stepped out of the vehicle when a security guard approached, visibly anxious. Excuse me, sir, is this your car? The guard's eyes twitched. After managing the underground parking for so long, he had never encountered such an extravagant vehicle worth millions. Previously, encountering a Maserati or a Panamera had already been a revelation. Indeed, is there a problem? Qin Feng glanced at him, thinking to himself that the question was rather redundant. The guard scrutinized Qin Feng for a moment longer, pondering whether this young man was a scion of a prominent business family in Longzhou. After all, it was quite remarkable for someone so young to afford a luxury car of this magnitude. Regardless of the guard's assumptions, Qin Feng led Nyonyo into the dinosaur park. This was the only dinosaur park in Longzhou, bustling with activity as families flocked in, parents escorting their excited children. Upon entering the park, Nyonyo's excitement was palpable. She had long envisioned a day when she could visit this place, and now that her dream had come to fruition, her joy was boundless. Qin Feng spent a considerable amount of time indulging her, purchasing an array of souvenirs. Look at my Tyrannosaurus Rex, Nyonyo exclaimed, clutching a 2-foot-tall dinosaur plushie. Her rosy cheeks illuminated by a pure, innocent smile. The simplicity of a child's happiness lies in such small delights. Possessing a beloved toy makes them feel like the happiest child in the world. Observing Nyonyo's elation, Qin Feng felt a parallel joy in his heart. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he heard Han Jialong's voice. Qin Ge, do you have time this afternoon? Gao Jie, Chu Tianhe. And I were hoping to discuss some matters with you. Qin Feng shook his head, replying, this afternoon, I intend to accompany my daughter at the dinosaur park. She is my priority. You're at the dinosaur park? The one in the North District, I presume? Han Jialong's tone hinted at surprise. Is there a problem? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. We happen to be at the dinosaur park as well, preparing to negotiate a business deal. and we would like to hear your thoughts. How fortuitous that you are here with your daughter. It is only fitting that we, as uncles, come to visit and bring some gifts. That really isn't necessary. Qin Feng hastily declined. How can that be? Qin Ge, last time you helped us earn a substantial profit, and we were contemplating how to express our gratitude. We all know you are not in need of money, so we simply wish to extend a token of our appreciation. Let us consider it settled then. Qin Ge, wait for us. We shall arrive shortly. Han Xiaolong's voice was resolute, and he promptly ended the call. Before long, the trio rushed over, their faces glistening with perspiration. It was indeed Han Xiaolong and his companions. Qin Ge, what a surprise to find you here at the dinosaur park. How serendipitous. And this must be your beloved daughter. So adorable. Nyo, say hello to your uncles. Qin Feng gestured towards the trio, introducing them in turn. This is your Uncle Han, this is Uncle Gao, and this is Uncle Chu. Greetings, uncles. Nyo blinked her little eyes and sweetly called out. Upon hearing her, Han Xiaolong and the others immediately broke into smiles. Nyo is truly obedient. She has a big red envelope for you uncles. This fellow pulled out a large red envelope from his pocket, quite plump, likely containing around 10,000 yuan, and handed it to Nyo. Chapter 121. Driving and Flirting. Upon being offered the gift, Nyo gently pushed his hand away, saying, Uncle Han, I cannot accept it. Mother says one should not take things from others lightly. Han Xiaolong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such commendable upbringing from Nyo, which filled him with even greater delight. It is a gift from your uncle. You should accept it. It is a token of our meeting. Yet, Nyo still chose not to accept the red envelope, despite her awareness of the fortune it likely contained. In the past, during festive occasions, she had envied other children receiving red envelopes, but now she glanced at Qin Feng, awaiting her father's approval. Qin Feng nodded at her, offering an encouraging gaze. He understood well that having earned a considerable sum alongside Han Xiaolong and the others, it was not excessive to regard Nyo as a beloved daughter. Thus, he felt no hesitation. Only then did Nyo graciously accept the red envelope from Han Xiaolong. Beaming, thank you, Uncle Han. While Han Xiaolong presented his generous gift, on the other side, Gao Jie and Chu Tianhe were eagerly competing to present their offerings. One produced a large plush toy, while the other unveiled a delicate Barbie doll. They were well aware that these were the cherished items most adored by little girls, and they had swiftly prepared their gifts. These were the latest trendy toys, not inexpensive by any means. However, for the three of them, it was merely a trifling expense. Let us discuss matters later. I must accompany Nyo to shop for some clothes, Qin Feng stated with a calm demeanor. The three men immediately nodded in agreement. Understanding the context and recognizing that work-related discussions were unnecessary in the presence of a child. Brother Qin, let us join you. We'll cover the expenses for the clothing. Today we have time, and we can enjoy some playtime with little Nyo. One of them exclaimed. You have no idea. I'm quite adept at caring for children. I often help my sister with her kids at home. The men eagerly volunteered, each more enthusiastic than the last, leaving Qin Feng momentarily astonished. It appeared these fellows had little sense of decorum. Thus, the group of grown men took little Nyo along, exploring one children's clothing store after another in the northern district. Nyo was dazzled by the abundance of choices. She wanted to purchase everything. However, in the end, she selected only 2 pieces, still considering Qin Feng's feelings, believing the clothes to be too expensive and not wishing to burden her father with excessive spending. Yet, the uncles paid no heed to the prices. Without batting an eye, they purchased everything, acquiring 3 princess dresses alone. They also gathered a considerable collection of other beautiful outfits and skirts, which brought Nyo immense joy, her face adorned with a radiant smile. In that moment, she felt like the happiest child in the world, finally possessing the beautiful clothes she had only dared to admire from afar. Eventually, they loaded their haul into Qin Feng's car. However, upon seeing Qin Feng's new vehicle, the men were momentarily taken aback. Brother Qin, you've got a new car. A Porsche Cayenne. Quite impressive, though I still prefer supercars. What do you understand? A man as composed as Qin Ge would never be as frivolous as you. Your only thoughts revolve around driving flashy cars and charming women. Thus you cannot fathom Qin Ji's refined taste. Several individuals engaged in spirited discussions regarding Qin Feng's new vehicle. However, they were silenced by a single stern glance from Qin Feng, suddenly reminded of the presence of Nyo nearby, prompting an immediate and bashful hush. Such conversations should not be held in front of children, as they could lead to undesirable influences. Chapter 122. Throwing a brick to attract jade after an afternoon of play. Nyo grew weary. As soon as she entered the car, she closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber, her small face adorned with an expression of tranquility. The several gentlemen present instinctively fell silent, and Qin Feng deliberately slowed the car's speed, wishing to avoid any disturbance that might awaken her. It was not until he gently placed her in bed and tucked her in that he quietly closed the door behind him. Once back in the car, the group exhaled in relief. "Brother Qin, you truly are a devoted family man. We ought to learn from you," Han Xiaolong remarked, his agreement evident. Though he himself had yet to start a family, he had his share of romantic escapades. Yet witnessing Qin Feng's dedication to his family filled him with admiration. Qin Feng, however, chuckled self-deprecatingly. "A devoted family man. I am hardly that. I can only strive to atone for the mistakes of my past." He then shifted the conversation, turning to the others with a piercing gaze. "Now, what brings you to me? As the saying goes, there is no visit to the Three Treasures Hall without purpose." And he was well aware of the nature of these individuals. "Haha, Brother Qin, you truly understand us," one of them replied. "This afternoon, the three of us visited Dinosaur Park and met with the owner of that area. He offered us tea and spoke about the scarcity of amusement parks in the country, hoping we would consider investing to expand the venture. After much deliberation, I thought it best to consult you about the potential of such an investment." "The amusement park industry?" Qin Feng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, "I would advise against investing in this sector. It is not suited to you. Even if it proves profitable, the returns will be modest." Although Dinosaur Park had the potential for growth, with additions like roller coasters, Ferris wheels, and carousels, it remained far from a lucrative industry. The northern region, lacking in schools, would only see a significant influx of visitors on weekends, leading to meager daily profits that hardly amounted to substantial earnings. "What then should we do to earn more money?" Gao Jia inquired, a gleam of enthusiasm in his eyes. "At present, we possess funds but lack avenues. We are uncertain how to make our money work for us. Hence, we came to seek your wisdom, Brother Qin, to see if you have any brilliant strategies." "So, that is your intention?" Qin Feng feigned surprise, though he had already discerned their motives. These individuals were no fools. Investing in an amusement park could be less advantageous than simply depositing their money in a bank to earn interest. Their visit was merely an attempt to glean financial wisdom that would allow their funds to multiply. "Investment requires fortuity," Qin Feng advised with a smile. "Do not engage in blind investments. Instead, consider partnering with me. Let us establish a company, for solitary efforts seldom yield significant results." Qin Feng had long contemplated the establishment of a company. Though he possessed foresight, he understood that working alone would only yield profits in the hundreds of millions. It is more accurate to say that amassing hundreds of billions is already a formidable limit. To venture widely and establish a flourishing commercial empire, it is impossible to do so without forming a company or a conglomerate. How delightful! Chu Tianhe raised an eyebrow. He currently trusts no one but Qin Feng. If he could join forces with Qin Feng, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than going it alone. "You may return for now. I will inform you once I have a lead." After a series of discussions, the others nodded in agreement, like chicks pecking at rice. Chapter 123. The Zhou Group held unwavering faith in Qin Feng. Their visit was merely to solidify their agreement. In truth, Qin Feng had numerous avenues for financial gain, yet he needed to select a few that were most appropriate for the present circumstances. The following morning, he awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. After completing his morning routine, he checked his phone and discovered several missed calls, some from Lin Ruoxue and others from Sheng Hanyan. He first returned Lin Ruoxue's call, his tone softening as he spoke. "Ruoxue, did you call me this morning?" "Yes," came her cool and melodious reply. "How much did you spend on those clothes for Nyonyo?" "I can transfer the money to you." Qin Feng cleared his throat and replied, "There's no need for that. After all, I am Nyonyo's father, and I should fulfill my responsibilities as a parent. I admit I have been remiss in the past, but that will not happen again. You need not worry about those clothes." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue fell silent. She was acutely aware that even a single piece of clothing cost as much as her monthly salary. It dawned on her that Sister Fat was indeed correct. Qin Feng had made a fortune. Yet, being a proud individual, she had always been the celebrated ice queen in university. How could she accept such unsolicited generosity? Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue had known each other since their university days. She possessed a voice that was nothing short of enchanting, leading the school choir and possessing an innate beauty that was breathtaking. Her singing resembled the ethereal sound of jade breaking, akin to the call of a phoenix, with her beauty likened to the delicate bloom of a lotus. Thus, Qin Feng fell head over heels and ardently pursued her. After graduation, they married, enjoying a blissful life until Qin Feng's entrepreneurial venture failed, which precipitated a transformation in his character and their fortunes. After a prolonged silence, Lin Ruoxue's voice returned, albeit with a hint of fragility. I plan to take Nyonyo home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It has been 2 or 3 years since I last saw my parents. But don't misunderstand. I am not going to see them because of you. It's for Nyonyo. As soon as she finished speaking, she hung up. Initially, Qin Feng was taken aback, but once he gathered his thoughts, he realized the significance of her words. A surge of joy enveloped him, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. Ruashue, she has agreed. This was indeed auspicious news. Though she claimed her visit was solely for Nyonyo's sake, it subtly indicated that she held a newfound acknowledgement of him in her heart. It seemed that everything he had done during this time had not been in vain. With this exhilaration, Qin Feng returned a call to Sheng Hongyan. Brother Qin. As soon as the call connected, Sheng Hongyan's anxious voice filled the line. There's a crisis. You must help me. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his tone turning serious. What is it? Calm down and take your time. I am listening. A few reassuring words from him steadied her, and her voice became more composed. All business sectors of our Shengshe group have been besieged by the Zhou group. Now, the supply chains of every supermarket under our banner have been severed, causing our profits to plummet. It won't be long before our working capital fails to sustain the group's daily operations. The Zhou group? Upon hearing this name, Qin Feng's tone rose several notches. Chapter 124. Crisis in the Corporation in Longzhou City. The foremost enterprise is the Xinghe Group, which surpasses the Shengshe Group in scale, ranking first in the city and among the top in the province. Yet, it merely holds a prominent position. The true leading enterprise in the province is the Zhou Group based in the provincial capital. This conglomerate stands as a colossal entity, valued at several hundred billion, with its industries spanning various sectors, serving as a benchmark for numerous companies. However, it is the Zhou family, a prominent lineage, that wields control over this industrial titan, establishing it as the authentic standard-bearer in the realm of commerce. Even the Xinghe Group must show deference to the Zhou Group. The Shengshe Group, maintaining a low profile, has inadvertently crossed paths with this behemoth. At least, the Zhou Group undeniably represents a formidable force for the Shengshe Group. I will be there shortly. Tell Uncle Sheng not to worry. Qin Feng, undeterred and efficient, drove swiftly toward the Shengshe Group's headquarters. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance, where Sheng Tiangang and Sheng Hongyan awaited him. Sheng Tiangang wore an expression of vexation. Just days earlier, he had felt elated at recuperating 400 million from a stock market debacle, only to find his group beset by an even greater crisis shortly thereafter. Indeed, the adage holds true. The business world resembles a battlefield, where the tides of fortune shift unpredictably, not easily articulated in mere phrases. Qin, my dear brother, you've finally arrived. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Sheng Tiangang exhaled a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, Qin Feng instilled in him immense reassurance. The mere sight of him dissipated his anxiety in an instant. This young man had brought him countless surprises, transforming the improbable into reality and rendering miracles commonplace. Consequently, he placed unwavering trust in Qin Feng, believing that as long as Qin Feng was present, nothing was insurmountable, even when confronting the province's leading enterprise, a true giant. Let us discuss this inside. Accompanied by Qin Feng, the trio proceeded to the reception room of the Shengshe Group. The reception area was exquisitely adorned, embodying elegance and sophistication, creating an atmosphere that made guests feel at home. Sheng Tiangong's secretary promptly brewed a fine tea and then exited the room, leaving only Qin Feng and the Sheng father-daughter duo in the spacious reception area. Uncle Sheng, please speak candidly, Qin Feng urged, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Sheng Tiangang nodded and stated, I shall be forthright. Our Shengshe Group is facing its greatest adversary to date, the Zhou Group. If you recall, Qin, you would understand the magnitude of this conglomerate. Should they persist in their efforts to suppress us, I fear our group may not endure. After all, we have only just emerged from a crisis and now find ourselves confronted with such a significant challenge. Why is the Zhou Group targeting your Shengshe Group so intently? Qin Feng inquired. This seems rather unusual. The disparity between the two conglomerates is striking, with a significant gulf in market capitalization. Logically, Shengshe Group should pose no threat to the solid foundations of Zhou's group, and the latter should remain indifferent to such a diminutive enterprise as Shengshe Group. Unless, of course, Shengshe Group has inadvertently provoked Zhou's group in some manner. The adage rings true. It is not the thief one fears, but rather the thief's intent. If Shengshe Group has caught the attention of such a colossal entity as Zhou's group, it would indeed be challenging to navigate a path forward. Alas, I remain perplexed. We have done nothing to incite Zhou's group. Sheng Tian wore a bitter expression. The Shengshe Group, which he had painstakingly built, represented the culmination of his life's work and the foundation of the Sheng family's legacy. Chapter 125. Nothing else, just abundant wealth. If he were to suffer suppression and ultimately be ruined due to offending the Zhou group, his life would essentially be over. Thus, he was filled with anxiety, as Qin Feng had become his last lifeline. Father, I know this must be related to Sheng Yunqi. At this moment, Sheng Hongyan spoke coldly. Have you forgotten that Sheng Yunqi's mother hails from the Zhou family? When my uncle married her, everyone claimed he had climbed to great heights. We have had grievances with Sheng Yunqi. Could it be that he seeks revenge against us by leveraging the Zhou group? Yet, they are merely her relatives. Can they truly provide him with such substantial support? Sheng Tiangang could not help but inquire. Does Sheng Yunqi truly possess such a high status within the Zhou family? After all, he bears the surname Sheng, not Zhou. Would the Zhou family extend such assistance to an outsider? No matter how one contemplates it, it seems implausible. There is nothing impossible. At that moment, Qin Feng's calm voice interjected. Sheng Yunqi may lack qualifications, but if he were to use the complete acquisition of your Shengshi group as a bargaining chip, the Zhou group could indeed be inclined to accept. Perhaps Uncle Sheng, you believe that the Zhou group, as a colossal entity, would never cast an eye on your modest domain. However, that was in the past. Although the Zhou group's ventures span various fields, they have reached a bottleneck. Before they can expand into new domains, assimilating smaller companies and groups is also a viable option. As Qin Feng's words settled in, Sheng Tiangang suddenly comprehended the intricate web of interests behind the situation. He had previously found it perplexing how such a vast entity as the Zhou group could be interested in a trivial organization like Shengshi group. Logically, Shengshi group posed no threat to the Zhou group. However, after Qin Feng's elucidation, he grasped the underlying motives clearly. He couldn't help but reflect on his own age, realizing he was no match for the clarity of thought exhibited by a young mind like Qin Feng's. What should we do now? Our Shengshi group's stock has been in continuous decline. All sectors are under siege, and our daily profits are plummeting. If this persists, the consequences will be dire. Sheng Tiangang exclaimed urgently, aware that since Qin Feng had seen through the hidden conspiracy, he must have a way to salvage their group. Sheng Hongyan's fair cheeks were also etched with worry, her eyes beseeching and innocent as she looked at Qin Feng. Brother Qin, you must help me. There is no need for haste. Business warfare is not won overnight. It is a protracted struggle, with the primary orchestrators being Sheng Yunqi and the Zhou group. Since they wish to play, I shall join them in their game. Qin Feng remained serene, betraying no hint of tension. First, we must stabilize the stock market, thwarting their nefarious schemes. Prepare a computer for me. Next comes the price war. Regardless of how extensive the Zhou group's reach, they cannot sustain a prolonged price conflict, because they cannot possibly risk everything to support Sheng Yunqi. As for me, I am all alone, lacking in every aspect except for wealth. Qin Feng's words were brimming with confidence. Upon sensing the resolute tone in his speech, Sheng Tiangang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He no longer perceived Qin Feng's statements as mere boasting. Rather, he was filled with profound curiosity. Just how much wealth does this young man possess? Chapter 126. The art of mastery. The stock market war is a silent conflict, devoid of gunfire. Both parties merely require a computer with internet access to engage in a fierce battle within an ethereal realm where neither side yields. In the spacious parlor, the calming entrance melody emanates from the lavish sound system. It must be acknowledged that Sheng Tiangang possesses a refined musical taste. The piece playing is Vivaldi's Spring, a renowned symphonic work by the classical composer Antonio Lucio Vivaldi, part of his celebrated Four Seasons. As the tranquil violin melodies flow like a gentle stream, Qin Feng slowly opens his computer. In stark contrast to the perspiring and anxious Sheng Tiangang, Qin Feng's demeanor remains serene and untroubled. Indeed, as Sheng Tiangang had indicated, the stock prices of Shengshi Group are plummeting sharply, teetering on the brink of collapse. Faced with this dire situation, Sheng Tiangang has not been idle. He has injected 200 million into the market, aiming to stabilize the shares. However, to his dismay, this substantial investment has made no discernible impact. Akin to a drop in the ocean, leaving no trace. Yet, he finds himself at a loss, as he cannot possibly infuse another 200 million. Currently, Shengshi Group faces not only a stock market crash, but also significant operational hindrances across its various enterprises. The remaining 200 million must be reserved to sustain these ventures. The failure of his 200 million to create any ripples indicates that the opposing investments far exceed this amount. To reclaim control of the market, it would indeed be a futile endeavor if only Shengshi Group were concerned. However, with Qin Feng's entry into the fray, it is unlikely that Sheng Yunqi and the Zhou Group will prevail. He accesses his bank account, revealing an astonishing figure on the computer screen: 16,203,620,000 yuan. The expressions of Sheng Tiangang and Sheng Hongyan, standing behind Qin Feng, shift to one of shock. Over 16 billion? Is this real? The enormity of Qin Feng's account, exceeding 160 billion, astounds them. Sheng Tiangang vividly recalls that the last time Qin Feng extended a helping hand, his net worth had barely reached 6 billion. While that sum was already considerable, it was still within the realm of aspiration. Now, however, Qin Feng's wealth has multiplied by 2 or 3 times, soaring from 6 billion to an astronomical 160 billion. Despite the astonishment, a sense of joy accompanies it. Sheng Tiangang realizes that this amount is likely beyond the reach of the Zhou group, implying salvation for the Sheng family and Shengshi group. I shall test the waters. Qin Feng injects 600 million into Shengshi group stock. He is confident that Sheng Yunqi will be acutely aware of this figure, particularly since it was the same amount that had led to his previous downfall. Meanwhile, in a towering office building, Sheng Yunqi and his associates sit before their computers. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of 600 million, their expressions harden with realization. It is that same individual from before. That individual has entered the arena. Last time, I fell victim to his 600 million. Sheng Yunqi became immensely agitated, for it is said that when foes meet, their enmity intensifies. After his defeat to Qin Feng in the stock market competition, he endured the cold stares of family and friends, and was subjected to countless whispers behind his back. He had long been harboring a sense of indignation, waiting for the opportunity to triumph over Qin Feng, to reclaim both his honor and dignity. Chapter 127. The Battle of Titans. Alas, he was oblivious to whom he had succumbed, unaware of the identity of his opponent, losing in a haze of confusion. However, this time was different. He vowed to reclaim everything that was rightfully his, determined to bring the Shengshi group to its knees. Unlike the last encounter, this time the stakes were higher. Beside Sheng Yunqi stood an elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, eyes sunken, and cheeks gaunt, etched with deep wrinkles. Yet, one could discern a resemblance in his features to Sheng Yunqi. This was his father, Sheng Tianfeng, also the elder brother of Sheng Tiangang. Known in the circles as the Old Fox, he had once commanded great respect in the business realm, but for reasons unknown, he had retired from that world years ago. Now, it was evident that he had returned to the fray for the sake of his son, to reclaim his territory and to continue his financial onslaught against him. Even with the additional 2 billion that Sheng Tiangang had recklessly thrown in, it merely amounted to 8 billion. What could he possibly contend with? An infusion of another 10 billion was imperative to fully invigorate the entire portfolio of Shengshi Group. I demand over 70% of the shares. Sheng Yunqi dutifully followed the orders, brimming with confidence as his father re-entered the arena, eagerly anticipating retribution for past grievances. Meanwhile, in the reception hall, the melodies of Vivaldi's Autumn resonated, its melancholic notes echoing throughout the spacious room, creating an atmosphere both delightful and immersive. As the piece approached its conclusion, it was poised to transition into the exhilarating strains of winter. The tones of the violin grew increasingly urgent. A 10 billion investment? Aiming to seize all shares of Shengshi Group? Do you possess such wealth? Qin Feng mused to himself, deftly maneuvering the keyboard with one hand while the other lightly clicked the mouse. In an instant, another 10 billion was seamlessly injected into the stock market of Shengshi Group. It was nothing but a matter of familiarity. In the blink of an eye, the stock experienced a tumultuous rise and fall within mere minutes, capturing the attention of numerous online investors. What was happening with Shengshi Group? My goodness, a battle of titans? Two formidable forces clashing. Unbeknownst to the spectators, the identities of the combatants remained shrouded in mystery, yet it was clear that financial giants were fiercely vying for dominance over the shares of Shengshi Group. Regardless, it promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. However, it would be wise to refrain from purchasing shares in Shengshi Group at this juncture, as the situation remained unclear. It was best to observe from the sidelines. With 10 billion countered by another 10 billion, both sides were ensnared in a fierce struggle. Sheng Yunqi's countenance darkened, while Sheng Tianfeng's gaze was sharp, his demeanor more serious than ever. The adversary seemed to possess considerable assets, exhibiting familiarity with the stock market, daring to match 10 billion. So, let us counter with another 10 billion. I refuse to believe that he alone can rival our entire group. Sheng Tianfeng was resolute, convinced that their opponent could not possibly muster such financial might. After all, this time he had the formidable backing of the Zhou Group. The Zhou Group has extended over 3 billion in funding to him. And even if a powerful figure were to intervene at the last moment in an attempt to rescue Sheng Tiangang, it would be utterly impossible. After all, how many individuals possess more than 3 billion in liquid assets? Each of them is undoubtedly among the nation's wealthiest elites. From their perspective, it is inconceivable that Sheng Tiangang could have such connections. Sheng Yunqi scoffed repeatedly, having suffered a significant loss to that unseen rival last time. He was determined to reclaim his honor this time around. A mere 10 billion is merely a blink of an eye. Such is the prowess of leading enterprises and top-tier conglomerates. Do you, a solitary individual, truly believe you can contend with a group? How utterly presumptuous. Chapter 128. The prelude to Price War. The melodies of Vivaldi's Winter resonated with intensity, evoking a sense of thrill. Observing the billion from his rival, Qin Feng merely scoffed. Some individuals never learn from their mistakes. Sheng Yunqi was one such person. Despite having faced a previous setback, he seemed to have made no progress at all. With a gentle click of his mouse, Qin Feng boldly escalated the stakes by an additional 30 billion. In the blink of an eye, a total of 46 billion was invested. For Shusher Group, this amount was a distant dream. This revelation left Xing Tiangang utterly astounded. Although he had witnessed the staggering 160 billion in Qin Feng's account, which filled him with astonishment. It was Qin Feng's willingness to invest such a significant sum in the stock market for the sake of Shengshi Group and confront the formidable Zhou Group that deeply moved him. Dear brother Qin, I am truly grateful. If I can navigate through this crisis, I shall ensure that a share of our Shengshi Group is gifted to you. From this moment on, we shall be like sworn brothers. Whatever difficulties you face, just let us know, and the entire Shengshi Group will be at your service. Despite being a businessman, Sheng Tiangang understood that such a life-saving grace would be unforgettable. Yet, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, Uncle Sheng, there is no need for such formality. Confronting the Zhou Group also benefits me. After all, I cannot remain a lone wolf forever. I must eventually establish a company. Qin Feng's words momentarily stunned Sheng Tiangang, but he soon came to terms with the reality. It was only natural, given Qin Feng's exceptional abilities and substantial resources. Starting a company was indeed a prudent choice. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as they could align with Qin Feng and foster a good relationship with his company, there would assuredly be a place for Shengshi Group in the future. While the atmosphere on one side was filled with camaraderie and laughter, the situation for Sheng Yunqi was entirely chaotic. Qin Feng's maneuver had left everyone bewildered. No one had anticipated that he would dare to inject an additional 30 billion. Such wealth to casually throw around 30 billion in one go was unimaginable. Disaster. They had miscalculated. They never expected their opponent to possess such wealth. Sheng Tianfeng, despite being known as the Old Fox, renowned for his cunning and resourcefulness in the business world, found himself caught off guard by Qin Feng's audacity. Stunned into inaction, he was at a loss for how to proceed. With this turn of events, their plans to engulf Shusher Group had been thoroughly dashed. If they were unwilling to concede, their only option was to continue investing, prolonging the battle. But who could possibly muster another 30 billion? Unless they sought approval from the upper echelons of the Zhou Group. Yet Sheng Tianfeng lacked the confidence to pursue that course of action. No matter. I have one more trick up my sleeve. We shall engage them in a price war. Regardless of the outcome, we can outlast them. The industrial chains of Shusher Group and Zhou Group are highly intertwined. Should a price war ensue, the Zhou Group, being a colossal entity, could withstand the strain without significant impact, while Shengshi Group would not endure such depletion for long before declaring bankruptcy. Sheng Tianfeng conceived this idea and immediately contacted his relatives within the Zhou Group for guidance. Consequently, almost simultaneously, a significant price reduction was implemented across all products under the Zhou Group's umbrella. It appeared that the Zhou Group intended to deplete Shengshi Group's resources through their formidable financial power. Upon learning of this development, Sheng Tianfeng was overwhelmed with emotions. Having built such a sizable company, he was far from naive and could easily discern the opponent's tactics. However, recognizing the underlying strategy did not equate to possessing a solution. Ultimately, he could only turn to Qin Feng, his eyes betraying a deep yearning for assistance. Chapter 129. Engaging in price wars, he required Qin Feng's support, as well as a sound strategy. Let us engage in a price war with them. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. But that is the Zhou Group. Sheng Tiangang expressed his apprehension. And what of the Zhou Group? Qin Feng scoffed repeatedly. They have already taken advantage of your Shengshi Group, treating you with utter disdain. Can you endure this? If they declare war and seek to swallow your group, then fight back. The worst that can happen is defeat, which is far better than inaction. Sheng Tiangang fell silent, suddenly realizing the stark contrast between himself and Qin Feng. He had grown old. Despite possessing Qin Feng's capabilities, he lacked his youthful vigor. He approached tasks with trepidation, no longer embodying the fearless spirit of his youth. It had become a realm dominated by the younger generation. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed, his voice dwindling and fading away alongside the soothing strains of Vivaldi's music. In any case, no matter how much the Zhou Group lowers their prices, we shall respond with even greater ferocity. Compared to our losses, theirs will undoubtedly be far more significant. As the saying goes, those unshod fear not those in shoes. If we can exhaust the formidable Zhou group with our Shusher group, then even if our company were to collapse, we would still be etched in history. Qin Feng remained undaunted. Should Shusher group manage to topple the colossal Zhou group, even a collapse would leave an indelible mark in the business realm. After all, the disparity in strength was as vast as the gulf between heaven and earth. Thus, he believed Xing Tiangang had no reason to fear. This battle, for him and for the entire Shengshi group, held no risk in defeat and immense profit in victory. Moreover, even in defeat, there would still be opportunities for resurgence. Upon hearing such encouragement, both Xing Tiangang and his daughter Sheng Hanyin felt considerably relieved, the tension on their faces dissipating. Sheng Tiangang felt a twinge of embarrassment. At his age, often boasting of his vast experience, he never imagined a day would come when he would require Qin Feng's counsel. It was truly a source of shame. Most products under the Zhou Group had already seen price reductions, surpassing even those of Shengshi Group by an additional 20%. Soon, the marketing manager of Shengshi Group brought forth significant news. As anticipated by Qin Feng and the others, they were not taken aback in the slightest. They are reducing prices by 20%? We shall lower ours by 30%. Qin Feng declared with a cold, resolute tone. The marketing manager, gazing at the young man before him, hesitated to speak. He did not know Qin Feng personally. Yet he was aware that this young man was a valued guest of their president. Hence, although he harbored doubts, he refrained from voicing them. Fearful of offending Qin Feng and risking his job at the hands of Sheng Tiangang, let us heed Brother Qin's words. If they reduce their prices by 20%, we will retaliate with a 30% reduction, fighting them to the bitter end. At this moment, Sheng Tiangang dismissed all reservations. After Qin Feng's counsel, he had resolved to compete fiercely with the Zhou Group. He was no pushover. With the enemy trampling upon his dignity, he could not allow them to act with impunity. However, upon uttering those words, the marketing manager was momentarily taken aback. Was Sheng Tiangang truly losing his senses? Engaging in a price war with the Zhou Group? Surely, one must be insane. They are a leading enterprise in the province, wielding immense influence in Longzhou City. Should we falter in this price conflict? Would it not spell the end for the Shengshi Group? Indeed, this scenario is fraught with peril. It appears that resorting to a price war is our only option. Chapter 130, Competitive Pricing. The manager of the marketing department felt a sense of regret. After all, his compensation at Shengshi Group was quite generous. This was a company with a humane touch, and should it falter, he would have to seek employment elsewhere, which would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, any new position would likely lack the comfort he enjoyed at Shengshi Group. The chairman, he hesitated once more, contemplating how to dissuade Sheng Tiangang. As the marketing manager, he had conducted extensive research and was acutely aware of the formidable presence of Zhou's group. Their strength was beyond what Shengshi Group could aspire to, and one could even assert that Shengshi Group lacked the qualifications to compete as an adversary. If they were to engage in a price war with Zhou's group, it would likely culminate in the company's declaration of bankruptcy. I know what you wish to express. We have known each other for quite some time, and in the past, I would never have taken such a reckless step. However, times have changed, and I yearn to challenge Zhou's group. Sheng Tiangang proclaimed. Do noble lords not possess the courage to contend? Zhou's group did not establish its foundation overnight, and Shengshi Group is not merely a faude. I implore you and your team to exhibit some fighting spirit. Sheng Tiangang, true to his role as the company as president, had a remarkable way with words. Qin Feng recognized that this was indeed the moment to uplift morale, and he had made no error in his judgment. Understood, Chairman. The marketing manager, though still perplexed, acquiesced without further protest. While he remained uncertain, he also understood that their chairman never engaged in battles without preparation. He must possess some measure of assurance. After the marketing manager departed, Sheng Tiangang felt a wave of unease wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Turning to Qin Feng, he inquired with concern. Do you truly have confidence in this, Brother Qin? He hesitated, which was entirely reasonable, given the numerous employees relying on their livelihoods. Should bankruptcy be declared, he would be unable to meet payroll, and their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. I understand Uncle Sheng's concerns. Rest assured. The traditional rule of competition in the business realm is that the big fish devours the small. This time, we as the small fish will take a bite out of the big fish. The outcome of the stock market battle had already emerged. As I had anticipated, their financial resources were limited. 30 billion was their utmost limit. Although Zhou's group possessed wealth, they would never dare to wager all their assets against us. This is our advantage. Thus, throughout this endeavor, the odds remain in our favor. Additionally, if my suspicions are correct, Sheng Yunqi and his associates cannot mobilize the entire financial might of Zhou's group. Qin Feng was not foolish enough to confront a colossal conglomerate single-handedly. His foresight led him to recognize that Zhou's group would not dare to engage in a high-stakes gamble, unwilling to stake their all. Conversely, Xingshi group, having nothing to lose, possessed a significant advantage. In this stock market contest, Qin Feng and Xingshi group incurred not a single loss. They acquired a substantial amount of shares. In contrast, Sheng Yunqi's faction invested over 30 billion, yet ultimately retrieved only slightly more than 20 billion, resulting in a loss exceeding 5 billion. It can be said that he has suffered both a loss of his beloved and a significant defeat. With this thought, Sheng Tian just couldn't contain his joy. Although the Zhou group is immense, Qin Feng is truly exceptional, often capable of creating miracles in the business realm. He is the genuine trump card that enables Xingshi group to achieve great success from modest beginnings. Chapter 131. A Great Stir, Brother Qin. The wisest and most fortunate decision of my life has been to befriend you. After personally preparing tea for Qin Feng, Sheng Tiangang praised him. You're overestimating me, Uncle Sheng. It's merely a stroke of luck, Qin Feng replied modestly. The group engaged in light conversation in the reception room. However, within 2 hours, the marketing manager arrived once more, urgency etched across his face. The Zhou group has slashed their prices to 65%. His eyes reflected deep concern. Could their group truly contend with the Zhou group? 65%? That's practically the cost price for most companies. Has the Zhou group resolved to forsake profit altogether? Sheng Hongyan's beautiful eyes displayed shock. She had not anticipated that the Zhou group would stoop so low. Clearly, the Sheng family held significant influence within the Zhou group. Otherwise, such a renowned enterprise would not bother to engage in a price war with a relatively small company like Xingshi Group. Let them continue to lower their prices. 65% is nothing. I would scorn them if they don't drop it to 50%, the market price. Qin Feng laughed heartily, dismissing the matter. To him, the 65% price point was acceptable for both himself and the Zhou Group. After all, it remained above the cost price. While they wouldn't earn a profit, they wouldn't incur losses either. Ultimately, the Zhou Group, having grown so large, had also lost its former audacity, becoming as timid as Sheng Tiangang. They hesitated to take the price war to its conclusion, hoping instead to glean trivial profits. Lower it to 65. Let us play along. Qin Feng glanced at Sheng Tiangang, who in turn looked at the marketing manager. Listen to Brother Qin. The marketing manager scrutinized Qin Feng for a moment, then nodded, though he harbored many reservations, choosing to remain silent out of respect for his superior. Would it possess the chairman to heed the whimsical musings of such a young man? If the group faced bankruptcy due to this, could he bear the responsibility? Whispers of dissent and rumors were already circulating below, and the public relations team of Xingshi Group was working tirelessly to mitigate the fallout. Are you disregarding my words? Sheng Tiangong's brow furrowed, his voice cold. No, chairman. I will take care of it immediately. The marketing manager quickly waved his hands, distancing himself from the situation, and retreated. Morale within the group was in disarray. Once he left, Sheng Tiangang let out a sigh. With his experience, he could easily discern the thoughts of those beneath him. They viewed his challenge to the Zhou group as reckless, a foolish endeavor that would lead to self-destruction. No matter, it would not be long before the Zhou group faltered first. Qin Feng smiled calmly, his words imbued with a soothing charm. Upon hearing this, Sheng Tiangang couldn't help but nod in agreement. Had such sentiments been expressed by another, he would have scoffed and reprimanded them soundly. Yet, when the words emerged from Qin Feng's lips, he felt an unwavering conviction. This is the allure of a leader. He suddenly realized that Qin Feng possessed both the capability and the motivation to establish a company. He pondered whether such intentions lay in Qin Feng's future. Over the next 2 days, Qin Feng devoted nearly half of his time to the Xingshi Group. Since the commencement of the price war, the two conglomerates have engaged in both overt and covert skirmishes. To date, more than half of the products have seen their prices plummet to below 60% of the market value, creating a tremendous uproar within the provincial market in just a few days. Chapter 132. The merchant turmoil on the third day. As Qin Feng arrived at the Xingshi Group, he was met with a throng of merchants gathered at the entrance. The Xingshi Group primarily engaged in commercial trade, dealing mostly in a variety of supermarket goods. Apart from having established suppliers, they were also reliant on numerous merchants for their inventory. These merchants were not oblivious. The vicious cycle of price competition posed a significant threat. If the prices of Xingshi Group's products continued to plummet, the entire market would inevitably descend into stagnation, even if sufficient customers stocked up within a certain time frame. A future price increase would not immediately rejuvenate the market. For the many merchants providing the inventory, this was akin to undermining their very foundation. In fact, it was not only Xingshi Group facing this dilemma. The Zhou Group, also embroiled in price competition, had encountered similar challenges in recent days. Given the Zhou Group's larger market presence, their merchants significantly outnumbered those of Shengshi Group, leading to even greater dissatisfaction among the merchants. Compared to Shengshi Group, their situation was considerably more problematic. Upon entering the Shengshi Group building, Qin Feng observed several public relations personnel attempting to placate the merchants. Sheng Tiangang was quick to act. Acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, to avoid losing the merchants who supplied the inventory, it was imperative to stabilize their concerns promptly. This was not a matter requiring Qin Feng's prompting. Sheng Tiangang was fully capable of recognizing the need. However, it was evident that these merchants had come with the intent of amplifying the situation. A number of them disregarded the group's pleas, charging directly into the building to confront Sheng Tiangang. Bring Sheng Tiangang out. How can your company conduct itself in such a manner? Do you realize the extent of the losses we merchants will endure due to your reckless price suppression? When prices drop further, who will come to us for supplies? There is no prospect for sustainable business. Several merchants shouted vehemently in the lobby, their expressions filled with urgency. At that moment, Sheng Tiangang emerged from the elevator. The lobby was under surveillance, and he had already assessed the situation from his office, gaining a clear understanding of the unfolding events. Given the complexity of the matter, and in an effort to prevent further escalation and greater losses for Shengshi Group, he knew he had to intervene swiftly to calm the merchants. Everyone, please be silent. Our group has its own considerations. The price reduction is only temporary. Do not be concerned. Shengshi Group will not allow merchants to suffer losses. We have been friends and partners for a long time. I urge you to be understanding and not let this situation create discord. Sheng Tiangang's voice was robust and commanding. As the president of Shengshi Group and the leader of the entire company, his presence indeed quieted many. Yet, it was clearly insufficient. Numerous merchants continued to demand a price adjustment, causing Sheng Tiangang to furrow his brow. President Sheng, you cannot proceed in this manner. If our goods do not move at wholesale, how will we earn in the future? Yes, we must adjust the prices and restore normalcy to the market. 3 merchants were engaged in conversation, with the foremost being a middle-aged woman whose countenance bore a somewhat fierce demeanor. Although her figure was slightly plump, her attire exuded an air of opulence and grandeur. With merely a glance, Qin Feng discerned that this woman held a dominant position among the trio and was evidently a prominent merchant collaborating with the Shengshi Group. Observing the hesitant expression on Sheng Tiangang's face, it was clear that he was reluctant to relinquish such a significant merchant, particularly given her elevated status and considerable influence within the merchant community. Chapter 133, A Sudden Halt. Losing her equates to losing several companions who conspire with her, which would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the supply chain of Shengshi Group. Observing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head in silence. Every situation in life entails both gains and losses. Rather than lingering in hesitation, it is far more prudent to make decisive choices. Brother Qin, what should we do? At that moment, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by the sweet, subtle voice of a lady that resonated in Qin Feng's ears. Turning around, he found it was Sheng Hongyan. At this juncture, her gaze towards Sheng Tiangang was filled with concern, while her eyes directed at Qin Feng were brimming with a plea for assistance. What choice should be made? Father is unwilling to offend those merchants. They are substantial suppliers, and losing them would be irrevocable. Yet, if we compromise and allow prices to rebound, it would signal the premature end of price competition, effectively declaring our defeat. Nevertheless, Qin Feng smiled and remarked, let us be resolute and distinguish between priorities. Should we falter in this price competition, the repercussions would plunge Shengshi Group into an abyss, leading to its imminent bankruptcy, swiftly devoured by the predatory Zhou Group. At that point, Shengshi Group would cease to exist. While losing several major suppliers would indeed bring immense hardship to Shengshi Group, one must let go of the old to welcome the new. They will inevitably pay the price for today's recklessness. Sheng Hongyan nodded, seemingly comprehending. I understand. I will speak to father. She promptly strode over to Sheng Tiangang, her high heels clicking against the floor, and whispered a few words. In an instant, Sheng Tiangang's eyes brightened, his previously hesitant demeanor now imbued with newfound resolve as he surveyed the crowd. I shall speak plainly to everyone. Indeed, Shengshi Group is currently facing some challenges. Those who choose to stand by us, unwavering, will be our preferred partners in the future. For those wishing to withdraw, we shall not impede your departure. You may find better opportunities elsewhere, but in time, you will surely regret your decision. With that, Sheng Tiangang departed without a backward glance. Immediately, numerous media reporters snapped a flurry of photographs. The female merchant, upon hearing this, was consumed by fury, her anger evident upon her brow. Shengshi Group is truly impervious to reason. Do they genuinely believe they can survive under the pressure from Zhou Group? They have already offended Zhou Group. We should seek better prospects elsewhere. Her words ignited a flurry of anxiety among several merchants, their hearts rife with trepidation. In contrast, Qin Feng regarded this with disdain. Now is the time for battle. The majority of people in this world are self-serving. When Shushi Group is in a vulnerable position, these selfish merchants will inevitably emerge. However, this scenario bears both detrimental and advantageous implications for Shushi Group. The detriment lies in the evident severance of numerous collaborative relationships. The benefit, however, is the opportunity to unveil the true nature of many individuals, clearing obstacles for Shushi Group. As the saying goes, only those who drink from the waters know their temperature. Upon entering Sheng Tiangang's office alongside Sheng Hongyan, Sheng Tiangang hastily invited Qin Feng to take a seat. At this moment, Qin Feng represented the lifeline for both him and the entire Shushi Group, and thus it was imperative to extend a warm welcome without any negligence. Dear Qin, my Shushi Group has reached a critical juncture, akin to standing at the edge of a precipice, he remarked with a wry smile after ensuring Qin Feng was comfortably seated. Chapter 134. A chaotic mess. Do you truly have absolute confidence? Sheng Tian anxiously inquired. It was not due to a lack of courage or resolve. After all, he was no longer alone. He bore the weight of responsibility not only for his company, but also for his family, which made his concerns quite reasonable. Qin Feng, unfazed, nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Uncle Sheng. If all goes according to plan, the Zhou Group is currently in a state of greater disarray than the Shushi Group." A cold smile curled on Qin Feng's lips as he contemplated that the price war was merely a trap. From the moment the Zhou Group engaged in this price competition, they had already sealed their fate, with no possibility of extricating themselves or mitigating their losses. Given the Zhou Group's stature and formidable financial resources, they possessed numerous methods to overpower the Shushi Group. However, their hubris led them to adopt this perilous strategy of price competition. They had ultimately overestimated their position, believing that as a leading enterprise, they faced no rivals in the provincial capital. In the Zhou Group's towering headquarters, a magnificent edifice exceeding 70 stories, the first-floor lobby was now teeming with an eclectic crowd, completely besieged and congested. "Where is your representative? I demand to see the marketing manager. You must provide us merchants with an explanation. We have generously supplied you with goods, yet you sell them at prices lower than wholesale. Who would dare to approach us for wholesale goods in the future?" The Zhou Group's scale surpassed that of the Shushi Group by 100-fold, and correspondingly, the number of merchants was considerable. The uproar created a chaotic scene in the lobby, with some individuals incensed to the point of violence against the Zhou Group's public relations staff. Fortunately, security intervened, preventing a physical altercation. The notion of disrupting one's financial avenues is akin to striking at their very heart. The Zhou Group now bore such a notorious reputation. Furthermore, the sheer number of aggrieved merchants rendered the public relations personnel utterly incapable of managing the situation. Consequently, several managers and key executives were compelled to don their armor and face the tumult. On the 33rd floor of the Zhou Group, in a vast office space, a loud crack resonated through the air. What on earth is that old fox Sheng Tianfeng thinking? So what if we absorb the Shushi Group? It is but a minuscule entity, no larger than an ant. How much benefit could it possibly bring to us? Moreover, why should we heed his words? Zhou Ruilong, the general manager of the Zhou Group, furrowed his brow and glared at the middle-aged woman before him, who exuded an air of opulence. Clad in luxurious attire and adorned with expensive cosmetics, she emanated a distinct fragrance of Chanel. Despite her youthful appearance, which suggested she was in her 30s or 40s, she was actually over 50, her vitality merely a result of meticulous grooming. She was Sheng Yunqi's mother, Sheng Tianfeng's wife, and the elder sister of the Zhou Group's general manager, Zhou Tingyun. This price war is entirely orchestrated by him from behind the scenes. This matter does not concern them. It is solely under my direction. Furthermore, the outcome remains uncertain. Dear brother, do not presume to lecture me. Once the results are revealed, it will not be too late for you to admonish me. Zhou Tingyun's expression was impassive, showing not the slightest hint of remorse or acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Chapter 135. The approaching storm. As he raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Zhou Ruilong, there was not a trace of concern for her younger brother, nor any semblance of respect for the general manager on her face. Zhou Ruilong began, hesitating momentarily before shifting his tone. Who will clean up this mess? I have heard that you and the Sheng family have utilized 30 billion of the company's funds. Sister, I am genuinely worried about you. If this venture fails, you, along with your husband and my nephew, will be completely ousted from the Zhou family. It is impossible for us to fail, Zhou Tingyun replied, her expression one of irritation. All you need to do is manage the current situation. At most, I will give you another 2 days. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Zhou Ruilong felt a sense of helplessness. The company could not endure much longer. The daily losses were in the millions. Monetary loss was just one aspect. The key issue was that former partners, after witnessing this debacle, would likely begin to doubt the Zhou family. What Zhou Ruilong did not anticipate was Zhou Tingyun waving her hand dismissively. It does not matter. Our Zhou family will not perish without these merchants. However, these merchants cannot thrive without the Zhou group. They understand the stakes and will not forego the opportunity to earn. Zhou Ruilong sighed deeply. He realized that his sister was utterly indifferent to the company's survival. Perhaps, after years of being the pampered daughter of the Zhou family, she had lost her ability to make sound judgments. Yet, the elders of the family seemed to adore her, willing to bestow upon her power and wealth. In contrast, he, as the younger brother, despite holding the position of general manager, often felt devoid of any real authority. How tragic. Now, he was left to clean up after these individuals, and it was likely that he would also bear the blame for their failures. But what could he do? After some contemplation, Zhou Ruilong ultimately decided to step in personally to stabilize the current situation. As the Shengshi group and the Zhou family engaged in a fierce struggle, this atmosphere of open and covert competition had permeated the entire provincial business circle. Everyone was aware that a storm was brewing in the realm of supermarket goods, one that would sweep across the province. Media outlets throughout the province, along with various commercial morning and evening publications, emphasized this issue. Yet, no one seemed to hold any optimism for the Shengshi group. In fact, aside from the vicinity of Longo City, many other cities and even the provincial capital had never even heard of the Shengshi group. Meanwhile, the reputation of the Zhou group had long since resonated throughout the province, known far and wide. Thus, given the disparities in strength and renown, no one believed that the Shengshi group could triumph in this price competition. As August drew to a close and the weather began to cool, the Shengshi group, which had endured for several days, finally encountered a turning point. On this day, the Zhou group issued a notice announcing their decision to voluntarily raise market prices. This proactive announcement signified their admission of defeat in this price war. As the triumphant Shengshi group, they swiftly elevated commodity prices with remarkable speed, establishing collaborations with numerous merchants who had developed animosities with the Zhou group during this incident. Through this strategic maneuvering, the once obscure Shengshi group has now become a household name throughout the province. They have successfully outlasted the Zhou group in this price war, causing the latter to incur losses exceeding 100 million in profits within a mere fortnight. This achievement is undoubtedly an unprecedented and extravagant feat. Chapter 136, A Bountiful Harvest. Damn it. Who is behind the scenes supporting the Shengshi group? How could such a small entity stand against the Zhou group? In the spacious hall, Shang Tianfeng was engulfed in fury, his entire face flushed with rage. Beside him, Shang Yunqi dared not utter a word, bowing his head in an expression of contrition. It had been a long time since he witnessed his father's anger reach such heights. Could it be that mysterious individual from that day? Shang Yunqi recalled Qin Feng, with whom he had a fleeting encounter at Sheng Tiangang's residence. He remembered that the young man had appeared quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. However, upon reflection, it was likely that his presence at Sheng Tiangang's home indicated an extraordinary background. Regardless of who it was, that was no longer of consequence. We have already lost the trust of the Zhou group. Your mother's standing within the Zhou family has also plummeted, were it not for Zhou Ruilong's intercession. She might have faced expulsion from the Zhou clan. This price war has shaken the very foundations of the Zhou group. Even a colossal entity like the Zhou group has suffered significant losses. We must exercise patience for the time being. Sheng Tianfeng composed himself and let out a sigh. If this grudge goes unavenged, I shall no longer bear the name Sheng Tianfeng. Watch closely. The Sheng family will still be under my command. It is not up to Sheng Tiangang. As Sheng Yunqi listened to his father's grandiose declarations, anticipation flickered in his eyes. He could discern that Sheng Tianfeng was finally serious. In the office of Sheng Tiangang at the Shengshi group, Qin Feng had spent the majority of his time here these past few days, aside from at home. Brother Qin, I am truly grateful for your assistance. I never imagined I would witness the Shengshi group standing toe-to-toe with the Zhou group. Sheng Tiangang's face radiated with unrestrained joy, his lips unable to contain a broad smile. In recent days, he had maintained this exuberant expression. After all, no one could have predicted that these two vastly different groups would emerge victorious in this price war, with the Shengshi group claiming triumph. Following their victory, the Shengshi group reaped substantial rewards. Most notably, their reputation echoed throughout the business realm. Countless media outlets reported on this event, catapulting the Shengshi group into the limelight across the province. This could be likened to a free advertisement. With their newfound fame, the audience for Shengshi group's products expanded significantly, as evidenced by the daily increase in profits. Over the past few days, stores and supermarkets under the Shengshi Group were inundated with customers, reaching unprecedented levels of foot traffic. Sheng Tiangang was no fool. Seizing this momentum, he promptly launched promotional discounts to maximize the buzz. This strategy was, of course, aimed at retaining more customers. Furthermore, merchants drawn from the Zhou Group had signed contracts with the Shengshi Group, establishing long-term partnerships. Such booming business signified that the expansion of the Shengshi Group was imminent. It is time for the supermarket under its banner to expand. In recent years, the development of Shengshi Group has reached a bottleneck. Profits have remained lukewarm until recently, when a fierce price war ignited a vigorous momentum. Sheng Tian firmly believes that, seizing this opportunity, Shengshi Group will grow to a stature comparable to that of Zhou's group in the future. Chapter 137. Registering a company. All of this is entirely thanks to Qin Feng. Whether it is the financial backing or the critical decisions made, Qin Feng played a pivotal role in this fierce price war. Brother Qin, I previously promised to grant you a 2.5 share in the Shengshi Group, and you must accept it, Sheng Tiangang exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Qin Feng not only salvaged the Shengshi Group from dire straits, but also propelled it towards a trajectory of growth. No amount of gratitude would suffice, and he found himself at a loss for how to express his appreciation. If it were not for the fact that Qin Feng already had a family, he would have certainly sought to arrange a marriage between his daughter and him. It was indeed a pity that fate did not favor such a union. This is merely a token of our appreciation. The Shengshi Group's daily profit in recent years has been around 100,000, meaning that a 2.5 stake would allow Qin Feng to earn over $1 million annually without lifting a finger. Of course, that was in the past. The current Shengshi Group is experiencing significant enhancements, with recent daily profits already exceeding 500,000. With this momentum, it is not far-fetched to anticipate an annual income surpassing 10 million for Qin Feng from this stake. If you decide to start your own company, the Shengshi Group will undoubtedly provide full support. Sheng Tiangang made a second pledge. In truth, such a cooperative relationship is equally beneficial for the Shengshi Group. Sheng Tiangang's intentions were apparent to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng remained unconcerned. In the realm of business, connections are paramount, and having one more friend is always more advantageous than having another foe. Moreover, this recent stock market contest had already netted Qin Feng several hundred million, which was more than sufficient. Having weathered this storm, the Shengshi Group celebrated its newfound success with a grand banquet. After attending the celebration, the following day, Qin Feng called Han Xiaolong and others to initiate his next plan. Within moments of making the call, they arrived eagerly. They had been anticipating Qin Feng's next move, and after a long wait, the moment had finally arrived. Despite having other engagements, they swiftly set them aside. Brother Qin, what are the arrangements for today? As they settled into the vehicle, anticipation filled the air. We are heading to Hebei City. Hebei City? What for? The three were puzzled. Hebei City is not a provincial capital and, in terms of economic development, lags behind Langzhou City. Langzhou is considered one of the top cities in the province, while Hebei does not even rank in the top 10. Ultimately, it is a relatively impoverished area. What plans could Qin Feng possibly have? Despite their curiosity, Qin Feng chose not to divulge any details, leaving them in suspense and arousing their frustration. However, one should not underestimate Hebei City. Its economic backwardness signifies vast potential for growth, presenting abundant opportunities. In contrast, industries in Langzhou City have nearly reached saturation, leaving little room for expansion. Yet before anything else, I must first register my own company. As Qin Feng's voice fell, a tremor coursed through the bodies of those present. Would Brother Qin finally take matters into his own hands and unveil his grand ambitions? With this thought, expressions of ecstatic joy blossomed on everyone's faces. It was abundantly clear to all that solitary efforts could never forge a significant impact. To transcend the current limitations, Qin Feng was destined to recruit a cadre of individuals, steering the company towards a public listing, with aspirations that reached across the nation and even the globe. Chapter 138. Renhe Pharmaceutical. Having set this ambitious goal, Qin Feng promptly drove to the registration office. The staff there, upon hearing of a new company registration, immediately became intrigued. However, upon realizing it was Qin Feng, many felt a sense of disappointment. He appeared exceedingly youthful, and in their eyes, such young individuals often exhibited a reckless desire to venture into entrepreneurship, typically lacking substantial capital and resorting to bank loans. It was common for them to suffer significant losses, leading to regret over their initial decisions. Qin Feng remained unfazed by their disdain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided on the company name, Fengxue, a clever amalgamation of characters from both his and Lin Ruoxue's names. Qin Feng was designated as the first legal representative, while Gao Jie, Chu Tianhe, and Han Xiaolong were appointed as partners. With all formalities completed, Fengshui Capital Company Limited was officially established, complete with registered trademarks. Next came the capital injection phase. Typically, when a company is newly established, it involves an initial capital investment. The staff assumed that someone of Qin Feng's age likely had limited savings and would probably seek a bank loan, estimating that the registered capital would not exceed 1 million. However, their assumptions were shattered when Qin Feng calmly announced his intended investment, 3 billion. What did you say? 3 billion? Surely you jest, exclaimed the staff, incredulous. Mr. Qin, this is a legitimate registration office. Please refrain from making such nonsensical jokes. No one believed the young man's declaration. 3 billion for a new company? Such a feat seemed unattainable within the entire Longzhou city. I assure you, I am serious. 3 billion, not a penny less, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, producing his black gold card. The sight of the card caused the staff's eyes to widen in astonishment. Having witnessed numerous wealthy individuals over the years, they were familiar with cards akin to the one in Qin Feng's possession. Brother, do you genuinely think Qin Gu is jesting? Let me tell you, 3 billion is merely a drop in the bucket for him. Han Xiaolong chuckled, though he too had not anticipated such a bold investment in a newly formed company. Nonetheless, it was undeniably in line with Qin Feng's character. Previously, during the crude oil futures trading, he had unhesitatingly invested the entirety of his 6 billion without reservation. His approach was one of fearless commitment and full dedication. This is truly beyond my expectations. The staff were left speechless, watching in disbelief as Qin Feng swiped his card, confirming the 3 billion investment. They stood frozen, as if petrified by witnessing an extraordinary event. My goodness! I have never seen such wealth in my entire life. It was only after Qin Feng completed all the necessary procedures and obtained the relevant documents in preparation for departure that they regained their composure. Mr. Qin, may your company flourish and prosper. Despite their astonishment, as professionals, they felt compelled to utter the customary pleasantries. The ability to amass such a substantial sum of money, regardless of whether it stemmed from a bank loan or whether the company would ultimately turn a profit or face bankruptcy, seemed to pale in significance. Chapter 139. Acquisition of a pharmaceutical company. Qin Feng's wealth has undoubtedly surpassed their comprehension. With a smile in response to their astonishment, he led Han Xiaolong and the others away, departing with a sense of satisfaction amidst the spectators' shocked gazes. As partners of Fengshui Limited, they basked in the glow of Qin Feng's success. Upon completing the registration, Qin Feng swiftly drove towards Haibei City. An hour later, just past 10 in the morning, they all arrived simultaneously in Haibei. We are heading to Relive Pharmaceuticals, Qin Feng announced as he activated the navigation system, continuing their journey without delay. The group was not particularly familiar with Haibei City, despite its proximity. Even Chu Tianhe had visited on business a few times, yet the environment remained rather convoluted. Most buildings in the city were quite old, lacking proper planning, with roads that were intricately interwoven. After some time searching, they finally located the premises of Relive Pharmaceuticals, a 10-story aged building adorned with a sign confirming their destination. Relive Pharmaceuticals? I've heard this company is currently struggling, Han Xiaolong remarked, furrowing his brow. As the CEO of Chita Media, he was well-versed in the industry and acutely aware of the fluctuations within the business sphere. Having previously gathered information regarding Relive Pharmaceuticals, it was rumored that the chairman had fled with funds, leaving the company burdened with millions in debt, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Qin, what brings you here? Is there still some undiscovered opportunity in the pharmaceutical sector? Han Xiaolong inquired, puzzled. Logically, Relive Pharmaceuticals seemed to be on the verge of bankruptcy, weighed down by debt and impending collapse. What potential could possibly remain? I intend to acquire Relive Pharmaceuticals, Qin Feng declared, leaving Han Xiaolong and the others momentarily speechless. Qin, you do have a flair for the dramatic. Setting aside the possibility of profit, you would be inheriting their millions in debt, Han Xiaolong cautioned. However, Qin Feng merely waved his hand dismissively, stating, no matter, let's first examine the situation. If it proves worthy of acquisition, then the debt is inconsequential. The group was momentarily at a loss for words. Such is the nature of the wealthy. Their affluence grants them the freedom to act without restraint. Indeed, with over 10 billion in liquid assets, a mere few million in debt was trivial for Qin Feng. After parking, they entered the lobby of Relive Pharmaceuticals, only to find it completely deserted. Even the front desk was unattended, and there were no security personnel in sight. After a considerable wait, a young man emerged, sizing up Qin Feng and his companions before inquiring, "May I assist you with something? Could we possibly meet your general manager? We have matters to discuss," Qin Feng asked politely. The young man appeared taken aback momentarily, then his expression shifted to one of understanding. You must be here for the acquisition of medical equipment, correct? Please follow me. I will take you to meet Manager Wang. Han Zhaolong hesitated, and upon receiving a disapproving glance from Qin Feng, he promptly fell silent. The group ascended the stairs and soon arrived at a vacant room. Several individuals, both men and women, sat on the chairs, each wearing a furrowed brow and a despondent expression. Manager Wang, these individuals appear to be here for the acquisition of medical equipment, remarked a young man. At this, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit stood up with a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Chapter 140, Acquisition of Relive Pharmaceutical. Are you here to acquire medical devices? Please, have a seat. I apologize for the less-than-ideal conditions here. I hope you will be understanding. Manager Wang stood up, hurriedly shaking hands with Qin Feng and his companions. I am Wang Nan. May I ask how to address you? I am Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I believe you are somewhat acquainted with our company's situation. Wang Nan said with palpable excitement. Currently, we are facing considerable difficulties. All medical devices have been sold at cost price. Selling below cost is quite challenging, and I hope you can comprehend our plight. However, Qin Feng did not delve into the medical devices but rather shifted the conversation, inquiring. Could you elaborate on your company's current circumstances? What else could it be? Wang Nan replied with a wry smile. That scoundrel of a boss absconded with all the profits, leaving the entire company without a penny. We can no longer sustain operations and only hope to sell all the medical devices to recoup some funds to pay everyone's wages. Mr. Qin, these medical devices are both new and used, all priced significantly below market value. You wouldn't regret purchasing them. If you wish to take a look, I can show you. Qin Feng shook his head and replied, no need to inspect them. Wang Nan, thinking Qin Feng's refusal indicated he would not make a purchase, grew anxious and exclaimed, Mr. Qin, if you acquire a substantial amount, we could lower the price further and offer additional discounts. I am not here to purchase medical devices. Qin Feng gestured dismissively. Wang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Not here to acquire medical devices. Then what could your purpose be? Is this some form of jest? Disappointment washed over his face, mirroring the expressions of other employees from Relive Pharmaceutical. For some time, they had all hoped to swiftly liquidate the company's numerous valuable assets to mitigate losses, thus displaying an urgent eagerness. Qin Feng's statement felt like a cold shower on their aspirations. As far as I know, prior to your boss's flight, your research center was nearing the final stage of developing a new type of special medication, ready to commence trials, Qin Feng observed. Not revealing his true intentions, but rather leisurely changing the subject, showing no sign of urgency. How do you know this? Wang Nan gasped, a look of wariness crossing his face. Indeed, we are on the verge of developing a new special medication. However, due to a funding crisis, it is too late to discuss it now. The company is in debt to the tune of millions and cannot repay it. The employees haven't received a single penny of their wages for the past few months. What use is a special medication now? Wang Nan's expression was one of bitterness. His eyes filled with despair. As a manager, he had been diligent and responsible, choosing not to abandon this troubled enterprise despite its dire straits. However, even so, what purpose does it serve? His abilities are limited. To be of any assistance at all is already the extent of his capabilities. And there is no way to resolve the fundamental issues plaguing Relive Pharmaceutical. Why is it deemed ineffective? Qin Feng retorted. Without sufficient funds, we simply cannot penetrate the market for specialty medications. No matter how exceptional our products are, if we cannot sustain research and production, it is all in vain. Moreover, time is of the essence. Every few days, creditors come demanding repayment. With debts amounting to tens of millions, we are utterly incapable of settling them. Chapter 141. A startling revelation. As Wang Nan grew increasingly animated, his words dripped with indignation. The others, caught in the fervor of his rhetoric, joined in a chorus of condemnation against the unscrupulous boss who had absconded with their funds. Curse that scoundrel. I fervently hope he is apprehended abroad. They lamented. He took every last penny of the company's capital. How are we to survive? That was our hard-earned money. The collective outrage resonated deeply with Qin Feng. Indeed, the employees of Relive Pharmaceuticals were predominantly youthful, primarily comprising technically skilled individuals who, despite their formidable capabilities, were inexperienced in navigating the complexities of the corporate world, rendering them susceptible to deceit. Yet, it was too late for regrets now. The pressing dilemma before them was how to salvage this disastrous situation. Having gleaned an initial understanding of the circumstances, Qin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. His arrival coincided with the most precarious moment for Relive Pharmaceuticals. Teetering on the brink of collapse yet not entirely disbanded, taking charge at this juncture would undoubtedly unify the staff, allowing them to coalesce into a formidable force. After all, it is far easier to embellish a flourishing venture than to provide critical support during times of adversity. Had Qin Feng delayed his visit by just a few days, the capable and ambitious young professionals might have scattered, and the opportunity for acquiring this distressed asset would have been seized by others. Such an advantageous moment was not one to be squandered, and he had meticulously scheduled his visit for today to negotiate the acquisition of Rinha Pharmaceuticals. While I am not here to procure your medical devices, I do have an alternative proposition, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Observing the despondent expressions of Wang Nan and the others, I am here to acquire your company. At this pronouncement, the room fell into stunned silence. As though struck by lightning, Mr. Qin, are you jesting? Wang Nan's initial shock quickly morphed into a bitter smile. It was only natural for him to perceive Qin Feng's statement as a jest, given that he hardly appeared to be a wealthy individual, even if he were affluent. Who would willingly take on the burden of Rinha Pharmaceuticals? The current predicament of Rinha Pharmaceuticals meant that acquiring the company would not only require capital, but also the assumption of over 10 million in debts and the salaries of all employees. This was not a matter of merely a few 100,000. It could easily exceed 100 million. Wang Nan earnestly advised against it, implying that he doubted Qin Feng's financial capacity. Even if he possessed the wealth, could he muster the resolve to commit such a sum? Mr. Qin, even if you have the means, it would be unwise to step into this quagmire. Otherwise, it would be a futile loss. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He was taken aback by Wang Nan's genuine concern. One would expect anyone in their position to eagerly welcome a potential buyer to fill the gaping void. Wang Nan's consideration for him was unexpected and earned Qin Feng's respect. I speak with sincerity. I genuinely intend to acquire Rinha Pharmaceuticals. As for your remarks, I was already well informed prior to our meeting, and your assertions are not significantly different from what I had anticipated. This decision has been made after careful deliberation, so there is no need for you to worry about me. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. He indeed possessed the means to utter such statements. Whether it be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, it posed little challenge for him at this juncture. However, to others, his words sounded like a fanciful tale. If he were truly to acquire Rinha Pharmaceutical, would that not imply that there remains hope? That they could continue their research on specialty drugs and further expand their presence in the pharmaceutical market? Chapter 142. A heartening revelation at this moment. Everyone was filled with a sense of incredulity. Is this true or false? But does Mr. Qin truly possess such immense wealth? To acquire our Rinha Pharmaceutical, it must involve no less than 100 million. Surely, he cannot be so affluent that he has nothing better to do than to purchase our company? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Feng remained noncommittal. Those embroiled in the situation are often oblivious, while onlookers can see clearly. The employees of Rinha Pharmaceutical were unaware of the tremendous potential their specialty drug held. In the time to come, after Rinha Pharmaceutical was acquired and revitalized, its specialty drug would burst forth into the medical market, igniting a frenzy throughout the industry. Before long, the company gained notoriety, gradually ascending to become a leading enterprise in the province and eventually a significant player in the national pharmaceutical realm. Its market value soared to hundreds of billions, and as it continued to achieve remarkable milestones in the medical field, its worth steadily increased. This group of young individuals possessed remarkable expertise in the pharmaceutical domain, each a talent endowed with high technical skills. This was the true essence of Rinha Pharmaceutical's wealth. In comparison, medical facilities and equipment were but fleeting shadows. Qin Feng scarcely regarded them. Thus, retaining the original team during the acquisition was Qin Feng's paramount objective. You underestimate Brother Qin too much. A mere 100 million is but a drop in the ocean for him. At this juncture, Han Jialong joined the discussion, further heightening the astonishment in the room. However, Wang Nan hesitated to voice his thoughts. If someone were willing to acquire the current Rinha Pharmaceutical, that would indeed be splendid. Yet, he remained skeptical, fearing that Qin Feng and his associates might be deceivers. Such apprehension is only natural. Qin Feng could easily discern his thoughts. With a reassuring pat on his shoulder, Qin Feng chuckled heartily. Fear not, Manager Wang. When the time comes, you shall accompany me to handle the necessary formalities, payment before delivery. What could I possibly deceive you about? Understanding dawned upon Wang Nan, igniting excitement within him. If Qin Feng's words held true, then Rinha Pharmaceutical was indeed on the path to salvation. This was a momentous occasion. If the long-dormant Rinha Pharmaceutical could indeed be revived, they might very well establish a thriving enterprise and fulfill their grand aspirations. Mr. Qin, have you dined yet? Our conditions here are rather modest. We only have roadside stalls or Shaxian snacks serving fried rice and noodles. How about I treat you esteemed guests to a splendid meal at a fine restaurant today? I am profoundly grateful, and words fail to express my appreciation. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. What significance does Shastin Snacks hold? I too have risen from humble beginnings, in my most impoverished days. Even Shastin Snacks felt like a luxury. Are you all agreeable? He then turned to Gao Jia, Han Jiaolong, and the others. These fellows were accustomed to a life of comfort. Han Jiaolong, in particular, regularly indulged in lavish feasts and perhaps had never even tasted Shastin Snacks. Brother Qin, don't look at me. Shastin Snacks can be quite delightful in their own right, can't they? We are not aristocrats, and we can endure hardships. Han Jiaolong chuckled. Then, let us proceed to arrange the necessary formalities this afternoon. For now, I would like to tour your company. Qin Feng began to make arrangements. Although he had yet to officially acquire Rinha Pharmaceutical, the negotiations had been successfully concluded. Only the formalities and share transfer remained. He could essentially be regarded as the owner of Rinha Pharmaceutical. Chapter 143. Happiness arrives unexpectedly. He had essentially become the owner of Rinha Pharmaceutical. All right, I shall take you there. Upon learning that the company was salvaged, Wang Nan's demeanor transformed completely. He was no longer the despondent figure he once was, but instead radiated youthful vitality. Under Wang Nan's guidance, Qin Feng and the others began their tour of Rinha Pharmaceutical. Currently, there was little of interest to observe at Rinha Pharmaceutical. Qin Feng merely intended to glance at the research center. The personnel there were all graduates from prestigious universities, possessing core technological expertise in the pharmaceutical field and an indomitable spirit. Each of them was a talent indispensable to the company. Soon, they arrived at the research center, where indeed many young individuals donned crisp white lab coats, mingling and discussing. Research and experimentation had long ceased, leaving everyone with furrowed brows and a profound sense of bewilderment about their futures. Ladies and gentlemen, good news. Upon seeing them, Wang Nan exclaimed with palpable excitement. What good news could there possibly be, Brother Wang? The company is on the verge of collapse. I swear, I truly wish I could curse that wretched boss. We've finally developed a miraculous drug, and it's about to enter the final phase of experimentation. Just a step away from success, and yet, why has it come to this? After all, they were all young, and despite being skilled professionals, their patience wore thin. Upon hearing the mention of good news, they began to voice their skepticism, even casting harsh judgments upon their former boss. Why would I deceive you? This is our new boss, Mr. Qin Feng. Wang Nan continued enthusiastically. After negotiations, the acquisition is as good as done. This afternoon, we will proceed with the necessary transfer procedures. He will take over our company. All debts and employees' salaries will be managed by him. Isn't that good news? Wang Nan laughed heartily. For a time, the company had been shrouded in gloom. But now, it finally seemed to emerge into the light, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. How could he not be joyous? Brother Wang, are you jesting? It's broad daylight, and you're still dreaming. Could it be that the pressure has driven you to hallucinations? A group of young people wore expressions of skepticism. At this moment, Qin Feng stepped forward, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, and cleared his throat. Everyone, what Manager Wang has said is indeed true. I am the one acquiring your company. I understand that you have been overwhelmed by the company's debts and the threat of dissolution. However, I declare that those days are behind us. From now on, you will continue your roles at the research center without fear of the company closing. And I will also increase your salaries. What you earned previously will now be doubled. Additionally, there will be year-end bonuses, and outstanding performances will be rewarded with commissions. In short, work diligently, and I assure you, I will not shortchange any of you. Qin Feng's voice was resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. Happiness arrived so suddenly that everyone stood in stunned silence. This is it. I must be dreaming. This is not a dream. It is indeed reality. Brother Wang has confirmed it, so what doubt could remain? After Wang Nan's repeated assurances, the expressions of the crowd radiated pure ecstasy. In the past, the personnel at their research center barely earned over 10,000 a month. However, with Qin Feng's arrival, that figure has doubled, not to mention the commissions and year-end bonuses. If they perform well, does it not imply that their salaries could reach 30 or 20,000? Who would turn their back on such financial prospects? Moreover, Rinha Pharmaceutical encapsulates the aspirations of all, and the miracle drug represents the culmination of years of diligent research. They are determined to witness this transformative medicine revolutionize the pharmaceutical market and create a legendary narrative within the entire field. They shall not rest until their vision is realized. Chapter 144. The debtor's visit. After completing a tour of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, Qin Feng encountered the infrastructure and relevant personnel. It was evident that despite the company's significant price reductions on their medical equipment, very few were genuinely interested in making a purchase. A plethora of medical devices and quarantine-approved pharmaceuticals remained hoarded in their inventory. If they could not be sold in a timely manner, the losses would be substantial. At this moment, Qin Feng had become their beacon of hope. During lunch, the team paid no mind to their surroundings. Dining together with the employees on fried rice and noodles that Wang Nan had brought back from a local eatery. Amidst the conversation, Qin Feng inquired, "Manager Wang, how many employees are currently with the company?" "There are just over 100 remaining, all seasoned employees who have weathered the storms alongside the company. Most are reluctant to leave, while a few are eyeing the opportunity to profit from the company's discounted medical equipment. If they can sell the experimental facilities at a low price, many employees might receive a share of the proceeds, which would help mitigate their losses. However, since you, Mr. Qin, are considering acquiring the company, they are certainly eager to retain their positions and will undoubtedly perform their duties with diligence." Wang Nan responded enthusiastically, well aware of the company's circumstances. As the group engaged in their cheerful banter, a sudden shout erupted from below. "Get out here, we're now a pharmaceutical company." Alongside the shouting, the sound of kicking at the door created an uproar, causing Qin Feng to furrow his brow. "They're back," Wang Nan sighed. "Who are they?" Gao Jia asked. "The debt collectors," Wang Nan replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. "Before our wretched boss fled, he borrowed several million from their company as president. Now, with principal and interest, we owe over 7 million. We are just employees, and we haven't even received our wages. Who could possibly come up with such funds to repay the company's debts? Alas, none of us come from affluent backgrounds. We had hoped Rinha Pharmaceutical would penetrate the market and yield great profits, allowing us to prosper together. Who knew that our boss was a fraud, and we honest workers were all deceived?" Lamented Hu Lingue, the former marketing manager of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company. As the marketing manager, he was responsible for conducting market research and promoting the company's products. Therefore, he typically dealt with the debt collectors, each encounter leaving him with a splitting headache. On one occasion, he was even beaten by the collectors, leaving him bruised and battered, yet he had no choice but to endure, accepting his perceived fault in silence. Wang Nan sighed heavily. How could we possibly raise the funds? The previous boss was a leech. Even I, as the general manager, earned only a little over 100,000 a year, and I haven't been paid in over a year. Qin Feng remained speechless, resonating deeply with the sentiment. Exploitative capitalists have existed in every era. It is truly unimaginable that a general manager of a multi-million-dollar company, like Wang Nan, earns merely over 100,000, akin to the salary of an ordinary employee. Had it not been for his profound dedication to Rinha Pharmaceutical, he would likely have resigned long ago, finding it difficult to part ways. As the group was midway through their meal, they set aside their disposable containers and descended the stairs. In the lobby below, several men brandishing clubs displayed an air of arrogance, resembling nothing short of ruffians. Chapter 145. Alta Ruina, finally willing to come down. Hurry up and return the money. Otherwise, I shall smash your company to pieces. The leader, a middle-aged man with a menacing countenance, bore a conspicuous scar across his left cheek. His eyes glinted like those of a ferocious beast, and his imposing stature revealed him to be a formidable fighter. "Brother, we agreed that we would repay your boss once the medical equipment and the company were sold." Wang Nan's words were abruptly cut short as the man shot him a fierce glare, causing him to swallow his words back, his face paling visibly. "Nonsense. Who does not know the plight of your company? Is there anyone willing to acquire you? How much can those medical devices possibly sell for? If you cannot muster the funds, go take out a loan from the bank. I only wish to see the money. I care not for anything else." This brutish man showed no inclination for reason, his club swinging wildly in his hands. "Otherwise, it shall be like this." With a sudden force, he brought his club crashing down onto the glass door. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed, and the glass shattered into a myriad of pieces, scattering across the ground. "Are you here to cause destruction?" Qin Feng could no longer tolerate the sight and stepped forward. "And who might you be?" "I am the new owner of Rinha Pharmaceutical. I have acquired this company." Qin Feng scoffed, "Returning to inform your boss that the debts owed by Rinha Pharmaceutical shall indeed be repaid. You claim to be so, but perhaps you are merely a charlatan who has appeared from nowhere." The man was filled with skepticism, doubting Qin Feng's words. After all, in his view, who in their right mind would acquire Rinha Pharmaceutical, burdened with millions in debts and an insatiable pit of employee salaries? Surely, one with such financial capacity would not act so foolishly. "I care not. If your company cannot produce the funds today, I will smash everything in this place." Smash it all. The middle-aged man, brimming with arrogance, began directing his cohorts to prepare to vandalize the faade of Rinha Pharmaceutical. At that moment, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure in the crowd that seemed oddly familiar. His pupils constricted sharply. "Stop! Everyone halt!" he bellowed, urgency lacing his voice. His subordinates immediately ceased their actions, their eyes turning towards him in confusion. The implication was clear. "Boss, did you not instruct us to smash it? Do not shout. Just hold on for a moment." After uttering these words, he swiftly made his way through the throng. The employees of Relive Pharmaceutical exchanged wary and puzzled glances, unsure of his intentions. To their astonishment, he hastened to stand before Han Xiaolong, bending slightly in a respectful manner and addressing him. "Mr. Han, are you the esteemed Mr. Han of Chitamedia?" Han Xiaolong, taken aback, could not help but respond. "Do you know me?" He pondered endlessly in his mind, yet could not discern the identity of the individual before him. It was evident that he did not recognize the other party. "General Han, indeed it is you. Such a forgetful noble. My superior is a close friend of yours. I had the pleasure of encountering you while dining with him in the past, and we even shared a drink together. My name is Luo Zhen. Do you remember me?" This individual, who had previously exhibited an air of arrogance and hubris, suddenly adopted a demeanor of utmost respect and humility, a transformation that left those around him somewhat unsettled. Chapter 146. A shift in attitude. I truly have no recollection. Han Xiaolong scratched his head. As a businessman, he had an extensive network, knowing countless individuals from a multitude of professions, making it difficult for him to pinpoint who this Luo Zhen was. Luo Zhen's expression faltered, feeling somewhat awkward. He had assumed that having clinked glasses and shared a meal, coupled with his efforts to make an impression during the gathering, would leave some mark on the other's memory. However, he was taken aback to discover that he had been entirely forgotten. Upon reflection, this was understandable. After all, he was merely a subordinate. While Han Xiaolong was the company's president, the disparity in their positions was significant, and he had failed to demonstrate sufficient value to warrant remembrance. "Who is your boss?" Han Xiaolong pondered for a moment but still could not recall, thus he inquired. "My boss is Mr. Zheng Huaqing, the president of Hucheng Biological Company," Luo Zhen replied excitedly. "Han Xiaolong, you must remember him, right?" Indeed, Han Xiaolong nodded. He had previously collaborated with the president of Hucheng Biological Company. Yet he regarded the approach as somewhat of an elevation in status. Even if he remembered, he had not placed much significance on it. "Mr. Han, what brings you here? Are you considering a stake in Relive Pharmaceuticals?" Luo Zhen asked in confusion, urging him further. "Mr. Han, I must advise you that Relive Pharmaceuticals holds no value whatsoever. If you genuinely intend to pursue an acquisition, it could lead to substantial losses. What I intend is none of your concern." Han Xiaolong shot him a cold glance. While he understood that Luo Zhen meant well, he did not share his opinion on the matter. Currently, Han Xiaolong was almost entirely aligned with Qin Feng, holding unwavering faith in his decisions. To outsiders, acquiring the currently floundering Relive Pharmaceuticals might seem like a folly, yet he held a different belief. He was certain that Qin Feng saw value in the company that eluded the average observer. Luo Zhen found himself momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing he had overstepped. The other man was the company president. While he was merely an ordinary subordinate, such audacity, even if well-intentioned, would surely provoke discontent. "So, Relive Pharmaceuticals owes your boss several million in debts?" Han Xiaolong inquired further. "Yes, Mr. Han," Luo Zhen nodded repeatedly, not daring to exhibit any sign of negligence. "Very well. Return to your boss and inform him that my elder brother is acquiring Relive Pharmaceuticals. As for the debts, once the acquisition process is completed and he officially takes over, he will certainly not shortchange your boss. If he is unwilling, let him come to me." Han Xiaolong. "Elder brother?" Luo Zhen was momentarily bewildered, glancing at the young man who had just spoken, Qin Feng. This young man, seemingly of the same age as Han Xiaolong, did not exude the same opulence. Compared to Han Xiaolong, who radiated affluence with his designer necklace and Rolex watch, he appeared to be an ordinary individual. Qin Feng, dressed in a rather casual style, bore no adornments on his hands or neck, and his attire appeared akin to that of a street vendor. He hardly resembled a wealthy individual. Yet, remarkably, Han Xiaolong himself had proclaimed that Qin Feng was his elder brother. Who exactly is this person? Although puzzled, Luo Zhen dared not show any disrespect. As the elder brother of the esteemed Mr. Han, his words undoubtedly held the same weight as those of Mr. Han himself. "I must convey this message to our boss. I sincerely apologize for our ignorance. Had we known that a friend of Mr. Han was acquiring Relive Pharmaceuticals, I certainly would not have spoken so recklessly. Mr. Han, I shall take my leave for now, but I promise to visit and offer my sincere apologies at a later date." Chapter 147. The great rock soars with the wind. Luo Zhen pondered for a moment and decided to hastily make his exit. Presently, it appeared that several individuals of stature comparable to Han Xiaolong were present, and as a mere errand boy, he could not afford to provoke them. His keen observation revealed the presence of a distinguished figure among the crowd, Gao Jie, whose demeanor clearly indicated a wealth and status on par with Han Xiaolong. Not only he, but even their boss, Zhang Huaqiang, would surely have to bow and scrape in the presence of such eminence. Accompanied by a group, Luozhen left in a most undignified manner. He had arrived with arrogance, yet departed like a defeated soldier, feeling no resentment, as he deemed it entirely warranted. Although Chita Media might not differ significantly in scale from their own Huaqiang Biotech, Han Xiaolong possessed an immense family influence. Had he known that Han Xiaolong's fortune had burgeoned into several hundred million, he would have been left astonished, grateful for his own prudence. Is this truly the end? After Luozhen's departure, Wang Nin found it hard to believe the scene before him. In the past, whenever Luozhen had come with such bravado, they had invariably suffered losses, fully aware of their own shortcomings. Yet today, it was Luozhen who had retreated in disgrace. And his tone was markedly different from his usual belligerence. Wang Nin suddenly realized that this time, Rinha Pharmaceuticals had genuinely encountered a benefactor. His heart brimmed with determination. With Qin Feng valuing them so highly, willing to acquire their company, provide funding, generous salaries, and the latitude to showcase their talents, they simply could not disappoint his expectations. Everyone present took note of this transformation. Qin Feng cleared his throat and spoke. Our company has often been looked down upon by many. Even a mere errand boy from another company feels entitled to belittle us, asserting that we are unworthy of acquisition. However, I hope that this is a thing of the past. Now that I am here, I wish for everyone to rally together. Let us expedite the development of our special medication and commence trials, opening up the entire pharmaceutical market. Ultimately, we shall aim for the provincial, national, and even global markets. As the company's leader, Qin Feng was adept at employing the right rhetoric. His words rekindled the confidence of all present, igniting their motivation and ambition. Without the audacity to propel their products onto a national and global stage, what purpose would there be in running a company? Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their spirits buoyant. With Qin Feng as their steadfast support, their worries were completely assuaged. The immediate objective was to finalize the development of the special medication and demonstrate its feasibility before launching it into the market. After that, the marketing department would take over. This momentum greatly pleased Qin Feng. He understood that after being undermined by their own company's leadership, everyone had been feeling stifled, harboring frustrations with no outlet. Now was the moment to transform that pent-up energy into motivation. With this momentum, Rinha Pharmaceutical Company might very well soar like a great rock, riding the winds to heights of 90,000 miles. In the afternoon, Qin Feng and Wang Nan, along with others, completed the necessary acquisition procedures. The staff at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau were utterly astonished to learn that someone intended to acquire Rinha Pharmaceutical Company. It is common knowledge that Rinha Pharmaceutical is now a hot potato, a company that everyone shuns, eager to maintain their distance. Clearly, they were entirely unprepared for the reality that someone would be willing to take on this troublesome venture. Chapter 148, Addressing Oversights once a series of procedures were completed. It was time for Qin Feng to disperse funds. Under the astonished gaze of Wang Nan, Qin Feng expended a total exceeding 20 million. This amount represented merely the initial acquisition capital. Further obligations included the company's pre-existing debts and the financial needs of its employees, along with daily operational expenses. When all was accounted for, it was evident that a sum exceeding 50 million was indispensable. However, as Qin Feng was in partnership with friends, although he possessed the means to acquire the company single-handedly and had sufficient resources to sustain Rinha Pharmaceuticals for decades, this time he aimed to collaborate with Gao Jie, Han Xiaolong, and others to explore profitable avenues. Thus, they too needed to invest, resulting in an equal split among the four, with each contributing over 500,000. Wang Nan had never encountered such a staggering sum before. As he accompanied them through the procedures, he felt a pang of regret in his heart. Although none of it was his money, the sheer total of over 20 million was still daunting. What astonished him most was how the four, each producing 500,000, did so without a flicker of hesitation. Little did he realize that this sum was trivial for them. To illustrate, Qin Feng was not one to be concerned. With over 100 billion in assets, he had already invested 30 billion to establish his company, Fengshui Limited. Gao Jie had also profited over 100 million from their previous dealings in the Western New City properties. As for Han Xiaolong and Chu Tianhe, they had amassed considerable wealth from their prior ventures in oil futures alongside Qin Feng. Upon completion of the acquisition, Qin Feng assumed the role of CEO of Rinha Pharmaceuticals, holding the largest share. Simultaneously, he placed the company under the aegis of Fengshui Limited, thereby designating it as a subsidiary. Although Fengshui Limited was not yet renowned and merely existed as a shell, Qin Feng firmly believed that in time, Rinha Pharmaceuticals would take pride in being a subsidiary of Fengshui Capital Limited. The remaining Gao Jie and the others became the second, third, and fourth largest shareholders, joining the board of directors. However, they assumed a hands-off role, refraining from participating in strategic decisions. Qin Feng, on the other hand, focused solely on major decisions and providing requisite support. He did not intend to engage in the realms of technical research or marketing, opting instead to entrust these responsibilities to professionals. He had devised a plan to recruit skilled individuals adept in these fields. However, that was a matter for the future. The pressing need was to effectively manage Rinha Pharmaceuticals, implementing necessary reforms to rejuvenate the company. Throughout the day, Qin Feng and his associates remained in Hebei City, conducting a thorough assessment of the company to identify any oversights. Beyond the initial investments and renovations, Qin Feng systematically addressed outstanding debts. Next, it was time for payroll. After the finance department completed their calculations, Qin Feng disbursed several million solely for salaries, as many employees had not been compensated for an entire year. This expenditure was essential, not only to secure their livelihoods, but also to maintain their loyalty. Having acquired the long-awaited company, many employees were overwhelmed with emotion, with some superstitious individuals even hailing Qin Feng as a celestial being sent to rescue them. With newfound financial stability, no one wished to resign or seek other employment, as finding a suitable job is quite challenging. Moreover, the initial wave of benefits issued by Qin Feng left them utterly astounded. Every employee in the company saw their salary increase by at least 50% from its original amount, significantly surpassing the average wages offered by peer companies. It is likely that other pharmaceutical firms, upon witnessing the employee benefits provided by Qin Feng, would vehemently criticize him for disregarding conventions and inciting internal competition through financial incentives. Chapter 149. A combination of kindness and severity. With Qin Feng, the exemplary leader, at the helm, the employees were invigorated, tirelessly working overtime to ensure the smooth operation of the company. This was particularly true for the technicians at the research center. Most of them were engaged in a mentorship model, where seasoned professionals guided younger, more fervent technicians who were willing to exert themselves for their work. Every evening, they labored until 10 o'clock, and Qin Feng remained alongside them, having taken up temporary residence in Hebei City, punctually overseeing the company's operations. After several days, the nearly completed special medicine finally passed its tests and was sent to the relevant authorities for inspection. As long as it passed, it could officially enter the market. During the inspection process, the staff were all on edge, fearing that a single error could lead to failure, jeopardizing the culmination of their hard work. However, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of anxiety, which puzzled many employees. One would expect the owner to be the most anxious, considering that if the special medicine failed inspection, he would bear the greatest loss. Little did they know, Qin Feng's calm demeanor stemmed from his confidence that the medicine would achieve resounding success. He had already devised plans to create a significant market impact with its entry. Days later, the relevant authorities confirmed that the special medicine had passed inspection and issued the corresponding certification. The employees erupted in jubilation. This was the fruit of years of diligent research, now recognized and ready to assist those afflicted by the related ailments. A moment of great joy. Following the successful inspection, Qin Feng urgently convened a meeting that evening. Under the bright lights, every face radiated confidence. Congratulations to all. It is your collective efforts that have propelled the special medicines research forward, enabling its market entry. This is indeed a celebration, he declared. Especially to the technicians at the research center, your relentless dedication has led us to this success. Thus, I have decided that every technician will receive a corresponding bonus. The marketing department will likewise be rewarded for their sales achievements. Bonuses will not be lacking. I am not a miserly employer. As long as you perform well, your rewards will be ample. Of course, those who dare to breach the rules will not face leniency. Qin Feng was known for his clear distinction between rewards and penalties. Rewards inspire motivation, while penalties impose necessary pressure. Both are indispensable. Upon hearing Qin Feng's promise of bonuses, smiles blossomed across the faces of the crowd. I have witnessed your hard work during this period, and I appreciate it. Tomorrow, I will grant everyone a day off and take you all on a company-sponsored team-building outing. However, one must not let their guard down due to a momentary lapse in focus. Starting from the day after tomorrow, the marketing department must invigorate their spirits. We possess a miracle drug, and it is time to unveil the pharmaceutical market and assess our achievements. Continuing with a balanced approach of both reward and pressure, Qin Feng instilled a sense of urgency among his employees while also offering incentives. Witnessing this scene, Gao Jie and his companions were left in awe. They had never seen Qin Feng manage a company. They only knew of his ability to generate profit. They had not anticipated that his management techniques would be equally skilled and adept. Brother Qin should truly consider engaging in network marketing. Han Xiaolong reflected with a mix of admiration and astonishment. Chapter 150. United we stand, though merely a few words. Qin Feng's image had already taken root in the hearts of all employees. Those who provide timely assistance often leave an indelible impression. At the most challenging time for Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, Qin Feng emerged, acquiring the company with unwavering resolve, settling their debts, and dispersing long overdue salaries. He alleviated their urgent plight, rescuing them from dire straits. Consequently, their respect for Qin Feng transformed into absolute obedience, even bordering on reverence. Rest assured, boss. This task will be handled by our marketing department. We will certainly create a minor upheaval in the current pharmaceutical market. It seems we have never been this confident before. At this moment, Wang Nan interjected, let us not rejoice too soon. Once the special medication enters the market, we will face a formidable adversary, Tongren Pharmaceutical Group. Though they have not developed a corresponding special medication, controls nearly 80% of the provincial pharmaceutical market. If we wish to carve out a niche, we may encounter their suppression, making market entry a formidable challenge. Qin Feng nodded slightly, greatly pleased with Wang Nan's performance. As the general manager, he was well acquainted with Rinha Pharmaceutical's research progress, as well as the various competitors and market dynamics. His diligence was evident. Fear not, as long as our product is sound. Entering the market is merely a matter of funding. I may lack in many areas, but I am not deficient in capital, Qin Feng stated with remarkable confidence. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan was momentarily stunned. Not only he, but also the core staff from the marketing, finance, and research departments were rendered speechless. Just how much wealth did the boss possess? Spending tens of millions to acquire the company, settle debts, and ensure every employee received their wages seemed to cause him no distress at all. A mere trifle, as if it were nothing more than the legs of a mosquito. All right, this meeting serves as a wake-up call. We must all muster our spirits, particularly the marketing team. Dismissed. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the palpable excitement among the crowd was evident. Rinha Pharmaceutical had undergone a remarkable transformation, entering the pharmaceutical market with renewed vigor. With Qin Feng as their supporter, their confidence soared. The next day, as the owner, Qin Feng personally took the employees on a team-building excursion. They traversed various locales in Hebei City, indulging in delightful culinary and recreational experiences. During this outing, the employees experienced a novel sensation. Their new boss seemed neither aloof nor unapproachable. Instead, he exuded warmth and camaraderie, engaging in light-hearted banter without adopting a condescending demeanor. Working under such a leader in a company united in purpose was undoubtedly a pleasure. Despite the recent demands of overtime, the additional efforts were generously compensated. Currently, the majority of companies advocate for a culture of competition among employees, with many working late into the night, resulting in widespread discontent among the workforce. The aversion to overtime among employees is largely not due to the excessive workload, but rather stems from the fact that most companies are rather miserly. With already limited salaries, the enforced overtime comes without any additional compensation. If the financial incentives were adequate, most employees would undoubtedly welcome the prospect of working extra hours. The individuals at Rinha Pharmaceutical share a common aspiration, and now, united, they form a formidable force, embodying a collective determination that can achieve great feats. Chapter 151. Entering the market, it was yet another new morning. The staff at Rinha Pharmaceutical Company were brimming with energy, donning a fresh countenance. After the effective medication passed the quarantine inspection, it was poised to enter the market for sale. However, the current situation of Rinha Pharmaceutical was evidently not encouraging. The vast majority of pharmacies had severed their partnerships with the company, leaving only one or two establishments teetering on the brink of collapse. Moreover, Rinha Pharmaceutical had not yet reached the scale of a conglomerate like Tongren Pharmaceutical Group, lacking any directly affiliated pharmacies and having no collaborations with hospitals. It resembled a solitary island in the vast ocean, devoid of any connections. At this juncture, Rinha Pharmaceutical was starting from scratch. To address this, Qin Feng personally led the marketing team to visit various pharmacies and hospitals, aiming to establish cooperative relationships. Naturally, when soliciting assistance, gifts were indispensable. Qin Feng provided the necessary financial support for the marketing department to execute their plans. The first target was a pharmacy where the partnership still existed. As they approached the pharmacy, the marketing manager, Hu Lingue, furrowed his brow and remarked, "This pharmacy is the only one that has not yet terminated its collaboration with us. Regardless of the circumstances, we must retain this one. It will significantly aid our promotion. If our effective medication can gain a foothold here, other pharmacies will undoubtedly rush to partner with us." Qin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging the rationale behind Hu Lingue's statement. As the saying goes, the first step is the hardest. Achieving a transition from 0 to 1 would indeed be a considerable breakthrough. Let us muster some enthusiasm. Onward. Hu Lingue and his team rallied one another before stepping into the pharmacy. Qin Feng followed suit, adopting the role of an observer, unless absolutely necessary. He would refrain from intervening. Upon entering the pharmacy, Qin Feng was immediately met with the booming voice of the shop owner. Can you please stop coming here? Damn Rinha Pharmaceutical. No one is buying your drugs. The last shipment is still gathering dust in the warehouse. What do you want now? The owner, a middle-aged woman, unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Hu Lingue, who stood at the forefront. Hu Lingue managed a wry smile before responding. Owner Lu, you are well aware of the predicament we at Rinha Pharmaceutical have faced recently. We encountered a significant setback not long ago. Although we could not sell that last batch of drugs, that was our fault. However, our newly developed effective medication is certain to penetrate the market. Who would believe that? No one is buying your drugs. Besides, isn't Rinha Pharmaceutical on the verge of dissolution? I heard the owner hasn't even paid your salaries. Yet you continue to work for him. Are you all fools? Owner Lu shrugged dismissively, a look of disdain etched on her face. Consider this a friendly warning. Let us each take a little loss and refrain from trying to lead our pharmacy astray. The pharmacy business is already struggling. How could they possibly stock the medications from your store? The newly developed cold remedy by Tongren Pharmaceutical Group is truly a masterpiece. If our shop could procure such a product in wholesale, our business would undoubtedly flourish. Ms. Lu felt overwhelmed and urgently issued a dismissal. Hu Lingue's expression turned awkward, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Observing the situation, Qin Feng stepped forward and remarked with a smile. I heard that Tongren Group has developed a new remedy for colds. Chapter 152. Know yourself and know your enemy. Who are you? Ms. Lu furrowed her brow as she approached Qin Feng. I am the new owner of Rinha Pharmaceutical. Qin Feng replied candidly, aware that this news would soon circulate, and he had nothing to conceal. The former owner fled, and I took over. What? You actually took over the mess that is Rinha Pharmaceutical? What were you thinking? Isn't that a fool's errand? Aren't you afraid of incurring losses? Ms. Lu's expression was one of disbelief, regarding Qin Feng as if he were a simpleton. Qin Feng, however, did not take offense. Instead, he responded calmly, Ms. Lu, do you have the new cold remedy from Tongren Group? Perhaps you could show it to us? Unfortunately, we do not stock it. After all, our small establishment lacks the standing to collaborate with such a large corporation, Ms. Lu replied. However, I personally purchased 2 boxes as a backup, and the effects are quite impressive. She retrieved an open box from her counter, revealing 2 strips of green capsules. Upon inspection, Qin Feng noted that the medication was named Tongren Cold Relief Capsules. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing the coincidence. This is indeed fortuitous. It's the same type of cold remedy as ours, one remarked. However, the efficacy listed here is evidently inferior to that of our product. It can only clear heat and relieve coughs, addressing mild colds, but not severe ones, and it takes over a day to show results. Its effects are rather ordinary. Whereas our remedy also reduces fever and is significantly more potent. If our product enters the market, it is bound to outperform Tongren Pharmaceutical. The group brimmed with confidence. Yet, Qin Feng interjected, to know oneself and to know one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. He then turned to Ms. Lu, proposing, Ms. Lu, I offer you 100 yuan for the remaining 2 strips of capsules. What do you say? Ms. Lu was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this person was truly foolish. The cold remedy could be purchased at the Tongren Pharmaceutical outlets for merely 20 yuan. Yet here was someone offering 100 yuan for her supply? However, she quickly rationalized the situation. This person must either be a simpleton or possess an abundance of money. Otherwise, how could he possibly acquire the troubled Rinha Pharmaceutical? Since she stood to gain, she decided to acquiesce. After all, she would still profit over 70 yuan. Very well, I shall sell them to you. I have only used them twice, and my cold has nearly subsided, she conceded. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and promptly handed over the 100 yuan. He was well aware that in Ms. Lu's eyes, he likely appeared to be a fool. Yet, this was precisely the outcome he desired. Upon receiving the Tongren Group's remedy, Qin Feng handed it over to the marketing manager, Hu Lingue. This is a competing product within the same arena. Take it back for thorough analysis. Regardless of whether their product is superior or inferior to ours, there will undoubtedly be aspects from which we can learn. After ensuring that Hu Lingue and the others nodded in understanding, he once again turned his gaze toward Ms. Lu. Boss Lu, in truth, our visit today is to discuss the previous matters of collaboration with you. I am fully aware that trust in the former Rinha Pharmaceutical was unwarranted. However, the current Rinha Pharmaceutical is markedly different from its former self. In light of the past shortcomings in honoring your trust, We have prepared a substantial number of gifts as a gesture of apology. Qin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Lingue, who promptly understood and produced an array of gifts. Chapter 153. The ingenious strategy of killing two birds with one stone, although the counterpart was merely a small pharmacy owner. Qin Feng regarded this individual as the company's first collaborative partner, thus he invested considerable resources. The gifts he presented were quite luxurious, each costing several thousand, which left Ms. Lu feeling somewhat awkward. Was this person simply a fool with too much money and nowhere to spend it? Should she accept the gifts or not? In a moment of indecision, Ms. Lu found herself torn. Refusing the gifts would seem a pity, as they were precious items she could rarely afford. Even if she accepted them, she could showcase them to her acquaintances, gaining a semblance of prestige. However, accepting them would render her somewhat embarrassed to sever the collaborative relationship with the pharmacy. Mr. Lu, you must accept this. It is a token of our company's goodwill. Furthermore, you need not worry about the marketability of our special medicine. You can initially take a small quantity to assess its quality, and should it fail to sell, a full refund is entirely feasible. While Ms. Lu pondered her dilemma, Qin Feng began to gently persuade her. Given her prior inclination towards the gifts, his vigorous onslaught of persuasion left her unable to resist such temptation. Ultimately, she succumbed and accepted the gifts, exhaling a sigh. You, as a proprietor, possess a certain charm. Unlike the previous one. Very well, I shall extend an opportunity. I will purchase 100 boxes of your medicine. However, if it proves unsellable, I shall expect a full refund. Seeing her finally relent, Hu Lingue and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although 100 boxes were indeed a meager quantity, it marked a promising beginning. They would address subsequent matters later. After finalizing the agreement, the group signed the respective contracts. Once outside the pharmacy, Hu Lingue inquired, "Boss, what would be an appropriate price for our special medicine?" This question had occupied his thoughts recently, yet he had failed to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Ultimately, he decided to seek Qin Feng's opinion. Quite simple. Let us match the price of the Tongren Group. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Though this price is slightly lower, our profit will diminish, yet we can leverage the situation. Leverage the situation? Hu Lingue queried, perplexed. Indeed. Consider, if we price our products the same as the Tongren Group, would it not appear as though we are challenging them? We are not yet well known. Whereas the Tongren Group enjoys widespread acclaim and holds a significant position in the provincial pharmaceutical market, we should utilize their reputation to our advantage, capitalizing on their traffic. Hu Lingue, no fool, grasped the brilliance of Qin Feng's explanation and marveled inwardly. This was a cunning scheme. If successful, it would not only strengthen their own position but also undermine their competitor, effectively achieving two objectives with one strategy. Although the plan was indeed ruthless, it was undeniably clever, representing the optimal choice for Rinha Pharmaceuticals at this juncture. After all, should alternative strategies be employed, it would be exceedingly difficult to swiftly penetrate the absolute dominance of Tong Rin Tang in the pharmaceutical market and to circumvent the blockade imposed by Rinha Pharmaceutical. Ultimately, a genuine confrontation is inevitable. Fear is of no consequence. Sooner or later, Tong Rin Tang will take notice of our presence and will not permit us to peacefully monopolize the entire market. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. He had long studied the operations of Tong Rin Tang Group, and given their business model, they would not tolerate the emergence of competing products within the same sector, as they are intolerant of any form of competition. Chapter 154. Unexpected circumstances. Since the opponent would inevitably take notice and suppress Rinha Pharmaceutical, it would be prudent for us to proactively strike back. We could also leverage their momentum and renowned reputation to elevate our company's visibility. Subsequently, Qin Feng turned his attention to Hu Lingue, advising him that relying solely on miracle drugs would not suffice to dethrone Tongren Pharmaceutical. The marketing department must expedite the development of new medications. Our aspirations should extend beyond just miracle drugs. Research pertaining to other pharmaceuticals must be prioritized as well. If we lack sufficient personnel, we should recruit new talent, particularly those highly educated graduates from pharmaceutical programs. They possess boundless potential, command a wealth of innovative techniques, and have a broad perspective, truly invaluable assets. In terms of remuneration, you may offer generous salaries, ensuring they exceed the average compensation at Tongren Group. I want to attract all these talents to our company, leaving none for Tongren Group. Qin Feng's words conveyed unwavering confidence, instantly inspiring Hu Lingue. He felt a surge of assurance, knowing that as long as finances were not an issue, he could proceed without restraint. He couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of a financially robust company. In the past, the company owner had been miserly, with funding being the primary obstacle. The adage money makes the world go round rang true. Without financial support, even the most talented could not flourish. Just as Qin Feng was about to outline the next steps to Hu Lingue, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Nyonyo. A few days prior, he had informed her of his business trip and his inability to accompany her. Now, was there an urgent matter at hand? Upon answering, he heard Nyonyo's voice, tinged with a hint of tears and urgency, which immediately heightened his apprehension. Hu Lingue, observing from the side, was taken aback. During the past few days, he had witnessed his boss exude confidence and tranquility in the office, regardless of circumstances or decisions, seemingly impervious to any stress. Yet now, a flicker of tension crossed Qin Feng's face. How could this be? What could possibly cause the boss to feel anxious? Daddy, Mommy suddenly fainted. Can you come and see? Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He had been preoccupied with work recently, only occasionally communicating with Nyonyo, and had scarcely been in touch with Lin Ruoxue. Thus, he was unaware of her situation. However, upon hearing those words, he immediately understood that Lin Ruoxue must have been unwilling to accept his assistance, working herself to the point of collapse. Nyonyo, wait for me. I'll be there right away. Without hesitation, he hung up the phone and prepared to drive back to Longzhou City. Please take care of things on this side. There is no need to rush into the forthcoming matters. Simply await the changes in the market with patience. Remember this adage: when the enemy comes, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall use the earth to conceal it. Do not act recklessly or in haste. I have urgent matters to attend to and must return to Longzhou City. After giving his instructions to Hu Lingue, Qin Feng departed without delay. Throughout, Hu Lingue refrained from inquiring about the situation, silently hoping that it was not something grave. Chapter 155. The ailing Lin Ruoxue. The journey from Hebei City to Longzhou City takes merely an hour via the expressway. With Qin Feng's urgency and swift driving, they arrived in under an hour. He then hurried to the rented apartment where Lin Ruoxue and her daughter resided. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Sister Fat and Nyonyo. Qin Feng, you have finally returned. Sister Fat exclaimed, visibly relieved. Please, talk some sense into Ruoxue. We do not understand what has possessed her. She was doing fine. Why must she work herself to the bone? Last night, she worked overtime until 10 and fainted before she could even leave for the day. She insists that Nyonyo is about to start kindergarten and wants to earn more money for a better education. But is that truly necessary? Even an ordinary public kindergarten is quite good. Why impose such pressure on the child? Shouldn't Nyonyo just be happy? Sister Fat spoke in a rush, and Qin Feng found himself in agreement with her sentiments. At least, from his perspective, ensuring Nyonyo enjoys a joyful childhood, free from worries in adulthood, was his greatest aspiration. Perhaps Lin Ruoxue shared this sentiment, yet her eagerness often led her to err. Daddy, Mommy is inside. She took her medicine and has fallen asleep. I'm not sure if she is awake now, Nyonyo said, pointing her delicate finger toward the inner room. Qin Feng nodded slightly and quietly entered the bedroom. Inside, Lin Ruoxue lay peacefully on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in slumber. Approaching the bedside, Qin Feng gently sat down, earnestly studying Lin Ruoxue's face. Her delicate eyelashes, exquisite little nose, and lips tinted a rosy hue appeared enchanting, while her fair skin bore hints of weariness. Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue married early. Right after graduating from university, they embarked on their marital journey. At that time, Qin Feng had achieved modest success in his entrepreneurial endeavors, and their relationship was characterized by mutual respect and affection. They were regarded as a perfect couple, admired by all. Had it not been for subsequent events, they would surely have remained the envy of those around them. Over the years, whether for the sake of their crumbling family or for Nyonyo, Lin Ruoxue had endured great hardships. She toiled day and night, even foregoing the purchase of cosmetics. Yet, despite her lack of makeup, her natural beauty shone through, captivating all who beheld her. It is I who have burdened you. Qin Feng sighed as he gazed at Lin Ruoxue's face. Believe it or not, I shall not treat you as I once did. I promise to love you for a lifetime, and I shall fulfill that vow. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Qin Feng suddenly heard a soft murmur. He quickly regained his focus, noticing Lin Ruoxue's eyelashes fluttering before she opened her eyes. They were gentle and beautiful, reminiscent of autumn waters. What brings you here? She inquired. As Lin Ruoxue gazed at Qin Feng seated before her, a sense of nostalgia enveloped her. Several years prior, during her illness when she was hospitalized, Qin Feng had vigilantly remained by her side, unwavering in his devotion. Each morning upon awakening, she would find herself greeted by his familiar presence, just as she did now. You are gravely ill. Naturally, I must be here, Qin Feng murmured, gently caressing her forehead, which radiated an intense heat. Rarely did Lin Ruoxue allow such intimacy, perhaps due to her lack of strength to resist. Or perhaps it was the resurgence of long-buried memories. She recalled a day from years past when Qin Feng had similarly gazed at her with tender affection, softly brushing his fingers against her brow. How she cherished those moments. Chapter 156. The transformation of Lin Ruoxue. You must be quite busy with work, Lin Ruoxue remarked weakly. There's no need for you to visit me. I just feel a bit dizzy. A little rest will suffice. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's irritation flared. What nonsense are you speaking? No matter how important work is, it cannot rival your well-being. Lin Ruoxue paused, taken aback. She felt somewhat disoriented. Such sentiments were not typically expressed by Qin Feng. Yet, she did not doubt the sincerity of his words, for she had noticed a significant change in him over time, as if he were a different person altogether. You are working far too hard. I have long said you need not toil so excessively, Qin Feng stated earnestly. I will take care of Nyo-Nyo's schooling, ensuring she attends the finest kindergarten. I'll cover the tuition. Should you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Lin Ruoxue hesitated, her thoughts trailing off. Qin Feng continued, you need not feel indebted to me. It is I who owe a debt to you both. Regardless of the circumstances, grant me the chance to make amends. His heartfelt words rendered Lin Ruoxue momentarily speechless, making it difficult for her to refuse. She attempted to sit up, but Qin Feng gently pressed her fragrant shoulder, advising, rest well, do not push yourself. Once you feel better, I shall take you to the hospital. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Do not allow momentary pride to compromise your well-being. Lin Ruoxue furrowed her brow. She could be considered the person who understood Qin Feng best in the world. Such wisdom was not something he would have previously articulated. She was not one to be overly sentimental, and with Qin Feng having spoken thus, she had no choice but to comply and lie down to rest. Qin Feng remained by her side, and unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxue felt a sense of comfort, a feeling that had not graced her heart in many years. Before long, she drifted into slumber. Several hours later, as noon approached, she awakened only to find the room empty, a flicker of disappointment rising within her. He was merely spouting sweet words, unchanged from before. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted into the room, instantly provoking Lin Ruoxue's appetite and causing her to swallow involuntarily. Outside, she heard the voices of Qin Feng and Nyo-Nyo. Daddy, it smells wonderful. When can we eat? We can have our meal once Mommy wakes up. Don't rush. Nyo-Nyo, Qin Feng reassured her. Lin Ruoxue was momentarily astonished, realizing he had not left her side after all. How do you feel now? At that moment, Qin Feng entered the room, a smile gracing his features upon seeing Lin Ruoxue awake. Much better, she replied softly, her gaze somewhat distant. I've prepared a meal. Let us eat together. If you're still unwell, should I feed you? Qin Feng inquired with a grin. That's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Although she verbally declined, the words reminded her of many years ago when she was unwell, and Qin Feng had similarly fed her. However, she had since recovered considerably. Not to mention the demands of her work, she was at least capable of getting out of bed to eat on her own. The fact that Lin Ruoxue could engage in conversation with him was evidence that his efforts were indeed bearing fruit. Before long, Qin Feng had set the table with the meal. Nyo-Nyo eagerly picked up a spoon, her face alight with anticipation, her eyes wide and sparkling, exuding an undeniable charm. Considering Lin Ruoxue's health, he had prepared the rice as porridge and made the dishes rather mild, devoid of any chili, yet they remained incredibly delicious. Chapter 157. Nyo-Nyo's divine assistance. How is my culinary skill? Qin Feng inquired, having witnessed Lin Ruoxue take a bite of the dish. The rapport between them had significantly improved, the ice that once separated them having melted, allowing for normal communication. Although their conversation occasionally bore a certain stiffness, it was evident that they were no longer the distant couple they once were, and a positive shift had begun to emerge. Indeed, a hint of surprise graced Lin Ruoxue's fair visage. Though reluctant to praise Qin Feng, she could not deny that his culinary prowess had genuinely astonished her. In her recollection, Qin Feng had never been one to grace the kitchen. At least in the years following their marriage, he seldom entered the kitchen unless hunger compelled him, preferring to dine out or rely on Lin Ruoxue's cooking. What had transpired? How could his culinary creations be so delectable? Had he taken it upon himself to learn the art of cooking? Is this truly your handiwork? Lin Ruoxue could not help but inquire after tasting a few more bites. Why else would it be? Qin Feng chuckled, fully aware of the doubts clouding Lin Ruoxue's mind. However, this skill had been acquired after Qin Feng's awakening in his previous life. He had yearned to reclaim all that he had lost, but alas, his epiphany had come too late, rendering his efforts and regrets futile. In this new life, he had not neglected his culinary skills, often envisioning a day when their family of three could harmoniously coexist, thus allowing him to showcase his cooking talents. Now, That opportunity had finally arrived. You have truly changed from before, Lin Ruoxue remarked, her eyes sparkling with a newfound light. Is that a compliment? I hope you will shower me with more praise in the future, Qin Feng teased. Lin Ruoxue shot him a playful glare, retorting. We shall see when you can be deemed a capable father. Understood, I shall strive for that. Qin Feng nodded earnestly. During the meal, Qin Feng felt a sense of joy, at least from his perspective. Lin Ruoxue's attitude towards him had shifted considerably, a development worthy of celebration. After dining, he washed the dishes, tidied up, and prepared to take Lin Ruoxue to the hospital. I'm not going to the hospital. I'm fine now. I have to work this afternoon and didn't manage to request leave this morning, so my wages might be deducted, Lin Ruoxue insisted firmly. That is out of the question. Your health cannot be judged by your own words. It is the doctor's opinion that truly matters. Qin Feng retorted, listen to me. We're going to the hospital, and work can wait. As Lin Ruoxue attempted to decline once more, Qin Feng discreetly signaled to Niu. Though young, Niu was undeniably clever, having been briefed by Qin Feng on how to assist. She promptly approached Lin Ruoxue, clinging to her leg and pleading, Mommy, let us just go to the hospital for a checkup. She even added a dramatic display of tears. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxue found it difficult to refuse. Do not weep. Niu, Mother is here for you. Let us go to the hospital, she reassured. Do not fret, Niu, for Father is here as well. He will accompany Mother. Qin Feng seized the moment to add. With Father by her side, Niu felt a sense of security wash over her. A smile broke through her tears. Deep down, she yearned for her parents to reconcile, hoping for the mending of their strained relationship. Qin Feng silently praised Niu's supportive spirit as he assisted Lin Ruoxue down the stairs. Just then, they encountered Sister Pang in the stairwell, who was taken aback by the scene before her. Chapter 158, A Kind Heart You Too. Fat Sister was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, she regained her composure and asked in astonishment. Fat Sister, Ruoxue is feeling unwell, so I shall take her to the hospital. Please keep an eye on Niu while I am away, explained Qin Feng. He held Fat Sister in great esteem, acknowledging her as a genuinely kind-hearted individual who had provided immense support to Lin Ruoxue and her daughter, Niu. He intended to express his gratitude to this wonderful neighbor at a more opportune time. Oh, it's nothing. I'll take care of her. Fat Sister waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor nonchalant. Living alone, with no relatives in the city, she relished her solitude. Each day, she engaged in her duties as a community patrol and cleaner. Although her salary was modest, it sufficed for her personal expenses, leaving her with a surplus. Thus, she had ample time and frequently assisted in looking after Niu, particularly when Lin Ruoxue was occupied with work. During those times, Niu would have her lunch and dinner at Fat Sister's house, leading Fat Sister to regard Lin Ruoxue as a sister and Niu as her sister's daughter. We've already eaten. The dishes were prepared by Qin Feng, so I must thank Fat Sister for your help, Lin Ruoxue remarked. Fat Sister was taken aback for a moment but soon turned to Qin Feng with a beaming smile. You rascal, it seems you've truly turned over a new leaf. That's splendid. Your transformation is indeed commendable. Ruoxue, why not give him a chance? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed as she pouted. Let us discuss this matter later. It was evident she wished to avoid delving deeper into that topic. Qin Feng discerned her sentiment and addressed Fat Sister. Thank you for your kind words. But I believe I need to strive even harder. I owe Ruoxue and her daughter far too much. I do not seek their forgiveness, only the opportunity to amend past regrets. Well, you are both adults now. You can make your own decisions. I am merely an outsider, and at most, I can offer some suggestions, Fat Sister concluded before ascending the stairs. After watching her depart, Lin Ruoxue turned to Qin Feng and said, let us wait for the bus. The number 219 bus goes directly to Longzhou City's second hospital. Qin Feng had anticipated her response. To save money, Lin Ruoxue typically walked everywhere. Her workplace was several kilometers away, necessitating her to rise exceptionally early each day to walk the distance. She could hardly bear to spend money on a taxi and avoided crowded public transport whenever possible. I drove here. I'll take you there and stay with you until your examination is complete. Rest assured, I will not leave your side. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue was taken aback. You bought a car? Qin Feng nodded. I earned a bit of money and recently acquired a new car. In the future, wherever you wish to go, just call me, and I will come to pick you up. No need. Lin Ruoxue shook her head, feeling uneasy about Qin Feng frequently visiting her home, fearing gossip from others. Yet, she was somewhat surprised. How had Qin Feng managed to buy a car? Just how much had he earned? Although she is aware that Qin Feng has become affluent, she remains oblivious to the extent of his wealth and possesses little understanding of money. After all, from the very beginning, she never contemplated amassing a fortune. Her sole aspiration is to earn enough for a down payment on a house, providing Ñoño with a superior living environment. Simultaneously, she aims to secure funds to cover Ñoño's daily expenses and ensure she receives a quality education. She has never entertained thoughts of purchasing cosmetics, designer handbags, or fashionable clothing. As long as Ñoño's needs are met, that is sufficient for her. Chapter 159. The astonished Lin Roashue. Upon descending to the community, Lin Roashue was momentarily rendered speechless. Is this your vehicle? Her gaze fell upon a luxurious SUV, its glossy black surface gleaming in the light. It was evident that its price tag was substantial, rivaling those extravagant automobiles she had seen on television. Even without a deep understanding of cars, Lin Roashue knew that such a luxury vehicle would not be acquired for less than $1 million. What kind of work does Qin Feng engage in? How could he amass such wealth in a short span of time? He explained, I purchased this SUV for convenience since my daily travel is often cumbersome. It's spacious, has a high chassis, and can navigate almost any terrain. Unlike a sedan, it doesn't induce a sense of confinement, making it less likely for anyone to suffer from motion sickness. Once Ñoño starts kindergarten, it will be easier for me to pick her up. This only deepened Lin Roashue's curiosity. The previous time, Qin Feng had handed her parents a substantial sum without so much as a flicker of hesitation, which had left her questioning. What is your current occupation? She found herself unable to restrain her curiosity, her eyes betraying her intrigue. Although she had previously declared that she would no longer concern herself with Qin Feng, that was a sentiment from the past. Recently, his actions had reignited her curiosity, and she was blissfully unaware that her heart had begun to care for him once more, just as it had before. I am the owner of a company now. Rest assured, it is a legitimate business, and I have completely distanced myself from gambling. Qin Feng reassured her, understanding her apprehensions. As Lin Roashue settled into the front passenger seat of the Porsche Cayenne, she was struck by the spaciousness and brightness of the interior, the seats exuding comfort. To alleviate her concerns about motion sickness, Qin Feng drove smoothly, decelerating upon encountering curves, ensuring Lin Roashue's experience was nothing short of delightful. Before long, they arrived at Longzhou City Third Hospital. In the past, when they lived together before their divorce, Lin Roashue had often fantasized about how convenient it would be to own a car. Yet now, Qin Feng had made that dream a reality. Albeit they were no longer a family. Circumstances change, and time alters everything. If placed back into the same environment, would she truly wish for it? Lin Roashue pondered this, grappling with her thoughts without finding resolution. Upon regaining her focus, she noticed that Qin Feng had already queued to register her. There was no need for her to fret. He always anticipated her needs. While waiting for the doctor, he fetched her a cup of warm water, concerned she might be thirsty. He found an empty seat for her to rest while he stood, tirelessly attending to everything without uttering a word of fatigue. During their wait, a nearby woman remarked, Sister, your husband treats you so well. I envy you. Unlike me, my husband doesn't even bother to accompany me when I'm unwell. A blush crept onto Lin Roashue's cheeks, leaving her momentarily speechless. Deep down, she acknowledged that Qin Feng's attentive care did indeed touch her heart. After all, she was not devoid of emotion. Yet, recalling Qin Feng's past actions filled her with conflicting sentiments, leaving her in a state of turmoil. In the midst of such inner turmoil, time swiftly passed, and at last, it was her turn for the examination. Qin Feng quietly awaited by her side. Lin Roashue, initially feeling a twinge of anxiety, found solace in this scene. As a woman, one always needs a pillar of support. At this moment, Qin Feng undoubtedly served as a competent source of reassurance. Thus, after Lin Roashue completed her examination with a sense of ease, it was Qin Feng who grew even more anxious than she was. Doctor, is there anything wrong with her? Chapter 160. Turmoil at work. There's nothing to be overly concerned about, the female physician remarked, glancing at Qin Feng with an indifferent expression. Qin Feng was anxious, his mind occupied with worries about Lin Roashue's well-being. However, upon hearing the doctor's words, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Her condition stemmed from prolonged exhaustion. A prescription for medication, ample rest, and a proper diet would suffice to restore her health. After conveying her diagnosis, the doctor shifted her tone, glaring at Qin Feng. But I must address you, she exclaimed. As her husband, how could you allow her to become so fatigued? Don't you ever lend her a helping hand? If something were to happen to such a wonderful woman because of your negligence, would you be able to bear the consequences? Upon receiving such a reprimand from the doctor, Lin Roashue hurriedly interjected, Doctor, it's not like that yet. Her words were abruptly cut off. I've encountered countless couples, the doctor continued with a huff. I've seen my fair share of lazy men. A couple that cherishes and supports one another can overcome any obstacle. If she collapses from exhaustion, you, as her husband, must share the blame. The physician relentlessly chastised Qin Feng, her face aflame with indignation. Qin Feng, however, nodded repeatedly, managing a sheepish smile. I apologize. It's my fault. I assure you, I will never let this happen again. After purchasing the medication, Qin Feng paid and led Lin Ruoxue out of the hospital. Once in the car, he glanced at her with concern. How about calling in to request a leave of absence? The doctor has advised you against further strain. You should rest at home for a few days. I'll take care of the meals and chores during this time. Lin Ruoxue shook her head firmly. If I take too long of a leave, I might lose my job. Please, just trust me. I know you wouldn't accept money directly from me. But if this job leads to you exhausting yourself, it's hardly worth it. Even if not for my sake. Think of Nyonyo. What if she loses her mother at such a young age? How will she cope? Jobs can be found again. If necessary, I can help you look for one. Qin Feng countered with a tone that left no room for debate. Hearing Nyonyo's name made Lin Ruoxue hesitate. Indeed, while she could disregard her own health, she could not overlook the impact on Nyonyo. What would happen to her daughter if she were to collapse? How could a child survive without her mother? With these thoughts weighing on her, Lin Ruoxue finally nodded, reaching for her phone to make a call. Before she could speak, a sharp voice pierced through the line. Lin Ruoxue, why didn't you come to work this morning? Do you realize that your absence has caused a temporary halt on the production line at the textile factory? We incurred significant losses due to this stoppage. Are you even aware of the consequences? The sound was exceedingly grating. Even without the speakerphone, it reached Qin Feng's ears, causing him to furrow his brows in discontent. I apologize, management, but I am feeling somewhat unwell today. Lin Ruoxue's complexion paled, and she stammered as she spoke. Before she could finish her sentence, a more piercing and furious roar emanated from the other end. I do not care what your reasons are. Even if you were to perish at home, the fact remains that you did not come to work. I shall deduct 2 days' wages from you. Do you have any objections? Furthermore, make sure to arrive at work promptly in the afternoon. Should you be even a moment late, I will withhold your entire month's salary. Upon hearing such a voice, Lin Ruoxue's face turned ashen, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 161. Forced resignation that was an entire month's salary. Perhaps for Qin Feng, it was merely a trifling sum, insignificant compared to his vast wealth. Yet for Lin Ruoxue, it represented a month's worth of toil and dedication. A portion of the down payment she intended to save for a home for her daughter, Nyonyo. Her voice trembled with emotion, and her agitation became palpable. Manager, please listen to me. I will definitely come to work this afternoon. Could you possibly deduct a little less from my salary? My family is truly in dire straits. Qin Feng, observing from the side, felt his anger surge to a boiling point. He could not fathom how Lin Ruoxue, having worked so diligently, was subjected to such disdain for her efforts. He could easily surmise where the deducted wages had disappeared to. Without waiting for a further response, he effortlessly snatched Lin Ruoxue's phone from her grasp, then gestured to her with a sign of trust. I heard everything you just said. Now, immediately, settle Ruoxue's entire salary. I assure you, Ruoxue will no longer work here. Qin Feng's words were incisive, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ruoxue hesitated, torn between her desire to keep her job, especially in these trying times when employment was scarce, particularly for a solitary woman like her, and her reluctance to accept Qin Feng's assistance. Yet, recalling his gesture, she felt a sense of reassurance. Perhaps, as Sister Pang suggested, relying on him for support might not be such a poor choice after all. Thus, she ultimately refrained from reclaiming her phone. Then, she heard the manager's voice from across the line. Oh, are you her man? I heard she divorced and took her child with her. Are you perhaps the rogue man she has been seeing? With a scoff, the manager continued. Whether she resigns or not is of no concern to me. She won't see a single cent of her wages for the past month and a half. Shut your foul mouth. Qin Feng retorted coldly. If you persist with such slanderous remarks, I can certainly sue you for defamation. Spreading falsehoods carries legal repercussions. Moreover, those wages are rightfully hers, earned through nearly a month of arduous labor, with records to prove her near-daily overtime. You are obligated to pay her in full. If you refuse, I will have no qualms about reporting you to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to halt all operations at your factory and bring about a complete shutdown. Who do you think you're scaring? The manager's voice dripped with disdain. Having navigated the factory for years, she had developed an audacious demeanor, believing that the Bureau would not intervene in such trivial matters. She surmised that if Qin Feng were truly a person of high status or immense wealth, he would not be so concerned about a few thousand yuan in wages. Ultimately, she was convinced that Qin Feng lacked the influence to challenge their factory's operations. In truth, what she did not realize was that this salary, if merely a sum of money devoid of any other significance, would certainly be beneath Qin Feng's regard. However, It transcended being just a monetary amount. It embodied Lin Ruoshue's month-long toil and dedication, encapsulating her labor and effort. One could assert that Lin Ruoshue's exhaustion today was also a result of this very sum. Regardless of its magnitude, even if it were merely a few coins, it rightfully belonged to Lin Ruoshue and not to the textile factory. You shall bear the consequences of your words. Qin Feng scoffed coldly before abruptly ending the call, his gaze now piercingly intense. Chapter 162. Reporting there is no need for you to quarrel with her. She has always been that kind of person. After Qin Feng hung up the phone, Lin Ruoshue furrowed her brows. She too felt that the manager's remarks were exceedingly rude and inappropriate. However, if she did not endure this moment, not only would she lose her job, but she would also receive nothing of her month's salary. Originally, for the sake of Nyonyo, she had intended to swallow her pride. This was all for the sake of sustenance and livelihood. Yet now, after Qin Feng concluded his call, it was evident that enduring was no longer a viable option. Ruoshue, do not be afraid. I am here for you, Qin Feng stated earnestly. We live in a society governed by law, and your hard-earned wages are rightfully yours. No matter how greedy she may be, she cannot consume what is not hers. But Lin Ruoshue hesitated, her words caught in her throat. She understood these principles well. Yet she was reluctant to stir up trouble or burden Qin Feng with a debt of gratitude. Qin Feng could see through her thoughts with a single glance. This is a legitimate means of defending your rights. You do not owe me any favors, do you understand? Anyone who faces unfair treatment at work has the right to report it to the relevant authorities. Individuals like your manager deserve to be held accountable. Lin Ruoshue nodded, somewhat comprehending. Since Qin Feng deemed this not to be a matter of personal favor, she resolved to heed his advice. After escorting Lin Ruoshue home, Qin Feng hurried to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Having registered his Fenshue Capital Company, limited there previously, he had left a considerable impression on the staff. As a private entrepreneur, he was undoubtedly a focal point of interest for the Bureau. After all, a substantial personal enterprise has the potential to invigorate the economy of Longzhou City and foster positive growth, particularly for Qin Feng, whose registered capital reached 30 billion. This fact astounded the staff. Thus, he was already considered a distinguished guest of the Bureau. Upon his arrival, the director personally came out to greet him. Mr. Qin, what brings you to our bureau today? Is there some business that requires your attention? We have been closely monitoring the activities of Fenshue Company and noted your acquisition of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company in Haibei City. Is there something amiss? The director, surnamed Liu, was an old fox in the industry. A company with an investment of 30 billion was undoubtedly within his purview. He certainly did not wish to see such a large enterprise face losses or closure. Rather, he hoped for its profitability and rapid growth, ideally fostering the economic development of the entire Longzhou City. After all, many local enterprises in Longzhou City were struggling to compete against external and even foreign companies, creating an urgent need for a burgeoning local enterprise to pave the way for new opportunities. Qin Feng's Fenshue Company held substantial promise in this regard. Therefore, the Bureau naturally extended a warm welcome to Qin Feng and paid him considerable attention. Director Liu, I am not here to conduct any business today. Instead, I wish to report a factory, Qin Feng replied, his demeanor calm, yet his voice icy. Director Liu, a seasoned veteran, subtly twitched his lips, adept at reading the room. At that moment, he immediately discerned the simmering anger within Qin Feng, who appeared rather displeased. Hastily, he ushered Qin Feng into the reception room, offering him the finest tea and water. Which factory are you referring to? The textile factory in Nanshan District, which has been implicated in the withholding and embezzlement of employee wages. Such establishments, under the newly instituted regulations, ought to cease operations for reflection and rectification. Am I not correct, Director Liu? Chapter 163. Surprise inspection. As long as the evidence is authentic, we will immediately notify them to rectify the situation. The relevant personnel must be held strictly accountable. Director Liu's expression turned solemn. Longzhou City is currently experiencing rapid economic growth. During such a time, it is imperative that one rotten apple does not spoil the whole barrel. He understood this principle all too well. If anyone were to tarnish the integrity of this circle, he would be the first to oppose it. Here is the relevant evidence. Please take a look. Qin Feng was, of course, well prepared. He had printed out Lin Ruoshue's work records and brought them along. In addition, he had recorded the previous manager's remarks. After reviewing all the materials, Director Liu's countenance darkened. Mr. Qin, since this matter is indeed true, we will take immediate and severe action. Please return for now and await our response. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I will provide you with the appropriate feedback. Qin Feng nodded. He had faith in the efficiency of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, a formal organization. That afternoon, At a textile factory in Nanshan district, the factory director, Sun Yutian, was leisurely enjoying the air conditioning while sipping tea and playing on his phone. Since becoming the director of the textile factory, his life had become quite relaxed and enjoyable, with minimal work responsibilities and no need for supervision. His days were spent idly passing time and scrolling through his phone. At that moment, the landline in the office rang. Sun Yutian answered the call, and a chilling voice came through. "Is this Director Sun Yutian? I am Sun Yutian. Do you have business with me?" Sun Yutian replied, unaware of the impending crisis. His tone tinged with impatience. Known for his laziness, he had grown accustomed to a life of leisure. Any interruption to his comfortable routine made him somewhat irritable. Yet, the next words from the other end made him tense up instantly, his hair standing on end. "I am from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, currently near your factory. We have received reports that your factory's wage system is inadequate, with allegations of wage deductions and embezzlement, along with violations regarding excessive overtime. We will conduct an inspection shortly. Prepare to receive us." "What?" Sun Yutian was taken aback, his previous languor dissipating in an instant. "What is going on? Who reported this? How could the Industrial and Commercial Bureau be onto us?" However, it was clearly not the time for such contemplations. The Bureau's professionals had already arrived, and he dared not show any sign of negligence. He could only hope that the report was unfounded. After all, even he, as the factory director, was not entirely aware of whether any of his subordinates had indeed engaged in non-compliant behavior. Sure enough, when Sun Yutian stepped outside, the personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had been waiting for some time. Director Liu. Upon seeing the leading figure, Sun Yutian was greatly astonished. The director of the Longzhou City Industrial and Commercial Bureau was someone he knew all too well. This individual is indeed a prominent figure in the political arena of Longzhou City. How could he possibly grace such a modest factory with his presence? "What winds have brought you to our textile factory in Nanshan district?" Sun Yutian wore a beaming smile, speaking with utmost deference. "Did the phone not convey it? Someone has reported your factory, which is why our Bureau of Industry and Commerce has come for an impromptu inspection." Director Liu cast a sidelong glance at him. Sun Yutian quickly responded, "An inspection is perfectly fine. It is essential to uphold strict regulations and combat such situations." Yet, inwardly he was cursing, wondering who the wretched soul was that had nothing better to do than report their factory. Chapter 164. Irrefutable Evidence leading Director Liu and several others. Sun Yutian took a tour of the factory. To be honest, even as the factory manager, he found himself somewhat unfamiliar with his own establishment. After their inspection, Director Liu did not uncover any abnormalities. He directly placed the materials in front of Sun Yutian and said, "Call this person over." "Zhu Haifeng?" Sun Yutian was taken aback. She was a workshop manager at their textile factory. Due to her frequent gifts and flattery, he was somewhat acquainted with her. Had she committed an offense? Regaining his composure, Sun Yutian felt a wave of unease and promptly instructed his subordinate to notify Zhu Haifeng. Soon, a somewhat corpulent, middle-aged woman entered the office. Upon noticing the group of sharply dressed individuals seated within, she paused, sensing the unusual atmosphere. "Manager, what is happening?" she queried, looking at Sun Yutian, bewildered by the situation. Sun Yutian remained silent, while it was Director Liu who spoke up. "We are from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Someone has reported that you have embezzled wages from others, violating regulations and coercing individuals into working overtime. Moreover, evidence has been provided, including recordings." "What?" Zhu Haifeng was instantly taken aback. She racked her brain and recalled that during lunch, her call with Lin Ruoxue had been answered by a man. She had speculated that Lin Ruoxue, post-divorce, might have sought solace in the arms of another man. Given Lin Ruoxue's beauty, Zhu Haifeng believed such a possibility was highly likely, leading her to harbor jealousy and disdain towards her. However, she never anticipated that she would be reported to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. "This is a misunderstanding. I cannot accept this," she exclaimed, her expression filled with despair. "You have misinterpreted the situation," Director Liu replied coldly. "The evidence is irrefutable. You have no room for denial." He then produced the audio file and began to play it in front of her. "I don't care whether she resigns or not. After more than half a month, she should expect to receive not a single cent of her wages." The harsh voice echoed throughout the office. Sun Yotian's expression shifted slightly. It was unmistakably Zhu Haifeng's voice. Even the related contact numbers and call times were meticulously recorded, aligning perfectly with Zhu Haifeng's information. Zhu Haifeng turned pale. It was over. She initially dismissed Qin Feng's threats about reporting to the Bureau, believing he was merely trying to intimidate her. In her view, the personnel from the Bureau would hardly concern themselves with such trivial matters, unless Qin Feng possessed considerable influence or wealth within the circle. Damn it! She cursed inwardly, arriving at a grim conclusion. It was most likely that woman, Lin Ruoxue. She had aligned herself with a wealthy or powerful individual. It was something she should have anticipated. Indeed, her beauty could have led to such an outcome. Zhu Haifeng was filled with regret, realizing she should not have left such an obvious handle for others to grasp. She believed herself to be sufficiently astute, yet it was evident that she was utterly outmatched. Since you have chosen to remain silent, does that imply an acknowledgement of the truth? With a cold retort, Director Liu turned his gaze towards Zhu Haifeng. He then shifted his attention to Sun Yutian. Now, let us declare how this matter shall be addressed. As the factory director, what is your stance? Chapter 165. Evil begets evil. Sun Yutian hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, what if I dismiss her? Although he uttered these words, he inwardly prayed that Director Liu would impose no penalties on their entire factory. After all, grievances have their origins, and it sufficed to hold Zhu Haifeng, the workshop manager, accountable. Regardless of how she was punished, it bore no consequence for him and would not affect his own interests. In this moment of crisis, Zhu Haifeng's face was as dark as a stormy sea, her eyes pleading as they met the factory director's gaze. This managerial position was one she had secured through countless expensive gifts, flattering words, and sycophantic praise directed at Sun Yutian. To be dismissed outright would render all her previous efforts utterly futile. She desperately hoped for a lenient punishment. Perhaps she could repent, endure a slight wage deduction. But losing her job was simply unacceptable. Do you think merely dismissing her will suffice? The wages she has embezzled must be returned in full. Furthermore, previous accounts must be meticulously audited. Should any similar incidents arise, those involved must face severe repercussions. Moreover, as the factory director, the occurrence of such a grievous event indicates your own dereliction of duty. According to regulations, your factory is to cease operations for a week to reflect on this matter. Upon hearing these words, Sun Yutian's countenance fell, resembling a deflated balloon. He had hoped to evade responsibility, but it was evident that Director Liu was genuinely incensed and had no intention of letting him off the hook. A week's suspension would likely result in losses exceeding 100,000 yuan for the factory. While the textile factory in Nanshan district was not particularly large, its daily revenue was substantial, amounting to over 10,000 yuan. That was a significant sum. Sun Yutian felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Yet he was powerless to resist. With Director Liu's orders given, he had no choice but to comply. When he cast another glance at Zhu Haifeng, his eyes were filled with disdain. Zhu Haifeng, perceiving his gaze, felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. The moment her actions led to a loss of profit for Director Sun Yutian, no amount of gifts or flattery could salvage her position. The following morning, Qin Feng received a call from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. On the line, Director Liu provided a brief report regarding the severe punishment meted out to the Nanshan District Textile Factory and the dismissal of the management. Additionally, all wages withheld from Lin Ruoxue had been returned, and she had been promoted to the new workshop manager in Nanshan District. Qin Feng nodded appreciatively, commending the efficiency of the Bureau's operations. After hanging up, another call came through. It was indeed Lin Ruoxue. My wages have been dispersed, and I've been promoted to the new workshop manager. They've even granted me over a week of leave. That's what you rightfully deserve. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a sense of joy for her. However, Lin Ruoxue fell silent for a moment before responding in a faint whisper, "Thank you. I know that without your assistance, this outcome would not have been possible." Qin Feng chuckled heartily. "Thank you for what? It was but a trifling matter. Since you are unwilling to allow me to assist you in finding some light work, perhaps a position in the textile factory would suit you better. The responsibilities of workshop management will undoubtedly be far less demanding than what you have previously encountered. Nevertheless, do not feel compelled to overexert yourself." Remarkably, Lin Ruoxue refrained from disputing this time and obediently heeded Qin Feng's words. "I shall repay your kindness in due course." Yet, in the end, she resolved to remember this favor from Qin Feng, reluctant to accept his unsolicited assistance. Qin Feng, however, was not taken aback. He understood Lin Ruoxue all too well. Although she appeared delicate on the outside, her spirit was undoubtedly that of a tenacious and resolute woman. Chapter 166. Negotiation matters. 2 days later, having regained some strength, Lin Ruoxue decided to forego further assistance from Qin Feng. She took it upon herself to manage all household affairs. Consequently, Qin Feng returned to Rinha Pharmaceutical Company in Hebei City. However, before his return, he made a visit to the Shengshi Group. Currently, Shengshi Group had broken through its previous developmental bottleneck, flourishing in every aspect and field. This prosperity was largely attributable to Qin Feng's support. Without his assistance, they would not have triumphed in the last commercial battle against the Zhou Group, nor could they have encroached upon the Zhou Group's territories to achieve such vigorous growth. Of course, Qin Feng's aid was not entirely altruistic. He valued not just the stake he held, but also the connections and collaborative potential with Shengshi Group. The group represented a wealth of networking opportunities. As the adage goes, even the mightiest dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Given Shengshi Group's current stature, it was clear that neither the Zhou Group nor any foreign enterprises could challenge them in the High Bay area. They occupied a prominent position, which was crucial for Qin Feng as he sought to revitalize Renhe Pharmaceutical Company from its dismal state of near dissolution. Upon learning of Qin Feng's arrival, the upper echelons of Shengshi Group were immediately alerted, leading to Sheng Tiangang and his daughter, Sheng Hongyan, personally welcoming him. After a period of absence, Sheng Tiangang appeared rejuvenated, reminiscent of his once vibrant self. Sheng Hongyan, too, had changed her attire, showcasing her usual flair for luxury, even in a work setting. She donned an impeccably tailored suit from the international brand Etro, complemented by a form-fitting black skirt. Qin Feng recalled that the price of that jacket alone was an astonishing 30,000. The company's thriving success had indeed revitalized both father and daughter. Brother Qin, why didn't you inform me in advance? Sheng Hongyan's eyes glimmered with a hint of reproach. Had I known of your visit, I would have booked the finest hotel to ensure you were well accommodated. Sheng Tiangang chuckled, brimming with excitement. Yet, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. No matter. I have matters to discuss. Guided by several high-ranking officials of Shengshi Group, Qin Feng swiftly arrived at the opulent reception hall. Along the way, many newly hired employees of Shengshi Group gazed in astonishment, their hearts racing with curiosity. They wondered about the identity of this young man who received such warm treatment from Chairman Sheng Tiangang. The reception hall was of the highest caliber, elegantly and classically designed, exuding sophistication. A vintage record player softly filled the air with soothing melodies, and conducting discussions in such an ambience was undoubtedly a pleasure. Brother Qin, feel free to share your concerns. Shengshi Group will certainly lend its full support, leaving no stone unturned. Indeed, Shengshi Group was living up to its name, experiencing a true golden age, all thanks to Qin Feng. Had it not been for Qin Feng's unwavering assistance in rescuing the Shengshi Group from the brink of disaster, one could hardly imagine the company not only surviving but thriving. Rest assured, it is not a matter of great consequence. I firmly believe it will be a trivial endeavor for the Shengshi Group, Qin Feng stated calmly. This scene left Sheng Tiangang in silent astonishment once more. Despite having known Qin Feng for an extended period, he remained profoundly moved. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Feng consistently maintained an air of composure and unflappability, a quality he deeply admired, an invaluable asset in the realm of business. Chapter 167. Cross-disciplinary collaboration. During this period, I visited High Bay City and acquired a nearly defunct pharmaceutical company, which I'm certain you may have heard about. Qin Feng sipped his tea and spoke leisurely. Sheng Tiangang was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall which company it was. However, Sheng Hongyan interjected lightly, stating, I have heard of this company, but Shengshi Group does not operate in the pharmaceutical sector, so I am not well acquainted with it. There are rumors circulating that the company is on the brink of bankruptcy, allegedly due to the owner absconding with funds overseas, resulting in a fraudulent scheme that has engulfed the entire enterprise, with losses amounting to tens of millions. To this day, the owner remains at large, and this mess is something everyone in the industry avoids. No one dares to take it on. I never expected that you, Brother Qin, would step in. Upon finishing her statement, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly added, I am not questioning your judgment, Brother Qin. With your acumen, you must have recognized the potential of this company to take the initiative despite the criticisms. Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, this company possesses some potential, yet it is also a fact that it is on the verge of collapse. As you all know, when a company reaches such a dire state, it is nearly besieged on all fronts. To rise again, it requires new networks and resources. Moreover, the pharmaceutical market in the province is dominated by the Tongren Group. Mere potential is insufficient. It cannot serve as a decisive factor. The selection of new talents, human resources, effective marketing, and high-quality products are all indispensable. Sheng Tiangang did not dispute this point. That is indeed the case. Therefore, I wish to borrow some outstanding talents from Shengshi Group, preferably individuals with extensive experience in marketing or company management. Of course, this is just one aspect. I aim to establish a cross-disciplinary cooperation between Renhe Pharmaceutical Company and Shengshi Group. With your promotional strength, Renhe Pharmaceutical could potentially grow rapidly and might even contend with Tongren Group. Qin Feng was direct and forthright. Upon hearing this, Sheng Tiangang burst into laughter. Brother Qin, there is no need to be so formal with me. These matters are not particularly significant. Regarding cross-disciplinary collaboration, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have sought your partnership. I have faith in your capabilities. Thus, this collaboration will undoubtedly be mutually beneficial. As for the talents you mentioned, we have several promising candidates within our company. Please wait a moment while I and Han Yen compile a brief overview for you to review and choose from. Qin Feng was indifferent to the wait. The ambience of the reception room was delightful, and he found it quite pleasant to linger there. Nevertheless, Sheng Tiangang clearly felt the need to attend to him promptly, and in no time, he had organized the relevant materials. This visit of Qin Feng was not only about cross-disciplinary collaboration, but also to procure talent, as Rinha Pharmaceutical was currently in dire need of expertise, particularly in management and marketing. For those exceptional managerial and marketing talents within the Shushi Group, Qin Feng naturally must take a thorough look. Meng Yunhao, a graduate with a doctoral degree in finance from a top domestic university, possesses a level 6 proficiency in English and is well-versed in several lesser-known languages. With 3 years of experience in the marketing department, he has achieved remarkable results as an executive. Zhang Han, a doctoral graduate in finance from one of the top 5 universities in the country, holds an 8-level proficiency in English, having worked in the management department for 5 years. He has extensive experience and is adept at navigating the company's systems. As an exchange student, he studied for 2 years at an Ivy League institution in the United States, becoming familiar with the operations of foreign enterprises. Chapter 168. Talent Selection. Qin Feng had perused several resumes, among which those of Meng Yunhao and Zhang Han stood out prominently. Both individuals were evidently elites of society, possessing advanced degrees. Not only were they experienced, but they also excelled in various skills and were well acquainted with the operational models of corporate enterprises. This was precisely the type of versatile talent Qin Feng sought. Only they could fill the current void in Rinha Pharmaceutical Company. These two had already risen to be the pinnacle of talent within our organization. However, they had expressed dissatisfaction with the status quo of Shushi Group, a sentiment that even I, as the president, found difficult to suppress. Perhaps only you, dear Qin, can persuade them to comply. Were it not for my good relationship with you, I would be reluctant to part with such talents. Sheng Tiangang remarked playfully. Indeed, both individuals were the C-Army de la C-Army of Shushi Group. Sheng Tiangang was evidently serious about this matter, willing to invest significantly to entrust such elite talents to Qin Feng. Retaining such individuals within Shushi Group for development would yield immeasurable benefits for the entire conglomerate. Uncle Sheng, I wish to meet them personally, Qin Feng expressed, refraining from making any hasty decisions. In terms of potential, his company had much to offer. Regarding wealth, he was equally well endowed. The conditions he could present would not fall short of those offered by any other major corporation, nor would they be inferior to those of Shushi Group. Thus, it was he who would select the talent, not the other way around. He held the initiative here, enabling him to meticulously sift through candidates and deliberate carefully to choose the most suitable individuals. Of course, I have reserved a private room at a hotel for lunch, Sheng Tiangang said with great generosity. Qin Feng did not hesitate to agree, nodding in acknowledgement. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to engage with these two purportedly cutting-edge financial talents. Before long, noon arrived, and Qin Feng accompanied Sheng Tiangang and his daughter into a private room at the hotel. At this moment, Zhang Han and Meng Yunhao had already awaited their arrival, having complied with Sheng Tiangang's prior instructions. It was evident that Sheng Tiangang had informed them of Qin Feng's intention to select talents, as both were already aware of the relevant details. Mr. Qin, you must be the esteemed president of Rinha Pharmaceutical. They greeted Qin Feng politely, rising from their seats to shake his hand upon his entrance. Having reviewed their resumes beforehand, Qin Feng recognized them without any difficulty. To his left stood Meng Yunhao, a young man with a tousled hairstyle, appearing to be under 30 and towering at 8 feet tall. His robust physique suggested he frequented the gym, with well-defined muscles evident even beneath his tailored suit. To his right was a composed middle-aged gentleman wearing black-framed glasses, exuding a more stable demeanor compared to Meng Yunhao. His calm expression and restrained brilliance revealed an air of scholarly sophistication, identifying him as the other talent, Zhang Han. It was difficult to capture the essence of their presence through mere photographs on their resumes. At this moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but regard Zhang Han with newfound admiration. The adage, a wealth of knowledge breeds elegance, certainly applies. This individual must possess a wealth of experience, as his words effortlessly influence those around him. In comparison, while Meng Yunhao may be slightly inferior, his youth compensates for his lack of composure with a spirited vigor. Such a person may act with a certain recklessness, yet occasionally, this very trait can yield unexpected delights. Chapter 169. Contrasting choices. It is often said that one should not judge a book by its cover, nor should the vastness of the sea be measured in mere buckets. Qin Feng fully comprehended this principle. Thus, during their initial encounter at such close proximity, He merely formed a preliminary assessment of the two individuals. A profound conclusion could only be reached through subsequent discourse. Since you have already reviewed the resumes and are aware that President Qin has come to select candidates, I shall refrain from excessive introductions. At this moment, Xing Tiangang chuckled heartily, encouraging everyone to converse while enjoying their meal. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Xing Tiangang had done enough at this point. He turned to the two, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I trust that you both understand the purpose of my visit. You are both top-tier talents in the industry, and I have complete confidence in your professional capabilities. Should you choose to join me, I assure you, the benefits will be unparalleled, rivaling those offered by any major corporation. Even foreign enterprises may struggle to match the remuneration I can provide. Qin Feng's words were not mere rhetoric. He was not in want of financial resources. Investing in talent was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. The historical tale of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang into service serves as a testament to this wisdom. President Qin, if I may speak candidly, Meng Yunhao interjected, I have some understanding of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company. The current situation there is far from optimistic. Joining your company would be akin to starting from scratch. In contrast, Shengshi Group is flourishing and on an upward trajectory, offering me the opportunity to reach greater heights. Moreover, the environment here is superior, and the remuneration is commendable, allowing me to fully realize my aspirations. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a swift rejection. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Others may not prioritize compensation alone. Factors such as work environment and the potential of the company also warrant consideration. It was likely that the individual was quite reluctant. Had Sheng Tiangang not personally extended the invitation, it was doubtful they would have even attended this dinner, much less afforded Qin Feng any respect. Qin Feng felt no anger nor made any excessive attempts to persuade, responding, no matter. Individuals naturally aspire to ascend, much like water seeks lower ground. Mr. Meng, you are indeed a talent, and wherever you go, you will shine. I can only express my mild regret. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Han. If this individual were similarly high-minded, Qin Feng would have no choice but to seek fortune in the recruitment market. What kind of salary can President Qin offer me? Zhang Han inquired with a smile, refraining from outright refusal. What is your current salary at Shengshi Group? I am prepared to offer you double, Qin Feng replied. His demeanor calm, not even blinking. My annual salary at Shengshi Group is 1.5 million, Zhang Han stated. Then I shall offer you 3 million annually, with the potential for commission should you perform well, Qin Feng declared. In that case, I shall commit to you, President Qin, Zhang Han said with a radiant smile, decisively affirming his choice. This left Qin Feng astounded. Zhang Han and Meng Yunhao were complete opposites. The former's agreement was swift and unambiguous, devoid of any hesitation. Upon hearing Zhang Han's response, Meng Yunhao could no longer remain composed. A tempest of confusion swirled within him, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts directly. Even if Qin Feng could offer a remuneration surpassing that of Shengshi Group by double, it would not suffice as a rationale for joining Rinha Pharmaceutical. Given the precarious state of Rinha Pharmaceutical, embarking on a journey from ground zero was inherently fraught with difficulty, should they encounter any further setbacks. The endeavor could falter and perish midway. All talk of $1 million salary would amount to naught but mere illusions. Chapter 170. Regretful Meng Yunhao and Zhang Han worked in the same company, and their relationship was quite amicable. In Meng Yunhao's mind, Zhang Han was always composed, with meticulous considerations for any matter at hand. Therefore, although he found it challenging to realize his ambitions at Shengshi Group, he remained content with the status quo, reluctant to seek change. Was his recent impulsiveness a result of some misjudgment? In truth, Meng Yunhao was also fond of wealth. The prospect of Qin Feng offering a salary double his current one was indeed tempting. However, considering the upward trajectory of Shengshi Group, he believed that with diligent effort, his future remuneration would also be substantial, far superior to joining a company with an uncertain future. What led you to make such a decisive choice? Meng Yunhao's unvoiced doubts were articulated directly by Qin Feng. Zhang Han adjusted his glasses and replied, because I have conducted extensive research beforehand. Did President Qin not just register a company called Fengshui Capital? Qin Feng nodded, neither confirming nor denying. This was hardly a secret and could be easily uncovered. A newly established company with an investment of 3 billion was indicative of Qin Feng's grander future plans. Thus, I believe that aligning with President Qin offers greater prospects than remaining at Shengshi Group. An investment of 3 billion? How was I unaware of this? Meng Yunhao was taken aback, his mind racing with uncertainty. This was the first he had heard of such news. When he learned that the owner of Shengshi Group was seeking talent, he had resolutely decided to stay put, refusing to leave. As a result, even upon learning of Qin Feng's name, he had neglected to investigate further, remaining entirely unfamiliar with him. In contrast, Zhang Han's considerations were far more comprehensive. While he had the option to stay at Shengshi Group, he diligently sought information on Qin Feng to identify potential opportunities. Realizing that his counterpart was not merely the owner of a pharmaceutical company, but also the head of a newly established enterprise with considerable funding, whose assets remained enigmatic. Zhang Han inquired further, if I am not mistaken, during the recent business war between Shengshi Group and Zhou Group, it was you, President Qin, who provided the necessary support to Shengshi Group. This time, Qin Feng could not help but regard him with newfound respect. This was information that could not be easily discovered, yet Zhang Han's intelligence allowed him to deduce the truth from the clues he uncovered. Acknowledging his insight, Qin Feng nodded in affirmation. Zhang Han smiled. It seems my judgment was correct. A person of your caliber, President Qin, must possess some ambition. The situation with Rinha Pharmaceuticals is undoubtedly more complex than it appears, filled with hidden intricacies. I feel fortunate to seize this opportunity. His words were imbued with utmost recognition and admiration for Qin Feng. Yet, to Meng Yunhao, they carried an undertone of sarcasm. He was profoundly shocked, filled with regret for his oversight. The recent price war at Shengshi Group had left all employees feeling vulnerable. After all, it was well known at that time that the strength of Shengshi Group was vastly inferior to that of Zhou Group. Engaging in a price war with Zhou Group would likely lead to a complete rout for Shengshi Group. However, the eventual outcome was a resounding victory for Shengshi Group, which not only triumphed but also uncovered new avenues for development, shattering its previous growth bottleneck. This undoubtedly became a great enigma. Whispers circulated among the employees, speculating who had aided Shengshi Group and who was the unseen force supporting them from behind the scenes. Chapter 171. Even small fish can devour big fish. Meng Yunhao was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the enigmatic mastermind loomed right before him. It was one thing not to recognize the individual, but to outright reject the olive branch extended towards him was a grave misstep. How could he have let such a splendid opportunity slip through his fingers? He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself in the face for his folly. After a sumptuous meal, Meng Yunhao remained in a daze, regretting his decision to an extent that it felt as though his insides were turning blue with remorse. However, having already declined the offer, he found it awkward to approach the person again. Although only one of the two talented individuals could be retained by Qin Feng, he felt no remorse for this choice. Meng Yunhao had his own preferences, and his lack of foresight and preparation in the face of opportunity was a reflection of his own shortcomings, not Qin Feng's. The adage that opportunities must not be missed and once lost cannot be regained rang true. Henceforth, Qin Feng would be disinclined to consider individuals like Meng Yunhao, who lacked vision. Opportunities would always favor those who are prepared, much like Zhang Han, who had proactively gathered a wealth of relevant information regarding Qin Feng, demonstrating both his competence and broad perspective. After the dinner gathering, Sheng Tianlong still wished to persuade Qin Feng to stay, but was politely declined. He left Zhang Han with the address of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company before resolutely heading towards Haibei City. Zhang Han's impending resignation necessitated the completion of certain formalities, and he also needed to prepare for his new role. Qin Feng had afforded him ample time, so there was no rush. In the afternoon, Qin Feng returned to Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, which had undergone a noticeable transformation in his absence. Upon his arrival, he promptly sought out the marketing manager, Hu Lingue. Having devoted the past few days to family matters, he had not been particularly attentive to the pharmaceutical market's conditions. Could you provide me with an update on our company's current status? Qin Feng inquired. Hu Lingue, clearly well prepared, responded without delay. The market has been quite favorable recently. We have engaged a celebrity spokesperson and invested significantly in promotional resources, yielding remarkable results. Numerous pharmacies have approached us for collaboration, and we have sold a substantial amount of specialty medicines over the past 2 days, with the market thriving. After delivering his report, Hu Lingue's expression turned somber as he continued. However, this is still far from sufficient. Moreover, Tongren Group has yet to take any action. I am uncertain whether they are aware of our presence. If they decide to intervene, our efforts to penetrate the market with our specialty medicines may encounter significant obstacles. Let them intervene. Qin Feng countered, shaking his head dismissively. If they remain passive, how can we leverage their presence for our advantage? In the realm of commerce, as in nature, the principle of survival of the fittest applies. Yet, within the business sphere, there remains the possibility for smaller entities to triumph over larger ones, to feast upon the bigger fish. Hu Lingue felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. While he had anticipated a bold approach, he had not expected Qin Feng to possess such audacity. He could not help but feel a sense of doubt with the scale of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company. Could it truly succeed in swallowing the colossal entity that is Tongren Group? Nevertheless, at this moment, it was the only course of action, an unavoidable necessity. The vast pharmaceutical market of the province had nearly been entirely divided among Tongren Pharmaceutical Group, and for Rinha Pharmaceutical to carve out a space for survival. It must compete with the formidable giant that is Tongren Group. Beyond this, there existed no alternative. Chapter 172. The butterfly effect. In the heart of Haibei City lies its most bustling district, a hub of ceaseless traffic that rivals the economic prosperity of neighboring Longo City. Here, the headquarters and branches of the wealthiest corporations in Haibei are situated, including the esteemed Tongren Group. As the dominant force in the province's pharmaceutical market, the Haibei branch of Tongren Group occupies a towering edifice exceeding 60 stories, a veritable landmark and the epitome of luxury within the city. Despite Haibei's relatively lagging economic development, which results in a significant lower income population, this very demographic often suffers from inadequate nutrition and is more susceptible to illness. While high-end luxury goods may find little market here, everyday pharmaceuticals are in high demand. Thus, Tongren Group places great importance on the pharmaceutical market of Haibei City. At this moment, within the conference room of Tongren Group's branch, the general manager, Zheng Zhao, is passionately delivering a speech. This year, the healthcare market in Haibei is exceptionally promising. Our group must capture at least 85% of it. We must improve by 5% compared to last year. We cannot afford to grant any breathing room to those small to medium-sized pharmaceutical companies. If we achieve this target, the headquarters will certainly reward each of you handsomely. Is that clear? As the general manager, Zheng Zhao holds considerable sway within Tongren Group and is a prominent figure in the Haibei branch. His voice resonates with authority, eliciting immediate responses from the audience. A 5% increase is quite feasible. The market conditions this year are favorable, and many small pharmaceutical companies have already succumbed, thus expanding our room for growth. Frankly, none of those small firms have any merit worth noting. Indeed, whether in terms of technical expertise or market competition, they are no match for our company. Many subordinates swell with pride at this affirmation, and Zheng Zhao nods in satisfaction at their enthusiasm. While it is often said that pride leads to downfall, Tongren Group possesses ample reason to take pride in its achievements. The smaller companies lack sufficient capital, courage, and resolve. What could they possibly leverage against Tongren Group? At that juncture, the marketing manager of Tongren Group interjects with a serious tone. Recently, there have been some minor changes in the market. What is it? Zheng Zhao inquires, raising an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. The market manager replies, "Do you all recall Rinha Pharmaceutical? The company that was on the brink of collapse has recently been taken over by a mysterious individual whose identity remains unknown. All debts have been settled, and employee wages have been paid in full. We had initially intended to capitalize on their impending downfall to recruit some of their skilled technicians. But that is evidently no longer an option. Is this a matter of concern? Some are left in perplexity, as far as I am aware. This company is nothing but a disarray. Even if someone were to take the reins, it would be improbable to transform the company's visage in a short span, let alone possess the strength to contend with our esteemed consortium. Conversely, there are those who hold a differing viewpoint. One cannot dismiss the notion that they possess immense potential and ample room for growth. The market resembles an expansive ocean, at times. A mere ripple can provoke a colossal wave, and the flutter of a butterfly's wings may very well instigate a tsunami that engulfs the entire market. Chapter 173. Declaration of war. I have heard of this, the renowned butterfly effect. However, it does not quite align with our current market circumstances. You are correct. Our group has indeed dominated the entire market. To overturn this situation, we require funding, talent, and various resources, each one indispensable. I do not believe that the modest Rinha Pharmaceutical possesses such strength. The crowd buzzed with discourse, each holding on to their own opinions, with no one willing to acknowledge the other. Silence. Zheng Zhao furrowed his brow, his admonition causing everyone to instinctively close their mouths. As the general manager of the branch company, his authority here was nearly absolute. His commands were not to be disobeyed. Let us hear what someone has to say. He then gestured with his eyes for the marketing manager to continue. In my view, we cannot overlook this company. Although they have indeed faced the brink of bankruptcy and their developed drugs have found no market traction, they have recently created a new special medication. In Haibei City alone, at least 3 pharmacies have established cooperative relationships with them, introducing their novel medication, which is evidently performing well in sales. Zheng Zhao's eyes brightened with interest. A new special medication? Does that not directly compete with our Group S products? Indeed. In a certain sense, this is undoubtedly a declaration of war against our company. At this pronouncement, the room erupted in astonishment. What caliber of company dares to challenge us? Have they lost their senses? The disparity in market standing between our two companies is immense. This is akin to striking a stone with an egg. With their technical personnel, what kind of medication could they possibly develop that surpasses our special drugs? The conference room was now filled with voices of skepticism. To all employees of the Tongren Group, the company represented their pride. It was an omnipotent entity. This sentiment is understandable, as the current standing of Tongren Group is indeed among the foremost. Who among the employees would not feel a sense of pride in being part of such an esteemed organization? Yet, the marketing manager's next statement doused them with cold water. Their special medication has also been procured by our marketing department. Our technicians conducted corresponding experiments, and the results indicate that their special medication is more effective than ours, with a broader scope of functionality. At this revelation, the room fell into stunned silence. This cannot be true. How is this possible? Our research technicians possess the most advanced medical equipment, master cutting-edge technology, and have access to substantial research funding. By what means could this be justified? This is an undeniable fact. The marketing manager continued calmly. Furthermore, we are currently unable to decipher the formula of Rinha Pharmaceutical. In other words, at least in terms of product quality, we are one step behind. Their product is superior to ours. If we do not suppress them promptly and allow them to establish a foothold in the market, they may indeed rise like a tempest, reminiscent of the butterfly effect, unleashing a tsunami that engulfs the entire pharmaceutical industry. At that point, it will be too late for our regrets. The marketing manager grew increasingly fervent in his speech. Yet the facts at hand clearly indicated that no one considered his words to be mere alarmism. Zheng Zhao waved his hand and said, "Then as you suggest, we must strike them down decisively. We must make it known that the status of Tongren Group is unassailable. Even if their products are somewhat superior, what does it matter? If they lack sufficient funding, foundational strength, and market resources, they will remain nothing more than stepping stones for our group." Chapter 174. The autumn recruitment market. On the second day at Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, Qin Feng, accompanied by the marketing department, hurriedly made his way to the autumn recruitment market in Hebei City. The current scale of Rinha Pharmaceutical is far from comparable to that of large conglomerates. With only around 100 employees, it hardly constitutes a significant pool of human resources. For a company to rise, mere financial backing is evidently insufficient. What is needed is a greater number of like-minded talents. This, however, is not a pressing issue, as the current autumn recruitment market in universities is teeming with disheartened fresh graduates. While they may lack experience, their energy and ambition are undeniably abundant. Utilizing a mentorship model for company operations, Qin Feng felt reassured about the prospects. Nevertheless, Qin Feng did not restrict his talent search solely to the recruitment market in Hebei City. He aimed to extend his reach throughout the province and even beyond its borders. However, with the vastness of the region, he could not oversee every aspect personally and had to delegate responsibilities to others. Fortunately, in this era of advanced internet connectivity, information dissemination is remarkably efficient. As long as the outreach is extensive and the promotion is effective, there is no shortage of talents willing to join Rinha Pharmaceutical. After all, the compensation offered is unparalleled by most companies. Even foreign enterprises like Foxconn and Walmart cannot match the remuneration provided by Rinha Pharmaceutical. This exemplifies the advantage of wealth. Qin Feng possesses ample funds to allocate judiciously. Of course, such expenditure is not aimless. If the funds are merely squandered without the prospect of generating greater returns, it would be devoid of significance. Hebei City does not boast many universities, and Qin Feng secured a spot at the recruitment market, boldly advertising a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Among the companies present, Rinha Pharmaceutical's banner stood out prominently, akin to a landslide. Which company in Hebei City would be willing to offer fresh graduates a monthly salary above 10,000? Clearly, apart from Rinha Pharmaceutical, none others would. The mere mention of a salary surpassing 10,000 is sufficient to attract a considerable crowd, whether they are merely curious onlookers or genuinely seeking employment. Thus, within just 2 hours, the booth was inundated with individuals eager to submit their resumes and await interviews. Some less confident candidates, having heard of Rinha Pharmaceutical's pressing need for personnel and lenient interview processes, flocked to the booth in droves. Qin Feng scanned the youthful faces before him, pausing to observe each university student as flashes of information flickered through his mind. Evaluating talent is Qin Feng's forte. He possesses an uncanny ability to foresee potential, discerning certain admirable traits in relevant individuals. Although it was no surprise that the quality of talent in Hebei City was generally lacking due to the scarcity of universities, there might still be hidden gems that he could identify. Once he spots potential talent, he does not hesitate to offer generous compensation and conditions. For most fresh graduates, A stable and lucrative job is their unequivocal choice. At the end of the day's recruitment efforts, Rinha Pharmaceutical had received over 100 resumes. Among them, a select few particularly caught Qin Feng's eye, and he opted to pass them directly without the need for an interview. Among them, a past graduate named Chen Shou, who graduated from a prestigious domestic institution, has been seeking a local job in Hebei City, but has yet to find a suitable option. This time, he was drawn to Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, which benefited them considerably. In this autumn recruitment, Qin Feng's objective is quite straightforward: to infuse Rinha Pharmaceutical with fresh talent. Every company requires a degree of new vigor to cultivate a spirit of relentless pursuit, unwavering determination, and a readiness to embrace challenges. Chapter 175, Patent Launch Conference. The following day, Qin Feng rose early. His agenda for the day was rather straightforward. He was to attend a patent launch conference at the Hebei City Research Center. The innovative drug developed by Rinha Pharmaceutical Company had successfully secured a patent, and as the owner, he had received an invitation. The patent itself served as a potent promotional tool, significantly enhancing the drug's reputation. Many business owners from Hebei City were expected to attend, and thus, Qin Feng was no exception. Recently, Rinha Pharmaceutical's reputation had been steadily ascending, particularly after acquiring idle factories and establishing partnerships with various pharmacies, which had stirred considerable interest among competitors. Over the past week, a hospital and more than 10 pharmacies of varying sizes in Hebei City had formed distribution partnerships with Rinha Pharmaceutical for this special drug. The most discussed aspect was undoubtedly the response from the Tongren Group. Half of the pharmacies in Hebei City were under its umbrella. Rather than opting for a mutually beneficial collaboration with Rinha Pharmaceutical, they chose to exert pressure, with none of their affiliated pharmacies willing to wholesale Rinha Pharmaceutical's special drug. Qin Feng was unfazed by this suppression, having anticipated such a reaction. Indeed, the Tongren Group's tactics could somewhat hinder Rinha Pharmaceutical, as their pharmacies accounted for at least 50% of the market in Hebei City, clearly aiming to obstruct Rinha's growth. However, Qin Feng understood that since collaboration was off the table, they would have to seek alternative paths, proactively pursuing the establishment of their own pharmacies and corporate hospitals. Only by creating their own brand and capturing market share from the Tongren Group could Rinha Pharmaceutical find a viable future. At 8 in the morning, Qin Feng, along with Zhang Han, Hu Lingue, and a few others, boarded a dedicated vehicle, heading straight for the city center of Hebei. Zhang Han had already prepared his belongings the previous day and had hurried to Hebei City without pause. His attitude pleased Qin Feng, indicating his seriousness towards his new role. Today marked his official appointment as the manager of the management department at Rinha Pharmaceutical. Previously, Rinha Pharmaceutical had no management department, only technical, marketing, and finance departments. Due to its modest scale, which did not necessitate a management division that could increase internal friction. However, as Rinha Pharmaceutical experienced a period of robust growth, the expanding company required a management department to ensure smoother operations, making its establishment essential. Fortunately, Zhang Han possessed extensive experience in corporate management, making him an excellent choice. As for the talents recruited during the autumn hiring, most were still engaged in interviews, with only a few, including Chen Shou, exempt from interviews and directly joining the company as new members of the marketing department. Notably, Chen Shou had been promised an annual salary of 300,000, a remarkable figure for a fresh graduate, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Soon, the automobile glided into the research center of Hebei City. After parking in the underground garage around 8:30, Qin Feng and his companions entered the grand hall of the center. Although it was still early and the patent conference had yet to commence, many company owners and personnel had already arrived in advance. Familiar faces engaged in lively conversations, while numerous journalists from Hebei City had already sensed the significance of the event, setting up their cameras to capture the pivotal news firsthand. Chapter 176. The top 30 of Forbes young leaders. After Qin Feng and his companions took their seats, an array of impeccably dressed individuals began to enter the grand conference room. It was evident that everyone present was a notable figure in Hebei City. A congregation of distinguished entrepreneurs, company managers, and executives. May I introduce a friend? A young man extended his hand towards Qin Feng, who had settled in. With nearly half an hour remaining before the patent release conference commenced, turning to face him, Qin Feng observed that the man appeared to be in his late 20s, possessing striking features, impeccable attire, and an air of confidence, complemented by a charming smile. Hello. Qin Feng reciprocated the gesture, feeling no surprise. Those who could attend such an event were undeniably among the wealthiest or most influential in Hebei City. Aside from the patent release itself, everyone was there to expand their networks. In the business realm, the ability to succeed is heavily reliant on connections. I am Yang Qian. You have likely heard of my name. His smile radiated a captivating charm, akin to a refreshing breeze. However, the name elicited a furrowed brow from Qin Feng. After a thorough mental review, he realized he had not encountered this name before. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, as Yang Qian's self-assuredness clashed with Qin Feng's apparent unfamiliarity, causing the former's smile to stiffen. Qin Feng swiftly turned to Hu Linggui for assistance. He had recently arrived in Hebei City and was evidently less acquainted with the local business circles compared to his familiarity in Longzhou City. In Longzhou, even if he did not recognize someone, figures like Han Jiaolong and Gao Jia would surely be familiar. This is Mr. Yang Qian, the founder of the new internet company, who ranked 28th on last year's Forbes list of outstanding young individuals under 30. He is a household name in Hebei City and has brought great honor to our community, Hu Linggui explained, his voice tinged with excitement. Yang Qian was regarded as an idol among Hebei's business elite, a paragon of success at just 28. Boasting a fortune nearing 100 million, a true legend. I must admit my ignorance, Qin Feng replied with an apologetic smile. Yang Qian, however, shook his head and remarked, those attending this patent release are all remarkable in their own right. Besides, you appear even younger than I. You must also be an undiscovered luminary. With humility, Qin Feng introduced himself. I am Qin Feng. I am hardly a luminary. Although he had not heard of Yang Qian before, he believed his companion possessed significant potential, destined to make a name for himself throughout Hebei City in due time. Yang Qian laughed heartily, albeit somewhat surprised. He had initially assumed Qin Feng might be a young prodigy, perhaps equally renowned, yet it was clear he had never heard of Qin Feng either. Their conversation continued with ease, and soon, Yang Qian discreetly retrieved a laptop, taking advantage of Qin Feng's momentary distraction to search for his name on a prominent provincial business website. Soon, he came across some information, albeit sparse. It indicated that Qin Feng was the registrant of a company named Maple Snow Capital Limited, which had only recently been established and had yet to commence any operations, with Rinha Pharmaceuticals being its sole subsidiary. This revelation inevitably left him feeling somewhat disheartened, having ascended to the pinnacle of the business realm in Hebei City. The owner of a mere Rinha Pharmaceuticals offered little in terms of networking value. Chapter 177. The patent conference, while cultivating connections, is undeniably beneficial. Such relationships, akin to, require a compatibility of status. Historically, the affluent have mingled with the affluent, and the humble with the humble. As a preeminent young talent on a national scale, the acquaintances one forges should likewise be distinguished individuals. A little-known proprietor of a minor enterprise would hardly capture the discerning eye of Yang Qian. Regret washed over him as he reflected on his earlier decision to greet Qin Feng. Now plagued by the fear that Qin Feng might lack any tangible value and instead exploit their nascent friendship to assert influence. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained unperturbed by such musings. He recognized the importance of networking and viewed Yang Qian as a valuable connection, yet he understood that without a reciprocal exchange of value, such relationships would inevitably falter. As the clock approached 9, a group of haughty individuals entered the venue. Noticing this, Hu Linggui leaned in to whisper to Qin Feng. The man at the forefront is Zhang Zhao, the general manager of Tongren Group. Following whose gesture, Qin Feng swiftly spotted the middle-aged man, who moved with a steady gait and wore a serious demeanor. Zhang Zhao never sought to introduce himself. Rather, it was the others who endeavored to impress him, hoping to etch their names in his memory. Trailing behind Zhang Zhao was another cohort, representatives from the Zhou Group's branch in Hebei City. Hu Linggui noted, the Zhou Group has clearly lost its former stature and now walks in the shadow of Tongren Group at such gatherings. Indeed, in Hebei City, benefiting from a vast pharmaceutical market, Tongren Group undeniably held the highest position. Soon, the patent conference commenced, and the hall fell silent as the research center's personnel began to present their recently successful patent applications. Among these were Yang Qian's newly minted internet company software patent, alongside Tongren Group's latest cold remedy patent. When it came time for each company to present its patent, they were required to send representatives for a more in-depth introduction. Qin Feng was among them, though this posed no difficulty. Hu Linggui and others had long prepared the necessary materials, and Qin Feng merely needed to recite them verbatim, primarily outlining the advantages of the patent and its anticipated market performance. After Yang Qian concluded the presentation of their software patent, it was not long before Zhang Zhao took the stage. Upon Zhang's arrival, Qin Feng's interest peaked. Understanding the adage that knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle, Qin Feng was acutely aware that Rinha Pharmaceutical Company and Tongren Group were rivals, and Zhang Zhao clearly had ulterior motives for his presentation. Surveying the audience, Zhang Zhao commenced detailing the advantages of his company's remedy. After providing a general overview, he derisively referenced similar products from other companies, his tone dripping with arrogance. In his proclamations, no competing product could rival that of his company. This disdainful rhetoric prompted Qin Feng to furrow his brow. Beside him, Hu Lingue and others could not help but glare at him with fury, their fists clenched tightly and their teeth gritted in indignation. This fellow displayed an utter disregard for others. He introduced his company's products while simultaneously belittling his competitors. Such audacity is deserving of scorn. The group muttered their curses under their breath, yet dared not raise their voices, swallowing their anger and burying their resentment deep within. After a short while, Zhang Zhao concluded his remarks, casting a provocative glance at Qin Feng and the audience. Chapter 178. The Clash of Titans. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, buzzing with discussions about the new special medication developed by the Tongren Group. Truly, the Tongren Group has made remarkable advancements in technology year after year. Indeed, this innovative drug is poised to overshadow all similar products in the market. I must procure several for my own stock, with such a remedy at hand. I need never fear the common cold again. What a bunch of sycophants. Observing this, Hu Lingue and his associates remarked with disdain. They found the flattery and adulation painfully grating. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. The Tongren Group was riding high on its success, and such arrogance was to be expected. Moreover, within the business circles of Haibei City, the Tongren Group held a prestigious position. Everyone yearned to bask in their glow, hoping for collaboration or support from the esteemed group. Thus, the number of flatterers and sycophants was boundless. At that moment, a staff member from the research center cleared his throat and announced, "Next, we invite Rinha Pharmaceuticals to present their new special medication." This turn of events took Zhang Han by surprise. The Tongren Group had just concluded their presentation, and now it was Rinha Pharmaceuticals' turn? The research center's arrangement was clearly intended to put pressure on Rinha Pharmaceuticals, setting them up for embarrassment. He hesitated to glance at Qin Feng, only to find him waving dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. With unwavering courage, Qin Feng ascended the stage, unfurling the pre-prepared PowerPoint presentation. The large screen instantly displayed the logo of Rinha Pharmaceuticals. At that moment, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Is there really a Rinha Pharmaceuticals? I thought that company had gone under. Are they still living in the past? News travels slowly. Rinha Pharmaceuticals was recently acquired. Indeed, I only just learned this. Who is the new owner? It couldn't possibly be the boss of Rinha Pharmaceuticals, could it? Oh well. This small company is said to be in the same lane as the Tongren Group. They are likely just a stepping stone for the latter. The murmurs continued until Qin Feng cleared his throat twice, prompting the audience to realize their voices had grown too loud and some had spoken out of turn, leading them to finally fall silent. As the venue settled into quietness, a subtle smile graced Qin Feng's face as he confidently proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Qin Feng, the new owner of Rinha Pharmaceuticals. Perhaps my name is unfamiliar to you now, but soon you shall find it etched in your memories. Today, I shall unveil our company's latest product." Despite the multitude in attendance, comprising representatives from various enterprises in Haibei City, Qin Feng was undeterred. Speaking fluently, without a hint of stammering, he understood that no matter how eloquently he described the patented medication, only those who had actually utilized the products would grasp their true efficacy. Therefore, he resolved to inject some fervor into his presentation. As a response to the earlier provocation by Zhang Zhao, the general manager of the Tongren Group, "Ladies and gentlemen, the efficacy of our company's products may be somewhat unclear to you. Allow me to present the information in a different manner for enhanced clarity." Subsequently, Qin Feng unveiled an image. This showcases the latest similar special effect pharmaceutical products available on the market. However, I must emphasize that in comparison to these products, the effectiveness of our medications is superior and more comprehensive, and our prices are certainly not higher. The value for money we offer undoubtedly surpasses theirs. Chapter 179. Veiled jabs. When Qin Feng unveiled the image, a collective gasp filled the room. Was this the miracle drug from Tongren Group? Yet, Qin Feng was not mistaken. Indeed, it was the most commercially successful and consumer-favored product in the market. At this moment, he began to expound upon the image, subtly insinuating and roasting the entire Tongren Group over an open flame. Our miracle drug guarantees nearly zero side effects, and its efficacy far surpasses that of this product. Qin Feng continued his discourse, while the audience erupted in an uproar. The audacity of the owner of Rinha Pharmaceutical was astounding. To criticize another S product so openly in front of Tongren Group S representatives was nothing short of provocation. Ironically, the general manager of Tongren Group had also disparaged Rinha Pharmaceutical, though with far less boldness. It was evident that these two companies were engaged in an open declaration of war. As the crowd buzzed, the expressions of Tongren Group S members grew dark. They were eager to interrupt Qin Feng's presentation. His arrogance was palpable. This was a blatant denigration of their product. What right did he have? No matter how superior their product might be, could it guarantee sales? Many in the audience turned crimson, ready to charge at him. Silence. Listen until the end. Fortunately, it was General Manager Zheng Zhao's authoritative command that restrained them from acting on impulse. However, Zheng Zhao's countenance was equally grim. His intent had been to issue a warning to Qin Feng, yet he found the latter wholly unfazed, instead presenting him with a formidable challenge. In front of so many esteemed figures within the Haibei commercial circle, Qin Feng dared to undermine their group's product. Strangely, he was not entirely incorrect. There were indeed consumers who had reported that Renhe Pharmaceutical's products outperformed those of Tongren Group. Qin Feng soon concluded, never once mentioning Tongren Group directly. Yet, his words dripped with sarcasm, highlighting the shortcomings of their products, and it was all grounded in truth. Zheng Zhao was left to swallow his anger, unable to counter his claims. Ordinarily, one would not act in such a manner. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Below the stage, Yang Qian furrowed his brow, contemplating distancing himself from Qin Feng. He certainly did not endorse Qin Feng's approach. In business, one must keep a safety net. Should failure arise, it is prudent to have an escape plan. Yet, Qin Feng's tactics were reckless, suggesting a willingness to engage in a relentless struggle against Tongren Group. In Yang Qian's view, this was exceedingly unwise. Firstly, given Renhe Pharmaceutical's current scale, what could they possibly leverage against Tongren Group? Should they lose, the inevitable outcome would be absorption, acquisition, and maximized losses. Such a thoughtless individual was someone he ought to distance himself from as soon as possible. To befriend him would likely mean acquiring a formidable adversary akin to the Tongren Group, a prospect hardly worth the trouble. Yang Qian murmured to himself, reveling in this sagacious decision. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Han and the others were engulfed in mixed emotions. On one hand, Qin Feng's actions had indeed dealt a severe blow to the formidable reputation of the Tongren Group. They found a sense of satisfaction in this, as it served as a release of pent-up frustration. However, on the other hand, such an overt declaration of war signified that they would have to fight with their backs against the wall, leaving no avenue for retreat. And the burden upon their shoulders was undeniably substantial. Chapter 180. The will to win. After Qin Feng stepped down from the stage, the venue finally fell into silence. Returning to his seat, Hu Lingue clenched his fists, a broad smile adorning his face, exclaiming, "Our boss is truly exceptional. The products of Tongren Group simply cannot compare to ours. I wonder what they are so arrogantly boasting about. We must decisively temper their arrogance." However, Zhang Han spoke in a hushed tone. "President Qin, could this be too impulsive? Once this matter is settled, we will have no room for negotiation with Tongren Group, leaving us with only the path of a desperate battle. What if?" He hesitated, contemplating the ramifications of a potential defeat, pondering that if they were to fail, there would be no chance for Renhe Pharmaceutical to rise again. Yet, Qin Feng interrupted his train of thought, asserting, "Therefore, we cannot afford to lose. We must only seek victory. With a resolute determination for success, it is not impossible to triumph over a stronger opponent." His words exuded an undeniable confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt a shiver run through him. He suddenly realized that he was no longer within the comforts of Shesher Group. In other words, he had stepped out of his comfort zone and should have mentally prepared himself for the inevitable business warfare ahead. This was a war without smoke. If defeated, it would lead to a silent demise. As an employee, regardless of the disparity in strength, one must not succumb to fear before the battle has even begun. If the leaders themselves are unafraid, why should he be? Rest assured, should the sky fall, I shall bear it. Even if the company faces losses or bankruptcy, it would ultimately rest upon my shoulders, wouldn't it? He reassured himself. Moreover, we have yet to formally engage in a confrontation with Tongren Group. Who can definitively claim that we will be the ones to fail? Qin Feng stated calmly. His words, though softly spoken, resonated with Zhang Han, reinforcing his belief that he had chosen the right path. Life within the comforts of Shesher Group could never offer such exhilaration. However, Yang Qian, who was nearby, overheard the conversation and couldn't help but chuckle derisively. He mused how Qin Feng truly underestimated the magnitude of the challenge before him. Was it youthful bravado? Or was he oblivious to the vastness of Tongren Group's influence? The patent meeting lasted until 11 in the morning, a full 2 hours. After its conclusion, Qin Feng intended to return directly, but was soon intercepted by a multitude of media reporters. These individuals were well informed, having swiftly discovered that Qin Feng was the current owner of Renhe Pharmaceutical, hailing from the neighboring Longo City and presiding over Fengshui Capital Limited. Now that a formal declaration of war against Tongren Group had been made, it was undoubtedly a sensational topic within the business community, and they were eager to exploit this opportunity to generate headlines. President Qin, Does Rinha Pharmaceutical truly have the confidence to compete with Tongren Group for market share? President Qin does not strike me as someone who acts without purpose. Could you possibly share any clever strategies? President Qin, regarding Fengshui Limited, how much have you invested? And what business endeavors are currently underway? The innate curiosity of reporters led them to probe into various matters, questioning freely despite knowing some topics were off limits. Several cameras were directed at him, and Qin Feng simply resorted to practicing Tai Chi, skillfully evading all inquiries with vague responses. In the end, this group of journalists realized that despite posing numerous questions, Qin Feng had answered each one without imparting any substantial information, leaving them profoundly disappointed and empty-handed. By this time, most of the reporters had dispersed when suddenly, Zhang Zhao, the general manager of Tongren Group, approached Qin Feng briskly, his expression rife with disdain. Chapter 181. The Pitiful Ones, is it Qin Feng? He strides forward with an air of arrogance, casting disdainful glances at those around him, inciting a palpable irritation among the staff of Rinha Pharmaceutical. Have you prepared yourselves to serve as the stepping stones for Tongren Group? Rest assured, Manager Zhang. Qin Feng replies with a smile, I am ready to trample Tongren Group beneath my feet. What an arrogant fellow! Zhang Zhao retorts sharply, then scoffs. I truly do not comprehend the source of your confidence. To speak frankly, our group has already devised plans to extend our operations beyond the province. Before long, Tongren Group will be an esteemed entity that you can only look up to. With that, he turns his back and exits the venue. The members of Tongren Group glare at Qin Feng and his companions before hastily following Zhang Zhao out. Pitiful. Qin Feng murmurs softly upon witnessing this. Tongren Group is an established enterprise that has dominated the provincial pharmaceutical market for many years. Since over a decade ago, they have faced no rivals within the province. However, this very dominance has dulled their competitive edge, leading them to become complacent and hesitant to venture beyond their comfort zone. A decade ago, they should have begun to develop markets outside the province to secure greater profits for the group, rather than remaining stagnant. Over the past 10 years, Tongren Group has claimed nearly 90% of the provincial market, reveling in their achievements. Little do they realize that their company has long since entered a bottleneck period. To break through this limitation and seek advancement, they must embrace change and broaden their horizons. Yet, they have consistently failed to recognize this truth. Ultimately, it is their lack of courage and vision that has resulted in Tongren Group, despite possessing abundant resources, merely treading water for a full decade. The fact that they are only now preparing to seize markets outside the province and expand their reach is quite embarrassing. And Zhang Zhao seems to take pride in this folly. Truly pitiful. Click. As Qin Feng snaps back to reality, he notices several reporters have just taken photographs. The recent confrontation within the commercial circle of Haibei City is undoubtedly a moment worth preserving, a photograph of significant commemorative value. The general manager of Tongren Group's Haibei branch stands opposite the newly appointed president of Rinha Pharmaceutical. As a competent journalist, one would certainly not overlook such a scene. This photograph, with one figure on the left and the other on the right, holds immense significance and could easily serve as a sensational headline, drawing considerable attention. Hu Lingui initially intended to intervene, but Qin Feng waved him off. Let them take their pictures. This is free promotional material, and we should not squander it. In Qin Feng's view, he welcomes the media's fervent coverage. The more sensational, the better. He has been searching for an opportunity for the people of Haibei City to recognize Rinha Pharmaceutical, for the public's nature is inherently gossipy. Once they are thrust into the spotlight, it matters not if it is Rinha Pharmaceutical or even a mere pig. As long as the approach is correct, they can soar. This will serve as a means to bolster Rinha Pharmaceutical's momentum. Let us promptly commence establishing our company's direct pharmacies and forge high-value partnerships with other drugstores. With an abundance of wealth, even the Tongren Group cannot wield its influence effectively. All the small enterprises have been acquired. Following the conclusion of the patent launch conference, Qin Feng promptly set about making arrangements. Since the Tongren Group had resolutely decided to engage in a battle, Qin Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. He was determined to rise to the challenge. Moreover, he aimed to harness the momentum generated by the Tongren Group to elevate Rinha Pharmaceuticals to greater heights. This initial arrangement would naturally involve scaling up the operations of Rinha Pharmaceuticals. He understood all too well that no matter how strong the momentum, insufficient scale would hinder their ability to consume such a formidable entity as the Tongren Group. Chapter 182. Open struggles and hidden conflicts in the following days. The pharmaceutical market of Haibei City seemed to be engulfed by an enormous tsunami. Little did anyone anticipate that this tempest initially stemmed from but a mere ripple. Rinha Pharmaceutical acted with alarming swiftness, traversing through every pharmacy and hospital directly affiliated with the Tongren Group within just a few days. Business, after all, is a game of seizing opportunities. In the blink of an eye, enticed by the prospect of substantial monetary gains. Nearly every pharmacy had entered into a cooperation agreement with Rinha Pharmaceutical for their novel special effect drugs. Despite the immense allure of profit laid before them, the pressure exerted by the Tongren Group was of little concern to anyone. These pharmacies, which commanded half of Hebei City's pharmaceutical market, played both sides. They not only established collaborative ties with the Tongren Group, but also struck agreements with Rinha Pharmaceutical. Earning from both sides seemed the most lucrative approach. Qin Feng, however, was unfazed by this situation, for these establishments were not beholden to any single corporation. They operated as independent pharmacies and hospitals. On the contrary, the Tongren Group was in a state of frantic agitation. In the heart of Hebei City, within the towering edifice of the Tongren Group, a resounding clap echoed through the spacious conference hall, shattering the silence that enveloped the room. Zhang Zhao's face flushed red, his eyes ablaze with fury as he forcefully slammed a report onto the table. These pharmacies were truly betraying their own. They sought collaboration with our group, while simultaneously refusing to relinquish the benefits from Rinha Pharmaceutical. How dare they attempt to have it both ways? Damn it. I shall ensure that neither side profits. In the span of mere days, Rinha Pharmaceutical had invested heavily, luring numerous independent pharmacies and hospitals with substantial financial incentives. This was undoubtedly a harbinger of ill fortune, particularly for the Tongren Group. Where on earth did Rinha Pharmaceutical procure such funds? Which bank had extended them credit? How audacious to propose such repugnant terms. Any pharmacy that partnered with them could secure corresponding funding, with unsold products refunded in full? As Zhang Zhao seethed with rage, the others present dared not utter a word. Rinha Pharmaceutical resembled a famished vagabond, ravenous and desperate, devouring whatever came their way. Was this not a path to inevitable loss? Who engages in such aggressive market tactics? Even if they managed to capture half, what of it? More than half of the market still remained under our control. Some, seemingly unconcerned, voiced their thoughts aloud. Though they too were baffled by Rinha Pharmaceutical's intentions, the absurdity of offering such terms, nearly devoid of profit, or even loss-inducing, left them questioning the sanity of Rinha's leadership. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. This strategy could result in mutual detriment. A case of wounding the enemy while inflicting significant harm upon oneself. The marketing manager of the Tongren Group furrowed his brow. No one had anticipated such underhanded tactics from Rinha Pharmaceutical, catching everyone off guard. We have also observed another phenomenon. During this period, the various shopping centers under the auspices of the Shengshi Group in Longzhou City have prominently featured promotional materials for the innovative and effective medications from Rinha Pharmaceutical. This indicates that they enjoy the backing of the Shengshi Group. However, despite this support, it is evident that the Shengshi Group has invested significantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. After a prolonged moment, his demeanor suddenly brightened, and a confident sneer graced his face. No matter. What is Shengshi Group after all? Although they have recently shown remarkable progress and reportedly gained substantial profits in the price war against the Zhou Group, what does it truly matter? Chapter 183. On the edge of a storm, given the scale of Shengshi Group, even a modest increase cannot possibly compare to our own enterprise. We can simply endure the situation. The insignificant Rinha Pharmaceutical will ultimately exhaust its resources. I refuse to believe that Shengshi Group will expend all its efforts to support a mere Rinha Pharmaceutical, unless, of course, the owner of Rinha is their own progeny. Zhang Zhao remains unconvinced that Rinha Pharmaceutical can consume their entire market, nor does he believe that Shengshi Group would neglect its own survival to wholeheartedly back Rinha. Meanwhile, on the side of Rinha Pharmaceutical, Qin Feng has gathered Gao Jie, Han Jiaolong, and others. In recent days, Rinha Pharmaceutical has captured the attention of all, truly standing at the zenith of the industry. Recognizing this, Qin Feng understands that the moment has arrived. Prepare yourselves for significant investment, he declares. Our products are impeccable. Yet all distribution channels in Hebei City are monopolized by Tongren Group. To merely focus on Hebei City and attempt to outmaneuver Tongren Group is futile. Therefore, we must broaden our horizons. With great bravado, Gao Jie thumps his chest and proclaims, Brother Qin, we trust solely in you. Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall comply. Though they have returned to Longzhou City and are not physically present at the company, they have been diligently monitoring recent developments. After all, Rinha Pharmaceutical is a venture they embarked on together with Qin Feng, and they hold stakes in it, naturally wishing for substantial profits. Their faith in Qin Feng's ability to deliver such profits is unshakable. However, the prospect of facing a formidable opponent like Tongren Group fills them with trepidation, yet simultaneously stirs a thrill of excitement within them. Once, despite their wealth, they could only look up to such titans of industry. Yet now, They stand poised to engage in a business clash with such a conglomerate, and their hearts brim with exhilaration. Hebei City constitutes the cornerstone of Tongren Group's market. We cannot confine our struggle to this locale. Our vision must extend beyond Hebei City, even into other provinces. Utilize all available resources to develop markets in other cities within the province and beyond. I intend to execute a cunning strategy, employing subterfuge to achieve our aims. Brother Qin, could you elaborate? I find myself confused, Gao Jiao admits, though he comprehends the initial part of the plan. The latter half leaves him bewildered. Fool. Han Jialong casts a scornful glance at him. What Brother Qin means is simple: develop markets outside the province, ultimately linking them back to us to collectively engulf Tongren Group. Indeed, that is essentially my intent, Qin Feng replies, his eyebrows raising in appreciation of Han Jialong's insight. He had previously perceived him as rather uncouth, but it appears he possesses a modicum of strategic understanding. Subsequently, Qin Feng earnestly elucidated that the Tongren Group's market within the province had, in fact, approached a state of saturation a decade ago. Over the past 10 years, they have been complacent, experiencing sluggish growth, and ultimately reaching a bottleneck, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve any breakthroughs. From beginning to end, they have not dared to venture even a step beyond the provincial borders, remaining comfortably ensconced in their own zone. This has afforded us, at Rinha Pharmaceutical, a significant opportunity, if we seize it. The prospect of achieving remarkable success from modest beginnings is not without possibility. Chapter 184. The Opportunity of the Era. What opportunity? Chu Tina scratched his head. He was utterly unfamiliar with the pharmaceutical market and could only follow Qin Feng's investment decisions. They had begun to realize that it was time to expand into markets beyond the province, yet they still clung to their previous cautious approach. However, we must seize the opportunity before them and capture the markets outside the province. When they find themselves with no options left, they will come to the realization that the surrounding markets have already been claimed by our company. At that point, we shall initiate a strategic encirclement, sandwiching their group into a desperate situation. Qin Feng declared confidently. In the next few days, aside from developing the corresponding distribution channels, I want you all to keep a close watch on the company. I will be heading to Jiang Province for a collaboration, departing tomorrow. The others nodded obediently, acknowledging his words. That afternoon, Qin Feng made several arrangements at the company. Besides expanding the scale of Rinha Group, he instructed everyone to remain low-key, avoiding any significant actions, and to wait for the opportune moment. This strategy aimed to create a faude of lethargy for Tongren Group. Currently, Rinha Pharmaceuticals was in a pivotal position, and displaying weakness at this juncture would only embolden Tongren Group, allowing them to become even more arrogant. Yet, Qin Feng understood the principle that pride precedes a fall. The more complacent Tongren Group became, the more opportunities would present themselves to him. He merely awaited the moment to ascend to great heights, host a grand feast, and ultimately witness the collapse of that very edifice. After finalizing all key points, Qin Feng set off the next day for neighboring Jiang Province, located along the coast. Jiang Province shares a similar terrain with Yu Province, and given their proximity, Qin Feng chose to drive rather than fly. Setting off in the morning, he arrived in the provincial capital by mid-morning. This city was notably prosperous, with an economy more developed than that of Yu Province's capital, featuring a network of bustling streets filled with vehicles and throngs of pedestrians, a true tableau of affluence. After parking his car, Qin Feng grabbed a quick bite to eat. Shortly after, around 3 in the afternoon, he entered a CAF. At this hour, the CAF was never short of patrons, yet it maintained a tranquil atmosphere, devoid of excessive noise. This was not due to poor offerings. Rather, it was because the establishment catered to a more upscale clientele. Ordering a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, Qin Feng settled into a window seat. As he savored the rich aroma of his coffee, he observed the ebb and flow of traffic outside, allowing time to pass in quiet contemplation. Before long, a melodious voice akin to that of a golden oriole broke the stillness. "Excuse me, could you please make some room?" Turning to look, Qin Feng beheld a young woman clad in a relaxed Balenciaga black ensemble, exuding an air of languid elegance. However, her visage attracted peculiar glances from those around her. She was a remarkably beautiful woman, with a delicate and fair face, exquisite features, and beneath elegantly arched brows. Her eyes shimmered like enticing autumn waters. Her figure was equally alluring. Despite her casual and loose attire, it could not conceal her voluptuous curves, and her long, graceful legs only accentuated her height. Such a woman would leave any man in awe, inevitably prompting him to approach her. Yet, after a moment of appraisal, Qin Feng averted his gaze. Chapter 185. The wealthy heiress. Did you not hear what I said? The beautiful woman furrowed her brows, momentarily convinced that Qin Feng was deaf or mute, afflicted by some ailment. First come, first served, Qin Feng replied with a calm demeanor. raising an eyebrow as he cast a glance around, subtly indicating to the woman that she should relocate. The CAF was relatively empty, with ample vacant seats available. The only advantage of his current spot was its proximity to the window. Why was she so insistent on this particular seat? I am well aware of the principle of first come, first served, the attractive woman remarked, her alluring red lips slightly parted. Caught between words as she took a seat opposite Qin Feng, she then rapped her fingers 3 times on the table, producing a series of sharp knocks. I should clarify that this is my designated spot. Qin Feng looked up at her, smiling, before you sat down. I observed that there was no name inscribed on this table or chair, so what gives you the right to claim it as yours? A flicker of indignation crossed her exquisitely crafted features, yet she found herself at a loss to counter Qin Feng's assertion. Although she frequented this CF and consistently occupied this seat, over time, both the staff and she had come to regard it as her exclusive domain. However, Qin Feng was correct, it was not truly hers. There were no markings to signify ownership, nor was her name written there, thus others were free to occupy it. I see you've finished your drink. Why not vacate the spot? She glanced at the cup in front of Qin Feng, which contained only a small amount of residue. Waiting for someone. Qin Feng succinctly responded. Does waiting grant you the right to monopolize an empty seat? The beautiful woman seized the opportunity to chastise him. Excuse me, but I paid for my drink. Am I not entitled to sit for a while? Qin Feng retorted. You might as well inquire with the CAF staff whether businesses should provide more considerate service to customers. I am not merely here for coffee. I also seek to relish the tranquil and pleasant ambience. Caught off guard by his response, the woman felt a twinge of annoyance. Who are you waiting for? Can't you wait elsewhere? She remained determined to confront Qin Feng. Not possible. Qin Feng shook his head, then added with a meaningful tone, moreover, the person I am waiting for has already arrived. Who? If they have arrived, why are you still here? She paused, slightly taken aback by his words. Far away yet close at hand, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Is this some novel method of flirting? She quickly donned a look of realization, suddenly feeling deceived by Qin Feng. The claims of occupying a seat and waiting for someone were merely absurd excuses concocted for the purpose of engaging her in conversation. A sense of disdain arose within her. She had always held a certain pride when faced with suitors. Flirting? I think you've misunderstood. I am Meng Fanqi, the heiress of Huajin Group. You are indeed quite beautiful. But I did not approach you with the intention of flirting, Qin Feng earnestly elucidated. Do you know me? In that instant, Meng Fanqi's expression grew tense. Her face suffused with wariness. Coming from a prestigious lineage and possessing great wealth, she found herself confronted by someone familiar with her, yet whom she did not recognize. To her, this could only mean either a media reporter or an intrusive paparazzo, or perhaps someone harboring ulterior motives. Standing in such a prominent position, one is inevitably the center of attention, attracting both admirers and detractors. Chapter 186. A word to the wise surely, you are not surprised to meet me. Qin Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. The heiress of the Huajin Group, having graduated from a prestigious foreign university, returned to become an executive in her family's enterprise. Miss Meng's reputation is quite formidable. Anyone who pays attention to the commercial circles of Jiang province would have some impression of her. Furthermore, with so many suitors vying for her attention, one could easily imagine a line forming from the entrance of this CAF to the city center. Meng Fanqi finally composed herself and spoke in a subdued tone. You investigated me? There is no rule against such inquiry, and I bear no ill intent. I merely wish to use your voice to remind you of a matter concerning your company, Qin Feng replied, maintaining his nonchalant air as though unfazed by the situation. This prompted a wave of confusion in Meng Fanqi. What matter do you wish to remind me of? Previously, she had perceived Qin Feng as enigmatic. Yet this very mystery piqued her curiosity. She was eager to hear what he had to say, as she had nothing to lose and it would not consume much of her time. Of course, all of this was amplified by the fact that they were in an upscale CF, a place frequented solely by the affluent. Furthermore, Meng Fanqi could discern that Qin Feng was no ordinary individual based on his eloquence. Although it is often said that curiosity killed the cat, women are inherently curious beings. The subtle aura of mystery that surrounded Qin Feng captivated her interest. If I am not mistaken, Huajin Company is currently ensnared in an economic crisis, he declared. It is beset by both internal and external troubles, and if not handled adeptly, dissolution may be imminent. Upon hearing this, Meng Fanqi's expression shifted dramatically. What are you saying? You are clearly spreading rumors. Our company is thriving and steadily progressing. We have no need for your concerns. She scoffed. Her fair visage now tinged with anger as she tossed her sleeves and prepared to leave, unwilling to exchange another word with Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng countered. If I am mistaken, Miss Meng, your reaction suggests otherwise. As an insider of Huajin Group, You should possess greater awareness than I. The current state of Huajun is merely superficial. Internally, it has long since decayed. Many shareholders are poised to abscond with their shares. If you are unwilling to confront the truth, then I have nothing more to say. Alas, I had intended to offer assistance. Qin Feng feigned a look of regret. At this, Meng Fanqi, who had just risen, faltered in her step. Rather than departing, she found herself seated once more. Her expression now tinged with urgency rather than the calm she had previously exhibited. How do you know about the internal affairs of Huajun? She inquired, a mixture of curiosity and anxiety evident in her voice. The internal situation of Huajun Group aligned closely with what Qin Feng had articulated. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. The crux of the matter was that she had never disclosed such information, and the company had issued strict orders to ensure that this matter remained confidential. How could Qin Feng, an outsider, be privy to such secrets? Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this information. I have my own channels, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Rest assured. Aside from the senior executives within your company, I am likely the only other individual privy to the circumstances surrounding Huajun Group. No other outsider will be aware. Meng Fanqi was momentarily taken aback. After a moment's reflection, she concluded that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. She quickly lowered her voice and admitted, indeed, Huajun Group's current financial state is quite precarious, teetering on the brink of dissolution, primarily due to the discord among the board members. Chapter 187. The plan. Meng Fanqi had no intention of discussing these matters. However, given that her company's internal information had been thoroughly exposed by the other party, further concealment seemed futile. What particularly caught her attention was Qin Feng's statement, which initially intended to assist the Huajun Group. Currently, the Huajun Group teetered on the brink of collapse, and the executives, especially her father, were racking their brains for a solution to this dilemma. Yet now, Qin Feng claimed he possessed a method. Whether this was true or false, Meng Fanqi felt compelled to investigate. Although she still suspected that Qin Feng might be using this as a ruse to deceive her. After all, such extraordinary individuals were rare, especially outsiders. What if it were indeed true? If it were real, would she not be missing an opportunity to save the company? Even if it turned out to be false, the situation could hardly worsen than it already had. Summoning her courage, Meng Fanqi ultimately resolved to give it a try. Since Miss Meng trusts me, allow me to share a piece of information, Qin Feng stated directly. I advise you to return and have your father thoroughly investigate Mo Lingqing, a member of the Huajun board. Check whether a significant portion of the company's funds has been embezzled by him. However, upon hearing this, Meng Fanqi furrowed her brows and retorted, how absurd. Mo Lingqing is my uncle, and our families have always maintained a close relationship. He has provided critical support to the group during our most desperate times. Such loyalty precludes any suspicion. Throughout her life, Meng Fanqi had never harbored doubts about her uncle. Are you attempting to sow discord between my family and my uncle? I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, Meng Fanqi dismissed any lingering hope she had in Qin Feng and stood up to leave. This time, she was resolute in her decision not to trust him any longer. As she prepared to depart, Qin Feng rubbed his forehead and remarked, somewhat pointedly, I never expected that after studying abroad, Miss Ming would return with such outdated views. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. All you need to do is visit Mo Lingqing's office before midnight tonight and check the second drawer of his cabinet for a hidden box. Examine the accounts within. Whether you believe me is entirely up to you. It's a pity that the once thriving Huajun Group, a leading enterprise in Jiang province, may soon fall apart. His words were harsh and unpalatable, causing Meng Fanqi to pause momentarily. A flicker of anger surged within her, prompting a desire to argue with Qin Feng. However, she quickly reconsidered, deciding it was unnecessary to engage with someone like him, and resolved to return home swiftly. After Meng Fanqi left, Qin Feng also chose not to linger in the CAF, departing without a backward glance. It was entirely within his expectations that she would not believe him. After all, he was her beloved uncle, the one who had watched her grow up. Naturally, she would choose him over an outsider without a second thought. However, this did not diminish the impact of Qin Feng's words on Meng Fanqi. Whether she believed or not was of little consequence, at least in Qin Feng's eyes. As long as she took the initiative to invest her time and energy in verifying the authenticity of the matter, that would be more than sufficient. Chapter 188. Personal verification. Upon returning home, Meng Fanqi powered on her computer, initially intending to work, yet she found herself unable to concentrate. A sense of unease lingered within her, as the words of Qin Feng echoed incessantly in her mind, akin to a relentless parasite. Despite her attempts to admonish herself against dwelling on such negative thoughts, her efforts proved futile. Taking a deep breath, she closed her laptop. Once her emotions had settled and composure restored, the astute Ming Fanqi finally made up her mind. As Qin Feng had articulated, hearsay lacks substance. One must witness for oneself to ascertain the truth. Regardless of the close bond shared with her uncle, she felt compelled to investigate personally to confirm his innocence. Just wait. Her uncle must be innocent. When the evidence is laid bare, I shall see what he has to say. Attempting to sow discord within my family? Not a chance. The mere thought of Qin Feng ignited her ire, her cheeks flushing with indignation. In a fit of frustration, she hastily departed in her car, arriving at the Huajun Group building around 10 o'clock that evening. The edifice, even at this late hour, buzzed with activity, as many employees toiled diligently. Half of the floor ablaze with light. This was a hallmark of Huajun Group's policy, encouraging overtime and offering generous compensation to those who complied. Such practices significantly contributed to the rapid ascent of Huajun Group, establishing it as a leading enterprise in Jiang Province. Entering the company, Ming Fanqi made her way to her office. Before she even crossed the threshold, she spotted her impeccably dressed uncle, Mo Lingqing. His office was nearly adjacent to hers, just next door. At that moment, Mo Lingqing had just finished his workday and was preparing to leave for home when he noticed Ming Fanqi rushing in. Prompting his curiosity, "Fanqi, didn't you leave early? Why are you back at the office so late?" Ming Fanqi's expression shifted slightly before she swiftly masked it, adopting an air of nonchalance. Internally, she felt a tumult of anxiety, even guilt towards her uncle. She should not have allowed the words of an outsider to instill such doubt. Nevertheless, she resolved to proceed with her plan to verify her uncle's innocence, thus opting to conceal her true intentions for the moment. "Uncle, I found it rather stifling at home and couldn't focus on work, so I thought I'd come in for some overtime. The environment here suits my needs better," she stated, her demeanor unwavering. In a broad sense, her words held merit. Indeed, she felt suffocated at home, unable to concentrate on her tasks. Yet her agitation stemmed from the incessant reverberation of Qin Feng's words in her mind, disrupting her peace. Thus, caught between truth and pretense, Mo Lingqing was convinced, responding without suspicion, "Very well, I'll head home now. Your aunt is likely waiting anxiously." "All right, uncle. Please take care on your way back." Once Mo Lingqing departed, Ming Fanqi felt a surge of excitement, eager to infiltrate her uncle's office and investigate. As per Qin Feng's suggestion. Yet, suddenly recalling Qin Feng's instruction to wait until midnight, she halted in her tracks and retreated to her own office instead. Though the reasons elude her, having chosen to trust in Qin Feng's words and seek the truth, she ultimately resolved to persevere as she always had. At the very least, she would maintain her composure. Thus, after toiling away in her office for nearly an hour, her patience wearing thin, she unexpectedly caught sight of Mo Lingqing's figure reappearing outside the door. Has her uncle returned? What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 189. Ming Fanqi's shock. Had that man anticipated such an event long ago? Ming Fanqi was momentarily taken aback. If this occurrence had been within his calculations, did it imply that everything he had stated, including matters concerning her uncle, was indeed true? After pondering this, she shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the unsettling thoughts. No, regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to wait until after midnight. Hearing is often deceptive, seeing is believing. She repeatedly murmured this mantra to herself, reminding herself to exercise patience and refrain from haste. At that moment, Mo Lingqing's voice suddenly broke the silence, nearly startling her out of her wits. "Fanqi, I left a document in the office and have returned to retrieve it. You should finish your work early and rest. I shall take my leave now." "All right, uncle, I will be heading back shortly," she replied, though inwardly she was drenched in cold sweat. Once Mo Lingqing departed, she patted her ample chest to calm her frayed nerves. They say that if one has done no wrong, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. Yet, was she not engaged in something dubious? Never mind, she had come this far. She must persist. Ming Fanqi clenched her delicate fists, steeling herself. Subsequently, she endured the agonizing wait in her office. The sensation of time dragging on felt akin to her current emotional turmoil. With each passing minute, it seemed a torment. Finally, the clock struck midnight. She stepped out of the office, glancing around. The illuminated rooms had dwindled to a mere few. On her floor, nearly everyone had departed, leaving only her office occupied. Surely, the time had come? She murmured softly to herself, her resolve hardening as she entered her uncle Mo Lingqing's office. Following Qin Feng's instructions, she discovered a hidden compartment on the second shelf of Mo Lingqing's desk. As she opened the concealed space, she indeed found a stack of documents and accounts within. Overcome with trepidation, Ming Fanqi refrained from turning on the light, instead illuminating the area with her phone, meticulously cross-referencing the information on the accounts. My heavens, After a brief moment of examination, she abruptly covered her mouth in shock. Realizing her voice had risen too high, she anxiously glanced around, ensuring the floor was deserted before her racing heart could finally find some semblance of peace. The man had spoken nothing but the truth. How could her uncle engage in such actions, embezzling the company's profits for years while fabricating corresponding accounts? In that instant, Meng Fanqi felt as though struck by lightning, her mind rendered blank. If her uncle could perpetrate such deceit, it seemed he had long ceased to care for the well-being of their family. In that moment, all trust evaporated, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. After a prolonged silence, she finally regained her composure, recalling Qin Feng, akin to grasping at the last lifeline. She was no fool, seizing her phone. She began to snap pictures vigorously. All pieces of evidence were captured in photographic form. At that moment, with such an abundance of evidence at hand, even her own uncle could not evade responsibility. After completing all these tasks, she meticulously returned the documents to their rightful place, ensuring that no flaws were exposed to arouse suspicion. Subsequently, shortly after midnight, she left the company and, without a moment's hesitation, dialed her father's number. She recounted her observations and experiences to him in full detail, leaving nothing unspoken. Chapter 190. Meng Chongqing, is everything you said true? Have all the relevant pieces of evidence been captured? A resonant male voice echoed through the phone. Meng Fanqi took a deep breath and replied, "Yes, father. There is absolutely no falsehood. Please remain calm. I, too, did not anticipate that uncle would be such a person." With a sigh, Meng Fanqi sensed that her father might find it difficult to accept this reality in the moment. Nevertheless, she held unwavering faith in him, for he was still the individual she revered and trusted above all. Meng Fanqi's father, Meng Chongqing, was the president and chairman of Huajun Group, wielding control over the entire enterprise. He was a formidable figure who had risen from humble beginnings, a true legend within the business realm. It was said that during his most impoverished days, he could scarcely afford a meal, with all his money barely sufficient to purchase a bouquet of roses for the woman he adored. However, over the subsequent decades, he seemingly defied odds, establishing Huajun Group and building his brand, ultimately amassing a fortune worth billions. You're mistaken, Fanqi. He is indeed that kind of person. Meng Fanqi's eyes widened in disbelief at her father's response. Long ago, I was already aware that Huajun Group's finances were in disarray. The descent into such a precarious state, teetering on the brink of dissolution, was not unforeseen. I pondered what might have gone awry within the company or whether there was truly a traitor among us. I had harbored suspicions about several individuals, including your uncle. Meng Chongqing's tone remained calm and frigid, devoid of any trace of astonishment. Meng Fanqi had not anticipated that her uncle had long been under her father's scrutiny. In such moments, familial bonds appeared fragile and insubstantial, akin to paper, easily reduced to ashes by a mere spark. Meng Chongqing continued, "Regrettably, despite my suspicions, I could never unearth concrete evidence to take action against him. As the company faced imminent collapse, I was consumed by anxiety, never imagining that in this critical hour, it would be you, Fanqi, who would uncover the decisive evidence. You have saved our company, my precious daughter. You are truly my lucky star. It was your birth that heralded a turn of fortune for me, allowing me to thrive in the business world. And now, it is you who has salvaged our near-defunct company." Meng Chongqing was filled with exuberance. For years, he had been covertly seeking related evidence and was on the brink of despair when his beloved daughter delivered him monumental news. Flushed with embarrassment from such praise, Meng Fanqi quickly shook her head and replied, "Father, the credit does not belong to me. It is due to an extraordinary individual I encountered at the CAF this afternoon. Had he not alerted me, I would not have discovered this evidence." She then recounted her experience at the CAF in meticulous detail. "You mean to say that he provided not only the evidence, but also its location? What an extraordinary talent this is. Surely, he must be a divine being possessing unparalleled wisdom." Even the usually composed Meng Chongqing could not help but exclaim in astonishment at this moment. The more he listened to what Meng Fanqi described, the more it resembled a tale of mythic proportions. Although the world is vast and filled with wonders, encountering such a prodigy is a rarity in Meng Chongqing's several decades of life. You have encountered a benefactor. Fanqi, if you have the chance to meet him again, please invite him to meet me at once. No, I shall personally pay him a visit. Chapter 191. The benefactor has disappeared. Perhaps his assistance extends far beyond our expectations. He is undoubtedly the destined benefactor of our Huajun Group. After hanging up the phone, Meng Fanqi's emotions were tumultuous. Having returned from studying abroad in America, she possessed an impressive academic background and was a true high achiever. In the past, prior to experiencing the events of today, she would have scoffed at notions of mysticism. fortune-telling, and the whims of feng shui. However, today's occurrences have utterly shattered her perceptions. The individual in question was clearly an outsider, not even remotely affiliated with Huajun Group, let alone a senior executive. Yet, he possessed an uncanny awareness of the crises plaguing Huajun Group, even pinpointing the very source of the turmoil. What was most astonishing was his ability to succinctly identify the key to victory, thereby assisting Huajun Group in resolving its most pressing dilemma. It was nothing short of magical. Ming Fanqi felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her, unable to accept or fully comprehend the day's events. First, she encountered a person of extraordinary capabilities, and then she discovered that her uncle had been harboring malicious intentions all along. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Qin Feng had rendered immense aid to Huajun Group, a true act of salvation. She owed him an apology for her previous disrespectful remarks, as well as a heartfelt expression of gratitude for his generosity. The following morning, Ming Fanqi rose early, donned her formal attire, and drove to the CAF. Upon entering, the staff promptly greeted her, for she was a regular patron and a valued VIP, well known among the employees. However, she was not there merely for coffee. She wandered through the expansive CAF, searching the first and second floors. Yet she could not find the familiar figure she recalled. Could he be upset? The thought of her earlier disrespect made her heart sink. Indeed, she had shown no respect towards Qin Feng, and even now, she was unaware of his full name. If he truly were angry and chose not to visit the CAF, where would she find him? After conveying her thoughts to her father, Meng Cha-ching, he chuckled heartily on the other end of the line. Fanqi, your reaction is quite normal. If I were in your position, I would also have difficulty believing the words of a stranger. If he is truly an extraordinary individual, he has certainly considered this. Rest assured, he is not so petty as to hold a grudge over such a trivial matter. Meng Fanqi paused, then inquired, but Dad, didn't you say that capable individuals tend to be quite proud? Not all of them. In fact, the more capable a person is, the more humble they tend to be. The more one knows, the more one realizes their own ignorance. You need not worry. Since he chose to engage with you and has provided such significant assistance, he must have a purpose. He will not relent until that purpose is achieved. Make an effort to frequent the CAF over the next few days. You will surely encounter him. As for the company matters, leave them be and focus solely on this task. Such a remarkable individual, I must make their acquaintance. Otherwise, my life would be in vain. Upon hearing these words, Meng Fanqi was taken aback. She had never anticipated her father would bestow such high praise upon that person, which indicated their extraordinary nature. Obediently following her father's advice, Meng Fanqi spent the past few days almost entirely stationed at the CAF, from dawn till dusk. However, after 3 consecutive days, even the CAF staff began to regard her with a peculiar gaze, yet she still awaited the arrival of Qin Feng in vain. Chapter 192. Reunion. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Meng Fanqi made her customary visit to the CAF, settling into her most familiar spot. As she surveyed her surroundings, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Several days had passed, yet the anticipated figure had still not made an appearance, leading her to question her father's judgment. Perhaps their encounter was merely a coincidence, devoid of any ulterior motives. After lingering in the CAF for quite some time, just as she was about to rise and leave, a familiar silhouette fortuitously caught her eye. It was Qin Feng. Her lashes fluttered, and a glimmer of joy illuminated her gaze as she hastily waved to him as he entered the CAF. I've been searching for you tirelessly. It's been days since I last saw you. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards her, meeting her eyes with an expression as tranquil as still water, betraying no hint of emotion. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. For the past few days, he had deliberately avoided Ming Fanqi, refraining from visiting the CAF, intending to leave Huajun Group in suspense. It had proven to be a sound strategy. The more he distanced himself, the more anxious Meng Fanqi became. What a coincidence, Miss Meng. It seems we meet again. Qin Feng feigned surprise. Seeing this, a flicker of resentment flashed in Meng Fanqi's eyes as she glared at him fiercely. You clearly knew I would come looking for you, yet you pretended to be surprised. Who were you trying to fool? Qin Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to her accusation, and took a seat across from her. He swiftly changed the subject, teasing. Are you inviting me for coffee, Miss Meng? I recall this seat is your designated spot. I hope my presence here doesn't upset you. A hint of crimson blossomed on Meng Fanqi's cheeks, her frustration directed at Qin Feng palpable. The previous occasion, when he had taken her seat, had prompted her to speak harshly to him, and now, he had brought it up again, clearly not having forgotten. Was he truly this petty? Meng Fanqi found herself puzzled, but chose not to engage in a quarrel with him. Instead, she said, the information you provided last time was indeed helpful to me, and I apologize for my rudeness. Her sincerity seemed to please Qin Feng, who felt a sense of satisfaction. Despite her noble lineage as the daughter of Huajun group, Meng Fanqi exhibited a commendable understanding of etiquette and the importance of acknowledging one's mistakes. To recognize and amend one's errors is indeed a virtue, Qin Feng remarked, somewhat impressed. However, it is hardly a significant matter. It is natural for someone like you, who does not know me, to be skeptical. My father wishes to invite you to Huajun group for a discussion, hoping to express his gratitude to you, Meng Fanqi stated earnestly. By the way, I still do not know your name. Qin Feng, he replied. Qin Feng? Meng Fanqi was taken aback. She had assumed that someone as remarkable and capable as he would possess a name of great renown. Yet upon hearing it, she realized that the name Qin Feng did not ring any bells for her. Nevertheless, despite having never heard of Qin Feng's reputation, she still maintained the respect that was due. After all, the prior admonition had indeed saved their lives. Had it not been for Qin Feng's assistance, it is likely that Huajun Group would still be languishing in its struggles or perhaps even facing bankruptcy. And what, pray tell, transpired thereafter with regard to your uncle's situation at Huajun Group? It was only when Qin Feng's voice resonated once more that Meng Fanqi returned to her senses. Chapter 193. The appointed time, if you can guess it, I will be utterly impressed, Meng Fanqi said with a sly smile, intentionally withholding the answer from Qin Feng and encouraging him to make his own deductions. I surmise that your father expelled him but did not imprison him. Qin Feng replied without hesitation. His prompt response astonished Meng Fanqi, particularly because he was indeed correct. How did you know? Meng Fanqi exclaimed, her surprise palpable. What she truly wished to ask was whether there was anything he did not know. Yet, Qin Feng merely shook his head and casually remarked. It's quite easy to guess. Meng Fanqi, intrigued, inquired. In truth, I fail to understand why my father would act this way. Is it merely out of compassion? You are so astute. Surely you could elucidate this for me? Given the considerable sum involved in the fraudulent accounts, your uncle would deserve a lifetime in prison. However, should he truly be confined for life, it would irrevocably ruin his existence. Remember, he is your mother's biological brother, your own uncle. Moreover, if this scandal were to come to light, it would not only tarnish his reputation but also your father's and the standing of Huajun Group. The ensuing media frenzy would spell catastrophic consequences for the company's public relations. Therefore, for whatever reasons, as a businessman, your father had to opt for a private resolution. Expelling him from Huajun and allowing him to fend for himself is indeed a prudent strategy. Meng Fanqi nodded, her understanding still somewhat nebulous. Although she had graduated from a prestigious foreign university and was a bona fide returnee, her experience in the social sphere was evidently lacking. Her ascent to an executive position at Huajun Group was undoubtedly tied to her family background. Consequently, despite Qin Feng's clear explanation, she remained perplexed by the intricacies of the business world. Clearly, your father has displayed some softness. Were I in his position, I would not have acted as he did. Merely expelling the individual without appropriate punishment transforms him into a ticking time bomb, capable of retaliating at any moment. Qin Feng's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, Meng Fanqi grew agitated. Are you suggesting that my uncle might return to exact revenge on my father? That is uncertain. I am not attempting to sow discord within your family. How he views his own mistakes is a matter only he can answer. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. What concerns me more is the opportunity to converse with your father. Since he has expressed a desire to meet with me, please arrange a time. I am available at your convenience. Absorbed in her thoughts of her uncle, Meng Fanqi appeared somewhat distracted until Qin Feng reiterated his request. She finally returned to the moment. Nodding and replying with a smile, let us meet tomorrow at 10 in the morning at the Huajun Hotel in Jiang Province. It is indeed one of our company's establishments, and I will come to pick you up. Very well. I shall await you at the CAF tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, Qin Feng replied. I hope you will arrive punctually. Meng Fanqi emphasized her words. Clearly still troubled by having waited 3 days without a glimpse of Qin Feng. After setting the time, the two engaged in a brief conversation before parting ways. For Qin Feng, the opportunity to meet Meng Cha-ching represented a pivotal moment in his plans, and now that moment was nearly within reach. Chapter 194. The passionate Meng Cha-ching. On the following morning at 10 o'clock, when Qin Feng arrived at the CAF, Meng Fanqi was already there as promised. Today, she was adorned in a striking Balenciaga outfit, exuding a fashionable aura, complemented by Valentino high heels that accentuated her long legs. It was evident that she had made a special effort in her appearance. However, Qin Feng's gaze did not linger on her, much to Meng Fanqi's astonishment. She realized that Qin Feng was distinctly different from ordinary men, who would eagerly fix their eyes upon her, missing not a single detail. In truth, while Meng Fanqi was undeniably beautiful, even resembling a swan amidst a flock after her makeup, her allure paled in significance compared to Lin Ruoxue in Qin Feng's eyes. A devoted man, Qin Feng's heart belonged elsewhere, rendering him impervious to Meng Fanqi's charms. Meng Fanqi's car, a youthful Maserati MC20, aligned perfectly with her vibrant persona. As they embarked on their journey, they swiftly arrived at Huajun Hotel. The Huajun Group boasts an extensive industrial chain, encompassing various sectors such as shopping malls, pharmaceuticals, food, and hospitality, with Huajun Hotel being its most renowned establishment. In Jiang Province's capital, there are 3 Huajun hotels, each boasting grand and luxurious architecture, with interiors that radiate opulence. Having visited hotels under the Shengshi Group, Qin Feng found Huajun Hotel to be even larger and more lavish, with exceptionally attentive service. As Qin Feng and Meng Fanqi entered the hotel lobby, a staff member promptly approached them. Mr. Meng has been waiting for some time. Meng Fanqi nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Understood, we shall proceed immediately." To Qin Feng's surprise, Meng Fanqi did not lead him upstairs but instead navigated through the hotel's first-floor lobby to a refined courtyard. He was taken aback to discover such a hidden gem behind the bustling hotel. The courtyard was exquisitely designed, with colorful koi fish swimming gracefully in the pond, while the lush bamboo and pine trees exuded a verdant charm reminiscent of a Suzhou garden. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the taste of the Huajun CEO, Meng Chaqing. Perhaps his refined taste mirrored his name, Evergreen. Indeed, the courtyard was filled with flourishing trees. Within the courtyard lay a serene pavilion, and as they entered, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a weathered man with graying hair. He appeared to be in his 50s, with deep-set eyes and a face etched with wrinkles. "Are you Mr. Qin Feng?" The man looked up with a smile as he noticed Qin Feng and Meng Fanqi's arrival. "Ms. Meng is in high spirits today." Qin Feng nodded and commended the hidden garden in the bustling city. "Mr. Qin, please take a seat. I have long wished to meet you. I didn't expect it would take 4 days to have this opportunity." Meng Chaqing stood, warmly grasping Qin Feng's hand and inviting him to sit. It was akin to gazing upon a peer. Although he was equally surprised, Qin Feng appeared significantly younger than he had anticipated. "There is no need for formality, Mr. Meng. Your esteemed reputation precedes you, and I have long held you in great admiration. To finally meet you is indeed the fulfillment of a cherished desire." Qin Feng's words left Meng Fanqi momentarily speechless. Furthermore, she had not expected her father to hold Qin Feng in such high regard. Chapter 195. A delightful conversation referring to you as Mr. Qin seems rather excessive for your stature. If you do not mind, let us address each other as brothers. Meng Chaqing proposed, and surprisingly, he took the initiative to brew tea for Qin Feng. The tea, though unknown in its origin, exuded a subtle fragrance that was utterly refreshing. Meng Chaqing's courteous demeanor astonished Qin Feng, who had not anticipated such treatment. This was even more bewildering for Meng Fanqi, who stood utterly stunned. Although she understood her father's high regard for Qin Feng, she had not expected it to extend to such brotherly terms. If Qin Feng and her father were to be considered brothers, what would that make her? Would she have to refer to Qin Feng as uncle? Meng Fanqi shook her head in disbelief, internally scoffing at the thought. As contemporaries, they ought to be of the same generation. If she had to call him uncle, it would be a significant embarrassment for her, the heiress of Huajun Group. Yet, despite her thoughts, she found herself powerless to halt the brotherly exchange between Meng Chaqing and Qin Feng. After all, her father had already spoken, and there was no opportunity to intervene. "Thanks to you, my brother. Without your timely assistance, Huajun Group would likely be nothing more than an empty shell." Meng Chaqing praised profusely. Qin Feng, however, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Mr. Meng, you underestimate the situation. You anticipated this matter well. It was merely the lack of compelling evidence that hindered you. Your keen insight is unmatched. Regardless of the adversary's cunning, they cannot possibly outmaneuver your strategic foresight." Evidently, Meng Chaqing relished such flattery. "Why still call me Mr. Meng? If it pleases you, refer to me as Brother Meng instead," he said with a smile that illuminated his face. Meng Fanqi watched in astonishment, noting that her father had not displayed such joy in a long time. How captivatingly eloquent Qin Feng must be, she mused silently. She was no fool. She recognized that despite their brotherly appellations, the relationship between them was more akin to business partners than genuine kinship. "To be frank, Brother Meng, I have come with the intent of negotiating a transaction with Huajun Group, and thus I have extended my assistance," Qin Feng disclosed as they enjoyed their tea and delightful conversation. He understood that Meng Chaqing had likely surmised his ulterior motives, and rather than conceal his intentions, he preferred to be forthright. "You may rest assured, my brother, I will spare no effort," Meng Chaqing replied, though his expression turned serious. While he acknowledged Qin Feng's help, which indeed had saved Huajun Group, he knew that business was business. Should Qin Feng request unreasonable terms, he could not acquiesce. After all, he was a businessman, and everything revolved around profits. As for the kindness bestowed by Qin Feng, it can be repaid, yet not through the means of mere transactions. This is the remarkable strength of Meng Chongqing. Despite his advancing years, he maintains a lucid mind at all times, ensuring that his own interests are prioritized in every transaction. He is indeed a cunning old fox. From the very beginning, Qin Feng has been acutely aware of this. Fortunately, he is at least a person who values gratitude and does not easily forget a favor, which is one of the reasons Qin Feng chose him. Chapter 196. Revealing Identity. I wish to engage in a transaction with Brother Meng. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Qin Feng's voice resonated once more, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. In tandem with him, Meng Chongqing opposite sat upright, propping his chin in contemplation, a pensive expression gracing his features. The abrupt shift in their dispositions left Meng Fanqi, who was seated nearby, momentarily stunned. She realized that both individuals had adopted a serious demeanor. However, before formally introducing this transaction, I must first disclose my identity and position to Brother Meng. Otherwise, he would surely find it difficult to trust me and would be reluctant to collaborate. In the realm of commerce, whether in transactions or partnerships, it is generally imperative to have equivalent status. This bears a striking resemblance to the concept of marriage, where social standing is often deemed essential. If Qin Feng were a person of little capital and potential value, regardless of the gratitude he owed Meng Chongqing, this transaction could never formally take place. Only when Qin Feng and Meng Chongqing are on equal footing, or when Meng Chongqing perceives Qin Feng's worth, does the possibility for this cooperative venture exist and endure. To begin with, I have invested in establishing a company named Fengshua Limited with an endowment of 3 billion yuan, which currently has not commenced any operations. Furthermore, my company has also acquired a subsidiary, Rinha Pharmaceutical, primarily engaged in the field of pharmaceuticals. As Qin Feng spoke, he presented the corresponding registration information. As previously stated, hearing is but a whisper of reality, seeing is believing. Only by witnessing it firsthand would Meng Chongqing be persuaded. 3 billion? Even Meng Chongqing, upon witnessing this, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Even he, at this moment, would not dare to invest such a sum in a company without due consideration. Although his net worth exceeds 10 billion, 3 billion is no trifling amount to him. In contrast, Qin Feng boldly risks everything, investing 3 billion in a newly registered company. Is this the audacity and resolve of youth? Meng Chongqing couldn't help but reflect. Were he in the same position, he would certainly not dare to act so recklessly. Recently, I am the retail investor who profited immensely from trading crude oil futures in the stock market. Qin Feng candidly revealed his account, showcasing over 10 billion in deposits, all laid bare before Meng Chongqing's eyes. You are that mysterious retail investor? Meng Chongqing exclaimed, astonished. This was a significant event within the business community, and as the owner of Huajun Group, he had naturally taken notice. He had heard tales of this retail investor who amassed over 100 billion overnight, and he felt a pang of envy. Yet, he recognized that mere envy was futile. Someone who could accrue such wealth in the ever-fluctuating stock market must possess commendable abilities. Little did he anticipate that this retail investor now sat before him, engaging in amiable conversation while savoring tea. Meng Chongqing's gaze finally transformed. Prior to this revelation, he had harbored doubts about Qin Feng, skeptical that there were indeed extraordinary individuals in this world. Thus, he had only considered repaying Qin Feng's kindness. However, after their initial meeting, he had enjoyed a lively dialogue with Qin Feng, particularly astonished by the latter's eloquence. At this very moment, he felt for the first time that the young man before him was anything but ordinary. Now, after Qin Feng revealed his identity, he had become completely serious. What could be the terms of a transaction with such a mysterious figure? Was it worthy of his earnest consideration, and could it bring benefits to the current Huajun Group? These questions lingered in Meng Chongqing's mind at that moment. Chapter 197. A promising deal. He was already brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the transaction that Qin Feng had described. As a businessman, he was always acutely sensitive to opportunities. In that moment, every cell in his body seemed to come alive, and a vague sense of premonition arose within him. Perhaps this was the chance for Huajun to soar once more. After enduring previous calamities, Huajun Company had fallen into a period of relative silence. Almost every sector related to their business was experiencing a continuous decline, even teetering on the brink of losses. However, even a dead camel is larger than a horse. The crisis that once threatened Huajun had been averted. Though their economic situation continued to deteriorate, their substantial scale allowed them to endure for a considerable time. Yet, such a downward trend inevitably unsettled spirits. Even though Meng Chongqing remained composed, he couldn't shake off the profound worries regarding the future of Huajun Group. Nevertheless, Qin Feng had undoubtedly brought an opportunity. Along with a glimmer of hope, a chance to expand into the Jiang province market. The product in question pertained to a new patent from his subsidiary, Rinha Pharmaceuticals. Qin Feng began to elaborate, emphasizing his interest in Huajin Group's foothold in the Jiang province pharmaceutical market. If a cooperative relationship could be established, the primary market for Rinha Pharmaceuticals could be shifted from the coastal city of Haibei to the entire Jiang province. This would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than competing endlessly with Tongren Group in Haibei without yielding any results. Once Huajun companies supported the development of the Jiang province market, they could then turn their attention to seizing the pharmaceutical market in the coastal province, assured that with their enhanced scale, they would easily outmaneuver Tongren Group. Qin Feng conveyed these plans transparently to Meng Chaqing, who was increasingly captivated by the prospect and urged Qin Feng to continue their discussion. He then instructed Meng Fanqi, go find Master Wei, have him prepare some exquisite dishes, and also retrieve the finest wines from my cellar. I wish to celebrate with my brother, and we shan't return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Meng Fanqi nodded repeatedly, realizing that her father was indeed serious. Meng Changqing had a well-known fondness for fine dining, which led him to hire a specialized chef at a high cost. Master Wei was renowned nationwide, and while it seemed he would prepare a few simple dishes, each one was, in fact, of a banquet-level quality worthy of any prestigious hotel. As for Meng Changqing's wine cellar, it was legendary. He possessed an extensive collection of renowned wines from both domestic and international origins, with a multitude of aged bottles. It could be said that even if Huajin Group were to face complete bankruptcy, as long as Meng Changqing was willing, selling off his wine collection could alleviate part of the company's crisis. It was evident how much Meng Changqing valued Qin Feng. However, upon reflection, Meng Fanqi found this reaction entirely reasonable. Initially, she had underestimated him until Qin Feng revealed his true identity, at which point she comprehended the immense weight carried by a name that had previously seemed obscure. Meng Fanqi seldom paid attention to the stock market, yet she had heard whispers about the recent events that had been transformed into a case study, particularly aware of the prowess of that enigmatic retail investor. However, it was only now that she discovered the identity of this mysterious figure was none other than the man before her, Qin Feng, leaving her utterly astonished and rendered speechless. Struggling to regain her composure. Chapter 198. Strategic position. Qin Feng and Meng Changqing engaged in a lively discussion until noon, during which they established the framework for their collaboration. In this transaction, Qin Feng secured market support from Huajin Group in Jiang province, while Meng Changqing's Huajin Group not only gained a share of the profits, but also aimed to extend its reach into Yu province once the market in Jiang province flourished. From the outset, Qin Feng painted a grand vision, ultimately winning Meng Changqing's confidence, who valued Qin Feng's capital and chose to trust him. Of course, this decision was influenced by Qin Feng's prior kindness, as Meng Changqing did not wish to owe him a favor. Additionally, the enticing conditions Qin Feng offered truly captivated him. Before long, exquisite dishes were served. It must be said that Meng Changqing, as a wealthy individual, truly knew how to indulge himself. Employing a dedicated chef to prepare his meals amidst the stunning garden scenery, complemented by a touch of fine wine, creating an atmosphere that was nothing short of splendid. As he clinked glasses with Qin Feng, Meng Changqing curiously inquired, "Brother, what exactly is the ambition behind your Fengshui Limited?" Even someone as seasoned as Meng Changqing found it difficult to discern Qin Feng's intentions. If it were him, with such substantial investment in a new company, he would naturally seek to expand his own business. Yet, Qin Feng chose to disregard the company he invested 30 billion in, opting instead to acquire other firms and develop subsidiary companies. Even if he succeeded in his endeavors, the brand that would emerge would primarily be that of Rinha Pharmaceuticals, which would not significantly impact his main company, Fengshui Limited. Having navigated the Jiang province business landscape for years, Meng Changqing was astute enough to voice his perplexity. Qin Feng, however, had no intention of concealing the truth from him. Since they were partners, he felt it necessary to demonstrate some sincerity. "Brother, you perceive my main company as a mere shell, yet you fail to consider that perhaps it does not require immediate business operations. No matter how abundant my capital or how robust my funding chain, it cannot alter the reality that Fengshui Limited must start from scratch. Instead of waiting for a perfect opportunity to emerge, it is far more pragmatic to seize existing companies that are already partially developed and integrate them as subsidiaries of Fengshui." Upon hearing this, Meng Changqing fell silent, his expression reflecting profound astonishment. Such a model had never crossed his mind, yet now that Qin Feng articulated it, he could not help but recognize its brilliance. Furthermore, as long as the overarching company, Fengshui Limited, remained stable, none of its subsidiaries would encounter difficulties. The kind of issues that had plagued Huajin Group previously were unlikely to manifest under Qin Feng's stewardship. Meng Changqing felt a twinge of envy. Had he conceived of such a strategy earlier and applied it to Huajun Group, he could have avoided the myriad problems and shortcomings they face today. The Huajun Group is unlikely to encounter the current bottleneck phase, as the economy will continue to flourish. After all, whenever any subsidiary faces adversity, the strategy will be to foster the development of other subsidiaries or to acquire new ones. This cyclical approach ensures the perpetual vitality of the entire corporation, leaving no room for the possibility of bankruptcy. Chapter 199. Return. The casual conversation continued until the afternoon, at which point Qin Feng signed the relevant contracts and documents. Preparing to depart, Meng Cha-ching, of course, tried various means to retain him, but Qin Feng declined all entreaties. His time in Jiang province had already been somewhat squandered. Now, having achieved his goals, it was time to return. However, prior to his departure, despite his trust in Qin Feng, Meng Cha-ching dispatched several consultants, planning to visit Yule province in the following days to conduct an inspection of Renha Company. Qin Feng was indifferent to this. The collaboration had been established, and he welcomed their visit for inspection, as it would not impact the final outcome. That evening, Qin Feng hurried back to Hebei City from Jiang province. He first called Lin Ruoxue and Nyonyo to inform them of his return. The next day, he returned to Renha Pharmaceutical Company and promptly convened a meeting. He outlined the general results of his trip to Jiang province, discussing the collaboration with Huajun Group, including their forthcoming inspection visit, ensuring that everyone was informed. As for how to entertain them appropriately while maintaining decorum, he left that for them to consider. Given the current scale of Renha Pharmaceutical Company, there was no public relations department. Public relations tasks were handled by the marketing department on a part-time basis. However, the future held uncertainty. Renha Pharmaceutical was experiencing rapid growth. Although the time was short, they had already recruited numerous new employees, and several directly managed pharmacies had been established. The total workforce had doubled compared to the initial stage. Nevertheless, it still could not be compared to Tongren Group. Even the branch of Tongren Group in Hebei City boasted over 1,000 employees, a scale that Renha Pharmaceutical could not yet match. Yet, Renha Pharmaceutical's greatest advantage lay in the out-of-province market. If they could successfully tap into that, the company in Hebei City might be modest in size, but its external branches would undoubtedly thrive. Upon hearing that Renha Pharmaceutical had managed to establish a partnership with Jiang Province's Huajun Group, everyone present was astonished. Although it was an out-of-province company, it had repeatedly ranked among the top 500 enterprises nationwide and was a leading company in Jiang Province, which had a large population. Logically, Renha Pharmaceutical and such a company were worlds apart. How could they possibly forge a collaboration? At that moment, no one could comprehend it, but they found it incredibly miraculous. Yet, no one doubted Qin Feng's words. As the owner of Renha Pharmaceutical, he had gained immense trust across various dimensions, and everyone believed wholeheartedly in what he had said. Jiang Province was indeed a populous region. If the market there could be fully developed, Tongren Group would pose no threat at all. Indeed, perhaps Tongren Group still thinks we are the same as before, competing with them for market share within the province. Compared to the provincial market, Jiang Province's market is significantly larger and far more enticing. With the support of Huajun Group, I believe our chances of success are substantial. Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. Even someone as composed as Zhang Han was astounded by Qin Feng's revelations. He had been speculating about the significant undertaking that Qin Feng must have embarked upon outside the province. No matter how one thinks about it, there seems to be no clue, especially since Qin Feng had not disclosed the specifics to him. Now that Qin Feng has returned, bringing such significant news, he cannot help but feel moved. It is indeed a fortunate development, yet it must remain confidential for the time being. By the time Tongren Group realizes what is happening, the market in Jiang province will already be entirely under our control. As Chapter 241 suggests, General Manager Qin is correct. We cannot afford to give Tongren Pharmaceutical the opportunity to react and devise a counter-strategy. At this moment, Zhang Han took up the thread of the conversation, casting a warning glance around the room. Qin Feng has entrusted him with nearly all the management of Renha Pharmaceutical, and he feels the weight of this responsibility heavily upon his shoulders. If he fails to manage these individuals well, even a single traitor could lead to dire consequences for which he would be held accountable, especially for such a momentous matter. Only the upper management should be privy to it, at least until the relevant cooperation discussions commence. The lower-tier employees must remain uninformed. With Zhang Han overseeing these individuals, Qin Feng feels reassured. After all, he is a financial management talent, and his extensive experience in company management over the years is invaluable. That afternoon, the representatives from Huajun Group arrived. Initially, Qin Feng did not place much importance on these consultants, yet he was surprised to learn that Meng Cha-ching had sent his daughter, Meng Fanqi, to lead the inspection. It was indeed unexpected for him to allow his beloved daughter to come to Hebei City for such a purpose. Having met Meng Fanqi, Qin Feng took the initiative to greet her. As she stepped out of the vehicle, Meng Fanqi scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Qin Feng. Qin Feng, she called out eagerly, a smile of anticipation lighting up her face. Being a senior executive at Huajun Group and immersed in the business sphere, she was genuinely curious about Qin Feng's company. In the days they had known each other, she had sensed an aura of mystery surrounding him. And despite considering herself quite astute, she found it difficult to fully comprehend him. She could only reassure herself that he was indeed an extraordinary individual, and a touch of enigma was entirely normal. However, it was precisely this air of mystery that piqued her interest, compelling her to uncover the truth about how Qin Feng's company was managed. Could it possibly surpass Huajun Group? While she pondered these thoughts, Qin Feng was contemplating the fact that with Meng Fanqi as the lead consultant for the inspection, matters would be much easier to handle. As long as the formalities were observed, there was no need for excessive pomp or caution. He understood Meng Fanqi to be a woman of genuine character, unpretentious and unconcerned with trivialities. Qin Feng, did you know? My father initially intended to come himself, if not for his inconvenient travel arrangements. It might not have been me here at all. This revelation astonished Qin Feng. Mr. Meng planned to come in person? I am quite flattered. It was evident that Meng Changqing held him in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated visiting personally. Even if he could not come himself, arranging for his cherished daughter Meng Fanqi to come was truly unexpected. Where are we staying? We are the guests, and you are the host. Shouldn't you make arrangements? Meng Fanqi playfully chided, casting a reproachful glance at the pensive Qin Feng. The hotel has already been arranged. I will take you there, Qin Feng replied. He had instructed his subordinates to secure accommodations at the finest hotel in Haibei City early that morning. Although this establishment could not compare to those under the auspices of the Huajun Group, it was nonetheless the epitome of luxury in Haibei City. One could not expect a hotel in the economically modest Haibei City to rival the best offerings in the economically advanced Jiang province capital. Qin Feng remained unfazed by their opinions, as he was determined to extend his sincere hospitality. After ensuring that the guests from the Huajun Group were comfortably settled, he proceeded to arrange a banquet at the hotel. With a comprehensive service plan in place, Qin Feng made certain that they were lavishly entertained. Chapter 200. Joint branding. Early the next morning, when Qin Feng arrived at the company, Meng Fanqi was already there. Initially, she had been quite curious about what Qin Feng's company would be like, but after surveying her surroundings, disappointment crept in. This was merely an ordinary small enterprise. With a workforce of only about 200 individuals, Qin Feng noticed the disappointment etched on her face and couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong? The daughter of the prestigious Huajun Group finds my humble establishment beneath her notice?" Caught off guard by his insight, Meng Fanqi felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Yet she nodded in acknowledgement, candidly admitting, from a business perspective, my skepticism is justifiable. If this company fails to thrive, our collaboration may not yield a win-win outcome. I understand your sentiments, Qin Feng replied, but there is no need for concern. While the current scale of the company may be modest, that does not dictate its future. Even the illustrious Huajun Group, at one time, was merely a minuscule company unable to afford office space. Faced with such a counter-argument, Meng Fanqi found herself momentarily speechless. She suddenly recognized that her impatience stemmed from her elevated expectations of Qin Feng and, by extension, his enterprise. Having studied abroad for several years, she had encountered numerous international giants. Through her connections, she had even interned at several substantial corporations. Naturally, her horizons had expanded considerably, leading to a sense of psychological disparity upon encountering Qin Feng's small company. I seem to be unable to discern anything of value during this visit. Meng Fanqi involuntarily shook her head. Qin Feng remained silent. He had already discerned that Meng Changqing had sent his daughter not merely for an evaluation. What insights could be gleaned from Rinha Pharmaceutical? Their greatest asset was undoubtedly the exceptional quality of their products. However, as these products were already available on the market, there was little need for an on-site assessment. But there is another task that requires your attention. Qin Feng's voice broke through her thoughts, eliciting a spark of interest in Meng Fanqi. Just a moment prior, she had felt superfluous, merely a decorative presence. What task? Finding a sense of purpose would be a boon for her. Let us deliberate. Since we are to forge a partnership, it is imperative that we do not establish a brand under the name of Rinha Pharmaceutical. Jiang province is vast, and while everyone is familiar with Huajun Group, few are aware of Rinha Pharmaceutical. We should create a joint brand between our two companies, designing and registering an appropriate trademark. Meng Fanqi wholeheartedly agreed with Qin Feng's proposition. To ensure a product's marketability and sales, effective promotion is indispensable, and the standing of Huajun Group presents an invaluable promotional resource. I understand, she replied. I will immediately reach out to the finest designers for the logo upon my return. Qin Feng nodded, then shifted the conversation. However, since you've made this rare visit, there is no harm in extending your stay a few more days. There is no rush on this matter. Very well. I'm about to visit several pharmacies to discuss potential collaborations. Would you care to join me? If not, I find myself at a loss for what to do. Ming Fanqi shrugged her shoulders, sensing that the fleeting sense of significance she had just discovered was once again slipping into a state of existential crisis. However, after accompanying Qin Feng to a few pharmacies, she began to regret her decision. Qin Feng treated her entirely as if she were an employee of Rinha Pharmaceutical, ordering her about and making her run about, a level of exhaustion she had never experienced even at Huajun Group. Chapter 201. Seizing the initiative merely a few days later. Meng Fanqi could no longer endure the situation and chose to return to Huajun Group. Qin Feng could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. After all, she was the daughter of a prominent company, unaware of the arduous journey of entrepreneurship. A few days spent running between pharmacies and hospitals, coupled with the organization of a few documents, left her yearning to return with an overwhelming sense of urgency. In the subsequent period, matters related to collaboration with Huajun Group were promptly placed on the agenda. Rinha Pharmaceutical temporarily relinquished its efforts in the Hebei city market. After all, they had already reached the limit of the market share they could capture, with the remainder firmly in the grasp of Tongren Group. Attempting to reclaim it now was evidently unrealistic. The focus of their work gradually shifted beyond the province. With the assistance of Huajun Group, a new joint brand of an innovative special effect medication was successfully launched in Jiang Province. Once introduced, thanks to the robust support from Huajun Group, the entire market began to flourish and thrive. It must be said that it was indeed the backing of a large enterprise like Huajun Group that made such a remarkable promotional impact, exceeding the expectations of everyone at Rinha Pharmaceutical. The news from the joint brand and product launch conference made headlines in the Jiang Province business circle, propelling the market to new heights. The establishment of a Rinha Pharmaceutical branch in Jiang Province was now on the horizon, and the company was immersed in an atmosphere of jubilant celebration. With the success of their medications, every employee could anticipate considerable commissions and bonuses, significantly surpassing what they could earn in other companies. Naturally, the prospect of profit fostered motivation and loyalty among the staff. They were well aware of how the current situation had come to be. Without Qin Feng's intervention, not only would cooperation with Huajun Group have been impossible, but Rinha Pharmaceutical would likely have faced bankruptcy, with the entire company building up for sale. As the market began to take off, Qin Feng's ambitions found a fertile ground for realization. Establishing a branch in Jiang Province was merely one aspect. Utilizing the Jiang Province market to support the domestic market and prepare for a decisive confrontation with Tongren Group was another. Initially, Qin Feng had merely intended to temporarily evade the spotlight of Tongren Group, never truly contemplating the abandonment of the domestic market. Now, the time had come to confront Tongren Group head-on. Meanwhile, in the imposing conference room of the Tongren Group branch in Hebei City, a standard news broadcast echoed. The announcement detailed the collaboration between Jiang Province's Huajun Group and Hebei City's Rinha Pharmaceutical, unveiling a new joint brand of special effect medication. The drug showed remarkable efficacy, quickly becoming beloved by the public and enjoying widespread sales. Turn it off. Zheng Zhao abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with anger before the news could conclude. Witnessing his fury, those around him fell silent, their voices stifled in fear. They could only watch Zheng Zhao's face redden, not daring to utter a single word, bowing their heads into silence. When did they begin strategizing for the Jiang Province pharmaceutical market? How could a mere Rinha Pharmaceutical manage to seize the Jiang Province market ahead of them? Damn it! What right did Huajun Group have to support them? Zheng Zhao was seething with rage, yet at this moment, no matter what he uttered, it seemed somewhat futile. A mere manifestation of impotent fury. The group remained enveloped in silence. Just moments ago, the headquarters had dispatched a message, and upon learning of this matter, Zheng Zhao erupted in fury, revealing such a countenance. Half a month prior, the executives of the Tongren Group had made a bold decision. In an effort to transcend the current developmental bottleneck of the company, they opted to expand their business into Jiang Province, seeking opportunities beyond the provincial borders. Chapter 202. The banquet at Hongmen. Initially, considering that the Tongren Group was an outsider in the Jiang Province market, devoid of any dominion, they treaded cautiously, facing numerous challenges. Consequently, their progress was sluggish, and they never managed to achieve significant advancements. Nevertheless, everything was still evolving in a positive direction, even if the growth was somewhat lethargic. The senior executives of Tongren Group found it acceptable, even delighting in the notion that seeking stability was indeed the wisest choice. However, just a few days ago, everything changed. The Jiang Province market, which they had been eager to penetrate, was completely seized by the Huajun Group. As a colossal entity, The Huajin Group surpassed the Tongren Group in overall strength, and more crucially, it was a native enterprise of Jiang Province. Having dominated the market for so long, their brand was well established, and their credibility far exceeded that of the Tongren Group, which was regarded as an outsider. Thus, after expending considerable effort and resources, Tongren Group found themselves stripped of their hard-won foothold in the market. While this was indeed regrettable, it did not jeopardize Tongren Group as foundation. The primary concern was that they had been bested by the Huajin Group, and they accepted this defeat with grace. Yet, just then, the Huajin Group held a press conference, announcing a collaboration with Rinha Pharmaceutical Company to launch a new joint brand of specialized medication. At first, the senior executives of Tongren Group thought they had misheard. However, upon further investigation, they discovered that this Rinha Pharmaceutical Company was indeed the small firm from Haibei City, which had been vying for a minuscule portion of the market with the Haibei branch of Tongren Group. They were utterly taken aback. When had this seemingly insignificant company established a foothold in Jiang Province, secured the support of Huajin Group, and even formed a joint brand, completely dominating the market? Consequently, the senior executives swiftly contacted Zheng Zhao, who was at the Haibei City branch, to inquire about this matter. After hearing the news, Zheng Zhao was left utterly bewildered. It was a masterstroke of deception, a covert maneuver. Despite his long-standing ire, Zheng Zhao found it difficult to maintain his composure. He could not fathom how, in such a brief span of time, Rinha Pharmaceutical Company had stealthily penetrated Jiang Province and garnered the backing of Huajin Group. Very well. Excellent indeed. After calming his rage, Zheng Zhao gritted his teeth and declared, I shall inform them that even if they dominate the pharmaceutical market in Jiang Province, it matters not. The market in Haibei City does not belong to Rinha Pharmaceutical. It belongs solely to us, the Tongren Group. Bring forth a reservation for the most luxurious private room in the hotel. I shall host a banquet for the owner of Rinha Pharmaceutical, and I am eager to see what extraordinary qualities enable him to best us repeatedly. Zhang Zhao's gaze was sharp and menacing. He was not a fool. He understood that Rinha Pharmaceutical had undergone a remarkable transformation. In a short time, with the support of Huajin Group, they had grown to a point where they could contend with Tongren Group. This is a war devoid of gunpowder, and his task is to safeguard the largest pharmaceutical market of the Tongren Group in Haibei City, located in the province of Yu. In summary, should this stronghold fall, even the formidable Tongren Group would face inevitable ruin due to its unstable foundation. On that day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qinfeng, situated within Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, received an unsolicited invitation from Zheng Zhao, causing him to furrow his brow. This is a banquet of peril that I am compelled to attend. Chapter 203. Preparing for the banquet, it is merely a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. Zhang Han expressed his concerns upon witnessing the invitation from the Tongren Group. They are undoubtedly harboring ill intentions, General Qin. Are you still planning to attend? The two conglomerates had long since declared war during the patent release conference. Moreover, even without such a declaration, they were competitors on the same commercial battlefield, maintaining a cold distance from one another. Under any circumstances, the news of the Tongren Group hosting a banquet for the owner of Rinha Pharmaceuticals would be met with disbelief. Yet, on this very day, the Tongren Group sent a lavish invitation, which would naturally lead anyone to question their motives. I see no reason to attend, Wang Nan concurred, adding, everyone knows their intentions. Even if we declined, no one would bat an eye. Indeed, I too find it unnecessary to go, Hu Lingui echoed. However, Qinfeng shook his head and laughed. Why not attend? They have extended an invitation. To refuse would be to slight them. Are we really going? Zhang Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a choice from Qinfeng, leaving him perplexed about his reasoning. It was evident to any discerning observer that this was a trap, and even a casual excuse to decline would elicit no criticism. Yet, should Qinfeng choose to attend, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Seeing their concern, Qinfeng chuckled, appearing quite at ease. Do you remember the initial plan I devised? In our provincial market, we cannot compete with the Tongren Group, as they have established deep roots over the years. Therefore, we must leverage this situation. The more tumultuous the circumstances, the better. As for the Tongren Group, I am curious to see what tricks they possess. After all, it is merely a matter of countering whatever they throw at us. I have my strategies. Qinfeng's calm demeanor and smile began to ease the tension among those around him. Initially anxious, they now felt a sense of relief and no longer harbored worries. In hindsight, it seemed reasonable. Since Qinfeng took the helm of Rinha Pharmaceuticals, he had consistently improved their fortunes and never made a misguided decision. Each choice that initially puzzled them was ultimately vindicated by time. In truth, Qinfeng's tranquility stemmed from possessing leverage over the Tongren Group. Should they resort to any underhanded tactics, he could simply embrace the chaos, ensuring that the Tongren Group would face dire consequences. I understand now, General Qin. Shall we go together? The others nodded in agreement with Qin Feng's decision. Zhang Han, you should accompany me. There is no need for the others to join. Qin Feng instructed. Then, turning to Zhang Han, he teased, You're not afraid, are you? Since General Qin is unafraid, I certainly am not. Regardless of the impending chaos. With President Qin standing as a pillar of support, I remain merely a subordinate. Zhang Han, too, has mustered his courage. Yet, beneath his composed exterior lies a heart brimming with excitement. He never dared to dream that he would be deemed worthy to attend such a prestigious banquet. The thought of representing Relive Pharmaceutical in a confrontation with Tongren Group fills him with both anxiety and exhilaration. This opportunity will undoubtedly add a significant and vibrant stroke to the canvas of his professional journey. Chapter 204. The Frenzied Media at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Feng prepared to set off. Surprisingly, he felt no anxiety. Instead, he was filled with a sense of anticipation, eager to discover the true intentions of the Tongren Group. In contrast, Zhang Han was markedly different. Upon learning that he would accompany Qin Feng to this grand banquet, he became increasingly tense. Despite his nerves, he was predominantly exhilarated. In that moment, he seemed to shed years, displaying less composure and more enthusiasm. After all, as a member of the company's management team, if Relive Pharmaceutical could triumph over the Tongren Group in the competitive business arena and continue to flourish in the future, he would undoubtedly be a key contributor. This would be an achievement worthy of pride and even legend. The banquet was to be held at the Jinhui Hotel, the most luxurious business hotel in Hebei City. Renowned for having one of the province's most esteemed chefs, with prices to match its reputation. A few days prior, when Ming Fanqi from Huajin Group had brought his team of consultants for an inspection, Qin Feng had also arranged their accommodation at this hotel. Although the standards and service details did not quite match those of Huajin Hotel, it was undeniably among the finest in Yuexing Province. This clearly indicated the Tongren Group's significant regard for this banquet. By 4:30, Qin Feng and Zhang Han arrived at the lobby of the Jinhui Hotel. It was evident that the Tongren Group had invested considerable effort into promoting this event. The lobby was already teeming with journalists from various media outlets, cameras at the ready. It was likely that this banquet would generate numerous news articles and updates that would dominate the headlines of Hebei City's business circle. As Qin Feng entered the lobby, he was quickly recognized by several attendees. Previously, the number of people who knew him was limited, but following the recent patent launch, his reputation had undoubtedly grown. Witnessing the throng of reporters swarm towards him like hungry wolves, Qin Feng couldn't help but jest with Zhang Han. Look, this is the advantage that the Tongren Group has brought us. Without them, it's unlikely so many people would know me. I ought to thank them. Zhang Han chuckled. And at that moment, he finally grasped the essence of what Qin Feng meant by leveraging opportunities. Mr. Qin, you seem to be in great spirits today. What are your thoughts on this banquet? Mr. Qin, could you please share the odds that Relive Pharmaceutical has against its rival, the Tongren Group? Mr. Qin, I've heard whispers that you are already strategizing for markets outside the province. Are you planning to forego competition with the Tongren Group in the local market? Does this mean you intend to concede after your previous declaration of war? In response to these inquiries, which were all commercial secrets, Qin Feng merely smiled and performed a graceful Tai Chi move. The reporters were left profoundly disappointed, having anticipated a scoop or insider information, only to find Qin Feng remarkably astute, entirely unwilling to divulge any pertinent details. And who might this be? Is this a senior executive from Relive Pharmaceutical? May I inquire further about the insights of this executive? Unable to glean any valuable information from Qin Feng, they promptly redirected their focus towards Zhang Han. Zhang Han, overwhelmed, could only place his hand on his forehead, feeling a wave of frustration, and thus resorted to evading their inquiries just as Qin Feng had done. After much effort in fending off the throng of reporters, he was struck by a profound realization. There remained numerous aspects in which he needed to learn from Qin Feng. Chapter 205. A display of authority. Mr. Qin, please this way. Not long after, a plump waitress approached, gesturing for Qin Feng and his companion to follow. Mr. Zheng has been waiting for quite some time. The Mr. Zheng she referred to was, of course, Zheng Zhao, the general manager of Tongren Group. Qin Feng nodded and accompanied her into a private room. Upon entering, he found Zheng Zhao already seated with a group of people. The round table was nearly filled, occupied by unfamiliar faces, save for Zheng Zhao, whom Qin Feng could easily recognize, although he did not know the others. It was evident they were all intricately connected to Tongren Group, most likely high-ranking executives. Only one seat remained, yet there were two of them, Qin Feng and Zhang Han. Observing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He was fully aware that Zheng Zhao intended to assert his dominance. Does he think that merely gathering a crowd will intimidate him? What era is this? Has he mistaken himself for the emperor of Hebei City? At that moment, Zheng Zhao stood up with a beaming smile and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is Mr. Qin from Rinha Pharmaceuticals, correct? Welcome, Mr. Qin. Why don't you take a seat? Mr. Qin, why don't you take a seat?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt a surge of anger. He recognized that the other party was deliberately creating difficulties for him. If he showed weakness, Qin Feng's reputation would also suffer. Yet, in this situation, what should they do? After all, they were company executives, not public relations personnel, and he had never navigated such a scenario before, leaving him at a loss. Qin Feng, however, merely scoffed and replied, "One seat, yet there are two of us. How is that sufficient?" Tongren Group was clearly attempting to belittle him, and in this moment, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness. "Mr. Qin has brought someone along? I thought it was merely a passerby. However, we only reserved one seat for Mr. Qin. The person accompanying Mr. Qin shouldn't matter, so there is no need for him to sit." With these words, several others chimed in. "Buddy, be sensible. We are all executives of the group. You are not qualified to participate in this banquet. Kindly step outside and wait for Mr. Qin." This cold mockery seemed aimed at Zhang Han, but in truth, it was a direct affront to Qin Feng, an attempt to humiliate him. Zhang Han recognized this as well. If he retreated, the other party could easily exploit the situation and belittle their executives, suggesting that Tongren Group's leaders were inherently superior to those of Rinha Pharmaceuticals, insinuating that Qin Feng's subordinates were ineffectual. In that case, Qin Feng would be left to confront the multitude from Tongren Group alone, a daunting challenge that would leave him significantly outnumbered. Thus, Zhang Han cleared his throat and declared, "I apologize, but I am an executive of Rinha Pharmaceuticals, and my position should be comparable to yours." This statement was akin to a depth charge, instantly stirring a tempestuous wave. The crowd became increasingly agitated, directing their ire at Zhang Han. "You assert that President Qin holds an equivalent status to each of our senior executives, which may be acceptable. Yet he is ultimately the proprietor of Rinha Pharmaceutical. What gives you the right to claim such? Indeed, what authority do you possess? You are merely a dog to President Qin. In the presence of our Tongren Group, what value does Rinha Pharmaceutical hold? The executives of Rinha Pharmaceutical should inherently occupy a subordinate position compared to those of our Tongren Group." Chapter 206. What is 3 million? As the crowd grew increasingly boisterous, the atmosphere became more chaotic. Yet, Qin Feng remained as steady as a mountain, casting a reassuring glance at Zhang Han. Zhang Han, being an astute individual, immediately grasped the meaning behind Qin Feng's gaze. He understood that Qin Feng fully endorsed his recent actions. This realization bolstered his confidence even further. After all, if the sky were to fall, with President Qin shielding him, what was there to fear? All he needed to do was to proceed with unwavering determination. Ladies and gentlemen, determining one's status based on the size of the company is rather simplistic, Zhang Han stated in a calm and measured tone. Indeed, in terms of scale, the Tongren Group surpasses our Rinha Pharmaceuticals. However, it is unfortunate that as executives, our positions should be defined by our capabilities rather than by merely riding on the coattails of corporate circumstances. My exceptional skills have afforded me a remarkably high salary within Rinha Pharmaceuticals, amounting to an annual income of 3 million. This is merely my base salary, excluding commissions and year-end bonuses. May I inquire, what are your salaries? Upon hearing this, the executives from the Tongren Group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. An annual salary of 3 million? Zhang Han's salary was 3 million? This figure startled them. Even among the executives of the Tongren Group, most earned below 2 million annually. Even when factoring in bonuses and commissions, only a few could claim an income exceeding 2 million. Surely, you cannot be deceiving us, one questioned. Who would believe such a claim without proof? Indeed, how many executives in the provincial business sphere earn above 2 million? As far as I know, aside from a handful at the Tongren Group headquarters, only the Zhou Group has such individuals. Even President Zhang barely exceeds 3 million. The crux of the matter was that given the scale of Rinha Pharmaceuticals, how could they possibly afford to pay their employees salaries exceeding 3 million? Doubts began to circulate, with many believing Zhang Han was merely exaggerating his worth. At this juncture, Qin Feng interjected, "Zhang Han is indeed worth a salary of 3 million, if not more. This is no fabrication. Why would I deceive you all? What is 3 million? Merely a trifling sum. If you believe I am incapable of offering salaries beyond 3 million, perhaps you should take a look at my bank account balance." Qin Feng produced his phone and displayed his bank account balance to the assembled crowd. The screen boldly revealed a staggering figure exceeding 13 billion. As they counted the zeros, the executives fell silent, their expressions darkening, filled with disbelief. 13 billion? How could that be possible? Moreover, this was Qin Feng's personal asset. At that moment, Zheng Zhao's face darkened. And he finally comprehended why a relatively unknown company like Rinha Pharmaceuticals dared to challenge the Tongren Group. With Qin Feng's financial backing, none of this posed any difficulty. What perplexes him is that in the past year's list of affluent individuals, the name of Qin Feng has never appeared. Why has this individual concealed himself so profoundly? Only to reveal his immense wealth now? And why, merely to assert himself and vindicate his employees, would he unveil his hidden riches? Unbeknownst to him, at this time last year, Qin Feng was merely a gambler who could not even afford to pay his rent. The fortune he amassed was accrued in a mere 2 months. Observing the discomfited expressions of the group, both Qin Feng and Zhang Han felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Particularly Zhang Han, who at this moment felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Chapter 207. Playing the rogue, Zhang Han suddenly felt he had made the right choice in his companion. The sense of pride and belonging typically bestowed by the company had never truly resided in his heart. However, he could not help but glance at Qin Feng, still believing that Qin Feng's actions were somewhat impulsive. Concealing wealth might indeed yield greater benefits. There was no need to expose it merely for his sake. His intentions were clear, even without verbalization. In truth, such a decision was not made lightly. When one's wealth was not substantial, it was indeed prudent to keep it hidden. However, once it reached a certain level, there was no longer any necessity to cloak it. At times, revealing one's affluence could bring about additional advantages and alleviate unnecessary troubles. At that moment, Zhang Zhao took a deep breath before laughing heartily. "We are all friends here. Why must we resort to this?" He continued, "Mr. Qin, it would not be inappropriate to make room for your friend. A little squeezing is no great matter." Although he spoke thus, the high-ranking executives present merely shifted half a position aside. Clearly, they could have created an ample space without feeling cramped, yet their ulterior motives were evident. They sought to deliberately inconvenience Qin Feng and Zhang Han. The space they vacated was simply insufficient for Zhang Han's stature. Seeing this, even Qin Feng, with his typically good temper, could not suppress his anger. "Very well, Mr. Zhang, are you intentionally trying to make things difficult for us?" Qin Feng chuckled sarcastically, infuriated by the brazen bullying of the colleagues from the Tongren Group, who no longer even pretended to be courteous. "Ha ha, what are you saying, Mr. Qin? I fail to comprehend." Zheng Zhao feigned innocence, spreading his hands in a display of mock helplessness. Qin Feng, unwilling to engage further in nonsensical banter, turned to leave. Observing this, Zhang Zhao assumed Qin Feng was intimidated and hurriedly remarked, "Mr. Qin, if you leave this banquet now, it would be quite a breach of etiquette. Should you step out of this room today, the headlines in Hebei City's media tomorrow will undoubtedly criticize you. Just imagine the pressure it would place on your company's public relations department." He naturally wished to see Qin Feng capitulate and submit to him. However, Qin Feng was not that type of person. He would not kneel. "What is Mr. Zhang saying? I have no intention of leaving. With so many media personnel outside, why would I walk away?" When I entered, reporters sought me out for interviews, eager to glean some breaking news from me. I see they are working hard. Perhaps I should provide them with a significant story. Tomorrow's headlines will not portray me as lacking in etiquette, but rather as Mr. Zhang exploiting his power and looking down on others. Qin Feng remained resolute, feigning to depart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng would resort to such tactics. This was clearly a play for leverage. Yet, in that moment, he was unwilling to concede, as that would signify his defeat in this confrontation. Thus, he coldly retorted, "Are you trying to play the rogue? Then feel free to inform them, without concrete evidence." How could they ever trust your words? In Hebei City, the credibility of our consortium far surpasses that of your Rinha Pharmaceutical. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, "You are not mistaken. However, what if I possess proof?" "You have evidence?" Zhang Zhao was taken aback. Could it be that President Zhang was unaware of the existence of a certain device known as a miniature camera? Chapter 208. Deception and Pretense. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Zhao's expression darkened entirely. You are simply being unreasonable. Zhang, the general manager, is so despicable. Yet he does not permit me to employ a few minor tactics. I believe that these media reporters, being so enthusiastic, would undoubtedly be interested in that recent footage. Wouldn't they? At this moment, Qin Feng's imposing presence completely overshadowed Zhang Zhao. To Qin Feng, Zhang Zhao was not worth his consideration. He regarded him merely as a petty clown. With just a slight application of pressure, Zhang was rendered utterly powerless. "Please, take your seats." Zhang Zhao, in a fit of anger, cast a glance at the surrounding executives. Seeing this, although the group of executives was extremely reluctant, they had to bow their heads as they were at the mercy of Zhang's authority. Consequently, one of the guest executives rose voluntarily and vacated his seat, finally providing Qin Feng and Zhang Han with 2 available places. Qin Feng was unceremonious, directly taking a seat at the guest's table. This action might seem somewhat lacking in decorum to others, yet recalling the earlier rudeness exhibited by these individuals, Zhang Han deemed it entirely justifiable and decided against further courtesy. Once seated, Zheng Zhao donned a smile and began discussing the current pharmaceutical market in Hebei City. Although Rinha Pharmaceuticals was flourishing, the pharmaceutical market in Hebei City remained predominantly under the control of the Tongren Group. In such a context, when Zhang Zhao brought up these topics, Qin Feng was not inclined to believe that there was no hint of arrogance in his remarks. Nevertheless, regardless of Zhang's ostentation, Qin Feng simply sipped his tea, adopting an entirely disinterested demeanor. Zheng Zhao observed all of this, which only served to infuriate him further. However, he could not afford to lose his temper on the spot and had to set his irritation aside for the moment. Soon, the waitstaff at Jinhui Hotel began serving dishes and pouring drinks, and thus commenced a somewhat awkward banquet. From the outset, both Qin Feng and Zhang Han maintained an attitude of indifference, engrossed in their meals as if they had never encountered such exquisite dishes before. Humph, President Qin, your behavior is rather impolite, one of Zheng Zhao's subordinates remarked. Indeed, you seem like unsophisticated country folk who have never seen the world. Before Zheng Zhao could respond, his subordinates had already begun to provoke. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed and retorted sharply. When it comes to a lack of etiquette, who could rival the Tongren Group? Not even providing guests with a proper seat. If this were to leak out, would you not fear the ridicule? Qin Feng's words were unmistakably a threat, leaving everyone momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. Initially, they had intended to seize the opportunity to reprimand Qin Feng, but now he had them firmly in his grasp, repeatedly bringing up their prior missteps. If they were truly to let such matters slip into the media, what would become of the Tongren Group's reputation? Contemplating this, the executives of the Tongren Group felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. They could only turn their gaze toward Zhang Zhao, silently pleading for him to devise a plan to curtail Qin Feng's assertiveness. However, instead of witnessing Zhang Zhao assert his authority, they saw him don a smile, amicably addressing Qin Feng, President Qin. Your youthful accomplishments and lofty aspirations are indeed to be expected. If I were of the same age as General Qin and possessed similar accomplishments, I fear I would be utterly conceited, so I ask for your leniency. We are all friends. Why engage in disputes that may foster animosity? Such opportunities for gathering may never arise again. Upon hearing this, the others lowered their heads in agreement. However, Zhang Han could not help but inwardly curse the hypocrisy. Stealing a glance at Qin Feng, he found him unfazed, displaying no hint of surprise. Chapter 209. The fox's tail cannot be concealed any longer. Qin Feng was acutely aware that Zheng Zhao was merely engaging in superficial pleasantries with him. In truth, Zheng must have cursed him internally, wishing for his immediate demise. The current facade of civility was merely a prelude to a forthcoming confrontation. Mr. Qin, I must say, you are truly an exceptional young talent, Zheng Zhao remarked, feigning admiration. He had previously underestimated Qin Feng's remarkable abilities and was unacquainted with his reputation, for which he sought forgiveness. Let us, from the Tongren Group, raise a glass to Mr. Qin. Zheng Zhao's eyes sparkled with a disingenuous smile as he lifted his glass towards Qin Feng. The executives from the Tongren Group, perplexed by their manager's obsequious demeanor, could hardly comprehend the situation. Despite their reluctance, they dared not voice their discontent, silently raising their glasses in compliance. Mr. Zheng is truly gracious, Qin Feng replied, his gaze laced with derision, though his words were laced with praise. The group of executives seethed with indignation. Upon finishing the toast, Zheng Zhao, still grinning, remarked, this banquet, in addition to honoring Mr. Qin, serves another purpose for discussion. Here it came. The fox's tail could no longer remain hidden. Internally smirking, Qin Feng maintained a facade of composure, feigning surprise as he responded, Oh, Mr. Zheng has an important matter to address? Please, do share. I am merely a listener. Whatever it may be, it concerns me not. Qin Feng adopted an attitude of detached indifference, awaiting Zheng Zhao's elaboration. Zheng Zhao spoke ambiguously. This matter is not difficult. For Mr. Qin, it merely requires a nod of approval. The benefits for your esteemed company's development within the province are monumental and far-reaching. Having initially extolled the virtues for Qin Feng, he sought to placate him. He then got straight to the point. Though our two companies operate within the same market, making us competitors, Tongren Group has no desire to engage in rivalry with Rinha Pharmaceutical. After all, competition invariably leads to mutual harm. And it is said that having one more friend is always preferable to having one more enemy. Thus, Tongren Group would prefer to establish a cooperative relationship with Rinha Pharmaceutical. Why must we contend against one another when such strife benefits only those who await the fallout? Mr. Qin, do you not find my reasoning sound? Pondering for a moment, Qin Feng recognized that, on the surface, Zhang Zhao's assertions bore no fault. Yet, the content was exceedingly vague, never truly addressing the crux of the matter. merely expounding grandiose platitudes. The real intentions lay concealed within his subsequent words. He merely sought to lull Qin Feng into complacency, a ploy that Qin Feng could see through effortlessly. Mr. Zheng makes a valid point. However, even with the transparency of Zhang Zhao's ulterior motives, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, continuing to engage in a game of verbal tai chi, neither granting outright agreement nor rejection, but instead inviting him to elaborate further. If even you, Mr. Qin, consider my words reasonable, then our two esteemed companies should indeed explore the potential for collaboration. The purpose of inviting General Qin this time was to engage in a thorough discussion regarding our potential collaboration. Thus, I shall be forthright. I have heard that Renhe Pharmaceutical holds a significant share of the Jiang province market. If we are to proceed with a partnership, it would be prudent to demonstrate some goodwill. How about General Qin allocating half of the Jiang province market to our company? Given the scale of Renhe Pharmaceutical, it seems improbable that you could fully absorb the entirety of such a vast market. Chapter 210. Unmasking intentions. Of course, if Mr. Qin is willing, we shall refrain from undermining Renhe Pharmaceutical in the provincial market. Our two companies could easily become affectionate partners, mutually supporting one another and profiting together. As Zhang Zhao concluded his remarks, it was not only Qin Feng who was taken aback. Even Zhang Han could hardly contain himself. The clinks of his scheming were too apparent, and without a moment's thought, he grasped the ulterior motives behind Zheng's words. As for whether Renhe Pharmaceutical can capture the Jiang province market, there is no need for you to worry about that, Mr. Zheng. Qin Feng's voice interjected at the opportune moment. Even if our company were smaller and unable to seize it, there is still Huajun Group. It is hardly your place to speak on behalf of Tongren Group, is it? Qin Feng no longer concealed the mocking glint in his eyes. His words conveyed a straightforward message. What significance does Tongren Group hold? However, Zhang Zhao was evidently undeterred and continued. Indeed, with the support of Huajun Group, the Jiang province market can be secured. But aren't you concerned about being gradually swallowed or dismantled by Huajun Group? Collaborating with a company of such a disparate scale is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Should the day come when Huajun Group infiltrates your company, taking control and transferring assets and technology, your firm would be rendered powerless, ultimately leading to your absorption and disintegration. At that point, Mr. Qin, you would only have regrets. In contrast, our Tongren Group, being of modest size and hailing from the same province, is undoubtedly the ideal partner. Zhang Zhao's words nearly caused Qin Feng to spew the sip of wine he had just taken. If one were lacking in discernment, they might indeed fall for his ruse. Alas, for Qin Feng, such tactics were utterly ineffective. I refuse. Mr. Zheng, you truly are a schemer, attempting to sow discord between us and Huajun Group. Qin Feng retorted coldly. It is your partnership that would lead to market division, ultimately resulting in outright absorption, is it not? Let me clarify, Mr. Zheng. Renhe Pharmaceutical requires no concern from you. A flicker of powerlessness surged within Zhang Zhao, and he inwardly cursed Qin Feng for his obstinacy and unwillingness to yield. Originally, he had anticipated that Renhe Pharmaceutical had indeed grown more formidable, possessing a measure of confidence, and coupled with collaboration with Huajun Group, it had become a formidable adversary. He did not wish to escalate this confrontation further. However, Tongren Group could not afford to admit defeat outright. It would be preferable to retreat a step and ideally forge a partnership with Renhe Pharmaceutical, allowing for an expansion into external markets while safeguarding their hold in the provincial market. Yet, Qin Feng remained impervious to his insinuations, leaving Zhang Zhao feeling utterly powerless. As if all his strikes landed upon a cushion. Their exchange had drained Zhang Zhao's patience completely, and he was thoroughly incensed. Qin Feng, who do you think you are? You truly are oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Our Tongren Group's willingness to extend an olive branch and discuss cooperation is a concession made out of respect for you, even if Renhe Pharmaceutical dominates the external market. What of it? That place is beyond our reach and cannot affect the provincial arena. The provincial market remains the dominion of Tongren Group, and you shall only find yourself suppressed. After Zhang Zhao tore off the facade, the other executives glared fiercely at Qin Feng and Zhang Han. In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room became charged, akin to a bomb ignited by a fuse. The banquet of the Tongren Group was truly a disgrace. Did they not fear the ridicule that would ensue? Suddenly, Qin Feng rose to his feet, followed closely by Zhang Han, as both were unwilling to squander any more time and turned to leave. Chapter 211. Parting Ways. Wait. As Qin Feng and Zhang Han were about to storm out, Zhang Zhao's voice resonated once more. What? Does General Zheng still wish to retain us against our will? Is he intent on making tomorrow's Renhe Group the headline news? These words halted Qin Feng's stride, prompting him to glance back at Zhang Zhao, who stood with a face flushed red, a clear indicator of his rising anger. This individual possessed a rather peculiar constitution. Whenever he became enraged, his complexion would flush crimson, as if engulfed in flames. Qin Feng had witnessed his fury several times before, but never to this extent. Evidently, his current ire far exceeded previous occasions. General Qin certainly has a penchant for jesting. We are all individuals of stature, and surely we would not stoop to the level of behaving like rogues, Zheng Zhao retorted, turning away, dismissing Qin Feng entirely. Seeing this, Qin Feng decided against lingering any longer and, accompanied by Zhang Han, exited the premises. Once outside the Golden Radiance Hotel, Zhang Han, visibly exhilarated, remarked, "General Qin, this truly was a cathartic release, though it is rather their fault for underestimating us." Qin Feng nodded. He merely sought to intimidate us, unaware that we are not easily daunted. When dealing with them, one must never show weakness. Observe how Zheng Zhao faltered just now. Otherwise, he would not have allowed us to depart so effortlessly. Zhang Han chuckled. "He certainly fears you, General Qin. Do not flatter me." Qin Feng interjected before continuing. "He accuses us of being unscrupulous, yet in the realm of business, one must always be prepared for cunning stratagems. Is the leverage you mentioned previously the video captured by the hidden cameras?" Zhang Han inquired. "Not merely that. It is but one of many tactics at my disposal. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and I shall not rely on a single approach," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's eyes widened. He was aware that Qin Feng's audacity in attending the banquet alone stemmed from possessing a trump card to counterbalance Zheng Zhao and Rinha Group. Yet he had not anticipated that Qin Feng would have more than one. Upon scrutinizing the current predicament of Rinha Pharmaceutical, he found himself at a loss as to what other cards Qin Feng might hold against Rinha Group. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to temporarily relinquish the thought. After all, General Qin's vision and insight far surpassed my own. "I am still too young," Zhang Han lamented inwardly. Ironically, though he was several years older than Qin Feng, now well into his 30s, he could not help but regard Qin Feng as an enigma. "Upon my return, I shall upload this video online. A splendid spectacle awaits us." Qin Feng mused as he returned to the office and began to manipulate the exquisite small camera. This device contained a complete recording of the banquet, which he intended to have the relevant technical personnel edit and process before uploading the file online. The public relations team of Rinha Group would undoubtedly face considerable turmoil as a result. The reputation of Rinha Group would plummet dramatically, thrusting them into the eye of the storm of public opinion. As for the authenticity of the video, in the age of the internet, few would concern themselves with such trivialities. Having made his decision, Qin Feng promptly summoned the technical staff from his company's public relations department. In contemporary times, Rinha Pharmaceutical has significantly improved, establishing a comprehensive structure that includes the finance department, management department, technical department, marketing department, and public relations department, leaving none unaccounted for. The reputation and promotion of a company hold immense significance. The public relations department primarily undertakes these responsibilities. The technical personnel within the public relations team are adept in computing, with the minimum requirement being the successful completion of relevant computer examinations. For them, editing a video is a task of utmost ease. Chapter 212. The musings of an employee. Liu, a newcomer in the public relations department, had only recently joined the company, his tenure not exceeding a week. As he stepped into this new environment for the first time, he was filled with trepidation, not stemming from a lack of confidence, but rather from the enticing salary the company had promised him, which far surpassed that of most other firms. It was, in fact, double what he had earned in his previous position. His exceptional technical skills had allowed him to bypass a rigorous interview process and secure employment after passing the requisite assessments. Initially, he felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such an incredible opportunity. However, pondering the situation more deeply led him to question the authenticity of this seemingly fortuitous circumstance. Was it possible that he had inadvertently joined a faude, where all promises were mere empty assurances? Amidst his growing unease, he yearned to glimpse the true nature of the company's enigmatic owner. After all, he had conducted some research prior to his employment and discovered that the company held little market share within the province, overshadowed by a rival establishment known as Tongren Group. Evidently, the owner was unlikely to be reaping substantial profits within the provincial market, so what justified the exorbitant salary? Perhaps the wages were artificially inflated. Or perhaps he was merely destined to toil without remuneration, only to find the owner absconding with the funds, leaving him empty-handed. It was worth noting that this company, Rinha Pharmaceuticals, had a troubling history of such occurrences. Despite the change in ownership, who could guarantee that the new proprietor would not mirror the misdeeds of the former? Regrettably, although he longed to meet the owner, this elusive figure rarely appeared before the lower echelons of the company. And despite his recent appointment as deputy director of the public relations department, opportunities to request an audience with the owner were scarce. Nevertheless, despite the owner's mystery, he had garnered a reputation among veteran employees as being remarkably commendable. Yet, Lu felt it unwise to place complete trust in the words of these seasoned staff members. What if they were merely actors hired by the owner to perpetuate a carefully orchestrated charade? Young individuals often harbor such skepticism towards the world. And Lu took pride in this trait, believing it to be a commendable quality that set him apart from the majority. To his surprise, however, today was different. The elusive owner of Rinha Pharmaceuticals had summoned him, a technical personnel from the public relations department, leaving Lu both astonished and perplexed. Could it be that he had faltered in some aspect and was now facing termination? Or perhaps the owner was finally ready to reveal their true nature, intending to extract every ounce of his time and energy for uncompensated labor? Young people are prone to flights of fancy, and Lu saw this inclination as a rare and valuable quality. After all, it is often said that imagination is the catalyst for creativity. Despite his inner turmoil, Lu resolved to meet this enigmatic owner. Firstly, as an employee, he could not refuse the owner's request. Secondly, his curiosity had ultimately triumphed over his fear and anxiety. He acknowledged that he embodied a unique blend of qualities, a questioning spirit, a penchant for imagination, and an insatiable curiosity, traits that marked him as a high-quality talent in the contemporary society. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Xiao Lu approached the enigmatic office of the boss and knocked on the door. He resolved to meticulously observe every detail, determined to uncover the reasons behind this figure's esteemed reputation among the long-standing employees, who spoke of him with reverence and admiration. Chapter 213. No business without deception. A calm voice echoed as Xiao Lu pushed open the office door and stepped inside. Upon recognizing the figure seated at the desk, he momentarily froze, struggling to believe his eyes. Was this truly the enigmatic boss he had long anticipated? A young man who appeared to be of similar age? In his mind, company owners were typically middle-aged individuals in their 40s or 50s, often seasoned individuals with strands of gray hair. Rather than accepting this peer as a superior, Xiao Lu preferred to think of him merely as a young secretary employed by the boss. However, the reality was undeniable. In this vast office, only the young man, Qin Feng, occupied the space. If you were not the boss, then who else could it be? Are you Mr. Qin? Xiao Lu ventured to speak, only to realize he had unconsciously grown tense. After all, the person before him was merely a contemporary. Why should he feel this way? He found himself questioning his own anxiety. You must be Xiao Lu from the public relations department. No need to be nervous. I have called you here to assist in extracting and editing a video. Please edit it according to my specifications. This task falls outside your usual responsibilities, but I will ensure you receive appropriate overtime pay and allowances for your efforts. Qin Feng's voice broke through Xiao Lu's reverie, prompting him to respond promptly. Oh, yes. Mr. Qin, it's quite simple. Indeed, you are a professional, and I have no doubts regarding your abilities. You may use the computer in my office for editing. Once completed, please adopt an anonymous identity to publish it on the relevant business forums in Haibei City. Additionally, hire some online promoters to ensure the post garners at least 10,000 views. After that, you needn't concern yourself further. However, this matter must remain confidential. No information should be disclosed, not even to your colleagues. Qin Feng handed over a sleek, exquisite camera. Taking the camera, Xiao Lu nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Although curiosity swirled within him, leaving him puzzled as to why Qin Feng had orchestrated such arrangements, he was, after all, a seasoned public relations professional. He understood that certain matters were entwined with business confidentiality and that some questions were better left unasked. He simply needed to follow instructions dutifully. Yet, the promise of extra pay raised his suspicions. Was it truly feasible for a mere video editing task to warrant additional compensation? Could this be a scam? Nevertheless, the truth would soon reveal itself. Xiao Lu wasted no time. His technical skills were indeed commendable, and with minimal effort, he extracted the requested video clips per Qin Feng's instructions. Subsequently, he registered a new account to serve as an alias before posting the video on Haibei City's business forum. He then utilized company funds to hire a plethora of online promoters, all aimed at elevating the post's visibility to a notable level. There is no need for excessive manipulation, for the content of this video undoubtedly constitutes an exceedingly sensational piece of news for the business community of Haibei City. Once it garners a certain level of attention and exposure, the inherent potential of this major news story will undoubtedly lead it to rapidly gain traction, reverberating throughout the entire commercial sphere of Haibei City. Although such tactics may seem unscrupulous, the realm of commerce has always thrived on cunning and stratagem. As a businessman, one must embrace shrewdness to amass significant wealth. Chapter 214. Public relations in turmoil. Having completed his tasks without leaving a trace, Qin Feng nodded in quiet satisfaction. He proceeded to the finance department to collect the promised subsidy. Is this for real? Little Lu exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. Struggling to believe that Qin Feng's words could materialize into the promised compensation. Forgetting any polite refusal, he hurried to the finance department, and to his astonishment, he indeed received the subsidy. A simple overtime allowance amounted to 5,000. This revelation left Little Lu utterly stunned. Earning 5,000 for a mere few hours of extra work, while his monthly salary was only 40,000, seemed extravagantly generous. Was the company truly not concerned about its potential demise, so freely dispensing money to its employees? Despite his bewilderment and shock, Little Lu felt a profound admiration for Qin Feng. If every company operated in such a manner, there would be no disgruntled employees. It appeared that aligning himself with this boss was a fortuitous decision indeed. While Little Lu reveled in his good fortune, the public relations team of Tongren Group was in a state of chaos. With numerous personnel monitoring commercial forums, they were always on high alert for any negative news. They would swiftly counteract any detrimental reports to restore the company's reputation. However, today's news had spread alarmingly fast, within a few hours of its release. It had garnered over 100,000 views. If it were merely a typical smear campaign, it would be manageable. But this one was accompanied by compelling video evidence and undeniable truth. The title was striking. Tongren Group and Rinha Pharmaceuticals Gala. Tongren Group's arrogance leads to total reputation collapse. The mention of both companies had monopolized discussions in Hebei City's business circles. The mere juxtaposition of their names drew countless gazes. Indeed, beneath the post, a plethora of comments had begun to flood in, predominantly condemning Tongren Group's hubris. Many recalled the company's past slogans about producing medicine for the people, using these memories to vehemently rebuke them. This was merely the original post, yet the comments had already surpassed thousands, resembling a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. Other related posts were undoubtedly emerging at an accelerated pace, and with the assistance of various media outlets, the relevant videos would soon be common knowledge. If this continued, Tongren Group's esteemed reputation would be obliterated. We must release a statement to clarify. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the head of the public relations department was as frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof. How could they clarify when the opposing side had already presented video evidence? The group's reputation was poised for a catastrophic fall. Damn it. Who was responsible for this? Who captured the video of that banquet? The public relations department was in a state of disarray, with everyone holding their heads in frustration, utterly at a loss. At that moment, Zhang Zhao's voice suddenly pierced through the tension. Who else could it be? It must be Qin Feng from Rinha Pharmaceutical. I fell into his trap that day, and I never anticipated his cunning. He was so thoroughly prepared. I certainly did not foresee that he would dare to post the video online. This is clearly an act of sheer audacity. Chapter 215. Apology statement. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Zhang Zhao, with a sullen expression, strode into the public relations office of Tongren Group. Without a doubt, today marked the most unfortunate and dismal experience of his life thus far. Moments earlier, he had been outright rejected by Qin Feng at the banquet regarding a collaboration request. Subjected to various jibes and ridicule, bound by the leverage others held over him, he could only swallow his indignation in silence. Upon returning, Qin Feng had audaciously torn the FAAD off their relationship, displaying utter disregard for Tongren Group. This was the first time Zhang Zhao encountered such a bizarre and troublesome opponent. His resentment towards Qin Feng was palpable, teeth clenched in fury. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. At this moment, the only viable course of action was to swiftly eliminate Rinha Pharmaceutical from the market and seize complete control over the provincial territory, with the largest market share. Even a tarnished reputation would not significantly impact their profits. After much contemplation, Zhang Zhao arrived at this crucial decision. He was not foolish. He recognized the importance of prioritizing objectives. Although he understood that a damaged reputation could not be restored overnight, he also recognized that a reputation takes years to cultivate. As Tongren Group had done, should it collapse entirely in a single day, the prospect of a swift recovery would become a mere daydream. Thus, restoring their reputation was no longer the primary concern. The foremost task was to occupy the provincial market entirely and expel Rinha Pharmaceutical. If successful, Tongren Group would dominate the provincial pharmaceutical market, and despite a poor reputation and numerous scandals, their supremacy would remain unchallenged. After all, when only one seller exists, consumers, regardless of their disdain, have no alternative. In truth, the incident at the banquet should not have wielded such a profound impact on Tongren Group. The key factors contributing to the collapse of their reputation were twofold. First, the excessive attention this matter received, and second, Tongren Group found itself at the center of public scrutiny, where every action was magnified. Qin Feng skillfully exploited this situation to his advantage. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Zhang Zhao finally witnessed Tongren Group's official account respond on the forum, issuing an apology statement. This surprised Qin Feng, who had anticipated a more detailed explanation or denial from the public relations team. Instead, they chose to acknowledge the issue outright. Although the apology lacked sincerity, reeking of perfunctory language, it did not deny the incident or the video. Publicly expressing regret and stating that the conflict with Qin Feng was merely a momentary disagreement, devoid of any condescension towards smaller companies. As Qin Feng had predicted, the comments beneath the apology statement were rife with skepticism. Many netizens, harboring long-standing grievances, seized the opportunity to launch a vehement attack on Tongren Group. This was something Qin Feng had not anticipated. He was puzzled, as he had not solicited any online trolls to bombard the apology statement. So how could there be such a multitude of detractors congregating beneath the post? However, he soon found clarity. It could only be said that a considerable number of the audience for Tongren Group's pharmaceuticals had long harbored grievances against the company, their discontent simmering beneath the surface. It was only when Tongren Group encountered a crisis and revealed its vulnerabilities that their frustrations erupted. Chapter 2:16. A corner dog will jump over the wall. This situation inadvertently proved to be a significant boon for Qin Feng. While it is often said that there is no business without treachery, another adage holds true. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. As circumstances evolve, the Tongren Group finds itself on the brink of collapse, facing a scenario where it cannot afford to compromise or remain passive. It will undoubtedly launch a desperate counterattack to reclaim its share of the provincial pharmaceutical market. For Qin Feng, however, this development is precisely what he wishes to witness. He has anticipated the enemy's moves. All he needs to do now is remain calm and composed, denying the opposition any opportunity to exploit its desperation, which will inevitably lead to their revealing of vulnerabilities. At that moment, Qin Feng can guide Rinha Pharmaceuticals to seize upon these flaws and deliver a decisive blow. As expected, early the next morning, upon arriving at the office, Qin Feng encountered Hu Lingue rushing in with palpable urgency. Slightly flustered, he exclaimed, "President Qin, the Tongren Group is making significant moves. Pray, enlighten me," Qin Feng replied, maintaining an air of tranquility, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Panic serves no purpose in the face of adversity, a truth Qin Feng undoubtedly recognizes. They are frantically attempting to contract their market while usurping that of others. Just this morning, they have approached several of the pharmacies and hospitals we painstakingly signed agreements with. If our terms were not sufficiently attractive, we might have lost several pharmacies and hospitals to them, engaging in exclusive partnerships. Hu Lingue continued. I've heard from some pharmacy owners that they are still persisting in their negotiations for exclusive collaborations, offering increasingly favorable conditions. I fear that some of our partners may succumb to their temptations. Pondering this, Qin Feng acknowledged Hu Lingue's concerns as valid. In the world of commerce, profit reigns supreme. Perhaps the Tongren Group's offerings are indeed more enticing, leading their affiliated pharmacies to consider collaboration. However, since the contracts were signed first, there exists a safeguard. Until the contracts expire, it is impossible for them to forge exclusive partnerships with the Tongren Group, and thus, they can only play both sides, benefiting from both parties. Regrettably, they will eventually have to choose between Rinha Pharmaceuticals and Tongren Group, as the two entities are fundamentally incompatible. Since the Tongren Group seeks to reclaim the market, let us engage them in this contest. Nonetheless, we must refrain from offering better terms. Upon hearing this, Hu Lingue expressed his concerns, but what if we cannot outmatch the Tongren Group? Qin Feng simply smiled. What they are doing is akin to a cornered dog jumping over the wall, resorting to desperate measures. Consider this, if we engage in a fierce struggle. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, the true beneficiaries will be those pharmacies and hospitals. The contracts are long-term, and the benefits they receive will be enduring. Our company, however, would be left grappling with sustained losses. Is that not pulling the rug from under ourselves? Rather than this, it would be wiser to prepare some thoughtful gifts, engaging in the intricacies of human relationships. Such gifts may be temporary, and even if we incur losses, they would be one-off, between immediate gains and long-term benefits. I choose the immediate. Hu Lingue suddenly realized that as the marketing manager, he was indeed quite experienced. With Qin Feng's explanation, he comprehended the situation immediately, nodding repeatedly, unable to contain his admiration for Qin Feng. The boss was remarkably astute. If Rinha Pharmaceutical were to adopt the same approach as Tongren Group, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle for market share, while hospitals and pharmacies would take advantage of the chaos, ultimately reaping the benefits. The gains would not merely be trifling profits. Chapter 2:17. A report. Not everyone possesses the foresight to look far ahead. At times, The allure of immediate benefits is sufficient to sway them into making consequential decisions. We must not grant them the opportunity to delay and compel us to raise our prices. Do you understand? Qin Feng conveyed to Hu Lingui. Hu Lingui nodded repeatedly, grasping Qin Feng's perspective, realizing that this was not a futile endeavor. Indeed, the current Rinha pharmaceutical has undergone a significant transformation. Although it still lags behind Tongren Group in the provincial market, its overall standing, when considering the external market, offers an advantage. If Tongren Group wishes to compete, Qin Feng shall not hold back. He has long coveted the market share held by Tongren Group. Furthermore, during several prior meetings with Zhang Zhao, he had managed to seize upon a critical weakness of Tongren Group. This is a potentially devastating piece of information. Despite Tongren Group's reputation as a model enterprise in the province over the past few years, there exists no impenetrable wall in this world. Secrets cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Even with their fa'ad of excellence, they cannot obscure the grave mistakes they have made in the past. Now is the opportune moment to bring their transgressions to light. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng immediately dialed the relevant authorities. In the afternoon, within the Tongren Group's building in Haibei City, Zhang Zhao's demeanor had considerably softened, even displaying a hint of exuberance. I have always said that Rinha Pharmaceuticals' scale pales in comparison to our group, particularly in the provincial market, especially in Haibei City. It is we who hold the reins. Earlier that day, Tongren Group had mobilized extensively, executing a series of significant maneuvers. The results were fruitful, as numerous pharmacies and hospitals had been temporarily reclaimed. Although the expenditure was substantial, ensuring market dominance was undoubtedly a prudent decision. The market is the very foundation upon which Tongren Group stands. At this moment, the atmosphere within the company was one of jubilation. The previous day's anger had vanished from the faces of their employees. Yet, just then, a phone call interrupted the revelry. Upon answering, Zhang Zhao abruptly rose from his seat, his expression shifting dramatically. Is what you say true? I will come over immediately. After hanging up, Zhang Zhao's countenance turned ashen, his gaze darkened. When did this information leak? Or was the caller merely going through the motions? He found himself murmuring, but quickly shook his head, steeling himself to walk toward the lobby of Tongren Group. Before long, Zhang Zhao and several senior executives arrived in the lobby, where a group of uniformed officials stood before them, their expressions solemn. Are you Zhang Zhao? The general manager of Tongren Group's Haibei City branch? Zhang Zhao nodded, his previously steady heart now filled with trepidation. We are the police. The officials produced the relevant identification and coldly stated, someone has reported your company for tax evasion, involving a significant amount, and has provided pertinent evidence. Please accompany us for further inquiry. This is slander. Who made the report? Zhang Zhao's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and remarked. Regardless of who made the report, this matter does not concern you. All you need to do is accompany us to the prosecutorial authorities and submit to the relevant investigation. The innocent shall remain unblemished. If your company is indeed free of any issues, we will return you unharmed. The other's tone remained icy. Yet Zhang Zhao felt a flicker of unease. Chapter 218. A crumbling mindset at this critical juncture, when Rinha Pharmaceutical and Tongren Group are fiercely vying for market dominance. The outcome of this commercial war hangs in the balance. Yet, it is precisely at such a pivotal moment that this incident has occurred. Zhang Zhao cannot help but suspect that Qin Feng is behind the disruption. However, if it were indeed Qin Feng orchestrating this chaos, it would be utterly absurd. As an outsider, not affiliated with Tongren Group, how could he possibly be privy to such sensitive information? The situation is dire. Should the authorities uncover the truth, Tongren Group would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. As a key figure, Zhang Zhao would be inescapably ensnared in legal repercussions. In an instant, despair washed over him. Though he concealed it well, his eyes betrayed a profound hopelessness, devoid of their previous vigor. Zhang Zhao's mindset has irrevocably shattered. But what options remain for him? Resistance? That would be tantamount to courting death. The only course left is to accompany the inspectors and await the inevitable judgment. Yet, once he departs, he becomes akin to a clay idol crossing the river, unable to safeguard himself, let alone the branch of Tongren Group in Haibei City, which could also face peril. Although the headquarters would dispatch someone to assume his role, after years of serving as the general manager in Haibei City, Zhang Zhao's familiarity with this place is unparalleled. Could anyone else seamlessly take over his position? The answer is a resounding no. It must be said that Zhang Zhao harbors unwavering loyalty towards Tongren Group. Even when facing his own doom, his foremost concern remains the survival of the company. Before his departure, he cast a despondent glance at the executives beside him and finally managed to utter a single phrase: preserve the company. He knows that his fate is likely grim. Yet he remains perplexed about one thing. Who exactly reported him? Logically, only a select few high-ranking officials within the company were privy to this matter. Could it be that one among them has betrayed him? However, in Zheng Zhao's view, the notion of a traitor seems implausible. If it were an outsider who reported him, how could they possibly know about his involvement in tax evasion? After ruminating on the matter, Zheng Zhao cursed the informant 100 times over, ultimately transforming his frustration into resentment. Following Zheng Zhao's departure, the remaining executives were consumed by worry, left without a clear course of action. In stark contrast to their anxiety, Qin Feng from Rinhe Pharmaceutical felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Surely, Zheng Zhao must have been escorted away by the relevant personnel by now. Indeed, he is the enigmatic whistleblower. Furthermore, he possesses the evidence to substantiate his claims. Having met with Zheng Zhao on multiple occasions, Qin Feng has discerned the trajectory of Zheng Zhao's future, a remarkable ability that has enabled him to uncover Zheng Zhao's tax evasion and acquire the corresponding evidence, leaving Zheng Zhao defenseless during the investigation. It is only a matter of days before he finds himself embroiled in legal battles, ultimately facing defeat and judgment, leading to incarceration. However, none of this concerns Qin Feng anymore. What he desires to witness is simply Zheng Zhao's departure from Tongren Group. As long as he finds himself ensnared, unable to attend to the affairs of the Tongren Group, the branch of the Tongren Group in Haibei City shall inevitably collapse without a fight. By the time the headquarters of the Tongren Group dispatches personnel to take over, it will be too late. Furthermore, although Zheng Zhao has encountered a significant predicament, one cannot overlook his contributions to the entirety of the Tongren Group, nor can his capabilities be dismissed. Were another individual to assume his role, it is highly probable that they would fall short in various aspects compared to Zheng Zhao, and Qin Feng need not harbor any concerns. Chapter 219. An empty shell. As Qin Feng had anticipated, the following day, a related announcement was published, sweeping through Haibei City like wildfire and becoming the talk of the town among its citizens. Previously, Zheng Zhao held a position in Haibei City's business circle that was second to none, with no one daring to claim the top spot. However, the announcement revealed that this business magnate, the general manager of Tongren Group, was under investigation for alleged tax evasion and embezzlement of public funds. Both parties' lawyers were preparing for the impending legal battle. Yet, it was evident to all that regardless of the outcome of Zheng Zhao's case, he would be incapacitated from making decisions for Tongren Group in the immediate future. Without Zheng Zhao, the Haibei branch of Tongren Group felt like a soulless shell, devoid of purpose. While awaiting the arrival of personnel from headquarters, the newly appointed general manager would undoubtedly lack the understanding of Haibei City and its circumstances that Zheng Zhao possessed. Seizing this opportunity, the primary beneficiaries, aside from Rinhe Pharmaceutical, were hardly in doubt. On that very day, upon seeing the announcement, Qin Feng resolved to exert every effort to seize the pharmaceutical market in Haibei City. Following a recent public relations debacle, Tongren Group's reputation had already plummeted. With the new allegations of tax evasion, the group's credibility had been shattered. Merchants naturally sought to distance themselves, eager to extricate their ties with Tongren Group, even if it meant incurring breach of contract penalties, which they deemed worthwhile. After all, collaborating with Tongren Group was likely to result in prolonged losses. A struggling pharmacy business was the least of their concerns, as they faced even graver risks. What if Tongren Group were to face further scandals, dragging them into the mire? Once the partnership was dissolved, with Rinhe Pharmaceutical's intervention, the entire pharmaceutical market in Haibei City would swiftly fall into Qin Feng's capable hands. Days later, Tongren Group found itself in a state of decline. In stark contrast, everyone at Rinhe Pharmaceutical was electrified with excitement. The Haibei branch of Tongren Group had become a relic of the past. Mr. Qin, I never imagined that one day our Rinhe Pharmaceutical could dominate the entire pharmaceutical market in Haibei City. This is all thanks to your brilliance, Mr. Qin, and Zheng Zhao's self-inflicted demise. The most significant gratitude, however, was owed to the mysterious whistleblower. Without him, seizing Tongren Group's branch in Haibei City would have been far more challenging. During the company meeting, employees began to extol Qin Feng, their excitement palpable. Hu Lingue, Wang Nan, and others wore broad smiles. Having witnessed Rinhe Pharmaceutical's journey from the brink of collapse to its acquisition by Qin Feng, Rinhe Pharmaceutical was the culmination of their collective efforts. And reaching this milestone was a long-awaited triumph. Everyone, our company's achievements are a testament to your hard work and dedication. Qin Feng did not claim all the credit. For him, fostering employees' confidence and sense of belonging held far greater significance than merely basking in accolades. Although it is true that he deserves much credit, particularly for the decisive whistleblowing, the enigmatic informant, unknown to all, is indeed him. This is a cause for celebration, and everyone should rejoice, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. We must not let our guard down or become excessively proud. Remember this. Pride precedes a fall. Chapter 220. Ambition. Although we have successfully seized the pharmaceutical market in Hebei City, this is merely the beginning. Beyond Hebei, there lies the entire province, other provinces, and even the nation itself. We must not allow ourselves to be complacent over a small victory in Hebei City, for stagnation is not an option. Qin Feng began to paint a grand vision once more. In his view, a company devoid of the ambition to ascend to the pinnacle of its field lacks the very necessity of existence. The Tongren Group serves as a cautionary tale. Having dominated the Hebei market for a decade, it has stagnated, ensnared in a bottleneck, lacking the courage and audacity to expand outward, ultimately providing Qin Feng with the opportunity he needed. His words ignited sparks in the eyes of his listeners, each one brimming with fervor. Had Qin Feng made such declarations in the past, he would have either faced ridicule or skepticism in the hearts of others. Yet now, the evidence is irrefutable. The market in Hebei has been claimed, and the next step is to conquer the provincial market. The market in Jiang province is already in our grasp. And the national market no longer appears to be a mere dream, but rather a distant goal within reach. While it may seem far off, it is certainly not unattainable. Perhaps one day, we will indeed become the foremost company in the pharmaceutical industry. One can only say that President Qin is exceedingly magnanimous. Other companies cannot afford to offer such high salaries, and employees would be reluctant to work overtime. The collective belief in Qin Feng's vision showcased the unity of the company, prompting Qin Feng to nod approvingly, thoroughly satisfied. Subsequently, Qin Feng began strategizing for the provincial market, outlining a comprehensive plan to undermine the Tongren Group. By capturing the market in Hebei City, we have effectively weakened half of Tongren's strength. They are likely in a state of anxiety, uncertain of their next steps. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng could claim the market in the neighboring Longzhou city, further compressing and pressuring the competition. Following that, a coordinated assault would ensue, uniting the strength and market presence in Jiang province to capture the entire provincial capital market. In due time, the colossal Tongren Group would find its foundations eroded, leading to its inevitable collapse. This was the ideal plan envisioned by Qin Feng, yet he had already begun laying the groundwork. Long before he arrived in Jiang province to collaborate with the Huajun Group, he had instructed Han Xiaolong and Gao Jie to return to Longzhou City to establish a foothold for Rinhe Pharmaceutical. Their influence was deeply rooted in Longzhou City, where their extensive connections would facilitate a swift takeover once the affairs of Rinhe Pharmaceutical were settled, enabling them to effortlessly dominate the entire market of Longzhou City. Having made the necessary arrangements, Qin Feng arrived in Longzhou City the following day. During this period, he had been preoccupied with affairs in Hebei City and had not returned to Longzhou for quite some time. Engrossed in work, he had inevitably neglected the care of his daughter, Nyonyo. As Nyonyo approached the age for kindergarten, with September fast approaching and nearly all kindergartens beginning their enrollment, the time had come for him to attend to this matter. Qin Feng did not immediately seek out Han Xiaolong and the others. Instead, he paid a visit to the rental apartment where Lin Ruoxue and her mother resided. As he entered the building, he encountered the plump sister, who was just about to head out to buy groceries. After exchanging pleasantries, the plump sister expressed her concerns, saying, "You should go upstairs and check on her. Ruoxue is quite troubled about Nyonyo starting kindergarten. In my opinion, a regular kindergarten would suffice. Ruoxue's desire to send Nyonyo to an elite institution is placing an undue burden on her." Chapter 221. The wise Nyonyo. Upon hearing Erpang's words, Qin Feng nodded repeatedly. However, he found himself in disagreement with her subsequent remarks. To him, Nyonyo deserved nothing but the best in terms of food, clothing, and education. Money? That was never a concern. In fact, any issue that could be resolved with money was not an issue at all. Ascending the stairs and pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of Lin Ruoxue and Nyonyo. After a fortnight apart, Nyonyo remained as charming as ever. While Lin Ruoxue busied herself with household chores, Nyonyo sat on the sofa engrossed in books about early childhood education. Although she had yet to commence formal schooling, Nyonyo's intelligence was remarkable. She could already recognize many characters. With her keen eyes, she immediately detected the sound of Qin Feng entering the room. Such was the nature of children, particularly Nyonyo, who was more vivacious than most girls her age. Upon seeing her father, she leaped from the sofa, her little face radiating excitement as she beamed with joy. "Daddy!" she exclaimed, bounding into Qin Feng's embrace. Overjoyed to see Nyonyo, Qin Feng lifted her into the air, playfully scratching her delicate little nose while feigning ignorance. "Were you a good girl while Daddy was away?" "Nyonyo has been very good. I can recognize so many characters now, and I can even write Daddy and Mommy's names," she declared, eager to show off her accomplishments. She grabbed her writing board and began to scribble energetically. Once finished, she proudly presented the board to Qin Feng. On it, the names Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue could be discerned, albeit crookedly, resembling little ants on a page. Nevertheless, this was quite impressive. And a look of astonishment crossed Qin Feng's face. His name, particularly the character for Qin, was rather complex. That Nyonyo could write it, regardless of its appearance, was a testament to her diligent efforts. You've done wonderfully. Daddy brought you a gift as a reward. Upon hearing the word gift, Nyonyo's eyes sparkled with delight, as if stars twinkled within them. Nyonyo was indeed beautiful, with charming dimples, a complexion that glowed with rosy hues, and skin as delicate as porcelain. Clad in the princess dress Qin Feng had purchased for her, she resembled a character stepped straight out of a fairy tale, inherited from both Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue. Her beauty was undeniable. Qin Feng was quite handsome, while Lin Ruoxue was the epitome of natural beauty, having been the campus belle during her university days. With suitors lining up from the east gate to the west, having long prepared to visit Nyonyo, Qin Feng had thoughtfully brought along appropriate gifts. As she received her toy, her joy was palpable, and she began to hum a nursery rhyme. Witnessing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. If Nyonyo could maintain such happiness, then he, as her father, would not be deemed remiss in his duties. At this moment, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward Lin Ruoxue. After some time apart, she seemed to have grown even more beautiful. Her skin, fairer than frost, her delicate brows, elegant nose, and bright eyes, combined with perfectly proportioned features, made her truly breathtaking. Perhaps after receiving assistance from Qin Feng last time, she has been promoted at the Nanshan textile factory, and her work is no longer as arduous as it once was. Consequently, she appears less haggard than before. However, a discernible trace of sorrow still lingers between her brows. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Lin Ruoxue felt somewhat uneasy, instinctively tugging at the hem of her garment, a manifestation of her nervousness. Chapter 222. A simple resolution after accepting Qin Feng's assistance last time. Lin Ruoxue felt a lingering sense of indebtedness towards him. Now, faced with another predicament, she hesitated to seek his help again, fearing gossip might ensue. Consequently, she appeared somewhat awkward and anxious. I heard you're worried about Nyonyo starting kindergarten? Qin Feng stated directly, understanding her reluctance to broach the subject. The kindergarten is a private institution with high requirements. Lin Ruoxue deflected, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter, as she contemplated alternative solutions. Allow me to assist you, Qin Feng smiled. Rest assured, my aid is directed towards Nyonyo, not you. Let me fulfill my responsibilities as a father, shall we? You need not bear any psychological burden. Recognizing Lin Ruoxue's strong-willed nature, he adjusted his approach. However, Lin Ruoxue remained tense, her brow furrowed with unease. How about this? Consider it a transaction. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and you plan to accompany Nyonyo to visit her grandparents, right? Let this be a favor in return. If my parents discover our divorce, I shall surely face their wrath. Helping me maintain this facade is a perfectly reasonable exchange. As a businessman, Qin Feng employed language that would resonate with her. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue's expression softened considerably, evidently finding it somewhat acceptable. She nodded slightly and uttered a mere thank you, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet, Qin Feng heard her and chose not to respond. He then took out his phone and called Han Xiaolong. Han Xiaolong's family was a significant force in Longzhou, possessing an extensive network of connections that would facilitate the resolution of such matters, often without requiring his direct involvement. Once connected, Han Xiaolong's excitement was palpable as he eagerly inquired, Qin Gu, I heard you've secured a deal with the Tongren Group in Haibei City. Is that true? Qin Feng shook his head, clarifying, it's not quite settled. We've merely made inroads into the Haibei market. This trip back to Longzhou is to strategize for both the Longzhou and provincial markets. However, first, I need your assistance with something. Han Xiaolong's excitement escalated, his voice rising to a level that Lin Ruoxue could clearly hear. Don't worry, Qin Gu. Whether it's a single task or 100, I would leap into the fray without a second thought. It's a minor issue, Qin Feng chuckled, quickly downplaying it, and explained the situation regarding the prestigious kindergarten. Han Xiaolong's response came swiftly. I see. Qin Gu, this is a piece of cake for me. You can count on me. After making his assurances, he continued to express concern for Qin Feng, truly embodying the role of a loyal subordinate. All of this unfolded within earshot of Lin Ruoxue, igniting her curiosity. Was it really that simple to resolve? Furthermore, the references to the Tongren Group and provincial markets left her utterly bewildered. However, it wasn't long before Lin Ruoxue's phone rang. After answering the call, she nodded repeatedly, her eyes quickly squinting into crescent shapes, and a rare smile graced her fair complexion. Once she hung up, she glanced at Qin Feng with an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, a staff member from the kindergarten had personally called to inform her that preparations could begin for Nyonyo's enrollment, speaking with utmost respect. Was it truly possible that a single phone call from Qin Feng could resolve the issue that had troubled her for so long? For a moment, Lin Ruoxue found it difficult to accept the reality of this astonishing turn of events. Chapter 223. The location of the branch office. Could a mere phone call from Qin Feng wield such immense power? Lin Ruoxue felt a flicker of doubt in her heart. Yet she swiftly recalled an important matter. It had been quite some time, and she was still oblivious to the specifics of Qin Feng's current occupation. Although she could deeply sense that he had transformed utterly from his former self, the precise reasons for this change remained shrouded in mystery. After ending the call, Qin Feng smiled at her, declaring, "It's all settled. As part of our arrangement, this mid-autumn festival, you and Nyonya will accompany me back to see my parents." Though somewhat reluctant and apprehensive about potential gossip, Lin Ruoxue nodded in agreement. After all, she had already promised Qin Feng and could not go back on her word. "All right, I'll notify you when the time comes." Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within, yet his expression remained composed, betraying none of his inner excitement. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Ruoxue called out to him. In a voice as delicate as a whisper, she suggested, "Would you like to stay for lunch?" "Sure." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, smiling as he responded, "It's been ages since I've savored your cooking." In his memories, Lin Ruoxue's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. During the period when he faced failure in his entrepreneurial endeavors and was at home idly, it was Lin Ruoxue who managed all the household chores. She was truly adept at both the dining room and the kitchen. Unfortunately, as Qin Feng fell into despair and their conflicts intensified, he had not had the pleasure of tasting her dishes again. As a wife, Lin Ruoxue was nothing short of perfect. She juggled her professional obligations while managing all domestic responsibilities, exuding beauty like a celestial being, possessing a gentle temperament, and honing remarkable skills in the kitchen, all while nurturing their child. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng felt a pang of regret and resentment towards his past self. How had he been so blind as to overlook his wife's virtues? Only after their family had been torn apart did he come to realize his mistakes. Alas, the past was already behind them, and dwelling on it held no value. One must look forward. At least this time, he had the opportunity and room for negotiation. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. He relished the meal immensely, believing that no Kobe beef, Australian lobster, or exquisite Western cuisine could compare to the flavors of this lunch. Perhaps it was simply a matter of differing significance. After finishing the meal, Qin Feng reluctantly took his leave. Were it not for his pressing matters, he would have stayed longer to spend time with Nyonya, leaving Lin Ruoxue's rented apartment. He drove off swiftly. This period was particularly tumultuous for the Rinha Group, beset by internal and external challenges, providing an opportune moment for Rinha Pharmaceuticals to capitalize on their vulnerabilities. The first step was to establish a branch office in Longo City, subsequently expanding operations to the provincial capital and other cities within the province. Qin Feng had already laid the groundwork for this initial phase, so it would not consume too much time. He intended to directly assess the selected location for the company. As individuals like Gao Jie and Han Xiaolong had already prepared everything, he simply needed to provide the funding. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at an office building nestled in the outskirts of the city. Upon disembarking, I immediately encountered Han Xiaolong, who, with an affectionate familiarity, addressed me as Brother Qin with every utterance. "What do you think, my friend? This network of connections is rather impressive, is it not? This office building, situated on the outskirts, is quite reasonably priced. Acquiring it would cost less than 10 million. Furthermore, we could establish a pharmaceutical factory adjacent to it, perfectly suited for our branch. After all, we are a pharmaceutical company, even if we are not located in the city center. It suffices as long as our operations extend into the heart of the city." Chapter 224. The time of harvest. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, noting that the building was just the right size. After all, it was merely a branch of a municipal company, and there was no need to allocate excessive manpower or resources. With clearly defined roles and appropriately distributed resources, the risk of decay or rebellion within the subsidiary was minimized. Although Rinha Pharmaceutical had firmly established itself in Hebei City and other locations, it was still in its nascent stages, indistinguishable from a new enterprise in certain respects. New companies and new personnel often spark concerns, making the cultivation of a sense of belonging among employees a paramount task. As for the company's operations, Qin Feng felt little apprehension. He had extensive connections in Longzhou City. Furthermore, Gao Jie, Han Xiaolong, and Chu Tianhe were board members with stakes in the company, not mere figureheads, ensuring they were actively involved in management. Having acquired the office building, the others began coordinating renovations and related matters to expedite completion and commence operations. After attending to various trivialities, it was already afternoon. After casually selecting a restaurant with Han Jialong and the others, they ordered a dozen beers. Han Jialong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Qin, it's all thanks to you. I never imagined the dilapidated Rinha Pharmaceutical could triumph over Tongren Group, yet you achieved it in such a brief span." Though he had not visited Hebei City recently, he had been closely monitoring developments there. After all, he had invested a significant amount previously. While he would not voice complaints even in the event of total loss, he still felt a pang of regret. To his astonishment, Qin Feng had swiftly established a partnership with Huajin Group in Jiang Province, and in such a short time, completely dominated the pharmaceutical market in Hebei City. In contrast, Tongren Group was faltering, with their general manager nearly facing incarceration, barely clinging to existence and posing no threat. Qin Feng accepted the praise with composure, responding, "From here on out, Tongren Group is no longer a concern. We can gradually encroach upon them. However, this does not imply that the challenges have concluded. While Rinha Pharmaceutical has indeed secured its position, as the ancients said, it is easy to conquer a territory but difficult to maintain it. The challenges of entrepreneurship and sustaining a business are equally significant. To preserve the foundation of Rinha Pharmaceutical and seek steady victories, relying solely on a miracle drug will not suffice. Our objective encompasses the entire pharmaceutical market, necessitating the development of various other types of medications. We must expedite the research and development of new products to sustain the current growth trajectory and status of Rinha Pharmaceutical." Indeed, Chu Tianhe laughed heartily. "With you at the helm, we all have faith, and there is no worry about the company facing collapse. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to command us. You are the boss now, and we are merely your subordinates." During this period, he had tasted the fruits of success. Initially, when Rinha Pharmaceutical was in disarray, his investment was a mere 5 million. Yet now, in just a month, his investment had not only been recovered, but had also doubled. With the current flourishing state of Rinha Pharmaceutical, it has already dominated the entire Jiang province market, capturing a significant share within the province and steadily climbing higher. He seems to envision even greater wealth beckoning to him. Should Rinha Pharmaceutical maintain this trajectory of steady ascent, it is entirely plausible that in the future, he could simply recline at home and watch money fall from the heavens. Chapter 225, The Investor. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, a few of them began to feel the effects of inebriation. At this moment, Gao Jia, with a slightly flushed complexion and somewhat slurred speech, inquired, "Brother Qin, recently many individuals, including several relatives, have approached me seeking investments. Do you think I should invest in them?" Although he operated a winery, Gao Jia's tolerance for alcohol was rather modest. The mention of investment piqued Qin Feng's interest. Nowadays, both Gao Jia and the other two had accumulated a fair amount of wealth. Chu Tianhe, having settled down, harbored fewer ambitions, simply wishing to enjoy a tranquil life. In contrast, Gao Jia and Han Jialong, still in the vigor of youth, were at a pivotal juncture ripe for investment opportunities. With their financial resources, they could indeed become investors, thereby allowing their money to work for them. Should they invest wisely, the ease of earning profits could far surpass the challenges Qin Feng faced in running a business. However, a miscalculation could lead to a total loss of capital, rendering investment a high-risk, high-reward endeavor. Indeed, I understand that many relatives are drawn to me due to my newfound wealth, hoping to benefit from my investments, Gao Jia acknowledged. Yet there are a few ventures I find quite promising, and I would like to seek your advice, Brother Qin. Gao Jia was astute, recognizing that Qin Feng possessed a discerning eye for business opportunities that often eluded others. Whether it was hoarding wine, investing in real estate, or even brokering second-hand air conditioners, Qin Feng had a knack for seizing unconventional prospects. This ability could be both a boon and a bane. After contemplating, Qin Feng remarked, "Having earned your wealth, it is natural for opportunities to present themselves. If you remain vigilant and identify genuinely lucrative ventures, substantial profits can indeed be realized. However, should you misjudge the situation, the capital invested might never be recouped, leading to significant losses. Please, share with me the individuals who have approached you for investments and the nature of their proposals." Taking a sip of his drink, Gao Jia candidly responded, "A number of distant relatives have come to me, leveraging our familial ties, seeking my financial support for their ventures. Some are involved in supermarket businesses in Longzhou City, while others aspire to enter the seafood trade." "Supermarket business? Anyone can see that is unfeasible." Han Jialong interjected with a scoff. "I also find it implausible. What do you think, Brother Qin?" Gao Jia disregarded Han Jialong's comments, turning his gaze toward Qin Feng, who had become his trusted advisor. Han Jialong was not mistaken. The supermarket industry was indeed struggling, monopolized by the Shusher Group and the Zhou family group, leaving little room for competition. "I told you so. My relationship with Sister Hongyan is quite amicable, and her group is flourishing," Han Jialong boasted. casting a sideways glance at Qin Feng. Previously, he had maintained a cordial rapport with Sheng Hongyan, often discussing matters of the business sphere. The remarkable growth of Shinshu Group was a source of envy for their own Chi-Du media. However, Sheng Hongyan had also informed him that the remarkable growth of the Shinshu Group, which had even caused the Zhou Group to stumble, was entirely due to the assistance of Qin Feng. The moment he realized it was Qin Feng who had intervened, he felt an immediate sense of relief and even regarded it as a matter of course. In his eyes, Qin Feng had become a figure akin to a deity. In summary, seeking Qin Feng's counsel regarding investments was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Chapter 226. True Brotherhood, Where are the Seafood? Gao Jie looked at Qin Feng with eager anticipation, hoping to hear some precious words of wisdom from him. I am not well versed in this matter either, Han Jialong shrugged. As a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur who had founded a media company, he was utterly clueless about seafood, and thus did not lie. Gao Jie shot him a glance and scoffed. Who asked you? I'm inquiring about Qin Gu. Han Jialong, upon hearing this, could not help but press his forehead in mild embarrassment, a sheepish smile gracing his features. Feeling somewhat out of his depth, he was well aware that Gao Jie was indeed asking Qin Feng, yet he wished to showcase his own insights, hence his interjection. If he could not contribute to their conversation, it would render him rather insignificant. At that moment, Qin Feng pondered briefly before breaking into a mysterious smile. Engaging in the seafood business is not entirely out of the question. However, the timing is not particularly favorable at present. Gao Jie felt a tinge of disappointment, but swiftly shifted the topic, seemingly retrieving a flurry of investment information from his mind. What about films? Several directors have approached me recently, seeking investment for their projects. That depends on the nature of the films. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. If time permits, I would be glad to accompany you to review these director scripts and visit their filming locations. Investment is inherently about gathering sufficient and relevant information for reference. Without it, discerning the potential for profit becomes exceedingly challenging. Gao Jie nodded, understanding, I get it. Some of the investors reaching out to me have solid connections, which leaves me puzzled about whether to invest, fearing the possibility of losing everything. Qin Feng suddenly comprehended the predicament. Gao Jie was undoubtedly entangled in the web of personal relationships, which caused his hesitation. He then placed a reassuring hand on Gao Jie's shoulder, saying, Fear not. One must be decisive when the time calls for it. Otherwise, one may become ensnared in confusion. Brother, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Having indulged in a bit too much drink, Gao Jie felt tears welling up at Qin Feng's words. I understand, Qin Gu. He was somewhat astonished, increasingly convinced that Qin Feng truly embodied the essence of brotherhood. Previously, he had entertained thoughts that, given Qin Feng's remarkable prowess and newfound wealth, the gap between them was widening, leading him to wonder if Qin Feng still regarded them as brothers. However, it now appeared that he had overthought the matter, misjudging Qin Feng's intentions. After a hearty meal and drinks, they temporarily bid farewell, and Qin Feng returned to his previous residence. Having not returned here for half a month, he felt a sense of nostalgia. For an extended period, this had been his home. As well as Lin Ruoxue and Nyo's home, the three of them had shared joyful moments within these walls. If the personnel from Rinha Pharmaceutical were to visit, they would undoubtedly be astonished. In their eyes, someone as affluent as Qin Feng ought to reside in a lavish standalone villa, complete with an entourage of housekeepers and maids, rather than in such a modest apartment. Early the next morning, Qin Feng rose with the dawn. Today, he was set to embark on a journey to the provincial capital. The latest edition of the provincial selection for the 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs will take place this afternoon, with the officials having extended an invitation to him just a couple of days prior. This event serves as a commendation ceremony, primarily aimed at recognizing the contributions made by Qin Feng's Rinha Pharmaceutical to the economic development of the province during this period. The participants are predominantly young entrepreneurs under the age of 30. Although Qin Feng initially had no intention of attending, he decided to grace the occasion in order to promote Rinha Pharmaceutical. Chapter 227. Farewell to Yongqin. At noon, Qin Feng drove to the provincial capital, Longquan City. The heart of Yu Province stands as the most bustling locale in the entire region. Towering skyscrapers rise in abundance, while streets intersect in a labyrinthine manner, bustling with the incessant flow of vehicles. Both the Rinha Group and the Zhou Group have established their headquarters here, firmly rooting their operations in this vibrant city. Despite Rinha Pharmaceuticals having gained control of the pharmaceutical market in Jiang Province alongside Huajin Group, they have yet to establish any foothold within the province, particularly in its capital. Undoubtedly, securing a presence in the provincial capital is essential for solidifying their position within the region. Qin Feng has already resolved that the next target for Rinha Pharmaceuticals shall be Longquan City. After checking into a hotel, Qin Feng arrived at the venue by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon presenting his invitation, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. It was a well-dressed young man. As Qin Feng approached, he recognized Yang Qian. Qin Feng recalled their brief encounter at the patent launch conference in Hebei City. Yang Qian was indeed an outstanding young entrepreneur, making his presence at such an award ceremony entirely fitting. After all, he is the owner of a burgeoning internet technology company and was even featured on the Forbes list of under 30 millionaires last year. Yang Qian? Qin Feng called out, tapping him lightly on the back, ready to greet him. At that moment, Yang Qian was engaged in cheerful conversation with others when he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling his name. Turning around, his smile abruptly froze upon seeing Qin Feng. Qin Feng? His recollection was somewhat hazy, yet he managed to recall Qin Feng's name, primarily due to the indelible impression left during their previous encounter, where he had derisively dismissed Qin Feng's audacity. It was unprecedented in Hebei City for anyone to challenge the Rinha Group so openly at a press conference. However, in Yang Qian's eyes, it was merely a case of youthful bravado, an overestimation of oneself, and an air of hubris. Subsequently, he had traveled to the provincial capital, preoccupied with his own affairs, and had not kept abreast of any developments concerning Qin Feng. Naturally, he remained oblivious to the ongoing rivalry between Rinha Pharmaceuticals and the Rinha Group. Yet, given the passage of time, he surmised that Rinha Pharmaceuticals must be on the brink of collapse, poised for direct absorption by the Rinha Group. So what brings Qin Feng here? This is an awards ceremony for the province's distinguished entrepreneurs. Yang Qian was thoroughly puzzled, yet his gaze towards Qin Feng was tinged with disdain. He vaguely sensed that Qin Feng might be seeking financial assistance after his company's demise, possibly turning to him out of desperation. Oh no. He clearly intends to ask me for a loan. If I lend him money, it's unlikely I would ever see it again. What a misfortune. It is all my fault for initially believing he was a remarkable young talent, an impressive corporate executive, and for wanting to cultivate a connection with him to broaden my network. Little did I know, I would fall into his trap. At this moment, Yang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Just as he was about to decline and dismiss Qin Feng, the individuals next to him, with whom he had been jovially conversing, expressed their curiosity. Mr. Yang, is this your friend? Given your remarkable stature, your companion must surely be exceptional as well. Undoubtedly an outstanding talent from our province. Shall we take a moment to introduce ourselves? Yang Qian's eyelids twitched, and he instantly comprehended that it was too late to send Qin Feng away. As he had anticipated, Qin Feng turned towards the two young speakers, a smile gracing his face as he extended his hand in greeting. Chapter 228. The astonished Yang Qian. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I am Qin Feng, a friend of Mr. Yang and the proprietor of Rinha Pharmaceutical. For Qin Feng, attending this recognition ceremony is of paramount significance. Those fortunate enough to be present are distinguished individuals from various sectors of the provincial business community, representing invaluable networking opportunities. Before Yang Qian stood a man and a woman. The gentleman, towering at 8 feet, was strikingly handsome in his well-tailored suit, while the lady exuded elegance, her features refined and her demeanor impressive. Ah, so you are Mr. Qin. What a delight. I believe I have heard of Rinha Pharmaceutical recently in the news, though I cannot recall the specifics. Who would have thought I would meet the owner of such a company? Both individuals beamed with delight, perceiving Yang Qian as someone of considerable influence. To befriend him surely indicated that Qin Feng was no less accomplished, with a standing in the business realm that warranted their acquaintance. However, one was involved in the food industry and the other in fashion, and their divergent fields rendered them somewhat oblivious to the particulars of Rinha Pharmaceutical. Here is my business card. The trio proceeded to exchange cards with remarkable swiftness, forging connections in no time. Meanwhile, Yang Qian stood by, utterly astonished. He was yet to comprehend the situation when the others had already begun exchanging cards and even arranging dinner engagements. Such deception seemed executed with alarming finesse. The rapidity of these developments led Yang Qian to suspect that Qin Feng was, more likely than not, a charlatan. What if his friend was indeed deceived and later sought him out for answers? In that moment, Yang Qian felt compelled to advise his two acquaintances. Thus, he hastily interjected, his tone laden with disdain. Rinha Pharmaceutical is merely a small enterprise and has antagonized Tongren Group. It is on the brink of collapse. Qin Feng, you should temper your aspirations. We are all presidents of substantial companies, and you may find it difficult to keep pace with us. Yang Qian was aware that he should not have voiced his concerns so bluntly. Yet, urgency overrode his regard for Qin Feng's dignity. Little did he know, Qin Feng was unfazed and responded in kind. Indeed, Mr. Yang speaks the truth. Rinha Pharmaceutical is, in fact, a modest company. Ah? Yang Qian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's audacity. Yang Qian had made his point clear, intending to dissuade Qin Feng from any shameless ambitions. Yet, Qin Feng seemed entirely indifferent. Just as Yang Qian was about to express his indignation, an announcement resonated from within. We kindly request all invited guests to take their seats as the recognition ceremony is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian smirked slightly. Mocking, Qin Feng, did you receive an invitation? To my knowledge, the invited guests are at least the elite of various professions. If you did not receive one, I would advise against entering. Otherwise, you might find yourself unceremoniously ejected in front of everyone, and I fear you may find that rather embarrassing. Qin Feng raised the relevant invitation materials in his hand and smiled faintly, saying, there is no need for you, General Manager Yang, to worry about this matter. If I had not received the invitation, I would not even be allowed to enter the vicinity of this venue. However, a little ignorance is not a problem. Should you have any questions, General Manager Yang, feel free to consult with me. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian's expression darkened further. He had initially intended to retort with sarcasm towards Qin Feng, only to find himself utterly outmatched in their exchange. Chapter 229. When Jing as several individuals entered the venue and took their seats, an elderly gentleman clad in formal attire approached. With a beaming smile, he extended his hand towards Qin Feng, exclaiming, hello, President Qin. I am Wen Jing, the organizer of this commendation ceremony. Your presence truly elevates the prestige of our event. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and, before Qin Feng could respond, reached out to shake hands with the venerable Wen Jing. Mr. Wen, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Yang Qian, the president of the newly established internet company. Yang Qian's excitement was palpable. His exhilaration was understandable, for the man before him, Wen Jing, bore another esteemed title, president of the U Province Chamber of Commerce. He was undoubtedly a figure of considerable significance within the business realm of U Province. A person many entrepreneurs aspired to meet. Establishing a connection with him promised invaluable networking opportunities crucial for both current business operations and future growth. Although Yang Qian had yet to comprehend why such a prominent chamber president would choose to initiate a handshake with Qin Feng, he soon realized it was an opportunity. A chance to be introduced to a titan of industry. Yang Qian, you are a remarkable young man. I have a slight recollection of you, Wen Jing remarked, momentarily rubbing his forehead, revealing a fleeting look of displeasure that quickly vanished, replaced by his earlier smile. He shook Yang Qian's hand, acknowledging that the newly established internet company was indeed a venture of considerable potential, boasting a market value in the hundreds of millions. However, he evidently did not extend much courtesy to Yang Qian, redirecting his focus back to Qin Feng. President Qin, you are truly young and accomplished, having expanded your market reach beyond the province. I wonder if, after the commendation ceremony, you might indulge me with your company for a small drink, allowing me to extend my hospitality? Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but nodded in agreement. How could a junior refuse Mr. Wen's invitation? He had heard of Wen Jing's esteemed reputation, a figure of high regard within the business circles of U Province. He was a genuine magnate. The Wen family was a well-established dynasty, rivaling the Zhou family in prominence. This was undoubtedly a valuable connection that Qin Feng could not afford to overlook. The two reached an agreement, yet the conversation left Yang Qian perplexed. Despite being a leading young entrepreneur in the province, he found it curious that Mr. Wen regarded him with mere admiration, far from the level that would prompt an invitation for acquaintance. What merit did Qin Feng possess? How could a modest enterprise like Rinha Pharmaceutical elicit such an invitation from Mr. Wen, especially when it had not yet been absorbed by Tongren Group? With these questions swirling in his mind, Yang Qian began to search the venue for representatives from Tongren Group, confident that they had been invited to this commendation ceremony. Soon, he beheld the seats of the Tongren Group, where several impeccably dressed employees sat, yet all bore expressions of despondency and lethargy. A pang of unease struck Yang Qian's heart as he immediately sensed that something was amiss. What calamity had befallen the Tongren Group to render its members in such a state? Just as Yang Qian grappled with his mounting curiosity, the award ceremony commenced in earnest. Chapter 230. The unexpected. As the person in charge of the award ceremony, Wen Jing promptly ascended the stage. Though he had surpassed the age of 60, he appeared remarkably spry, his steps firm and lively, his physique robust, comparable to that of a vigorous young man. Upon taking the stage, he surveyed the audience below and spoke in a resonant voice. I extend my heartfelt welcome to all present at this award ceremony. Over the past 6 months, the business landscape of U Province has flourished rapidly, achieving unprecedented results. Such accomplishments are inseparable from the efforts of each entrepreneur here, particularly the young visionaries among you, who have led us into a progressive era. After a meticulous selection and voting process, the Business Association has identified 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. I shall now announce their names and present them with medals as a token of encouragement. Following established protocol, Wen Jing began to read aloud the names of the 10 distinguished young entrepreneurs selected by the association. Since the advent of commercial freedom, Yu Province has witnessed a surge of remarkable entrepreneurs, all possessing a rare foresight that allows them to seize opportunities, excelling in various industries and even emerging as leaders in their fields. Each entrepreneur called upon proudly strode to the stage with their heads held high. Next, Yang Qian. At just 29 years of age, he is the founder of a prominent internet company, overseeing a corresponding e-commerce platform as well as a live streaming platform, making him a pioneer in Yu Province's internet sector. He has also been included in the Forbes list of under 30 millionaires. As Wen Jing's voice faded, Yang Qian rose, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng seated beside him, his demeanor brimming with pride. The last time at the Hebei City Patent Conference, Qin Feng had sat next to him as well, where Yang Qian had witnessed Qin Feng's audacity in challenging the Tongren group, seizing the spotlight. This time, it was his turn. Initially, Yang Qian had not placed much importance on the title of one of the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. It merely served to amplify his reputation without providing substantial benefits. However, upon seeing that Qin Feng was also invited to the awards ceremony, an inexplicable competitive spirit was ignited within him. He was determined to make it clear to Qin Feng that he attended this event as an exemplary young entrepreneur, while Qin Feng was merely an inconsequential observer. With such thoughts in mind, Yang Qian briskly walked down the red carpet to the stage. He surveyed the crowd and noted the envious expressions on their faces, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. However, when his gaze fell upon Qin Feng's countenance, disappointment washed over him. Qin Feng's expression remained as unperturbed as ever, devoid of any hint of admiration or concern for Yang Qian's achievements, as if he were entirely indifferent. Humph, Yang Qian thought to himself. He must be seething with envy, only masking it with indifference. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that this interpretation was undoubtedly accurate. However, just as he received the medal, his triumphant smile quickly faded into a frozen expression. The next recipient was Qin Feng, the registered representative of Maple Snow Company, Limited, and the president of Relive Pharmaceutical. What? Qin Feng was also recognized as one of the outstanding young entrepreneurs? Yang Qian could hardly believe it and felt a twinge of resentment within. It was one thing for him to overshadow others in Hebei City, but how could he steal the spotlight at the provincial recognition ceremony? It was simply inescapable. Chapter 231. Envy. With an expression of calm, Qin Feng rose to his feet. To most attendees, he was not a regular at such accolades. Rather, he was a newcomer invited for the first time. In stark contrast to the rising fame of Yang Qian, far fewer were acquainted with him. At that moment, many gazes were directed toward him, eager to discern the identity of this newly minted outstanding young entrepreneur. However, upon seeing Qin Feng's appearance, a hint of disappointment flickered among them. Dressed in simple formal attire, though he exuded vitality, he lacked the ostentatious flair of other entrepreneurs adorned in tailored suits, luxury watches, and diamond necklaces. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng held no interest in such superficial trappings. A polished exterior does not inherently enrich one's soul. Previously, Han Jiaolong had gifted Qin Feng a Rolex Submariner, but he seldom wore it, choosing instead to keep it at home. Founded Fengshua Limited with an investment of 3 billion. Acquired the faltering Rinha Pharmaceutical, reviving it from the brink. Pioneered the development of out-of-province markets, capturing half of Jiang Province's pharmaceutical market. The voice of Wen Jing resonated, with each proclamation sending ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Initially, some had speculated that Qin Feng's recognition as an outstanding young entrepreneur might have been influenced by underhanded dealings. Yet it became evident that every significant achievement of his was genuinely awe-inspiring. 3 billion? What magnitude does such an investment represent? Good heavens! Other young entrepreneurs' companies are valued at a mere 10 billion at most. This investment alone eclipses their entire venture. The pharmaceutical market in Jiang Province? Is Rinha Pharmaceutical truly that formidable? I must admit, my ignorance of the pharmaceutical sector has left me uninformed. As the crowd buzzed with admiration for Qin Feng's accomplishments, the representatives from Tongren Group wore expressions of palpable resentment, their eyes filled with venomous disdain directed towards him. While others remained oblivious, they, as competitors in the pharmaceutical realm, were acutely aware of the implications. The resurgence of Qin Feng's Rinha Pharmaceutical had effectively come at their expense, leading to a significant downturn in Tongren Group's profits and an overall bleak market outlook. How could they not harbor animosity towards Qin Feng? Meanwhile, Yang Qian was utterly transfixed. Upon hearing the figure of 3 billion, he was overwhelmed, struggling to regain his composure. Others could secure such substantial investments while maintaining a low profile, while his own company, valued at mere millions, was on the verge of collapse. The stark contrast was undeniable. Regret coursed through Yang Qian. He had previously dismissed Qin Feng, perceiving him as someone seeking to curry favor, and had thus distanced himself. Only now did he realize the opportunity he had squandered. To forge a connection with someone of Qin Feng's caliber could have significantly benefited his company's growth. Alas, opportunities lost are seldom regained, and no amount of regret could amend the situation. The ceremony was brief, concluding shortly after 3 in the afternoon. Yet, for Yang Qian, this hour-long event felt like an eternity of torment. After the awards ceremony concluded, nearly everyone occasionally cast glances toward Qin Feng. Yang Qian, seated beside him, felt a burning sensation on his face. The mere recollection of his earlier words to Qin Feng now made him acutely aware of his embarrassment. He couldn't even muster the courage to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Once the recognition event wrapped up, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to depart or remain. Chapter 232. Perspective. Mr. Yang, let us keep in touch more often. Although our companies operate in different fields, one can never predict the future. There may be opportunities for collaboration. At that moment, Qin Feng's voice suddenly echoed, rousing the exceedingly awkward Yang Qian from his reverie. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to see Qin Feng extending a business card towards him. Upon witnessing this gesture, Yang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of shame and hastily accepted the card with utmost sincerity, saying to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretions. I hope you can forgive me." Perspective. This exemplifies the remarkable perspective of Mr. Qin. Yang Qian was moved to the point of tears, filled with an immense admiration for Qin Feng. If any other young man of Qin Feng's stature were to be treated with such disdain and disrespect, it is likely that he would have retaliated with hostility. Young individuals often harbor a sense of pride. Yang Qian, being one of them, was all too aware of this. Yet, Qin Feng seemed entirely unfazed by the past incident, willingly extending a hand of friendship and providing Yang Qian with a way out. After exchanging business cards and watching Qin Feng's retreating figure, Yang Qian's heart was a tumult of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly. Perhaps this is the very reason for his remarkable achievements. He was thoroughly convinced. As Qin Feng exited the awards ceremony, a throng of individuals followed suit, predominantly journalists eager to conduct interviews. Observing this, Qin Feng graciously took some time to respond to their inquiries. Naturally, when faced with sensitive questions or those concerning trade secrets, he adeptly sidestepped the issues, skillfully evading them. In addition to journalists, several entrepreneurs, company executives, and high-ranking officials presented their business cards, which Qin Feng accepted with equal courtesy. He understood that from this moment forward, his reputation would soar. While fame can be a double-edged sword, in his case, it was not necessarily detrimental. Firstly, as the owner of a company, he served as its emblem. His renown would significantly enhance the company's visibility. There are countless examples in the e-commerce sector, such as Mr. Ma, and in the smartphone industry, Mr. Lei, both of whom are illustrious entrepreneurs. Unlike many business owners, they do not shroud themselves in mystery, but rather engage actively with the public, often sharing memorable quotes that inspire a loyal following. Secondly, the burgeoning reputation of Qin Feng would also serve to bolster both himself and the company, greatly benefiting Rinha Pharmaceuticals' ambitions to absorb the entire Tongren Group in the future. After concluding the interviews, Qin Feng stepped out of the venue and spotted Wen Jing standing by an extended luxury vehicle, beckoning him. Qin Feng smiled subtly, nodding in acknowledgement as he approached. "Mr. Qin, you are truly in high demand," Wen Jing remarked, personally opening the car door for him. "Even if I wish to commandeer a bit of your time for a dinner gathering, I must patiently await your arrival here." Qin Feng responded courteously, "Mr. Wen, your words are too kind. I am but a junior. Please, feel free to address me as Qin Feng." Upon boarding the vehicle, Wen Jing took a seat beside Qin Feng and cheerfully remarked, "I can only treat with courtesy those who have the privilege of collaborating with Huajun Group. The Wen family, being a prominent and frugal lineage, undoubtedly possesses a family enterprise that can rival the likes of the Zhou Group and Tongren Group, and it stands to reason that they are not significantly inferior to Jiang Province's Huajun Group." Qin Feng merely waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware that this cunning old fox was intent on elevating him to a lofty position. Should he blindly follow the thread of the conversation, he would surely fall into the trap laid before him. Chapter 233. The speculation of Wen Jing. "Your praise elevates the Wen family," Wen Jing remarked, his face twitching slightly. To be candid, while the Wen family is indeed considered a prominent clan, it pales in comparison to the likes of the Zhou Group and the Tongren Group, which are titans in their own right. In recent years, the Wen family's enterprises have struggled, often under the duress of the Zhou Group's dominance. These two conglomerates continue to reign as colossal entities in the entire province of Yu. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wen Jing's candidness. "Thus, Mr. Wen, Your invitation must extend beyond mere hospitality, correct? Given Wen Jing's forthrightness, Qin Feng felt no need to be circumspect. Direct communication was far more refreshing than the veiled exchanges often fraught with ulterior motives. Indeed, Mr. Qin is a perceptive individual. Therefore, I shall speak plainly. The Wen family has endured considerable suppression from the Zhou group over the years, struggling to regain its stature. They say that an enemy's enemy is a friend. As I understand it, Mr. Qin, you could be considered an adversary of both the Zhou and Tongren groups. When Jing inquired with a hint of trepidation, he was astonished. Despite his seasoned experience and keen insight into the sentiments and thoughts of the youth, he found himself perplexed by Qin Feng. This was the first time he encountered a young man so reserved and profound, whose intentions eluded his discerning gaze. His initial impression of Qin Feng was one of quiet depth, an enigma that defied interpretation. While surprised, Wen Jing also felt a spark of excitement. For such qualities often indicated exceptional potential, perhaps he had indeed found the right ally. Adversary? Although we are competitors with the Tongren group, our primary market lies within Jiang province. We generally coexist without conflict, Qin Feng retorted. As for the Zhou group, the domains in which we operate are entirely distinct, and we hardly intersect, so I would hesitate to label them as foes. Not so fast, Wen Jing chuckled. Does Mr. Qin dare to assert that a company based in Yu province harbors no interest or ambition within its pharmaceutical market? To my knowledge, you have effectively consumed the pharmaceutical market of Haibei City, delivering a significant setback to the Tongren group. With their loss of market share in Haibei and the departure of a highly capable branch manager, do you truly believe they would let your Rinhe Pharmaceuticals escape unscathed without seeking retribution? As for the Zhou group, perhaps, as Mr. Qin suggests, there is no direct interaction. However, my investigations reveal a close association between you and the Shishir group. A month ago, Shishir group engaged in a fierce price war with the Zhou group, ultimately emerging victorious. Given Shishir group's scale compared to Zhou group, this triumph is remarkable and suggests the backing of a mysterious benefactor. I suspect that enigmatic figure may very well be you, Mr. Qin. Although General Qin concealed himself adeptly, those with a discerning eye who invest a little time and employ their imagination can still discern certain clues. Wen Jing spoke eloquently, explaining in a leisurely manner, while Qin Feng listened intently, his expression remaining remarkably unchanged throughout. Only after Wen Jing concluded did Qin Feng gently applaud, remarking, as expected of Mr. Wen. Chapter 234. The Thoughts of the Wen Family. You are absolutely correct, Qin Feng replied with certainty. Indeed, our Rinhe Pharmaceutical will not overlook the provincial market. We can be considered rivals to the Tongren group. The Shengshi group is indeed under my assistance. Otherwise, they would likely have already become a subsidiary of the Zhou group. Wen Jing chuckled. In reality, I am merely speculating. I possess little evidence, but sometimes one must take a gamble. So what does Mr. Wen intend? Qin Feng countered. Even if Wen Jing were to uncover these matters, he would remain unconcerned. Not only would he keep it confidential, but even if he were to publicize it, Qin Feng would sustain no substantial loss. At most, he would only forfeit a slight advantage over the Zhou group. After all, prior to the Zhou group's awareness of his existence, Qin Feng operated in the shadows while the Zhou group was in the light. It is far easier to evade an open attack than to guard against a hidden one. Furthermore, it is unlikely that Wen Jing would be foolish enough to threaten him with something so lacking in deterrent force. Mr. Qin, our two families find themselves in quite similar circumstances. We share a common adversary, have you noticed? Wen Jing shifted the conversation. It is often said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we could cultivate a closer relationship, much like your collaboration with the Huajun group. Although the Huajun group is formidable, they are an external enterprise, and their influence does not extend to the province. Rather than allowing Rinhe Pharmaceutical to fight alone within the province, it would be more advantageous for us to join forces. As Wen Jing spoke, the vehicle soon arrived at their destination. Mr. Qin, there is no need to rush your decision. Dealing with these two groups is not a matter that can be resolved overnight. Take your time to consider. Let's enjoy our meal first. Qin Feng nodded. To be honest, he had indeed been tempted by the proposition. However, his cautious nature prevented him from jumping to conclusions. The Wen family belonged to the elite class, and they were known for their shrewdness. He had yet to ascertain their true intentions. Most importantly, if they were to collaborate, the issue of profit distribution must be clearly delineated. The annals of the business world are replete with partners who have parted ways over financial disagreements. Wen Jing clearly held him in high regard. He had chosen the most secluded yet expensive restaurant to extend his hospitality. This establishment, known as Liu Xian, was small but boasted a charming ambience, adorned with antiquated decor that exuded elegance. It was an exceedingly costly restaurant, where the charge for a single dining experience could amount to thousands. Wen Jing's sincerity was evident. as he appeared to be a frequent patron, having reserved a private room in advance and enjoying the finest service available. This meal was certainly lavish, featuring an appetizer of black truffle slices and a main course of moonlight reflecting on coral, garnished with agate ginkgo and accompanied by a broth crafted from goji berries and other ingredients. The wine served was the illustrious Fatian Moutai, aged to perfection. Upon seeing the wine, Qin Feng realized that he would undoubtedly be spending the night in the provincial capital, unable to return home. During this meal, Wen Jing refrained from discussing matters of collaboration. Instead, their conversation flowed freely, delving into various significant events within the current business sphere. Both were astute individuals, and their dialogue encountered no hindrances. As they continued to converse, their rapport deepened, evoking a sense of familiarity as if they had known each other for ages. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are too few for a friend met over wine, and the two hardly paused in their toasting. By the end, Qin Feng felt a slight haze enveloping his mind. Chapter 235. The prophecy. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, both men found themselves slightly intoxicated. At that moment, Wen Jing erupted into laughter, a mischievous glint illuminating his face as he turned to Qin Feng and said, "Mr. Qin, although our collaboration is not yet formalized, it is practically a done deal. Given the current circumstances of the Wen family, which I trust you are somewhat aware of, I would be keen to hear your esteemed insights." Esteemed insights? Mr. Wen certainly overestimates my capabilities. Though slightly inebriated, Qin Feng's mind remained lucid. He recognized that Wen Jing, the cunning old fox, was attempting to deceive him. Nevertheless, he did not outright refuse but instead replied ambiguously, "The Wen family is currently overshadowed by the formidable Zhou family. Achieving a turnaround is not a simple feat. While you speak of collaboration, your family's enterprises primarily engage in construction and real estate, which bear no direct relation to our Renhe Pharmaceuticals. The real estate sector is nearing saturation. Unless an opportune business venture arises, economic ascension will remain elusive. In my opinion, your only recourse is to bide your time and endure. There are no alternatives. Alternatively, you might consider pivoting to a different industry, starting anew from scratch." Pivoting? Upon hearing the term, Wen Jing shook his head in dismay. Transitioning to another field may seem straightforward in theory, yet the practicalities are far more daunting. The Wen family has deeply entrenched itself in the real estate sector over the years. A hasty shift to an unfamiliar industry could result in catastrophic losses. This is not merely a matter of courage or resolve. More critically, the window for such a transition has likely closed. Qin Feng observed this and inwardly nodded. Wen Jing, indeed, possesses a keen awareness of his family's situation. Even as a titan of real estate, with years of experience inflating property prices, embarking on a new venture necessitates identifying a burgeoning and vibrant industry. Otherwise, achieving success in a short time frame is improbable. Changing industries is hardly a prudent choice unless one possesses the acumen to discover new opportunities at any moment, as Qin Feng does. Given this, it would be wiser to remain steadfast in their current endeavors. After all, the Wen family is substantial enough that even the Zhou family would only dare to covertly undermine them, unable to orchestrate their complete downfall outright. By exercising patience and vigilance, they may yet encounter a favorable opportunity. The crux lies in whether the Wen family can timely recognize and seize such an opportunity, lest they find themselves regretting missed chances when it is far too late. If a pivot is unfeasible, then waiting is the only option. Perhaps in due time, a favorable shift in the real estate market will present itself, contingent upon the Wen family's ability to capitalize on it. In due time? Mr. Qin, are you prophesying? Wen Jing was taken aback. Despite his age, he remained a man of science, momentarily bewildered by the implication. However, out of respect for Qin Feng, he felt compelled to save face. Thus he hastily added, "Very well. I shall place my trust in President Qin this once and continue to endure and wait." Though he spoke these words, in truth, he harbored a measure of skepticism in his heart, deeming Qin Feng's assertions somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, given the current predicament of the Wen family, there appeared to be no viable alternatives. He could only proceed as Qin Feng had advised. After the dinner gathering concluded, Qin Feng spent a night in the provincial capital and returned to Longzhou City the following day. Chapter 236. The market. Upon returning to Longzhou City, Qin Feng had scarcely settled into his seat when he received an invitation from Gao Jie to meet some of his acquaintances who were directors. Gao Jie pounded his chest and assured Qin Feng that he had no further interest in investing in the supermarket industry or the seafood business. Instead, he believed that several of his director friends from the industry possessed great potential and insisted that Qin Feng see for himself whether they were truly promising. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng acquiesced. Firstly, Gao Jie was a brother to him, albeit one with a certain naivete. Previously, He had been duped into a scheme involving counterfeit liquor, and had it not been for Qin Feng's timely intervention, he would have amassed debts in the millions, if not billions, leaving him uncertain about affording even the most basic necessities. Over the course of their acquaintance, Qin Feng had discerned that Gao Jie was profoundly loyal and sentimental. When Qin Feng had acquired a batch of second-hand air conditioners, Gao Jie had been so anxious about their potential loss that he was willing to purchase them all himself. Thus, it was entirely possible that some unscrupulous relatives or friends might exploit Gao Jie's trust to swindle him out of his wealth. Secondly, Qin Feng was genuinely curious to see if fortune might smile upon him, perhaps encountering an undiscovered director capable of creating a remarkable film. Who knew? He might just stumble upon a treasure. Besides, even if he walked away empty-handed, it would not consume too much of his time. Film is the seventh art in human history, having long been integrated into daily life. Each major release invariably attracts a multitude of viewers eager to purchase tickets and experience the spectacle in cinemas. The domestic film industry is still far from saturation. Despite the emergence of many celebrated films and annual blockbusters, it remains an era where creativity reigns supreme. With bold ideas and ample ingenuity, the possibility of producing the next blockbuster is not out of reach. Although the landscape is populated with numerous production companies, film studios, and talent agencies, leading to fierce competition, the film medium still harbors considerable potential. A film that garners both critical acclaim and box office success, provided it receives sufficient promotion and an ample number of screenings, can indeed yield substantial profits. Of course, in this modern era, a film's success is influenced by a myriad of factors. Perhaps it hinges on a star-studded cast, renowned artists, a talented screenwriter and director crafting an engaging narrative, or the advanced and sophisticated effects technology. In the afternoon, when Qin Feng arrived at the hotel's private room, he found Gao Jie among several others. Brother Qin, after waiting like a child for Christmas, you have finally arrived. Gao Jie, who had previously been as restless as an ant on a hot stove, brightened at the sight of Qin Feng. Observing this, Qin Feng scanned the room, taking in the other attendees, and jested, "Are these your friends and family?" Gao Jie nodded eagerly, promptly calling out to the men and women present, "Quickly greet Mr. Qin." "Hello, Mr. Qin," they responded, clearly having been briefed by Gao Jie in advance, their demeanor a blend of reverence and warmth. Qin Feng inclined his head slightly and took a seat. To be candid, he held little expectation for this group. Once individuals acquire wealth, former acquaintances often tend to approach with a newfound familiarity. Gao Jie was now precisely in that predicament. Who does not aspire to borrow money and amass wealth? How many genuinely seek investment? Perhaps none at all. Nevertheless, Qin Feng maintained a facade of understanding without revealing his true thoughts. After all, the other party was, in name, still a close friend of Gao Jie, and the customary courtesies must be observed. Pray tell, what films do you wish to create? Please provide a brief synopsis of your script. Chapter 237, Monsters and Demons. Quickly, share your thoughts with President Qin. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hai Jie urged his friends as Qin Feng had suggested. If feasible, President Qin would invest, and with his financial backing, all filming expenses could be fully supported. As soon as Hai Jie finished speaking, the attendees became animated. If it weren't for a lack of funds, who would seek investment? Thus, upon seeing someone wealthy, their eyes naturally sparkled with enthusiasm. Noticing this, Hai Jie pressed his forehead lightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. In truth, he had called Qin Feng not out of a genuine hope for discovering a blockbuster, but because he found himself in a position where he could not directly refuse his relatives and friends, regardless of their relationship. Hence, he had enlisted Qin Feng to take on the role of the bad guy. "Let me go first," exclaimed the first excited director, a woman. She exhibited a modicum of politeness, bowing to Qin Feng before animatedly recounting her script. It was a romantic science fiction film. "We have conducted relevant market research and currently, many people are particularly fond of romance films. The story revolves around two young individuals who accidentally traverse into a futuristic world and navigate their lives together, subsequently developing romantic feelings amidst their daily adventures. Although the specifics are yet to be fleshed out, if President Qin is willing to invest, we will undoubtedly produce the finest results, with box office earnings surpassing 1 billion at the very least." Upon concluding, she eagerly gazed at Qin Feng. At that moment, his words were akin to golden edicts. If he agreed, she would secure a substantial investment. However, to her dismay, Qin Feng shook his head and calmly replied, "Madam, while romance and science fiction are genres that can indeed intertwine, you have not even prepared a concrete script, nor can you articulate any details. Who can place their trust in you? I apologize, but I tend to be rather stringent, and regrettably, I cannot invest in your project. Even if your film were to earn a profit, it would not be a significant one." As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, The woman was left utterly disheartened. However, she possessed the self-awareness to retreat gracefully. As a novice director and screenwriter, having contemplated the story for merely a few days without a concrete script, she had initially hoped to leverage her relationship with High GF for investment, only to find her aspirations dashed. After her departure, another male director spoke proudly, President Chin. I have prepared a detailed script. Unlike the mundane romantic films, I am set to create a visual spectacle centered on a fantasy theme, depicting an epic battle between celestial beings. With sufficient funding, it will undoubtedly be a feast for the eyes. Hearing this, Chin Feng internally shook his head, symbolically flipping through the script in his hands and letting out a sigh. Blockbuster films often signify high costs with low returns. Your screenplay lacks originality and borders on the incoherent. The market is saturated with special effects-laden films, and audiences have grown weary, experiencing a profound fatigue in their aesthetic appreciation. It is not merely my opinion that investing in such ventures is likely to result in substantial losses. I have always refrained from engaging in ventures that promise such outcomes. Gao Jie, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Chin Feng's arguments. In truth, he harbored similar sentiments, though he found it difficult to voice them outright in rejection. Chapter 238. The God of Medicine. Upon hearing Chin Feng's words, the once arrogant male director's demeanor swiftly crumbled. He cast a sweeping glance at those around him, a cold scoff escaping his lips. If even his meticulously crafted special effects blockbuster failed to pass Chin Feng's scrutiny, what hope did the others have? In that moment, he felt as though Chin Feng was merely toying with them, never truly intending to invest. Yet, he dared not express his frustration overly, choosing instead to swallow his indignation. Chin Feng proceeded to review several more director scripts, and soon his disappointment reached its zenith. None of the stories stood out. They were all incoherent narratives. To make matters worse, one script was a cliché youth romance, depicting a melodramatic tale of a lovesick protagonist entangled with a barmaid, so trite that Chin Feng nearly retched. It was evident that Gao Jie and his cohort of directors were an eclectic mix of talent. While cinema should resonate with the audience, it ought not to descend into the realms of the absurd. Just as Chin Feng was about to abandon all hope, a disheveled director presented the final script. A mere glance ignited a spark of interest in Chin Feng's eyes. The script, titled The God of Medicine, boasted a refreshing storyline that captivated him immediately. Initially, he had little hope, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover a gem among the submissions. Typically, drama films incur lower production costs. Yet achieving both critical acclaim and box office success is an arduous task. Securing high box office returns is exponentially more challenging than that of a flashy sci-fi blockbuster laden with gimmicks. However, The God of Medicine not only possessed an excellent narrative, but also revolved around a medical theme. This suggested that if the film were to succeed, it could seamlessly align with Chin Feng's Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, presenting an invaluable promotional opportunity. Moreover, the plot evoked a poignant memory from Chin Feng's past life. He recalled that the film had indeed been a massive hit, grossing over $3 billion. However, due to insufficient funding for promotion, its theatrical distribution was severely limited. Even under such constraints, it managed to achieve astounding box office figures and garnered widespread acclaim. With adequate investment, the film could potentially yield even greater profits. An impressive script indeed. After perusing it, Chin Feng nodded appreciatively, setting the script down and raising his gaze to the director before him. Only then did he notice the man's tattered clothing and unkempt hair, presenting an appearance that suggested he had neglected his grooming for quite some time. Your script is commendable. I shall invest, Chin Feng declared. One should not judge by appearances, for the depths of the sea cannot be measured by mere buckets. He harbored no prejudice against the director's unkempt look. Upon hearing his words, the director's eyes, adorned with dark circles, suddenly brightened with disbelief, quickly transforming into uncontainable joy. His voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Chin, is what you say true? Originally, he was neither a friend nor a relative of Gao Jie, but merely acquainted with the director's present. Hearing that there was a chance for investment, he had mustered the courage to approach. He had not harbored any expectations, but to his astonishment, Chin Feng had genuinely expressed interest in his script. Chin Feng chuckled and extended his hand, saying, Director Zhao Xian, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Oh, on what grounds? They thought. A dramatic film often garners acclaim, yet fails to draw an audience. How much box office revenue can it really generate? It seems that President Chin lacks substantial funds, hence his choice to invest in a drama, given its relatively low production cost. Witnessing Chin Feng's decision to invest in Zhao Xian left several directors bewildered, prompting them to adopt a sarcastic tone. Chapter 239. Investing 100 million. Silence. Before Chin Feng could utter a word, Gao Jie let out a cold snort. Instantly, the directors present fell silent, intimidated by his presence. Although they were not acquainted with Qin Feng, they were familiar with Gao Jie. Despite their connections, they dared not become arrogant based on that alone. Noticing the chill in Gao Jie's demeanor, they understood that he was evidently displeased. Though perplexed as to why Gao Jie would be so irate on behalf of Qin Feng, they concluded that the wisest course of action was to endure in silence. After all, they were reluctant to sever ties with Gao Jie, especially now that he had become a billionaire, far removed from his former self. Even those who harbored resentment could only mutter nouveau riche under their breath, too fearful to confront Gao Jie openly. What do you understand? Even if it is a narrative film, as long as my brother Qin has his eye on it, it is destined to thrive. If you truly possess insight and understand cinema, you wouldn't still be struggling to produce even a modestly successful film. Gao Jie's words left everyone speechless. They had no rebuttal. Their fear of Gao Jie was compounded by the undeniable truth in his statement. Despite their self-proclaimed expertise in film over the years, they had yet to create a noteworthy piece. Of course, some were unconvinced and murmured, if we had sufficient funding, we could also produce a blockbuster. Enough. Though the voice was barely above a whisper, Gao Jie caught wind of it. He snorted again, choosing to ignore the group and instead focusing on Qin Feng and Zhao Xian. In truth, he harbored some doubts about the viability of a narrative film. However, recalling Qin Feng's keen eye and flawless track record, his trust was rekindled. How much investment do you require? Qin Feng turned his gaze to Zhao Xian, his eyes reflecting admiration. Zhao Xian, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped his chest and stammered, Mr. Qin, how much can you invest? To be honest, I have yet to find an investor. You are the first. Qin Feng nodded and replied, state your figure. I can accommodate it. Even if you wish to hire the finest talents in the industry, I can cover their fees. Zhao Xian, encouraged, ventured a figure, 50 million? Then, uncertain, he added, 40 million would suffice as well. However, Qin Feng merely shook his head. Zhao Xian felt a pang of disappointment. While the budget for a narrative film was not excessively high, if Qin Feng could not even invest 40 million, it would be challenging to recruit distinguished actors known for their exceptional skills, forcing him to settle for less. Yet, the next words from Qin Feng nearly made him leap for joy. I shall invest 100 million. With only two stipulations, hire the best actors and maintain the utmost promotional efforts. 100 million? Zhao Xian was taken aback. Qin Feng's audacity was astonishing. Moreover, his demeanor suggested that this sum was but a trifling amount to him, seemingly unconcerned about whether the film would succeed, as long as it met his standards. 100 million? Have you lost your mind? It is merely a drama film, yet President Qin is willing to invest a staggering 100 million. Humph. If this movie ultimately fails to attract an audience, that entire sum will be lost. Many cannot help but voice their sarcasm. They feel an overwhelming sense of injustice, questioning why a mere drama is deemed worthy of 100 million investment from Qin Feng, while their meticulously crafted blockbuster with special effects is dismissed with a single word from him. Chapter 240. Qin Feng's ambition. The air was thick with envy among the crowd. Observing this, Gao Jie suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Investing is the prerogative of others. Instead of diligently refining your scripts, you choose to cast aspersions on others here? His outburst silenced the room, leaving several individuals mute, too intimidated to utter another word. You needn't feel pressured. Just polish the script and film it well, Qin Feng said, offering a reassuring pat on Zhao Xian's shoulder. Zhao Xian nodded earnestly, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Thank you, President Qin. I will not let your expectations down. Despite his words, he felt an immense weight on his shoulders. As an obscure director, overlooked for years, the arrival of an investor who recognized his talent filled him with exhilaration. Yet, this very excitement was tinged with fear. He dreaded disappointing the investor should the film fail to meet expectations. After exchanging contact information, Zhao Xian took his leave. The others, sensing the futility of remaining, departed in disgruntled silence. Once the room was empty, Gao Jie remarked, Brother Qin, it seems you've stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. You could invest as well. Qin Feng shrugged. The film medicine god is bound to be a success. It presents an opportunity for both of us. However, I must extend my gratitude to you. If it weren't for your invitation, I might not have conceived a new idea. Ah, what are brothers for? But what is this new idea you speak of? Gao Jie inquired, scratching his head. You are aware that Fengshua Limited has always operated as a holding company, with its subsidiaries handling the actual business. I have been seeking the next step forward. And it appears that leveraging the momentum from Medicine God, we can establish a film company and venture into the cinematic realm. Qin Feng's gaze was resolute, his mind racing with possibilities. A film that garnered both critical acclaim and commercial success would undoubtedly serve as the ideal springboard for developing a subsidiary in the film industry. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Gao Jie felt a jolt of surprise. Although he had heard whispers of Qin Feng's intentions to diversify when he registered Fengshua Limited, he had not anticipated such swift action. Just as the subsidiary Rinha Pharmaceuticals was gaining traction, Qin Feng was already looking to penetrate the film industry. It was truly remarkable. Upon reflection, it made sense and aligned perfectly with Qin Feng's ambitious style. Gao Jie found himself increasingly in awe of Qin Feng and resolved to follow his lead diligently. After concluding matters with Gao Jie, Qin Feng remained unhurried. Filmmaking was not a task to be rushed. While narrative films typically completed more quickly and were easier to shoot, they still required time for proper execution. Thus, even with this newfound opportunity, there was no need for haste in registering the subsidiary. He could wait until the film was nearing release before taking that step. In the following days, he immersed himself in the development of Rinha Pharmaceuticals. With a well-planned strategy and a solid reputation established previously, Rinha Pharmaceutical Company has seamlessly entered the market in Langzhou City, firmly establishing its presence and witnessing a steady upward trajectory. After a few days of busyness, Qin Feng, finally finding a moment to rest, decided to take over the responsibility of picking up and dropping off Niu from school in place of Lin Ruoxue. While Langzhou City boasts numerous kindergartens, most are rather ordinary, with only a handful that can be deemed luxurious. The kindergarten that Niu attends is one such establishment, characterized by a whimsical architectural style reminiscent of a fairy tale, resembling a vibrant European castle, with exquisite details that evoke the enchantment of a storybook world. Chapter 241. A sudden stir. The kindergarten, designed in the style of a medieval castle, draws inspiration from Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, resulting in a vibrant and colorful final product that delights children with its array of hues. Beyond its architectural charm and layout, the establishment boasts an impressive array of recreational and educational facilities, with lush greenery adorning the surroundings, where clusters of flowers bloom in strikingly vivid colors. It is no surprise that many in Langzhou City refer to this place as an elite kindergarten. However, aside from its overall construction, the most significant factor is its exorbitant fees, which are beyond the means of the average family. The tuition alone exceeds 30,000 for a single academic year, a sum that could potentially devastate a typical household. Nonetheless, Qin Feng had long resolved to provide Niu with a nurturing educational environment, despite his financial struggles. He vowed that she would not suffer and that he would keep his promise. By the time Qin Feng arrived, school had already dismissed, and a multitude of 5- and 6-year-old children were joyfully running about, guided by their teachers as they prepared to reunite with their parents. As he scanned the crowd, he found himself puzzled by the absence of Niu. However, he remained composed, having previously saved the contact information of Niu's teacher from her class. He promptly dialed the number, intending to inquire about Niu's whereabouts. Most of the children in the kindergarten were around 4 to 6 years old, lacking self-protection abilities and often requiring one or more teachers to oversee them to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Upon connecting the call, a woman's voice greeted him. "Hello. Who are you looking for?" Qin Feng immediately responded, "Hello, is this teacher Qian? I am the parent of Qin Kiki and would like to ask if Niu is with you at the moment." "Oh, you are Qin Kiki's father. I was just trying to reach you. What a coincidence. Please come over and take a look. She has had a little conflict with another student, and the other child's parents are here discussing how to mediate the situation." After hanging up, Qin Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Niu was a well-behaved child, always considerate and never one to instigate conflict. Moreover, on her very first day of kindergarten, Lin Ruoxue had surely admonished her to get along well with her classmates. Thus, it was puzzling to hear from teacher Qian that Niu had encountered a disagreement with another student. It seemed unlikely that Niu was at fault. Although a father might instinctively lean towards defending his own child in such situations, Qin Feng firmly believed that Niu was not the type to be mischievous. He understood her too well. Faced with this predicament, Qin Feng quickened his pace and soon arrived at the classroom for the younger children. Upon entering, he witnessed 2 adults reprimanding Niu, who had her head bowed, her eyes glistening with tears, biting her lip as she appeared on the verge of crying. "Niu, apologize to Zhu Xiaofeng, and we can put this matter behind us. The teacher once said that one must acknowledge their mistakes and offer an apology. Have you forgotten that? This child, why is she so obstinate? You have taken my little Feng's toy, and are you too proud to utter a simple I'm sorry? It is already quite generous of me not to demand compensation. Niu, stealing is wrong." Among the 2 adults, one is a woman in her 20s, dressed in a floral long dress, whom Qin Feng recognizes as Qian Wenqing, Niu's teacher from kindergarten. Chapter 242. A judgment without evidence. Another woman, presumably the mother of another child, stood before him. She was elegantly dressed, appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a work uniform that hinted at a slight weight gain. Her face was heavily made up, the foundation gleaming unnaturally, and around her neck hung a conspicuous necklace, clearly displayed to signify her affluent background. A mere glance was sufficient for Qin Feng to form a preliminary judgment. She was a quintessential white-collar worker. From their conversation, it seemed that Nonyo had allegedly stolen a toy from a classmate named Zhu Xiaofeng. Excuse me, could you please pause the reprimanding? Can anyone elucidate the specifics of the situation? Qin Feng was not one to simply accept the assertions of one party without scrutiny. He refused to conclude that Nonyo had committed theft based solely on their claims. Naturally, theft was indefensible, and if Nonyo had indeed taken something that belonged to another, it would be her fault. Qin Feng was willing to acknowledge any wrongdoing on her part and to guide her towards a proper understanding of values. However, he needed to ascertain the truth first. Upon seeing Qin Feng arrive, Nonyo's eyes, previously tinged with redness, brightened instantly. She dashed to his side, grasping the hem of his clothing and pleading, "Daddy, I didn't steal anything. Are you Nonyo's father?" Qian Wenjing inquired tentatively. When she saw Qin Feng nod in affirmation, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes, and she pointed at Nonyo. Nonyo stole Zhu Xiaofeng's toy, and the two children began to quarrel. Had I not intervened in time, the conflict might have escalated further. What? Qin Feng's expression darkened. Stealing another's toy? Based on his understanding of Nonyo, she was wholly incapable of such an act. While it was true that Xiaofeng's behavior was somewhat excessive, the accusation of theft was indeed a serious matter regarding Nonyo. At that moment, Qian Wenjing added, "That classmate Zhu Xiaofeng over there is shouting that she did steal his toy, which was a model of Sire Ultraman that my mother bought for me." Nonyo, with a quavering voice, insisted, "I didn't steal it." Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Observing this, Qian Wenjing instinctively took a couple of steps back in trepidation. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of fear whenever her eyes met this man's. Then Qin Feng spoke, "Dear parents, the children are still quite young. I may refrain from commenting, but you both are adults. May I ask, with which eye did you see Nonyo committing theft? Do you possess any evidence?" The two were rendered speechless, unable to respond to Qin Feng's inquiry. "Since you lack evidence, on what grounds do you accuse Nonyo of stealing this classmate's toy? Children may not comprehend their actions and may unjustly malign others, but should you not intervene in such baseless accusations? As for you, Teacher Qian, you are an educator. Without concrete evidence, how can you assert that Nonyo has stolen? This is devoid of rational judgment. Are you truly unable to exercise more discernment than a mere child?" The relentless interrogation by Qin Feng rendered both individuals momentarily speechless. However, it wasn't long before Zhu Xiaofeng's parent mustered the courage to respond. "That toy was purchased for several thousand. It is quite expensive. Furthermore, the children who attend this kindergarten hail from affluent families and have received a high-quality education from a young age. It is simply inconceivable that they would resort to stealing." Chapter 243, Unworthy of Being a Teacher. Qin Feng scoffed. "So, you can arbitrarily assume that Nonyo is the thief? Without any evidence? Accusing someone indiscriminately? What kind of world is this?" At that moment, Qian Wenjing interjected, agreeing, "However, from what I know, your family is not particularly affluent, especially Mrs. Lin, who is exceedingly frugal. A few days ago, I visited your home. At that time, Mr. Qin, you were absent, and Mrs. Lin was there alone with Nonyo, residing in a rented apartment. Although I cannot comprehend why you would be willing to allocate such a substantial amount of money to send Nonyo to our kindergarten. It may be that due to financial constraints, you are unable to purchase toys for her, prompting her to contemplate stealing from others. Yet, this is trivial. Simply have Nonyo apologize and return the lost toy, and educate her not to repeat the mistake." Qin Feng was taken aback, only to be incensed into a laugh. What does poverty have to do with this? Just because Nonyo's family is less fortunate, she resorts to stealing toys? This is clearly a baseless accusation, devoid of reason. Your logic is utterly flawed. You've expounded on both the good and the bad, Teacher Qian. As an educator, you should treat all children equally, rather than relying on hearsay to slander. Reflect on your own statements. Are they not utterly nonsensical? Provoked by Qin Feng's words, Qian Wenjing became furious. She pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, "Like father, like child. The other children in our class have received excellent preschool education, which your family cannot compare to. Their parents understand the challenges teachers face and show their appreciation with gifts, while your family displays such a lack of decorum." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was struck by a revelation. No wonder Qian Wenjing was so biased and partial. It was simply because they had not presented gifts. Qin Feng, with his extensive life experience, was well aware of this unspoken rule of parents gifting teachers. He held such a repugnant tradition in disdain. However, he had not anticipated that the absence of gifts from his family would result in Nionyou being treated differently in kindergarten. Qian Wenjing was utterly unworthy of being a teacher. You are utterly unqualified to be an educator. Qin Feng was disinclined to continue this futile discourse. Engaging with these two women was merely a waste of time. What did you say? Qian Wenjing erupted in rage, trembling and her voice quivering. If that is how you feel, I have no desire to teach your child. Let whoever wishes to teach them do so. Rest assured, I will not allow someone like you, unworthy of your position, to dictate my child's education. Qin Feng smirked coldly and then took Nionyou aside. Tears welled in Nionyou's eyes as she urgently said, Daddy, I truly did not steal anything. Her voice was laced with a sob, her small face brimming with grievance. Understanding the feeling of being wronged and misunderstood, Qin Feng gently took out a tissue and wiped away her tears. Nionyou, do not cry. Be strong. Your father believes in you. Our Nionyou is not the kind of child who misbehaves. Upon hearing Qin Feng's reassuring words, Nionyou ceased her tears, gently wiping her cheeks with her delicate little hands. A faint smile gracing her face. If Qin Feng were to express his thoughts, he too would find it hard to believe that Nionyou would steal someone else's toys. Does Nionyou lack toys at home? She has no need to pilfer from others. Chapter 244. Equal treatment. Qin Feng had procured an abundance of toys for her, each one remarkably expensive and exquisitely crafted. Would she truly covet another's toys? Moreover, even if she genuinely admired someone else's belongings, she could easily request Qin Feng to acquire a similar item for her. After all, it was not as if they were financially constrained. Why resort to theft? Furthermore, Nionyou, being a girl, gravitated towards daily life animated series, favoring dolls over anything else. She had never even watched the Ultraman series. So how could she possibly desire to pilfer someone else's Zero Ultraman model? After comforting Nionyou, Qin Feng dialed Han Xiaolong's number. Although he was not personally acquainted with the principal of the kindergarten, he had previously sought Han Xiaolong's assistance when Nionyou enrolled in that institution. Given their connection, reaching out to him was undoubtedly the most convenient course of action. The call was promptly answered, and Han Xiaolong's languid voice resonated on the other end. Qin, good. What's up? Did you call for something urgent? Indeed, I require your assistance with a matter, Qin Feng replied. Hearing this, Han Xiaolong instantly perked up, his voice rising with enthusiasm. Whatever it is, please, Qin good, do not hesitate to let me know. I will ensure it is handled with utmost care. Thus, Qin Feng proceeded to recount the events that had transpired within the kindergarten. As he relayed the situation, Qian Wenjing and her companion listened intently, absorbing every word. Upon realizing that Qin Feng was on the phone, Qian Wenjing couldn't help but smirk internally. Although she was unaware of how Nionyou had gained admission to the kindergarten, she had visited Nionyou's home for a home visit and had met Lin Ruoxue. Upon their first encounter, Lin Ruoxue's beauty had taken her by surprise, inciting a twinge of envy. However, she soon discovered Lin Ruoxue's modest living conditions. Learning that Lin Ruoxue worked at a regular textile factory and resided in a rented unit without even owning a house filled her with disdain. Having worked at this prestigious kindergarten for several years, she was well aware that the children admitted were predominantly the offspring of corporate executives or affluent families. The parents of these children routinely gifted her generous red envelopes or valuable presents during festive seasons. Thus, when Lin Ruoxue failed to offer her anything, Qian Wenjing perceived it as a blatant injustice, feeling that Lin Ruoxue looked down upon her. Consequently, she repeatedly treated Nionyou differently from the other children. Observing Qin Feng's demeanor, she thought, does he intend to teach me a lesson? With his humble background, what could he possibly do to me? The support of so many parents lies with me. Qian Wenjing felt no fear regarding Qin Feng's actions. Instead, she regarded them with scorn, unconvinced that he could affect her in any significant way. Yet, before long, a figure appeared at the classroom door and strode in briskly. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, was actually much older than she seemed, her fair skin indicating she had undergone considerable cosmetic treatment and care. Principal, what brings you here? Qian Wenjing inquired, her curiosity piqued. The woman before her was named Wang Yuji, who held the dual role of being the principal of the kindergarten and its founder. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Yuji did not respond to Qian Wenjing's inquiry. Instead, she swiftly approached Qin Feng and extended her hand. Greetings, Mr. Qin. I sincerely apologize for not being able to welcome you. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and replied, it is of no consequence. I am merely an ordinary parent. I trust that most individuals present here share the same status and hope to receive equal treatment. Chapter 245. A lesson. Qin Feng's words were clearly a veiled jab at Qian Wenjing. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuji's lips twitched slightly. She was acutely aware of Qin Feng's purpose for being there. The recent phone call from Han Xiaolong had nearly left her reeling with scorn. She promptly bent down, courteously teasing Nuno by gently tapping her nose, and then remarked, "This must be Mr. Qin's daughter. She is truly delightful." Witnessing this scene, Qian Wenjing felt a jolt of realization. Something was amiss. If Qin Feng were merely an ordinary parent, Wang Yuji would not have spoken with such courtesy. She would have instinctively chosen to defend her. Yet everything indicated that Qin Feng's status was far from simple. Even Wang Yuji, the principal, held him in such high regard. Had she misjudged him? No, that couldn't be right. If Qin Feng truly held a significant position, how could he possibly be unable to afford a house, leaving his wife and daughter to reside in a rental? Before she could fully grasp the situation, Wang Yuji approached her briskly. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Wang Yuji delivered a resounding slap to Qian Wenjing's face, leaving her momentarily dazed and bewildered. Yet, given that her job was at the behest of Principal Wang, she dared not retort. Wang Yuji's voice cut through the air coldly. "Do you think you are worthy to teach so many children? As an educator, you should set an example and be a role model for the children. Look at your actions. Without facts or evidence, you should never wrongfully accuse a child. You must treat every child equally and show no favoritism. They are so young. Can they bear your misunderstandings?" Wang Yuji chastised Qian Wenjing fiercely, embodying a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor seeing a promising student falter. In truth, Wang Yuji was well aware that Qian Wenjing often accepted gifts from parents, yet she had chosen to turn a blind eye. Little did she know that one day, Qian Wenjing's actions would lead to such a dire consequence. "Do you know who Mr. Qin is? How dare you look down upon him? Do you understand the trouble you've stirred?" Qian Wenjing felt a surge of frustration, yet all she could muster was a timid reply, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know. Mr. Qin is a friend of President Han. President Han of Chita Media." After thoroughly reprimanding Qian Wenjing, Wang Yuji, mindful of the onlookers, finally ceased her scolding. "That's enough. You need not come to work tomorrow." Having already endured a scathing rebuke, Qian Wenjing felt a cloud of discontent and confusion enveloping her, her heart brimming with unwillingness. However, Wang Yuji's words struck her like a death knell, abruptly restoring her to her true self. It was at that moment she grasped the gravity of the situation, a wave of deep regret washing over her. "Principal." Qian Wenjing attempted to plead for leniency, but Wang Yuji's icy response cut her off. "You are dismissed." Upon uttering these words, Wang Yuji turned and departed, scarcely allowing Qian Wenjing any opportunity for pleas of mercy. Observing this, Qian Wenjing hurriedly approached Qin Feng, lowering her head in earnest supplication. "Mr. Qin, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I sincerely apologize. Would you be so kind as to speak a few words in my favor before the principal? I truly do not wish to lose this job." Her voice trembled with emotion, her countenance a portrait of remorse. Chapter 246. The inevitable cost. Yet, Qin Feng's expression remained as indifferent as ever. "Regret now? Apologizing? Why did you not do this earlier? You have mistaken one thing. The person you ought to apologize to is not me, but Nonyo. You are her teacher and her role model. Originally, in the coming year, aside from her mother and me, you would be one of the people she spends the most time with. You failed to set a proper example, misunderstood her, and caused her distress. Yet you come to me for an apology? If I were Nonyo, I would not accept your apology. It lacks sincerity altogether." Having said this, Qin Feng ignored Qian Wenjing further. Nevertheless, the woman was relentless, attempting to plead with Nonyo. "Nonyo, could you please intercede for your teacher? She has always been good to you, have you forgotten? Please help your teacher." Seeing her in such a predicament, Nonyo found herself in a dilemma and turned to Qin Feng. After all, she was just a child, lacking her own opinions, and at that moment, she did not know what to do. Qin Feng, however, turned back and coldly stated, "Some things you have done wrong. A belated apology is insufficient. The cost to be paid is unavoidable." With that, he took Nonyo's hand and quickened his pace as they exited the classroom. "Daddy, should I forgive Teacher Qian?" After leaving the classroom, Nonyo blinked her innocent eyes at Qin Feng. "Nonyo, remember this. You may choose to forgive her or not. However, she has erred and must face the consequences. Whether she changes is her own affair. It does not concern you. You have done nothing wrong, understand?" Qin Feng was well aware that the little girl felt guilty, believing that Teacher Qian's loss of her job was somehow her fault. After all, children often struggle to discern right from wrong and require the guidance of adults to develop a proper value system. Thus, he shared this with her to alleviate any psychological burden she might carry. "Mr. Qin, I deeply apologize for this incident. I too have been negligent, failing to see the signs that led to such a blight in our kindergarten. I hope it has not adversely affected your child." At that moment, Principal Wang Yuji hurried over to express her apologies. If you would not mind, could I invite you to a meal as an apology? Qin Feng waved his hand, saying, no need for a meal. I simply hope that the principal can treat all equally in the future. Wang Yuji indeed bore responsibility, but this served as a wake-up call for her. As a principal, one must not neglect their duties. Since Qin Feng had politely declined, Wang Yuji could only nod repeatedly before proceeding to address the incident concerning Qian Wenjing. At that moment, Zhu Xiaofeng's parent approached, pulling her child along. I apologize, Mr. Qin. I was misled by Qian Wenjing and thought your daughter had stolen something. This individual was quite seasoned in the workplace, and their apology, though not lacking in decorum, merely shifted the blame onto Qian Wenjing, which was sufficient for them. Qin Feng merely nodded indifferently, accepting the other party's apology with a simple gesture. He was acutely aware that if he truly possessed the humble background that Qian Wenjing described, lacking any support, not only would an apology be futile, but he would likely find himself subjected to even greater public criticism. Nyo, shall we return home for a meal? Without paying heed to the others, Qin Feng grasped Nyo's small hand with one hand, while the other carried her little backpack as they left the kindergarten. Chapter 247. Tianqing Film Company. The following morning, in a cramped rental apartment located in the bustling city center, Zhao Xian was diligently revising the details of his screenplay. The previous night, he had tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep, not due to worries about his future, but rather overwhelmed with joy at having secured investment for his project. Indeed, although he had successfully attracted an investment of 100 million, the magnitude of Qin Feng's trust in him also imbued Zhao with an inexplicable sense of pressure. He felt anxious. If the film failed to perform well and did not yield profits upon release, he would not only disappoint Qin Feng's earnest efforts, but also squander a golden opportunity to establish his reputation. Thus, he rose early, meticulously reviewing the screenplay from beginning to end, his concentration unparalleled, as if he were determined to fully comprehend every plot point and detail. Despite his intimate familiarity with the script of The Drug Lord, he still intended to invite a renowned screenwriter from the industry to review it, seeking peace of mind. In addition to the screenwriter, the cumulative salaries of the cast, both big and small, amounted to a significant sum. Consequently, even after securing the investment, he was reluctant to upgrade his living conditions, continuing to reside in the same modest rental space. The entire apartment consisted of merely a bed, a table, and a bathroom, with a total area of less than 30 square meters. Just as he was engrossed in the intricacies of the script, a sudden phone call interrupted his focus. May I speak with Director Zhao Xian? Yes, who is this? Hello, Director Zhao Xian. I am the agent from Tianqing Film Company. We recently reviewed your script for The Drug Lord and, after careful consideration, we are prepared to invest 50 million. 50 million? Zhao Xian was taken aback, disbelief flooding his mind. Just yesterday, Qin Feng had invested 100 million, and now another party was ready to invest 50 million? Was fortune finally favoring him? He quickly regained his composure. Recalling that he had submitted portions of his script to numerous production companies, yet had awaited responses for quite some time. He had certainly heard of Tianqing Film Company, a prominent name within the industry, known for producing numerous critically acclaimed and commercially successful films, amassing a vast fan base. With such a substantial audience, any film they handled, even a poorly made one, was likely to generate considerable revenue, ensuring that box office returns would not be dismal. After all, regardless of quality, as long as there was sufficient promotion and screenings, profitability was virtually assured. Zhao Xian felt a stirring in his heart, yet he wrestled with the thought that just yesterday, Qin Feng had entrusted him with 100 million. If he were to accept Tianqing's offer now, would that not be akin to betraying Qin Feng? Reason urged Zhao Xian that such actions were indefensible. Director Zhao, you are well aware of our company's capabilities. We can provide you with ample promotional resources and distribution opportunities. Once the film is released, it is bound to achieve remarkable success. The voice on the other end continued to entice him with persuasive words. As far as I am aware, you are currently facing considerable financial hardship. Is not filmmaking primarily a pursuit for monetary gain? With the backing of our company, you are certain to earn a profit, and there is no need to worry about incurring losses that could jeopardize your very livelihood. Zhao Xian inhaled deeply and replied, undeniably, I am intrigued. At that moment, the other party rejoiced, exclaiming, what are we waiting for? Let us arrange a meeting and promptly sign the contract. Chapter 248. Faith. However, Zhao Xian swiftly shifted the conversation. Is filmmaking merely a pursuit of wealth? To me, filmmaking embodies my faith. It allows me to eloquently narrate the story that resides in my heart. Enough of this pretentiousness. With our company's backing, you too shall chase your beliefs and realize your aspirations. The voice on the other end grew increasingly impatient. I apologize, although I am somewhat tempted. Another investor has already backed my film yesterday. Rather than having your company impose various constraints upon me, that investor simply provides the funds, allowing me the freedom to express my vision. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Xian became increasingly convinced that Qin Feng's investment was precisely what he required. Qin Feng would merely furnish him with financial support, permitting him to explore his creativity without reservation. Should Tianqing Company invest? It was a foregone conclusion that they would demand numerous rights, such as altering the script, compelling Zhao Xian to undertake actions contrary to his beliefs. Ultimately, after countless revisions, the script might stray far from its original essence, transforming into something entirely different. This would no longer be the story Zhao Xian yearned to convey, nor the message he wished to impart. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's remarks, the other party's voice brimmed with indignation. Very well, I assumed you had further requests. I did not anticipate you had already secured investment. What a waste of my time. Who has invested in you? How audacious of them to allow you such creative latitude. Do they not fear losing everything in the end? How much can they possibly invest? Our company is capable of offering 50 million, along with various promotional resources. By your account, they are merely an individual. How could they possibly compare to us? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xian replied, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. Zhao Xian was no fool. Should he reveal Qin Feng's identity, it could invite Tianqing Company's ire upon him. Then prepare yourself. No artist under our company will ever collaborate with you. All the film stars who have previously worked with us will certainly refuse your project. After hanging up, Zhao Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Tianqing Company truly wielded its power with an iron fist. Such declarations effectively amounted to a ban on Zhao Xian. Over the years, countless actors in the industry had collaborated with Tianqing Company. They would naturally not dare defy its orders to maintain their relationships with Tianqing. They were certain to shun any partnership with Zhao Xian. Even if Zhao Xian's script were exceptional and funding ample, without actors, his project could not materialize. What was he to do? In that moment, Zhao Xian felt utterly cornered, as if the entire world conspired against him. After ruminating for a while, he suddenly recalled Qin Feng's words from the previous day. Should difficulties arise, he was welcome to seek his assistance. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Though he was reluctant to pursue this course of action, for Qin Feng had already invested considerable resources into his project, alleviating many of his burdens. The present circumstances left him no choice. After all, he was merely an obscure director, devoid of power or influence, incapable of contending with a behemoth like Tianqing Company. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xian proactively dialed Qin Feng's number. At the same moment, Qin Feng had just awakened and, upon seeing that the call was from Zhao Xian, felt a surge of interest. Mr. Qin, there is a matter that you must be informed about. Once the call was connected, Zhao Xian eagerly recounted the incident he had just encountered. After finishing his account, he could not help but add, Mr. Qin, under these circumstances, your investment may indeed result in total loss. Perhaps you should consider retracting your investment. Chapter 249, 100 million small change, retrieving investment? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, and then he could not help but regard Zhao Xian with increased esteem. After such a long pursuit, Zhao Xian had finally secured an investment amounting to a staggering 100 million, and yet he was willing to return it entirely intact. Clearly, he feared that Qin Feng might ultimately suffer a total loss, feeling a profound sense of responsibility towards him. Zhao Xian's consideration for Qin Feng was somewhat unexpected, further affirming Qin Feng's belief that he had indeed chosen the right person to invest in. Zhao Xian truly was commendable, were it another director. Even upon realizing the likelihood of substantial losses, they would not prioritize the interests of their investors, and might even covertly siphon off funds, becoming adept at falsifying accounts. Since I have already chosen to invest in you, why retract it? Qin Feng smiled as he countered. Zhao Xian immediately faltered, but if President Qin, this 100 million were to be lost, that would be a tremendous sum. While I am immensely grateful for your support and trust, this is not a trivial amount. If 100 million were to be lost, I would feel quite guilty. I have mentioned before, you need not bear any psychological burden. Qin Feng laughed heartily, speaking with a casual ease. To you, 100 million may not be a trifling sum, but to me, it is merely a number. Zhao Xian was clearly taken aback. After a long pause, he gasped, I must not have heard correctly, President Qin, that is indeed 100 million. It was no wonder Zhao Xian was so astonished. Before receiving Qin Feng's investment, he was on the verge of being unable to pay his rent, subsisting on meager construction site lunches, often limiting himself to just one meal a day. In his destitution, the mere mention of 100 million left him utterly astounded. Thus, He could not fathom why this figure held such little weight in Qin Feng's eyes. Do not fear the loss. It is merely 100 million, which can be earned back. Moreover, you will not incur losses. You ought to have faith in yourself. In my view, achieving a box office of 100 million for your film is a walk in the park, and I am not the only one willing to invest in you. Gao Jie is prepared to contribute an additional 50 million. Zhao Xian was even more bewildered at this revelation. ISNT President Gao being too impulsive. However, Qin Feng shook his head. He is not being impulsive. Rather, he is making a very astute decision. Furthermore, I have something to discuss with you. I am planning to establish a film company, and I would like you to manage it. With your talent and vision, I cannot imagine how many potentially excellent scripts you could uncover, truly deserving of such a position. As for me, I shall merely provide the funding. I will not interfere with your scripts as other companies often do. This declaration left Zhao Xian utterly flabbergasted. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng would not only invest 100 million in him, but also consider him so highly and trust him so deeply. It was remarkable to note that they had only known each other for a single day. This was a far cry from the demands made by the Tianqing company, an entirely different realm altogether. Yet, the greater Qin Feng's trust and regard for him, the more pressure Zhao Xian felt mounting upon him. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately heeded Qin Feng's advice and resolved to make another effort. Thus, he inquired, President Qin, do you have some time now? Shall we discuss this in person? Very well, let's meet, Qin Feng replied without hesitation. It was evident that Zhao Xian lacked confidence and harbored doubts about his own abilities, yet this was a perfectly natural occurrence. Chapter 250. Bad money drives out good. In Zhao Xian's perception, he was merely an obscure little director. At a time when he struggled to make ends meet, he could hardly envision a future where he would create countless masterpieces, etching his name in the annals of cinematic history. Nor could he foresee becoming one of the foremost directors in the entertainment industry. At 9 in the morning, within a bustling tea restaurant, Zhao Xian sat across from Qin Feng, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, a clear indication of his nervousness. Qin Feng, with a smile, ordered a sumptuous breakfast. As the fragrant dim sum filled the table, Zhao Xian could not help but swallow hard. During this period, he had only dared to eat one meal a day, often settling for a mere bun to stave off hunger. He had never encountered such a lavish and delectable spread. Eat. Your health is paramount. Being well-fed and nourished is essential to unleash your talents, Qin Feng remarked, noticing Zhao Xian's hesitance. Only after Qin Feng's encouragement did Zhao Xian begin to partake in the meal. As they dined, Qin Feng continued, I have heard of Tianqing Company. They indeed hold an extraordinary position in the film industry. However, even Tianqing started from nothing. People say that nobility and status are not inherited. We haven't even begun yet. So how can we speak of failure? Moreover, I am unafraid of losses. Why should you be? If there are losses, they will fall upon me. After savoring a delicious pastry, Zhao Xian stammered, President Qin, you are right. However, Tianqing has already blacklisted me, and those stars in the industry are unwilling to collaborate with me or accept my projects. Even with your investment, I cannot proceed. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, your thinking seems rather rigid. Viewing the issue from a different perspective might yield better results. Since well-known actors are reluctant to work with you, why not explore the potential of lesser-known actors? Lesser-known actors? Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly shook his head. That would be akin to scouting for talent, which is not feasible. With so many people across the nation, there are only a few with the innate talent for acting. To discover a gem among the masses is no simple task. Nowadays, acting demands both charisma and skill. The audience's tastes are exceedingly discerning. Furthermore, our film requires more than one actor. Several supporting roles hold significant weight, which typical actors may not be able to handle. As a director, his professional competence was commendable, and he swiftly conjured numerous reasons to counter Qin Feng's suggestion. I, too, wish to find some unheralded yet skilled actors. Such talents demand lower salaries and are easier to manage, unlike some celebrities who, at the slightest injury, demand hospitalization and behave as if they are royalty, expecting others to treat them like deities. Yet, it's simply impossible to find them. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhao Xian's perspective. The current state of the entertainment industry is such that numerous prominent stars, despite possessing insufficient acting skills, capitalize on their appealing appearance and the backing of powerful agencies to achieve widespread fame across the land. Even when starring in poorly crafted films, they command exorbitant fees and still enjoy remarkable box office success. In this era, the phenomenon of inferior quality driving out the superior has become increasingly commonplace, to the point of being ubiquitous. Chapter 251. Keeping the suspense, Zhao Xian, having eaten his fill and quenched his thirst, downed his tea in one swift motion. Reminiscent of a drinker savoring his liquor, he then patted his belly, unable to suppress a look of satisfaction. For him, merely being satiated was a source of profound enjoyment and contentment, especially after enduring prolonged days of hunger. General Qin, I speak to you from the heart. My pursuit of filmmaking is not motivated by monetary gain, but rather by my ideals. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware of that. In the years to come, after Zhao Xian rose to prominence, he remained true to his original aspirations and garnered an excellent reputation within the industry. Indeed, he was a breath of fresh air in the entertainment circle, a fact that Qin Feng valued greatly. Recognizing Zhao Xian as a rare talent, Qin Feng was eager not to let him slip away, had it not been for his foresight into the future. This gem might have fallen into the hands of wealthier investors. Do you have time these days? Qin Feng inquired. Yes, Zhao Xian replied, though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind regarding Qin Feng's intentions. I happen to have some free time as well. How about you accompany me on an outing? Qin Feng continued, rest assured, we shall attend to serious matters, though I must keep you in suspense about the specifics for now. Zhao Xian agreed, albeit perplexed about Qin Feng's plan. Nevertheless, he held Qin Feng in high regard, akin to a mentor, which fostered a deep sense of trust, prompting him to consent without hesitation. After finishing breakfast, Qin Feng ushered Zhao Xian into his vehicle. Upon entering the luxurious SUV, Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Though not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he could not conceal his admiration for such machinery. The opulent vehicle was to his liking, yet he glanced at his meager wallet, which contained only a single bank card and a few crumpled bills, while the bank card held ample funds sufficient to purchase several such luxury cars. It represented money invested by Qin Feng, not his own. His personal finances amounted to mere hundreds, a paltry sum compared to the grandeur of the vehicle. He marveled at the lifestyle of the affluent, living in luxury cars and grand mansions, a life he could scarcely fathom, relegated to mere aspirations. Noticing Zhao Xian's awestruck gaze as he peered around the car, Qin Feng jested, once your film becomes a success, won't such a car be easily within your reach? General Qin, you flatter me. It is not so simple to achieve success. Otherwise, I would not have languished in poverty for so many years, Zhao Xian sighed. Do not belittle yourself. Today, we are heading to Haibei City. With that, Qin Feng started the engine and pressed the accelerator, swiftly navigating through the streets of Longzhou City and onto the expressway. An hour later, they arrived in Haibei City. But instead of pausing at any lavish locations or venturing into the city center, they drove to an old street. After parking, Qin Feng led Zhao Xian through a narrow alley where a pungent odor wafted through the air. Zhao Xian found it rather inconsequential during his most destitute times. The places he resided in bore little difference to this one. Thus he had long since acclimated to such surroundings. However, Qin Feng evoked in him a sense of admiration. For at this moment, Qin Feng appeared utterly unaffected by the environment around him. Zhao Xian had presumed that the affluent were accustomed to luxurious standalone villas, and that arriving in such an alley would inevitably evoke feelings of disdain and discomfort. Yet, Qin Feng's reaction was entirely beyond his expectations. Chapter 252, The Talent Scout. Upon perceiving the perplexed expression in Zhao Xian's eyes, Qin Feng instantly discerned the thoughts swirling in his mind. He promptly elucidated. You are not mistaken. Many affluent individuals would likely find it unbearable to linger in such a place for even a brief moment. This is primarily due to their innate status as the wealthy, hailing from exceedingly affluent families, which affords them a distinctly different starting point. Alternatively, their lives may have proceeded too smoothly, devoid of significant challenges or tribulations, where everything unfolds without a hitch. In truth, I share your experiences. I too have traversed through numerous hardships and periods of despair, having faced times of unrecognized talent and unfulfilled aspirations. However, I have persevered until the bitter trials have yielded to sweet rewards. Thus, we may consider ourselves kindred spirits. Zhao Xian's heart trembled, and a sense of relief washed over him. He finally comprehended why Qin Feng had singled him out. It was evident that Qin Feng had once endured similar struggles. Perhaps recognizing a reflection of his own past in Zhao Xian, which inspired him to extend a helping hand. With this realization, Zhao Xian clenched his fists, silently vowing to dedicate himself to this film project, regardless of its financial outcomes. He would approach it with utmost seriousness. Previously, he had harbored self-doubt, but now, confidence had been rekindled within him. Observing the sharpness returning to Zhao Xian's gaze, Qin Feng could not help but nod in approval, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Providing motivational encouragement to his subordinates was indeed one of his notable talents. As they proceeded to the end of the alley, Qin Feng halted before a rusty iron gate and gently rapped upon it. After a considerable wait, the door creaked open to reveal a disheveled young man, whose untidy appearance suggested a lack of care. His torn jeans bore several gaping holes, and his face was marked with the dust of the world. "Who are you looking for?" he inquired, his long hair obscuring much of his face, lending his gaze an air of drowsiness, as though he had just roused from slumber. "I am searching for Chen Shi," Qin Feng replied, devoid of any disdain, maintaining a serene smile that felt refreshing like a spring breeze. The young man, upon witnessing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, appeared to lower his guard somewhat. "I am he," he nodded, inviting Qin Feng and Zhao Xian to enter and take a seat. "The conditions here may not be ideal. I hope you'll bear with me," he remarked. "Not at all," Qin Feng responded, shaking his head as he and Zhao Xian stepped inside. The small room was cramped, furnished only with a bed and a minuscule kitchen. However, both Qin Feng and Zhao Xian noticed a striking detail. The walls, tinged with yellow, were almost entirely plastered with posters of illustrious actors from the entertainment industry, renowned veterans of the stage and screen. A small table by the window was heaped with a substantial collection of books. Atop the stack lay a copy of the actor's self-cultivation, beneath which various tomes on acting techniques could be discerned, their worn and tattered pages hinting at countless readings. The disheveled abode was indeed a sight to behold. Upon encountering Qin Feng, a hint of shyness graced his countenance. It was evident to him that Qin Feng's attire suggested he was not merely affluent, but undoubtedly a person of distinction. This realization only deepened his sense of embarrassment, for his own home was hardly suitable for hosting guests. Nevertheless, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, cutting straight to the chase, and stated forthrightly, "Hello. My name is Qin Feng. I am an investor. This is Zhao Xian, a director. We have come to seek your participation in a theatrical production, as we would like to invite you to take on a role as an actor." Chapter 253. "You are quite honest. Are you seeking to recruit me as an actor?" Qin Shi exclaimed, his surprise palpable as he raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, his countenance a tapestry of disbelief. "How did you come to know about me?" His expression oscillated from incredulity to wild elation, only to swiftly transform into skepticism. Qin Shi was a rational individual. He understood that fortune rarely descends from the heavens, and he was merely an ordinary extra in the grand tapestry of acting. Actors like him were a dime a dozen on set, hardly a rarity. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he last graced a film set as an extra. Firstly, the number of extra roles was limited, and the competition was fierce. He simply could not outshine others. Secondly, under the weight of life's pressures, he ultimately chose the harsh reality over his cherished dreams. "You need not concern yourself with that." Qin Feng, seizing the moment, produced the script for Medicine God and offered it to Qin Shi. "Take a look at our script. Once you peruse it, you will comprehend our sincerity." Qin Shi accepted the script, embarking on a swift perusal. At that moment, he was not the only one taken aback. Zhao Xian, beside him, also wore a look of surprise. Previously, he was unaware of Qin Feng's intentions, but now clarity dawned upon him. Qin Feng was indeed seeking actors. Observing the unkempt man before him, he couldn't help but question whether this person could truly be a talented actor. As a director, his skepticism was palpable. What a splendid script. This is an extraordinary tale. As he progressed through the script, Qin Shi raised an eyebrow, a smile illuminating his face, as he seemed to become increasingly animated. However, upon completion, a sense of regret washed over him. Such a remarkable script deserved to be performed by a more illustrious and renowned star actor to achieve box office success. An obscure extra like himself would hardly possess the drawing power to attract audiences. "Mr. Qin, are you not afraid of incurring a loss?" In truth, Qin Shi harbored a deep yearning to be part of this production. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and lacked confidence in his abilities. For actors of his stature, in major films, they were either mere background characters or expendable figures. His face and name remained unknown to the public, and no one would come to watch a film simply for him. This very disappointment fueled his desire for the script to be entrusted to actors with substantial star power. Fear not. Every star with box office appeal began from humble beginnings. One must take the first step to discover one's potential. Qin Feng inquired, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "If I may be so bold, your current circumstances must not be particularly favorable. Am I correct?" Qin Shi sighed, his brow furrowed with worry as he confessed, "To be candid, my situation is quite dire. I cannot secure extra roles on set. My funds are nearly depleted, and I am left to scrape by with odd jobs each day. In truth, my family resides in a remote mountainous region in the West, in pursuit of success. I ventured to this coastal city years ago, yet I have seen little progress. To speak candidly, if I am granted the opportunity to partake in your production, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. After all, being an actor is my cherished aspiration. However, I must confess that I lack significant box office appeal and cannot assure that this film will achieve commercial success." Qin Feng discerned that Qin Shi's words were uttered from the depths of his heart. Despite the opportunity presenting itself, he did not impulsively seize it. Instead, he revealed his true circumstances. This quality greatly impressed Qin Feng. Chapter 254. Chun Shi joins the team. My dear brother, you are quite sincere, Qin Feng said with a hearty laugh, patting Chun Shi on the shoulder. Rest assured, I fear not the prospect of loss. I guarantee that we shall both profit from this venture. After all, it is said that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Do you not wish to pursue your own ideals? This gesture stirred something within Qin Shi, who appeared rather disheveled and unkempt, covered in soot from the coal he had just used to cook. Qin Feng's hands were impeccably clean, yet he showed no hesitation in making physical contact, clearly not looking down on him. This was a stark contrast to the usual dynamics on set, where directors and producers often treated him with disdain, never considering him as an equal or a friend. As an investor of considerable means, Qin Feng's willingness to regard Chun Shi as an equal, treating him like a brother, touched him deeply and sparked an idea within him to seize this opportunity to take on the role in the film. In truth, Qin Feng held Chun Shi in high regard, recognizing his potential to become an exceptionally skilled and well-respected actor. However, even the finest talents require a discerning patron, and opportunities are essential for one to rise above the crowd. Chun Shi had long been deprived of such chances. Years later, in his 30s, he finally received his first significant role as a supporting actor, whereupon he astonished audiences with his remarkable performance, catapulting him into fame. To be honest, I am quite moved, Chun Shi admitted with a wry smile. Action speaks louder than words, Qin Feng encouraged. We are all kindred spirits, having started from humble beginnings and persevered to achieve success. Life is fleeting, and opportunities are not to be squandered. Should we miss this chance, we may not know when the next will come. Chun Shi nodded earnestly. I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity you are offering, Mr. Qin. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Qin Feng's words resonated deeply with him. After nearly a decade of stagnation, having encountered no opportunities that could elevate him, he was acutely aware of the value of such moments. Now that fortune had knocked on his door, he was determined not to let it slip away. Furthermore, the more he conversed with Qin Feng, the more at ease he felt. It was as if every word Qin Feng spoke struck a chord within him, as if they shared similar experiences. Chun Shi could discern that Qin Feng was a man of wealth, which made his humility all the more remarkable, a rarity among the affluent. As Qin Feng successfully brought Chun Shi into the fold, he felt a surge of elation. However, their jovial exchange was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Chun Shi, come out. You've delayed for 2 months. When will you pay the rent? If you don't pay, you can forget about living in this house. You might as well beg on the streets. The sudden outburst shattered the pleasant atmosphere, and Chun Shi's expression darkened as he cast an awkward glance at Qin Feng and Zhao Xian, his eyes filled with remorse. Suddenly, he rose to his feet and opened the door, revealing a stout woman clad in an apron, her fierce gaze fixed upon Qin Shi. I apologize, dear sister, but could you possibly grant me a few more days? The restaurant where I work is about to issue the salary. Chun Shi lowered his head, feeling the emptiness of his wallet, his expression pleading. Chapter 255. Mr. Qin's magnanimity. Are you toying with me, Qin Shi? If you lack the funds, vacate the premises immediately. What right do you have to rent without money? The landlord, burly and fierce-looking, glared at Qin Shi. Qin Shi, filled with remorse, felt as if her hands had nowhere to rest, her body trembling slightly. Observing this, Qin Feng silently recognized an opportunity. His approach to employing others had always been a blend of benevolence and authority, and now, the downcast Chun Shi needed merely a small act of kindness to feel eternally grateful. He stepped forward, positioning himself beside Qin Shi, and inquired, My dear lady, how much rent does Qin Shi owe you? I shall cover it in full. You? The woman only then noticed the presence of another individual in the cramped room. She scanned Qin Feng with skepticism. Although his attire suggested he was not financially troubled, she could not fathom why he would extend help to Qin Shi. As the landlord, she was well aware of Qin Shi's background, a person hailing from a humble origin, unfamiliar with this place, and devoid of connections. He owes me 2 months of rent and utilities, plus interest, totaling 2,000. Not a penny less. The landlord showed no inclination to delve deeper into the matter. To her, as long as someone provided the money, it mattered little whether it came from Qin Shi or another source. Merely 2,000, Qin Feng hesitated not, and promptly transferred the amount. Once the payment was received, the landlord's fierce demeanor softened, her smile widening as she regarded Qin Feng as if he were a deity of wealth. Then, with a grin, Qin Feng added, However, dear lady, I must inform you that Qin Shi will be moving out in a couple of days. Moving out. The landlord paused. Then her expression brightened further. Let him go? That pauper is a burden. He can barely afford the meager rent. let alone feed himself. I dread the day he might perish here, leaving me to deal with the aftermath. With that, the landlord departed without a backward glance. Her words, though harsh, left Qinshi feeling quite embarrassed. Yet, Qin Feng clapped him on the shoulder, reassuring him. Today, they look down upon you. Tomorrow, they shall look up to you. Fear not, by associating with me, you shall not suffer. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I shall repay that 2,000 promptly. At that moment, Qinshi was still preoccupied with the dilemma of how to repay Qin Feng's kindness. Waving his hand dismissively, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly, "It's nothing. 2,000 is but a trifling sum. Come with me shortly, and I shall arrange for you to rent a superior apartment here in Hebei City. Your current living conditions are subpar. Once you transition to a better environment, you will have ample time and energy to hone your acting skills and immerse yourself in your roles. Upon completing this production, I shall gift you a residence." This declaration left Qinshi utterly astounded. Had he not already established a bond of trust with Qin Feng, he would have suspected he had fallen prey to a scam. "Mr. Qin, a house is far too extravagant. I cannot accept such a generous offer." Without hesitation, Qinshi repeatedly declined. "If I say you can handle it, then you can," Qin Feng asserted domineeringly, leaving no room for refusal. At that moment, Zhao Xian chimed in with a smile, "Rest assured. President Qin is not short of money at all. He even promised to gift me a luxury car once our box office hits a substantial success." Chapter 256. Ideals should not be betrayed. Let me tell you, we have chosen the right boss. Such opportunities are rare and should be cherished. We must perform excellently in this film to honor Mr. Qin's earnest efforts. After listening to Zhao Xian's persuasion, Qinshi finally exhaled in relief and resolutely nodded, saying, "I understand. I will certainly strive to do my best." Once this matter was settled, Qin Feng took Qinshi to rent an apartment and had Zhao Xian advance him a sum of 100,000 yuan as his salary. Only then did he depart with Zhao Xian. On the way back, Zhao Xian could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Mr. Qin, are you truly confident that Qinshi can perform well in our film?" This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Although he understood that Qin Feng possessed substantial wealth and was merely helping someone without significant consequence, he remained perplexed. Considering Qin Feng's gentle nature, he felt emboldened to voice his doubts. Qin Feng, of course, would not reveal that he could foresee Qinshi's future. He pondered for a moment and fabricated a response. "You have overlooked certain details. Qinshi is a regular at film sets, even if he merely plays minor roles. He has spent considerable time there and gained insights into the performances of other actors. Moreover, I noticed several worn books related to acting in his room, indicating that he frequently studies them. Such diligence suggests his capabilities are commendable. Most importantly, becoming a successful actor is his aspiration. Just as you, as a director, strive to create critically acclaimed and commercially successful films, ideals should not be forsaken, especially for those like you and him who toil for their dreams. Otherwise, years later, when you or he has a family, your loved ones may question whether your current endeavors align with your initial aspirations. How would you respond then?" After a moment of reflection, Zhao Xian replied, "Perhaps by that time, I would be filled with regret." Qin Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you will experience regret and remorse. Pondering how, if only you had persisted a little longer in your youth, your dreams might have been realized, and your life could have taken a different trajectory." Zhao Xian nodded in a somewhat confused understanding. "I see now. This is Mr. Qin's perspective." Swayed by such reasoning, Zhao Xian regarded Qin Feng with increased admiration. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's insight, which solidified his belief that he still had much to learn from him. Observing this, Qin Feng secretly chuckled to himself. The truth of his words, whether genuine or fabricated, was uncertain even to him. Nonetheless, some of it was indeed drawn from the experiences of his past life. At that time, he had acquired wealth and was no longer content with mere sustenance. He had ceased to worry about basic necessities. Regrettably, none of his close companions remained by his side, and the longed-for harmonious family life had become but a distant dream. Before long, Qin Feng and Zhao Xian returned to Longzhou City. It was then that Zhao Xian inquired, "President Qin, where shall we head next? Who is our next target?" "It's a secret. You will find out tomorrow," Qin Feng replied with a tranquil smile. Chapter 257. The future superstar. Early the next morning, Qin Feng promptly called Zhao Xian. To Qin's surprise, Zhao was already awake and waiting, demonstrating commendable diligence. "Today, we are heading to the Shanghai market to seek out a second-tier star actor." "Shanghai?" Zhao Xian was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the distance Qin Feng intended to travel. "Indeed, I purchased the tickets yesterday. The actor is merely a second-tier celebrity." "He would have collaborated with Tianqing Company, would he?" Zhao Xian inquired, recalling that the actor had been blacklisted by the company. If he had worked with Tianqing, he would surely be reluctant to accept the role. Rest assured, Tianqing Company prefers to collaborate with top-tier stars. They are unlikely to care about such second-tier actors. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Tianqing Company is not that visionary. Otherwise, they would not overlook such a promising future superstar. This is an actor of the caliber of an Oscar winner. Upon hearing Qin Feng's confident reassurances, Zhao Xian finally felt at ease and arranged to meet Qin Feng at the airport. Thus, at 9 in the morning, the two met at Longzhou City Airport. After collecting their tickets, Qin Feng handed Zhao Xian his boarding pass. Upon seeing it, Zhao Xian was startled again, exclaiming, "First class? Mr. Qin, this is too extravagant. We could have simply taken an economy class for our trip to Shanghai." "No worries, first class is not excessively costly." Qin Feng waved off his concerns. However, this response left Zhao Xian speechless. Is the life of the affluent truly this monotonous and dull? The price of a first-class ticket is more than 10 times that of an economy ticket. A single ticket costs over 10,000, far beyond the reach of economy class. Were it not for Qin Feng's generosity, Zhao Xian would undoubtedly have opted for economy himself, as its fare is under 1,000. A substantial saving compared to first class. Nonetheless, with the tickets already purchased, he had no choice but to accept this unexpected luxury, which, in a sense, also presented a novel experience for him. After all, Zhao Xian had never flown in first class before. Once on board, he couldn't help but gaze around in awe, finally grasping the distinctions between first class and economy. No wonder the wealthy prefer first class. After sipping a cup of coffee, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is it so different?" Qin Feng chuckled, asking, "What do you mean?" "The service is exceptional. There are soft, clean beds, private restrooms, delectable food, high-quality coffee, and champagne. It's akin to a luxurious hotel in the sky." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he leaned closer to Qin Feng, saying in a hushed tone, "And the flight attendants have stunning figures, adding a beautiful scenery to the experience. If you were to become wealthy in the future, would you choose first class, business class, or economy class?" Zhao Xian pondered for a moment before responding, "First class is splendid with such attentive service. Business class is also good, spacious and comfortable, but I would still choose economy class. Economy class may be somewhat cramped. However, aside from that, it lacks significant drawbacks. Considering the flight lasts only a few hours, and one does not reside on the aircraft indefinitely." Engaging in casual conversation, the hours swiftly passed. By afternoon, the two arrived in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a skyline adorned with towering edifices and an array of splendid terraces, prompting Zhao Xian to exclaim in wonder. Chapter 258, A Seat for 10,000. Truly, it is the economic center. How affluent. Zhao Xian arrived in the bustling city of Foresee for the first time, yet he had long been aware of its reputation as the nation's economic hub, the wealthiest city in the country. Upon his first sight, he instantly felt that Longzhou City paled in comparison. The incessant flow of traffic and dazzling neon lights presented an extravagant spectacle. Qin Feng, however, exhibited no surprise. Although he had never visited Foresee in this lifetime, he had traversed its streets countless times in his previous life, even purchasing a luxurious riverside apartment worth over 100 million. In contrast, a lavish 500-square-meter suite in Longzhou City would only cost around 10 to 20 million, which seemed remarkably affordable. Even a sprawling villa stretching over 1,000 meters could not compare in value to a residence along the riverside of Foresee. It was indeed deserving of its title as the economic heart of the nation, a city teeming with affluence. Even those with modest means, when juxtaposed against the populace of Longzhou City, would appear significantly wealthier. In Foresee, Zhao Xian felt somewhat out of place, constrained by the reality of his impoverished status. Despite possessing 100 million, he was acutely aware that it was not truly his own. "Where shall we head next, Mr. Qin?" Zhao Xian inquired, his face revealing a hint of discomfort. Qin Feng nearly chuckled at Zhao Xian's expression. "First, we shall dine. Indeed, as the saying goes, a man is iron, and a meal is steel. One cannot function properly on an empty stomach." Upon hearing the mention of food, Zhao Xian's stomach audibly protested. Soon, Qin Feng led Zhao Xian to a renowned French restaurant in Foresee, famous for its authentic French cuisine, crafted by foreign chefs and owners. Zhao Xian had never experienced French cuisine before, and the prospect of dining at such an establishment left him both astonished and delighted. However, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, indicating its popularity, and they had to take a number and wait in line. After an hour's wait, they were finally informed at 6 o'clock that a table was available, and both men heaved a sigh of relief. Having only eaten a meager breakfast and a quick meal on the plane, their hunger was palpable. Just as they settled into their seats, a figure approached them unexpectedly. Initially indifferent, Qin Feng's attention was drawn when the individual spoke. A young man, clad in designer attire, with an expression of nonchalance, glanced at Qin Feng and Zhao Xian before addressing them. "Excuse me, gentlemen, my friends and I have been waiting for quite some time. Would you be so kind as to relinquish your seats? Of course, I will compensate you monetarily for your kindness. You can simply rejoin the queue afterward, and it should only take an additional half hour at most." Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback and looked to Qin Feng for guidance. Although his hunger was overwhelming, he trusted Qin Feng implicitly, valuing his judgment above all else. However, Qin Feng merely shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid not. Please seek assistance elsewhere." He then resumed, placing his order without further ado. This scene caught the attention of the young man, who could not help but display a fleeting expression of displeasure on his face. Thus, he coldly reiterated, "My friend, could you do me a favor? 10,000 yuan. How does that sound?" Logically speaking, 10,000 yuan is no trifling amount. After all, a meal at this restaurant, without ordering excessively extravagant dishes, averages only a few thousand. Yet, this 10,000 yuan purchase is not merely a dining spot, but also the invaluable time of Qin Feng and Zhao Xian. Chapter 259. Truly high. Qin Feng glanced up at him, coldly refusing, "No need." The young man, immediately filled with anger, retorted, "Do you know who I am? Very few dare to treat me with such disrespect in the entire Shanghai market." Qin Feng shook his head dismissively, replying, "I have no interest in who you are, and I kindly ask you not to waste my time or spoil my mood. If you have money, why not just buy this restaurant? Then you wouldn't have to wait in line, would you?" His expression was laced with mockery. The young man, incensed by the taunt, forced a smile through his fury. "You're something else. Just make sure I don't see you in Shanghai again." With that, he left, heading to the back of the line. "Cursed luck," Qin Feng muttered under his breath, resuming his menu selection. At that moment, a figure approached from another table, smiling as he spoke. "My friend, you must be from out of town. Let me warn you, that guy is a well-known local bully, the scion of a wealthy family." Turning around, Qin Feng saw the speaker holding a glass of champagne, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a sharp suit, with a fair complexion and a robust build, all the while sporting a broad smile. Qin Feng nodded, stating, "We are indeed not locals, but we will not let him bully us. I like your spirit, unafraid of power." The man said, his eyes glinting with appreciation. "Shall we get acquainted? I enjoy making friends. I am Qin Feng, an investor. And this is Zhao Xian, a director. May I ask your name?" "What a coincidence. I am Luo Yiming, a professional agent. My friend is an actor, though not particularly famous. It seems we are all talented individuals whose ambitions have gone unrecognized, kindred spirits in a sense." Zhao Xian laughed, as if a floodgate of conversation had opened. "If you don't mind, shall we share a table?" Luo Yiming inquired, having come alone to the restaurant and now delighted to encounter like-minded companions. "With pleasure," Qin Feng replied, and the four of them gathered around a table, engaging in lively conversation. As the conversation flowed, Qin Feng suddenly remarked, "We are currently preparing to shoot a film and are in need of actors. Does your friend have any availability for a leading role?" At this, Luo Yiming was taken aback, exclaiming, "What a coincidence." Zhao Xian, though maintaining a neutral expression, was secretly in awe of Qin Feng. He had assumed Qin Feng chose this restaurant merely at random, but it turned out to be part of a larger plan. "Impressive. Truly impressive." Luo Yiming couldn't help but ask, "Do you know who my friend is?" Although he was unaware of Qin Feng and Zhao Xian's backgrounds, he felt deeply that Qin Feng was no ordinary individual, given the eloquence of their conversation. He Wenxiao has been in the industry for 2 decades, having appeared in numerous web dramas and films, albeit mostly in supporting roles. Qin Feng remarked with a smile that bordered on sarcasm. This statement jolted Luo Yiming, prompting an exclamation of surprise. "Did you inquire beforehand?" However, he swiftly came to a realization, suddenly feeling as though he had unwittingly fallen into the other party's trap. Was it possible that they had been waiting for him to step into their snare? Chapter 260. Late Bloomer's Inquiry in Advance. No, it is not merely an inquiry. It is about thorough preparation. Qin Feng is acutely aware of the conditions that could captivate the other party. Rest assured, we are not deceivers. This is a script. If your friend is interested, I am confident he would not refuse such a leading role. Moreover, the remuneration we offer will undoubtedly be generous. Upon receiving the script, Luo Yiming's expression turned somewhat serious. As the manager of the actor He Wenxiao and his loyal supporter, he must consider every aspect for He Wenxiao's benefit. "I will present the script to him." Luo Yiming solemnly nodded, then shifted his tone. "However, I must clarify in advance that my friend is merely a second-tier actor. He cannot be deemed as first-tier, let alone a top star. Perhaps his box office appeal is average. but his acting skills and abilities are unquestionably among the finest in the industry. Luo Yiming almost patted his chest in assurance. He harbored hopes that one day, He Wenxiao would achieve nationwide fame and acclaim. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, affirming, "I certainly believe in his acting prowess. There is no doubt about it. It is often said that gold will shine regardless. Yet in this era dominated by popularity, although He Wenxiao is indeed a gem, he has yet to be elevated to stardom by a major company. Despite his commendable skills, over the years, he has only been relegated to supporting roles in lesser-known web dramas and films, leaving his remarkable performances largely unappreciated by audiences. Consequently, his acting career has remained lukewarm. After 2 decades in the industry, having surpassed the age of 40, he still has not achieved the desired success. It was only several years later, in a significant production, that he was discovered and cast as the lead, propelling him to stardom and earning him the title of Best Actor, thus opening a multitude of opportunities for him. Such a journey can truly be described as a late bloom. In his previous life, Qin Feng was also an ardent admirer of this actor, captivated by his performances. Therefore, as he intended to delve deeply into the film industry, he certainly would not overlook this talented individual. Thus, Qin Feng orchestrated a serendipitous encounter, meeting He Wenxiao's manager, Luo Yiming, at a French restaurant. After finishing their meal, Luo Yiming felt a surge of excitement. He had never anticipated that a simple dinner would lead to such fortuitous developments. "Very well, Mr. Qin. Shall we agree to discuss this matter further at the Blue Whale Tea Room tomorrow?" Luo Yiming hastily confirmed the arrangement, fearing Qin Feng might change his mind. Qin Feng, pleased with this outcome, nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of this opportunity for both He Wenxiao and Luo Yiming. They would surely wish to have a serious discussion with him. Once Luo Yiming departed, Zhao Xianchai could not restrain his curiosity. "Mr. Qin, could it be that this second-tier actor, He Wenxiao, also possesses immense potential? You might consider watching some of the films and web dramas he has participated in. You will see his caliber. As a director, you are bound to perceive more than I do," Qin Feng replied. "That is indeed true." Without hesitation, seizing the moment while Qin Feng was occupied in the restroom, Zhao Xian acted with remarkable decisiveness, promptly searching online for film clips featuring He Wenxiao's performances. After reviewing several segments multiple times, an expression of overwhelming joy illuminated his face. Judging solely by these snippets, He Wenxiao's acting prowess is undeniably exceptional. However, he has merely portrayed minor supporting roles with limited screen time and significance. Bound by the constraints of his characters and the narrative, he had insufficient opportunity to fully unleash his talents. Were he to take on a leading role, it is likely that his performance would exceed all expectations. Chapter 261. The strong dragon cannot overpower the local snake. The more Zhao Xian perused the relevant excerpts, the more he felt that Qin Feng was truly formidable. He could not help but marvel at whether President Qin possessed a discerning eye or an uncanny ability to foresee the future. In an industry replete with talented directors, renowned actors, talent scouts, and film companies, none had unearthed such a promising actor. Yet, it was Qin Feng who discovered him. Zhao Xian was even convinced that if He Wenxiao were to achieve greater success in the future, he might have the opportunity to be crowned Best Actor. He undoubtedly possessed the potential to reach such heights. All he needed was a leading role or a significant supporting character with ample screen time to showcase his abilities. Before long, Qin Feng returned from the restroom, ready to escort Zhao Xian away in search of accommodation. However, mere steps from their departure, they were confronted by several burly men blocking their path. Observing this, Zhao Xian instinctively recoiled and exclaimed in alarm, "What do you intend to do in broad daylight?" Had this occurred in Longzhou City, he might have thought himself to have stumbled onto a film set, assuming they were enacting a contemporary drama. Clearly, this was not the case, and their intentions were far from benign. The leader among them, whom both Qin Feng and Zhao Xian recognized, was the young man from the restaurant who had previously attempted to buy their table for 10,000 yuan. With a chilling grin, he addressed them coldly. "In whose city? Who dares to disregard my authority, Wang Muyang? You two are in dire need of a lesson in manners." The menacing demeanor of the newcomers made Zhao Xian's expression stiffen. He was about to discreetly inquire how Qin Feng intended to respond, whether they should make a hasty retreat, when he noticed that Qin Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The initial trepidation that had gripped Zhao Xian surprisingly dissipated, seemingly influenced by Qin Feng's steadiness. He boldly warned Wang Muyang, "I advise you to reconsider. We live in a society governed by law. If you wish to avoid spending the latter half of your life in prison, it would be wise to behave and refrain from such actions." However, such a warning fell on deaf ears, only emboldening Wang Muyang further. He scoffed, looking down his nose at the two, and then burst into laughter as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Are you both fools? Just two insignificant ants. Once we finish with you, without tangible evidence, even the police will be powerless against us. With that, several brutish men beside him began to crack their knuckles, eager for a confrontation. Wang Muyang, undeterred, was confident in his family's substantial influence in New City. As long as he was not caught red-handed, he could act with impunity, knowing someone would always cover for him. He was resolute in his intention to teach Qin Feng and Zhao Xian a lesson, motivated solely by their perceived lack of respect during their encounter at the French restaurant. However, it was worth noting that the fault did not lie with Qin Feng and Zhao Xian. It is entirely this individual's fault for selecting Qin Feng, an obstinate and unyielding character. Wang Muyang had originally intended to rendezvous with a young and captivating actress, eager to showcase his affluent demeanor before such a lovely woman. Yet, by a stroke of misfortune, he found himself at the table of Qin Feng and Zhao Xian. Had it been any other table, they might have graciously offered him a seat out of respect for his esteemed lineage and reputation, for even the mightiest dragon cannot subdue the local serpent. Chapter 262. Consequences. Regrettably, neither Qin Feng nor Zhao Xian had any inkling of his true identity. Even if Qin Feng were aware of it, he would hardly regard him with any respect. Thus, it fell upon Qin Feng and Zhao Xian to play the roles of the naive fools. Have you truly made up your mind to act against us here? Qin Feng inquired languidly, observing Wang Muyang and his entourage encircling him and Zhao Xian. He appeared utterly unperturbed, adopting a relaxed demeanor, arms crossed, with a mocking expression that suggested he viewed Wang Muyang with disdain. Ironically, it was this very derision that incensed Wang Muyang the most. Known as the little tyrant of the Shanghai market, he was indeed accustomed to privilege and could not tolerate anyone overshadowing him. Being publicly humiliated by Qin Feng, which thwarted his rendezvous with a beautiful actress, had already left him seething with rage. Now, with Qin Feng maintaining such a dismissive facade, his fury escalated further. You cannot escape now. Fear not. It shall merely be a lesson in humility, he declared. For individuals like you two, who conveniently forget the consequences of their actions, it is imperative that you receive a proper reprimand. Remember my name. Should you find yourselves in the Shanghai market again, ensure to steer clear of me. Wang Muyang was eager to initiate hostilities. Should a confrontation arise, it was evident that Qin Feng and Zhao Xian would stand no chance against him and his crew. After all, mere fists could hardly contend with the strength of many, and his companions were seasoned fighters, accustomed to the rigors of boxing, capable of serving as personal bodyguards to the affluent. However, just as he was poised to strike, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air. Two police cars sped into view, coming to a halt at the roadside, from which emerged four uniformed officers. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Wang Muyang was momentarily taken aback. His expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to usher his underlings away, but alas, it was too late. Public brawling is a serious offense. I request that you accompany us for a brief discussion. In an instant, they found themselves surrounded, and Wang Muyang had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. He was not a fool. He understood that fleeing in fear of punishment or assaulting an officer would only exacerbate his predicament. When it was time to concede, he had no choice but to do so. Seeing this unfold, Zhao Xian could not help but mock. I told you, we live in a society governed by law. Even a clay figurine possesses a semblance of dignity. Moreover, Zhao Xian, now in a position of advantage, relished the opportunity to assert himself against those who had previously bullied him. Yet, he also felt a sense of relief. Had the police not arrived so promptly, they might have truly found themselves in dire straits today. Perhaps the evening would not have been spent in a hotel, but rather in a hospital. However, it did raise a question. How had the police responded so swiftly? Who among the passers-by had taken it upon themselves to call for help? As Zhao Xian surveyed the area, he noted the absence of onlookers. It seemed they had all fled. Suddenly, he recalled Qin Feng's earlier calm demeanor, and a thought struck him. Could it be that Qin Feng had alerted the authorities? But when did he report to the authorities? I have been by his side all along. How could I have failed to notice anything? Could it be that he called for help before any altercation even ensued? No, no, no. Such a notion is simply too terrifying. In Zhao Xian's view, there should not exist individuals who possess the gift of foresight. Yet, if it is the case that Qin Feng merely surmised that today would bring about such a calamity and thus decided to alert the authorities, does he not fear the possibility of being accused of mockery should his conjecture prove erroneous? Chapter 263. A flourishing scene. The more Zhao Xian contemplated, the more he found the situation peculiar. His gaze towards Qin Feng began to shift, casting doubt on whether the man was merely a corporate magnate or a fortune teller in disguise. It was not until a police officer approached that Zhao Xian was jolted back to reality. "Gentlemen, I must kindly ask you to accompany me for a statement," the young officer stated politely. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, and together they entered the police vehicle, heading to the station. The process of taking their statements was swift. The inquiries revolved around the time, place, and specifics of the altercation. Both Qin Feng and Zhao Xian recounted the events truthfully. Once their accounts were confirmed to be nearly identical, the officers allowed them to leave. By the time they emerged, twilight had descended. Zhao Xian felt somewhat disheartened. The day's events had been nothing short of surreal. An incessant stream of troubles had consumed their time. He sighed, hoping that the hours spent would lead to appropriate consequences for that individual. Qin Feng, however, shook his head and remarked, "You are overthinking it. No brawl actually transpired. It was merely an attempted one. Though Wang Muyang is pampered, he is not a fool. He would never confront the police directly. Moreover, given his family's stature, he undoubtedly has the means to secure his release or find scapegoats to absolve himself of any blame. He will certainly continue to wield his influence in the city. We must both remain vigilant to avoid any retaliation from him. If he were to confront us openly, we would not fear him, but should he resort to underhanded tactics, that would pose a significant threat." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He had scolded Wang Muyang at the police station, and it was certain that the latter bore a grudge. If Wang were to act covertly, Zhao would find it hard to defend himself, for while one can evade a direct attack, a hidden strike is much more treacherous. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he reassured himself. Firstly, there was little use in fearing the inevitable. Upon returning to Longo City, it was unlikely that Wang Muyang would pursue him there. Secondly, Qin Feng had instilled within him a sense of confidence. Given Qin Feng's shrewdness, he was certain to possess methods for countering any opposition. If Wang truly harbored resentment and sought to challenge Qin Feng, it would be an unwise endeavor indeed. Despite the multitude of vexations faced that day, Zhao Xian found solace in the discovery of an exceptionally talented actor. Even if the Tianjin company sought to blacklist him, forbidding their artists from collaborating with him, such measures were harsh and unjust. Yet he had persevered, managing to survive within the narrow confines of the industry. This resilience was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Many are often consumed by the fear of loss, overly fixated on the past, and excessively anxious about the future. However, the years of predictable existence had shaped Zhao Xian into a carefree individual. He paid little heed to what had transpired or what lay ahead, focusing instead on the present moment. Upon exiting the police station, the two strolled along the riverside path, captivated by the distant spectacle of vibrant lights and the bustling flow of traffic. Even Qin Feng could not help but marvel at the opulence of Shanghai's bustling scene. "If given the chance, one day I shall return here to film a movie, using this magnificent metropolis as my backdrop," Zhao Xian expressed with longing. Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder and replied, "By following my lead, you will undoubtedly fulfill your aspirations, ensuring that our names resonate within this splendid landscape. And it shall not be long before that day arrives." Chapter 264, The Blue Whale Tea House. Were it in the past, Zhao Xian would have scoffed at such words. However, in this moment, spoken from the lips of Qin Feng, the weight of those words was unmistakable, unparalleled by anyone else. Though the true extent of Qin Feng's wealth remained a mystery, the fact that he could effortlessly produce 100 million in investment without so much as a blink, unperturbed by the prospect of gains or losses, suggested that his assets were of an astronomical figure beyond Zhao Xian's wildest imagination. Qin Feng's actions had effectively captured Zhao Xian's loyalty and ignited within him a newfound confidence. After meandering along the riverbank for a while, the two leisurely sought out their accommodation, settling into a hotel that was modest yet comfortable. To Qin Feng, this hotel was a far cry from the opulence of the Golden Radiance Hotel in Hebei City, let alone the grandeur of the Huajun Hotel in Jiang Province. Yet for Zhao Xian, it represented a level of luxury he had never experienced. He had never stayed in such a lavish establishment throughout his life. In his days of despair, he could scarcely afford a rental room and often found himself lodging in budget hostels costing merely a few dollars a night. Sometimes even making do with a makeshift bed beneath a bridge, living a life where each meal was uncertain. Despite such hardships, he never relinquished his dream of becoming a director. When he finally earned some money from laboring on construction sites, his first act was not to indulge in better living conditions or food, but rather to save diligently, amassing what was undoubtedly a small fortune to purchase a camera. It is truly commendable for a person to remain steadfast in their aspirations despite years of poverty, and equally admirable to stay true to oneself amidst the allure of prosperity. Qin Feng recognized this quality in Zhao Xian. Otherwise, even if Zhao Xian were to achieve great success as a renowned director, amassing wealth beyond measure, he would not have captured Qin Feng's attention. Only those who can remain true to their original intentions, unyielding in hardship and uncorrupted by wealth or power, are worthy of deep friendship and genuine connection. The following morning, the two checked out of the hotel. Having brought little luggage, merely a change of clothes, they traveled lightly. After leaving the hotel, they proceeded as agreed to the Blue Whale Tea House, a notable establishment in the city known for its exquisite ambience. The owner, well-versed in the art of tea, had arranged the interior with great elegance, adorned with potted plants and fresh flowers, creating a pleasing atmosphere. With more than 10 private rooms boasting excellent sound insulation, this tea house was a favored venue for discussions of business secrets among the elite. The owner clearly understood the preferences and needs of the clientele, making thoughtful adjustments that contributed to the establishment's growing reputation and success. As per their arrangement, Qin Feng and Zhao Xian were to meet He Wenxiao and Luo Yiming here to discuss the filming of their movie and matters regarding compensation. Thus, upon entering the tea house, they spotted Luo Yiming and an unfamiliar gentleman waving at them. He was a dashing gentleman in his 40s, impeccably attired in formal wear. His captivating almond-shaped eyes added an extra touch of allure to his appearance, although a few lines had etched themselves upon his face. His physique remained remarkably well-maintained, neither too stout nor too slender. Even beneath the confines of his shirt, the subtle contours of his muscular frame were discernible. If all went as anticipated, this was none other than the actor He Wenxiao. Professional actors, in their quest to uphold their physique, meticulously regulate their diets and dedicate ample time to fitness. In this regard, he evidently excelled. Chapter 265, The Frenzied Ambition. Greetings, Mr. Qin. I am quite curious as to why you specifically sought me out. With so many prominent stars in the country, acquiring their participation along with such an excellent script would undoubtedly ensure the success of your film. After settling into his seat, He Wenxiao spoke candidly. Yet, Qin Feng could still perceive the lingering wariness etched upon his face. This reaction was entirely understandable. Anyone approached unexpectedly would harbor a sense of caution, for it defies the norm. Typically, affluent investors in the film industry gravitate towards collaborating with established, high-traffic celebrities, as their primary objective is to secure box office success rather than merely garnering critical acclaim. I have observed your previous web dramas, such as Witness and The Hunter. In these productions, your performance was commendable, exhibiting your unparalleled acting prowess. Qin Feng articulated with composure. Is it merely due to my acting skills? He Wenxiao paused, taken aback. It is common knowledge that we reside in an era where popularity reigns supreme. Exceptional acting alone, devoid of a substantial following, makes it exceedingly difficult to achieve widespread recognition. Of course not. Qin Feng shook his head. I am an investor, and regardless of circumstances, my singular aim remains unchanged, to generate profit. I will never engage in ventures that result in financial loss. This statement only deepened He Wenxiao's confusion. Then why choose me? While he had confidence in his acting abilities, he could at best be categorized as a secondary-tier actor, far from the first tier, let alone a top-tier celebrity. He lacked the assurance that the film would be commercially successful. From their initial conversation, he sensed that Qin Feng was a rational and astute individual. Fully aware of this reality, my interest in you stems from other considerations. I wish to undertake a grand venture. The goal extends beyond merely producing this film. I aspire to invest in additional films, and even establish a film company, signing on artists, directors, and screenwriters. Qin Feng explained. A single profitable film is insufficient to establish a newly formed film company. However, a film that not only enjoys critical acclaim but also achieves box office success, with effective marketing, would yield numerous benefits for my movie production company. I aim not only to profit, but to create a cycle of wealth. After completing this film, I intend to invest in 10 or even 100 more, ensuring that each subsequent film enjoys both acclaim and commercial success. As Qin Feng calmly concluded, He Wenxiao found himself swallowing hard, somewhat dumbfounded. As a secondary-tier actor, receiving $1 million in compensation for a role was a cause for gratitude. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Qin Feng's ambition. Initially, he perceived Qin Feng as merely a film enthusiast seeking to invest in a single project, perhaps even wishing to make a cameo as an inconsequential character to indulge his passion for acting. This inclination is quite common among affluent individuals, many of whom delight in making brief appearances in films they finance, relishing the opportunity to experience the spotlight. Only after engaging in conversation with Qin Feng did he truly comprehend the magnitude of his ambitions. Is Mr. Qin contemplating an incursion into the entertainment industry? He Wenxiao found himself utterly perplexed. Perhaps this illustrates the adage that a different profession is like a different mountain. He, a diligent actor, could not fathom the aspirations and obsessions of a businessman. To He Wei Xiao, the only term that could somewhat encapsulate this was sheer madness. Chapter 266, To Gain. One must let go. It is simply astonishing. This is a topic that transcends my imagination and reach. Entering the entertainment industry? No. Qin Feng smiled serenely, his eyes brimming with confidence. Those who enjoy gaming need not aspire to be esports athletes. Those who love films are not obliged to become actors or stars. And those who crave wealth do not necessarily seek to become bank managers. The entertainment industry is murky waters. I can navigate through them. But I refuse to become a mere fish within. Countless stars and artists vie desperately for attention, all in pursuit of popularity, whereas I choose to create my own allure. Once one becomes a fish in murky waters, they can only wait to be caught. Thus, I prefer to take charge of my own destiny. He Wei Xiao nodded in a semblance of understanding, though he candidly admitted that he found himself somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his ability to perceive Qin Feng's determination and charisma. Like Zhao Xian and Chen Shi, he too was a talent overlooked. Having often fantasized about encountering a discerning patron, now, that patron stood before him, and he could scarcely let this precious opportunity slip away. Mr. Qin, I will follow you. After taking a large gulp of tea, He Wei Xiao felt as if he had unraveled a knot that had bound him for years. With a fierce expression, he made his decision. Of course, he was not a rash individual. He had contemplated various factors before arriving at this conclusion. Firstly, the script of The Drug Lord was indeed remarkable, its themes reflecting profound societal realities, presenting a challenge to his acting skills. Taking on this role would allow him to hone his craft, elevating his abilities to new heights. He would even be willing to accept a lower salary for this opportunity. Secondly, Qin Feng had profoundly influenced him, revealing boundless possibilities. Rest assured, I'm not short of money. Your salary will be this amount, Qin Feng said, extending a finger. He Wei Xiao paused momentarily, murmuring, 1 million? Qin Feng shook his head in denial, promptly stating, 10 million. 10 million? He Wei Xiao could hardly believe his ears, doubting the reality of what he had just heard. A 10 million salary. The remuneration for second-tier actors typically hovers around 1 million. Only first-tier actors are privileged enough to command 10 million. Top-tier stars can earn tens of millions or even over 100 million for a single role. The highest salary He Wei Xiao had ever received for a film was merely 200,000. Noticing his astonishment, Qin Feng added, Do not doubt me. I have always been a man of my word. Furthermore, this is only the salary for this particular film. Should you wish to, you can sign a contract with our company, leading to an expanding array of roles and increasing remuneration. Of course, that is a discussion for another time. Upon hearing this, He Wei Xiao felt a surge of excitement within him. His agent, Luo Yiming, quickly nudged his arm, signaling him not to hesitate and to agree promptly. Opportunities like this do not come twice. In truth, for He Wei Xiao, who was bound for late-blooming success and destined to become an acclaimed actor, a 10 million salary was hardly a concern. However, for him at present, a remuneration of 10 million is an unimaginable figure. How many can truly withstand such temptation? Moreover, it seems that within the industry, only Qin Feng would dare to offer such a sum to secure a second-tier actor as the protagonist of his film. Qin Feng remains entirely indifferent to this. After all, it is said that one must make sacrifices to gain rewards, and 10 million is merely a trifle in his eyes. Chapter 267. Finalizing the contract with the funds secured and the terms and conditions amicably settled, He Wen Xiao understood that there was no need for further pretenses. Ultimately, after an engaging discussion, He Wen Xiao decisively made his choice. Thus, the principal and supporting roles for the God of Medicine were firmly established. Although the lead and supporting characters differed from the original vision, their professional prowess was undeniably superior, alleviating any concerns Qin Feng might have had. The remaining roles, featuring less prominent characters, would be considerably easier to cast. He Wen Xiao was well acquainted with numerous talented second and third-tier actors, and enlisting their help would expedite the process. After conferring with Zhao Xian, Qin Feng set the filming schedule for early October, shortly after the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Consequently, their 2-day journey to Shanghai came to a close. Reflecting on the trip, aside from a minor hiccup, everything had proceeded smoothly, leaving Qin Feng quite satisfied. On the 3rd day, the two boarded a plane for their return, arriving back in Longzhou City by the afternoon. No sooner had they returned than Qin Feng received a phone call from Qin Wu. Displaying on the screen was the name of his younger cousin, who was merely a year his junior. Qin Wu, a childhood companion, had always been a shadow at Qin Feng's side during their youth. Even after Qin Feng embarked on his own journey in Yueshing, returning home only for holidays, Qin Wu frequently reached out to maintain their connection. Each festive season, upon returning to his hometown, Qin Feng would meet with Qin Wu for drinks and reminiscences. During Qin Feng's tumultuous times, marked by business failures and a descent into gambling, it was Qin Wu who persistently urged him to return to the right path. Even when Qin Feng struggled to pay rent, Qin Wu, disregarding his wife's objections, lent him money in times of need. Despite Qin Feng's repeated failures to heed his advice, Qin Wu never wavered in his support. Thinking of his cousin filled Qin Feng with emotion. It is often said that those who bring joy are numerous, while those who offer aid in times of adversity are rare. Qin Wu was one of those few. He did not bask in the glory of Qin Feng's success during his peak, nor did he abandon him during his nadir. "Brother Feng, how have you been lately?" Qin Wu's familiar dialect resonated through the call as it connected. "I'm doing well, Wuzi. Have you steered clear of gambling? How's life treating you? If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out." Qin Wu inquired. "I've given up gambling. That vice is best avoided." Qin Feng replied earnestly. This was indeed a heartfelt statement. It is often said that gamblers are the most despicable, and this adage holds true. Had Qin Feng not experienced an epiphany, he would likely be mired in debt today. If he were burdened with 1,000,000 in liabilities, even Qin Wu's willingness to help would be in vain, for he was merely an ordinary employee at a small company. Having struggled to save enough for a down payment on a home despite his generous assistance to Qin Feng, together with his wife, life had been somewhat strained. "Wow," came Qin Wu's surprised voice from the other end of the line. "Brother Feng, have you finally seen the light? It's wonderful that you've come to your senses. It's never too late to turn back now. The books say that a wayward son who returns is worth more than gold. Focus on finding a job and dedicate yourself to it. Life will surely improve. Rest assured, I'll help keep your gambling issue hidden from your parents. However, have you secured employment yet? Are you facing any difficulties in life? Do you have the means to pay your rent?" After the initial surprise, Qin Wu inquired with a hint of concern. Chapter 268. True feelings revealed in adversity in Qin Wu's eyes. Although Qin Feng had turned over a new leaf, it was likely that due to his previous gambling habits, he had lost a considerable sum of money, which must have rendered his life somewhat challenging. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could not help but jest. "Why are you being so fussy like a woman?" Despite his teasing, he felt deeply touched. It was only a true brother like Qin Wu, who revealed genuine concern in times of hardship, that would tirelessly urge him to reconsider his choices, constantly worrying about his well-being and fearing his struggles. Thus, Qin Feng replied earnestly, "Wuzi, you needn't worry about me. I'm doing fine, occasionally working, dabbling in stocks, and engaging in some investments." Initially, when Qin Wu heard that Qin Feng was managing well, he felt a sense of relief. However, upon learning about Qin Feng's stock trading and investments, his heart immediately sank again. "Brother Feng, I have heard that buying stocks is akin to gambling. With good luck, one can profit, but with bad luck, one can lose everything. Perhaps you should refrain from such ventures. The risks are too great," he cautioned. "Moreover, what can one truly gain from investments? If losses occur, the money could slip away like water. Those are hard-earned funds." Qin Wu, a mere employee in a small company, with a wife running a modest business, regarded every penny he earned as precious and dared not take risks. "Rest assured, Wu Zi, I know my limits," Qin Feng assured him. Upon hearing this, Qin Wu felt somewhat reassured and continued, "All right, I trust you, Brother Feng. You were always the smarter one in school, undoubtedly more level-headed and discerning than I. That aside, Brother Feng, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. Will you be coming home? You Haven Tea returned in 2 to 3 years, and Dad and Mom keep mentioning you, along with your wife and Nyo. You've not even called in months to let them know you're safe. Even sharing a bit of your struggles would ease their worries." Qin Feng nodded, saying, "I will definitely return this year. After all, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunion. We will all go back, without exception. I want tea call beforehand, as I want to surprise Mom and Dad." He added, "Also, Wu Zi, please take good care of them for me." Indeed, as Qin Wu pointed out, Qin Feng had not been home for several years. Each time he called his parents, he only conveyed good news, never mentioning his business failures, his self-destructive behavior, or his gambling issues. Even his divorce from Lin Ruoxue was something his parents were blissfully unaware of. He feared that revealing such truths would only distress them and potentially harm their health. At that moment, Qin Wu repeatedly assured him, "Don't worry, Brother Feng. I often visit Dad and Mom, bringing them some food or health supplements, and I spend time chatting with them. When you returned previously, the little kitten you bought has now grown up, providing companionship to my parents. As long as you make it a point to visit them during the holidays, that suffices." With technology so advanced and transportation so convenient, it was only when Qin Wu mentioned it that Qin Feng recalled that 2 years prior, during his visit to his parents, he had indeed purchased a cat for them. The intention was to offer them solace in his absence, allowing a small pet to accompany them through their leisurely moments. Chapter 269. Full of gimmicks. His father, Qin Xuetzai, was doing well, though in his 50s, he had yet to retire and frequently gathered with colleagues and friends for meals and drinks. However, his mother, Wang Xiaomei, led a solitary life, tending to their modest home with few friends and little understanding of contemporary technology and entertainment. All right, Feng Gu, you handle it yourself. I'll hang up now, but do make sure to contact me when you return. Qin Wu quickly ended the call, leaving Qin Feng both amused and exasperated. Wuzi had not changed at all. He remained as frantic as ever. Yet, this very constancy evoked a sense of nostalgia for the good old days. The following morning, Qin Feng first visited Rinhe Pharmaceutical Company. The firm was now under the complete management of Zhang Han, which reassured Qin Feng, allowing him to relish his role as a hands-off proprietor, content to await the profits. The subsidiary in Longzhou and the one in the provincial capital were gradually taking shape, with hundreds of pharmacies collaborating within the province and dozens of hospitals joining the ranks. This scale already surpassed what was left of the Tongren Group. Furthermore, expanding into Jiang Province's market would render the absorption of the Tongren Group a mere formality. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry to execute such a significant takeover. His primary goal was to maintain Rinhe Pharmaceutical in a steadily ascending state. Sooner or later, the Tongren Group would indeed be absorbed. It was merely a matter of time. Qin Feng's visit to Rinhe Pharmaceutical had two main purposes. Firstly, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, although many would be on holiday, some employees would inevitably remain on duty. There was no need for Qin Feng, as the CEO, to personally manage overtime compensation. Such mundane affairs were best left to the finance department. Still, it was customary for pharmacies to host member activities during the festival, and Rinhe Pharmaceutical must keep pace with these trends, ensuring their promotions were abundant. Once Qin Feng reiterated this point, everyone understood, and there was no further cause for concern. The second purpose was to discuss employee benefits for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Qin Feng had always treated his employees exceptionally well, a stark contrast to other companies that often exploited their workforce. This benevolence was a key reason many talented individuals chose to join Rinhe Pharmaceutical. The company offered competitive salaries, with new hires earning over 10,000 yuan a month, along with relevant commissions. Additionally, during holidays, they prepared thoughtful gift boxes and bonuses. Naturally, the Mid-Autumn Festival would feature special gift boxes and bonuses. An essential policy Qin Feng staunchly upheld. By treating employees well, he fostered a sense of belonging within the company, encouraging them to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their work. As the saying goes, one must sacrifice to gain. Qin Feng understood that for a company to develop steadily within a healthy ecosystem, it could not deplete its resources nor act as a parasitic capitalist. It was precisely because he attended to these details that his wealth had consistently increased, with his total assets now reaching a staggering 13 billion yuan. It is noteworthy that his initial liquid capital was only slightly over 16 billion yuan, from which he had invested 30 billion yuan into Fengshui Limited and had spent considerable funds elsewhere. Now, he had recuperated approximately 10 billion yuan, thanks solely to Rinhe Pharmaceutical's effective medications swiftly capturing 2 provincial markets. Moreover, the pharmaceutical market continues to expand, destined to flourish and permeate every corner of the nation. At that time, the fortune that Qin Feng stands to gain will multiply tenfold. Furthermore, it is not solely he, the proprietor, who will reap the rewards. The shareholders Gao Jie, Han Xiaolong, and Chu Tianhe will also amass millions. Remarkably, this is merely within the span of a single month. Should this trend persist, they may effortlessly await their earnings without lifting a finger. Chapter 270. Teach a man to fish. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that a miracle drug could only yield benefits for a limited duration. It could not sustain a company indefinitely. As a pharmaceutical enterprise, Rinhe Pharmaceuticals had a long journey ahead, necessitating the development of commensurate, high-quality products. To this end, the technical department of the company must expedite the recruitment of talent for research and development. The launch of numerous new products would be essential to maintain the vitality of the entire organization. After establishing the strategic directives, Qin Feng proceeded to his father-in-law Lin Zhenhe's residence. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, visiting relatives had become a cherished tradition, and his in-laws were no exception. He had meticulously prepared the requisite gifts and red envelopes, purchasing the finest tobacco and liquor for his father-in-law, and selecting the highest quality health supplements available on the market for his mother-in-law. Yet, upon nearing their residential building, Qin Feng was startled by a resounding roar from Lin Zhenhe. "Get lost, you scoundrel! Just like your cousin-in-law Qin Feng, you are an incorrigible gambler. Gamblers are not worthy of pity." Hearing such a tempestuous outburst, Qin Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead, his expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Although he understood that Lin Jinhe's words were not directed at him, the comparison was indeed awkward, especially since he had inadvertently overheard the remark. Day after day, you squander your time. How many jobs have I procured for you? You manage to hold on to each for mere days before losing your sense of purpose. With so many opportunities, why can't you sustain even one? Lin Jinhe continued his tirade, while Qin Feng's thoughts drifted to the individual being chastised. Lin Ruoxue had a cousin named Lin Yi, with whom the family maintained a reasonably amicable relationship. However, he was a young man with lofty aspirations, but lacking practical skills. Having graduated from university just 2 years prior, he squandered any money he acquired and was perpetually unable to secure stable employment. Even when he managed to find a position through connections, he would lose interest after a mere 10 days or so. Always distracted, he dreamed of striking it rich, yet exhibited no willingness to engage in diligent work. It was only then that Qin Feng realized Lin Yi's penchant for frivolity had escalated to the point of gambling. Much like himself, just as he was mulling over this revelation, a figure rushed down the stairs, seemingly in flight, and collided with Qin Feng, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Who are you? Can't you watch where you're going? As he picked himself up, ready to express his indignation, he was taken aback to find it was Qin Feng before him. The harsh words he had prepared were abruptly swallowed. A broad smile spread across his face as he approached Qin Feng, slinging an arm around his shoulder with an ingratiating tone. Oh, cousin-in-law, what a coincidence. Coincidence? Indeed. It is rather fortuitous. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him and casually inquired, have you lost another job due to your antics? This was no baseless assumption. Qin Feng knew Lin Yi all too well. Once frivolity became a habit, it was difficult to amend. This individual had repeated such behavior multiple times, and it was likely that he had succumbed to this vice once more. No, not at all. I merely engaged in a small wager with friends and lost all my money, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head like a bobblehead, his words stumbling forth. He then gestured towards his empty pockets, resembling a deflated balloon. Your cousin has assisted you numerous times. It is high time for you to alter your approach. You cannot continually seek help from him whenever you encounter difficulties, as their circumstances are quite strained. Observing his demeanor, Qin Feng, as usual, offered his familiar advice with the tone of a mentor. In this regard, he speaks from experience. He too once harbored the detrimental habits of gambling and indulgence, fully aware of the grave consequences they entail. Surprisingly, Lin Yi responded with a sycophantic expression, saying, your counsel is indeed sound, but I find myself in dire financial straits. Given that you are now quite affluent, a leader of a major corporation, might you consider extending a small loan to me? I have heard that your wealth has surpassed 100 million. Such a sum would render my request a mere trifle for you, with little detriment to your finances. If you could assist me this once, I assure you I will dedicate myself to diligent work henceforth and abandon my frivolous pursuits. Chapter 271. Lending you money is not as noble as charity. Look at you, still pretending. I've seen the news. Do you know what they call you in the headlines? President Qin, billionaire. What's the matter, cousin-in-law? Now that you've struck it rich, have you forgotten about your humble cousin? Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, Lin Yi spoke with a face full of flattery. Now that you've prospered, what would it cost you to lend me some money? Just a few thousand, which is merely a drop in the bucket for you. I know you are now the illustrious CEO of Rinhe Pharmaceutical, and the media speculate that your assets amount to several hundred million. A few thousand is just a fraction of that. Qin Feng fell silent, realizing for the first time that he had become quite well known. Anyone with a modicum of interest in business news in Yuqing must have heard his name. Not to mention, he had recently been invited to an awards ceremony for the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. The media undoubtedly spread his name like wildfire, and he had become a celebrity in Yuqing. Perhaps only Lin Ruoxue, who paid no attention to the business circle, remained unaware of Qin Feng's current fame. Fame is fame. After all, they say that people fear notoriety as pigs fear growing fat, yet Qin Feng remained indifferent to his newfound recognition. Fame has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the promotional effect, positively influencing his company. The downside, however, is evident. Individuals like Lin Yi, who only think of unearned gains, seem to believe that Qin Feng's money is theirs for the taking. With nothing more than a flimsy familial connection, he dares to demand financial support from Qin Feng. If he were a diligent worker, perhaps borrowing money would be out of the question. But it is said that one should aid the deserving, not the destitute, and certainly never lend to a gambler. Once upon a time, Qin Feng was a gambler himself, fully aware of their perilous nature. Even if he were to lend him money, it would not be long before Lin Yi would squander it away and return, cap in hand. For more, an endless cycle with no end in sight. They say it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. No matter how wealthy Qin Feng became, he would not part with a single cent. For that path is an insatiable bottomless pit. With such wealth, directing it towards charitable endeavors, helping children in mountainous regions and impoverished families, is infinitely more noble than lending to a gambler. So forget that notion. I will not lend you a single penny. Moreover, I advise you to abandon gambling, to collect yourself, and to work diligently. It is far better than living as a gambler. Though Qin Feng knew that such counsel would likely fall on deaf ears, he persisted out of a sense of duty. As expected, Linny paid no heed to Qin Feng's words and, with growing impatience, retorted, all right. Everyone says the same thing. My ears are worn out from hearing it. If you refuse to support me, then so be it. Don't use those words to pressure me." With an angry expression, he continued sarcastically, "So, now that you've achieved success, you've forgotten your cousin altogether. Being wealthy is such a grand achievement, isn't it? Fortunately, my cousin divorced you. Otherwise, I would feel immense sorrow for her to spend a lifetime with such a miser." With that, he hurriedly departed. Although his words were harsh, Qin Feng did not take them to heart. This was merely a trivial episode, and Qin Feng had no desire to stoop to the level of a gambler. Moreover, for Lin Yi to reconsider his choices, he must first genuinely acknowledge his mistakes. Only then might the prodigal son find his way back. Chapter 272. A changed era. Much like Qin Feng, had he not endured the trials of divorce and the irrevocable solitude of the latter half of his life, he might have remained ensnared in a web of misguided choices, forever unable to retrace his steps. Before long, Lin Yi's figure vanished from Qin Feng's sight, leaving no trace behind. Retracting his gaze, Qin Feng ascended the stairs once more, arriving at the doorstep of his father-in-law's residence. Upon knocking, an irritable voice echoed from within. "We've told you countless times, you gambler, we will not lend you a single penny. How many times have we helped you? You never learn your lesson. Please do not disturb your uncle and aunt." Hearing this, Qin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated, realizing that Lin Jinhe must have assumed Lin Yi had returned. Thus, he feigned an air of mystery and jested, "The gambler has arrived, but not the one you think." Behind the door, Lin Jinhe responded with a note of skepticism. Quickly widening his eyes to peer through the peephole, he soon beheld Qin Feng laden with numerous bags. Without hesitation, he swung the door open. Regarding Qin Feng with a frosty demeanor, "What do you want?" Taken aback for a moment, Qin Feng quickly regained his composure, a sigh escaping his lips. Although he had previously gifted Lin Jinhe and Li Guizhi a token of goodwill along with 50,000 yuan, he understood that such gestures were insufficient to atone for past grievances or erase the pain inflicted upon Lin Ruoxue and Yuanyou. The elderly couple, as expected, remained steadfast in their disdain, offering Qin Feng no semblance of warmth. Indeed, it was not only Lin Jinhe. At that moment, Li Guizhi approached briskly, inquiring about the visitor. Upon turning to discover it was Qin Feng, her expression soured as well. Qin Feng, however, bore no resentment. He possessed a thick skin and ample patience. Moreover, he noticed a marked improvement in their demeanor compared to their last encounter, where they had brandished a broom to chase him away. The loathing in their eyes then was 1,000 times more terrifying than the coldness he faced now, as if they wished to devour him whole. "Father, mother, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, and given that Ruoxue is preoccupied with work and caring for Yuanyou, I thought I would come to visit you both. I have brought some gifts that I believe you will find quite useful. They are a token of my goodwill." Disregarding the couple's frosty reception, he presented a collection of gifts. Drawing from his previous experience, Lin Jinhe gasped upon seeing the items in Qin Feng's hands. These were among the highest quality gifts available on the market: premium cigarettes, fine liquor, and top-tier health products, all belonging to esteemed brands, with prices soaring into the thousands. Although Lin Jinhe had yet to retire, even saving his entire monthly salary would not suffice to purchase such health products. Nevertheless, he perceived Qin Feng's offerings as mere attempts at bribery and retorted harshly, "Take your gifts back. We do not desire them. Please refrain from contacting Ruoxue again. Have you not caused her enough pain?" Upon hearing such a stern refusal, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, possessing a thick skin, he earnestly declared, "Father, mother, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Nevertheless, I have undergone significant transformation since then. I concede that I previously left you with an unfavorable impression. Yet I assure you that I am committed to change. I humbly ask for an opportunity to start anew." Chapter 273. Resentment. Lin Jinhe was momentarily taken aback, recalling the days when Qin Feng was still a gambling addict. Back then, he would never have spoken to his elder in such a manner. Instead, he had been quite irritable, often resorting to loud reprimands. It seemed that Qin Feng had indeed transformed. As he had claimed, now not only capable of earning a living, but also willing to acknowledge his past mistakes. Should he extend an opportunity to him? He pondered for a moment. Having previously accepted gifts from Qin Feng, including a sum of 50,000 yuan, it would seem unreasonable to now refuse him. However, out of a sense of pride, he let out a cold snort and said, "Come in, speak your mind quickly. We want to be preparing a meal for you. So it's best you finish your business and leave promptly." Qin Feng's face lit up with a smile as he entered the home of Lin Jinhe and Li Guizhi. Placing the gifts down, he continued, "Actually, I came not only to deliver some festive greetings as a token of my goodwill, but also to inform you that this mid-autumn festival, Ruo Shui may not be coming home. She has already promised to return to her hometown with me." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinhe and Li Guizhi were momentarily stunned. The couple wore nearly identical expressions, and it took them a while to regain their composure. They were well aware that Qin Feng hailed from a distant place, far removed from Longzhou City. Yet, they found it hard to believe that Lin Ruo Shui had truly agreed to this arrangement. After all, she was their biological daughter, and they knew her well. They understood that Lin Ruo Shui was quite stubborn and typically would not acquiesce to such matters. Could it be that their daughter had genuinely reconsidered? Or perhaps, as in the past, she had fallen for Qin Feng's flowery words once again? Ruo Shui truly agreed. Li Guizhi exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Qin Feng nodded and added, "Mom, Dad, if you don't believe me, you can call her directly." "No need." Lin Jinhe shook his head. "Ruo Shui is my daughter. How could I not know her? I heard that you assisted her at work recently, and she mentioned it to us. She probably agreed to accompany you out of concern for owing you a favor. Your parents are straightforward people. Though we don't often communicate due to the distance, I trust their character. Since Ruo Shui has consented, we cannot interfere. Just remember, if you are taking Ruo Shui and Yo back for the festival, you must ensure they return safe and sound. Otherwise, even if I am indifferent to my old bones, I will fight you tooth and nail." Seeing Lin Jinhe adopt a serious demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He then added, "Actually, Mom and Dad could join us on the trip. It would only require a couple of additional plane tickets. With today's advanced transportation, it wouldn't take long to get there. It's a rare occasion for the Mid-Autumn Festival. We could all celebrate together." Lin Jinhe shook his head, coldly replying, "No need for that. We are both nearing an age where we no longer wish to travel extensively." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could only respond with regret. "Very well then. I heard from Lin that you are now the company's president and quite wealthy?" After a prolonged silence, perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere surrounding them, Lin Jinhe once again broke the silence and inquired. Qin Feng nodded and replied, "By sheer luck, I became the owner of a company and earned a modest sum." Lin Jinhe continued, "That rascal Lin Yi, much like you in the past, is once again indulging in his frivolous ways and has become a gambler. I suspect that if he learns of this matter, he will likely seek to borrow money from you. Do not lend him any." Chapter 274. The thoughts of the elders. I encountered him just downstairs. He even asked to borrow money from me, but I declined. Lin Jinhe said fiercely, "It's best not to lend him anything. A gambler like him is utterly unworthy of sympathy. If you lend him money, he will never repay you and will only return to ask for more. He is a bottomless pit." Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling as though those words were a veiled reference to his former self. He quickly shifted the topic, saying, "Mom, Dad, I imagine you're not entirely comfortable living in this house. Why not consider moving to the city? I have a villa in the western new city, which has just been developed. The environment is pleasant and vibrant, with ample greenery and complete amenities, perfect for elderly living." Upon entering, Qin Feng noticed the modest abode where Lin Jinhe and Li Guizhi resided. It was merely 40 or 50 square meters, while adequate for the elderly couple. The place appeared somewhat dilapidated. During his previous property acquisition, he had sold all his holdings, reserving a villa as a safeguard for unforeseen circumstances. The real estate market had become increasingly saturated. Aside from a few newly developed policies, few would be inclined to make substantial purchases, alleviating the need for excessive property hoarding. A villa? Lin Jinhe was taken aback but quickly shook his head. "No need. We're quite comfortable here in the countryside, and we know many people. Moving there means getting acquainted with strangers, which is too much trouble." Qin Feng pondered this and soon felt at ease. The elderly cherished their camaraderie with peers, relishing in jovial banter. Although residing in the city would offer comfort, it could also lead to a sense of isolation. Unless Lin Ruo Shui could be persuaded to join them, the family would remain fragmented. Yet such a scenario felt like a distant fantasy for Qin Feng, far too unreal. He sensed a change in Lin Jinhe's attitude towards him. It was as if a dam had broken, and they conversed for half an hour. Eventually, Qin Feng took his leave, having delivered gifts that included 2 red envelopes. Remaining any longer would only engender further annoyance. Qin Feng possessed considerable patience. He understood that altering one's impression of him would not occur overnight and must not be rushed, requiring a measured approach. Such calm exchanges, cultivated gradually, would yield the best results. As the elderly couple watched Qin Feng depart, Lin Jinhe contemplated rising to see him off, but ultimately let out a cold snort and remained seated. Observing Qin Feng's forlorn expression, Li Guizhi couldn't help but inquire, "What is your current opinion of Qin Feng? It seems he has made some improvements. He is indeed different now." More composed and grounded, Lin Jinhe replied. Were it not for Qin Feng's past transgressions, he might have deemed him worthy of being his golden son-in-law. At present, his heart was conflicted, filled with mixed emotions. And what of Ruoxue? Do you support their reconciliation? Yet, Li Guizhi could not help but inquire once more. The happiness of her daughter was her utmost concern. What significance do gifts hold? No matter how many presents are bestowed, they cannot erase the harm he has inflicted upon Ruoxue. Chapter 275. Ingenious plan. Li Guizhi spoke with a heavy heart, but we have accepted his gifts. Does that not leave us indebted? It feels rather inappropriate, does it not? Those of the older generation place great significance on social obligations. Now that Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue are divorced, they are, in essence, unbound. If we accept the gifts he has sent, word may spread, and before we know it, it could turn into gossip, leaving us in an awkward position and tarnishing our reputation. This is merely what he ought to have given, considering how he treated us and how he treated Ruoxue. Have you forgotten? Lin Jinhe concluded, falling into a long silence before he sighed. However, if Qin Feng's current demeanor is genuine, he is indeed commendable and worthy of Ruoxue. If they were to reconcile and lead a happy life together, that would be splendid. Yet, it is certain that Ruoxue will not forgive him so easily. It remains to be seen how he will conduct himself in the future. Alas, what does it matter? Why should we, as an elderly couple, fret? As long as he does not mistreat Ruoxue, their youthful matters should be theirs to navigate. What concern is it of ours? After leaving Lin Jinhe's home, Qin Feng drove back to the city. His primary intention for this visit was to mend the relationship with his in-laws. Following his divorce from Lin Ruoxue, the relationship had grown somewhat strained. To alleviate this tension, it was essential not only to approach Lin Ruoxue, but also to engage with those close to her, particularly her parents, Lin Jinhe and Li Guizhi. This could truly be considered a clever strategy. Upon his return to Longo City, Qin Feng received a series of Mid-Autumn Festival gifts from Sheng Hongyan and Ming Fanxi. One represented the collaborative efforts of the Shengshi Group, while the other was from the Jiang Province partner, Huojun Group. Both collaborators held Qin Feng in high regard, and thus maintained their relationship by sending gifts during the festive season. Both ladies personally delivered their particularly lavish gifts, which Qin Feng graciously accepted. At such times, there was no need for refusal or pretense. Accepting their festive greetings was a gesture of mutual respect. With only 3 days remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, Qin Feng completed his pressing matters and purchased a first-class ticket along with baggage for the day before the festival. The remaining days provided him with a perfect opportunity to spend quality time with Nyonyo. That afternoon, he arrived punctually at the kindergarten to pick up Nyonyo after school, marking her last day of classes before the somewhat prolonged Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. As the dismissal bell rang, Nyonyo dashed out like a spirited child, colliding joyfully into Qin Feng's embrace. Upon looking up and seeing Qin Feng, her face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Daddy, when did you arrive?" Seeing Nyonyo brought Qin Feng immense joy, and he affectionately ruffled her petite nose, gently replying, "I've been here for quite some time. Father is no longer busy with work and has come to pick up Nyonyo for her holiday." However, Nyonyo appears reluctant, murmuring, "Dad always claims to be busy with work. It has been such a long time since he last came to pick me up." Qin Feng is taken aback and playfully scolds, "Didn't I just pick you up a few days ago?" Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that he indeed visits only every few days, which does render him somewhat remiss in his duties. Chapter 276. A stroll together. Nyonyo blinked her bright, lively eyes and suddenly exclaimed, "Mom." At that moment, Qin Feng turned around and was taken aback by the sight of a familiar and beautiful silhouette. It dawned on him that Lin Ruoxue was standing right behind him. Typically, it was Lin Ruoxue who would pick up and drop off Nyonyo. After all, Qin Feng often found himself caught up in work or social engagements, making it challenging for him to maintain a daily routine. However, he would occasionally carve out time amid his busy schedule to collect Nyonyo from kindergarten. In the past, he would always notify Lin Ruoxue in advance, but today, on a whim, he had chosen not to inform her, resulting in this unexpected encounter where they both arrived to pick Nyonyo up from school at the same time. "I didn't know you were coming too," Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but say. She had intended to express that had she known he would be there, she would have refrained from coming, But considering the presence of so many people, she opted for a more neutral remark. Qin Feng smiled and replied, I just happened to have some free time, and I missed Nyo, so I decided to come. Women often say that men are charming deceivers, and sometimes this notion holds a grain of truth. In reality, Qin Feng had not come on a mere whim. He had intentionally chosen this time to create this serendipitous encounter. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward as both fell into silence. At that moment, Nyo tugged at Qin Feng's shirt. Yay! Both Daddy and Mommy came to pick me up. For Nyo, this moment was something she had longed for. Ever since the discord between Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue led to their divorce, she had constantly envisioned a harmonious scene of the three of them together. Now, although the situation was a bit uncomfortable, it undeniably manifested her dream, albeit temporarily. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng immediately said, Nyo, would you like to go shopping? Daddy and Mommy can accompany you. We can buy things and enjoy delicious food. Upon hearing this, Nyo erupted with excitement, leaping into the air. Children love shopping, bright colors, and delightful treats, and Nyo was no exception. Previously, during the tumultuous phase when Qin Feng was entangled in gambling and domestic disputes, she had buried these desires deep within her heart. His spontaneous proposal momentarily left Lin Ruoxue at a loss. She had intended to take Nyo home for dinner and had no desire to go shopping, particularly not with Qin Feng. After all, they were divorced, and a shopping trip would likely lead to encounters with acquaintances and unwarranted gossip. However, seeing Nyo's enthusiastic response, Lin Ruoxue felt compelled to agree, nodding reluctantly. Thus, Qin Feng, alongside Lin Ruoxue, took Nyo out for a shopping excursion. The kindergarten was renowned as an elite institution. Situated in the bustling commercial district of Longzhou City, surrounded by numerous shopping streets filled with entertainment, dining, and luxury boutiques, offering an array of extravagant delights. Throughout the journey, Lin Ruoxue had intended to maintain a respectful distance. However, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to grasp Nyo's hand. Nyo, being exceptionally intelligent and spirited for her age, promptly extended her little hand to Lin Ruoxue. Observing this, Lin Ruoxue gently brushed her fair forehead and took hold of Nyo's hand. Thus, they formed a harmonious trio, with one on each side of Nyo, creating an enchanting scene that elicited admiration from onlookers, who couldn't help but commend the beauty and talent of the pair, reflecting a blissful and harmonious family. Faintly hearing these compliments, Lin Ruoxue's cheeks bloomed with a delicate blush. Chapter 277. Lin Yi's schemes. Having attempted to borrow money twice without success, Lin Yi returned to his residence, slumping despondently onto the tattered sofa. This was his current abode, a dilapidated, dim, and damp rental unit situated near a sewer, where, come nightfall, a myriad of insects would swarm, and the air was suffused with the repugnant stench of decay. Feeling the emptiness of his pockets, he found only a few crumpled bills, insufficient even for a meager meal. He had hoped to borrow several thousand from his cousin or her husband to gamble once more, perhaps to strike it rich and reclaim hundreds of thousands. Yet, both had turned him down, leaving him to retreat, dejected, to the shadows of his dismal dwelling. The very thought of Lin Jinhe and Qin Feng's disdainful faces ignited his fury, and the more he pondered, the more incensed he became, wishing he could pound his fists in frustration. No, this cannot be the end. Damn it, now that Qin Feng has amassed such wealth, what harm is there in sharing a fraction with me? After all, he was once my brother-in-law. Moreover, considering how poorly he treated my sister in the past, he ought to atone for his transgressions. The more Lin Yi contemplated, the more he felt the situation was untenable. He could no longer endure living in this rental, oscillating between hunger and fear of violent debt collectors. The anxiety-ridden life was intolerable. Back in his university days, he had often fantasized about venturing into business, striking it rich, and becoming a millionaire, residing in a luxurious villa and driving a prestigious car. Yet now, the harsh reality was that such dreams were a mere illusion. I cannot bear this any longer. Alone, Lin Yi found himself seething with anger, his face flushed, and he clenched his fists, striking the wall of the rental with force. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to extract some funds from his brother-in-law. The media speculated that his assets were worth several hundred million. What difference would it make if I received a mere 10 or 20 million? With that, I could finally afford a grand home and a luxury car. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, Lin Yi's gaze darkened with resentment. In his eyes, Qin Feng's wealth rightfully belonged to relatives like him. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden spark ignited in his mind, and he exclaimed, Eureka! If Qin Feng acts this way, he cannot fault me for being unreasonable. Once I disseminate some explosive news, I'll have him by the throat, forcing him to pay me off to quell the situation. With that, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number, not disclosing to whom he was calling. Meanwhile, as Linny contemplated how to procure money from Qin Feng. The latter was relishing one of the happiest periods of his life. "Daddy, I want that toy." Nyo pointed eagerly at an adorable strawberry bear plush. "Daddy will buy it for you." Qin Feng chuckled, stepping forward to purchase the toy. However, Lin Ruoxue quickly intervened, chiding, "Don't spoil her too much. You'll ruin her." Qin Feng waved dismissively, cheerfully responding, "She is our daughter. What harm is there in indulging her a little?" He then proceeded to purchase the delightful strawberry bear. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Ruoxue could only sigh in resignation. She had always been a proponent of frugality, opposing such ostentatious displays of extravagance. After all, Nyo's family already possessed several similar dolls. To her surprise, Qin Feng not only purchased a doll for Nyo, but also inquired earnestly, "Shall we go buy a few new outfits?" Chapter 278. This only once I don't need it. Lin Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking her head. "I have plenty of clothes at home that I can still wear. How about buying 2 new sets?" Qin Feng was unyielding, his tone rather commanding. He could easily discern that Lin Ruoxue had a penchant for frugality. Her clothes had been mended numerous times and were remnants from years past, faded yet still worn. In the past, her sacrifices stemmed from financial struggles as she sought to provide a better life for Nyo, often relinquishing all good things to her daughter. However, although they were not wealthy now, at least Qin Feng covered Nyo's schooling expenses, and Lin Ruoxue herself had recently achieved a promotion, transitioning to a more relaxed job. Yet, she remained steadfast in her habits, clinging to those well-worn garments, reluctant to indulge in a new outfit for herself. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng resolved to procure 2 new sets for her. Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at Qin Feng's insistence, wondering if he meant to imply that she was no longer beautiful. Nonetheless, she chose to decline, partly out of a desire not to squander money, and partly to avoid feeling indebted to Qin Feng. Yet, Lin Ruoxue was undeniably a stunning beauty, renowned as the school flower during her student days, with suitors aplenty. Even without makeup, clad in her tattered clothes and bearing a natural face, she remained striking, with a touch of embellishment and a lovely dress. Her beauty would surely be magnified. Seeing her resolute refusal to acquire new attire, Qin Feng playfully nudged Nyo and said, "Nyo, wouldn't you like to see mommy in a beautiful new outfit?" Nyo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Yes, I absolutely want to see mommy in a lovely dress." With that, Qin Feng turned to Lin Ruoxue with a smile. "See? Nyo is eager for you to don something beautiful." He continued, "Moreover, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, if my parents see you in those old clothes, they'll surely become suspicious, thinking I do not treat you well. Let's put on a convincing act, shall we? We must not arouse their doubts." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue still appeared conflicted, but after a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded, extending a delicate, fair finger, "Just this once." "Once it is." Qin Feng chuckled heartily, leading the mother and daughter into a luxurious clothing store on the bustling commercial street. This street, known as one of the most prosperous in Longzhou City, boasted countless high-end boutiques, all showcasing international brands. Qin Feng had chosen a Chanel store, a renowned emblem of women's fashion that set global trends, with garments often priced in the tens of thousands. For an ordinary household, such an expense could represent a month or even several months' salary. The thought of affording such opulence was beyond their imagination. However, for Qin Feng, spending such amounts was trivial. Furthermore, as he was purchasing clothes for Lin Ruoxue, he was determined to select the finest, reveling in the opportunity to provide her with the best. In recent years, Lin Ruoxue has become increasingly frugal due to family matters, finding herself devoid of both time and resources to adorn herself. To put it plainly, her circumstances are closely tied to Qin Feng. In an effort to repay Qin Feng's gambling debts, Lin Ruoxue has invested all her hard-earned savings from the past years. Had Qin Feng not succumbed to the allure of gambling in the first place, Lin Ruoxue's life would not have been so arduous. Chapter 279. Startled upon entering the Chanel boutique, a sales associate approached with a warm smile. However, when her gaze fell upon Qin Feng, her demeanor remained amiable. Yet a flicker of disdain briefly appeared in her eyes as she noticed Lin Ruoxue, who was holding onto Nyo. Initially, the saleswoman was taken aback by Lin Ruoxue's exquisite beauty, recognizing that her natural visage, devoid of makeup, radiated an innate charm that could only be described as breathtaking. This realization stirred a tinge of jealousy within her, for every woman possesses an innate desire for beauty, and she was no exception. Yet, as her eyes roamed over Lin Ruoxue's attire, her envy swiftly transformed into contempt. The worn garments, clearly remnants from a bargain stand, bore visible signs of mending, marking her as someone of modest means unworthy of gracing a Chanel store. The sales associate immediately concluded that Lin Ruoxue was merely there to indulge her curiosity, unable to afford the luxury items. This thought extinguished any interest she might have had in attending to them, as each sale would yield her a substantial commission. If they were not to purchase anything, her efforts to be courteous would be nothing more than a waste of her time, yielding no financial reward. It was no wonder her enthusiasm was lacking. "Sir, please feel free to browse," she remarked with disinterest, leaving Qin Feng momentarily taken aback. Was this the customary coldness exhibited by the staff in such an esteemed international brand? Nonetheless, he chose to disregard her demeanor and began to explore the store with Lin Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, take a look at this piece. It's quite fashionable, adorned with sparkling embellishments," he suggested, gesturing toward a striking white-fitted blouse. The collar and chest were embellished with shimmering decorations, which were indeed captivating. At first glance, Lin Ruoxue was enchanted by the garment. She, too, had an appreciation for beauty and stylish attire. Yet, having been frugal over the years, she hesitated to indulge in such luxuries, often settling for inexpensive promotional clothing. Although she was drawn to the blouse, her heart sank when she glimpsed the price tag. A staggering 350 yuan? She gasped softly, then whispered, "This dress is too expensive. Perhaps we should look for something more affordable?" Qin Feng, however, shook his head and assertively replied, "It's not expensive. It's for you, after all. It's worth every penny." His words stirred a complex mix of emotions within Lin Ruoxue. In the early days of their relationship, when Qin Feng was pursuing her, he had expressed similar sentiments. Nostalgia washed over her, recalling how his sweet words had once captivated her heart. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Qin Feng moved to another display, showcasing a long dress. "What do you think of this gown? The design is remarkable, with a vintage style and a striking black and white pattern. You would look absolutely stunning in it." Lin Ruoxue turned around and beheld the long dress hanging before Qin Feng. Having learned from past experiences, she first glanced at the price and was taken aback to discover it was even more expensive than the previous garment. Stammering slightly, she exclaimed, "This is far too costly. Qin Feng, there is no need to purchase such an extravagant dress. It is an utter waste of money." Chapter 280. A stroll through the commercial street typically. Lin Ruoxue adorns herself in inexpensive attire, often sourced from street vendors or promotional sales in local markets, with garments priced over 100 yuan being her utmost limit. Due to her well-maintained figure, she continues to wear clothes from several years past, even if slightly outdated. Those that have worn out are mended, allowing her to don them for another year or so. The thought of a single piece of clothing costing tens of thousands is utterly foreign to her. How could that not be deemed a waste of money? Qin Feng cast a glance of exasperation her way and gestured towards a pair of chic flat shoes. "These shoes are quite stylish, featuring a white body and the Chanel logo adorned in gold. They would suit you perfectly. And this dress, with its vintage elegance and cinched waist, would accentuate your figure splendidly, ideal for a woman of your grace. I shall purchase all of these. Otherwise, when I return home to see my parents, they will surely blame me for making you suffer, and I cannot have them suspecting anything." With this rationale, Qin Feng rendered Lin Ruoxue speechless. She had never been particularly articulate, so she could only acquiesce to his insistence, even if she felt reluctant to indulge in such purchases. Moreover, with Nyonyo chiming in alongside, affirming Qin Feng's words, "Mommy will look amazing in that outfit. I want to see Mommy wear this set at that moment." A store attendant suddenly cleared her throat, coughing twice before speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Oh dear, you've decided to buy everything? Are you truly able to afford it? It's enough to merely browse without making such bold claims about purchasing everything. Chasing after beautiful women should not be done in this manner, especially one burdened with a child. Isn't that a tad shameless?" Lin Ruoxue's expression froze, her eyes filling with indignation. Hearing the attendant's words, Qin Feng turned back, casting a cold glare at her. "What did you just say?" He had already been displeased with the attendant's lackluster service. It was one thing to neglect proper greetings to patrons, but to display such an attitude was utterly intolerable. Confronted by Qin Feng's piercing gaze, the attendant instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of fear. In her experience, many men who pretended to be affluent without the means were often unreasonable. Should an altercation arise, the losses to the store could be substantial, and she could not afford to compensate for them, even if it meant selling herself. Yet, after a brief moment of trepidation, she regained her composure, defiantly retorting, "I've already stated that you cannot afford it. Why pretend otherwise? It's generous of me to allow you to peruse. These are luxury garments. If you can truly buy them, I'll crawl out of here and make a circuit around the commercial street." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled coldly. "Well, you've made that challenge. Then I shall purchase everything. Let us see if you dare to crawl around the commercial street." Though he spoke thusly, he inwardly scorned her. If she were to crawl around the commercial street, it would only serve her right. Perhaps she might even attract the attention of some media company, transforming herself into an internet celebrity with millions of followers. Of course, this would only be feasible if she were unashamed, for this is indeed the age where attention reigns supreme. Charge it. I shall buy everything. Qin Feng ceased to engage in petty arguments with her, promptly producing his VIP black card. The total cost for 3 outfits and 2 pairs of casual shoes amounted to 95,600 yuan. The female attendant scoffed, spreading her hands in indifference. She refrained from unwrapping the garments, instead casting a disdainful glance at Qin Feng. Having firmly concluded that both Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue were mere bumpkins from a remote countryside, she could not be bothered to unveil the clothing, merely awaiting the spectacle of Qin Feng's embarrassment. Chapter 281. To spare is to show grace. If Qin Feng were unable to settle the payment, she would have to meticulously rehang the packaged garments, which would indeed be a cumbersome task. Observing her gaze directed at him, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Did she truly believe he could not afford this? It was during this brief lapse in composure that she seized the opportunity, a cold smile gracing her lips. What's the matter? Out of funds. Aren't you fond of putting on a fade of wealth? At her words, Lin Ruoxue could not help but tug at Qin Feng's sleeve. 90,000 is excessively expensive. Perhaps we should forego the purchase. However, Qin Feng simply shook his head, responding, it's merely over 90,000. His earlier moment of distraction was just that. And he promptly swiped his black gold card at the payment terminal. Beep beep. An electronic chime echoed, signaling a successful transaction. Upon hearing this sound, the female clerk's pupils dilated, nearly leaving her dumbfounded. Could he truly afford this? This amount was equivalent to what an ordinary worker would save over a year of abstaining from any expenses. Before the clerk could regain her composure, Qin Feng remarked, weren't we supposed to take a stroll down the commercial street? Let us go. At that moment, she was met with a derisive expression from him. Speechless, her mouth agape, she found herself at a loss for words. Recalling the wager she had just made, her heart brimmed with regret. She wished she could slap herself for letting impulsive emotions guide her to such a foolish agreement. Now, having lost, the bustling commercial street teeming with passers-by loomed ahead, and the thought of actually walking that route filled her with dread. How utterly humiliating. Overwhelmed by this realization, panic washed over her as she repeatedly apologized to Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue. Sir, you are magnanimous. I truly misjudged the situation. Please, I implore you, do not make me traverse the commercial street. I would be utterly unable to show my face here again. If she were to actually walk that street, it would not only mean embarrassment, but also jeopardize her position. After all, this was a Chanel boutique, a brand that prized its reputation above all. Such an incident would undoubtedly lead to her immediate dismissal. I sincerely apologize. I was indeed too narrow-minded. How about I offer you a discount? I will cover the remaining balance. In her frantic state, fearing the loss of her livelihood, her words tumbled out haphazardly. Yet, Qin Feng merely scoffed. Do you assume I cannot afford it? I do not require your discount. He continued, unlike you, I am not confrontational. This wager is hereby nullified. But I hope you will reflect upon your service attitude in the future. With that, he commanded, now, hurry up and wrap my purchases. Do not waste any more of my time. Consequently, the clerk nodded vigorously, her demeanor transformed to one of deference, as she regarded Qin Feng with newfound respect. The reason Qin Feng ultimately chose to spare her was twofold. Firstly, he found it tiresome to nitpick over such trivial matters. After all, it is wise to extend mercy where one can, and even if he were to send her on a fruitless errand through the commercial district, the only outcome would be a fleeting jest and momentary amusement. Furthermore, with Nyo present, the implications of his actions would be less than favorable. Thus, in the end, Qin Feng decided to let her be. She was merely an ordinary person, toiling in this establishment to make a living. It sufficed for her to remember the lesson imparted today. Chapter 282. A harmonious blend of beauty and grace. Qin Feng's actions left Lin Ruoxue astonished. He managed to vent his frustrations while still allowing the other party a chance for redemption, demonstrating remarkable diplomacy. She suddenly realized why Qin Feng was capable of amassing great wealth. She murmured to herself, he has transformed. He is no longer the same as before. The service attendant, having not faced excessive reproach from Qin Feng, finally recognized her mistake. She ceased to regard others with disdain and instead attended to Qin Feng with utmost courtesy, assisting Lin Ruoxue in trying on outfits. The international brand's designs were exceptionally tailored for women, complementing Lin Ruoxue beautifully. Every piece showcased her elegance, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ice queen. Moreover, These garments accentuated Lin Ruoxue's exquisite figure far more effectively than ordinary promotional attire. Particularly, a fitted dress highlighted her slender waist, creating a captivating silhouette. One ensemble, in particular, caught Qin Feng's eye, igniting a fervent desire to see Lin Ruoxue adorned in it. It was a French-inspired outfit, adorned with a blue and white palette, paired with a canvas hat and white silk stockings. In that moment, Qin Feng found himself momentarily entranced. As if transported back to Lin Ruoxue's vibrant university days, her most youthful and radiant era. Noticing the attendant's change in demeanor, Qin Feng purchased an array of cosmetics from the store. The Chanel brand was unparalleled, and although Lin Ruoxue consistently declined, Qin Feng cleverly countered with, "If I don't get these, my parents will surely suspect I'm neglecting you." Ultimately, after their shopping spree, the group exited the Chanel store laden with numerous bags. Lin Ruoxue felt somewhat dazed, completely unprepared for the extent of Qin Feng's generosity. Surely, this haul must amount to at least 200,000. However, Chanel's apparel suited Lin Ruoxue perfectly, for the brand seamlessly fused elegance with fashion. As a woman of both grace and beauty, Lin Ruoxue required sophisticated, vintage garments to highlight her refined demeanor, while also needing trendy outfits to enhance her youthful allure. After depositing their purchases in the car, Qin Feng turned to Lin Ruoxue and declared, "I've booked the tickets. Remember to wear your new clothes on the day of the flight." Reluctantly, Lin Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Unable to resist Qin Feng's wishes, she considered this a repayment of the favor he had previously done for her, albeit a rather peculiar favor that seemed to multiply. Yet, she felt powerless against Qin Feng's persuasive charm. Though she may embody the essence of a frosty beauty, she occasionally found herself rather naive. Subsequently, Qin Feng treated Lin Ruoxue and Nyonyo to a sumptuous meal. After satisfying their appetites, he remained undeterred and whisked Lin Ruoxue away to browse the LV brand store, where he purchased a bag that perfectly complemented her style. It is often said that a handbag holds as much significance for a woman as her visage. A woman cannot be without her handbag, much like Christ cannot be separated from Jerusalem. The same can be said for high heels. The shoes purchased at Chanel were predominantly flat and casual, yet only high heels could lend Lin Ruoxue's figure an even more elongated appearance. When discussing women's high heels, one cannot overlook the esteemed brand of Valentino, widely recognized as. Naturally, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to take Lin Ruoxue shopping, where they selected two exquisite pairs of shoes, one elegant pair of white heels and a striking pair of black ankle boots. Given Lin Ruoxue's refined temperament, the classic black and white palette was the most fitting choice. Subsequently, he drove the mother and daughter duo back home. Regrettably, he could not linger, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. Yet he had no alternative but to return to his own residence. Thus, the day drew to a close. Chapter 283. A phone call the following morning. As Qin Feng awoke, he glanced at his phone only to discover several missed calls. All these calls originated from a single, unfamiliar number. Was it a nuisance call or perhaps a scheme for pyramid selling? Before he could ponder further, the phone rang again. Qin Feng decided to answer, and a man's cold voice immediately resonated through the line. "Is this Mr. Qin from Rinha Pharmaceutical?" "Hello, you may not know who I am, but that is inconsequential. I merely wish to inform you that I possess irrefutable evidence of your oppression of relatives, complete with witnesses. This matter may seem trivial to you. Yet if I were to publicize it online and generate some buzz, even your esteemed public relations team at Rinha Pharmaceutical would face substantial losses. We are talking about damages ranging from millions to over 100 million. As you are aware, a pharmaceutical company's reputation is paramount. If that reputation falters, the public will inevitably question the quality of your products. However, I am feeling magnanimous today and would like to offer you a simple transaction. Just 10 million, merely 10 million, and we can obliterate the evidence, ensuring that the witness will refrain from pursuing this matter further. We will even extol your virtues, Mr. Qin, allowing the world to celebrate your unwavering integrity." Upon hearing the man's words, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. When had he ever oppressed his neighbors or relatives? He felt perplexed, but soon came to a realization. It is often said that a tall tree catches the wind. Now that he had accumulated wealth and garnered fame, it was only natural that some unscrupulous individuals would attempt to reap rewards without effort, coveting his riches. Nonetheless, with a clear conscience and unwavering resolve, Qin Feng felt no fear, as he had nothing to hide. His only concern was the unscrupulous media, renowned for their prowess and sensationalism, often transforming minor incidents into major news, capable of twisting the truth. After a moment of calm reflection, the man's voice broke through again. "So, have you made up your mind, Mr. Qin? My time is limited. I trust you value both your reputation and that of your company. Even if you do not care for these matters, surely you care for money. If your company's reputation is tarnished, the losses will exceed that mere 10 million. I believe you are not one to overlook such a situation. 10 million must be trivial to someone of your stature. Why be so obstinate? From the urgency conveyed in the man's tone, Qin Feng discerned his desperation to secure the 10 million. Observing this, he felt no anxiety. Instead, he responded leisurely. Are you threatening me? He was indeed correct. To Qin Feng, 10 million was but a trifling sum. In comparison to his company's reputation, he would not be swayed by such a paltry amount. However, similarly, in comparison to the hype of marketing, the reputation of Qin Feng's company is of lesser concern to the other party. What they truly value is this 10 million. How could this be deemed a threat? The other side chuckled as they elaborated. This is a transaction and negotiation grounded in equality. Mr. Qin, please do not misunderstand. We all advocate for amicable dealings, wishing to avoid any deterioration in our relationship. After all, having one more friend is always more advantageous than having one more foe. Chapter 284, Hype Marketing. After listening, Qin Feng leisurely remarked, you must provide me with tangible evidence. After all, mere words hold no weight. How can I place my trust in your assertions? It is human nature to covet wealth and to seek an effortless gain. The notion of kidnapping affluent individuals for ransom has long ceased to be a novelty. Such news and scenarios occur with alarming regularity. This approach, at least, is far more amicable than self-abduction. It is evident that they merely intend to threaten Qin Feng for monetary gain. If it were an ordinary individual, they might have succumbed to panic after hearing those few words, hastily sending money without a second thought. Yet, it is unfortunate for them that they have crossed paths with Qin Feng. Until he is fully apprised of the situation, he never acts impulsively. On the contrary, he remains remarkably composed and unhurried. Evidence. Indeed, Mr. Qin is a clever man and cannot be deceived. Come, Linny, speak with your cousin-in-law. Upon uttering these words, a different voice chimed in, one that Qin Feng recognized all too well. Cousin-in-law, please don't hold it against me for being ungrateful. I too am being coerced. I implore you to assist me. After all, 10 million is but a trifling sum for you. Surely, I am of greater value to you than that. It was indeed Linny. A chill gripped Qin Feng's heart. He had long harbored suspicions, and the truth now confirmed that it was undeniably Linny. Realizing this, Qin Feng felt a sense of foreboding. He had initially thought Lin Yi to be merely a gambler, but now he discovered that this individual had ventured down a path of illegality and crime. Lin Yi, I advise you to reconsider your choices. If you come to me now, acknowledge your mistakes, and rid yourself of your gambling addiction, I might offer you another chance. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Lin Yi's irate voice erupted from the other end. Silence. Qin Feng, do not feign righteousness. You are nothing but a hypocrite. My dear cousin-in-law, had you supported me sooner, we would not be in this predicament. Everything I face now is a result of your actions. Therefore, do not pretend to be the Good Samaritan. His voice rang out so loudly that Qin Feng had to pull the phone away from his ear. Were it not for the telephone line, he was certain that Lin Yi's spittle would be splattering his face. As a former gambler himself, Qin Feng understood that unless a gambler chooses to reform, no amount of borrowed money would ever suffice. It would simply serve to fill an insatiable abyss. Thus, he refrained from lending Lin Yi any funds, hoping that one day he would experience a profound lesson and resolve to amend his ways before seeking assistance. However, Qin Feng never anticipated that this individual would not only refuse to mend his ways, but would also covet his wealth, intending to deceive him through illicit means. While wealth is but a transient possession, Qin Feng could not stand idly by and watch this man descend into depravity. Yet, to resolve this matter, he recognized that a face-to-face meeting with the other party was inevitable. The counterpart referred to here is not Lin Yi, but rather the individual who colludes with him. This person is evidently of questionable character, undoubtedly harboring blemishes upon their reputation. Should an encounter be possible, Qin Feng could employ his foresight abilities to unravel the stains and evidence associated with this individual. At that juncture, armed with such incriminating information, he could devise a plan to strike decisively, rendering such ignoble tactics utterly ineffectual. Chapter 285. Concealed amidst the bustle with a plan forming in his mind, Qin Feng resolved to feign agreement. He feigned urgency and inquired, when shall we meet? I wish to see your evidence and witnesses with mine own eyes. The enigmatic man on the other end was clearly no fool, promptly responding, we can arrange a meeting, but you must come alone. Do not even think of contacting the authorities. Qin Feng nodded, replying, I understand the rules. Furthermore, you must bring 1 million as a show of good faith, both to demonstrate your liquidity and to serve as a deposit for the transaction, the other party insisted. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. Their greed was evident. demanding $1 million as a deposit. However, this very deposit might well become their undoing. Your avarice is remarkable, yet it is human nature. Very well, I shall bring $1 million. Now, tell me the time and place. Meet us in the basement of the Northern Agricultural Market at 3 o'clock this afternoon, came the reply. Rest assured, Mr. Chin, we only seek $10 million. We have no intention of abducting you, nor do we wish to harm you. After hanging up, Chin Feng pondered briefly. The other side exhibited caution and knew when to retreat, not succumbing to insatiable greed. After all, a mere transaction of $10 million, if mutually beneficial, held minimal risk. However, should this escalate to abduction, it could indeed spiral out of control. Given the vast number of employees at Rinha Pharmaceutical, Chin Feng's connections were extensive. The adage pull one thread and the whole fabric moves held true. Should they attempt to kidnap him and fail, the consequences could be catastrophic, possibly resulting in lifelong repercussions. As the 3 o'clock meeting approached, Chin Feng undertook the necessary preparations. First, he withdrew $1 million in cash from the bank, meticulously documenting the transaction with photocopies and multiple photographs for evidence. He then contacted Wang Nan, the general manager of Rinha Pharmaceutical, instructing him that if he could not reach Chin Feng after the appointed time, he was to call the police. Wang Nan was understandably alarmed. Yet when he sought clarification on the situation, Chin Feng remained tight-lipped, leaving him bewildered and compelled to follow Chin Feng's directives. Shortly before 3 o'clock, Chin Feng took a taxi alone to the Northern Agricultural Market in Longo City. The choice of this bustling location for their transaction surprised him. It was indeed a public space. Clearly, they had placed considerable trust in him. In such a crowded environment, an abduction would prove significantly more challenging. Even at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the market was alive with vendors calling out and pedestrians bustling about. Chin Feng concealed the cash within a suitcase and blended into the throng. It was unlikely that anyone among the multitude would suspect that this seemingly ordinary man was carrying a fortune of $1 million in cash. For Chin Feng, $1 million might be a trifling sum, yet for the vast majority of ordinary individuals, it represented a coveted windfall. Following the instructions provided, Chin Feng ventured into the depths of the agricultural market. As he descended a narrow pathway, the light was abruptly obstructed, plunging the surroundings into a profound darkness. To his surprise, beneath this bustling market lay an entirely different realm. The basement, closest to the surface, exuded an eerie tranquility, rivaling the chilling ambience often depicted in horror films. Chapter 286, The Art of Slander. Chin Feng, undeterred, quietly descended to the second level of the basement. The atmosphere was rife with cacophony. The indistinct sounds emanating from the rusted iron door were muddled and unclear, leaving one to wonder what activities transpired within. Continuing down the staircase, he reached the final level of the basement, the third level. This was a secluded and spacious room, where, aided by the light of his phone, Chin Feng discerned two figures. One was Lin Yi, a familiar face. At that moment, Lin Yi regarded Chin Feng with a gaze imbued with both avarice and resentment. This was hardly surprising. From Chin Feng, he could obtain the substantial fortune he had long coveted, while his desperation stemmed from Chin Feng's refusal to support him, prompting him to tread this perilous path of no return. The other figure was a mysterious man clad in a black trench coat and a cap, seemingly shrouded in enigma. Chin Feng could not clearly make out his features, only the vague outline of his cheek. Yet, the man's voice echoed exactly as it had over the phone. The witness is right here, Mr. Chin. As for evidence, it is no longer necessary. You understand, as long as he can affirm that you are his sister-in-law's husband. His mere words will suffice. Chin Feng nodded slightly. We inhabit a ludicrous era where a mere mouth suffices to fabricate rumors. With Lin Yi present, his casual assertions, coupled with the purchase of some online mercenaries, could indeed wreak havoc on the reputation of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company. Many netizens and the public, lacking the ability to independently discern right from wrong, would hardly reflect on the fact that Lin Yi was a gambling addict. Instead, they would fixate on the sensational narrative of a billionaire CEO oppressing his relatives, hastily fastening this label onto Chin Feng. While the company's reputation may not entirely collapse, it would undoubtedly suffer damage, resulting in tangible financial losses. Nevertheless, Chin Feng harbored no fear regarding this matter. His visit was solely to ensure this individual faced justice and to ascertain whether Lin Yi could genuinely repent. Should he prove unable to reform, Chin Feng would not hesitate to enact familial justice and consign Lin Yi to reflection. With a casual demeanor, he cast the box onto the ground as though discarding refuse. To an ordinary person, such an act would evoke profound distress, for within that box lay a fortune of $1 million, an amount that would typically inspire careful handling to avoid damage and could even be revered as sacred. Yet, Chin Feng appeared utterly unconcerned. He understood profoundly that once wealth surpasses necessity, it loses its significance. In his previous life, he too had possessed immense riches, but at the end, those funds were merely external possessions, incapable of accompanying him into the grave. They were merely digits, far less precious than the genuine affections of humanity. In stark contrast, Lin Yi, upon witnessing Qin Feng discard the box, was filled with exhilaration, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Upon opening the box, he was indeed greeted by a bounty of money, and an immediate smile illuminated his face, his joy so profound that it seemed he could scarcely contain it. Cousin-in-law, had this been the case from the outset, we would have avoided this entire predicament, he exclaimed. For you, 1 million or 10 million is but a trifling sum. Yet for me, such an amount represents a fortune unattainable in a lifetime. It is my very livelihood. Overwhelmed with elation, he cradled the box as though it were his own flesh and blood. Chapter 287, Benevolence and Justice. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng lost interest in casting another glance at the individual before him, and instead turned his attention to the enigmatic man. Today, I shall consider this a charitable act. Please provide your bank account number and name. I shall transfer the remaining 9 million to you immediately. However, I have but one stipulation. Do not continue to torment Lin Yi. He is a simpleton, incapable of grasping the intricacies of your schemes, and he cannot withstand your manipulation. He does not walk the same path as you. Isn't this merely sowing discord, Qin? Lin Yi is my brother. As his brother-in-law, seeing him in such dire straits, you choose not to assist him, yet you dare to create rifts between us? The man, after divulging his bank details, began to chuckle with amusement. Oh, brother? I had assumed he was merely a tool for you to extort money. Qin Feng scoffed, unwilling to be swayed by the man's deceitful words. Yet, he understood the necessity of engaging further with this individual to extract more crucial information. Nevertheless, he had already acquired sufficient intelligence to ensure this man would face justice. At the appropriate moment, he would ensure this man pays the price for his actions. Turning his gaze back to Lin Yi, Qin Feng earnestly advised, Lin Yi, reconsider your choices. I offer you another opportunity. If you refrain from mingling with them and abstain from gambling, you might seek stable employment or even start a small business. Your brother-in-law is willing to provide some financial support, which could set you on a path to a decent life. If that fails, you are welcome to join our company. Your brother-in-law can arrange a suitable position for you, one that offers a comfortable salary. Reconsider? Lin Yi sneered. Reconsider what? Qin Feng, do you not realize that your 10 million is to be split 50-50 between us? This means I stand to gain 5 million effortlessly. Even if I were to work at your company, earning a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, what difference would it make? I would forever remain beneath you. Now, with 5 million in my grasp, I can utilize these funds to generate even more wealth. Surpassing you is merely a matter of time. Do not presume that your meager fortune grants you any superiority. Faced with Lin Yi's disdainful retorts, Qin Feng decided against further earnest entreaties. He had exhausted his benevolence. For some individuals require profound, heart-wrenching lessons before they are willing to amend their ways. Under Lin Yi's mocking gaze, Qin Feng departed without a backward glance. Upon leaving the northern agricultural market, his first course of action was to head directly to the nearby police station. However, midway, he received a call from Wang Nan, who was clearly anxious. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, calm and untroubled, Wang Nan finally relaxed. After all, Qin Feng was not only his employer, but also the owner of Relive Pharmaceutical, guiding the company toward its gradual ascendance and allowing Wang Nan to witness the fruition of his efforts. Should anything happen to Qin Feng, Relive Pharmaceutical would undoubtedly suffer grave repercussions, potentially leading to its downfall. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the police station. He has finally come to realize what lies on the second level of the basement in the northern trade market. It is unmistakably a casino. Countless individuals are undoubtedly laundering money through gambling within those walls. Failing to report this would be inconsistent with his character. He must directly expose the operation and bring them all to justice. Chapter 288, the whole operation. Upon entering the police station, Qin Feng immediately addressed the officers within, declaring, Hello, I wish to report a money laundering casino. The officer, who had been dozing off, instantly perked up upon hearing the term money laundering casino, straightening in his chair with newfound alertness. Brother, is this for real? You can't just throw around such claims without substantial evidence. Without hesitation, Qin Feng produced his recorded threatening phone calls, audio recordings, and copies of the transaction records related to the 1 million yuan deposit he had made. He had meticulously prepared all of this. After all, he would not dare to venture alone into such a perilous environment without proper preparation. It is worth noting that he was no ordinary individual but a wealthy magnate, a tempting prospect in the eyes of those involved. Even the officer was taken aback by Qin Feng's thoroughness. He had not expected such extensive preparation. However, with the evidence presented, coupled with Qin Feng's status as one of the province's top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs, the officers deemed his words credible. Dispatch the team. We must apprehend them. For this precinct, dismantling a casino and capturing a group of individuals suspected of money laundering would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement. Consequently, the officers rallied together, seeking approval from their superiors before mobilizing, leaving Qin Feng alone in the station while a few officers prepared tea to attend to him. This level of reporting was rumored to come with a substantial reward. However, Qin Feng, not in need of financial gain, dismissed thoughts of the reward. Instead, he saw value in the recognition he would receive from the authorities for his good deed, which would bring numerous benefits to him as an entrepreneur and public figure. After several hours of waiting, a group of individuals was brought back, all of whom were participants in the gambling activities, several of whom were likely implicated in money laundering. Given the extensive questioning that would ensue, Qin Feng felt no need to linger. He was already satisfied with the dismantling of the casino. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed Lin Yi being escorted inside. At that moment, Lin Yi appeared utterly dejected, his hands bound. Upon entering, he caught sight of Qin Feng, and, after a moment of surprise, realization dawned on him. His eyes widened with fury as he glared at Qin Feng. He was not foolish. Having just received 1 million yuan earlier in the day, he was now being arrested just hours later, and with Qin Feng's presence. He could hardly believe there was no connection between them. Qin Feng, you are truly despicable. It's fortunate my cousin divorced you. She saw through your true nature long ago. Unable to contain his rage, Lin Yi erupted in a tirade. He even attempted to advance towards Qin Feng to strike him. But 2 officers firmly restrained him, rendering him immobile. I had warned you long ago, providing you with numerous chances. Qin Feng regarded him coldly, his eyes devoid of any compassion. From the day he first encountered Lin Yi, he had counseled him on no fewer than 3 occasions, extending more than 3 opportunities to him. Yet, with each chance presented, Lin Yi failed to seize it. Every piece of advice fell upon deaf ears, as Lin Yi allowed the words to enter through one ear and exit through the other, showing no sign of comprehension. One can only conclude that the current outcome is a consequence of his own actions, and how could one possibly blame Qin Feng for it? As Lin Yi was led away, Qin Feng maintained an expressionless demeanor, devoid of any sorrow on his behalf. At that moment, the director approached, extending his hand to shake Qin Feng's, offering a polite smile as he remarked, Mr. Qin, without your assistance this time, we would have struggled to dismantle such a significant operation. Your contributions are truly invaluable. Chapter 289. Lin Yi's parents in any case. It is thanks to you that such crucial intelligence was provided. In addition to the corresponding reward, you shall also receive an official commendation and a banner. The officer exclaimed with excitement. They had captured a significant criminal gang, but their haul was considerable. However, Qin Feng shook his head and replied with a smile. There is no need for a reward, officer. As a citizen, it is my duty to do so. Naturally, apart from that, he did not care about the monetary award. When wealth accumulates to a certain degree, it becomes merely a number, regardless of the amount. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the officer beamed even more brightly, exclaiming, We need more exemplary citizens like you. Then, he shifted his tone, expressing his confusion. However, I have heard that one of the members of this gang is your relative. Qin Feng, unperturbed, nodded slightly and replied, Yes, that rascal named Lin Yi is my cousin. He added, To be honest, this cousin of mine is now merely a name, especially since he has divorced Lin Ruoxue. Nonetheless, at this moment, Qin Feng had no qualms about being forthright. He is a gambler, incorrigible, and ultimately made such a grave mistake, leaving me no choice but to sever ties for the greater good. The officer, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of admiration, proclaiming, What a noble act of severing familial ties for righteousness. Indeed, it should be this way. Rest assured, we will teach him well and guide him towards reform. As for the outcome, it will be determined in due course, and we shall notify you then. Qin Feng nodded and subsequently departed from the police station. The following morning, a call came in requesting Qin Feng to return. However, upon his arrival at the police station, he found a middle-aged man seated in the reception area, while a middle-aged woman paced back and forth. The man had a grim expression, his hair disheveled, clad in coarse linen, and his slender frame indicated years of labor in a factory. The woman, on the other hand, appeared somewhat portly, with a robust build, wearing a floral blouse. Qin Feng found their faces somewhat familiar but soon recalled that they were Lin Yi's parents. The man was also surnamed Lin, named Lin Yang. Though he bore no blood relation to Lin Jinhe, he was merely an in-law. The woman was named Lin Wuyue, a cousin of Lin Jinhe. Seeing them here did not surprise Qin Feng. as their only son had found himself in such serious trouble, naturally prompting them to receive the corresponding notification. However, upon spotting Qin Feng's entrance, their expressions transformed into fierce scowls. "Qin Feng, how dare you show your face here? Lin Yi is your cousin. Why have you harmed him so? Now he is in custody, and once he is released, he will be tainted with a criminal record. How will he ever find a job?" Lin Yang and Lin Weiyue, seethed with anger, wishing to grab Qin Feng by the collar and berate him. Their only child, Lin Yi, was their treasured son and had been doted upon as the sole heir in the family. Similarly, Lin Yi, who successfully gained admission to university, is also regarded as the hope of his family. However, over the years, Lin Yi has not earned a single penny and has instead accumulated a staggering amount of gambling debt, which has left his family in perpetual distress. This time, due to Qin Feng's report, their cherished son has been incarcerated, undoubtedly delivering an even greater blow to them. The couple has channeled all their pent-up resentment towards Qin Feng, attributing all their misfortunes to him. Chapter 290. Incomprehensible at this moment, a police officer earnestly advised, "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand the pain you are feeling. But this situation cannot be blamed on Mr. Qin. Lin Yi has engaged in unlawful activities and must face the appropriate consequences. If we do not intervene promptly, he may descend further down this treacherous path, leading to irrevocable mistakes that could render any subsequent actions futile. In truth, Mr. Qin is attempting to save him." However, before the officer could finish speaking, Lin Mei shouted furiously, "Nonsense. If he were genuinely trying to help Lin Yi, he would have provided financial support during our time of need. With all his wealth, he chooses not to assist his relatives and instead reports them. Once Lin Yi emerges from this ordeal, he will be marred by a tarnished reputation, unable to secure a stable position, and even major companies will shun him. Is this not driving my family to the brink of despair?" At that moment, Lin Yang chimed in, "Officer, you are a dedicated servant of the public and should assist those of us who are vulnerable. Wealthy individuals like him merely exploit the less fortunate. You ought to advocate for us. He must compensate us, or we shall not leave here today." The police officer, taken aback by their unreasonable behavior, found himself at a loss. As a law enforcement officer, he dreaded encounters with such troublemakers who instigated disputes. Meanwhile, Qin Feng maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he scoffed at the revelation of their true intentions. Their ruckus and theatrics were merely a ploy to extort a substantial sum from him. Their motivations were as transparent as daylight. Qin Feng, fully cognizant of their schemes, remained unfazed. He coolly replied, "I truly apologize, but I have merely acted in accordance with what any ordinary person would do. There is no need for such agitation. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, Qin Feng stepped out of the police station, intent on departing. He had no time to waste on these two raucous individuals, as he had a flight the following day to return home and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with his family. Engaging in a protracted dispute with them would only squander his time and dampen his spirits. However, just as he exited, Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu's furious shouts echoed from behind. "Cold-hearted scoundrel! Lin Yi is your cousin. How dare you refuse any form of compensation? Fine. I shall call Ruoxue and inform my brother. I refuse to believe he and Ruoxue will support you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng did not look back. He trusted Lin Jinhe and Lin Ruoxue's judgment, knowing they would not side with this unreasonable couple. Thus, he left without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue, who had just taken a leave for the Mid-Autumn Festival from work, returned home only to receive a call from Lin Mei before she even opened the door. Lin Mei is her cousin, though the two families have not been in close contact over the years. She has only heard that occasionally Lin Mei and Lin Yi come to borrow money from her father, Lin Jinhe, but little else about them. At this moment, receiving a sudden call from her cousin, she wondered if there was something urgent or if it was yet another request for financial assistance. Lin Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to answer the call. However, as soon as she picked up, a sharp wail from Lin Mei echoed through the phone, causing Lin Ruoxue to furrow her brow in concern. Chapter 291. Creating trouble out of nothing. What is the matter, cousin? Lin Ruoxue inquired gently, her brows furrowed in concern. After all, this was her cousin, her father's cousin sister, who had treated her kindly in her childhood. Although they had lost touch in recent years, they still exchanged greetings during the festive seasons. "Ruoxue, you must intervene regarding Qin Feng, that scoundrel. He has not only neglected to support his relatives after making his fortune, but he has also reported Lin Yi. Your cousin Lin Yi is now in custody because of him. You see, we have only one precious son, and after all the effort we put into raising him, Qin Feng has brought this calamity upon us. When Lin Yi gets out, he will be tainted with a criminal record, rendering him ineligible for civil service examinations and unwelcome in other companies. How's he supposed to live?" After I spoke ill of Qin Feng, He simply abandoned both me and your uncle at the police station, refusing to take responsibility. Lin Ruoxue was bewildered, but managed to grasp the essence of Lin Wuyue's words. This implied that Lin Yi had committed an offense, and instead of assisting, Qin Feng had reported him. However, Lin Ruoxue had not heard Qin Feng mention this incident at all. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with preparations to return home with Qin Feng, which left her somewhat in the dark. Cousin, allow me to inquire with him. Since our divorce, we have not maintained close ties, and I truly am unaware of these matters. After ending the call, Lin Ruoxue knitted her brows. She understood the nature of Qin Feng. Although he had previously engaged in gambling and domestic violence, he was not the type to report relatives over trivial matters. The fact that he had reported Lin Yi suggested that Lin Yi must have committed a serious offense. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Jinhe was leisurely watching television when he received a call from Lin Yang. Brother, your son-in-law Qin Feng has reported our Lin Yi. You must take charge and seek justice for us. Lin Jinhe was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, realizing that Lin Yi must have indeed done something wrong. At this moment, he found himself trusting Qin Feng more than Lin Yi. Thus, he politely declined, saying, Brother, you know as well as I do that Qin Feng is no longer married to Ruoxue. I cannot interfere in his affairs. Whatever he chooses to do is his own business. With that, he ended the call. However, after hanging up, he immediately contacted Qin Feng. Upon receiving the call, Qin Feng heard his father-in-law inquire, Young man, explain to me what happened with Lin Yi. I have heard that you reported him. What crime did he commit? His father has already called me seeking answers. This caught Qin Feng off guard. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Yi's family would be so shameless as to seek to constrain him through Lin Jinhe. It seemed Lin Yi had not only contacted Lin Jinhe, but also reached out to Lin Ruoxue. What a troublesome family. They were causing quite a commotion. Thus, Qin Feng candidly recounted the series of transgressions committed by Lin Yi, detailing every nuance with clarity. Upon absorbing Qin Feng's narration, Lin Jinhe was instantly engulfed in a fit of rage. It was one thing for that young man to be a gambler, but to be so foolish as to consort with the underworld of casinos and engage in money laundering. If he does not face the consequences, then who will? How could Lin Jinhe not be furious? After all, Lin Yi was his nephew, deserving of his uncle's concern. Chapter 292 Departure. He harbored a sense of exasperation towards Lin Yi, akin to that of a disappointed minnow. You have done well. It is time for him to reflect earnestly. He had advised countless times to seek a steady job, yet Lin Yi chose to indulge in gambling. And now he had succumbed to the folly of money laundering. Regardless of whether he was merely my nephew or my own son, I would unhesitatingly send him away. For heaven's sake, life is meant to be lived with integrity and uprightness. My brother has the audacity to approach you for compensation. I feel ashamed on his behalf. Though Lin Jinhe may not have achieved much in life or amassed great wealth, he possessed a keen sense of right and wrong, with a righteous worldview and a disdain for evil. Upon learning of Lin Yi's misdeeds, he immediately chastised Lin Yi and his entire family. He held a supportive stance towards Qin Feng. After listening, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, only someone of Lin Jinhe's caliber could cultivate such admirable values, resulting in a daughter like Lin Ruoxue. Regrettably, his former self failed to recognize the blessings he had, sharing little difference with Lin Yi. Fortunately, fate granted him a second chance, and he vowed to take responsibility and atone for his past transgressions. As for Lin Yi, as a gambling addict, he could only hope that this lesson would serve as a lasting reminder, prompting him to reform upon his release and refrain from engaging in activities that were best left untouched. After ending the call, Qin Feng received another from Lin Ruoxue, a person of understanding. After providing her with an explanation, she readily accepted it. With Lin Yi's incident drawing to a close, the following morning, Qin Feng gathered his thoughts and took a taxi to the airport, where Lin Ruoxue and Nyonya were already awaiting him. Today, Lin Ruoxue donned the new outfit that Qin Feng had selected for her, a stunning Chanel ensemble that exuded elegance and modernity. Coupled with her beauty and figure, she effortlessly commanded attention, instantly becoming the most enchanting figure in the airport. She resembled a striking landscape amidst the bustling crowd, captivating many glances. However, upon noticing the child accompanying her, onlookers swiftly turned away, unable to approach her. Daddy, over here. Upon spotting the mother-daughter duo, Nyonya waved enthusiastically at Qin Feng. A natural smile spread across his face as he grabbed his suitcase and walked over. Today, he too was dressed in a rather expensive outfit, tall and handsome. He stood beside Lin Ruoxue, drawing the attention of many in the crowded airport. What a striking couple, an enviable family radiating happiness. Do not be envious. Their attire alone is composed of high-end brands, likely totaling several tens of thousands. And that bag she carries, a new model from LV, costing over 100,000. They seem so young, yet so affluent. Could they be wealthy second-generation heirs? Do not underestimate the current generation of young individuals. They may very well find success in their entrepreneurial endeavors. As the crowd engaged in lively discussion, Qin Feng first took care of his luggage, sending it for check-in. After obtaining his ticket and completing security checks and identity verification with Lin Ruoxue, he gauged the time and boarded the aircraft. First class? It was only after boarding that Lin Ruoxue was taken aback. Chapter 293. On the way in Lin Ruoxue's memory. It had been several years since she last boarded an aircraft. At that time, she and Qin Feng had recently tied the knot and were planning to embark on a journey together, treating it as a honeymoon. Qin Feng, having achieved modest success in his business endeavors, indulged in a bit of luxury by securing them seats in the business class. However, after Qin Feng's business venture faltered and their relationship deteriorated, Lin Ruoxue had not flown again, nor had she accompanied Qin Feng back to his hometown for several years. Nevertheless, she was aware that airplanes offered three classes: economy, business, and first class. Each tier was progressively more expensive, and for long-haul flights, first class was the epitome of comfort, typically providing beds, spacious surroundings, as well as gourmet meals and fine champagne. Yet, the flight from Longo City back to Qin Feng's hometown could only be considered a medium-short journey, taking roughly 4 to 5 hours, making the choice of first class seem rather extravagant. This is such a waste of money. Lin Ruoxue could not help but exclaim, considering that the price for a first-class ticket could range from 8 to 10,000, amounting to several tens of thousands for a single trip, an amount that could cover her salary for several months. In contrast, a few economy-class tickets would only total 1 to 2,000, clearly the most economical option. Why do you treat money so frivolously? Qin Feng, upon hearing this, merely shook his head and replied, "Isn't earning so much money meant for spending? You needn't worry. To me, this is just a trifling sum. First class is far more comfortable than being cramped in economy class. Moreover, considering that it is not easy for you to agree to return for the reunion festival with me, I certainly cannot let you endure discomfort." At this, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but think to herself, "You remain the same as ever, so smooth-tongued." Yet, despite her thoughts, she silently acquiesced to the notion of flying first class, resigning herself to the situation. However, she was astonished by her own feelings. Despite her animosity towards Qin Feng, she found herself fretting over his expenditure. How peculiar. After all, it was not her money. Why should she care? As the plane soared westward, the journey was far from tedious. After all, for Nyo, who had last flown at the tender age of 2 or 3, the memory had long faded. This was her first flight since then, and she was as lively as ever, constantly looking around and investigating her surroundings, bringing much joy to Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue. This dynamic lightened the atmosphere between them, making it feel less awkward and increasingly familial. Of course, they were indeed a family, had it not been for the past events. "Daddy, it's like we're sitting on a giant bird." "Daddy, how does the airplane fly?" "Daddy, if I could grow wings, could I fly?" "Daddy, why can't we use our phones on the plane?" Throughout the journey, Nyo resembled a living encyclopedia of questions, inquiring about everything. The more curious she became, the more delighted Qin Feng was, patiently answering each of her queries. At the same time, he patiently played with the little girl, even reveling in their joyous interactions. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ruoxue was utterly astonished. It was during the early days before their divorce, when her relationship with Qin Feng had not yet deteriorated and their family was harmonious, that she had never seen him so adept at caring for a child. Now, he appeared to be a completely transformed individual, markedly different from the man she had known during those earlier years. Chapter 294. The Land of Memories. A few hours later, as he gazed out of the window, Qin Feng noticed that the landscape below had transformed. This stirred a sense of excitement within him, for it signified that the airplane had finally touched the soil of his homeland. His family resided in the southwestern province, characterized by its undulating mountains and scenic terrain, in stark contrast to the coastal cities of the neighboring Jiang province, which boasted vast flatlands. This was the land woven into the fabric of Qin Feng's memories. Having been born and raised here, it was impossible for him to feel no attachment. In comparison, Lin Ruoxue, a native of Longzhou City in the neighboring province, lacked the same sentimental connection. She marveled at the stark differences in the landscape, perceiving this as merely an adventure. "Wow, is this the place where Dad grew up?" she exclaimed. Nyo, however, was brimming with enthusiasm, eager for the plane to land so she could run freely across this land. Before long, the aircraft had descended at the airport of the provincial capital. Although this city lacked the bustling vibrancy of Jiang and Yu provinces, with their towering skyscrapers and ceaseless traffic, it felt profoundly familiar to Qin Feng. After disembarking, Qin Feng retrieved his luggage and hailed a taxi, promptly dialing Qin Wu's number. Qin Wu worked in the provincial capital and resided there as well. Since he was back, it was only fitting to inform him, especially considering their long-standing brotherhood. Through thick and thin, Qin Wu had steadfastly supported Qin Feng. What? Feng Ge, you're already in the provincial capital? You and your wife came today? Why didn't you say so earlier? I should have taken leave to pick you up. You've finally returned, and it's been years since we last met. Wait for me. I'm taking leave right now. We won't stop until we're thoroughly intoxicated tonight. You must stay at my place. And tomorrow we'll head back to our hometown together. Qin Feng could hear the excitement in Qin Wu's voice, and he, too, was exhilarated. It had been many years since the two brothers had seen each other. They quickly arranged a meeting place, and Qin Feng took a taxi to the designated spot. Though he had been away from the provincial capital for several years, his familiarity with the area remained intact, as vivid memories resurfaced with each street he traversed. The taxi driver spoke with a local dialect that further evoked a sense of nostalgia in Qin Feng. The driver, perceptive as he was, engaged in a conversation with Qin Feng that, although devoid of mundane topics, revolved around international affairs. From Qin Feng's eloquence, the driver discerned that he was no ordinary individual. Before long, Qin Feng, accompanied by Lin Ruoxue and Niu, arrived at the agreed location near Qin Wu's neighborhood. There, Qin Wu had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Despite the years that had passed, Qin Feng recognized Qin Wu from a distance with ease. His hair is now cut exceedingly short, scarcely measuring a centimeter in length, resembling that of a bald man. His face bears the marks of time and weariness. Yet his physique remains remarkably robust, with his skin having been bronzed by the sun. Since childhood, he has been an athletic prodigy, and his sturdy constitution does not come as a surprise to Qin Feng. However, the traces of life's hardships etched upon his visage serve as a testament to the fact that he has been tempered by the harsh realities of existence. Chapter 295. A familiar face. Feng Ge. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Wu instantly exclaimed with excitement. He then rushed over, leaping joyfully, and enveloped Qin Feng in a warm embrace. It has been several years since we last met, Wu Zi. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Although his expression radiated joy, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. He could easily discern that Qin Wu remained the same as ever, despite the passage of time leaving its marks on his face. His innocent spirit remained unaltered. After embracing for a considerable time, the two finally parted. At this moment, Qin Wu glanced at Lin Ruoxue beside them, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he chuckled. After all these years, sister-in-law, you are still as beautiful as ever. Lin Ruoxue smiled in response. Though she had divorced Qin Feng, Qin Wu was oblivious to this fact. Having promised Qin Feng to maintain the facade of a devoted wife, she played her role with grace. And this must be Niu. How much you've grown in these years. You're becoming more adorable by the day. Next, Qin Wu turned his gaze to Niu, his eyes filled with affection. Lin Ruoxue promptly nudged Niu, urging, quickly greet Uncle Wu. Hello, Uncle Wu. Niu, understanding the cue, called out enthusiastically. Qin Wu's face brightened with delight. Ah, Niu truly is a sensible child. As he had no children of his own, he cherished Niu deeply, viewing her as if she were his own daughter. Suddenly, he addressed Lin Ruoxue, saying, Sister-in-law, it brings me genuine joy to see you and Feng Ge as a harmonious family. I had feared that since Feng Ge took to gambling, there might have been some discord between you. But now it seems all is well. He no longer gambles, and you both appear to be thriving. Upon hearing Qin Wu's words, Qin Feng sighed internally. Qin Wu remained as naive as ever. However, this innocence was a blessing, for it shielded him from perceiving the underlying truths and the growing distance between Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue compared to their past. Thus, he would not harbor any suspicions. In truth, sharing such details with Qin Wu would not be detrimental. He would always consider Qin Feng's well-being. Yet, since they had chosen to maintain the pretense, it was imperative to follow through completely. The last thing Qin Feng wanted was for Qin Wu to inadvertently share this news with their parents, as it could lead to complications. After all, their mother had a fragile heart, and Qin Feng wished to avoid causing her distress. When one is away from home, they tend to share only good news with their family. Even when returning in glory, they would still feign a prosperous life, all to spare their parents from worry. Right. Let us not linger here any longer. Let's head home, get your luggage settled, and then we can enjoy a good meal together. I'm eager to share a few drinks with Feng Ge. Only then did Qin Wu realize that they were standing at the entrance of the community. Drawing curious glances from passers-by, he took the initiative to help Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue with their bags, leading them towards their home in the southwestern province. Even houses in the suburbs were not inexpensive. Despite Qin Wu purchasing a home on the outskirts, it still cost around $1 million. And with their modest salaries, The couple had yet to clear their mortgage. However, for Qin Wu, it mattered little. He was inherently a contented individual, finding satisfaction in the simplicity of life. His abode was modest, appearing to encompass just over 100 square meters, with a mere 2 bedrooms. It seemed that tonight, Qin Feng, Lin Ruoxue, and Nyonya would need to seek accommodation at a hotel. Chapter 296. Dispute. Upon entering, Qin Feng was greeted by the sight of a woman with a noticeable belly, leisurely seated on the sofa, tossing snacks into her mouth. A wave of familiar memories surged forth, and Qin Feng soon recalled her identity, Lu Mei, the wife of Qin Wu. Given her current condition, it was evident that Lu Mei was pregnant, prompting a smile to spread across Qin Feng's face. Is my sister-in-law expecting? Congratulations, Wuzi. You are soon to become a father. What splendid news. Do ensure to invite me for the celebration once the child is a month old. Qin Wu had long been without children, and Qin Feng understood the reasons behind it, primarily the considerable energy and financial resources required for raising a child, leading the couple to hesitate in starting a family. With a foolish grin, Qin Wu replied, "Of course. We will definitely invite Brother Feng to the celebration." After saying this, he turned to Lu Mei and added, "Since Brother Feng and his family have come, there is no need to cook tonight. Let us dine at Yin Yuxian." However, the smile that had adorned Lu Mei's face faltered upon hearing this. Qin Wu, oblivious to the shift in her demeanor, continued, while Qin Feng, with his keen observational skills, noticed the change with surprise. It was not unusual for Qin Wu, a rather straightforward man, to miss the subtle cues from his wife. Once he had seated Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue, brewed tea for them, and provided Nyonya with a bottle of milk, Lu Mei promptly pulled Qin Wu aside. "What were you thinking? It's one thing for Qin Feng to be here, but why must we go to Yin Yuxian? You know how expensive that restaurant is. A single meal there could consume our combined monthly salaries. Why put on such a show? We're all acquainted. There is no need for such extravagance." Lu Mei whispered, her eyes filled with reproach. In these times, earning money was arduous, and with her current pregnancy leave, she relied on a meager salary, barely amounting to a few thousand a month. Although Qin Wu earned a bit more, his monthly income just exceeded 10,000. Yet, he insisted on taking Qin Feng and others to dine at Yin Yuxian, a top-tier restaurant in the provincial capital. With drinks included, it could easily deplete over 10,000. The couple had been saving diligently, still burdened by their mortgage. Such extravagant spending was beyond their means. Moreover, in just a few months, their child would arrive, necessitating a full moon celebration, purchasing formula, and the increased demands of childcare, all of which would require even more time, energy, and finances. Reflecting on these matters, Qin Wu felt overwhelmed, but he remained resolute. "My dear, just this once. You know how close Brother Feng and I are. We haven't seen each other in years, and now that he is finally back, it's essential that we treat him well." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei immediately placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Regardless, I shall not agree. When Qin Feng was engrossed in gambling, you insisted on assisting him, lending him an amount of money that you now claim he need not return. I tried to dissuade you numerous times back then. And now you wish to spend more at Yin Yuxian? That money was meant for the baby as formula. Dear, could you lower your voice?" Qin Wu interjected. Growing anxious, Lu Mei spoke without regard for the setting, her words resonating loudly, causing both Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue, who were seated in the living room, to furrow their brows in concern. Chapter 297. I shall cover the expenses. It was at this moment that Qin Feng recalled the substantial financial support Qin Wu had previously extended to him. Reflecting on this, he felt an undeniable sense of embarrassment. He had indeed been ensnared by the allure of gambling, a veritable addict. The adage that a gambler is akin to a bottomless pit rang true. The money Qin Wu had lent him had been squandered on gambling, leaving him utterly destitute. Had it not been for his rebirth and the wisdom garnered from his past life, he might have remained ensnared in that vice, oblivious to the distinction between right and wrong, and lacking the resolve to forsake gambling. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet he recognized the validity of his missteps. Resolute, he rose and called out to Qin Wu, "Brother Wu, I acknowledge that I borrowed a considerable sum from you and caused you trouble. Rest assured, wherever we dine today, the expenses shall be mine. You need not concern yourself with the bill. I have made many errors over the years, possibly straining the bond between you and your wife, and it is unnecessary for you to argue because of me. Recognizing one's faults is the first step toward rectification, a notion Qin Feng understood all too well. He was unperturbed by any potential discomfort and spoke candidly from the heart. In response to his declaration, Qin Wu interjected, "Brother Feng, that is not acceptable. It is a rare occasion for you to return. How could I allow you to pay? As your brother, it is my duty to treat you." However, before Qin Wu could finish his sentence, He was interrupted by Lu Mei. With her hands firmly on her hips, she asserted, "You claim to have earned money? I am curious to see how a gambler manages to accumulate wealth. The fact that you are no longer trying to deceive Qin Wu out of his money is already a blessing. Qin Wu is an honest man. Earning money is no easy feat, so I advise you to abandon any notions of taking advantage of him." Indeed, Lu Mei was a fierce woman, and Qin Wu, a man under his wife's thumb, found himself at a loss for words. He hesitated, uncertain whether to mediate the situation, defend his wife, or support his elder brother, Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng merely smiled serenely, unfazed by the harshness of Lu Mei's words. He discerned that she harbored considerable resentment towards him, which was understandable. In these times, money was exceedingly difficult to come by, especially for ordinary individuals who must exert immense effort to earn a modest sum. The funds Qin Wu had provided to Qin Feng were hard-earned by both him and Lu Mei, which explained her bitterness. Nevertheless, this did not trouble Qin Feng. His current status had transformed his mindset. He no longer acted impulsively. He spoke gently, "Sister-in-law, I am aware of your skepticism towards me, but I assure you, I have long since abandoned gambling. Today is a day for celebration. Let us not allow trivial matters to mar the harmony between our families." Lu Mei retorted, "We will no longer be swayed by your honeyed words. I am eager to see how you intend to cover the expenses at Yunyu Xian." Having spoken, she spread her hands and pulled Qin Wu out, exclaiming loudly, "Come, let us go to Yunyu Pavilion. Today, I shall see whether you, Qin Feng, as the elder brother, also share your younger sibling's penchant for maintaining a facade." She was resolute in her intent to witness Qin Feng's embarrassment. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. Recognizing her grievances, he chose to accommodate her feelings. After all, they were relatively close relatives with a history of interaction, and he was reluctant to foster animosity. Thus, he decided to take a step back. Chapter 298. Yunyu Xian. Thus, the group ventured forth together, heading towards Yunyu Xian. This establishment is renowned as one of the most luxurious restaurants in the provincial capital, with prices that are quite exorbitant. It is said that a single dish can cost thousands. However, Qin Feng remains indifferent. To him, 1,000 or 10,000 is merely a number, a trivial sum that holds no weight. After reserving a private room at Yunyu Xian, they proceeded without delay and soon arrived. Truly, this restaurant stands as a paragon of opulence in the southwestern province. Its exterior boasts an antique charm, while the interior exudes even more lavishness and elegance, embodying a retro architectural style reminiscent of a bustling ancient inn. The establishment, despite its steep prices, enjoys thriving business. After all, this world is not short of the wealthy, who are ever eager to indulge in such venues. The clientele, adorned in splendid attire, flaunts emerald rings and golden necklaces, all replete with affluence. Yet, upon entering, it was Lin Ruoxue who captured the attention of many, causing Lu Mei to feel a twinge of discomfort. Firstly, Lin Ruoxue's beauty is striking, transcending her nearly 30 years. Though she is no longer in the bloom of youth, her radiant visage, enhanced by the Chanel cosmetics that Qin Feng had gifted her, irresistibly drew the gaze of both men and women alike. Furthermore, her attire, also from Chanel, revealed an air of sophistication, and those familiar with the luxury brand could not help but marvel at her elegance. What a stunning woman! When did such a figure emerge in the southwestern province? I have no recollection of her, mused the onlookers. I am well acquainted with the elite circles of society, yet I have never encountered this woman before. She is unlike anyone else. Her adornments are all from Chanel, each piece likely worth a fortune. And the limited edition LV handbag she carries is rumored to be worth around 200,000. In contrast, those around her appeared rather ordinary, particularly the pregnant woman among them. Don't even think about it. She already has a child. Look. Upon noticing the resemblance between Yonyo and Lin Ruoxue, they quickly discerned that Lin Ruoxue was a married woman with a family, prompting them to reluctantly withdraw their gazes. At this moment, Lin Ruoxue felt a sense of ease. Ever since Qin Feng had gifted her those exquisite garments, she had become accustomed to attracting attention when out in public. Of course, this is also due to her innate beauty. It is undeniable that she is stunning, as any ordinary woman would struggle to carry such elegant and beautiful clothing. Meanwhile, Lu Mei observed from the side, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. At this moment, she also realized that Lin Ruoxue's attire was exceptionally beautiful, undoubtedly quite expensive. Given her own family's circumstances, it was simply impossible for her to afford such garments. However, jealousy was a natural response. Which woman could possibly refrain from envying Lin Ruoxue? This is the essence of privilege. Chapter 299. Selecting the most expensive dishes, a few individuals entered the private room and began to order dishes. It was a rare gathering, and Qin Wu was brimming with excitement as he sought out the most extravagant items on the menu. Although merely glancing at the prices sent shivers down his spine. Pride compelled him to endure. Having not seen Qin Feng for a long while, he felt it was his duty as a host to treat him well. Despite Qin Feng's insistence on paying for himself, a notion Qin Wu dismissed. In his perspective, Qin Feng was the guest. He had only just returned from a tumultuous period. Having recently emerged from the depths of gambling, it seemed unlikely that he had amassed any significant savings, especially after spending money during his journey back. Therefore, Qin Wu resolved to bear the cost himself. He contemplated keeping this from his wife, Lu Mei, and discreetly planned to offer Qin Feng the chance to pay later, believing that this would maintain face for both of them. Of course, Qin Wu was aware that such a deception could not last indefinitely, but he hoped to delay the inevitable until after the Mid-Autumn Festival when Qin Feng would likely have returned to Longzhou and Weixing. He figured he could endure any potential scolding from Lu Mei, as financial losses could always be recuperated. However, much like him, Lu Mei was also inclined to select the pricier dishes, while Qin Wu chose expensive items to honor Qin Feng and reminisce about old times. Lu Mei's intentions were quite the opposite. It was evident to Qin Feng that Lu Mei was deliberately making costly selections to create discomfort for him, especially after his assertion to cover the bill. At this moment, Qin Wu felt a pang of anxiety. Not only had he ordered several expensive dishes, but Lu Mei had chosen even pricier delicacies, including rare seafood, far beyond his selections. A silent plea escaped his heart. "Oh, my dear wife, have mercy and spare me." Yet, Lu Mei remained oblivious to his unspoken request, relishing the opportunity for revenge against Qin Feng. After finalizing the menu, she estimated the total had already surpassed 10,000, yet still found it insufficient. Intentionally, she remarked, "You two brothers haven't seen each other in years. How can you not drink? To ensure you enjoy yourselves, I shall order 3 bottles of Feitian Matai." Upon hearing this, Qin Wu felt a chill run through him. While he too wished to celebrate with Qin Feng, he had envisioned a modest expenditure of a few hundred or perhaps 1,000 for drinks. He had not anticipated his wife would take it upon herself to order the most expensive Feitian Matai, with each bottle costing several thousand, and she had ordered 3. After tallying up the 3 bottles along with the dishes ordered earlier, the total price surely approached 20,000. 20,000. The modest sum of personal savings he had concealed amounted to just over 10,000. How could he possibly afford such an extravagant meal costing over 20,000? In that moment, a wave of anxiety washed over Qin Wu. Yet, he dared not reveal his distress, striving instead to maintain an air of composure, forcing himself to regain his calm. Chapter 300. Money is not an issue. After a thorough examination of the menu, Lu Mei finally nodded in satisfaction, placing it down and handing it to a nearby waiter. She cast a couple of glances at Qin Feng, her heart filled with derision. After all, the prices at Yin Yuxian were clearly marked, and as she placed her order, she mentally calculated the expenses, concluding that the meal would exceed 20,000. This realization only heightened her satisfaction. Now, all she needed to do was indulge herself and relish the meal. Once they finished dining, she could revel in the sight of Qin Feng's embarrassment when it came time to settle the bill. Should he attempt to evade payment, she would be the first to stand up and point fingers, chastising him for his misdeeds. While Lu Mei was busy plotting her scheme, Qin Wu was deep in thought, contemplating his own course of action. The calculations indicated that he would be short by nearly 10,000 when it came time to pay. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to temporarily pool resources with Qin Feng, enabling Qin Feng to handle the payment. Although his wife intended to make things difficult for Qin Feng, all he could do was discreetly support him from the shadows. In stark contrast to the scheming couple, Qin Feng remained remarkably calm. After glancing at the menu, he felt no anxiety. Instead, he engaged in nostalgic conversation with Qin Wu, or played with Niu, teaching her appropriate table manners. "Wu Zi, do you remember our childhood? Back when we lived in the countryside, we would catch crabs and mudskippers every day." Qin Feng reminisced, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It is often said that time flows like a river, ceaseless and relentless, leaving only memories in its wake. These moments, once lived, can never be relived, only cherished in remembrance. Qin Wu, too, felt a deep resonance with these reflections. Though a rough man, life's harsh realities had softened his edges, filling his heart with myriad sentiments. After graduating from university, he had navigated the challenges of unemployment, the anxieties surrounding the dowry for marrying Lu Mei, the burdens of mortgage payments for their home, and now, the impending arrival of their child weighed heavily on his mind. It seemed there was never a moment of respite. As the two conversed, the dishes were promptly served. Accompanied by drinks, the convivial atmosphere encouraged a flow of genuine emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Roashue took care of Niu while attentively listening to the exchange between the two men, finding it quite engaging. Their discussions stirred memories of her own experiences over the years, leaving her with a complex swirl of emotions. As the evening progressed, Qin Wu pulled Qin Feng aside, saying, "Brother Feng, let us step outside for some fresh air and share a smoke. We have 2 ladies present, and little Nyo here. It wouldn't be proper to smoke indoors." His words were a mix of truth and pretense, his intentions clear. Yet, Lu Mei remained oblivious, unaware of her husband's underlying thoughts. Thus, Qin Feng and Qin Wu stepped out, leaving Yun Yuxin behind. Standing at the entrance, Qin Wu promptly retrieved a bank card and said to Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, my wife can be rather petty. Please do not take offense. She merely wishes to make things difficult for you. I still have 15,000 in this card. You may use it to settle the bill. If that is insufficient, I shall borrow a little from friends to cover the difference." Upon hearing Qin Wu's words, Qin Feng instantly grasped his intentions and felt deeply touched. Yet he still shook his head. "Wu Zi, there is no need for such measures. Listen to me, I will handle the payment. For me, money is not an issue." Simultaneously, he pushed the bank card back towards Qin Wu. Chapter 301. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon, Brother Feng. Aren't you aware of your own situation? Seeing Qin Feng push his bank card back once more, Qin Wu felt a surge of urgency. After all, he had merely suggested a brief respite to sober up and smoke a cigarette. If he returned home late, it would undoubtedly arouse his wife's suspicions. "Brother Feng, you just found a job and have not been employed for long. How much can you possibly save? Having even a mere 10,000 would be commendable. You still need to buy a house, and with the rising property prices, you cannot expect your sister-in-law and Yo to live in a rental indefinitely. I am in a different position, Brother Feng. I have been working for several years, have already purchased a house, and now I only need to gradually repay the mortgage. I have managed to save quite a bit, so there is no need for you to bear the expenses." Qin Wu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Upon hearing such genuine words, Qin Feng felt a wave of emotion. For a brother, Qin Wu was always warm-hearted, and how could Qin Feng not be touched by that? They say sincerity is the ultimate weapon. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng patted Qin Wu on the shoulder and smiled. "Wu Zi, if I were financially struggling right now, I would undoubtedly welcome your assistance. We are true brothers. However, you must believe me, I have indeed earned a substantial amount. To those who can work, the more one labors, the more one gains. A meal's expense is trivial to me. If you don't believe me, take a look at this." With that, Qin Feng pulled out his phone and showed Qin Wu his bank balance. "How much can you possibly earn in such a short span of time?" Qin Wu exclaimed in disbelief, muttering to himself. From his perspective, just 2 or 3 months ago, Qin Feng was still engrossed in gambling, having squandered every last penny. Unable even to pay the rent. It had only been 2 or 3 months, even if a wayward son had returned to the right path and found a job. How much could he possibly earn? Even with a good job yielding a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, once debts and various expenses were settled, the savings would barely exceed 10,000. Yet, upon seeing the digits on Qin Feng's phone screen, he was momentarily stunned. 137. How many zeros does that have? At that moment, Qin Wu questioned his own eyesight, regardless of whether he was seeing things or not. It was evident that the amount in Qin Feng's bank account was beyond his imagination. So many zeros. Was it 10 million, 100 million, or even a billion? Thus, when Qin Feng reclaimed his phone, Qin Wu stood there in a daze, struggling to regain his composure. After a long while, he finally snapped back to reality and couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Feng, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? Take my advice, Brother Feng. We should avoid any unlawful activities. We should earn our money honestly. Even if it's less, at least it's our own, and we can use it without worry." His words left Qin Feng momentarily taken aback, eliciting a mixed response of amusement and exasperation. He replied, "What are you saying? Wu Zi, rest assured. The origins of my money are quite legitimate. As they say, a gentleman cherishes wealth acquired through righteous means. In any case, from now on, you need not trouble yourself with my affairs. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out. In due course, I shall transfer some funds to you so that you can settle the outstanding mortgage completely, thereby easing the burdens of life for both you and your spouse." Qin Wu promptly waved his hand, stating, "Brother Feng, there is no need for that. I am capable of earning my own living and repaying it myself." Understanding Qin Wu's sentiments, Qin Feng recognized that his reluctance stemmed merely from a sense of pride in accepting assistance. Chapter 302. The move. Qin Wu, you have misunderstood my intentions. Qin Feng feigned anger. This money is not meant to assist you. It is a token to bring joy to my yet-to-be-born nephew. You may choose to reject it, but our nephew cannot. Qin Feng's tone was stern. Yet he primarily sought a rationale to encourage Qin Wu to accept his aid. After all, Qin Wu's circumstances had become rather challenging. Moreover, Qin Wu had previously extended considerable help to Qin Feng, though they were true brothers and did not speak of debts of gratitude. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Feng desired his brother to lead a prosperous life. Faced with Qin Feng's insistence, Qin Wu found himself devoid of a valid reason to refuse. Over the years, the burden of the mortgage had indeed caused him considerable distress, leading to numerous quarrels with his wife, Lu Mei, and several clashes that had disrupted their once harmonious household. Now, even after several years of repayments, he still owed over 600,000. If Qin Feng were to assist him in clearing this debt, he would enjoy a future unencumbered by financial strains, allowing him to save more money. Brother Feng, thank you. In that moment, Qin Wu's eyes brimmed with tears. After all, who else but Qin Feng would be willing to part with such a significant sum to alleviate his mortgage? No need for thanks between brothers. Just as you did not thank me when you helped me before. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as I have a meal, you shall share it. Qin Feng chuckled heartily, patting Qin Wu on the shoulder, which only deepened Qin Wu's emotional state, filling his eyes with tears. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Why have you both been outside for so long? Have you sobered up? Qin Wu turned to find Lu Mei standing there. Upon seeing Qin Wu's tear-streaked face, she was taken aback. Qin Wu, why are you crying? Realizing his eyes were indeed moist, Qin Wu quickly turned away to wipe his tears and replied to Lu Mei, No, you must be mistaken. I was simply chatting with Brother Feng and lost track of time. We should hurry back for dinner and not leave sister-in-law and Nyo waiting. Oh, Lu Mei nodded, seemingly unconcerned. She then turned to Qin Feng. We must finish this meal. Brother Feng, you mentioned you have money, so remember to pay. If you're short, I can arrange for Qin Wu to assist you a bit. Her intent was clearly to challenge Qin Feng, yet he merely smiled and said, Sister-in-law, there's no need for concern. I will cover the expenses. Let us all enjoy our meal together without worrying about the bill. Seeing Qin Feng's unwavering confidence, Lu Mei couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that he truly had money? Wasn't he a gambler? Even if he had turned over a new leaf, how much could he have earned in just a few months? Was he truly willing to exhaust his hard-earned savings for this single meal without a hint of regret? The absurdity of it all was staggering. Qin Wu cast her a sharp glance and said, Lu Mei, how can you speak to Feng Gu in such a manner? Is it not better for everyone to maintain a harmonious atmosphere? Let us not stir up discontent. His words took Lu Mei by surprise. It is worth noting that at home, Qin Wu had always been under her thumb, rarely opposing her. Yet now, he was speaking to her in this way for the sake of Qin Feng. It seems you two are in cahoots. Lu Mei, feeling a surge of indignation, turned on her heel and retreated into the elegant chamber. Chapter 303. Is he really wealthy? Upon witnessing the situation, both Qin Feng and Qin Wu exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of helplessness. My wife is just that kind of person. Please be patient with her, Brother Feng, Qin Wu remarked. Moreover, she is pregnant at the moment, feeling somewhat vulnerable, constantly worrying about various matters. Qin Feng nodded and replied, It's no trouble at all, Wuzi. You know my temperament. These are mere trifles. I shan't take offense, and it has no bearing on me. Why would I stoop to her level? Hearing this, Qin Wu felt relieved, and together they returned to Yun Yuxian. As soon as they entered the private room, Nyo joyfully exclaimed, Daddy, where have you been? Qin Feng promptly approached and took a seat beside Nyo, smiling as he said, Daddy went out for a smoke with your Uncle Wu. However, the little girl expressed her discontent, saying, Daddy, the teacher at school said smoking is harmful to health. Could you please not smoke anymore? The innocence of the child in uttering such words astonished those around them. Oh, Nyo understands these things. She is so clever. Truly my wonderful niece. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then patted his chest and assured her, Daddy promises to smoke less in the future, and ultimately to quit. In truth, Qin Feng rarely smoked, only indulging in necessary situations. At least since his rebirth. He would only smoke during obligatory social events or when gathering with true friends like Qin Wu. He had no addiction to cigarettes, thus, when alone or in the company of Nyo or Lin Ruoxue, he would never smoke. The meal was quite enjoyable for everyone, especially for Qin Wu and Qin Feng, who had not seen each other for many years, and now their reunion brought forth a wave of nostalgia. Despite the constant vexation from Lu Mei throughout the meal, Qin Feng remained unfazed, not allowing her words to affect him. As the meal concluded, it was time to settle the bill. At this moment, Lu Mei raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixated on Qin Feng. She had long desired to witness the source of his confidence when he claimed he could pay. Now, the moment had arrived. Would he truly be able to cover the cost? However, her anticipation quickly turned to disappointment. She saw no trace of panic or embarrassment on Qin Feng's face. Instead, he confidently approached the cashier and presented his bank card. With a simple swipe, he stated nonchalantly, and before Lu Mei could react, the sound of a successful transaction echoed, beep. The cashier smiled and said, "Thank you, and we look forward to your next visit." What? Lu Mei was taken aback, her heart racing in disbelief. Is he truly wealthy? She could only feel a burning sensation on her face, realizing that she should have recognized all along that Qin Feng could afford this meal. After all, throughout the evening, she had not detected a hint of panic on his visage. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Qin Feng was in the restroom, Qin Wu approached and whispered in Lu Mei's ear, "My dear, Feng Ji is no longer the same as he once was. I can sense that he has matured significantly, and with his newfound wealth, he is undoubtedly a millionaire, if not a billionaire." Chapter 304. The regretful Lu Mei. Are you boasting? Have you not yet awakened? Upon hearing Qin Wu's words, Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed derisively. If Qin Feng had a modest amount of money, she might entertain the notion, as it is not uncommon for luck to yield some financial gain. However, the assertion that Qin Feng was a millionaire, or even a billionaire, was utterly implausible to her. After all, the figures of millions and billions are simply unfathomable. Qin Feng was not significantly better off than her. He had once been a gambling addict. What merit did he possess to ascend to such wealth? Qin Wu's claim seemed entirely baseless, a fantastical tale. Nonetheless, Qin Wu replied with a bitter smile, "I too find it hard to believe. Had it not been for witnessing Brother Feng's bank balance, I could hardly discern the number of zeros. But I am certain it is at least in the millions, perhaps even 100 million, or even a billion. In any case, Brother Feng is now quite affluent and will no longer require my assistance. My meager savings are inconsequential to him." Lu Mei remained skeptical. Yet Qin Wu's assertions gradually swayed her acceptance of this reality. Still, she could not resist expressing her disdain, declaring, "He had better truly be wealthy and not need our family's help. What if he returns to gambling and squanders all his money, only to come seeking a loan from us?" Qin Wu shook his head. "That is impossible. How could someone with over 100 million easily lose it all? Brother Feng even supported me with over 600,000 to assist my family in repaying our mortgage." Lu Mei was taken aback and questioned with suspicion, "Really?" Upon seeing Qin Wu nod, she found herself unable to remain calm. She understood the significance of Qin Feng aiding in her family's mortgage repayment. That was over 600,000. If they had to manage it alone, it could take nearly a decade to settle. However, with Qin Feng's assistance, they could clear it all at once, an undeniable stroke of fortune. This meant that once the mortgage was settled, her family would be unburdened, leading to a better life for their children, a more relaxed existence, and the ability to provide superior education and extracurricular opportunities for their development. It would also free up considerable time. Henceforth, their family could elevate to the middle class, and the savings could even afford them a car worth 200,000 to 300,000, allowing for a more prosperous life. Lu Mei was astonished not only by the sheer amount of money Qin Feng could offer, but also by the fact that despite her antagonism towards him, he still chose to extend such generosity to her family. She realized this was not merely for her sake, but rather out of the bond between Qin Feng and Qin Wu, who regarded each other as brothers, prompting Qin Feng to assist them so willingly. In that moment, even the proud Lu Mei could not deny her mistake. She could not help but whisper, "I was so harsh towards him just now. He won't be angry, will he? Should I apologize to him?" She also wished to express that if Qin Feng were to become upset and choose to withhold his financial support of over 600,000 for their family, it would indeed result in a considerable loss. Qin Wu shook his head and replied, "Do you truly think of Feng Ge as such a person? I know him well. He has never been one to harbor a petty mind. He would not quibble over trivial matters, so there is no need for you to dwell on it. An apology is unnecessary. However, it would be wise to refrain from targeting Feng Ge in the future. We are all family here, and it is best that we maintain a harmonious atmosphere." Chapter 305. Overcoming prejudice. Lu Mei nodded thoughtfully, taking a deep breath as she said, "I understand. This time, I will heed your advice." It must be noted that a significant reason Lu Mei was able to form a bond with Qin Wu and develop feelings for him was due to his fervent pursuit. Over the years, she had harbored a certain disdain for Qin Wu. After all, he had not provided her with a life of comfort. Instead, he had repeatedly supported Qin Feng, causing her considerable distress. However, as time has passed, thoughts of divorce had never crossed her mind, especially given Qin Wu's unwavering loyalty to love. In her perspective, life would simply continue on this path, devoid of extravagant aspirations for wealth. The occasional minor quarrels and disagreements were, in her view, inconsequential. Yet, at this moment, she truly felt a sense of admiration for her husband. Perhaps it was precisely because of his steadfast loyalty and sincerity towards love, family, and friendship that he had attracted someone like Qin Feng, who was so willing to assist him. Maybe she had indeed underestimated Qin Feng's remarkable qualities due to her limited perspective. As Lu Mei was lost in her thoughts, Qin Feng emerged from the restroom to find everyone waiting for him. He smiled and asked, "Wu Zi, what are the plans for tonight?" Qin Wu replied with a grin. "Brother Feng, how about going to KTV? That sounds delightful. Singing a few songs is always a good choice," Qin Feng readily agreed. In these times, gatherings among friends typically revolved around two activities, dining and karaoke. "Brother Feng, let me cover the expenses this time. After all, you've returned with great difficulty. I can't let you pay for everything," Qin Wu insisted. Having already felt guilty about Qin Feng covering their family's mortgage, he was reluctant to burden him further with the cost of the evening's entertainment. Qin Feng nodded nonchalantly, saying, "That's fine. We're all brothers here, and it doesn't matter who pays." He then turned to Lu Mei with a smile, adding, "As long as my sister-in-law holds no grudges against me." His words carried a teasing undertone, causing Lu Mei to blush. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Big brother, I may have spoken too harshly before. Please don't take it to heart." Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, reassuring her, "Rest assured, it won't affect me." With that, Lu Mei felt a sense of relief. She recognized her somewhat materialistic nature. Upon realizing Qin Feng's worth, she was unwilling to create conflict with him. Nonetheless, in this era, being somewhat self-serving is not entirely unjustifiable, and he had become indispensable to the Qin Wu family. Had it not been for her meticulous budgeting over the years, Qin Wu's family might have faced even greater financial struggles. Hearing about the KTV plans, Niao was delighted. Though still young, the little girl had learned many nursery rhymes and was eager to showcase her talents. That evening, after setting aside their prejudices, the group enjoyed a splendid time together. Qin Feng did not stay at Qin Wu's home that night, as it was rather cramped. Instead, he booked 2 hotel rooms, one for himself and another for Lin Ruoxue and her daughter, Niao. The following morning, they rose early, hired a vehicle, and prepared to return to the countryside, which was also Qin Feng's hometown. For Qin Feng, this return home stirred profound excitement within him. However, to his astonishment, as he turned his head in the car, he noticed Lin Ruoxue sitting beside him, her hands tightly clenched. Beads of perspiration had begun to form on her fair wrists, suggesting that she appeared even more anxious than he was. Chapter 306. If you're going to pretend, do it wholeheartedly. Why do you seem even more anxious than I am? Qin Feng could not help but inquire upon seeing her demeanor. "I'm not anxious at all. You must be mistaken," Lin Ruoxue retorted, turning her head away. Though a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, deep down, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. For in the vehicle were not only the driver, but also Qin Wu and Lu Mei, along with her daughter Niao. She had been striving to conceal her unease. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Feng, seated beside her, had discerned her feelings. "Am I not familiar with you? My dear, your palms are clammy." Qin Feng chuckled heartily, playfully squeezing Lin Ruoxue's wrist. In response, she swiftly withdrew her hand and shot him a fierce glare. Ordinarily, Qin Feng addressing her as "my dear" was quite reasonable, considering she had agreed to feign that they were still married to alleviate any concerns from his family. If Qin Feng refrained from calling her "my dear" and they acted distant, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Yet, despite understanding this, when he uttered the endearing term in front of so many people, she felt overwhelmingly embarrassed, as if she had been transported back to the early days of their relationship in college. "Go Feng, sister-in-law, you've been married for several years now. You should be like an old married couple. Why is there still awkwardness?" Qin Wu, ever the straightforward person, inquired. Lin Ruoxue could only force a smile and respond, "Well, it's just that with so many people around, it feels a bit awkward." "That makes sense," Qin Wu, being a simple man, accepted her explanation without perceiving any oddity. Thus, Lin Ruoxue took a moment to wipe her smooth forehead and calm her racing heart. The truth was, her anxiety stemmed from the fear of revealing that the bond between her and Qin Feng had largely deteriorated. If their divorce were to be discovered, she would find herself at a loss for words. Moreover, the thought of meeting Qin Feng's family brought back memories of her initial encounter with his parents, which had left her equally nervous. In a daze, it felt as though she had returned to that time long ago. The car sped along, and within a mere 2 hours, they arrived in the countryside. The landscape was enveloped by mountains, the terrain steep, yet amidst the ruggedness, one could catch glimpses of flat river valleys dotted with numerous households, seemingly scattered across the earth. At this hour, wisps of smoke rose from chimneys, indicating that breakfast was being prepared in each home. The mountains were adorned with vast terraced fields, and from a distance, the scenery appeared remarkably picturesque. The houses were primarily traditional brick and tile structures. Not a single high-rise could be seen, with the tallest buildings reaching only 3 stories. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Qin Feng, Qin Wu and the others headed straight to their respective homes, each carrying various bags and packages. Qin Feng bore gifts, while Lin Ruoxue followed closely behind, one hand clutching festive offerings and the other securely holding Niuniu's hand, mindful that the path, though not particularly treacherous, could pose a risk of stumbling if hurried. Niuniu's petite frame cannot withstand a fall, which would surely cause both her and Qin Feng great distress. The closer they approached their hometown, the more exhilarated Qin Feng became. Standing on the ridge of the field, he pointed to the single-story house below and said to Lin Ruoxue, "Do you remember? That is my home." "Yes, even though the last time I visited was 3 years ago, I still have some memories of it," Lin Ruoxue replied, her voice delicate. Chapter 307. The Heart of Parents Indeed. It has been many years since my last visit. A profound reminiscence filled Qin Feng's gaze. This is Qin Family Village, home to several hundred households, each either bearing the Qin surname or closely associated with the Qin clan. Qin Feng's father, Qin Xuezai, worked in the town, living a life of diligent labor as an honest employee. His mother, Wang Xiumei, was an ordinary peasant who had once labored in a factory during her youth, but returned to her roots to tend to their modest plot of land as she aged. Like many rural communities, the youth of Qin Family Village, including Qin Feng, often ventured far and wide in their youth to seek employment or start their own ventures, returning home only during the festive seasons to visit their families. In fact, many would find themselves unable to return even during the holidays, sometimes only making the journey back once every few years. Thus, the longing for family is profoundly felt. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng shouldered his bags while Lin Ruoxue held on to Niuniu as they entered the modest dwelling. Upon stepping into the courtyard, constructed of cobblestones, Qin Feng was greeted by the sight of sun-dried vegetables scattered across the ground. In the center of the yard lay an elderly woman, basking in the sun with an air of tranquility. This woman, slender and petite, bore the gentle signs of aging upon her face, with a few strands of silver woven into her coiled hair. This was none other than Qin Feng's mother, Wang Xiumei. Upon seeing Wang Xiumei, Qin Feng's emotions surged with excitement, and he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Mother!" Startled from her reverie by the sound, Wang Xiumei instinctively opened her eyes and turned toward the source of the voice. To her astonishment, she beheld Qin Feng, laden with bags. Yet, even upon seeing him, a flicker of disbelief danced in her eyes as she murmured, "Xiao Feng? No, he never mentioned he would return for the Mid-Autumn Festival this year. Surely, I must be dreaming." Wang Xiumei shook her head, grappling with the notion that perhaps her sight had deceived her or that she was indeed lost in a dream. At that moment, Qin Feng stepped forward, placing his burdens down to envelop his mother in an embrace. Considering his rebirth, it had not merely been 2 or 3 years since he last saw her. In truth, it had been over a decade. In his previous life, after her passing, Qin Feng had yearned for his mother day and night, often lamenting the time he had failed to spend with his parents, sometimes feeling less present than a mere cat. "Xiao Feng, is that truly you?" At this moment, Wang Xiumei finally grasped that the person before her was indeed real, that she was not dreaming nor delusional. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. What parent does not long for their children who are far away? "Mother, it is I. I have returned." Qin Feng's eyes glistened with emotion. "How wonderful it is that you are back. How wonderful it is." Wiping her tears, Wang Xiumei's face radiated joy as she had never known such happiness as today. Turning her gaze, she noticed Lin Ruoxue and Niuniu, which filled her heart with even greater delight. "Good lad, you have brought Ruoxue and Niuniu home with you. My father and I are genuinely concerned about your well-being outside. From your appearance, it seems that you are enjoying a harmonious and blissful family life. Come here, dear. Let Grandma embrace you. It has been several years since I last saw my little darling. You have grown so much that I hardly recognize you." Upon Qin Feng's return, Wang Xiumei's words flowed abundantly. Chapter 308. The kindness of people is often taken for granted in days gone by. Wang Xiumei would often spend an entire day at home without uttering a single word. She resembled a solitary old tree, steadfastly guarding her home, waiting for her children to return from afar. Countless days and nights of yearning have finally culminated in this moment. The long-anticipated reunion has materialized, transforming her dreams into reality. How could she possibly contain her joy? "Niuniu, quickly greet Grandma." Lin Ruoxue gently tapped Niuniu on the shoulder. The bright and understanding little girl promptly stepped forward, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hello, Grandma. Oh my, let me have a look at you. Niuniu has grown so much." Wang Xiumei knelt down softly, her fingers caressing the cherubic face of her granddaughter. The sight of that chubby visage filled her heart with elation. The last time she had seen her granddaughter, Niuniu was not yet 2 years old. Wang Xiumei understood that children at that tender age possess little capacity for memory, and it was likely that Nyo-Nyo's recollection of her grandmother had long since faded. Yet, the fact that she willingly approached and sweetly called her grandma spoke volumes of the little girl's thoughtfulness. Immediately after, Wang Xiaomei shot a reproachful glance at Qin Feng. "Why didn't your family call to let us know you were coming back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? I thought I was dreaming." Qin Feng scratched his head sheepishly, a grin spreading across his face. "I just wanted to surprise you and Dad." After saying this, he looked around but didn't see his father, Qin Xuezai, and inquired, "Mom, where's Dad? I don't see him anywhere." Wang Xiaomei replied casually, "Your father has gone to the village office. They are planning to implement some new infrastructure projects in the village, and they say every household must contribute. But as you know, there aren't many affluent families here. And your father is barely one of them, working in the town. These villagers are just eyeing the meager salary he saves, hoping he will contribute more." Qin Feng was taken aback, then expressed his displeasure. "That's rather unscrupulous of them. If the contributions are mandatory, they should at least provide assistance to families that cannot afford it. Why should my father be expected to shoulder more of the burden?" "Indeed," Wang Xiaomei agreed. "Your father is an honest man. He thinks he can help fill the gaps for families in need, doing his part. But those people can be excessively greedy. They often take your father's kindness for granted." Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but lament. Honestly, it's his kindness and naivety that lead to him being taken advantage of. They say that the good-hearted are often exploited, just like gentle horses are ridden. Let us not dwell on these troubling matters. You've returned, and that's what truly matters. Why bother with all those bags and packages? Qin Feng chuckled. "Mom, there's nothing extravagant, just some fine wine for Dad, health supplements for you, and some delightful mooncakes, along with new clothes for both you and Dad. It's been years since I last visited you too. It's my way of making amends." Wang Xiaomei scolded playfully, "Buying wine and health products that are just scams, and we have plenty of clothes at home. Why waste money on such things? Save the money wisely for the future use of our dear girl." Wang Xiaomei has grown quite fond of this obedient granddaughter. She neither cries nor causes a fuss, and is remarkably well behaved. "It's all right. I have earned a fair amount of money over the past few years, so you needn't worry about these matters," Qin Feng said with an air of indifference. Chapter 309. You may sleep together now that you have returned. "I shall tidy up the West Wing," Wang Xiaomei stated after arranging the various gifts. Qin Feng paused momentarily, then inquired, "The West Wing? Is that where Grandma used to stay?" "Indeed, this old house lacks space, and if I don't prepare it, where will you spend the night?" She replied, "Allow me to handle it, Mother. Since I am back, you and Father deserve to rest. Let me take care of this task," Qin Feng suggested thoughtfully. "Very well. If you wish to do it, I am more than happy to relax." Wang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Qin Feng then made his way to the West Wing. The West Wing had been his grandmother's room, but she passed away 6 or 7 years ago. Since then, Qin Feng had seldom returned home, leaving the room vacant. Consequently, it had accumulated a layer of dust, and a faint musty odor lingered in the air. Dust was everywhere, along with a large wooden bed and an old wooden trunk. During his childhood, his parents often entrusted him to his grandmother's care, and he shared a close bond with her. When she unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack, Qin Feng was away and, upon receiving the news, was heartbroken and rushed back home. He never had the chance to see her one last time, a regret that would linger with him for the rest of his life. After tidying the old room and calming his sorrowful thoughts, Qin Feng sought out his mother for some sheets to make the bed. At that moment, Wang Xiaomei remarked, "Tonight, Nyo-Nyo can sleep with Grandma. When she was little, she always told me she slept very soundly. You and Ruo Shui can share the West Wing while I let your father sleep in another small room." "Ah?" Before Qin Feng could respond, Lin Ruo Shui was taken aback. She quickly shook her head, saying, "How about letting Nyo-Nyo sleep with me? She has quite a few quirks when sleeping, and I wouldn't want to disturb you." Wang Xiaomei waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, how could that be? Nyo-Nyo is so well behaved. What quirks could she possibly have? It has been far too long since I have shared a bed with our sweet granddaughter. I have missed her dearly." She then turned to Nyo-Nyo and affectionately asked, "Nyo-Nyo, would you like to sleep with Grandma?" Nyo-Nyo blinked her big eyes and nodded, "I want to sleep with Grandma." However, this left Lin Ruo Shui feeling awkward. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Wang Xiaomei curiously questioned, "What's wrong? You two have been married for several years, right? If not 10, it must be at least 5, and you have been together since university. You are practically an old married couple. Are you still worried about sleeping together?" Noticing the skepticism on Wang Xiaomei's face, Qin Feng grasped Lin Ruo Shui's delicate hand and feigned indifference, saying, "It's nothing, Mother. We are merely concerned that Nyo-Nyo might disturb your rest. If you don't mind, it's perfectly fine for Ruo Shui and me to share a room." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Ruo Shui, who shot him a resentful look in return. Lin Ruo Shui was not foolish. She was well aware that sharing a room with her was precisely what Qin Feng desired. To Wang Xiaomei, they appeared to be a couple on the surface. Yet in reality, they had long been divorced, leaving them devoid of any legitimate status. The prospect of sleeping in the same room at this juncture felt exceedingly shameful. Lin Ruoxue had a foreboding sense that she would likely be unable to sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Qin Feng seized the opportunity, leaning in quietly to her ear in Wang Xiaomei's absence. Chapter 310, Urgent Aid, Not Poverty Relief. Did you not promise to assist me? If you say any more, you might inadvertently reveal our secret. Surely, you wouldn't want our parents to discover our affair, would you? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue seethed with indignation, gritting her teeth as she replied in a hushed tone, but they will inevitably find out. You will have to confront this sooner or later. Qin Feng nodded, nonchalantly responding. That is indeed the case. However, should an opportunity arise in the future, I will take the initiative to clarify this matter with my parents. But for now, you must aid me. In truth, Qin Feng harbored an unspoken thought, wishing to convey that by the time he needed to clarify this issue with his parents, he anticipated that he would have rekindled their relationship, thus rendering any need for redundant clarification obsolete. Ultimately, Lin Ruoxue, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced with a nod. After all, she owed Qin Feng a debt of gratitude and felt compelled to repay it. Moreover, Qin Feng had generously gifted her new clothing, a handbag, and cosmetics, all of premium brands. The preparations for this charade had been amply made, ensuring she would not falter at the very onset of this endeavor. Before long, Qin Feng's father, Qin Xuecai, returned home in a huff. After years apart, Qin Feng noticed that his father had gained some weight, sporting a burgeoning belly that left him breathless after even a short ascent. Yet, none of this mattered. His father remained the same man he had always been. Throughout Qin Feng's upbringing, Qin Xuecai had played the role of a benevolent father, embodying kindness and tolerance in every situation, whether concerning Qin Feng or others. In contrast, his mother, Wang Xiaomei, had taken on the role of a strict matriarch. During Qin Feng's childhood misdeeds, she wielded a whip with ferocity, while Qin Xuecai would merely observe with a chuckle. As soon as he stepped through the threshold, Qin Xuecai spotted Qin Feng. The moment their eyes met, he rubbed them in disbelief, murmuring to himself, I must be imagining things, conjured by the village officials. How could I see Xiaofeng at home? Shouldn't he still be in Yuesheng? To this, Qin Feng could only laugh in exasperation, quickly exclaiming, Dad, I'm back. Qin Xuecai's sturdy frame jolted with surprise as he exclaimed, Is it truly you, Xiaofeng? What brings you home this mid-autumn festival? Did Ruoxue and Nyonyo accompany you? Qin Feng nodded affirmatively, replying, Indeed, Dad, without a doubt. Nyonyo, come here and greet Grandpa. As Nyonyo emerged, politely addressing him as Grandpa, Qin Xuecai, a grown man, felt his eyes welling with tears. Yet, he quickly wiped them away, bursting into laughter. Wonderful. Everyone is back. A family should celebrate the mid-autumn festival together. Qin Feng could see the genuine joy radiating from his father. In truth, he too was delighted at the prospect of reuniting with his family for the festival. As they entered the living room, Qin Xuecai settled down and cheerfully remarked, Those rascals thought I would be furious. Indeed, I was quite angry at first, but with Xiaofeng and his family back today, I can hardly be bothered to engage with them. At this moment, Wang Xiaomei, with a displeased expression, scolded, It has been said countless times. Do not attempt to be this grand benefactor. Alleviating urgent needs does not equate to resolving poverty. You are evidently tormenting yourself. Despite your extensive assistance, have they ever expressed gratitude? They merely perceive our family as easy prey, believing your help is their entitlement. If I were in your position, I would disregard them entirely. They are clearly an endless pit, and the money you lend them will never be returned. Chapter 311. Is this not bullying the honest ones? You are correct. But after all, they are relatives. We cannot simply watch them suffer more and more. Qin Xuecai sighed, unaware that helping them once or twice was not enough for their insatiable demands. I had no inkling they would behave in such a manner. Otherwise, I would certainly have refrained from assisting them. As the quarrel between the elderly couple reached Qin Feng's ears, he felt somewhat perplexed and could not help but inquire, Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Qin Xuecai was left speechless, but Wang Xiaomei angrily elaborated. It concerns the two brothers, Qin Long and Qin Yao. You remember them, right? They are essentially your uncles. The two families have mingled for half a lifetime, yet they have gained nothing but debts, to the point of being unable to put food on the table. Your father is a kind-hearted man who cannot bear to see their plight, and the village committee has repeatedly urged him to offer more assistance, considering they are family. However, your father has lent them money on several occasions, amounting to over 10,000, which did bring about some improvement in their living conditions, yet they remained dissatisfied, constantly returning to ask for more. After lending them money a few times, your father sought to reclaim it, but they have always come up with various excuses to evade repayment. Those people are nothing but rogues, clearly attempting to take advantage of your father's kindness. Moreover, the village committee, rather than lending a helping hand, keeps turning to your father for financial support. They even expect him to contribute to the renovation of infrastructure in the village. Is there no sense of justice left? We intend to save this money for future emergencies that may befall our family. After Wang Xiumei finished speaking, Qin Feng grasped the situation's context and felt a surge of indignation. Is this not bullying the honest ones? Qin Shuetai sighed again. I have come to terms with those two brothers, but there is indeed another issue at hand. The village's infrastructure does require renovation, particularly the dirt road leading to the town, which needs expansion and paving. This is a noble venture that will benefit our Qin family village for generations. If the road is renovated, it will bear greater loads, allowing trucks to access it, which would significantly aid the village's development. Unfortunately, I currently lack the funds, and others are unwilling to contribute. Everyone seems to be just watching as the road remains in disrepair. After hearing this, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then said, Dad, I will cover the expenses. It is often said that to achieve prosperity, one must first repair the roads. Enhanced transportation is undeniably beneficial for any village. Recognizing this, Qin Feng resolved to invest his own money. Firstly, this amount is inconsequential to him. Secondly, while there are indeed many lazy and dishonest individuals in Qin family village, there are equally numerous honest and diligent young people. Qin Feng remembers several childhood friends who have returned home to engage in productive endeavors for the village, unlike him, who ventured out into the world. If the road can be repaired, the benefits for them would be immediate and substantial. How can you expect me to contribute when you only return occasionally during the holidays? Qin Shuetai shook his head. Conveying a simple message, Qin Feng could hardly be regarded as a permanent resident of Qin family village. With the renovation of infrastructure and roads, should he be the one to finance it, he would not reap any benefits. Thus, from any perspective, he bore no obligation to provide funding. I am doing this for the good of the village. After all, this is the place where I was born and raised. Father, rest assured, I have earned a considerable amount of money now. Qin Shuetai paused, still stubbornly shaking his head. How much can you really earn? And in what area do you not need to spend money? Chapter 312. A joyous reunion during the visit of your brother Qin Wu. He mentioned that the cost of living in the large cities far exceeds that of our humble abode. Living in such a metropolis, expenses are inevitable. As for Nyo-Nyo's future education, that will also entail a considerable investment. Qin Shuetai pondered deeply, warming Qin Feng's heart. Parents spend their lives worrying whether their children will have enough to eat and wear. They do not aspire for their offspring to achieve great wealth or fame, but rather seek peace of mind. Fear not, Father, that sum is inconsequential to me. I am even contemplating purchasing a new home for you in the city, as this old house is quite dilapidated. Once that is settled, you can choose where you wish to reside. Qin Feng spoke with unwavering confidence. That would require a significant amount of money. Have you truly earned that much? Qin Shuetai understood well that even a new house in the county would cost at least 300,000 to 500,000. And constructing a new dwelling in the countryside would not be less than 100,000. Altogether, that would accumulate to a substantial sum, beyond the means of an average worker. However, Qin Shuetai had also heard that Qin Feng was primarily engaged in entrepreneurship in Yuexing. He understood that if one finds the right path in business, the profits can be both steady and swift. His son seemed to be thriving. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Qin Shuetai felt an overwhelming sense of pride. As parents, they naturally wish for their children to excel. Yet, this is the essence of being a parent. They unconditionally trust Qin Feng. If he were to boast to other relatives about his wealth, they would undoubtedly be skeptical. Moreover, when Qin Feng began to unveil the gifts he had brought for his parents, they were utterly astonished. This Feitian Mitai, I have only seen but never tasted. Once, while boasting to an official visiting from the county, he mentioned this type of liquor, claiming that his child had gifted him a bottle, which supposedly costs several thousand. I never expected, little Feng, that you would become so accomplished and thoughtful, purchasing not one, but 3 bottles. Seeing Qin Shuetai's excitement, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Qin Shuetai was a connoisseur of fine spirits, possessing a discerning palate. In truth, had there not been so many gifts, Qin Feng would have brought back more than just 3 bottles for his father. Next, Qin Feng unveiled clothing from among the gifts. These garments were of high-quality brands suitable for middle-aged and elderly individuals, available for both winter and summer. Noticing that his parents had been wearing tattered, coarse linen garments from promotional markets, which had endured years of patches and repairs, he felt compelled to bring back a collection of superior new clothing. However, he refrained from disclosing that each piece cost several thousand. Otherwise, his parents would be reluctant to wear them, preferring to save them for special occasions out of fear of damage. Dressed in their new attire, the elderly couple appeared transformed, gazing at themselves in the mirror with delight, as if they had suddenly become more refined and youthful. These clothes seemed to have taken years off us. Upon donning her new outfit, Wang Xiaomei felt a touch of bashfulness. As Qin Shuetai continued to caress the fabric of his new attire, he was swiftly urged in a sharp tone. Hurry and fetch a chicken from the coop. Today is a momentous occasion, and we shall prepare a fine stew of an old native hen. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shuetai shuddered, for he, like Qin Wu, was under the stringent governance of his wife. Thus, he promptly removed his new garments, reluctant to soil his splendid attire in the chicken coop, and proceeded to slaughter a chicken for the soup. Chapter 313, The Night of Blossoming Flowers and Full Moon Soon. At midday, Qin Feng busied himself alongside the elderly couple, preparing an array of delectable dishes. These were cherished recipes from Qin Feng's memories, crafted in the beloved flavors that he adored. Although these dishes lacked the opulence of Australian lobsters, Kobe beef, or salmon, they held profound significance for Qin Feng. The likes of French foie gras and caviar could not compare to the tastes etched in his recollections, for they were imbued with genuine emotion and authenticity. Particularly noteworthy was a pot of simmered native chicken soup. The home-raised chickens, primarily local breeds, were nourished not on feed but on corn kernels, fine bran, and rice grains, resulting in exceptionally succulent meat, and the broth was rich in flavor. Around the dining table, the family engaged in light-hearted conversation, relishing this initial beauty, which Qin Feng found immensely enjoyable. At times, money was merely a numeral, a means to sustain goodness. Yet, these authentic joys, this true familial bliss, were what Qin Feng yearned for the most. As they continued to eat, Qin Feng could not help but feel a few tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, his mother, Wang Xiaomei, perceptibly noticed and inquired, "What's the matter, Xiao Feng? Has the meal brought you to tears?" Qin Feng hurriedly wiped his eyes, attempting to mask his emotions. "No, how could I be crying? The food is just too spicy." "Oh, but I remember you could handle spicy food quite well. And I hardly added any chili. Have you grown accustomed to the milder flavors after spending a few years in the south?" Lin Ruoxiwe, observing this exchange, found it intriguing. She could see Qin Feng's genuine emotions surfacing and felt a peculiar sensation stir within her. Life back home brought Qin Feng a profound sense of comfort. Although the modest rural dwelling was not as convenient as the luxurious villas in the city, he felt an undeniable warmth and ease in its familiarity. Before long, evening descended. The moon ascended into the sky, a luminous orb resembling a radiant disk. "Father, look, the moon is so round," Qin Feng exclaimed, nodding as he began to hum. In the 8th month, the moon is round and bright. Little Nyonyo, though unfamiliar with the song, mimicked him with innocent enthusiasm. In the 8th month, the moon is round and bright. Her voice was slightly off-key, yet filled with childlike charm, adding a delightful touch to the moment. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the traditional custom is to admire the moon and indulge in mooncakes. As night fell, lanterns illuminated the courtyard, and Qin Shuetai set up a table in the center. According to local tradition, the table must be adorned with mooncakes and other delicacies, as well as fruits like pomegranates as offerings. It was essential that these offerings were round. Bananas were strictly forbidden, as it was considered a grave taboo. Legend had it that using bananas as offerings would result in the loss of one's ears should the moon ever appear less than full. Of course, these were merely mythological tales. After honoring the full moon, the family gathered in the courtyard, savoring mooncakes and fruits while engaging in warm conversation. Qin Feng recounted his experiences in Yueshing to his parents, embellishing the tales with a touch of exaggeration, as he was always inclined to share only the joyful moments and conceal the sorrows. Subsequently, he narrated the enchanting story of Chang'e's flight to the moon to Nyonyo. As he spoke, her eyelids grew heavy, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. The others, recognizing her fatigue, prompted Wang Xiaomei to swiftly carry her back to her room. Upon her return, she whispered, "My bed is quite soft. She will surely enjoy a peaceful and restful sleep." Chapter 314, Keeping Our Distances. Rest assured, Mom. She does not recognize the bed. Qin Feng laughed heartily, though inwardly he felt a pang of envy towards Nyonyo. Youth is indeed a blessing. Being able to drift off to sleep so effortlessly. It seems that someone might find it difficult to sleep tonight. He stole a glance at Lin Ruoxiwe beside him, only to find her expression stoic, lost in her own thoughts. Such inscrutability. Qin Feng sighed silently, continuing to engage in conversation with Qin Shuetai and Wang Xiaomei. Before long, The night deepened, the moon hanging high and luminously bright. As the hour for rest approached, Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue finished their ablutions, and he deliberately remarked, "Dear, it is time for us to sleep." This caused Lin Ruoxue's cheeks to flush, and as she stepped into the west chamber, she noted that while the bed was ample enough for two, the prospect of physical contact was still inevitable. Moreover, sharing a bed inevitably brought a certain awkwardness. "I shall sleep on the inside, and you on the outside. Let us maintain our boundaries," Lin Ruoxue declared with a pointed brow. Her demeanor cool and detached now that Wang Xiaomei and Qin Xuecai were not present to observe. "Very well." Qin Feng nodded, then teasingly added, "I thought you might send me to sleep on the floor." With that, Lin Ruoxue removed her shoes and climbed into bed. Her delicate feet, as fair as snow, and her slender legs, resplendent in their purity, left Qin Feng momentarily entranced. The thin fabric of her attire accentuated her flawless figure, leaving him spellbound. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on Lin Ruoxue, causing her face to redden with embarrassment as she admonished, "What are you staring at?" "All right, I shall avert my eyes. Though it's not as if I have never seen before," he mumbled, reluctantly shifting his gaze. Lin Ruoxue paused, realizing he had a point. She quickly donned her clothing, tucked herself under the covers, but before she could close her eyes, she saw Qin Feng beginning to undress. Startled, her complexion paled, and she sat upright, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Qin Feng blinked in surprise, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "Undressing, of course. Is it not customary to remove one's clothes before sleep?" Lin Ruoxue shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "You must be doing this on purpose. No, put your clothes back on and sleep." "As you wish, dear. At your command." Qin Feng acquiesced, deciding against undressing any further. "This is not the time for theatrics. Do not call me dear." "Very well, as you say." With that, he climbed into bed beside her. The presence of a large man beside her, the sound of his steady, deep breaths, sent Lin Ruoxue's heart racing. She turned her back to him, facing the cold wall, acutely aware of her own tension. Her face was aflame, her heart racing with an unusual fervor. Under such circumstances, sleep seemed utterly elusive. In contrast, Qin Feng, unfazed, simply closed his eyes and drifted off, his demeanor untroubled, unlike Lin Ruoxue's palpable anxiety. As the night passed, the following morning, when Lin Ruoxue awoke, she found herself alone. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, yet a wave of fatigue washed over her. The previous night had been fraught with tension, and she had only managed to drift into a fitful sleep, leaving her with dark circles under her enchanting eyes. Just as she rose and stepped out of her room, she heard Qin Feng teasingly remark, "Did you not sleep well? Do you have any idea how many times you kicked me while you were asleep?" "Of course not," Lin Ruoxue retorted, her beauty radiating a hint of indignation. Chapter 315. A visit from Qin Wu. "Do you think I would deceive you?" Qin Feng retorted. That night, he enjoyed a peaceful slumber in the first half. But the latter half proved troublesome as Lin Ruoxue, after finally drifting off to sleep, inadvertently kicked him several times. Given that they shared the same bed, such occurrences were inevitable. Once awakened by the kicks, Qin Feng remained in a state of drowsiness, unable to sink into a deep sleep. Lin Ruoxue, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, felt guilty for disturbing Qin Feng's rest and promptly offered her apologies. "I'm truly sorry." Qin Feng, however, merely shook his head, dismissing the matter as inconsequential. A restless night held little impact on him. Instead, he found himself restless, yearning, as the captivating beauty of his wife lay beside him. Her serene visage inviting his gaze yet forbidding any movement, it was maddening. At dawn, the little one, Nyonyo, awoke as well. Qin Feng watched her emerge from the living room, rubbing her eyes with tiny hands and lazily stretching her back, evidently having enjoyed a decent night's sleep. After a yawn and a quick wash, Nyonyo began to play with the kittens at her grandmother's house. Just then, someone pushed the door open from outside, revealing Qin Wu, who entered bearing 2 gift boxes. He first greeted Qin Xuecai and Wang Xiaomei with a respectful bow, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, I didn't come to see you yesterday during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I thought I'd visit today and bring a few gifts." Seeing this, Qin Xuecai chuckled heartily. Wang Xiaomei took the gifts, playfully scolding, "Little Wu, how considerate of you. You used to visit often, unlike your brother, who only comes back once every few years." Qin Feng felt a pang of embarrassment at her words, recognizing that he seldom returned to see his parents, relying on Qin Wu to assist in their care. Indeed, he had not been the most dutiful son in recent years. Yet, Qin Wu came to his defense, saying, "Brother Feng is simply too busy to find the time. He truly respects you both. Little Wu, do take a seat. I'll prepare some tea for you." Qin Xuecai busied himself, allowing Qin Wu to lean closer to Qin Feng and lower his voice. "Brother Feng, do you remember our cousins, Qin Long and Qin Yao?" "I have some recollection." Qin Feng nodded. His memory was indeed vague, But after hearing Qin Shuetzai's words the previous day, the impressions became clearer. These two individuals were notorious for their laziness, preferring to borrow money from relatives rather than earn a living through hard work. Once kindness was extended, the likelihood of repayment was slim. I just returned yesterday, and upon learning of my job in the provincial capital, they hastened to ask me for money. I did not lend them a cent, Brother Feng. For the next few days, be sure to keep a low profile and conceal your wealth. If they discover you possess funds, they will undoubtedly come seeking loans. No one's money comes from the wind. It is all hard-earned, the fruit of labor and toil. Who can withstand such relentless borrowing? Qin Wu expressed, his eyes filled with unspoken grievances. He had not merely borrowed money from his two uncles, Qin Long and Qin Yao, on a single occasion. In fact, he had accumulated several thousand over time, yet he had never managed to recover a single penny. Each time he sought to reclaim his dues, he was met with a myriad of excuses that deftly evaded the matter at hand. Chapter 316. Who can endure this? Though they are relatives and neighbors, lending a hand here and there is entirely reasonable and in accordance with propriety. Yet, all are but ordinary individuals, earning merely their meager livelihoods. No one can withstand such unreasonable, unprincipled, and unreciprocated depletion. It is often said that debts must be repaid, and subsequent loans should not be difficult. However, for the two brothers, Qin Long and Qin Yao, it is solely borrowing, with no repayment in sight. Who can bear such a burden? Fear not, Wu Zi. You know I would never lend them money. Do you think I am a philanthropist like my father? Although I possess wealth, it must be entrusted to those deserving of it, and they do not merit my assistance, Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. Qin Wu nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, your stance is indeed correct. I merely worry that they may resort to unreasonable tactics. Should you refuse their money, they might concoct various threats against you. Feigning mystery, Qin Feng replied, I have my own methods to deal with them. He then shifted the conversation, saying, all right, this matter is trivial. Let us attend to another task. Qin Wu appeared puzzled. What task? Qin Feng responded, isn't there a motorcycle at your home? Take me to the county bank. This is to fulfill my previous promise to you, to assist with your mortgage, as well as to provide a birthday gift for my nephew or niece. I will transfer the funds to you. Furthermore, the village road is in poor condition, merely a dirt and gravel path. Heavy trucks exceed the weight limit, while cars with low chassis cannot access it at all. It is a perfect opportunity to withdraw some money in my father's name to renovate this road, paving it with asphalt. In the future, improved transportation will facilitate the village's development. Upon hearing this, Qin Wu's face lit up with joy. He then praised, Brother Feng, your prosperity reflects your profound sense of duty. You even consider enriching our fellow villagers and undertaking such practical endeavors. I believe the villagers will be immensely grateful to you. Qin Feng nodded. I do not seek their gratitude. I merely wish for them to remember my parents. After all, they hail from this place and hold deep affection for it. They have safeguarded this village for generations, tending to their modest plots of land. Thus, I feel compelled to contribute in some way. Without further delay, Qin Wu made his way home to retrieve the motorcycle. Soon, the two brothers mounted the bike and sped off. The necessity of traveling to the county lay in the presence of major banks, which facilitate transfers, withdrawals, and various other services. In contrast, the village boasts only a handful of shops, rendering it quite inconvenient. Fortunately, most households possess a motorcycle. Despite the bumpy dirt road, it remains a manageable mode of transport. Once the road is renovated, it is anticipated that families will acquire trucks, cars, and SUVs, making trips to the county increasingly convenient. Qinjia village is merely a 2-hour journey from the county seat, so it is not particularly distant. By mid-morning, Qin Feng arrived in the county, promptly transferring 600,000 to Qin Wu. To Qin Feng, this sum was insignificant, yet for Qin Wu, it represented a lifeline. With this newfound wealth, his future work and life will undoubtedly become considerably more effortless, alleviating the immense pressure he once faced. Moreover, unlike Qin Long and Qin Yao, Qin Wu possesses a profound sense of contentment. He will forever cherish the assistance provided by Qin Feng. Although opportunities to repay such kindness may not arise again, the sentiment behind it remains eternal. Chapter 317. Planning. Subsequently, Qin Feng withdrew a considerable sum of money, roughly 300,000 to 400,000, which was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the wealth in his account. Yet, it could serve various purposes, allowing him to allocate resources as he saw fit. Firstly, it was intended for the renovation of roads and the construction of public facilities within the village. Secondly, he had promised to provide his elderly parents with a new home, ensuring their comfort. However, this endeavor would have to wait until the road renovations were completed. When it came to building a house, Qin Feng was determined to create the finest adhering to the highest standards. He envisioned constructing a splendid standalone villa in Qin family village for his parents, replete with all necessary amenities and furnishings. Additionally, he contemplated exploring investment opportunities, not with the primary aim of profit, but to assist his neighbors, enabling them to embark on a path toward prosperity and seek avenues for advancement. In this light, the 300,000 to 400,000 might prove insufficient. However, that was of little concern. Should he require more, he could simply withdraw additional funds, for he possessed ample wealth and had no need to fret. As Qin Feng withdrew such a substantial amount of money, he realized the weight of the box filled with cash, leaving Qin Wu in a state of astonishment. He now grasped the truth that wealth indeed afforded one a sense of freedom. In a matter of minutes, Qin Feng had transferred 600,000 to him, and after withdrawing another 300,000 to 400,000 for other uses, nearly $1 million had dissipated without a trace of remorse from Qin Feng, who appeared entirely unconcerned. Though merely an observer, Qin Wu began to comprehend the joy of the affluent. To Qin Feng, money seemed merely a sequence of numbers. Noticing Qin Wu's dazed expression, Qin Feng inquired, "What has captured your thoughts?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, Qin Wu snapped back to reality and managed a wry smile. "I was taken aback by your extravagance. That is nearly $1 million, and you seem utterly indifferent." Qin Feng chuckled heartily. "It's merely $1 million. Money can be earned back. After all, isn't that the purpose of accumulating wealth? You truly are generous. If only my cousins, Qin Long and Qin Yao, shared your lavish spirit." Qin Wu sighed. "But I suppose I should refrain from yearning for such things. I am simply suited for a life of diligent work and have no envy for others." With that, Qin Wu diverted his gaze. Qin Feng understood that he was an honest man, both in the past and present, content with a life devoid of grand aspirations, seeking only to live steadily and peacefully. Such a mindset may appear lacking in ambition, yet it is not without its merits. At the very least, it offers a life of simplicity and tranquility. Reflecting on Qin Wu's life, Qin Feng felt a pang of envy. Although he and his wife, Lu Mei, occasionally quarreled, they maintained a respectful relationship, their bond unbroken. Furthermore, they were soon to welcome a child, embodying the essence of a happy marriage and a harmonious family, a true model of contentment. He pondered wistfully about the possibility of rekindling his relationship with Lin Ruoxue, longing for a family life as fulfilling as that of Qin Wu. Yet, the thought left him somewhat melancholic. Despite the passage of time, Lin Ruoxue remained as indifferent towards him as ever, her feelings unchanged. Despite his adeptness in strategizing within the stock market and his prowess in triumphing in the business realm, he finds himself unable to mend the regrets of his past in matters of the heart. Nevertheless, dwelling on these thoughts proves futile, as the saying goes. Where there is a will, there is a way. One must take life step by step. Subsequently, he and Qin Wu made their way home, the clock having already struck noon. Chapter 318. A father-son team in battle. Having missed the midday meal at home, Qin Feng casually consumed a few morsels to satiate his hunger. Subsequently, he made a visit to Qin Wu's residence, bearing an array of gifts. Even in rural communities, there exists a certain decorum among neighbors and relatives. Earlier that morning, Qin Wu had paid a visit to Qin Xuecai and Wang Xiumei, and as their son, it was only fitting for Qin Feng to reciprocate by visiting Qin Wu's parents. This visit consumed over an hour of his time. Qin Wu's parents, esteemed figures within Qin family village, were known for their reasoned demeanor and graciously invited Qin Feng to stay, showering him with compliments. Upon returning from Qin Wu's home, Qin Feng addressed Qin Xuecai, saying, "Father, what do you think about visiting the village office?" Qin Xuecai, taken aback, replied brusquely, "What purpose would that serve? I was just there yesterday and bore the brunt of their disdain. I have no desire to go back. The sight of those individuals disgusts me." Qin Feng was well aware that his father had indeed endured a trying experience the previous day, as evidenced by Qin Xuecai's irritable demeanor upon returning home. It was only in the presence of Qin Feng, Lin Ruoxue, and Nyonyo that his anger seemed to dissipate. However, while indignation was understandable, it was necessary to maintain composure over time, and a visit to the village office was inevitable. With a reassuring smile, Qin Feng consoled his father, "Father, we must rise above their pettiness. Ultimately, we are diligent individuals striving for the advancement and development of our village. As long as the village flourishes, we all prosper. There is no need to stoop to the level of the small-minded." He continued, during our visit, "We must clarify our stance. We will contribute to the road repairs and the construction of public facilities in the village, but this is a one-time contribution. Once we have provided this funding, they should not expect us to part with our money again. If they are insatiable, then we must establish clear boundaries beforehand." Qin Xuecai, being a reasonable man, recognized that this was indeed beneficial for the village. Most neighbors were amiable, with only a handful of petty individuals provoking his ire. Hearing Qin Feng's words, he realized that he ought not to lower himself to the level of such small-minded individuals. After all, at over 50 years of age, it was unwise to allow such matters to jeopardize his health, especially when he looked forward to the prospect of grandchildren. Thus, after clarifying their intentions, the father and son set off towards the village office. The office was not far. After a half-hour trek along the mountain path, they arrived. Upon entering the courtyard of the village office, Qin Shuetsai spotted two middle-aged men, seemingly younger than himself, clad in tattered homespun garments. His expression shifted slightly, and he muttered under his breath, "What bad luck." Qin Feng, overhearing his father's comment, turned his gaze towards the two men waiting in the courtyard. He noticed that both had sharp features reminiscent of monkeys, and their striking resemblance stirred a sense of familiarity within him, prompting him to delve into his memories. Before long, he recollected the identities of the two individuals. They were the Qin brothers, Qin Long and Qin Yao. The elder, Qin Long, and the younger, Qin Yao, were notorious in the village for their misdeeds, earning them the derisive nicknames of Black Household and Nail Household. By virtue of his lineage, Qin Feng was obliged to address them as uncles. At that moment, the astute brothers promptly recognized Qin Shuetsai's arrival and approached him with broad smiles. Attempting to shake his hand, they greeted him warmly, exclaiming, "Ah, is this not our esteemed cousin Shuetsai? We haven't seen you around these past few days." Qin Yao chimed in, "Cousin Shuetsai, have you come to the village office? Surely you seek an audience with the village's overseer? If so, do advocate on behalf of us brothers." Chapter 319. Money. All about money. As the two conversed, they noticed Qin Feng standing beside Qin Shuetsai. Initially taken aback, their keen eyes quickly recognized him. They then feigned a high-pitched tone, saying, "Oh, isn't this little phone? I heard you've been busy out of town. After several years, you finally decided to return this mid-autumn festival?" Qin Feng, however, pretended to be utterly bewildered, looking at the two and inquiring, "Who might you be?" "I'm terribly sorry, I simply cannot recall. We are your uncles." The smiles of the two stiffened on their faces, and they immediately emphasized, speaking to Qin Feng in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, it seems you've been away too long, and the rich forget their roots, unable to remember us, your relatives? It's a pity how good your two uncles were to you back then." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff internally. He had always remembered those who treated him well, while his impression of these two had been far from favorable. The audacity of them claiming to have treated him well was indeed laughable. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, merely nodding slightly and responding diplomatically, "I apologize, but I truly have no recollection. However, I trust that this is a trivial matter. With your magnanimity, I assume you wouldn't hold it against a younger relative like myself." Just as the conversation unfolded, the door to the village office swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. Upon seeing the group in the courtyard, he paused momentarily before quickly spotting Qin Shuetsai, approaching him with obsequiousness. "Old Qin, have you brought money with you? I've told you before, everyone in the village will contribute, but those who are capable will naturally contribute more, and your efforts will not go unrecognized." Qin Shuetsai snorted coldly, retorting, "Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your intentions. Though I am an honest man, I am not one to be easily bullied. I may provide the funds this time, but don't expect me to part with another cent in the future." At the man's invitation, everyone entered the office. Qin Feng casually placed the box on the ground and opened it, revealing a substantial amount of cash. At this sight, the remaining individuals were left wide-eyed. Money. An abundance of money. Qin Long and Qin Yao, the two brothers, were now fixated, their gazes intensely directed at the large sum of cash in the box, wishing they could seize it immediately. Another official from the village office shared a similar glint in his eyes, filled with avarice, calculating how this box of money, likely amounting to hundreds of thousands, could enable him to purchase a house in the county. In stark contrast, the eyes of Qin Feng and Qin Shuetsai were not on the money, but rather on the individuals present. Qin Feng, adept at reading others' expressions, instantly grasped the situation upon witnessing the demeanor of these men. "Cousin Shuetsai, you have amassed such wealth and chose not to inform your cousins? Indeed, just a few days ago, when I sought to borrow money from you, you claimed to be broke. How could you deceive your brothers so? All of us are brothers, and our homes are in close proximity. While one might escape with possessions, they cannot flee from the north and south. They may evade the monk, but they cannot elude the temple. Are you truly fearful that we might abscond with your money? Your actions are quite unscrupulous. We are all upright individuals. How could you harbor such misunderstandings and suspicions towards us?" While expressing these words, the brothers Qin Long and Qin Yao were already reaching out with unsteady hands, surreptitiously attempting to grasp the money. Chapter 320. What is not yours will never be yours, however. Before the hands of the two brothers could touch the large sum of money, another pair of hands pressed down on theirs. The brothers lifted their heads and were astonished to find Qin Feng smiling at them. "What is the matter, Xiao Feng? In our lifetime, we have never seen so much money. Are you not going to let us touch it, to experience it?" "Exactly. We do not want your money. But what do you consider your cousin to be?" Yet, Qin Feng coldly retorted, "Gentlemen, this money is not yours, and it will never belong to you. It is not ours either. It is intended for the welfare of the entire village. Neither you nor we are permitted to touch it." Their confusion was palpable, and they exchanged glances, expressing their dissatisfaction. I don't understand what you mean. It's just a touch, right? Are you afraid it will somehow diminish?" "I simply wish to prevent you from embezzling," Qin Feng stated. "This is the money of the community. Every villager has a share. If any is lost, can you bear the responsibility?" The question left the two momentarily dazed. They had intended to act with some audacity, but now they realized that Qin Feng was not easily intimidated. At this juncture, Qin Shui cleared his throat and interjected, "All right. This money was contributed by my family for the purpose of renovating the roads and constructing public facilities in the village. It truly belongs to everyone." Qin Feng then took over the narrative, saying, "Therefore, this money is communal and cannot be touched by any individual. The management of these funds should rest with those who provided them. Thus, whether it is for road renovation or the construction of facilities, hiring workers must be under our purview. We are merely presenting it here to inform you of this matter, and you are to serve as both witnesses and overseers. If the roads are not renovated or the facilities are not constructed, you can certainly come to my father and me to seek justice for the villagers." With that, Qin Feng closed the box before the three of them, even locking it. Witnessing this, Qin Long, Qin Yao, and the village overseer felt a surge of urgency within them. If they could secure even a fraction of that money, it would amount to several tens of thousands, potentially an income for a year or even longer. The thought of having it all was tantalizing. As they watched Qin Feng close the box, they protested in unison, "We oppose this. This money should be managed by a designated person, not by you. Ideally, it should be overseen by someone from our village office." Upon hearing their words, a mocking glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. What a farce. If this money were entrusted to the village office, how much would remain for the renovation of village facilities and roads? Ultimately, it would merely end up in their pockets, enriching themselves at the expense of the community. Moreover, although Qin Feng proclaimed that the funds belonged to the villagers, it had, until now, been his. Why should Qin Feng hand over his own money to their jurisdiction? With a cold smirk, he confronted the group, stating 2 points. First, if this money is entrusted to your village committee, and in the future, the roads and facilities remain unbuilt, who will we hold accountable then? You will come looking for us. They replied with a sense of righteousness. Observing their audacity, Qin Feng could only scoff in disdain. How utterly shameless. What level of audacity must one possess to utter such utterly unreasonable statements? Were it not for the fact that these individuals, particularly Qin Long and Qin Yao, had a history of deceit and were known to act unscrupulously, he might have actually believed them. Chapter 321. What matters is the attitude. Well, that settles it. Since both of you are here, let us address the second matter. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and, under the gaze of the crowd, collected the box filled with money. Watching the box, brimming with a substantial sum, being taken away by Qin Feng, the two brothers, Qin Long and Qin Yao, felt a profound discomfort. The sight of so much wealth, so tantalizingly close yet so unattainable, was indeed distressing. From the moment Qin Feng revealed the money, their eyes had remained fixated on the box, as if entranced. At that moment, Qin Feng's voice resounded once more, pulling their attention back. "Gentlemen, you borrowed quite a sum from my father. It is time for repayment, is it not?" The words were spoken openly, in the presence of the two men and the village official, causing Qin Long and Qin Yao to momentarily freeze. They quickly regained their composure and forced smiles. "Oh, dear nephew, why speak so formally? We are all neighbors here. It was merely a few coins we borrowed from your father. Just a trifling sum. Of course we intend to repay. Your father himself promised to lend us the money. Just ask him if you doubt it. It's such a small amount. We will surely return it. If not now, certainly later. As long as we have the means, how could we possibly owe your father anything? We would feel quite embarrassed to be in debt." The two brothers clearly sought to sidestep the issue, and upon Qin Feng's mention of repayment, they immediately began to play the game of evasion. Seeing their antics did not surprise Qin Feng in the least. When his father lent them money, it was out of pity for their impoverished state. However, the brothers were now living quite comfortably, and it had been well over a year since the repayment was due. Each attempt to collect had met with similar evasions and excuses. It was evident to Qin Feng that they simply did not wish to repay the debt, rather than being unable to. Although Qin Feng had earned a considerable fortune and his family was not lacking, The principle of repayment was a matter of attitude. Provide me with a specific timeline. After all, we are relatives. If you genuinely find yourselves in financial difficulty, I am willing to grant you a little more time. However, if you cannot even offer a definite timeline, I have reason to suspect that you have no intention of repaying at all. Upon hearing this, Qinlong quickly replied, "Oh, nephew, how could we possibly give you a specific time frame? We truly have no money, and we cannot predict when we will have any. All we can say is that we will repay you as soon as we can." Qin Yao chimed in, "Exactly. We will return it as soon as we have the means. Besides, it seems you have done quite well for yourself, able to offer such a large sum to support the village. Surely, you are not concerned about the small amount we owe? It's just a couple of tens of thousands." Qin Feng's cold smile revealed that it was clear the two were steadfast in their refusal to repay the debt. He had already extended them an opportunity, yet they remained unwilling to settle, even refusing to provide a specific time frame. Their attitude unmistakably conveyed their indifference. Seeing this, Qin Feng grew weary of further discussion and directly stated, "I can see it clearly. You two simply do not wish to repay the debt." "How could that be?" the nephew exclaimed. "Do not slander us. We are not the kind of people who borrow money and refuse to pay it back. It is merely a matter of 10 or 20,000. If we had it, we would certainly repay it." The expressions of the two changed instantly, and they quickly attempted to rectify the situation. Chapter 322. The Entrepreneurial Foundation. Everyone here is family. How do you speak to us like that? Indeed, by seniority. We are your elders. Is this how you show respect to your superiors? The two individuals seized the moral high ground, pointing fingers at Qin Feng. This unfolded precisely as Qin Feng had anticipated. These two scoundrels were not merely adept at being unreasonable, but also skilled at identifying moral platforms from which to launch their attacks against him. Consequently, those unaware of the circumstances might come to believe that Qin Feng, having acquired some wealth, felt himself superior and began to bully his fellow villagers. Those of integrity will recognize the truth. The villagers know well what kind of person I am, just as they are aware of your true natures. Their eyes are sharp. Since you are adamant about not repaying the debt, I shall refrain from further discussion on the matter. Qin Feng chose not to dwell on this issue any longer. Instead, he shifted his focus to the manager of the village office and continued, "Let us discuss the third matter. As you all know, I have ventured into business elsewhere these past few years and indeed earned considerable profits. However, I am well aware of the importance of remaining true to one's roots. Qin Family Village is the place that nurtured me. I grew up here, and many elders and fellow villagers have extended their support to me. So I am not one to forget my gratitude. I have observed the village's efforts toward development over the years. Everyone aspires to prosperity, yet due to our remote location, poor transportation, and lack of funds, no one has managed to establish an industry that could lead to wealth or a more comfortable life. Thus, I have decided to establish a foundation to assist our elders and fellow villagers, particularly the passionate youth who wish to remain in their hometown to create a better future. Each household will receive a substantial financial contribution, along with guidance on entrepreneurial direction and decision-making. My father, Qin Xuetzai, will serve as the president of this foundation and will also oversee the proper use of the funds by the beneficiaries. I am confident that no one will oppose this initiative. During this period, I will conduct thorough assessments, and those who meet the criteria will receive generous support. Starting from 20,000. As Qin Feng concluded his statement, Qin Long, Qin Yao, and the village officials were taken aback. An entrepreneurial foundation? They had not anticipated such considerations from Qin Feng, and their astonishment was palpable. However, upon hearing that fellow villagers engaged in entrepreneurship would receive funding, with amounts starting at 20,000, Qin Long and Qin Yao narrowed their eyes slightly. This was no small sum. It was not merely a modest amount, nor was it comparable to the affluent cities like Longgo or Shanghai. In a national economic center like Shanghai, 20,000 might only suffice for the monthly salary of an ordinary white-collar worker or the rent for a central apartment. In fact, in Shanghai, it could scarcely purchase even a square meter of property. Yet here, in the countryside, in a small county village, 20,000 could represent an entire year's income for an average family, particularly for certain farmers who rely on selling vegetables for their livelihood. Their net income over the course of a year often fails to exceed 20,000. Thus, this sum of money represents a substantial fortune for Qin Long and Qin Yao. Greed gleamed in their eyes as they rested their chins in contemplation, already deliberating on how to expend this 20,000 and where to invest it. Chapter 323. I have given you an opportunity indeed. This is a commendable development. At that moment, the village officials began to applaud. To their surprise, Qin Feng, you possess such benevolence. I believe the elders of Qin Family Village will be immensely grateful to you. However, Qin Feng shook his head and replied, there is no need to label me. I merely wish to give back to the elders as a junior, without necessitating their gratitude. Qin Feng was acutely aware that his entrepreneurial foundation was indeed beneficial for the majority. Yet, if the foundation's intent shifted to demanding gratitude from the villagers, then the original purpose would be distorted. These individuals merely sought to place Qin Feng in a precarious position, aiming to elevate him only to bring about his downfall. Always prudent, Qin Feng would not afford these ill-intentioned individuals any leverage through his words. Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, the overseer expressed a hint of disappointment. Seeing Qin Feng's success, a tinge of jealousy crept into his heart, driving him to desire Qin Feng's downfall. Regrettably, his intentions were too transparent, and Qin Feng easily discerned his thoughts, ensuring he left no room for manipulation. Nephew, why pursue this entrepreneurial foundation? Since you are so affluent, why not simply share your wealth with the villagers? At this moment, Qin Long's eyes sparkled as he suddenly spoke. Do you take me for a charitable organization? Qin Feng retorted coldly. Furthermore, whether it be the entrepreneurial foundation or distributing funds to the villagers, you are not included. I have stated that the entrepreneurial foundation has certain prerequisites. Those lacking credibility will not meet the criteria. Even Qin Long, no matter how foolish, understood precisely to whom Qin Feng was referring. Anger flared within him as he indignantly declared, "What significance does your foundation's prerequisites hold? We are all villagers, relatives bound by blood. You would be better off directly funding me. You have flourished outside. Yet you cannot be a bit more generous and share some of your fortune with us." In response to this, Qin Feng raised his hands in a gesture of dismissal and said, "I am sorry, but I do have standards, and I will not support you. Do you have an objection?" Qin Long's expression darkened. Before he could utter another word, Qin Feng interrupted him, continuing, "I have granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. The opportunity was extended to you, yet you proved inept. Who can you blame for that? Moreover, whether or not this entrepreneurial foundation comes to fruition, the funds are mine. To put it plainly, this money belongs to me, not to you. I shall use it as I see fit, and if I choose not to give you anything, what can you do about it?" Faced with Qin Feng's incisive questioning, Qin Long erupted in fury, rising to his feet and rolling up his sleeves as if to confront him. Qin Long, uneducated and a delinquent in his youth, had always led a reckless life, prone to impulsive acts of aggression. In his 40s, he remained largely unchanged. The only discernible transformation was his newfound shrewdness. He had learned to contend with others. Even when lacking justification, he would stubbornly seek to establish a rationale. Once he stood his ground, no one could prevail against him. Yet, paradoxically, his cunning tactics, which had always been effective, failed miserably against Qin Feng, leaving him infuriated. Chapter 324. An unbearable itch. What are your intentions? As he rose to his feet, Qin Feng remained unmoved, casting a cold, mocking glance at him. "Qin Long, have I been too lenient with you?" At this moment, Qin Xuetzai let out a disdainful snort. As a father, he was unwilling to see his child threatened. Subsequently, he too stood up, tension palpable on both sides. At that juncture, the manager of the village office hurriedly interjected with a beaming smile. "I propose that you both take a step back for my sake. Let us avoid any conflict. If a fight were to break out, it would be detrimental for everyone involved. After all, you two families are related. If word of this discord were to spread, it would only serve as a source of ridicule." Upon hearing this, Qin Long reluctantly resumed his seat, appearing somewhat dejected. He had initially sought to dominate the encounter with his imposing presence, but upon realizing that Qin Xuetzai and his son Qin Feng showed no fear, he felt utterly deflated. Thus, the meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note. Upon returning home with Qin Xuetzai, the following morning saw a multitude of visitors arriving at Qin Feng's residence. After informing the village office about the establishment of the entrepreneurial foundation, the villagers, eager for the prosperity of their community, swiftly disseminated the news throughout the village. As word spread that Qin Feng had returned in glory, having amassed great wealth and intending to give back to his hometown by founding the entrepreneurial foundation, excitement surged among the villagers. They hurried to visit Qin Feng, seeking opportunities for financial support. After all, who would turn away from the prospect of monetary gain? Over the years, many passionate young individuals in Qin Family Village aspired to launch their own ventures, aiming to promote local products beyond county borders and even throughout the province. Yet, two significant obstacles had thwarted their ambitions, leaving them to merely scrape by. The first was the inconvenient transportation. The village's remote location rendered it far from any bustling transport hubs, making industrial development exceedingly challenging. The second, and more fundamental issue, was a lack of capital. Essentially, if money were available, all problems would be easily resolved. Now, with Qin Feng's intention to finance the renovation of old roads and establish the entrepreneurial foundation, a glimmer of hope had emerged. The first to seek out Qin Feng arrived promptly at 6 in the morning. At that time, Qin Feng was still asleep, and the visitor waited at the door for a full 2 hours until he finally stirred awake. In recent days, Qin Feng had been sleeping poorly. The mere thought of Lin Ruoxue sharing a bed with him while he could only watch from a distance left him deeply troubled and filled with frustration. This was only natural, given that a stunning beauty with a captivating figure lay beside him, while he could only maintain a respectful distance. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ruoxue experienced a similar plight. She too spent the night in restless anxiety, only managing to find sleep in the latter hours of the night. Upon contemplating such days, with only 10 days and nights left until the conclusion of this lengthy holiday, she felt an increasing sense of sorrow. Yet, there was no alternative, after all, who compelled her to acquiesce to Qin Feng's request to return together. Given the circumstances at home, she had no choice but to adapt. Rising early, Qin Feng opened the door and was greeted by the sight of a young man squatting at the entrance, glancing about. Qin Feiyu? The silhouette appeared familiar to Qin Feng, prompting him to tentatively inquire. Chapter 325. This young man is quite genuine. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, the young man immediately turned around. Brother Feng, I just realized you returned this mid-autumn festival. Why didn't you come to find me? The young man, Qin Feiyu, appeared to be in his 20s. Sporting a neat crew cut and dressed in simple, coarse linen attire, with camouflage shoes that bore 2 holes. He glanced at Qin Feng, then at his own attire, and the stark contrast between their outfits was evident. With a hearty laugh, Qin Feng replied, Indeed, it is my fault. I should have sought you out. Qin Feiyu, of the same generation as Qin Feng, was his cousin, 3 years his junior. In their childhood, he had been something of a shadow to Qin Feng, one of the few childhood friends with whom he had shared a close bond. However, they had not seen each other for several years. Following high school graduation, Qin Feiyu had not gained admission to university, and Qin Feng had heard that he went out to work. Typically, someone working away from home would not return during the long holidays, as they would likely have overtime at the factory. Come in. After inviting Qin Feiyu into the living room, the two settled down. Qin Feiyu, however, wore a slightly awkward expression and spoke candidly. Brother Qin, I've heard you've made quite a fortune. Congratulations on your success. His words of congratulations were sincere, and Qin Feng could tell he genuinely wished him well. Still, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and replied, There is no need for congratulations. I've just been fortunate. Then, he inquired about Qin Feiyu's recent circumstances. How have you been? I remember you went to work in another city right after high school. How has that been for you? If posed by a stranger, such a question might have been interpreted as an attempt to flaunt wealth and mock the other. However, Qin Feng understood that Qin Feiyu would not concern himself with such matters, and given their brotherly bond, Qin Feiyu would recognize that there was no hint of derision in Qin Feng's inquiry. Initially, Qin Feiyu felt somewhat shy, as it had been years since they last met, and he felt a degree of unfamiliarity with Qin Feng. Yet, upon hearing Qin Feng's straightforward question, the distance between them dissipated, and he offered a rueful smile. I'm still the same, working away from home. I had saved a good amount of money, and last year, I planned to return and establish an orchard, hoping to manage it well and earn some income. However, as you know, the situation in our village is challenging. Transportation is inconvenient, and my funds were rather limited. Ultimately, I couldn't develop it, and this year the orchard has fallen into disrepair, leaving me with no choice but to abandon the idea. Brother Feng, I'll be honest with you. I had intended to return to work early next year after the holidays. Hearing that you've returned and are planning to renovate the old road and establish some entrepreneurial foundation, I thought you were earnest and wouldn't deceive our fellow villagers. This sparked a glimmer of hope within me. If the orchard could continue, I had accumulated a number of loyal customers last year. If I could bring them back, it should be profitable. Qin Feng nodded, as he had already anticipated Qin Feiyu's intentions. However, what truly captivated him was that Qin Feiyu did not behave in a womanly manner, being overly sentimental or hesitant. Instead, he candidly expressed his difficulties and circumstances. Such forthrightness earned Qin Feng's admiration. In contrast, those insincere individuals merely uttered empty words and painted grandiose visions, which Qin Feng found most distasteful. Chapter 326. The excited Qin Feiyu. In truth, Qin Feiyu was uncertain whether his words would resonate with Qin Feng. He felt a wave of trepidation, yet he understood that he could only do his utmost. Unlike Qin Long, he recognized that the funds were in Qin Feng's possession, money that rightfully belonged to him. The decision to offer financial support lay solely with Qin Feng. Should Qin Feng choose to invest, it would be most fortuitous. Conversely, if he opted not to, that was entirely his prerogative. As the saying goes, assistance stems from camaraderie, while withholding aid is merely a matter of principle. He continued to speak. hoping to sway Qin Feng, Brother Feng, if my orchard becomes operational, it will undoubtedly be profitable. However, I cannot guarantee the extent of its earnings. Regardless, I promise to repay the money you lend me to the best of my ability. If I do not earn a profit next year, I will close the orchard and seek employment, ensuring that I repay you within 2 years. Qin Feng waved his hand and interjected, "Stop right there." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Feiyu's eyes. He presumed he had failed to convince Qin Feng, as he sensed a lack of belief in the profitability of the orchard, leading to a reluctance to invest. However, Qin Feng continued, "I am not here to make an investment. If you manage to establish and expand the orchard with the funds I provide, and you wish to repay me, I will gladly accept. If you choose not to repay, that is inconsequential. My purpose in founding this foundation is to assist our fellow villagers. You are a person of integrity, and I believe that even if you do not amass great wealth, you will diligently engage in honest work, avoiding any deceitful schemes or empty grandstanding. At the very least, do not emulate our 2 uncles, Qin Long and Qin Yao, who squander their days in idleness, dreaming of easy gains. Therefore, I am investing this sum. Take it and manage it well." With that, Qin Feng handed over 30,000 directly to Qin Feiyu. As Qin Feiyu received the money, he remained momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the generosity displayed by Qin Feng in so straightforwardly transferring such a sum into his hands. Soon, he emerged from his stupor, overwhelmed with excitement, and stammered, "Brother Feng, thank you. Rest assured, I will repay this amount within 2 years at the latest." Qin Feng nodded, affirming, "I believe in you." In reality, the ease with which he dispensed 30,000 was not due to any lack of financial need on his part, nor was it solely appreciation for Qin Feiyu's sincerity. Ultimately, it was because Qin Feiyu had been a childhood companion, a shadow throughout their youth, and Qin Feng's cousin. Given their familial bond, Qin Feng would not stand idly by while Qin Feiyu struggled. Having acquired wealth, he felt compelled to assist his fellow villagers. Unless one were a treacherous individual like Qin Long or Qin Yao, Qin Feng would not hesitate to share his resources. As Qin Feiyu grasped the weighty stacks of cash in his hands, he was overcome with emotion, on the verge of tears. His orchard has long been a vessel for his abundant hopes. However, it faltered, succumbing to neglect after merely 6 months due to financial strain, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. Yet now, with Qin Feng's assistance, he can sustain this agricultural venture. Should it flourish in the future, he too may, in a manner akin to Qin Feng, offer his gratitude to the community. While he may not have the means to contribute financially as directly as Qin Feng, he can at least ensure the cyclical development of the industry. Once stabilized, the young people of the village need not seek opportunities elsewhere. Instead, they can find employment within his orchard, where he is capable of offering a generous salary. Chapter 327. Abandoning partisan views. Is 30,000 sufficient? In a moment of distraction, Qin Feiyu heard Qin Feng's question once more. "It is more than enough," Qin Feiyu replied, somewhat taken aback. In truth, an investment of 30,000 might still be on the modest side for establishing an orchard, yet it would suffice for him to persist. Moreover, the financial outlay for the orchard was relatively minor. It was the investment of time that held paramount importance. After all, even for transplanted fruit trees, it would take a considerable period before the harvest season arrived. Qin Feng was pleased to see talents emerging from his hometown. Qin Feiyu's virtues lay in his integrity and his diligent work ethic, qualities that distinguished him in a society often plagued by superficiality. After Qin Feiyu departed, a multitude of individuals soon approached. Qin Feng's interest lay in discerning how many among them genuinely aspired to establish industries and achieve prosperity, and how many merely sought to scam a quick fortune. For those intent on deceit, who merely yearned for temporary wealth, Qin Feng had no inclination to engage with them. Providing them with funds would be a waste, as they lacked the capability to develop sustainably and give back to their hometown. Such individuals were transparent to Qin Feng, and they were swiftly dismissed, leaving in dismay. The day following the announcement of the entrepreneurial fund, over 10 families arrived in succession. Many even brought an array of gifts. Qin Feng regarded these visitors with disdain. Recognizing their lack of sincerity, they sought to exchange a few hundred yuan in gifts for several thousand yuan in investment sponsorship. However, due to social decorum and their connection to the Qin family, they felt reluctant to approach empty-handed, ultimately incurring losses in their gift expenditure without securing Qin Feng's investment, returning in disappointment. Nonetheless, the outcomes of the entrepreneurial fund on the second day were promising. Apart from Qin Feiyu, there was one family that demonstrated genuine intent, which pleasantly surprised Qin Feng. This family, though residing in Qin Family Village, bore a different surname. Despite the village's historical association with the Qin surname, a small number of households among the hundreds were of different lineage. Among these were families that had settled in the village or had integrated through marriage over the years, While these families were not of the Qin surname, they had some distant kinship ties by virtue of their connections. Logically, one would expect that a person bearing the Qin surname would seek assistance from Qin Feng, as only those of the same surname might share familial ties with him. The family in question bore the surname Huang, and while they had maintained amicable relations with the Qin family over generations, they were not related by blood. Nevertheless, they were part of Qin family village, and Qin Feng's objective in establishing the entrepreneurial fund was to assist the entire village, transcending the limitations of mere surname affiliations. The other party exhibited immense sincerity, with the entire family present, aspiring to establish a distillery utilizing traditional local methods. They meticulously prepared all processes and plans for the initial stages, yet the only thing lacking was financial support. After grappling with financial constraints for an extended period, they were on the brink of giving up. However, during this critical juncture, they came across information regarding an entrepreneurial foundation. Ultimately, they resolved to take a chance, hoping that Qin Feng would transcend preconceived notions and extend his assistance. The outcome, as one might expect, was unmistakably favorable. Chapter 328. An unhurried holiday. This is an era of shared prosperity, where eternal enmities do not exist among individuals, only common interests prevail. In essence, Qin Feng's mode of thought is indistinguishable from that of a businessman. As long as the counterpart's ideas hold sufficient promise and the potential for profit, he, as an investor, is inclined to invest, irrespective of whether the individual bears the surname Qin. He is acutely aware that such narrow-mindedness concerning familial ties is detrimental. After receiving support, the Huang family expressed immense gratitude, nearly prostrating themselves in thanks to Qin Feng. In such circumstances, Qin Feng felt no surprise. After all, they are all rural folk, most of whom live in poverty, striving to survive. Qin Feng provided them with a total of 20,000 yuan. In a bustling metropolis like Shanghai, this amount might merely constitute the pocket money received by children during festivals. In Langzhou City, it equates to a white-collar worker's monthly salary. Even within Qin Feng's own Rinha pharmaceutical company, it scarcely matches the salary of an executive for half a month. Yet in this ordinary village, 20,000 yuan can be a lifeline. It inspires profound gratitude from those who receive the assistance and draws others seeking to express their appreciation. On the morning of the third day, Qin Feng considered it his fourth day back home. However, this time he could linger at home for an extended period. It was merely the end of September, and a long holiday of 10 to 15 days lay ahead. He could wait until early October to return to Langzhou City, coinciding perfectly with the commencement of filming for the God of Medicine, allowing him, as an investor, the opportunity to visit the set. Despite the abundance of time, Qin Feng felt a slight sense of urgency. On this third day, he proactively contacted the construction team to undertake road renovations and to build a new bungalow for his elders, Qin Xuecai and Wang Xiumei. Initially, the old house was still habitable, and the elderly couple insisted on remaining there to avoid burdening Qin Feng with unnecessary expenses. However, after Qin Feng's persuasion, they ultimately consented to the construction of a new home. Although it was a village setting, Qin Feng opted for a villa-style construction, wishing for his elders to reside comfortably. With newfound financial stability, they need no longer toil in the fields or engage in labor. They can dedicate their days to pursuits they cherish. That morning, while Qin Feng idly entertained himself playing with the cat alongside Nyonyo, a jarring and discordant voice suddenly pierced the tranquility. The newcomer was a stout woman, her figure imposing and cumbersome. As she stood at the entrance of Qin Xuecai's home, she effectively blocked the entire passage. With her hands on her hips, she called out in a commanding tone, "Xuecai, cousin, I've come all the way here, and you don't even come out to greet me?" Upon hearing her voice, Qin Xuecai, who had been busy in the living room, hurried outside. Upon seeing the woman, he was momentarily taken aback. He quickly inquired, "Isn't this Chunhua? What brings you to our Qin family village?" It was then that Qin Feng recognized her. She was his aunt, Qin Xuecai's cousin, Qin Chunhua. This woman had married into the neighboring Zhou family village decades ago, yet being a native of Qin family village, she occasionally returned to visit her relatives during festive occasions. At this moment, she stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a fierce tigress, glaring menacingly at Qin Feng and said, Although I have married into another family, I am still a member of the Qin family village. My two younger brothers have been wronged here. How could I possibly turn a blind eye? Your son has become successful now and seems to have forgotten about us, his relatives, hasn't he?" Chapter 329. Seeking justice, it was only then that Qin Feng recalled that Qin Chunhua was the elder sister of Qin Long and Qin Yao, a family consisting of 2 sons and a daughter. Strangely enough, the 2 brothers, Qin Long and Qin Yao, had garnered quite a notorious reputation in Qin family village, being universally reviled like rats scurrying across the street. As for Qin Shenhua, her presence was somewhat vague in Qin Feng's memory. Although he had encountered her on several festive occasions, they were infrequent meetings. Moreover, even during the Lunar New Year, he had never received any red envelope from this elder relative. Of course, Qin Feng was not particularly concerned about the meager amount of money. After all, during his childhood, the villagers were considerably poorer than they are now, making it entirely reasonable that they could not afford to give out red envelopes. Nevertheless, he indeed felt a certain distance from his aunt. She appeared to be a person with a fiery temperament, immediately confronting Qin Feng with accusations. Your family has prospered, yet you dare to bully those from your own village? My second and third brothers are diligent and honest citizens, and yet your child treats them with such disdain. Is there no sense of justice left? No law to uphold? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly regurgitated his breakfast. He scoffed inwardly at her words. Did she truly remain oblivious to the character of her own brothers? With a cold huff, Qin Feng retorted, Aunt, do not place such lofty labels upon me. You are well aware of the true nature of your brothers, Qin Long and Qin Yao. If your obstinacy allows you to twist the truth so easily, then let us pretend this conversation never happened. Qin Shenhua, incensed by his rebuttal, became even more furious. Qin Feng, I am your elder. Is this how you address your superiors? Taking advantage of age? She then turned her gaze towards Qin Xuezai, exclaiming, Cousin Xuezai, is this how you educate your child? He possesses no manners whatsoever. Unlike my child, who graduated from university this year and was promptly recruited by a prestigious company, children must be taught to respect their elders. Will you not discipline him properly? In response to her words, the usually compliant Qin Xuezai simply shook his head. People are inherently selfish. Qin Shenhua leaned towards defending her brothers and children, while Qin Xuezai, as a father, unconditionally trusted his son, Qin Feng. Shenhua, I recall you are not one to disregard reason. Your two brothers have borrowed a substantial sum from me, yet have failed to repay it for so long. In this matter, we are in the right. To claim that we are bullying them is utterly unfounded. Yet, Qin Shenhua remained unmoved, stubbornly asserting, Cousin Xuezai. Regardless of the circumstances, it is a fact that my two brothers have been wronged by you. However, considering we are relatives, this matter can be amicably resolved. Forget about that borrowed sum. This time, their suffering is merely compensation for emotional distress. Furthermore, your child must acknowledge his faults and show some sincerity in his apology. I do not ask for much. Each of my brothers deserves 10,000. Although it is said that your child possesses questionable character, he has undoubtedly amassed considerable wealth. Thus, 20,000 yuan is likely of little consequence to him. Upon hearing Qin Shenhua's words, Qin Feng grasped her true intention. It became evident that after all the preceding elaboration, the essence of her message ultimately revolved around the matter of money. Money has the power to render individuals unreasonable, transforming white into black. Chapter 330. Severing ties. You siblings truly share the same lineage, both inclined towards unearned gains. Qin Feng scoffed repeatedly, no longer viewing Qin Shenhua as a respected elder. This is my money. Whether I choose to give it to you is entirely my prerogative. What, if I refuse, will you throw a tantrum? Qin Feng stood his ground, unwavering. At this moment, he had finally seen through the numerous parasites among his fellow villagers. If everyone sought to gain without effort, then the entirety of Qin family village would languish in stagnation. It is reassuring, however, that there are individuals like Qin Feiyu who are genuinely intent on diligent work. You. Qin Shenhua's expression faltered. Her initial plan was to morally corner Qin Feng, but she had not anticipated that he, despite his youth, possessed a profound understanding of worldly matters, rendering her tactics ineffective. Now, even with a multitude of justifications, she found herself powerless against Qin Feng's resolute stance. Very well, Qin Feng, you impudent young lad. Your arrogance is astounding. I will not believe that you are truly exceptional, capable of shining at all times. There will come a day when you face ruin, and then you will see what suffering is. With a scathing remark, Qin Shenhua had no choice but to exit in disgrace. Yet her words held no sway over Qin Feng. From adversity comes prosperity, from prosperity comes decline. This is an immutable law of nature. No one can bask in glory forever. But Qin Feng aspired to ensure that at least his own life, and that of his descendants, would be filled with prosperity and devoid of worry. This was sufficient for him. Perhaps one day, the descendants of the Qin family might indeed face decline and poverty, but that was a distant future, one that Qin Shenhua would not witness in her lifetime. Our relatives truly are a source of heartache. After Qin Shenhua departed, Qin Xuezai sighed heavily. Family relations ought to be harmonious, yet when money becomes involved, such ties can often sour. Father, let them be. We only need to live our own lives well. Qin Feng offered words of comfort. Hearing this, Qin Shuetsai nodded in agreement, his brow furrowing in contemplation, now regarding his son with newfound respect. At that moment, he recognized that his son seemed far more composed and mature than before, having grown immensely. Though unaware of the trials Qin Feng had faced, a father knows his child best, and Qin Shuetsai understood that Qin Feng must have undergone profound experiences to instigate such a transformation. Regardless, change is a positive development, and it is indeed fortunate that Qin Feng has evolved in this manner. The old Qin family has finally produced a remarkable individual. Reflecting on this, Qin Shuetsai felt a swell of emotions. In the subsequent days, many from Qin family village visited Qin Feng. Among them were several aspiring to achieve great things, and Qin Feng was more than willing to extend his support. There is an individual aspiring to venture into aquaculture, a sericulturist, and another who seeks to establish a sugar factory. At present, there remains a modicum of promise in these endeavors. Qin Feng has extended appropriate support to these pursuits. However, those with intentions to swindle have been firmly rebuffed by Qin Feng. The renovation of the roads is progressing fervently, and the construction of the elderly couple's new home is officially underway. The grand scale of these projects has garnered considerable attention within the village. Chapter 331. The tree wishes for stillness, but the wind does not cease. This led the villagers of Qin family village to gradually realize a significant truth. The Qin Feng family has transformed remarkably from its former state. Initially, the Qin Feng family was relatively prosperous due to Qin Shuetsai's employment, but now, after several years of venturing abroad, Qin Feng returned home, bringing with him a substantial fortune. Witnessing Qin Feng's flourishing success, many villagers felt envious, while a considerable number harbored jealousy. For those who begrudged Qin Feng's current prominence, their envy was so intense that they wished for his immediate downfall. This reaction is not uncommon in a world rife with self-serving individuals, where many cannot bear to see others thrive beyond their own circumstances. As for the renovations and the new house for the elders, these trivial matters could be entirely entrusted to them once Qin Feng departed again. He merely needed to provide the funds, without any further concerns. Following a scolding from Qin Feng, the two brothers, Qin Long and Qin Yao, dared not approach him again. Before they knew it, the half-month holiday had swiftly passed. On this day, Qin Feng and Lin Ruoxue were packing their bags, preparing to leave with Nyonyo. Qin Feng had already booked their return flight online, awaiting the opportunity to travel with the Qin Wu family to the provincial capital, where they would fly out the following day. Look at you all. You've only been back for half a month. How wonderful it would be if you could stay longer, Wang Xiaomei said tearfully, her voice choked with emotion. After longing for her child for 2 to 3 years, finally having him home for a brief visit only to see him leave again for a distant land was heart-wrenching, making it impossible for her to remain composed. The atmosphere of departure is always laden with sorrow, and there was little Qin Feng could do to alleviate it. He could only comfort his mother, saying, "Mom, don't worry, I will return for every holiday. The spring festival is just a few months away, and we'll all be back, this time for an extended visit." As for inviting them to come and visit, the elders were reluctant to undertake such a long journey to the neighboring province, a sentiment Qin Feng could understand. After all, they had spent their entire lives in Qin family village, firmly rooted in their homeland, and were understandably averse to relocating. The primary reason, however, revolved around their commitments at home. Although Qin Shuetsai was nearing retirement, he had yet to retire and still had responsibilities in town. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei clung to the modest piece of land she had tended for a lifetime. In truth, Qin Feng could have chosen to remain with his parents for a bit longer. Yet, considering Lin Ruoxue's work obligations, he felt compelled to leave first. His company could run smoothly without his direct oversight, as he had become accustomed to being a hands-off manager. However, Lin Ruoxue was a formidable woman, and given their current ambiguous relationship, it was impractical for her to play the role of a dutiful daughter-in-law indefinitely. Unwilling to remain in Qin Feng's debt, she too needed to return to her professional duties. This served as a reminder to Qin Feng that he must swiftly bring Lin Ruoxue back into his life. In a moment of reverie, he found himself inexplicably transported back to his university days, consumed by the singular thought of winning the affections of the campus belle, Lin Ruoxue. Qin Feng understood all too well that while one may yearn for tranquility, the winds of fate often disrupt such desires. Similarly, the longing to care for one's parents may come too late, given the opportunity to live anew. He was determined to prevent such regrets from manifesting in his own life, and thus, he felt a profound sense of clarity and assurance. Chapter 332. Farewell. For 3 miles. Having bid farewell to his elders, Qin Feng stepped outside his home, luggage in hand. Before he could depart, he was met by several grateful villagers who had benefited from his assistance. Among them was his cousin, Qin Feiyu, along with numerous uncles, and even the Huang family. a family of 4 from a different lineage. Upon returning home, Qin Feng had undertaken numerous initiatives, such as renovating the roads and establishing public facilities in the village, endeavors that were undoubtedly advantageous for all the residents of Qin family village. In a sense, Qin Feng had earned the gratitude of the entire community. Those who truly understood the essence of gratitude naturally came forth to see him off. While they may not have been able to present gifts or articulate flowery words, their heartfelt intentions were unmistakable. Witnessing their sincerity deeply moved Qin Feng, reinforcing his belief that all his efforts were worthwhile. At the very least, there were still souls in the village who recognized the importance of gratitude. The villagers' discerning gazes revealed that the uncles and aunts knew well who had genuinely contributed and who had treated them kindly. Notably absent were the infamous brothers, Qin Long and Qin Yao, who, as Qin Feng's distant uncles, had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, given that they had gained nothing from his prosperity. It was no surprise to Qin Feng that they chose to remain away, wishing only for his downfall. Be careful on your journey, Xiao Feng. Don't forget to visit home often. The villagers waved their goodbyes, some even lending a hand to carry Qin Feng's luggage, accompanying him for several miles until they reluctantly parted ways upon reaching the main road. Moved by their support, Qin Feng addressed the gathering with heartfelt words. Dear friends, seeing you accompany me this far reassures me that my efforts have not been in vain. I believe that your collective endeavors will lead to an even brighter future for Qin family village. I hope that when I return, I will witness a transformed village. His words served as encouragement, particularly for Qin Feiyu and the others. Historically, Qin family village had been impoverished, and their ambitions to foster industry were driven by a desire not only for their own prosperity, but also to uplift the entire village. The burden on their shoulders was heavy, and the pressure immense. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's encouragement, the group felt invigorated. They reasoned that if Qin Feng could achieve such remarkable success in unfamiliar territory, then the challenges they faced paled in comparison. At last, the transport arrived, and amidst the villagers' heartfelt farewells, Qin Feng departed from his homeland. As he watched the figures of his loved ones gradually fade from view, a surge of emotion welled within him, and tears glistened in his eyes. Youth was on their side. Youth signified that the road ahead was long, that the burdens were great, and that perseverance was essential. Dad, why are you crying? At that moment, the little girl beside him, Nyonyo, reached out her tiny hand to wipe away Qin Feng's tears. Qin Feng shook his head, maintaining his composure as he replied, Nyonyo, Dad, I isn't crying. It's just that some sand has gotten into my eyes. Lin Ruoxue caught a glimpse of the man beside her out of the corner of her eye. There is no one who does not appreciate a person who is deeply loyal and genuine. Suddenly, she realized that despite accumulating immense wealth, Qin Feng remained the same Qin Feng, seemingly impervious to the allure of money, forever maintaining an unwavering. In recent days, she had grown accustomed to the fickleness of human relationships and had witnessed the harsh realities of life, contrasting them with the ugly faces of some of Qin Feng's relatives, thus revealing a telling disparity. Chapter 333. The peak tourist season. After a half-month absence, Qin Feng returned to the provincial capital. Logically, since their flight was scheduled for tomorrow, they would need to spend the night in the city. However, it so happened that this period coincided with the tourist peak season in the provincial capital. The tourism industry in the southwestern province was already quite robust, and in recent days, visitors from all corners of the nation had nearly filled the entire city to capacity. With the increase in people came a rather pragmatic issue. Nearly all the hotels in the southwestern province had been fully booked. Qin Feng had not anticipated this predicament and consequently failed to reserve a hotel room online in advance. Upon their arrival in the provincial capital, they inquired at several establishments, only to find them all fully occupied. This predicament left Qin Feng visibly distressed. Surely, they could not spend the night sleeping on the streets. Not only did they carry a substantial amount of luggage, but the absence of a hotel would render their situation exceedingly inconvenient. Although Qin Feng had endured considerable hardship in the past and was not particularly fearful of sleeping rough, he was acutely aware that Nyonyo and Lin Ruoxue could not endure such a fate. Nyonyo, with her delicate frame, would be in danger sleeping on the streets overnight. The chilly night air could lead to her catching a cold or even developing a high fever by morning. Qin Feng, who held deep affection for his precious daughter, could not allow Nyonyo to suffer such a fate, nor did he wish for her to experience any harm. Furthermore, with Lin Ruoxue present, the prospect of the entire family sleeping on the streets would be a source of embarrassment for him as the head of the household. Consequently, Qin Wu suggested that Qin Feng and his family could stay at his home for the night. While this was indeed a feasible option, it was unfortunate that Qin Wu's residence was quite small, with only 2 beds available. Even if Qin Wu and his wife shared one bed, There would not be enough space for Qin Feng, Lin Ruoxue, and Niu Niu to comfortably fit in the other. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to make every effort to locate a hotel. This thought invigorated him. He found it hard to believe that in such a vast provincial capital, with so many hotels, every single one could be fully occupied. Surely, at least one establishment would have unoccupied rooms available. The thrifty Lin Ruoxue proposed that Qin Feng consider a small inn in the urban village. However, having traveled extensively in his previous life, Qin Feng had stayed in such inns more than once. He was well aware of their substandard conditions, which fell far short of those found in reputable hotels. Furthermore, these inns often harbored numerous dangers, where one could easily fall prey to various scams and traps. If it were only Qin Feng, he could manage staying in such an establishment, having done so on numerous occasions without fear. But with Lin Ruoxue and Niu Niu in tow, he was resolutely unwilling to compromise their safety by staying in such lodgings. At present, with most hotels fully booked, the only remaining options, aside from those remote inns with their unsatisfactory conditions, were the exorbitantly priced suites in five-star hotels. The lesser-known inns were avoided due to their poor environments and hidden dangers, while the luxurious suites in five-star establishments remained unoccupied primarily because of their prohibitive costs. Often, the rooms in such hotels can cost several hundred for an economy room. While a business room may exceed 1,000, it is not uncommon for more luxurious accommodations to reach several thousand or even tens of thousands. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng resolved to inquire whether these hotels had any vacancies. Before long, he discovered a five-star hot spring hotel, its architecture resplendent and elegant, truly worthy of its prestigious rating. Chapter 334, The Hot Spring Hotel. Upon entering the Hot Spring Hotel, a charming attendant promptly approached to guide him. "Good day, sir." The delightful hotel staff member smiled as she directed Qin Feng to the reception desk. Her gaze then fell upon Lin Ruoxue, who stood beside him, causing her to momentarily gasp in astonishment. As a woman, she possessed the discerning ability to evaluate another's beauty. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue, standing next to Qin Feng, seemed to embody all the admirable qualities found in beautiful women. With her statuesque figure, exquisite features, and skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow, she radiated an air of elegance and nobility, making her truly breathtaking. Though a twinge of jealousy stirred within her, she sweetly remarked, "Sir, you and your lady make quite the pair." Such envy was not unexpected. After all, a woman as stunning as Lin Ruoxue would naturally evoke feelings of jealousy among her peers. The hotel's service was indeed commendable, and the attendant's keen perception greatly pleased Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue blushed, walking alongside Qin Feng with a child in tow. Almost everyone would perceive them as a match made in heaven. The compliments made her feel a tad bashful, yet she saw no need to clarify matters, for some explanations could lead to greater complications. Upon reaching the front desk, Qin Feng glanced at the receptionist and inquired, "Are there any rooms available?" At once, the receptionist's eyes brightened as she replied, "Sir, you certainly have an eye for detail. These days are peak tourist season in Southwest Province, and nearly all hotels are fully booked. We are among the few that still have some vacancies. However, our economy and business rooms are already occupied. Only one presidential suite remains available. Should you delay any further, I fear it too will soon be taken." Qin Feng silently marveled at the thriving tourism industry in Southwest Province. Such scenarios were commonplace during peak seasons. It was currently 1 in the afternoon, a time when most hotels typically had their highest availability, as guests from the previous night had just checked out, and rooms were being prepared for new arrivals. Yet, due to the influx of tourists, nearly every hotel was fully booked, including this rather pricey hot spring establishment. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that the receptionist was exaggerating the situation to bolster revenue, claiming all other rooms were occupied, leaving only the presidential suite. A presidential suite. Then, Qin Feng mused before responding. He was unconcerned about the suite's cost. Rather, he feared missing out on this opportunity. It was prudent to secure a room quickly, for in a matter of hours, the entire Southwest Province might leave him without accommodations. He could end up in a remote area, which would complicate matters further, especially if he found himself late for the airport the next morning. Missing a flight would lead to a significant waste of time, rendering it a most regrettable ordeal. "Sir, you are indeed generous. The presidential suite in our hotel is spacious, and the ambience is exceedingly comfortable, with a reasonable price of merely 5,888. The hotel features an outdoor swimming pool and a hot spring pool, which undoubtedly justifies the cost." The receptionist, with a warm smile, eloquently extolled the advantages of their establishment. Yet Qin Feng remained indifferent. Chapter 335, First Come, First Served. In a typical five-star hotel, the presidential suite's ambience is invariably exquisite, as the price reflects the quality. One gets what one pays for. Moreover, presidential suites are often equipped with comprehensive amenities and spacious interiors, providing ample room for the three of them. Thus, Qin Feng harbored no concerns regarding their accommodation. He confidently presented his bank card, ready to check in. As the attendant reached out to receive his card, an incongruous voice echoed from a distance. "Wait, we want that room." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He turned towards the source of the sound and was taken aback to see a corpulent, middle-aged man striding in through the hotel entrance. Dressed in a tailored suit, his appearance was somewhat disheveled, adorned with stubble, and most strikingly, he wore a glaring gold chain around his neck. Given the peak tourist season in the southwest province, every hotel was teeming with guests. "I see you have one room left. I want it," he reiterated, followed closely by a flamboyantly dressed woman. She appeared quite youthful, perhaps in her 20s, yet her heavily applied makeup and revealing attire suggested otherwise. With an oval face and pronounced nostrils, it was evident to Qin Feng that she had undergone cosmetic procedures. Not surprisingly, she clutched a smartphone, evidently live-streaming the moment. In this era, many female internet celebrities have enhanced their appearances with surgery, and this woman was likely just one among many. The front desk attendant, visibly perturbed by the greasy man's insistence, managed a polite smile. "Sir, I apologize, but this is the last room available." She gestured towards Qin Feng, adding, "And this gentleman arrived first. First come, first served?" The man scoffed dismissively. "I am a regular patron of your establishment. Customers like me, affluent and distinguished, deserve your utmost respect, not someone like him. He is merely an occasional visitor. He hardly has the means to frequently occupy your presidential suite." His disdain for Qin Feng was palpable. Beside him, the ostentatiously dressed woman addressed her live stream audience. "Have you ever seen a presidential suite, folks? Poor people can't afford to stay in one. I bet the viewers haven't even laid eyes on one, let alone stayed in one. Today, I shall generously show you what a presidential suite looks like. Let the gifts pour in." In that moment, Qin Feng comprehended that this pair was indeed the infamous female streamer and her wealthy patron. However, with only this one hotel remaining near the airport and just one room left, he was resolute in his unwillingness to concede. Thus, he spoke leisurely, "Gentlemen, one must always adhere to the principle of precedence in both life and work. Since we arrived first and had already settled on this room, nearly ready to make the payment, it rightfully belongs to us." However, the man paid no heed to Qin Feng's reasoning. Instead, he retorted angrily, "What does precedence matter? I am a regular customer and deserve special treatment." Chapter 336. Since time immemorial, beautiful women bring calamity. He then turned his gaze towards the several attendants. "Money is indeed a formidable truth. I am a regular patron of this hotel and will undoubtedly return frequently. As for you, a mere pauper, how often can you afford to stay? I trust that you hotel staff understand. I can bring you profit, while he cannot. Is wealth really the ultimate truth?" Qin Feng's expression turned icy. What a ludicrous value system. Just as he was about to retort, the man cast a fleeting glance and suddenly noticed Lin Ruoxue standing behind Qin Feng, his eyes instantly brightening. He scrutinized Lin Ruoxue and was struck by her extraordinary beauty, far surpassing any of the numerous internet celebrities and actresses he had encountered. Furthermore, despite his extensive experience with women, he could see that Lin Ruoxue wore only light makeup, almost appearing barefaced. It was astonishing that she could be so stunning even in such simplicity. In his shock, he glanced at the female broadcaster beside him, and upon comparison, he felt utterly disheartened. There was a chasm between them. One was celestial, while the other was terrestrial. The disparity in their looks and figures was immense. Not to mention Lin Ruoxue's pure and aloof demeanor, akin to an ice queen. The more he observed the female internet celebrity, the more insipid she appeared. They say that beautiful women often bring misfortune, yet others claim that dying beneath a peony blossom is a form of romance. Thus, emboldened, he approached Lin Ruoxue, speaking as he walked. "Dear miss, might I invite you to dinner? I advise you to disregard any previous commitments. If you choose to accompany me, I can provide you with the finest jewelry and a luxurious villa." However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng stepped forward, positioning himself between the man and Lin Ruoxue, effectively blocking the latter's view of her. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue was completely obscured, leaving only Qin Feng in the man's sight, causing his expression to darken. Yet, before he could speak, Qin Feng retorted, "What is this? Am I obstructing your view?" The female internet celebrity, now cognizant of the situation, felt a surge of jealousy as she observed the man's evident admiration for Lin Ruoxue, whose beauty eclipsed her own. This blatant display of flirtation right before her eyes stirred a sense of discomfort within her. The live stream's comments were rife with mockery, intensifying her distress. In contrast, Lin Ruoshue's gaze towards the man was filled with disdain. Tension crackled in the air, and a conflict seemed imminent, which was undoubtedly detrimental for the children present. Uncertain of Qin Feng's ability to handle the situation, she chose to trust him and instinctively pulled Nyo away, covering her eyes. Conflicts in the adult world often taint the innocence of children. As a mother, Lin Ruoshue was diligent. It is said that a mother's strength is formidable, and she yearned to provide Nyo with a carefree and joyful childhood, hence her desire to shield her from such a scene. At this moment, confronted by Qin Feng's counter-question, the man was momentarily taken aback. Before snorting coldly, "Kid, I shall offer you an opportunity. The lady you just encountered is precisely my type. Step aside. I shall relinquish this last room to you, and in return, I can bestow upon you a substantial sum of money, wealth that you could scarcely amass through a lifetime of toil." Chapter 337. Dare to make a bet, how about if I refuse? Qin Feng retorted. He had always embodied the principle of unity between action and thought. When he stated he would not yield, he meant it unequivocally. At that moment, he stood resolute like an unyielding stake before this man, refusing to budge even an inch. The man, already possessing a greasy appearance and an unwieldy physique, moved with considerable clumsiness. In stark contrast, Qin Feng exhibited remarkable agility, thwarting the man's repeated attempts to breach his defenses. Frustration mounted within the man, prompting him to call out to Lin Ruoshue from a distance, "Beautiful lady, is this your husband? He cannot provide you with the affluent life you desire. Come with me, and you shall indulge in boundless riches and splendor." Upon hearing these words, Lin Ruoshue responded with evident disdain, "I'm sorry, but the wealth you speak of is not something I covet. Whether he can offer me such a life is irrelevant to you." Her words left the man momentarily speechless. He scratched his head in confusion, unable to fathom why. Despite his considerable wealth, Lin Ruoshue refused to even glance his way. Why was she not like the nearby internet celebrity, a complete gold digger? At that moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He understood Lin Ruoshue better than anyone. She was not a materialistic woman. Had she been one driven solely by monetary gain, Qin Feng would have long since won her back after amassing his wealth, thus avoiding the current complications. Nonetheless, it was precisely this characteristic that attracted him to Lin Ruoshue, her strength, dignity, and unwavering adherence to her principles. Were she devoid of such qualities, even her beauty would not have warranted a second glance from him. Naturally, possessing her own pride, Lin Ruoshue would never have cast her eyes upon the man before her. Incensed by the rejection, the man pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Feng, demanding, "Dare to make a bet with me? I'll forfeit this room. Let us wager on who is wealthier, who can present this lovely lady with more extravagant gifts." His impulsive decision stemmed from a desire to showcase his financial prowess before Lin Ruoshue. However, this suited Qin Feng's intentions perfectly. Since the man sought to resolve matters through a wager, it rendered everything far simpler. "Why would I hesitate?" Qin Feng scoffed. "Who in this country possesses more wealth than I?" Did this man truly believe that flaunting a gold chain around his neck and a gold watch on his wrist made him extraordinary? Very well, you wait here. With that, he strode away, leaving even the internet celebrity in his wake. The abrupt departure left the woman momentarily stunned, before she shot a furious glare at Qin Feng and Lin Ruoshue, then sulked away in defeat. Once they were gone, Lin Ruoshue anxiously inquired, "Why did you engage in a bet with him? We could have simply ignored someone like him." Qin Feng shook his head. Under normal circumstances, ignoring such troublemakers would indeed be the most prudent and rational choice. Yet, Qin Feng is but a man, prone to impulses, and he cannot always maintain his composure. He acknowledges that he has fallen for the other's provocation, but he possesses unwavering confidence that his opponent cannot possibly rival him. Nevertheless, for the sake of a man's dignity and for Lin Ruoshue, he willingly succumbed to the other's taunts. This is a matter of masculinity. You need not concern yourself with it, merely observe in silence. Chapter 338. Offering flowers to the Buddha. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Ruoshue was momentarily rendered speechless. A ripple of emotion stirred within her. As a woman, she found herself perplexed by the concept of a man's dignity. She could not fathom why the typically composed Qin Feng had chosen to engage in a wager with his opponent, resorting to what she deemed a rather juvenile means of determining victory. However, the bet had already been established, and any efforts she might make to dissuade Qin Feng would be futile. It was far too late. Before long, after Qin Feng had arranged his luggage, the greasy man returned, this time bearing an exquisitely adorned gift box. He cast a haughty glance at Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with disdain. Turning to Lin Ruoshue, he opened the gift box, revealing a stunning gemstone necklace nestled within. The necklace, designed in an intricate hollow rose pattern, shimmered in silver. exuding an air of opulence that suggested a substantial price tag. With a provocative glance at Qin Feng, he addressed Lin Ruoxue, saying, "Beautiful lady, this is a Piaget necklace, crafted from precious rubies and featuring a masterful hollow rose design. It is a carefully selected gift for you. The cost of this necklace exceeds 400,000. Yet, I do not seek to boast. I merely wish to clarify. To me, you are far more precious than this necklace, and my feelings for you are as steadfast and eternal as the gemstones adorning it." His oily words flowed forth without pause, leaving Qin Feng feeling utterly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he could not deny that, despite the man's insincerity and blatant hypocrisy, having just been affectionate with an online celebrity, only to profess his undying love for Lin Ruoxue, he had indeed spent a considerable sum. Piaget is a renowned brand, known for its extravagant necklaces often gifted by men to express their affection for women, making it a preferred choice among luxury jewelry. The intricacy of the necklace design far surpasses that of the ostentatious gold chains found in many jewelry stores. Yet, in Qin Feng's eyes, attempting to win Lin Ruoxue's heart with nothing more than a necklace was utterly implausible. As Qin Feng had anticipated, Lin Ruoxue furrowed her brow and coldly rejected. "I do not need your necklace. Please take it back. I do not know you, and you need not spend money on me." Her refusal, though conveyed politely, could not conceal the disdain in her expression. Witnessing this, the greasy man's countenance fell, disappointment etched across his face. However, after a moment, he turned his gaze toward Qin Feng, his eyes alight with provocation. Although Lin Ruoxue had outright rejected his offering, he doubted that Qin Feng could present anything of greater value. The challenge in his gaze was evident to Qin Feng. While most would feel a prickling discomfort under such scrutiny, he remained unperturbed, calmly retrieving a small gift box from his pocket. This was something Qin Feng had carried in his suitcase all along, and today, it was fortuitously brought forth to serve as an elegant gesture of reciprocity. However, upon beholding the unrefined gift box, adorned with its Clich D design, the ostentatious man immediately scoffed. He could not fathom that within this gift box, Qin Feng could possibly possess anything more precious than the luxurious brand necklace he owned, something that could earn Lin Ruoxue's approval. Chapter 339. This is quite unfair as anticipated. Within the seemingly antiquated gift box, there lay no precious treasures. Upon opening it, Qin Feng discovered a simple silver bracelet, its design utterly unremarkable, devoid of any distinctive features. Moreover, it bore numerous signs of wear, clearly a second-hand item, and one that was only partially intact. The greasy man, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, a smirk soon crept across his face, and he chuckled with delight. "This silver bracelet, I wonder where you unearthed such a second-hand trinket." Though he did not vocalize it, he reveled inwardly. Setting aside its second-hand status, even if it were brand new, one could procure a similar piece for merely a few hundred on the market. Furthermore, as a used item, its value would scarcely exceed 100, given its evident age and the countless blemishes it had endured. Who would bestow such a token upon a beloved? It would surely be deemed a disgrace. At that moment, the greasy man brimmed with pride. After all, in stark contrast, he possessed a luxurious Piaget ruby necklace, intricately designed with a hollow rose motif, far surpassing the mundane silver bracelet in both aesthetic appeal and value. His necklace was worth over 400,000, while Qin Feng's silver bracelet was questionable even at 100. In a normal scenario, any woman would know precisely which to choose. As Qin Feng cradled the silver bracelet like a treasured gem, attempting to present it to Lin Ruoxue, the greasy man unleashed a wave of mockery. "You might as well discard that rubbish. It's hardly worth keeping. My dear lady, surely you know how to choose. Look at how exquisite my necklace is, and that bracelet is simply hideous." However, he soon discerned that Lin Ruoxue's gaze was not fixed on his gemstone necklace. Rather, she was entranced, staring vacantly at the silver bracelet, her eyes unmoving. What was happening? Something felt amiss. He suddenly recognized the anomaly. Why? In the presence of a necklace worth over 400,000, could Lin Ruoxue disregard it, yet find herself moved by an old silver bracelet? At that moment, Lin Ruoxue stood frozen, her countenance dazed, as if ensnared in the depths of her memories. Indeed, despite the bracelet's plainness and evident age, it bore extraordinary significance to her. The fact that Qin Feng had preserved this bracelet all these years and now offered it to her was simply overwhelming. Even if Lin Ruoxue's heart had turned as frigid as a glacier, and her affection for Qin Feng had long since faded, she found herself unable to maintain her icy demeanor, unable to remain composed. Many years prior, she and Qin Feng had shared a romance during their university days. Following graduation, both were left with nothing. During that time, they had toiled together, She earned a living while Qin Feng pursued entrepreneurial ventures. For an extended period, the income of the two was merely sufficient to cover their expenses, allowing them only to subsist without the luxury of saving any money, living instead in a rented dwelling. The aspiration of homeownership had become a distant dream, as though the future held no promise, compelling them to navigate life in a state of mere survival, shrouded in gloom. Yet, for most girls, this may have been the case. For Lin Ruoxue, however, those days were the most joyous moments of her existence. Chapter 340. Awakening your memories. This weathered silver bracelet, perhaps, pales in comparison to the extravagant gold chains adorning the necks of the affluent, or to the luxurious gemstone necklaces of renowned international brands. Yet, for Lin Ruoxue, it holds extraordinary significance. It was the first birthday gift bestowed upon her by Qin Feng, a token of affection that has endured the passage of 8 years. Over this span, a vibrant young girl has transformed into a mature and discerning woman of substance. Yet she has never relinquished the cherished memories tied to this gift. In the past, following her divorce from Qin Feng, she gradually relegated this beautiful memory to the depths of her heart. However, today, Qin Feng's presentation of the silver bracelet has stirred within her a profound recollection of their shared past. Indeed, this is what moves her most deeply. What surprises her further is that this very bracelet was cast aside in a moment of anger when she resolved to sever all ties with Qin Feng. In her desire to reclaim her life anew, she had intended to return everything associated with him, though fate has led them back into each other's lives. And the lines of separation remain blurred. The fact that Qin Feng has preserved this bracelet, carrying it with him all this time, speaks volumes about the value he places on their relationship. During the times of violence he inflicted upon her, she often questioned how he could have so completely forgotten the beautiful memories they once shared. Yet, it seems he has not forgotten. Rather, he appears to treasure those moments, holding them close to his heart. Now, the question looms, should she accept the bracelet? After a moment of inner turmoil, Lin Ruoxue extends her hand and accepts the silver bracelet from Qin Feng, slipping it back onto her wrist. Witnessing this exchange, the greasy man stands frozen. Realizing he is not a fool, having courted countless beautiful women, he comprehends that Lin Ruoxue's action signifies her choice of Qin Feng over him. She has opted for a bracelet worth less than 100, rather than a necklace valued at over 400,000. The greasy man is utterly perplexed by her decision. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng's heart swells with joy. His efforts have finally borne fruit. Lin Ruoxue's choice to embrace that cherished memory signifies her renewed recognition of herself. This confirms that the painstakingly devised plan he has orchestrated was not in vain. Thank you, I truly adore this gift. After a long separation, donning the silver bracelet once more transports Lin Ruoxue back in time, as if all the beauty of the past has returned, now within arm's reach. At this juncture, Qin Feng turns to the greasy man and coldly remarks, "Indeed, your gemstone necklace is undeniably valuable, yet worth is not solely defined by material wealth. You have lost. Now, begone and do not disturb us." The greasy man, still grappling with confusion, realizes, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, that he has utterly lost this wager. He presented a disheartened demeanor, having been accustomed to success in the past, now for the first time experiencing the weight of failure, leaving him somewhat lost and despondent. In a flurry, he spoke to Qin Feng, saying, "According to our wager, I have lost. Although we did not stipulate the stakes, this gemstone necklace is yours. It serves no purpose remaining with me." Chapter 341. Do you think I care? Qin Feng scoffed at the man before him, who, despite losing the wager, maintained an air of nonchalance, attempting to flaunt his wealth with a gaudy gemstone necklace. To Qin Feng, such ostentation was insignificant. The necklace, while valuable, held no allure for him. The man's demeanor betrayed a complete denial of his defeat, his bravado serving only to mask his discontent. "Take your necklace and leave." Qin Feng waved dismissively. "It's merely a piece of jewelry. Do you think I covet it? I could purchase thousands of such necklaces." This proclamation left the greasy, middle-aged man momentarily speechless. He prided himself on being one of the city's most affluent individuals, with his enterprises yielding millions in annual profit. Over the years, he had amassed a fortune in the hundreds of millions, which allowed him to indulge in lavish pursuits, seemingly without concern for his expenditures. Yet, despite his wealth and propensity for extravagance, he could not fathom affording thousands of necklaces of this caliber. This particular piece was a Piaget ruby necklace, valued at over 400,000. Purchasing even 1,000 would cost him over 4 billion, an amount tenfold his entire fortune. Typically, his gifts to various internet celebrities were merely worth tens of thousands, and he would never have considered spending such a sum on a single item for Lin Ruoxue, whose beauty and extraordinary grace had compelled him to make this exception. He had hoped that this extravagant gift would endear her to him, but to his dismay, she had shown no interest in the necklace, instead favoring an old silver bracelet presented by Qin Feng. Frustration boiled within him, compounded by his bafflement at his loss to Qin Feng. The latter's claim of being able to purchase thousands of such necklaces ignited a fury within him. What audacity! Though I may not understand why I lost to you, how could a mere silver bracelet, worth scarcely 100, surpass a gemstone necklace worth hundreds of thousands? Who would believe you could afford thousands of these necklaces? I certainly do not. Even a humble individual retains some dignity, how much more so a wealthy man? His arrogance had always been his hallmark, yet now, provoked by Qin Feng, he was determined to teach him a lesson. However, fearing that Qin Feng might refuse a challenge, he resorted to provocations. Are you brave enough to wager again? What shall we wager? Qin Feng regarded him with a mocking glint in his eye. Do not question it. Just tell me if you dare. The man was anxious to avoid disclosing the terms of the bet, fearing Qin Feng would decline if he revealed them. Without hesitation, Qin Feng replied, "What is there to fear?" At this, Lin Ruoshua's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Why are we gambling again?" she implored, her disdain for the very word gamble apparent. Certainly, this is also related to her previous experiences. She considers Qin Feng's well-being. And seeing that he is no longer the gambler he once was, she naturally hopes he will not revert to his former ways. However, Qin Feng leaned close to her ear and softly proclaimed, "I too detest gambling, but for your sake, I must take the risk." His words caused Lin Ruoshua's cheeks to flush with a delicate crimson hue, leaving her momentarily stunned as she gazed at Qin Feng with a mix of annoyance and surprise, reflecting on how audacious his recent actions had been. Chapter 342. An indelible lesson. The scene was undeniably intimate, with the distance between the two barely an inch. The presence of Qin Feng's imposing physique and the weighty breath of masculinity stirred Lin Ruoshua's composure, rendering her bashful and flushed. However, this moment did not escape the notice of the greasy man, whose fury was palpable. A self-centered individual, he adhered to the principle that if he could not possess something, neither should anyone else. Witnessing Lin Ruoshua, who had previously ignored him, now so close to Qin Feng, incensed him. He hastily urged, "Tell me, do you dare accept? Why won't you accept?" Qin Feng smirked, but swiftly shifted his tone. "This time, please disclose the terms and stakes of the wager. I let you off the hook last time, but this time, I have no intention of doing so again. You have not even won yet. And you are already so arrogant." The greasy man seethed with anger, yet his immense wealth gave him unwavering confidence. He was acquainted with many affluent individuals in the southwestern province, the majority of whom were at least in their 40s, with several being elderly men with gray hair. How could someone as young as Qin Feng possess substantial wealth? Even if he did, could he truly boast a fortune exceeding 100 million? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he felt assured of his victory in this gamble. Thus, he was provoked by Qin Feng's audacity and retorted, "I bet. I wager my entire fortune. If you win, I will transfer all my money to you. I don't care." Qin Feng scoffed lightly. "A gentleman appreciates wealth, acquiring it through honorable means. Money is not something I cannot earn. If we are to gamble, let us wager something grander. If I win, you shall bear your own name and parade around the scenic area, bringing shame upon yourself. If I lose, the same applies." Qin Feng's intention was to ensure this man faced utter disgrace. For someone who presumably owned various enterprises, relinquishing his fortune to Qin Feng would amount to little. At least from Qin Feng's perspective, this man's wealth was insignificant. Even if he were to lose it, he would not suffer a financial crisis, as his enterprises would allow him to quickly regain sufficient wealth to live comfortably. Conversely, with the current tourism peak, especially over these 2 days, the scenic spots in the southwestern province were teeming with visitors. Should he heed Qin Feng's suggestion and publicly traverse the tourist attractions, it would indeed result in a profound disgrace, one that would be known nationwide and likely make headlines. For a man so concerned with his image, this would be a true punishment, a lesson that would indelibly mark his future behavior, ensuring he would never dare to openly provoke others again. As the two men stood poised for confrontation, neither willing to yield, Lin Ruoshua finally grasped the terrifying nature of rivalry and jealousy among men. Yet now, she finds herself unable to assist Qin Feng in any substantial way. All she can do is silently offer her support from within. After all, regardless of the circumstances, her desire is for Qin Feng to emerge victorious, rather than for a stranger whom she finds repugnant to triumph. "Very well. I too am eager to witness the spectacle of you traversing the scenic area." The greasy man erupted into laughter, already envisioning that very scene. What delighted him most was the prospect of Qin Feng being shamed, and perhaps it would even prompt Lin Ruoshua to regard him with newfound respect. Chapter 343. Pushing to the limit at this moment, the man was exceedingly furious, and in such a state, he had failed to consider an alternative possibility. What if he were to lose? If he were the one to falter, the stakes of this wager would lead to his utter humiliation. And what if he decided to resort to underhanded tactics? In the realm of business, Qin Feng had always adhered to the principle of sparing others when possible. He had previously offended numerous individuals, yet he maintained a guideline of leaving room for reconciliation as long as the other party did not overstep. Moreover, those were not the individuals Qin Feng truly wished to confront. However, when faced with those he genuinely intended to deal with, Qin Feng was unrelenting and merciless, never allowing an escape route for his adversaries. I am a prominent figure in the Southwest Province, the president of Yunsheng Food Factory. Am I to be afraid of your deceit? The greasy man retorted. Qin Feng responded, Are you afraid of my trickery? This Southwest Province should be your territory, where you wield significant influence. With your vast resources and numerous supporters, why would you fear my deceit? That is true. So what do you suggest I do? The greasy man stammered, momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng proposed. It is simple. Publish a message on your public account revealing the contents of our wager, including the penalties for losing. Let the vast online community act as witnesses. Qin Feng's strategy was exceedingly cunning. He was well aware that the current internet populace thrived on sensationalism and relished the spectacle of drama. As this man was a wealthy individual and the president of a renowned food factory in the Southwest Province, his public account would undoubtedly attract the attention of many curious netizens. They were particularly fond of watching a celebrity or tycoon fall from grace due to a misstep. With the online community as witnesses, the matter would swiftly escalate, and Qin Feng would retain sufficient evidence to fan the flames further. Regardless of whether the man resorted to deceit or honored the terms of the wager, he would ultimately find himself facing a tarnished reputation. In any scenario, he could not evade the fate of disgrace. Of course, under normal circumstances, Qin Feng had always sought to avoid creating numerous enemies in the business arena. Yet some individuals were simply too blind to see reason, leaving him no choice but to resort to such ruthless and unconventional measures to bring them to their knees. In truth, this was still a lenient approach. Had Qin Feng chosen to employ even more severe tactics, utilizing more insidious methods, this man could have faced even graver repercussions. After all, he was a man devoid of decorum, a wealthy magnate with a reputation for pursuing numerous romantic entanglements, fixated on various female streamers and influencers. How could he possibly be innocent? Furthermore, the food industry is notoriously precarious, with a history of sudden collapses. There once existed a well-established food factory, renowned nationwide and flourishing, which ultimately saw its market value evaporate by over 300 billion in a single day due to an unfounded rumor. The factory was left crippled, unable to recover from the devastating impact of mere whispers. Even though it has ultimately been confirmed that the rumor was unfounded, and those who propagated it have faced consequences, the falsehood has already taken root in the hearts of the people, rendering it impossible to eradicate. The once mighty food factory has gradually descended from its pedestal, leading to its eventual demise. With such vivid examples serving as cautionary tales, Qin Feng is undoubtedly well aware of this principle. He possesses an intimate understanding of these tactics. Chapter 344. Observe carefully thus. Those who have deeply offended Qin Feng should not expect anything less than a profoundly unforgettable impression in return. I'm all set. Can we commence? At this moment, the individual raised his phone, exhibiting signs of impatience. He had not anticipated that merely engaging in a bet with Qin Feng would entail such numerous prerequisites and procedures. This only served to heighten his agitation, intensifying his eagerness. All he wished for was to witness Qin Feng's complete humiliation, ridiculed by countless bystanders. Subsequently, the narrative would unfold into Lin Ruoxue's utter disappointment in Qin Feng. When Lin Ruoxue found herself desolate and forlorn, he could then take advantage of her vulnerability. However, before his daydream could fully materialize, it was abruptly interrupted by Qin Feng. Let us begin, he declared, already lifting his phone to record the video. Qin Feng was always meticulous in his endeavors. Even when it came to pranks, he typically prepared for every scenario, ensuring he was ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Truly, a diligent student possesses an array of tools. The oily man, simultaneously mocking Qin Feng, opened his mobile banking application. He then presented his phone screen towards Qin Feng, nearly thrusting it into his face. My liquid assets are 1,000,000 times greater than your measly silver bracelet, he boasted, flaunting his account balance. A long string of numbers graced the screen, presumably amounting to over 300 million. Yet, Qin Feng did not spare it a glance. Noticing this, the oily man became increasingly arrogant, sneering, "What's wrong? Can't compete? Trying to play tricks?" Qin Feng remained unfazed by his taunts. Instead, he skillfully navigated back to his own bank account balance page and promptly held his phone screen up to the oily man. Observe closely. Count the zeros. Don't fabricate lies with your eyes wide open. At this moment, the oily man glanced over nonchalantly, eager to discern what made Qin Feng so audacious. Curious about the basis of his confidence. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. However, as he counted, his expression darkened with each passing number. By the time he reached the end, his voice dwindled to a whisper, as if he had suddenly lost his ability to speak. Why so silent? Count thoroughly. Don't let your eyes deceive you. Make sure you tally correctly, or you might mistakenly declare that I lost. Logically, even if you miscount, it should still surpass yours, right? After all, most individuals typically miss at least 1 zero. Qin Feng coldly chuckled, maintaining his unwavering gaze. He was not one to hold grudges without reason, yet today, he was undeniably incensed. At that moment, the oily man was left utterly stunned, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Initially, he had presumed Qin Feng could afford a presidential suite and perhaps possessed a modest fortune, hence his confidence. In his estimation, Qin Feng's liquid assets would barely reach 100 or so thousand, believing he was merely trying to flaunt his wealth before Lin Ruoxua, forcing himself to spend extravagantly. But the final revelation was astonishing. Qin Feng's account held over 10 billion in liquid assets. This amount is 50 times more than his meager possessions. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face, engulfed in a state of utter panic, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, at this very instant, Qin Feng continued to taunt him. What's wrong? Lost in thought? It was you who proposed the wager. The penalty was also your acceptance. Now that you've lost the bet, do you intend to renege? Each word struck him like a sharp blade, leaving him feeling as though he were pierced by thorns. A lump lodged in his throat. Chapter 345. Playing dirty. Upon witnessing his dazed expression, Qin Feng taunted. What? Unable to accept this reality? With a keen sense of observation honed through numerous encounters, Qin Feng formed a reasonable conjecture about this man. He was nothing more than a nouveau riche, lacking sufficient refinement. Such a deficiency in sophistication suggested a strong likelihood of him attempting to renege in this wager. Had Qin Feng not been prepared, he would have found it quite challenging to confront the man's deceit. However, armed with undeniable evidence regarding the terms of the bet, any attempt at evasion on the man's part would be futile. With solid proof in hand, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of security. Get lost. As the greasy man regained his composure, fury enveloped him. The mere thought of having to traverse the scenic area filled him with profound humiliation. At this peak tourist season, the attractions were undoubtedly swarming with people, throngs of visitors flowing like a relentless tide. If he were to crawl around in full view of the public, what would be the outcome? It was evident. He would soon find himself captured on video, with all footage uploaded online, leading to his identity being exposed. Such a scenario would lead to his utter disgrace, leaving him with no chance of redemption. This incident would not only tarnish his personal reputation but also adversely affect his family, friends, and even his business ventures. His enterprises would suffer significant marketing damage, resulting in a drastic decline in profits. This was a fate he could not bear. Thus, at that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to evade responsibility. No matter the means, even if it meant resorting to dishonesty and being subjected to public scorn. It would at least spare him the humiliation of crawling around the scenic area. I won't play this game with you anymore. He uttered those words and swiftly departed, leaving in a hasty retreat. Consequently, this grand 5-star hot spring hotel transformed into a place of sorrow for him. The memories forged here were ones he wished to erase. Yet, how could Qin Feng allow him to escape so easily? Although not one to seek vengeance for every slight, Qin Feng adhered to a principle of repaying kindness and exacting revenge for grievances. This man had provoked him, and now sought a way to extricate himself. There simply was no such fortune in the world. Such individuals must face punishment and learn their lesson. Otherwise, they would inevitably repeat their misdeeds, even if their next target was not Qin Feng, but someone less formidable who might actually succumb to their bullying. Upon returning to his hotel room, Qin Feng promptly uploaded the relevant videos and evidence to a forum, tagging the man's account directly. He then set his phone aside, aware that in the realm of the internet, anything was possible. Since this incident had transpired, it was only a matter of time before it would be sensationalized and grow into a larger spectacle. By then, even if the man managed to escape unscathed, it would require considerable effort on his part. Qin Feng's intention was not to obliterate him in one fell swoop. Rather, he aimed to create substantial inconvenience, which would suffice. Regaining his composure, Qin Feng meticulously surveyed the presidential suite. It must be said that the hot spring hotel near the scenic area, conveniently located close to the airport, exuded a remarkable elegance. The overall style of the hotel room embraced a simplistic yet refined aesthetic. Every piece of furniture, adorned in a predominantly white minimalist design, may lack ostentation, Yet this was precisely the style Qin Feng cherished most. Chapter 346. Here, you must heed my words sometimes. Simplicity is indeed the finest approach. The surroundings are remarkably pleasant. A subtle fragrance lingers in the air, prompting Qin Feng to take note of it discreetly. As he may traverse between the two provinces in the future, this airport will become an essential waypoint, making repeated stays at this hotel quite probable. The primary reason for this inclination is the hotel staff's support during a dispute between Qin Feng and another individual, as they managed to clarify the situation, adhering to a principle of first come, first served. Acknowledging that Qin Feng had arrived first, they steadfastly reserved the room for him, which earned their establishment his favor. With the afternoon still young and a hint of coolness in the air, Qin Feng smiled at Lin Ruoxue and inquired, "Shall we visit the scenic area for a hot spring soak?" "Absolutely not." Lin Ruoxue promptly rejected the notion. While the indulgence of soaking in hot springs is indeed pleasurable, the expense during peak travel season is prohibitive. Typically, ticket prices at scenic spots experience a significant increase during such times. Having traveled extensively with Qin Feng in her youth, she is well aware of this reality. Qin Feng disowned her concerns and cleverly remarked, "Ruoxue, we have yet to return to Longo City." "What do you mean?" Lin Ruoxue asked, momentarily taken aback. Qin Feng elaborated, "I mean we are still situated in the southwest province, which implies that our agreement remains valid." Lin Ruoxue pondered for a moment before recollecting their pact. Despite their divorce, she had promised Qin Feng that upon returning to her hometown, she would pretend to be his wife, adhering to his wishes while in the southwest province, with all expenses accounted for by him. Otherwise, the presidential suite, priced over 5,000, would be utterly unaffordable for her. Even in peak season, she could never justify such an expense, as it would consume nearly half a month's salary. A decision too painful to contemplate. "Even if I must acquiesce to you, that does not mean I must comply with every whim," Lin Ruoxue retorted, her voice hesitant. At this moment, Qin Feng revealed his trump card. "Nyo surely wishes to enjoy the hot springs as well. As her mother, you should fulfill your daughter's desire." With that, he slyly winked at Nyo. The clever little girl immediately nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at rice. "Mommy, I want to soak in the hot springs," she exclaimed, having been toying with her doll but now rushing to Lin Ruoxue's side, tugging at her arm with an adorable, pleading expression. "All right, I must admit, I am truly at a loss with both of you." Lin Ruoxue could not help but realize that Nyo was clearly standing with Qin Feng, joining forces with him against her. At that moment, she had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but silently berate Nyo, wondering if she had forgotten how Qin Feng had treated her in the past. It had only been a short time, and already she seemed to have forgotten her mother, aligning herself with Qin Feng to confront her. Truly, it seemed that as daughters grow, they forget their mothers. Chapter 347. The bracelet. Witnessing the passage of time, although Lin Ruoxue harbored some inner resentment, she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, she gathered her belongings in preparation to accompany Qin Feng. Since they were heading to the hot springs, it was essential to bring along her bathing attire. During their time back at Qin Feng's hometown, neither she nor Qin Feng nor little Nyo had truly indulged in a proper bath. This distinction exemplifies the contrast between rural and urban life. In the city, access to water and electricity is remarkably convenient, and transportation is exceedingly efficient, allowing one to venture anywhere with ease. There are dedicated bathrooms and water heaters for bathing, and in more affluent households, bathtubs are available for a luxurious soak. It can be described as both convenient and comfortable. Conversely, rural households often lack water heaters, and bathtubs are non-existent, relying solely on showerheads for bathing. Should the weather be too frigid for a cold shower, the only alternative is to boil water in a kettle for a warm bath. Although she was reluctant to spend money, Lin Ruoxue found herself quite eager to enjoy the hot springs. Furthermore, the conflicts that had arisen with Qin Feng in recent years, compounded by their financial struggles and emotional disputes, had deprived her of opportunities to travel. Now, being in close proximity to this scenic area, it presented a splendid opportunity. However, the circumstances had changed. Lin Ruoxue and Qin Feng's identities had transformed. Once a loving couple, they were now divorced. Before long, the trio, 2 adults and a child, arrived at the scenic area known as Lianhe Mountain. The mountain was adorned with flowing crystal-clear springs and lush greenery, presenting a verdant panorama, occasionally punctuated by splashes of gold. The majority of the mountain was populated with evergreen trees, thriving throughout the seasons, yet as autumn had arrived, one could witness the occasional flutter of falling leaves scattered across the steps of the ascent, a tapestry of golden foliage. Lianhe Mountain is classified as a 4A level scenic spot, and climbing it incurs no fee. Only a select few special activities require payment, a commendably accessible decision. After all, throughout the year, numerous local residents frequent this mountain for exercise, to witness sunrises, and to revel in its breathtaking views. The paid attractions primarily consist of various recreational facilities nestled among the mountains, such as cable cars, ubiquitous food stalls, and hot spring pools. The picturesque scenery provided a sense of comfort to both Chin Feng and Lin Ruoxue. Living in this vicinity must be a true. Chin Feng remarked with an air of admiration. To have the opportunity to hike here daily, enjoy picnics, camp, and soak in the hot springs. It is a life beyond imagination. Lin Ruoxue nodded in tacit agreement, though her mind wandered elsewhere. Unbeknownst to her, memories of their travels to the west resurfaced, a time when the landscapes surpassed those of the present, and their love was untainted by conflict. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though she had returned to the past, her wrist adorned with the same silver bracelet as back then. Yet, she swiftly willed herself back to the present. The present is the present, and the past is the past. The wear and tear on this silver bracelet serves as a testament to the passage of time, bearing witness to the trials and tribulations endured. Only Nuno, at this moment, gazes around with wide-eyed curiosity, her cherubic face radiating a blissful smile, remaining as innocent and childlike as ever, seemingly untouched by the changes of the world. Meanwhile, in the office of Yunsheng Food Factory in the provincial capital, several men in tailored suits are seated, scattered about the room. Chapter 348. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. The atmosphere in the office was as frigid as ice, with silence enveloping the room as everyone fixated on the uproarious discussions unfolding on the screen. Seated at the center was a middle-aged man, slightly rotund, with a face marred by excess flesh. If Chin Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as the greasy individual with whom he had previously wagered at the Hot Spring Hotel. However, at this moment, he was clad in a suit, still bearing the marks of his corpulence, yet he appeared somewhat more presentable. Nevertheless, his expression was anything but composed, brimming with indignation. A bunch of incompetent fools. Do you not have any alternative solutions? Where is the public relations team? Where are they? Go hire some online trolls. Must I trek through the scenic area myself? Where shall I place my dignity? Despite his escalating fury, the entire office remained bowed in silence. Not a single soul daring to speak. Just moments ago, Chin Feng had registered an account and posted all the evidence of their bet beneath the forum. Being one of the wealthiest individuals in the Southwest province, his forum account garnered considerable attention. There was no need for him to hire trolls. He simply needed to disseminate the information, and attention would follow. Once the truth was out, the public would see the man's true colors. As a public figure and one of the elite in the Southwest province, it sufficed to say, a mere rumor or a slight blemish could lead to a collective downfall. It was needless to mention that what Chin Feng provided was irrefutable evidence. A public figure who lacks integrity, bullying others, and then shirking from the consequences of a lost wager. Each of these accusations, if widely circulated, could ruin him utterly and inflict significant damage upon the Yunsheng Food Factory. Though he possessed assets worth hundreds of millions, he could not withstand such a loss. Moreover, who would ever turn down the prospect of accumulating more wealth? He too desired to amass greater fortune and would not idly watch the Yunsheng Food Factory descend into ruin. At this moment, the executives of the Yunsheng Food Factory were overwhelmed by the rampant gossip on the forum. Damn it! How can a wealthy individual be so devoid of integrity? Always bullying others, yet unable to honor his own bets? Hurry to the scenic area and tell me when you're there. I shall rush over to witness it with my own eyes. Stop playing dead. Come forth and clarify. As the president of the Yunsheng Food Factory displayed such a lack of integrity, one could only assume that the factory itself was tainted. The upstairs comments are right. I shall refrain from purchasing products from Yunsheng Food Factory in the future. What if they endanger lives? Would the Yunsheng Food Factory take responsibility for fatalities? Speak up. Do not feign ignorance. Netizens, always eager for drama, were relentless in their criticism. Even if the factory's public relations team were deities, they would be powerless to rectify the situation. The executives gazed at their president, their hearts seething with resentment. This individual repeatedly stirred up trouble, forcing them, the employees, to clean up the mess. Let us set aside the past, for those were merely trifling matters, often involving certain female streamers or internet celebrities who seized upon vulnerabilities to extract some monetary gain, which could easily be resolved with a financial offering. However, the current situation is of a far graver nature. Chin Feng is not a man lacking in resources. His wealth surpasses the entire market value of the Yunsheng Food. How could he possibly covet such a meager sum? Even if these individuals were to seek out Chin Feng, imploring him with polite entreaties to alleviate their woes with money, such an outcome is utterly implausible. Chapter 349. We're done. It is evident to any astute individual that Qin Feng is affluent. His desire is not for wealth, but rather to impart a profound lesson to Yunxing Food Factory, leaving an indelible impression upon its CEO. Thus, this matter cannot be resolved by any means. Even if the CEO of Yunxing Food Factory is ablaze with fury, he ultimately finds himself impotently enraged, unable to remedy the situation. You bunch of inept fools. After supporting you for so long, what have you accomplished? You can't even resolve such a trivial matter. At this moment, witnessing the collective helplessness, the CEO's anger intensified. He pounded the conference table vehemently, cursing everyone around him. The executives exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction palpable. Having worked at Yunxing Food Factory for an extended period, they were well acquainted with their employer's character. This individual could generate profit, and thus, everyone present bore a share of that responsibility. They had diligently assisted him for so long, yet once he reaped the rewards, he disregarded their contributions, turning his back on them. While he exploited them like beasts of burden, he summoned them to clean up his mess whenever trouble arose. Many executives harbored discontent towards their employer, having felt a burgeoning impulse to seek opportunities elsewhere. However, despite his excesses, the CEO had not yet reached the point of utter contempt, and thus, those thoughts had been quelled. But today was different. He had courted disaster, and Yunxing Food Factory was likely to suffer immense losses, potentially leading to its ruin. Even if it did not collapse, the quarterly revenues would inevitably plummet. As a result, the executives could anticipate significant cuts to their salaries. Now was the time to depart. If not now, when? In this moment, the thought of resignation took root in the minds of many executives. They had no emotional attachment to the food factory and were rife with grievances against their employer. The catalyst of this incident unleashed a torrent of pent-up resentment, culminating in an explosive outburst. I'm done. Me too. I'm finished. Let it be whatever it will be. Hurry up and settle our remaining wages. Anyone who wishes to endure this torment can stay. Damn it, I can find a position at another major company with a better salary and without enduring such indignities. One individual took the lead, and soon the executives rallied together, each one shaking off their sleeves and banging the table in anger, directing their ire towards the CEO. The cacophony of voices overwhelmed him, leaving the CEO terrified. He was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, he had not anticipated that retribution would arrive so swiftly. His daily oppression of the employees had fostered deep-seated resentment, which now erupted in full force. Everyone wished to strike. Everyone contemplated resigning. If this vast food factory ceased operations, how could it possibly continue to function? Perhaps after experiencing this incident, the Yunxing Food Factory, which could have been described as a lean camel being larger than a horse, might have managed to function with difficulty for a while. However, now it has completely collapsed. When the walls fall, everyone pushes, and when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. How audacious you are. He fixed his gaze on all the executives and employees, his face a canvas of disbelief. After all this time I have nurtured you. This is how you repay me. Chapter 350. If you can earn money. We all share responsibility. How dare you utter such nonsense? For years, we have labored tirelessly, toiling like beasts of burden for you. We have exhausted ourselves to resolve countless troubles on your behalf. It is one thing to be ungrateful, but to create chaos and then trouble us is utterly unacceptable. If you possess any courage, confront those responsible instead of venting your frustrations here. After suffering indignities outside, you return to the company to throw a tantrum? If you can earn money, every one of us present bears responsibility. The numerous executives and employees had long been harboring pent-up frustration. This recent incident merely ignited a long-festering fuse, leading to an explosive outburst. The owner of Yunxing Food Factory gazed at the crowd, his eyes wide with disbelief that they dared speak to him in such a manner, as he witnessed employees scoff at him and storm out. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he known it would come to this, would he have acted differently? In recent years, having tasted success, he squandered his wealth extravagantly, indulging his desires and provoking too many troubles. Now, as the walls crumbled, the consequences of countless accumulated grievances manifested. Observing the executives and employees leaving in droves, he realized many were likely preparing resignation letters. With his once thriving Yunxing Food Factory on the brink of collapse, he slumped to the ground, utterly lost in despair. In stark contrast to the desolation of Yunxing Food Factory, far away in Liana Mountain, Qin Feng had already ascended halfway up the mountain path. Carrying Niu Niu on his back, he and Lin Ruoxue continued their ascent. The little girl, fatigued by the climb, declared she could go no further, prompting Qin Feng to carry her. Eventually, they arrived at the ticket booth for the hot springs. Lianhe Mountain is renowned for its hot springs, yet they are not affordable for the average person. The standard admission ticket cost around 700 to 800, allowing entry to a large communal pool shared with strangers. A slightly more expensive ticket, priced over 1,000, granted access to a smaller pool with fewer patrons. As for the luxurious hot spring, it commanded several thousand, with children paying half price. For the three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, the total would amount to 10,000. Though this opulent hot spring offered exceptional privacy and superior water quality, rich in minerals such as sulfur, providing remarkable benefits for the skin, the price deterred many families. Even Lin Ruoxue felt a pang of heartache at the thought. This amount represented her entire monthly salary. In the past, even after relentless overtime, she would not have earned such a sum. Now, to spend it merely for a couple of hours in the hot spring, even if it wasn't her own money, caused her distress. In comparison, Qin Feng remained unfazed. To him, this expense was negligible. If surrendering all his wealth could procure familial harmony, restore the blissful days of yore, and allow him to revel in the joys of family life, he would undoubtedly agree wholeheartedly, his inner self echoing 1,000 times in affirmation. After purchase, under the guidance of a dedicated attendant, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at a serene hot spring area. Before their eyes lay a vast expanse of milky white enveloped in a steamy haze. When Qin Feng dipped his hand into the water, he immediately sensed its warmth, almost scalding to the touch. Chapter 351. The reluctant manager. After a meeting, Qin Feng tentatively crafted a preliminary plan. He foresaw a monumental economic wave surging within the next 2 months, primarily instigated by the prominent domestic enterprise, Fuda Group. This company can undoubtedly be regarded as the titan of the national electrical information industry. However, as this wave has yet to formally arrive, Qin Feng merely needs to prepare in advance without haste. In addition, he must also set about another task. Following the meeting and the establishment of new strategic directives, Qin Feng resumed his role as a detached overseer, confidently entrusting the affairs of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company to Wang Nan and Zhang Han. The duo, one managing external relations and the other focusing on internal operations, are among the finest executives in the country. While Wang Nan may be slightly less experienced, his eagerness to learn, obedience, and adeptness at heeding advice are his most commendable traits. These qualities have significantly fueled his progression, and he is now fully capable of assuming the role of a general manager in a substantial corporation, proving competent in various aspects. As for Zhang Han, he is undoubtedly a top-tier manager within the industry. A returnee with a specialization in financial management, his high academic credentials have endowed him with a wealth of knowledge, particularly in international corporate management practices, which he adeptly applies. With him on board, Qin Feng harbors no concerns regarding potential internal issues at Rinha Pharmaceutical Company. At present, Rinha Pharmaceutical has established 2 subsidiaries in the adjacent Jiang province and has also launched branches in major cities across Yu province. The scale of these subsidiaries is modest. They merely lease several office spaces to form a hasty assembly. Nevertheless, this is entirely sufficient for Rinha Pharmaceutical. Another task Qin Feng intends to undertake is the registration of a new subsidiary. This time, it is not a branch of Rinha Pharmaceutical. Such matters do not require his direct involvement, but rather a new subsidiary under Fengshua Limited, which will focus on domestic film production, investment, and collaboration with renowned artists and directors. Before proceeding, he reached out to Zhao Xian, Chen Shi, and He Wenxiao to inform them of his return from his hometown and to prepare for the recruitment and filming of personnel related to the movie. Given that The God of Medicine is a narrative film, it does not demand high technical standards. Rather, it primarily tests the actors' performances, the director's shot composition, and lighting, among other aspects. There are no earth-shattering special effects, and the filming duration should not be excessively long. Unlike those grand special effects blockbusters that take several years to complete, this project should be wrapped up within a few months, culminating in its eventual release. Furthermore, Qin Feng shared that his film company has commenced the registration process and that they would be among the first directors and artists to collaborate with the company. If there are any promising talents in the industry, they can also be scouted and brought into the company. Upon receiving this news, the group was filled with immense joy. They all comprehend that as directors or artists who were previously not well known, they have endured numerous moments of unfulfilled ambitions and unrecognized talents, akin to a homeless wanderer without a fixed abode. If they could establish a long-term contract with Qin Feng's film company, they could truly claim to have found a place to call home after their years of wandering. No longer would they be solitary and unsupported. They would be liberated from the anxieties of a harsh existence, allowing them to devote themselves entirely to honing their craft. Chapter 352. Registering the second company. After their conversation, He Wenxiao resolved to promptly travel to Longo City within the next few days. Like many wanderers, his roots did not lie in the bustling metropolis of Hu City. Yet, as the most economically prosperous city in the nation, Hu City remains a coveted destination for all those seeking their fortunes. Here, myriad opportunities abound for soaring success. If fortune favors one, seizing just one chance could lead to boundless achievements in the future. However, the sheer number of individuals pursuing opportunities in whose city signifies intense competition, and the chances to truly attain success are scarce. A single misstep could allow others to seize the initiative. For He Wenxiao, his stay in whose city was a means to ascend to a broader stage, to potentially meet renowned directors from across the country, earn their recognition, and perhaps create a masterpiece that would alter his destiny. Yet now, Qin Feng had informed him that the opportunities lay with him in Longzhou City. Without hesitation, He Wenxiao decided to relinquish his residence in whose city, unfazed by the prospect of incurring additional penalties for early termination of his lease. He clearly cherished this opportunity, eager to grasp it without delay. Qin Feng particularly appreciated this earnestness. It is often said that one must seize the moment, for opportunities do not come again. He Wenxiao, in all aspects, exemplified talent and an adeptness at seizing these rare chances, a quality that Qin Feng highly valued. After concluding his discussion with Qin Feng hurried to the Administration for Industry and Commerce to initiate the registration process for his second company. Upon his arrival, Director Lu promptly greeted him with great enthusiasm. To Lu and the entire business community of Longzhou City, Qin Feng had become a figure of immense reverence. The remarkable success of Relive Pharmaceutical had left the city in awe, particularly as it had expanded beyond Longzhou, capturing significant market share in neighboring Jiang province. Lu was eager to support Qin Feng, so upon his entrance into the lobby, he personally welcomed him, engaging in conversation and preparing tea. Such a warm reception left Qin Feng somewhat astonished. "Mr. Qin, your visit today must signal some significant developments?" Lu inquired, narrowing his eyes inquisitively as they sipped tea together. A shrewd individual, Lu had been closely monitoring Qin Feng's movements. In addition to tracking the progress of Relive Pharmaceutical, he had also been attentive to the activities of Qin Feng's primary company, Fengshui Limited. However, he found it perplexing that Fengshui Limited, since its registration, had shown no activity whatsoever, as if the 30 billion investment had simply vanished into thin air. This left him bewildered, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's intention. Such a substantial company could not remain stagnant without any development? Was it not a waste to hold such investments without yielding any returns? Thus, it seemed to Lu that Qin Feng's visit to the Administration for Industry and Commerce was likely related to Fengshui Limited. Nevertheless, he ultimately erred in his conjecture. Qin Feng gently sipped his tea and then remarked, "Director Lu, your insight is commendable. Indeed, there are significant developments this time." He swiftly shifted the direction of his discourse, adding, however, "I am here to establish a new company, which will still fall under the auspices of Fengshui Limited." Chapter 353, A Tangential Encounter. Director Lu was taken aback. He had surmised that Qin Feng's visit signaled his intent to embark upon significant ventures. However, he was gravely mistaken in his assumptions. Lu believed that Qin Feng aimed to instigate major changes within Fengshui Corporation, only to discover that Qin Feng was entirely indifferent to the company's reputation. Despite being a colossal investment of 3 billion, Fengshui remained nothing more than a shell company, a notion that left Lu momentarily bewildered. He found it difficult to fathom Qin Feng's intentions. Yet, he was not part of Qin Feng's inner circle and thus had no authority over his plans. Although Lu harbored some skepticism regarding Qin Feng's actions, he soon reconciled his thoughts. Perhaps it was precisely this unconventional approach that enabled Qin Feng to resurrect the beleaguered Relive Pharmaceutical, transforming it into a formidable enterprise. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual, incapable of grasping the intricacies of another's mindset. With the establishment of a second subsidiary, what will be the primary industry? Lu pondered aloud. Logically, when Qin Feng first acquired Relive Pharmaceutical, it was within the pharmaceutical sector, aimed at penetrating the drug market. What industry would this newly registered subsidiary focus upon? Lu conjectured that it would likely relate to pharmaceuticals, perhaps in biotechnology or food production, as this would allow the new entity to leverage the stature of Relive Pharmaceutical, thereby securing greater advantages. However, Qin Feng smiled and replied, "Director Lu, the primary industry for this new subsidiary will be the film industry." Film industry? Lu was utterly astounded. The cinematic realm and the medical field seemed worlds apart. How could there be any connection? Was this not a touch too reckless? Lu tentatively inquired. Although he had no jurisdiction over Qin Feng's affairs, his innate curiosity compelled him to ask, what if, in the future, Qin Feng faced ruin in this new venture? He could at least offer some sage advice and warnings, fulfilling his moral duty. Typically, a prudent business owner would not so boldly venture beyond their comfort zone. If the new subsidiary had any ties to the pharmaceutical sector, Relive Pharmaceutical could provide considerable support, allowing the new company to flourish more rapidly, standing upon the shoulders of giants. After all, in the event of calamity, the towering presence of Relive Pharmaceutical would be there to support it. Yet Qin Feng's audacious decision left Lu perplexed. To leap from the familiar realm of pharmaceuticals into a domain as unrelated as cinema seemed exceedingly impulsive. What if the films failed to resonate with audiences, resulting in catastrophic losses? Furthermore, the actors and stars under the film company's banner did not settle for mere salaries. They were accustomed to earning millions, with top-tier talent commanding fees in the tens of millions. Director Liu, there is no... I have my own thoughts on the matter, Qin Feng replied politely. He understood that Director Liu was worried for him, considering that Rinha Pharmaceuticals had painstakingly achieved its current success. If it were to collapse due to his rashness, it would undoubtedly trigger commercial turmoil across Longzhou City and even the expansive Jiang province. Chapter 354. A billion investment. However, when it comes to the assertion that these two fields are entirely unrelated, Qin Feng does not fully concur. Director Liu is merely apprehensive, and Qin Feng can only offer him some reassurance. What may seem disconnected to Liu actually bears a profound connection for Qin Feng, contingent upon its application. One should not underestimate the promotional power of the film industry. Any movie with a commendable quality possesses the potential to resonate deeply with audiences, influencing the masses. A single line of dialogue or merely a fleeting image can become etched in memory. The production of The Drug Lord could easily align with Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, creating a partnership. Should these two entities collaborate, Rinha could bolster the promotional efforts of The Drug Lord, and upon the film's resounding success, the benefits would undoubtedly flow back to Rinha. Qin Feng never engages in ventures devoid of confidence or rationale. It is merely Director Liu's inability to perceive the concealed advantages at play. How much are you preparing to invest this time? Director Liu inquired once more. To him, if Qin Feng intended to establish a modest company, it would not be a significant concern. A small investment of several million or tens of millions, even if it resulted in total loss, would hardly constitute a devastating blow. It would simply be a minor endeavor. Moreover, should profits emerge, increasing the investment later would not be out of the question. Although this might mean missing some lucrative opportunities, a cautious approach often proves to be a prudent choice. After a moment of reflection, Qin Feng replied, this time, the investment will likely be considerably less. Upon hearing this, Director Liu discreetly nodded, recognizing Qin Feng's prudent nature. As long as he remains cautious and invests less, any potential losses would also be minimized. However, the next statement from Qin Feng nearly caused Liu to leap from his seat. Let us go for an investment of 1 billion. Compared to before, that is significantly less, especially since current demands are not high. Upon hearing this, Director Liu was utterly taken aback. My heavens, is this what you consider significantly less? While 1 billion is indeed substantially less than 3 billion, given the 20 billion difference, it is still 1 billion. Any figure measured in billions is substantial, a sum that is beyond the imagination of the average person. Director Liu had assumed that Qin Feng's passion for films stemmed from a casual interest, perhaps envisioning a small venture into the film industry as a playful experience, where he might even make cameo appearances in the films he produced, much like many affluent individuals do. Yet, Qin Feng had no intention of pursuing such a trivial path. From the outset, he aimed to build a substantial enterprise. In the blink of an eye, the investment cost had skyrocketed to 1 billion. Who, other than the ostensibly superficial Fengshua Limited, could rival such an ambition? The earlier acquisition of Rinha Pharmaceutical in Hebei City had not even come close to incurring such an expense. Director Liu could not fathom what confidence Qin Feng possessed. However, the world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension and concern. Since Qin Feng intended to invest a staggering 1 billion, he could only comply, assisting Qin Feng in processing the requisite procedures, while silently wishing him good fortune. As customary, every necessary step in the procedure must be meticulously followed. Yet Qin Feng did not appear to mind the inconvenience. Chapter 355. A visit to Wenjing. On the third day after returning to Longzhou City, Qin Feng resolved to pay a visit to Wenjing. After registering a new film company at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau the day before, he anticipated that Wen Xiao would soon arrive as well. However, Qin Feng opted not to greet him personally, as he was merely an investor in the production of The Medicine God, preferring to leave the intricate details to Zhao Xian and Wen Xiao. Although the two had yet to achieve notable success, they were seasoned veterans in the film industry, and Qin Feng had no doubt regarding their capabilities. Next, he intended to discuss potential collaboration with Wenjing. It is often said that in the world of business, there are no permanent enemies, only enduring interests. Since Wenjing expressed a desire to collaborate with Qin Feng, he was more than willing to entertain the idea. After making a phone call to Wenjing, he was met with delight as she readily agreed to meet at the Wen residence. The Wen family, a prestigious lineage, had maintained considerable wealth over the years. Despite a slight decline in recent years due to the rise of the Zhou family, it is said that a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Thus, The Wen family remained a formidable clan, still regarded as a prominent family in Yu province. Even though they ranked second among the elite, overshadowed by the Zhou family, they still surpassed any other lineage. In the morning, Qin Feng arrived in the provincial capital, which remained as bustling and extravagant as ever. The tallest and most opulent building, soaring over 90 stories, belonged to the Zhou group. In contrast, the Wen family's estate was situated in the old city, where, although lacking in ostentation, the atmosphere was rich with historical significance and profound cultural heritage. As Qin Feng drove through the old city, he admired the architecture, which exuded an antique charm reminiscent of the southern architectural style of Ur. The buildings featured prominent beams, showcasing elegance and grandeur. The Wen residence was located in the heart of this historic area. After parking his vehicle, Qin Feng contacted Wenjing to inform her of his arrival. Wenjing promptly responded, instructing him to remain where he was while she sent her granddaughter to fetch him. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and settled into wait. After a considerable period, he finally spotted a young and beautiful woman approaching in vibrant casual attire. She possessed a classic oval face, her red lips contrasting with her white teeth. Clearly a striking beauty, though her expression bore a hint of reluctance. Holding her phone, she scrutinized a photograph of Qin Feng before looking him over twice to confirm his identity. You must be Qin Feng? You don't appear particularly remarkable. What is wrong with my grandfather? So eager to meet you. I half expected you to be some celestial being or an extraterrestrial. Qin Feng chuckled at her remark, retorting, am I not allowed to be an ordinary person? Just a friend of your grandfather S? Is it so unusual to be neither a deity nor an alien? The young lady shook her head, gritting her teeth as she replied, a friend? You appear remarkably youthful. After all, my grandfather's acquaintances are predominantly elderly gentlemen, typically no younger than 40 or 50. How could you possibly be among his friends? Her observation holds some validity. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Wenjing's companions are accomplished entrepreneurs and company executives, and those who achieve such success are rarely of a tender age. Chapter 356. For generations under one roof, I share a profound friendship with your grandfather, Qin Feng remarked after a moment's contemplation. Although his acquaintance with Wenjing was limited to a few encounters, their previous conversation had been delightful enough to justify the label of a friendship that transcends age. The young woman cast a skeptical glance at Qin Feng before nodding in acknowledgement. Regardless of his identity, he was someone her grandfather wished to meet, and given Wenjing's long-standing kindness toward her granddaughter, she felt compelled to comply with his wishes. As they entered the opulent Wen family estate, the young lady remained reticent, her silence bordering on impolite. After all, Qin Feng was a guest, and it was her duty as the host to extend a gracious welcome. However, Qin Feng chose not to dwell on her demeanor, recognizing that many young people today disregard the intricacies of etiquette. He assumed her behavior stemmed from a forthright disposition. Wenjing's granddaughter appeared to be no older than 25, her delicate oval face still bearing traces of youthful innocence. As an astute observer of human expression, Qin Feng discreetly assessed her, deducing that she had likely just graduated from university, untouched by the harsher realities of life, and having been nurtured as a little princess in a wealthy family. Such a sheltered upbringing often breeds undesirable habits, a circumstance not entirely uncommon. Upon entering the grand courtyard of the Wen family, Qin Feng encountered a diverse array of relatives. This was a prestigious family, a vast clan with various branches united under one roof, inhabiting an expansive estate that spanned over 1,000 square meters. From Wenjing's elderly mother to his grandchildren, the Wen family truly embodied the spirit of 4 generations cohabiting harmoniously. Before long, the young woman led Qin Feng to the reception room. As they stepped inside, Qin Feng was greeted by a visibly excited Wenjing, who had evidently been eagerly anticipating a discussion about potential collaboration. At that moment, Wenjing's granddaughter chimed in, "Grandfather, I have brought the guest. I shall take my leave now." Her tone was languid and lacking vigor, revealing her view of Qin Feng as anything but an esteemed guest. Noticing this, a flicker of irritation crossed Wenjing's face as he rebuked her. "My dear girl, how can you be so discourteous? Mr. Qin is my esteemed guest. You must show him the respect he deserves." "Mr. Qin?" The granddaughter was taken aback, astonished that her grandfather referred to Qin Feng with such deference. Could it be that this young man had already attained the status of a CEO in a prominent corporation? Intrigued, she scrutinized Qin Feng more closely, her gaze lingering as she assessed him. Nonetheless, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for concern, Wen Lao. Let us get straight to the point and discuss our collaboration." As the young woman turned to leave, Wenjing could not help but smile wryly, addressing Qin Feng. "I apologize for my granddaughter's behavior. She has been spoiled since childhood and, with her audacious personality, often neglects the niceties of civility. Qin Feng merely shook his head, unfazed by the incident. In truth, he was well aware of Wen Jing's underlying intentions. This cunning old fox has deliberately sent his granddaughter to greet him, intending to exploit her beauty to ensnare him. After all, he is well aware of Qin Feng's circumstances, knowing that he is divorced and currently single. Furthermore, his granddaughter, Wen Jing, is indeed a striking beauty. Should she succeed in captivating Qin Feng and transforming him into a son-in-law of the Wen family, he, as the elder, would no longer need to worry about the continuation of the Wen lineage. Chapter 357. The unfettered prophecy youth, after all, requires a touch of vitality. Qin Feng remarked with a serene smile, displaying an indifference to the disrespect shown by others. Such a demeanor left Wen Jing astounded. Typically, young individuals, having traversed fewer experiences, often find it challenging to maintain tranquility, frequently succumbing to impulsiveness and irritability. Yet, Qin Feng was a stark contrast. He consistently exuded calmness, which undoubtedly astonished Wen Jing. It became apparent to him why Qin Feng had successfully revitalized a company on the brink of bankruptcy, propelling it to the stature of a leading domestic enterprise. This achievement was intrinsically linked to his charismatic personality. Amidst his astonishment, Wen Jing felt an increasing respect for Qin Feng. Never before had a young person earned such admiration from him. Throughout his years as the president of the business association, he had encountered countless talents from Yu Province, having witnessed a significant number of them. Indeed, some young entrepreneurs were commendable, earning his praise. However, among these individuals, only a few possessed one or two admirable traits. None could rival Qin Feng, who seemed to embody an almost complete spectrum of virtues. He exhibited the steadiness and sophistication of a seasoned entrepreneur while also brimming with the vigor of youth and insights that resonated with contemporary trends. As Wen Jing prepared tea for Qin Feng, he held on to this admiration, while Qin Feng quietly surveyed the traditional architecture of the Wen family estate. The antiquated elegance and dignified style of the buildings imbued the estate with a profound cultural atmosphere, an aspect Qin Feng greatly appreciated. It must be acknowledged that the enduring stature of such a traditional aristocracy in Yu Province was significantly bolstered by its refined taste. Mr. Qin, last time you mentioned that a massive economic wave would sweep across the nation in the near future. I have been quite curious. Might you share your insights? Wen Jing inquired with a smile as he settled down with his tea. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, I did make such a statement. This economic wave is intricately connected to the leading enterprise, Fuda Group. Fuda Group? Wen Jing was taken aback, clearly not expecting a connection to such a prominent company. It is worth noting that Fuda Group ranks among the foremost enterprises nationwide, primarily engaged in the manufacturing of electrical communications and internet products. This industry is among the most elite in the country, with a supply chain that spans across various regions, far surpassing the capabilities of local industries in Yu Province. Companies like Zhou Group, Tongren Group, and Shushi Group pale in comparison to Fuda Group, which can easily disregard them. Qin Feng nodded before continuing. Before long, Fuda Group's industry will face a collapse, leading to the company's bankruptcy and eventual dissolution. Should we seize the opportunity presented by the ensuing void in the electrical communications and internet markets, we could potentially take the reins and establish ourselves as the next entity of Fuda Group's caliber. Qin Feng's words were truly astonishing and left one breathless. Wen Jing was utterly taken aback upon hearing this. He then murmured, "Is this some kind of fantastical prophecy?" Even though he held a deep admiration for Qin Feng, he could not help but find the latter's statements at this moment utterly preposterous and entirely unfounded. How could a well-established entity like the Fuda Group suddenly face bankruptcy? Chapter 358. A warning. It is not that I am unwilling to believe your words, but this seems utterly baseless, Wen Jing remarked with a bitter smile. The notion that the Fuda Group could suddenly declare bankruptcy was hard to fathom, not just for him, but likely for any entrepreneur. One must recognize that the Fuda Group still commands a significant share of the national electrical communications market as well as the internet product sector. How could such a colossal entity collapse overnight? Even the Tongren Group, which is vastly inferior to Fuda, continues to survive despite substantial pressure from Rinha Pharmaceuticals. However, Wen Jing understood that if what Qin Feng asserted were true, the economic tsunami resulting from the fall of this giant would indeed sweep across the nation. At that time, various factions would move, and those who could seize the opportunity to take over this market, to inherit Fuda's audience, might have the chance to grow into another behemoth akin to Fuda. Yet, all of this hinges upon the validity of Qin Feng's predictions and assumptions. What if what I say is true? Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. Wen Jing was taken aback. If Qin Feng were indeed correct, he could be deemed a prophetic figure. Who could possibly foresee such events in advance? What I mean, Wen Lao, is that if we decide to collaborate, we could establish a new company or acquire a similar one to preemptively capture this market segment and prepare for the economic upheaval that would ensue from Fuda Group's collapse. Qin Feng said earnestly, "Of course, should this company be established, I hope that you, Wenzong, and I can manage it together, delegating the primary operations to seasoned professionals and outstanding executives from the industry. I hope your family will refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of the company. However, if there are exceptionally talented individuals within your family, I would not oppose assigning them roles within the company." Qin Feng was already contemplating the establishment or acquisition of a similar company for this market segment. To Wenjing, it seemed that Qin Feng was perhaps thinking too far ahead. Initially, he had envisioned a partnership with Qin Feng to establish a company capable of contending with the Zhou Group. Yet, Qin Feng did not share this perspective. The Zhou Group's influence within Yu Province was deeply entrenched, and attempting to disrupt it would be an exercise in futility. Conversely, other industries were still in their nascent stages or had not been entirely monopolized, making them the prime targets for their efforts. After all, one should pursue what is profitable rather than confront the Zhou Group head-on. It would be wiser to first avoid its wrath and, once they had developed sufficient strength, to reconsider their strategy. Wen Lao, if you do not trust my words, I shall have to seek others. I believe that with my reputation, many would be eager to collaborate with me. Qin Feng continued calmly. His words, while seemingly composed, served as a warning to Wenjing. If Wenjing harbors any doubt towards him, then there is no necessity to offer Wenjing this opportunity for collaboration. Presently, Rinha Pharmaceutical Company is thriving, and Qin Feng is confident in his ability to expand and strengthen his second film production company. The future appears exceedingly bright. It is not Qin Feng who is in dire need of a partnership with Wenjing. Rather, it is Wenjing who requires this opportunity for collaboration with Qin Feng. Chapter 359. Shared Prosperity and Shared Loss. If Wenjing hesitated and missed such a prime opportunity, Qin Feng would not hesitate to extend it to others. At this moment, Wenjing felt a sudden chill in his heart. In his panic, he misjudged Qin Feng's character, mistakenly believing him to be a kind-hearted individual, or at least someone easy to approach. However, the reality proved otherwise. After all, Qin Feng owed nothing to the Wen family, and cooperation was not imperative for them. The Wen family had failed to present any sufficiently valuable advantages to entice Qin Feng. Therefore, in comparison, Qin Feng's choice of collaborator was entirely at his discretion. The Wen family, however, was in dire need of Qin Feng's assistance. Although the goal was mutual benefit, what justification did Qin Feng have to rescue the Wen family? He could partner with the Zhou family, propelling himself further ahead, or collaborate with smaller companies, starting from scratch. Qin Feng had ample experience in transforming struggling enterprises into colossal successes. With a long sigh, Wenjing came to the stark realization that the shallow foundation of his family left them at a disadvantage in this negotiation, completely under Qin Feng's control. Yet, he felt powerless, as the Wen family no longer held the prestige it once did. After a moment of contemplation, Wenjing ultimately decided to concede to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, you may take full charge of this matter. The Wen family can only contribute financially." He acknowledged the passage of time and the shifting tides of power to the younger generation. Qin Feng, however, smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not worry, Mr. Wen. Since we are entering into a partnership, our shared goal is mutual success. Once we establish this cooperative relationship, we will rise and fall together. Profits will bring joy to us all, and losses shall be borne collectively." Qin Feng articulated his thoughts clearly. He was not particularly known for his sincerity, but he would not betray a partner for the sake of petty gains. Wenjing nodded, feeling that, at this juncture, he had little choice but to acquiesce. Although he remained skeptical of Qin Feng's predictions, the establishment of their partnership was imminent, regardless of the veracity of Qin Feng's claims. The examples of his past successes lent credence to his decisions and judgments. With the partnership established, the next step would be the signing of the cooperation agreement. Once the formalities were completed, Qin Feng shook hands with Wenjing, officially forming a cooperative bond with the Wen family. As for the acquisition of similar companies, Qin Feng was prepared to act immediately. Both he and the Wen family would invest, and together, they would not lack for funds. Given the Wen family's deep-rooted affluence, Qin Feng was certain that their collective assets would amount to several tens, if not hundreds, of billions. The available liquidity would likely be significant, and the extent of their contribution would depend on Wenjing's trust in him and his determination to fully commit to this collaboration. Nonetheless, Qin Feng was unconcerned with the amount he would invest. What he truly sought were the Wen family's prestige, promotional advantages, and various soft resources. The Wen family has invested a modest amount, thus holding a lesser share in the company, which is hardly surprising. Qin Feng is equally eager to enhance his own earnings. Once the formalities were completed, Wenjing insisted on having Qin Feng stay for a meal at their residence. Gatherings among affluent families typically involve the entire clan, with all members congregating around a single table, creating an atmosphere of considerable liveliness. Chapter 360. The Grand Banquet of the Aristocracy. The Wynn family was no exception, as a lavish marble dining table radiated opulence from within and without. Flanking the table were exquisitely luxurious high-backed chairs. The culinary offerings were prepared by professional chefs, utilizing exceptionally rare and precious ingredients. An air of extravagance permeated the surroundings, rendering any notion of frugality utterly inconceivable. Qin Feng marveled quietly, astounded by the lifestyle of this traditional aristocracy. Even if the lavishness was perhaps a result of his presence as a guest today, one could only surmise that the daily expenditures for the Wen family's meals were figures beyond the imagination of an average person. Qin Feng estimated that the total cost for this meal, including the exquisite dishes and fine wines, must easily begin at 100,000. Wen Jing took his place at the head of the table, while Qin Feng was invited to sit in the guest seat. Once seated, Wen Jing allowed the others to take their places. Perhaps due to Qin Feng's presence, many members of the Wen family appeared rather reserved during the meal, often stealing glances at him. They only dared to eat once Qin Feng began. Aside from a few rather reckless young individuals who remained oblivious to the presence of a guest, the atmosphere was notably subdued. Among them was Wen Jing's granddaughter, who had come to fetch Qin Feng earlier. They devoured their food ravenously and soon rose to leave. This scene caused Wen Jing to furrow his brow slightly, offering Qin Feng an awkward smile. However, Qin Feng paid little mind to it. After all, what did the Wen family have to do with him? Their rudeness only momentarily affected his perception, as he surmised that his connection with these individuals was likely limited to this single encounter. He reasoned that there would be no further opportunities to meet, and all he needed to do was focus on himself. Fortunately, Qin Feng had already made prior arrangements with Wen Jing regarding the management positions of the new company, ensuring that they would be entrusted to professionals within the industry. Individuals like Zhang Han, a highly educated overseas PhD in financial management, were excellent choices. With his experience, he would undoubtedly maintain a well-ordered management system for the entire company. The Wen family was to be excluded from holding significant management roles within the company. Qin Feng understood that if the family were to intervene, it would be all too easy for the power within the company to be surreptitiously divided among them. This was not a mere suspicion of the Wen family. Any family, when faced with immense profit, would likely succumb to temptation and betray their trust. Hence, Qin Feng felt compelled to exercise caution. As the wine flowed and Wen Jing began to show signs of inebriation, he pondered before deciding to announce the significant matter of their collaboration. Clearing his throat and coughing a few times, he garnered the attention of the table. Many astute observers within the Wen family immediately paused their eating and fell silent. As the atmosphere grew increasingly subdued, it seemed they were accustomed to recognizing that such a cough from Wen Jing signified an important announcement was forthcoming. Indeed, Wen Jing observed that everyone at the banquet table had closed their mouths, settled into their seats, and fallen into silence. It was then that Hong Sheng, with a voice tinged with a hint of weariness, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to announce an important matter. From this day forth, our Wen family shall embark on a collaborative venture with Mr. Qin Feng. The focus of our family's enterprise will henceforth shift to this new company. This partnership primarily targets the realm of electrical information and internet industries, with the aim of establishing a flourishing company dedicated to internet electrical products. This decision has been firmly established, and I am here to officially inform you all." Chapter 361. Thinking of change and adversity. The unexpected appearance of Qin Feng took everyone in the Wen family by surprise. Naturally, being invited and valued by Wen Jing indicated that this suddenly emerging young man was anything but ordinary. Thus, they had previously speculated about Qin Feng's identity and intentions, although their conjectures were unfounded and mere flights of fancy. However, when Wen Jing made the announcement, the crowd was momentarily stunned, murmuring among themselves, "Isn't our business thriving? Who is this person? Why should we collaborate with him? Will this mean a reduction in future investments in the beverage market?" A wave of skepticism surrounded Wen Jing's sudden decision. To them, Qin Feng was an obscure figure, yet they were expected to address him as General Qin. Who exactly was he? Was this collaboration not excessively reckless? Yet, Wen Jing's expression hardened as he sharply rapped the table and commanded, "Silence." The multitude's doubts about Qin Feng's credentials were, without a doubt, a sign of disrespect towards their guest. The elite class places immense value on decorum and reputation, especially Wen Jing, the current patriarch of the Wen family. His irritation was palpable, and his voice grew more authoritative. Upon hearing his tone, the crowd stiffened, promptly silencing their chatter and refraining from further defiance against Wen Jing. Within this household, he was not just the head of the family but also the most esteemed elder. Few dared to challenge his authority. Even the most mischievous child would behave obediently in his presence, wary of incurring his wrath. Particularly when Jing was angered, he became a formidable figure, prompting everyone to tread carefully to avoid provoking him. Once the room fell into silence and heads bowed, Jing nodded with satisfaction and declared, "This decision is final and cannot be altered. I am here to inform you, not to seek your opinions." This proclamation left the assembly exchanging puzzled glances, their expressions questioning. They could not fathom how the typically astute and prudent Jing could make such a seemingly rash decision. However, Jing remained unfazed by their skeptical gazes and continued, "I must speak candidly. I understand that all of you, raised in the Wen family, still perceive us as a prestigious lineage, reluctant to relinquish the dignity that comes with being scions of a noble house. Yet, we must confront an undeniable truth. Our family has not been profitable in recent years and has instead been incurring losses. If we persist in this manner without enacting change, we shall inevitably find ourselves in a state of ruin. Even a once grand family can face bankruptcy. Moreover, the Zhou group has nefarious intentions towards us, continuously leveraging their influence to undermine our enterprises. If this trend continues, the Wen family will soon find itself impoverished, no longer worthy of the title of nobility. The sumptuous feasts and lavish banquets you have come to enjoy will become a thing of the past. It is often said that adversity prompts transformation. In light of this, our literary family must embark on a cross-disciplinary shift, daring to explore realms we once hesitated to approach. Though we may not excel in this new domain, we are fortunate to have General Qin at the helm. I am confident that under his capable leadership, our literary family will flourish and alter our current circumstances for the better." Chapter 362, The Wayward One, On What Grounds? As Jing finished speaking, a descendant of the Wen family broke the silence to express his opinion. "Our Wen family is grand and prosperous, a traditional noble house with a profound historical and cultural heritage. On what grounds should an outsider lead us? This Mr. Qin, he bears the surname Qin, not one." Upon hearing these words, Jing could not help but sigh and rub his forehead. His greatest fear had, after all, come to fruition. His descendants, having been raised in privilege and luxury, exhibited a capricious disposition, particularly in their inflated self-esteem. They were inherently unwilling to submit to Qin Feng, which led to their burgeoning skepticism. Once one individual took the lead, numerous young members of the Wen family began to stir restlessly. In their minds, an outsider could never truly understand their lineage. Differing bloodlines bred divergent hearts. Should Qin Feng indeed be tasked with guiding the Wen family out of adversity, they could not envision a favorable outcome wherein the Wen family flourished under his leadership. Instead, they feared that he would covet the family's fortune, secretly draining the Wen family of its resources. If that were the case, these once privileged heirs would find themselves impoverished overnight, a fate they could not bear to contemplate. Silence. As the situation escalated, Jing felt a surge of anger. As the head of the family, he found it disheartening that he could not command the respect of his younger kin. His dignity was at stake, particularly with an outsider like Qin Feng present. The adage that family shame should remain private resonated deeply with him. This was indeed a source of familial disgrace. Though his anger quelled some of the younger members, their eyes still brimmed with skepticism, revealing that, despite Jing's authority, their hearts remained unconvinced. This was to be expected, and Qin Feng felt no surprise. Instead, he smiled gently, maintaining his composure as he addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your reluctance to accept an outsider. However, is this not a strength of the Wen family? Your unity and solidarity against external forces are commendable. Yet, allow me to clarify one point. It is you who require my assistance, not the other way around. This collaboration stems from an agreement between myself and Elder One. If doubts persist, I remain indifferent." As he concluded, Qin Feng's tone grew colder. He possessed little patience for such trivialities. In his view, these were mere trifles. The young heirs of the Wen family appeared to be living off their family's resources, lacking the ability to earn independently. "I see your true intention is to cling to our noble house, resorting to deceit." A voice rang out, and Jing's granddaughter was the first to step forward, her voice echoing with conviction. In the Wen family, she was the apple of Jing's eye. When her contemporaries were silenced, she boldly stepped forward, emboldened by the affection bestowed upon her by Jing. This realization filled her with immense pride, causing the corners of her mouth to gently rise. As she surveyed her surroundings, she felt the collective gaze of everyone upon her, as if she were the center of a constellation, a sensation that brought her great satisfaction. "It is the Wen family that requires my assistance, not the other way around. My aid to the Wen family is a testament to the Elder One's wisdom, and it also offers you all an opportunity. Should you choose not to cherish this chance, then so be it. I would gladly pass it on to another. Chapter 363. The storm subsides at this moment. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at everyone present. He had anticipated a pleasant dialogue regarding collaboration with Wen Jing. However, the members of the Wen family proved to be quite unreasonable. He had extended numerous opportunities to the Wen family, yet they seemed to take them for granted. Even clay figurines possess a modicum of humility, let alone Qin Feng. Though he generally maintained a good temper, it was reserved for those he considered his own. The members of the Wen family clearly had no intention of being included in that circle. Upon hearing Qin Feng's string of remarks, Wen Jing grew anxious. He had hoped that Qin Feng's assistance would help the Wen family navigate their current predicament. But now, if his own kin drove Qin Feng away, what would become of him? All his aspirations would be in vain. Contemplating this, Wen Jing could not restrain himself any longer and rose to admonish the others. Mr. Qin is our guest, and this is how you treat a guest? I assure you, none shall question this collaboration. This partnership was deliberated between Mr. Qin and myself, and we are resolute in our decision. Should this collaboration fail and the Wen family face bankruptcy, I shall bear the consequences alone. It seems you live too comfortably, never contemplating what you would do if you were to step outside your comfort zone. Faced with such a reprimand, the younger members of the Wen family were incensed. However, since it was Wen Jing who spoke, they ultimately had no choice but to leave the banquet in dismay. Thus, the turmoil was barely quelled. Yet, Qin Feng understood that this unrest would not easily dissipate. Even though Wen Jing held a prominent position within the Wen family as the head of the household, capable of suppressing dissent through sheer will, he could not compel the hearts of all Wen family members to acquiesce wholeheartedly. Rather, it would likely breed further resentment among them. It was evident that during the collaboration ahead, these individuals would not relent easily, seizing every opportunity to cause trouble. However, that was a matter for the future. Qin Feng was confident that if the Wen family sought to meddle in the affairs of the company and stir discord, he would impart upon them an unforgettable lesson. After concluding the rather unpleasant banquet among the elite, Qin Feng decided to remain in the provincial capital for a while longer, rather than hastily returning to Longzhou City. The following morning, after further discussions with Wen Jing, he finally made his way back to Longzhou City. In the days to come, he intended to acquire a similar internet company to prepare for the forthcoming economic tide. He had already contemplated potential candidates and planned to arrange meetings to negotiate the acquisitions. However, before proceeding with that, he needed to visit the set of The God of Medicine. Though it was a narrative film with modest requirements for production, not necessitating large domestic studios, he deemed it prudent to oversee the setup personally as an investor, ensuring that everything met his standards. Since arriving in Longzhou City, He Wenxiao had commenced discussions regarding the script alongside Zhao Xian and Chen Shi. For an actor deeply engrossed in the art of performance, it is only natural to approach a remarkable script with utmost diligence. Over the past 2 days, several individuals have devoted themselves tirelessly, nearly sacrificing sleep and sustenance. As they immerse themselves in the script, the modifications to the script have been largely finalized, and no significant alterations are anticipated. Henceforth, the focus will shift to the improvisational prowess of these seasoned performers. With the principal characters already established, the next step involves reaching out to the corresponding supporting roles. Chapter 364. The importance of connections. This matter proved to be quite challenging, leaving He Wenxiao feeling quite exasperated. After all, as a director, Zhao Xian, alongside the amateur actor Chen Shi, both hail from unremarkable backgrounds, lacking formal training. They had long been overlooked, faring even worse than He Wenxiao, who at least held the status of a secondary actor. It is often said that birds of a feather flock together. Despite being merely a secondary actor, He Wenxiao, due to his diligence and exceptional talent, was acquainted with several distinguished actors. However, the notable actors known to Zhao Xian and Chen Shi were not familiar with them, making it impossible to engage their services. This predicament rendered the situation rather difficult to resolve. No matter how capable He Wenxiao was, he could not summon a plethora of actors, especially considering that Zhao Xian had been sanctioned by Tianqing Company. The esteemed actors who had previously collaborated with Tianqing Company were now shunning any association upon learning that Zhao Xian was directing this film. After all, no one could predict whether The God of Medicine would become a blockbuster or if Qin Feng's film company would rise to prominence. The uncertainty of the future led many to sever ties and collaborations with Tianqing Company, even at the risk of offending this behemoth in the film industry. An action deemed utterly imprudent by any wise individual. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng understood that it was time to leverage his connections. He had not anticipated that finding a few minor supporting actors would prove so arduous. This highlighted the overwhelming dominance of Tianqin Company in the domestic film industry, a status that few dared to challenge for the sake of a debut film from a newly established company. Many actors would not even entertain a conversation otherwise. They might have reconsidered, swayed by the prospect of higher remuneration offered by Qin Feng's company. Faced with this troublesome scenario, Qin Feng promptly contacted Han Xiaolong, inviting him to a lavish meal. Han Xiaolong, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that there must be a significant matter at hand, even if it was a brotherly invitation to dine in an upscale restaurant. As they indulged in drinks, with Han Xiaolong becoming slightly inebriated, he thumped his chest and said to Qin Feng, "Brother Qin, feel free to speak candidly. I will spare no effort to assist you in any way I can." For Han Xiaolong, Qin Feng was not only a brother but also, in a sense, an idol. Besides his uncle, Qin Feng was the only person he truly admired. Among Han Xiaolong, Gao Jie, and Chu Tianhe, he counted Qin Feng as his closest friends, at least in the province of Yu. Notably, Han Xiaolong boasted the most extensive network among them. Coming from the prominent Han family in Longzhou, he belonged to a formidable lineage, albeit somewhat less powerful than the Zhou and Wen families, yet still formidable in its own right. This is one of the reasons why Han Xiaolong's Chita Media Company was able to flourish, largely due to the formidable support from his family. "Are you aware of my recent activities?" Qin Feng did not immediately get to the point. Instead, he inquired with a smile. Han Xiaolong nodded slightly, as he had been paying close attention to Qin Feng's developments lately. Chapter 365, Breaking the Monopoly. Although Qin Feng had not reached out to him since returning from his hometown, Han Xiaolong was aware that Qin Feng was in the midst of planning a new company, with only Gao Jie involved. This knowledge filled him with intense envy. He had learned from Gao Jie that a staggering 50 million had been invested in the inaugural film of Qin Feng as newly established film company, and he too harbored ambitions of participating in this venture. The mere thought of Gao Jie reaping immense profits from this opportunity gnawed at him. Despite having earned billions from previous investments in crude oil futures and Rinhe Pharmaceutical, Han Xiaolong's ambition knew no bounds. He was restless for more. Qin Feng, perceptive of his aspirations, coaxingly inquired, "Would you like to get involved?" Without a moment's hesitation, Han Xiaolong eagerly replied, "Of course." He could hardly resist the allure of joining Qin Feng, for every endeavor they embarked upon together seemed to yield effortless, substantial gains. While others expressed skepticism about Qin Feng's plans, pondering the likelihood of losses and the poor performance of the film Drug God, Han Xiaolong was already speculating on the extent of Qin Feng's profits, rather than questioning the potential for profit itself. The prospect of earning millions seemed trivial to him. He was convinced that Qin Feng would dismiss such paltry sums. "However, you must assist me with one matter," Qin Feng continued, deliberately prolonging the conversation to heighten Han Xiaolong's anticipation. "What is it, Brother Qin? Just tell me. I will spare no effort to help you." Han Xiaolong's mind raced with visions of the vast sums he could accrue should he align himself with Qin Feng, his impatience growing. "Please ask your second uncle for a favor," Qin Feng eventually stated. "Currently, my film company is merely a shell. While the name and funds exist, we lack personnel. The talent in the film industry has been monopolized by Tianqin Company, and I am in dire straits, unable to find any talent." Qin Feng feigned a sigh of despair. Though the predicament facing Fengshui Film was indeed real, the stranglehold of Tianqin Company must be dismantled, otherwise, the company would remain devoid of talent. A mature film company thrives on a myriad of essential personnel, including directors, screenwriters, contracted artists, editors, prop masters, and more. Though Zhao Xian could adeptly juggle the roles of director, screenwriter, and cinematographer, he was but one individual, incapable of addressing all challenges. The current void of such talent at Fengshui Film was a pressing concern. However, if the recruitment is aimless and hasty, coupled with the monopoly of Tianqin Company, it remains uncertain when we will be able to attract such a multitude of talents. At this juncture, it becomes essential to leverage relevant connections for introductions. Only in this manner can we carve out a new realm amidst the blockade imposed by Tianqin Company. "My second uncle?" Han Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Qin Feng's intention. "I understand now, Brother Qin. I shall assist you in making the connections." Chapter 366, Bridging Connections. Han Xiaolong, being quite forthright, readily agreed without hesitation. Of course, this was not a daunting task for him. Moreover, since it was a favor for Qin Feng, he felt compelled to assist. Additionally, helping Qin Feng in this matter would not leave him empty-handed. Firstly, he stood to gain a substantial sum. From his perspective, partnering with Qin Feng promised lucrative rewards, ensuring no losses whatsoever. Secondly, the two shared a solid friendship, and when Qin Feng encountered difficulties, it was only natural for him to lend a hand. This exemplifies the power of connections. Han Xiaolong's uncle, Han Feng, is a prominent figure in Langzhou City, renowned throughout the entire province of Yu. He possesses an impressive educational background and has cultivated relationships with various moguls in the entertainment industry over the years. His company excels in the media sector and boasts a vast live streaming platform, naturally affording him extensive connections. If he could lend his support, it would undoubtedly alleviate Qin Feng's current predicament and bring forth a plethora of talent. Thus, Qin Feng aimed to leverage this opportunity. Han Xiaolong then remarked, "In fact, my uncle has long been aware of you and has expressed a desire to meet. This occasion presents a perfect opportunity. Why not let me facilitate an introduction so you can converse at length?" Qin Feng's eyes brightened, and he replied with a smile, "If that's the case, it could not be more perfect. A face-to-face discussion would indeed be far more convenient. How about tomorrow?" Han Xiaolong tentatively inquired. Qin Feng nodded. He had ample time each day and was not particularly busy. After arranging the meeting with Han Xiaolong, Qin Feng visited the film set. Zhao Xian. In the construction of the set was maximizing resources, for Qin Feng had invested a considerable amount of money. He was well aware that he could not indulge himself. He must fulfill his responsibilities diligently. The substantial funds were not his own, and he felt an increasing weight of pressure upon his shoulders. He understood that if the medicine god failed to perform well, failing to recoup the investment and costs, he would feel a profound sense of guilt. Regardless of whether Qin Feng held him accountable, the team employed various strategies and managed to assemble a few decent background actors. Although some of these actors had no lines in the film and appeared only in fleeting frames, they were meticulously selected. After all, for a film aspiring to be a box office success and create a lasting legacy, even a single frame or a trivial line from a minor character could hold immense significance. If a widely recognized meme could be born from it, influencing a broader audience, it would be even more vital. Qin Feng's first arrival on set was in the capacity of an investor for the film. The moment he appeared, he was met with a chorus of jeers. After all, even the background actors present were seasoned veterans, having spent years in the industry and possessing ample experience. They were acutely aware that their wages came from Qin Feng, the investor. Therefore, earning the favor of the investor could potentially lead to greater financial rewards, even for minor roles. After casting a glance at the myriad of extras on set, Qin Feng surmised that Zhao Xian would commence shooting promptly once the set was constructed. Naturally, prior to the arrival of the cast and other crucial personnel, only simple and less demanding scenes would be filmed. Qin Feng then invited Zhao Xian and others to accompany him in purchasing some fruits, for although it was autumn in Langzhou City, the midday sun still bore a certain warmth. Chapter 367. Winning hearts at this moment. Offering some fruits can both alleviate the heat and relieve fatigue. This is a way to win people's hearts, a principle that Qin Feng understands profoundly. The set is filled with extras and ordinary actors, many of whom are not financially well off, striving to earn a modest income. However, Qin Feng hopes they will dedicate themselves fully to the film's production, and thus, he is generous with his resources. His objective is to achieve a high level of completion and exceptional quality for the god of medicine, laying a solid foundation for his new company, rather than merely seeking minor profits. Consequently, after Qin Feng endeared himself to the crew, even the extras began to develop a fondness for the film and for him as the investor. This, in turn, would inspire them to pour their hearts and souls into the filming process. Shortly thereafter, he and Zhao Xian, along with others, personally brought a large bag of fruits and corresponding beverages. Upon seeing this, the group of extras began to whisper among themselves, expressing their admiration. "This investor, I believe they call him Mr. Qin, as the director mentioned. He seems quite decent. We've worked on several blockbusters before, and the investors rarely care about the feelings of us extras. Indeed, the most despicable part is that they don't even regard us as human beings. After filming, they sometimes even delay our wages. To them, our meager pay is insignificant. It's truly outrageous." In contrast, Mr. Qin appears to be much more amiable. But this Mr. Qin seems rather young to already be an investor. Could he be a second-generation wealthy individual? Perhaps he is a rich kid with a passion for filmmaking. Otherwise, how could he have amassed such wealth at such a young age? If he is already a millionaire or billionaire, what hope do we, who toil as extras for our livelihoods, have? While the crowd murmured, Qin Feng cleared his throat twice and then spoke in a commanding voice. "Everyone, may I have your attention for a moment?" As his voice resonated, the set fell silent. The crew, now harboring a measure of goodwill towards Qin Feng, listened attentively. Their curiosity piqued regarding what he intended to convey. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng, and I am the owner of a new film company. This is our inaugural project. As you all know, being our first film, it holds significant importance for our fledgling production company. Therefore, I hope everyone can present their very best selves and contribute wholeheartedly to this grand endeavor. If this film achieves commercial success, our company will prioritize collaboration opportunities for all of you in the future. Furthermore, during the filming of this project, we will provide meals, snacks, and beverages for everyone. Though Qin Feng's words appeared ordinary, merely aimed at motivating the crew, they carried a profound impact. Although the role of an extra is often viewed as the lowest tier on set, it is crucial to acknowledge their contributions. Often, one must be summoned by the director, adhering to their whims and moods. Yet, paradoxically, the competition is exceedingly fierce. At times, numerous background actors vie for a role that may appear on screen for merely a fleeting moment, with not even a single line to utter. This fierce contention arises, of course, from the desire to earn a modest livelihood. Money is hard to come by, and the struggle for sustenance is arduous. Thus, even those in the lowest echelons must endure and suppress their grievances. Chapter 368, a subtle shock for them thus. Qin Feng's words effectively united the hearts of the people. Firstly, he provided an abundance of snacks, fruits, and quite sumptuous boxed meals, conditions rarely seen in any other film production company. Furthermore, the initially agreed-upon price was among the highest in the industry. With a single phrase, Qin Feng elevated their status and presented them with potential opportunities for future collaboration. In that moment, they experienced a fleeting sensation of being needed, as if they had transcended their previous roles as mere extras, now regarded as at least supporting characters. Long live President Qin. He truly treats us as individuals, exclaimed one. This is the first time I've encountered such a remarkable investor. Another marveled. To think that President Qin's company is a fledgling film studio? Does that not imply limitless possibilities for the future? Indeed. This time, I must perform exceptionally well. If I can be selected, establishing a lasting partnership with President Qin's company would elevate me to a supporting role. Qin Feng deftly harnessed the ambition within them. It is often said that any extra who does not aspire to be a leading actor is not a good performer, and the many extras present were no exception. Their entry into this industry stemmed from a deep-seated passion for acting, nurturing dreams of one day rising through the ranks to become protagonists, achieving the lofty status of a leading actor, and signing million-dollar contracts with renowned film companies. However, upon entering the field, they gradually confronted a harsh reality. The competition was fierce, for actors lacking innate talent, reaching the pinnacle of stardom, becoming a leading actor, was nothing short of a pipe dream. As such individuals are often 1 in 10,000, a rare occurrence indeed. The cruel reality had dulled their once sharp edges. Yet Qin Feng's heartfelt encouragement seemed to transport them back to the early days of their careers, when they were filled with boundless optimism and believed their futures were radiant. With his words, Qin Feng successfully garnered their support. The unity of spirit was paramount. At that moment on set, everyone, from the leading roles to the extras, formed a cohesive whole. Only through collective resolve and ambition could they strive together to achieve the finest outcome for this film. Having lingered on set for some time and observing the actors' spirited demeanor, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Like them, he was brimming with enthusiasm. As long as this spirit prevailed, no matter how monopolistic Tianqin Company may be. One day, even a mayfly could shake a great tree. Qin Feng was confident that it wouldn't be long before the drug lord premiered, delivering a subtle shock to Tianqin Company. The following day, facilitated by Han Xiaolong's introductions, Qin Feng was delighted to meet Han Feng at a dim sum restaurant. Upon entering the establishment, Qin Feng spotted Han Xiaolong waving at him from a distance, accompanied by a tall, middle-aged gentleman in formal attire, exuding an air of sharp competence. The visage, albeit slightly tinged with yellow, exudes a pristine clarity that cannot be deemed unattractive. Rather, it imparts a unique impression. Without a doubt, this is the esteemed Uncle Han Feng, whom Han Xiaolong has long admired and often speaks of with reverence. Mr. Qin, it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Upon taking his seat, Han Feng erupted into hearty laughter, his face radiating sheer exhilaration. Chapter 369. Shunxi encounters a situation. Mr. Han, you are truly gracious. After taking his seat, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Engaging in conversation with astute individuals is always a pleasure. It is evident that Han Feng possesses remarkable foresight. He is incomparable to Mr. Qin, a young achiever who has already risen to the status of a billionaire business magnate, overseeing a public company with a market value in the hundreds of billions. I heard from Xiaolong that the enigmatic retail investor who previously purchased crude oil futures was none other than you. This clearly illustrates that Mr. Qin is indeed a person of vision, capable of seizing opportunities amidst unforeseen circumstances and revitalizing a company that was on the brink of collapse, transforming it into a colossal entity in the pharmaceutical market within a short span of time. Any one of these accomplishments is worthy of decades of acclaim. Han Feng had evidently been observant of Qin Feng for some time, but it was only through Han Xiaolong's introduction that they were able to meet. Mr. Qin's wealth must surely exceed 100 billion by now. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging that this was no secret. Divulging it was of little consequence. While there is a saying in the business world that one should not flaunt their wealth, at this point, Qin Feng's earnings had reached an astonishing figure. When one accumulates wealth to such an extent, there is little reason to be hesitant or conceal one's capabilities. Xiaolong has informed me of your recent challenges. But these are minor issues. I can assist you in finding talent. After all, I have long wished to express my gratitude for the significant profits you have facilitated for Xiaolong, providing him with numerous opportunities. Han Feng, being a forthright individual, understood that in today's business sphere, opportunities are often elusive. A singular fortuitous moment can rarely be purchased with even the greatest wealth. Yet Qin Feng not only seized such an opportunity, but also generously chose to share it with Han Xiaolong, earning Han's admiration. Qin Feng, however, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Xiaolong and I are brothers. There is no need for Uncle Han to express such gratitude. In fact, I'm the one who should thank you, Uncle Han, for your candor." Their meeting was thoroughly enjoyable. Throughout the encounter, Han Feng maintained his straightforward demeanor, allowing their dialogue to flow without hindrance. Once Han Feng departed, Han Xiaolong jovially remarked, "Brother Qin, I shall refrain from meddling in your film this time, but I must invest in your film company." Qin Feng nodded, indifferent to the matter. Since Han was willing to invest, he was also prepared to part with some of his shares to reap substantial profits together. This was of little concern. However, investing in the film The Drug Lord would yield short-term gains. Once the film premiered, corresponding box office revenue could be obtained. Conversely, investing in Qin Feng's film company promised long-term profits. With every film released and every revenue generated, Han Xiaolong could benefit from his shares. It must be said that this fellow had indeed learned a thing or two from his uncle. His perspective had broadened, and his vision extended further. Yet, it was clear that Han Xiaolong harbored a certain apprehension towards his uncle. While Han Feng conversed with Qin Feng, Xiaolong sat quietly beside them, resembling a dutiful child, scarcely daring to utter a word. After departing from the tea restaurant, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhao Xian. Having just left the film set yesterday, it was rather unexpected for Zhao to call today, which surely indicated an urgent matter. As he answered the phone, Zhao Xian's anxious voice immediately resonated from the other end. "President Qin, something terrible has happened. Chen Shi is in trouble." Chapter 370. The weight of a single sentence. Has something happened to Chen Shi? Qin Feng was taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. Chen Shi was in perfect health. What could possibly go wrong? After all, he was merely in his 20s, an age when a man is at his prime, free from ailments. Thus, it was highly unlikely that the issue pertained to his physical well-being. Perhaps there were complications in his interpersonal relationships? Indeed, as Qin Feng had surmised, Chen Shi was entangled in personal troubles. His girlfriend had stormed onto the set, demanding a breakup. The two were embroiled in a heated argument, and the commotion still echoed around them. It was said that this issue might involve both families. Alas, this was a critical juncture for the filming of The Medicine God, and Chen Shi played a pivotal role as the male lead. His presence was so substantial that his part could easily be considered that of a protagonist. With such a significant problem arising at this critical moment, how could it not affect his performance? Zhao Xian was also in a state of distress. However, his anxiety was understandable. He had penned the entire outline of The Medicine God. He had devoted countless years of effort and passion to construct this project. He was banking on this film to elevate his career and emerge as a renowned director. Thus, the turmoil on Chen Shi's end was understandably unsettling. Sensing Zhao Xian's fervent dedication and concern for the project, Qin Feng hurriedly reassured him, "Do not worry, I will come over immediately. Regardless of the situation, we will find a way to resolve it. Even if filming for The Medicine God must be postponed, it is not a problem. Rest assured, I will ensure that you are well taken care of." This simple yet profound statement instantly calmed Zhao Xian's nerves. His urgency dissipated as he recognized the reassurance that came from Qin Feng's generosity as an investor. Just a single sentence had forged an immense trust within him. "Mr. Qin, I truly rely on you." Zhao Xian felt increasingly moved. He was a sentimental individual, and without Qin Feng's support, he would have never found such an opportunity for redemption. The Medicine God might have remained merely a script for an indeterminate time, with no prospect of entering the current filming stage. After ending the call, Qin Feng began to ponder the predicament concerning Chen Shi. Zhao Xian had imparted a crucial piece of information. Chen Shi's trouble stemmed from his girlfriend. This insight brought to mind Chen Shi's future. He would rise to become a leading actor in his 30s, but prior to that, he had endured several years of obscurity and financial hardship. It appeared that his prolonged silence might indeed be linked to his girlfriend. Without delay, Qin Feng drove swiftly to the filming location. Upon arrival, he was met with a cacophony of voices. A throng of background actors surrounded a couple engaged in a heated dispute. The noise was so overwhelming that individual words were lost amidst the clamor. The couple at the center of the storm was none other than Qinshi. Thanks to Qin Feng's support, Qinshi's circumstances had improved considerably. He was no longer the ragged individual wearing the same tattered clothes for years, but rather someone who could afford decent attire. However, Qin Feng merely assisted him in renting an apartment and advanced him several tens of thousands of yuan as a temporary financial aid, barely addressing his current living concerns. At the very least, sustenance was not an issue for him. After all, the production crew provided complimentary boxed meals, which were quite sumptuous, along with free mineral water, beverages, and snacks. Subsequently, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the woman who was glaring fiercely at Qinshi. Chapter 371. The supporting role of this woman appeared to be somewhat younger than Qinshi, perhaps around 23 or 24 years of age. While she was not exceptionally beautiful, her features were quite ordinary, yet she wore light makeup that accentuated her fair complexion. At that moment, she glared angrily at the surrounding crowd. In contrast, a group of extras nearby murmured their discontent and offered words of advice. Young lady, your behavior is quite unjust. Although we have only known Qinshi for a short time, it is clear he is a man of integrity. Are you not taking advantage of an honest person? Qinshi has worked tirelessly to support your education and living expenses. Now that you have succeeded in your graduate entrance examination, you wish to part ways, believing that he is unworthy of you? Is that not a bit? Exactly. Qinshi is our brother, and he is not someone you can mistreat. The crowd chimed in, united in their condemnation of the woman, while Qinshi sat with his head in his hands, displaying an expression of profound anguish. Observing this, the woman coldly retorted, "Why are all of you speaking on his behalf? Is it only one person you wish to intimidate? He has squandered several years of my youth. And to be frank, the money he provided was barely sufficient. Now that our relationship has soured, what is wrong with wanting to break up? You outsiders have no right to meddle in my personal affairs." Listening to the escalating argument, Qin Feng, who was on the periphery of the crowd, began to piece together the situation. It seemed that this woman was Qinshi's girlfriend. For years, Qinshi had financially supported her education, diligently sending her money each month while working laboriously as an extra. It was likely that the vast majority of his hard-earned income had been handed over to her. However, earlier this year, she had successfully passed her graduate entrance examination and gained admission to a respectable university. With a promising future ahead, after studying for half a year, she had suddenly deemed Qinshi unworthy and sought to end their relationship. Qin Feng had heard of many similar stories, but he never expected to witness one unfold so closely. As Qin Feng contemplated the situation, the woman continued her articulate tirade, clearly adept at engaging in verbal battles. You question why I wish to break up with Qinshi? You should direct that inquiry at him. Does he even qualify as a man? After years of working and toiling as an extra, he remains just that, a mere extra. Does he truly believe he can ascend to stardom? He lacks the fortune for such dreams. After all these years, has he even saved enough for a down payment on a house? Now that I have secured my place in graduate school, if I continue to advance, I could even become a doctoral candidate, even if I do not progress further. With my education, I could easily find a job with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Qinshi, on the other hand, remains a mere extra, earning a meager sum from the set, struggling to find opportunities daily. Am I to support him in the future? Marriage is out of the question. I must end this relationship, as I have long grown weary of this life. The woman was indeed eloquent, rendering the ensemble of supporting actors utterly speechless. Her words struck a chord deep within the hearts of every extra present, inflicting a profound emotional wound. Qin Feng couldn't help but nod in silent agreement. To a certain extent, her assertions held truth. A supporting actor roams from one film set to another, striving to secure those meager roles amidst fierce competition, only to find the final remuneration amounts to a mere 100 or so a day. Chapter 372. Is genuine affection ever worth more than money? There is a high probability that for the next month, there will be many days when one cannot secure a job. And perhaps the maximum income one could earn in a month would be around 4,000 to 5,000. In contrast, domestic university graduates are eagerly sought after by at least small to medium-sized enterprises, and those with stronger abilities may even have the opportunity to enter major corporations. A monthly salary exceeding 10,000 is merely a threshold with continuous prospects for advancement, allowing both position and remuneration to escalate further. Qinshi and his girlfriend indeed appear somewhat mismatched. Moreover, my family, while not excessively wealthy, can be classified as a middle-class household. At the very least, We enjoy a life free from financial worries, with both parents holding stable jobs. Chinshi, what sort of family do you come from? Your parents have labored all their lives as farmers, lacking even a formal occupation. When we marry, what assistance can they provide us? Can they afford the down payment on a house? Can they pay for the bride price? Can they buy a car? The relentless questioning left Chinshi increasingly silent, rendered speechless. These inquiries were not only directed at him by his girlfriend, but also encapsulated a harsh reality. Marriage often hinges on social compatibility. And despite Chinshi's sincere feelings for her, they ultimately cannot rival financial stability. The disparity in their backgrounds foretells a grim outcome. I also wish to pose a question to all of you, a gathering of mere extras. Can you provide your girlfriend with the lifestyle she desires? Can you offer her a blissful and harmonious home? After a month of playing supporting roles, have you earned a salary of 10,000? Is your employment stable? Do you have a consistent role every day? How many of you could ascend to the ranks of first or second-tier stars? Who among you does not have backing and resources? How could a mere extra ever attain such opportunities? This sentiment rendered the ensemble of extras momentarily speechless, unable to counter such assertions. To them, this woman had become a formidable figure, utterly unreasonable. Some began to murmur soft rebuttals. The future is long. Opportunities will arise. Don't sidestep the crucial issues. What relevance do they hold for us as mere extras? If you insist on labeling us as such, that is fine. But please refrain from attaching the word mere in front of it. Damn it, what does this have to do with us? Since your family is affluent, why deceive Chinshi into financially supporting you? Now that you have succeeded in your postgraduate entrance examination, if you wish to end the relationship, it is no concern of ours, but those funds should rightfully be returned to Chinshi. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, and the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control. At that moment, Qin Feng made his way through the throng. Upon noticing his arrival, people began to alert one another. Make way, make way. Mr. Qin is here. Let him arbitrate this matter. Let us keep the noise down. We need a serious atmosphere on set. Qin Feng walked calmly to the center of the set and, with an indifferent demeanor, addressed the woman. So, you've gained a sense of superiority just from passing the entrance exam? The sudden sound startled the woman, causing her to pause momentarily. She turned to glance at Qin Feng, scrutinizing him for a moment before asking with a look of skepticism, "Who are you?" "I am Chinshi's employer," he replied. "Moreover, I must reiterate one important point. Chinshi is not merely a background actor. He is a signed performer with our company, a legitimate artist. If you persist in defaming him, I am prepared to sue you for libel." Chapter 373. Out of your league, what gives you the right to meddle in my personal affairs? This fierce woman certainly held her ground, showing no sign of retreat in her words. She stood tall, facing Qin Feng, and anyone unaware of the situation might have thought she was the one in the right. "Damn it!" Qin Feng cursed vehemently. "I have no interest in your personal matters, especially when it comes to your romantic entanglements. They are utterly vexing. But this is my set. I have invested 100 million into this film. Your disruptive presence here is clearly causing chaos and delaying our shooting schedule. Every second is invaluable, and can you bear the weight of my losses?" Qin Feng was eager to avoid unnecessary tangents and instead laid bare his financial grievances. In truth, his argument was quite valid. After all, he had indeed invested a substantial 100 million, while Gao Jia had contributed 50 million more. Together, the film's budget amounted to a staggering 150 million, a truly astronomical figure. This reality rendered the shooting process of utmost importance. In the realm of cinema, time equates to money, and any delay could incur significant costs. Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback. She harbored a sense of superiority regarding her own achievements. After all, she had successfully pursued a master's degree at a young age, with a bright future ahead of her, which made her feel superior to many of the mere extras present. Yet, she had the misfortune of encountering Qin Feng. "You claim to have invested 100 million? I find that hard to believe. It's merely a worthless film. Even if it were to be released, I wouldn't deign to watch it. I suspect it will only lead to losses. What profit could possibly be made?" She continued to argue with her sharp tongue. Qin Feng, however, turned to Zhao Xian, asking, "How long has the shooting been delayed?" Zhao Xian, with unwavering confidence, replied, "It's been over an hour." "An hour? That amounts to a fraction of our originally scheduled time, meaning you have cost me 1,000th of 100 million, 10,000. If you do not compensate me, I will sue you. Many lawyers would gladly take up my case, ensuring you beg for mercy." Qin Feng scoffed, his tone devoid of any inclination to yield. In truth, his assertions were somewhat absurd, but his opponent seemed to relish in absurdity as well. The best way to counter such nonsensical banter was, of course, to confront her directly. "You." At that moment, the woman found herself momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that Qin Feng would be even less reasonable than herself. Seeing no other option, she coldly turned to Qinshi and declared, "Humph. I did not come here to argue. I merely wanted to inform Qinshi that we are breaking up. From now on, we shall part ways." With that, she attempted to turn away. Before Qinshi could respond, Qin Feng let out a series of cold laughs and remarked, "Well, I must thank you for that. Without your interference, I am confident that Qinshi will be able to immerse himself more wholeheartedly in his artistic career. It would be prudent for you to refrain from disturbing him any further. Qinshi is now one of the first signed artists of our company, having entered into a lucrative contract worth millions. In no time, he will possess a house, a car, and will not be lacking in female companionship. It would be best for both of you to go your separate ways and cease any further entanglements." Chapter 374. Disappointment leads to growth. As the man took a few steps away, he paused upon hearing Qin Feng's biting remarks. He glanced back at Qinshi, his heart filled with doubt about the veracity of Qin Feng's words. Could it be that Qinshi had truly found success? No longer merely a supporting actor, but a genuine star, commanding a salary in the millions? If so, had he inadvertently missed a golden opportunity? If he reconciled with Qinshi, wouldn't his fortune become intertwined with hers? Given her affection for him, she would undoubtedly share the bulk of her earnings. But had he really let such an opportunity slip away? No, it was all mere bluster. If Qinshi were worthy of stardom, she would have achieved it long ago. Why then had she languished in poverty for so long? Resolute, he turned away and departed. The tumultuous scene finally settled, yet Qinshi remained visibly dejected. The onlookers wished to console her, but found themselves at a loss for words. Qin Feng, however, comprehended her sorrow. He understood the heartache of being abandoned by a girlfriend he had tirelessly supported for years, only to have her cast him aside after her academic success. Such betrayal cut deeply. Yet, instead of rushing to console her, Qin Feng addressed the gathering of actors and crew. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's events have indeed been disheartening. I imagine many of you are not in the mood to continue filming, which may affect your performance. Therefore, let us take a day off. A day to rest and regain your spirits. And rest assured, even though we are taking a break, your wages will remain unaffected." Qin Feng recognized that for these struggling actors, a day off was not necessarily a boon. It often meant lost income. However, he was magnanimous, willing to forego the cost of their wages for their morale. This gesture undoubtedly endeared him to them. Upon hearing of the paid day off, the ensemble of supporting actors erupted in excitement. "Wow, Mr. Qin is generous. The boss is amazing. A day off with pay? My goodness. As long as Mr. Qin wants me, I will follow him forever. I am ready to be a lifelong supporting actor for Mr. Qin's company." Their jubilation was precisely the response Qin Feng had hoped for. He then approached Qinshi, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Come, let us go for a drink. In times of disappointment, one must seek solace in spirits. Only through the intoxication of alcohol can one gradually forget the pain of betrayal and suffering, paving the way for personal growth." Qinshi was a promising talent, deserving of a chance to shine in the entertainment industry, much like Yuan Xiao, who was equally capable of becoming an award-winning actor. Qin Feng was determined not to let this promising individual be ruined by current misfortunes. Otherwise, it would be a grave loss indeed. Conversely, Qin Feng aspired to derive new insights and personal growth from this experience. For an actor, life experience holds great significance. Qinshi did not decline. He evidently also sought the solace of alcohol to numb his senses. Subsequently, Qin Feng invited Zhao Xian and Yuan Xiao, making a perfect quartet, and they sought out a tranquil bar. Every action he undertook was keenly observed by Yuan Xiao. Now in his 40s and possessing considerable life experience, Yuan Xiao was inwardly astonished by the profound and engaging manner in which Qin Feng navigated social interactions. Chapter 375. When to cut the ties in Yuan Xiao's perspective. Qin Feng's approach to handling matters not only took Qinshi's feelings into account, but also significantly consolidated the loyalty of those around him. Although it might seem that substantial financial losses had been incurred, such sums were trivial in Qin Feng's eyes. Instead, he had purchased commendations, trust, and goodwill from numerous supporting actors, which held immense importance. After all, Qin Feng represented not merely himself, but also the interests of the investors, embodying the entire Finchue Film Company. If he could cultivate a positive reputation and garner favorable sentiments within the industry, the future of Finchue Film would thrive and enter a virtuous cycle. Particularly, with each film's release, the company's reputation would inevitably influence the reception of the movie itself. This was indeed a strategy that achieved two objectives with a single action. At that moment, Yuan Xiao felt fortunate to have aligned himself with Qin Feng. A sagacious leader like him could potentially craft a legendary narrative within the film industry, perhaps even challenge the monopoly of Tianqing Company or surpass it altogether. Meanwhile, Qin Feng found himself at a bar, ordering numerous drinks, all beer. Apart from He Wenxiao and himself, who had a fair tolerance for alcohol, Chun Shi and Zhao Xian were the type to succumb to intoxication after just one drink. If they were to consume spirits, they would likely be rendered senseless after just a couple of shots. Yet, even with beer, after only one bottle, Chun Shi's complexion had flushed, and she appeared tipsy, beginning to utter nonsensical remarks. I have been in a relationship with her for 5 years. A 5-year love affair. 5 years of sincerity. Ultimately, it all pales in comparison to money. I never anticipated that she only sought to deceive me, to exploit me all along. Now that I am of no use, she callously discards me. In her inebriated state, Chun Shi recounted her experiences. It turned out that he met his girlfriend during their university days. He had ventured to Weshing alone and rented a modest apartment near the university due to its affordability. One day, while at a breakfast shop, he encountered his girlfriend, who had forgotten her wallet and spontaneously offered to pay for her meal. Thus, fate intertwined their lives, leading to an ever-deepening connection. Chun Shi had always cherished her, and after her graduation, he continued to support her pursuit of higher education, working diligently to afford her rent, sustenance, cosmetics, and study materials. This was why, despite his evident capabilities and determination, he chose to live in such a dismal environment. He had little left for himself. Now, he found himself the victim of such betrayal and deception. Qin Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, imparting a single piece of advice. Brother, when to sever ties, do so decisively to avoid chaos. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian and He Wenxiao offered their comfort, reminding him that life was his own to shape, urging him to work hard, act well, and that he would eventually find a better partner. They continued to drink until the night faded into oblivion. It was only later that Qin Feng hailed a cab to return to his residence. It is precisely because Qin Feng regards Chun Shi as a friend that he is willing to share a drink with him. Naturally, he also hopes that Chun Shi will soon emerge from his sorrow and mature rapidly. After all, the filming of The God of Medicine has already commenced. And if Chun Shi remains in his current state, the entire film may be significantly affected. However, should he transform his grief into motivation and grow in a short span of time, it would yield even greater benefits. Chapter 376. 3 choices at the break of dawn. The following day, Qin Feng awoke, his body engulfed in aches and pains. Engaging in libations with friends could be deemed a form of social obligation. While such interactions undeniably foster connections, excessive indulgence often culminates in discomfort. Fortunately, he was not required to visit the film set today. His objective was straightforward, a trip to Shenzhen. Shenzhen, a significant metropolis in Guangdong province, holds a status comparable to that of Shanghai, albeit it is not as diversified in its urban composition, leaning instead towards specialization. The city is home to a plethora of internet and telecommunications firms, where competition is notoriously fierce. Notably, the renowned Fuda Group, though headquartered in Shanghai, originated in Shenzhen. It is not without reason that Shenzhen is hailed as the cradle of the internet. For Qin Feng, the immediate aim was to acquire a comparable internet technology company. Seizing the opportunity to enter the digital domain, he aspired to position himself advantageously when Fuda Group inevitably faces its downfall, thus capturing the market share left in the wake of its collapse. Numerous small to medium-sized enterprises exist, with many opting to establish themselves in Shenzhen. However, the realm of telecommunications and internet technology is marked by intense rivalry. Few companies manage to rise to prominence, with many succumbing to bankruptcy and becoming mere stepping stones for larger corporations. This solitary journey to Shenzhen was primarily for the purpose of assessing the current landscape of small to medium-sized internet companies. Upon contemplating the internet enterprises in Shenzhen, 3 promising candidates came to mind: Yun Control Technology, Weixin Technology, and Yuanbao Internet Company, Limited. According to Qin Feng's findings, these 3 companies are, without exception, categorized as small to medium-sized internet technology firms. Their core operations revolve around either internet software or telecommunications manufacturing, positioning them within the same sphere as Fuda Group. However, in terms of scale and overall strength, these 3 companies are significantly eclipsed by the current might of Fuda Group. Once Fuda Group succumbs to bankruptcy and disintegration, the market it vacates will inevitably be up for grabs, and these 3 companies stand to gain, albeit to varying extents, from the residual market share. One should not underestimate the potential of this market share. Fuda Group is a titan in its field, one of the foremost enterprises in the nation, a true behemoth. Its collapse will release an enormous market potential. Even a mere fraction of the benefits, perhaps just 1,000th of the entire internet sector, could propel a small to medium-sized enterprise into the ranks of a leading company within a province. Of course, to absorb all the advantages left in Fuda Group's wake may prove to be an ambitious endeavor. The adage warns that taking overly large strides can lead to missteps. Similarly, without the requisite capabilities and foundation, overreaching could backfire. If the backlash occurs, the company may find itself faltering before it ever takes flight. After conducting an investigation, Qin Feng discovered that the combined market value of 3 small to medium-sized companies amounted to approximately several hundred million. This figure held little significance for him. Acquiring them would be a mere trifle, especially with the affluent when family contributing funds alongside him, rendering the endeavor hardly daunting. Chapter 377. Cloud Control Technology. Although it was said to be a simple task, in reality, it was far from easy. Qin Feng still had a series of procedures to navigate. Whether the 3 major companies would be amenable to his acquisition remained uncertain. Even if they agreed, the subsequent processes would take at least 10 days to a month to be fully realized. Navigating through the bustling streets of Deep City, Qin Feng swiftly arrived at the first company. This enterprise was named Cloud Control Technology, primarily engaged in internet communication services, and had developed several instant messaging applications. Unfortunately, these applications were not well known, and their user base was rather limited. The reasons for this were manifold. Firstly, the company was simply too small, and its competitors were formidable, leaving it devoid of the necessary resources to promote its software effectively. Secondly, there were indeed some inherent flaws within these applications that rendered them less competitive. Should these disadvantages remain unaddressed, the company would inevitably be outpaced by its rivals. Fortuitously, Qin Feng possessed a modicum of understanding regarding these issues and was aware of how to enhance the software. If he were to acquire the company, his insights could prove invaluable, allowing this medium-sized enterprise to thrive and potentially seize a portion of the market share from Fuda Company. However, just as Qin Feng was about to enter the office building, he was halted by a security guard at the entrance. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. The guard scrutinized Qin Feng, noting his lack of a uniform and, thus, his unsuitability for entering the premises. Could you kindly inform a member of your executive team? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and decided to speak candidly, as there was no need to cloak his intentions in secrecy. May I inquire if your company has any interest in being acquired? The guard did not further obstruct Qin Feng, but instead asked him to wait a moment while he ascended to inquire on his behalf. Shortly thereafter, the guard reached the upper floors of the building. At that moment, the executives of Cloud Control Technology were convened in a meeting. As a burgeoning internet enterprise, most of the high-ranking officials were quite youthful, appearing to be in their 20s or 30s, with few exceeding the age of 40. In the realm of internet companies, individuals over 40 are often considered senior. Of course, there were exceptions, such as seasoned computer specialists whose years of diligent work might render them appearing older than their actual age, often due to the relentless nature of their profession. Typically, programmers invest over a decade of their lives working diligently to amass sufficient wealth for retirement, thereafter enjoying a life of comfort akin to that of the elderly. Upon relaying Qin Feng's inquiry, the meeting at Cloud Control Technology was momentarily interrupted. The executives exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared amusement. Did I hear correctly? An acquisition proposal for Cloud Control Technology? Who would dare jest so? Is it not true that one is merely an insignificant bystander, yet presumes oneself to be of considerable importance? We, at Yun Control Technology, are, after all, a company valued in the hundreds of millions, and our future prospects remain quite promising. Although we may not rival industry giants such as Fuda Group, it is certainly not within the purview of mere onlookers to engage in discussions concerning acquisitions. Chapter 378. An opportunity awaits. Yet you remain ineffectual. Are you truly rejecting his good intentions? The security guard inquired hesitantly. He was a straightforward individual and perceived Qin Feng's words as benevolent. After all, Qin Feng had presented himself in a cordial manner, which endeared him to the guard. However, the comment was far from well received by the cadre of executives from Cloud Control Technology. Good intentions? What does that even mean? This is nothing short of disdain for our company. One executive exclaimed angrily. Not just anyone can claim the right to acquire us. Enough, I shall investigate this matter myself. A sharply dressed executive, intrigued, followed the security guard downstairs. His eagerness stemmed from a desire to ascertain the identity of this stranger aspiring to acquire Cloud Control Technology. If it were merely an inconsequential passerby claiming to be a potential buyer, he would never entertain the notion that such a character could be a hidden titan, the likes of which one encounters only in fiction. At that moment, Qin Feng awaited outside the office building of Cloud Control Technology. In truth, the reason he resorted to this strategy was his limited connections. He had no acquaintances linked to these 3 companies, which left him no choice but to take this unconventional route. Otherwise, he could have simply leveraged his network to reach out to the senior management directly, allowing for a more composed negotiation rather than appearing unannounced at their doorstep. Soon enough, Qin Feng noticed the security guard returning, accompanied by a man clad in a suit. Judging by his attire, he was undoubtedly an executive from cloud control technology. Qin Feng's spirits lifted, pondering whether the company had indeed recognized the opportunity he represented. However, the executive's subsequent remarks swiftly dispelled his hopeful thoughts. Who are you to claim you wish to acquire cloud control technology? Let us not forget that our company boasts a market value exceeding 200 million. We are a leader among peers in the industry and stand formidable on a national scale. We have no need for your acquisition, and as for you, a mere passerby, where would you find the funds to purchase our company? This barrage of questions left Qin Feng momentarily taken aback. Yet he soon grasped that the executive harbored doubts about his financial capacity and ability to acquire cloud control technology. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The more pressing issue was the evident overconfidence cloud control technology exhibited regarding its current standing. As an internet software company with a market value surpassing 200 million, they were indeed a standout in their field. It was akin to a student basking in pride after achieving a score of 70 or 80. But what of those who attained 90 or above? Moreover, they had yet to reach perfection. Nonetheless, Qin Feng remained unfazed and patiently responded. What if I were to say that I could enhance your company after the acquisition? His intentions were clear. He valued cloud control technology and sought to present them with a transformative opportunity. However, the executive merely shook his head and replied, "Sir, even if you possess such funds, we are unwilling to be acquired, so we kindly ask you to leave." His words were intended solely to extinguish Qin Feng's aspirations. Observing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, taken aback by the arrogance and complacency of the individuals from Yun Control Technology. I offer you an opportunity, yet you prove to be ineffectual. Chapter 379, Weishin Technology apologies for the disturbance. The other party had made their intentions unmistakably clear. It was evident that they had issued an eviction notice to Qin Feng, who naturally would not insist on lingering any longer. He turned and left without hesitation. In the realm of business, nothing is more detrimental than arrogance and complacency, and it seemed that Yun Control Technology was rife with both. Having achieved certain accomplishments within the industry, they had grown proud and dismissive of others, content with their current standing, a mindset that would surely hinder their ability to maintain even that. A company devoid of ambition, unwilling to aspire to leadership, cannot be deemed a worthy enterprise. This principle had always guided Qin Feng. After all, only those with clear objectives and ambition possess the drive to achieve their goals. Since Yun Control Technology had opted against being acquired, it was inevitable that they would emerge as Qin Feng's competitor in due course. He hoped they would not come to regret their decision to decline his offer. Qin Feng then set his sights on the second company, Weishin Technology. This company was slightly smaller than Yun Control Technology, with a market value just exceeding 100 million. However, the market conditions were less than favorable. In contrast, while Yun Control Technology also boasted a market value exceeding 100 million and belonged to the same echelon, its profits were on a slow but steady incline, though not skyrocketing. They were still satisfactory. Conversely, Weishin Technology's overall profits were in decline, even suffering from losses, rendering them unable to meet their financial obligations. This predicament was one of the reasons why Qin Feng was determined to acquire Weishin Technology. Faced with adversity, acquisition was necessary. He believed that securing Weishin Technology would not prove too challenging. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the office building of Weishin Technology. It was midday, and surprisingly, there was not a single security guard in sight. Upon entering, he observed several employees seated at their desks, consuming lunch from takeout containers. Qin Feng astutely noted that the computers at Weishin Technology were not of high specifications, a reflection of their current plight, clearly indicating their struggles. It wasn't until one employee finished their meal that they noticed Qin Feng's presence in the office building, startling them. "Excuse me, are you a person or a ghost? You appeared out of nowhere and nearly gave me a heart attack." The speaker was the receptionist, a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, resembling a university student. Although attired in professional clothing, her innocent features and somewhat dazed expression suggested that she had yet to shed the naivety of her student days. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her remark and subsequently inquired, "Hello, where are your executives? May I have an audience with them?" "Well, I suppose I am an executive too," the young woman responded after a moment's thought. Qin Feng initially assumed her words were merely a casual dismissal, but her response seemed to indicate otherwise. Noticing his skepticism, she quickly added, "I serve as both an executive and the receptionist. I handle both roles." "Why is that?" Qin Feng asked casually. "The company is small and cannot afford to hire too many executives, so they have me, the receptionist, double up as one," she replied, blinking playfully before teasingly adding, "What else could I do?" Upon witnessing her relaxed demeanor, Qin Feng felt a certain fondness and promptly inquired, I shall be forthright. I am here to acquire Weixin technology. Acquire? The young woman paused, her expression shifting to one of skepticism as she asked, Is that for real? What do you think? Qin Feng countered. The young woman jolted slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation, and immediately replied, Please hold on. I will consult with our manager. Chapter 380. The enthusiastic admirer. Before long, she approached with two middle-aged men clad in formal suits. Both appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, sporting square jaws and exuding an air of righteousness. As they drew near, their initial expressions of excitement quickly morphed into disappointment upon catching sight of Qin Feng. Is this gentleman truly interested in acquiring our Weixin technology? The visitors were the owner and manager of Weixin Technology, individuals who had been with the company since its inception, witnessing its growth until now. However, their gazes towards Qin Feng were rife with skepticism. Though Weixin Technology was modest in scale, a sum approaching 100 million yuan would be necessary for any acquisition. Yet, Qin Feng, appearing so youthful, hardly resembled a billionaire. Nevertheless, the two men were not angered. They merely perceived him as a naive youth, perhaps jesting with them, intending merely to engage in some mischief. What, do you not believe me? Qin Feng retorted, fully aware that his question was rhetorical. Observing their expressions and demeanor, he, adept at reading people, could easily discern that they harbored deep doubts regarding his capacity to muster such a vast fortune. It is not a matter of disbelief, my friend. If you wish to acquire our company, you must demonstrate some sincerity. To be frank, Weixin Technology is not currently very profitable, but it is a medium-sized company operating within the promising internet sector. In all honesty, an investment of over 100 million yuan would be required to facilitate our acquisition. The two began to outline the advantages of Weixin Technology. Yet, Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling them to cease, and remarked, Rest assured, having expressed my intent to acquire your company, I have certainly conducted a thorough investigation into your operations. May I inquire your name, sir? At this moment, the general manager of Weixin Technology posed the question. Qin Feng, he replied coolly. The two men, displaying commendable politeness, promptly arranged for tea to be served to Qin Feng, extending courteous hospitality regardless of whether they suspected him of deceit. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's name, the president of Weixin Technology was taken aback. You say your name is Qin Feng? The Qin Feng of Renhe Pharmaceuticals? He inquired with uncertainty. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that this individual would recognize him. It appeared that he had indeed gained some notoriety, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The president of Weixin Technology, suddenly invigorated, broke into a broad smile. President Qin, I never imagined it would be you. Truly, it is an honor. You are my idol. The fact that you managed to rescue Renhe Pharmaceuticals, which was on the brink of bankruptcy, proves that you are no ordinary individual. I cannot believe you intend to acquire our company. This is splendid news. Had I known it was you, I would never have dared to doubt. Observing his sincere demeanor, Qin Feng realized that he had indeed encountered a true admirer. However, this is quite reasonable. Qin Feng has garnered considerable fame in Yu province, particularly within the business community, due to his remarkable creation of the revitalizing myth that is Renhe Pharmaceutical. Consequently, many entrepreneurs regard Qin Feng as an idol. Coincidentally, the president of Weixin Technology happens to be one of his fervent admirers. How could President Qin contemplate venturing into the realm of the internet? At this moment, the president of Weixin Technology is filled with confusion. As a passionate devotee, he is well aware that Renhe Pharmaceutical operates within the medical sector. Is it not rather reckless for Qin Feng to attempt to traverse two seemingly unrelated fields? Chapter 381. The sale with a surplus of funds at his disposal. Qin Feng decided to take a chance. Even if there were losses, they would not be substantial. He spoke with a relaxed demeanor. The president of Weixin Technology, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, he was a wealthy individual. For him, no matter what sector he invested in, he would have to deliberate carefully, only daring to invest once he deemed the risks negligible. To Qin Feng, a sum of 1 or 200 million might be insignificant, but for the president, it would require selling everything he owned and borrowing money just to scrape together that amount. However, from another perspective, it was perhaps Qin Feng's swift and decisive investments that allowed him to seize opportunities in the business world. In contrast, the president of Weixin Technology was often mired in indecision, causing him to miss out on lucrative opportunities, trailing behind others, and only managing to make small gains. The substantial profits had already been claimed by others. Are you willing to sell your company to me? Qin Feng inquired again. The president of Weixin Technology pondered for a moment before tentatively responding. Mr. Qin, I must confess I am a fan of yours and hold you in high regard. If you can indeed revitalize Weixin Technology, which is currently on a downward trajectory, that would be a positive outcome. one I would be pleased to witness. Therefore, I won't ask too much from you. 1 billion in funding, and I will sell the entire company to you, including my subordinates, managers, and executives. You may reform it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng contemplated briefly. Acquiring Weixin Technology for 1 billion was undoubtedly a prudent transaction. It was evident that the president was reluctant to see the company falter under his stewardship. However, it was also true that Qin Feng was intercepting an opportunity midstream. Although Weixin Technology was currently struggling, if they were to persevere until the collapse of Fuda Group, they could potentially ride the economic wave to success. Now, however, their inability to endure had inadvertently benefited Qin Feng. Nevertheless, for the president of Weixin Technology, selling the entire company to Qin Feng was not a grievous loss. He could liquidate 1 billion in assets, settle outstanding debts, and significantly ease his future living conditions. After all, he had no way of knowing that Weixin Technology could eventually thrive amidst the forthcoming economic surge. Even if he were to discover this later, he likely would not harbor too much regret. After all, such opportunities are rarely predictable, and only someone like Qin Feng could seize them. 1 billion is indeed a remarkably advantageous deal, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Securing one of the 3 companies poised to flourish in the rising tide was undoubtedly beneficial for him. As for Yunkong Technology and another company, Yuanbao Internet, Qin Feng need not acquire them outright. He could simply position himself to capture the market ahead of the impending economic wave. At that time, these 2 companies may experience a resurgence. But by the time they realize it, a significant portion of the market will have been completely usurped by Weixin Technology. Does this imply that we have a new owner? At this moment, the receptionist's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she smiled coyly. Upon hearing the news, numerous employees of Weixin Technology became increasingly exhilarated. The arrival of a new leader signifies the possibility of a fresh beginning for the company, and perhaps even a chance to address the lingering issues of the past. Chapter 382. A fresh facade. The CEO of Weixin Technology was undeniably eager. Following the verbal agreement between both parties, he promptly met with Qin Feng in the afternoon to sign the contract and complete the necessary handover procedures. Subsequently, Qin Feng reached out to Wen Jing, informing him that he had successfully acquired Weixin Technology. Wen Jing regarded this company with considerable importance, for the current plight of the Wen family was steadily deteriorating. This partnership with Qin Feng represented their sole hope for resurgence. Although he harbored deep-seated doubts about Qin Feng's choices, having established a cooperative relationship, it was preferable to place his trust in Qin Feng rather than to harbor skepticism. As partners, how could they cast doubt on their collaboration before any definitive outcomes had been reached? With a substantial capital of 100 million, the Wen family committed 50 million right away. This was merely the initial payment for the acquisition. The ongoing operations of the company and various resource investments would undoubtedly require more than just this sum. However, Qin Feng was not overly concerned about the financial aspect, as he was enjoying a significant income from Rinha Pharmaceutical, with his funds growing steadily. Even in their current state of decline, the Wen family was still a prominent lineage, having amassed considerable savings over the years. After finalizing the acquisition of Weixin Technology, Qin Feng embarked on a sweeping reform, determined to present Weixin Technology anew before the forthcoming economic wave arrived. He placed considerable emphasis on the software and communication tool sectors, both of which held immense potential. Now, he could await the impending economic surge, expected by the end of the month, which was merely a matter of 10 to 15 days away. Qin Feng appeared unfazed, while Wen Jing, on the other hand, seemed somewhat restless. Despite his extensive experience and advanced age, the weight of this investment, which could determine the fate of the entire family, understandably made him anxious. As days passed, Qin Feng remained leisurely, frequently visiting Lin Ruoxue. He often brought gifts for her and her daughter, and coincidentally, it was Niu-Niu's 5th birthday. Qin Feng indulged lavishly, ensuring Niu-Niu had a meaningful and extravagant celebration. Occasionally, he would also visit the set of The God of Medicine, where filming had officially commenced. With the assistance of his uncle Han Feng, he was able to gather many top talents from the industry, facilitating a smooth production process. Initially, Zhao Xian struggled alone, but with the support of his colleagues, the filming of The God of Medicine progressed seamlessly. Although Chun Shi had previously experienced emotional turmoil, he was a sensible individual who recognized that the priority was the filming rather than personal matters. Consequently, he quickly regained his focus, and the shoot proceeded with great fervor. It was anticipated that the project would be completed in 2 to 3 months, likely to be released shortly before the Spring Festival, aligning perfectly with Qin Feng's intentions. Drug Lord is a thought-provoking drama that harbors numerous poignant truths. Releasing it during the family-oriented Spring Festival was evidently an unwise decision. The choice to premiere it earlier would have allowed for a more lucrative harvest of audience ticket sales. Nevertheless, that is a matter for another time. As October approaches its conclusion, the domestic business landscape remains as tranquil as ever. Chapter 383. The prophecy comes true. Chin Feng was acutely aware that while the business landscape appeared tranquil, a tempest was brewing beneath the surface. This was the calm before the storm. It merely required a spark to ignite a cataclysmic upheaval within the commercial sphere. Indeed, on the final day of October, that spark was finally ignited. In every street and alley, the air was thick with a singular piece of news. The nationally renowned internet giant, Foresee Group, had declared bankruptcy. The CEO, Su Due, had attempted to abscond with funds abroad but had failed, leading to the complete collapse of the company. In a single night, the stock market for Foresee Group plummeted to unprecedented lows. Statistics revealed that Foresee Group's debts exceeded a staggering $1 trillion. The entire workforce had resigned. Its subsidiaries lay in disarray, and the market was awash with chaos. This news instantaneously became the catalyst for a massive upheaval within the business community. No one could have anticipated that this colossal entity, long hailed as a leader in the internet sector and among the major financial conglomerates, would collapse so quietly. It was nothing short of an impossibility. At that moment, major business forums across the nation erupted with activity, with sentiments ranging from jubilation to despair. For those companies that had previously partnered with Foresee Group, the situation was particularly disheartening. Why had they suddenly gone bankrupt without warning? What on earth was Foresee Group up to? Just last month, our company had entered into a partnership with them. Now, with Su Due having absconded with our funds, we were left with nothing. The Foresee brand was finished, and so were their products. The forums echoed with lamentations. Yet, amidst the sorrow of those affiliated with Foresee Group, there were others who felt exhilarated. Companies in the same industry recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity. With Foresee Group's demise, the vast internet market they once controlled was now ripe for the taking, a delectable cake waiting to be savored and divided. Astute companies had already begun preparations to seize the market and promote their own products. Meanwhile, Chin Feng remained unperturbed at home, his demeanor as serene as ever upon hearing the news. After all, this had long been anticipated in his foresight. Foresee Group appears to be devoid of any opportunity for resurgence, burdened by liabilities exceeding $1 trillion. What does this signify? If one were to convert this trillion into denominations of 100, the total weight would reach an astonishing 10,000 tons. Utilizing trucks with a capacity of 50 tons each, one would require over 200 vehicles to transport it, unless granted a chance for rebirth. The myth of domestic internet companies will see Foresee Group irrevocably vanish into the annals of history. Chapter 384, prepared in advance perhaps, several years hence. The Foresee Group will merely be a speck of dust in the annals of history, gradually forgotten by the masses. No one will remember a once thriving conglomerate that collapsed under the weight of trillions in debt. Only those companies that remain perpetually prosperous will be etched in memory, for they continually refresh their presence before others. Chin Feng does not wish to see Weixin Technology evolve into the next Foresee Group. Rather, he aims to seize the market left vacant by Foresee's downfall without repeating the same catastrophic mistakes that led to their trillion-dollar debt and subsequent demise. The ability of a once mighty corporation to accrue such monumental debt before its eventual bankruptcy is undoubtedly the result of multifaceted issues. Beyond external pressures, it is likely that internal decay had already set in. Thus, effective management becomes paramount, and exceptional financial managers like Zhang Han are invaluable. However, the collapse of Foresee Group has already become an established fact, a matter that requires no further contemplation at this juncture. Chin Feng understands that in future financial textbooks, Foresee Group will undoubtedly serve as a vivid example, a cautionary tale for posterity, albeit one steeped in infamy. At that moment, his phone rang. Without needing to glance at the screen, he knew who was calling. Upon answering, a voice imbued with gravitas immediately resonated through the line. President Chin, are you a deity? How could you predict this so accurately? Just as you said, Foresee Group has indeed collapsed. I now question whether you possess the art of divination. Can you tell me how many more years I have left to live? Even the composed Wen Jing displayed a hint of exhilaration. His astonishment stemmed not only from the realization of Chin Feng's accurate predictions, but, more importantly, from the opportunities that Foresee's collapse presented to Weixin Technology. In recent days, Weixin Technology had been diligently preparing, developing new products and enhancing the visibility of its software. All preparations were aimed at capitalizing on the impending downfall of Foresee Group, ready to seize the moment when it arrived. In contrast to other companies that only now grasped the ramifications of Foresee's bankruptcy and scrambled to respond, Weixin Technology had evidently secured the upper hand. After all, it had been gathering momentum during this period. Don't speak of me in such exalted terms, Wen Lao. Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly. However, Wen Jing remained lost in his excitement, laughing heartily. You are far too modest, President Qin. It is clear now why you were able to resurrect Renhe Pharmaceuticals from the brink of collapse and lead it to resurgence. Qin Feng shook his head, shifting the conversation. Wen Lao, we must not celebrate too prematurely. Both Union Technology and Yuanbao Internet Company are unwilling to be acquired by us, which implies they will become our most formidable rivals moving forward. Elevating Weixin Technology is no simple task. Should we succeed, we will undoubtedly encounter obstacles from the Zhou Group. After all, it is rather easy for them to ascertain that behind Weixin Technology lies the influence of your esteemed Wen family, and the Zhou family would certainly not let slip any opportunity to target the Wens. Upon hearing Qin Feng's analysis, Wen Jing fell into a brief silence, and then remarked, You are correct. I was indeed too elated too soon. Now that we have gained the upper hand, we must remain grounded and diligently pursue tangible results, never allowing ourselves to become complacent and inadvertently grant our competitors an advantage. Chapter 385, Movements from All Sides. That said, Wen Jing had become thoroughly captivated by Qin Feng. Throughout his many years of life, serving as the president of a business association and holding a position of considerable influence, he had encountered countless exceptional entrepreneurs. Yet, he had never come across anyone as extraordinary as Qin Feng. He resolved that henceforth, whatever he pursued, he would follow in Qin Feng's footsteps. After all, even if Qin Feng feasted, he could still savor the broth, reaping substantial benefits in the process. Qin Feng, meanwhile, hastened towards Weixin Technology. During this period, Weixin Technology had made numerous preparations. Firstly, they recruited talents from the internet sector. Secondly, they focused on brand promotion and product manufacturing, all in anticipation of the impending collapse of Fuda Group. Now, the moment had arrived, and Qin Feng recognized that it was time for him to take action. Currently, his three companies spanned three entirely distinct fields, and he held himself to high standards. Therefore, he intended to ensure that none of the companies lagged behind, striving to excel in all three domains. Weixin Technology was where he had first embarked on his journey in the internet industry, and seizing the opportunity to take over Fuda Group's mantle would undoubtedly be optimal. He planned to commence from Shenzhen, establishing it as the epicenter, weaving a vast net that would envelop every corner of the nation. Now was the time for a race, and Qin Feng began to invest heavily in launching press conferences to promote new products. Of course, he was merely making a strategic decision. The execution would rely on the talents beneath him. While he was engaged in these endeavors, the personnel from Yukong Technology and Yuanbao Internet Company were just beginning to mobilize their preparations. Both companies were far from oblivious. With Fuda Group's downfall, they, being of the same ilk, were acutely aware that an opportunity had arisen. Such a splendid chance was not one they would relinquish lightly. However, at that moment, within Yukong Technology, as the executives and managers geared up for a vigorous campaign, they soon realized that Weixin Technology had already taken the initiative, beginning to capture the market from within. The market available to Yukong Technology dwindled rapidly within a short span. Qian Yufeng, the general manager of Yukong Technology, slammed his hand on the table, seething with fury as he exclaimed, How could this happen? Why is Weixin Technology moving so swiftly? It's as if they were prepared all along. Could it be that they predicted the collapse of Fuda Group days in advance? Damn it, their speed is overwhelming. At this rate, all our opportunities for prosperity will be snatched away by them. The numerous executives wore expressions of deep concern. They had initially believed that the economic wave triggered by Fuda Group's collapse would provide them with ample opportunities, even pondering that they might ride this economic tide to unprecedented heights in the near future. They envisioned not only replacing Fuda Group's status and becoming the next Fuda Group, but also emerging as a formidable new giant in the internet era. Yet, despite being among the fastest to receive the news and respond accordingly, they still could not outpace Weixin Technology. What enchantment does Weixin Technology truly possess? There is a matter I must share with you all. At this moment, an executive from Yukong Technology suddenly spoke up, stating that Weixin Technology today is no longer the Weixin Technology of yore. Their proprietor has sold the entire company to another party. Chapter 386, The Turmoil of Cloud Control Technology. Is it true? Upon hearing these words, a look of skepticism washed over the crowd. How could a company like Weixin Technology, with a market value exceeding 1 billion, be in such disarray? Although its stock had been on a downward trajectory and the market was rather bleak, it should still have been able to sustain itself. In fact, if it could weather this economic storm, even a modest profit could be easily achieved. Was the former owner of Weixin Technology truly out of his mind to sell the company outright? The assembly was perplexed. Someone inquired, Who is the current owner of Weixin Technology? This question prompted a realization among the listeners. Indeed, pondering whether the former owner was foolish had become irrelevant. Instead, the focus should shift to the new proprietor of Weixin Technology. This individual, having made such meticulous preparations ahead of time and executed significant maneuvers on the day of the Fuda Group's collapse, could not possibly be an ordinary person. This figure should still be familiar to them. Even if they had forgotten, a mere mention would soon jog their memories. The executive from the marketing department spoke gravely. Do you all recall that young man who approached us at Cloud Control Technology about a fortnight ago, expressing interest in acquiring our company? At the time, we dismissed him, thinking he could never afford to purchase us. Although Cloud Control Technology may not have been a leading enterprise, it certainly qualified as a mid-sized company. While our growth had not been explosive, we were steadily ascending, and thus, we had no desire to sell. Yet, he subsequently turned his attention to Weixin Technology and successfully acquired it. This means that he is now our competitor. The audience at Cloud Control Technology murmured in astonishment. They had once mocked Qin Feng for his inability to acquire their company, only to realize now that he was indeed capable of doing so. After all, Weixin Technology was not significantly less expensive than Cloud Control Technology. This was a formidable adversary. Qian Yunfeng sighed, feeling as though the opponent possessed foresight, having prepared meticulously in advance, far outpacing their own efforts. How could they possibly contend with such an opponent? The mere thought of it left him feeling overwhelmed. The marketing executive pondered for a moment before continuing. You are mistaken, manager. He is not merely a challenging adversary. His identity is quite remarkable. While you may not recognize him, I frequently follow significant events in the business realm, particularly in the province's circles. Thus I have some awareness of notable figures in other fields. He appeared somewhat familiar to me, prompting me to investigate further, only to discover that he is none other than Qin Feng, from Rinha Pharmaceuticals. Qin Feng. Qian Yunfeng was taken aback. As a manager of a publicly listed company, he had heard this name on numerous occasions but had never encountered the man personally, which made him indifferent to his appearance. At this moment, as soon as the name was mentioned, it immediately conjured up a vivid recollection. Was it not Qin Feng, the esteemed leader of Rinha Pharmaceutical Company, recognized as one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in the province? He had miraculously revived the company from the brink of bankruptcy to its current flourishing state. His inquiry was promptly met with an affirmative response from the senior executives of the marketing department. In the province of Yu, who could be more renowned than him when it comes to Qin Feng? Chapter 387, The Poisonous Scheme, damn it. Isn't he a figure in the medical field? How could he wade into these murky waters? Qian Yufeng was instantly engulfed in fury, his heart now tinged with a sense of trepidation. The individual in question was Qin Feng. Merely uttering that name was enough to instill a modicum of fear within him. Therefore, even though this adversary hailed from a different domain, Qian Yunfeng dared not underestimate him. He feared that, should Qin Feng replicate the meteoric rise of Rinha Pharmaceutical, he would be faced with a formidable opponent. The ambition of Qin Feng was immense. A senior executive from the marketing department of Yunfeng Technology sighed at that moment. I have been closely monitoring his movements, thus I am well aware of the magnitude of his aspirations. He does not merely wish to penetrate the pharmaceutical sector. He has also established a film production company and is now venturing into the realm of the internet. Should such grand ambitions come to fruition, he may very well evolve into a true magnate, constructing his own commercial empire. Upon hearing this, Qian Yunfeng inhaled sharply. What kind of adversary was he truly facing? This Qin Feng, with such vast ambitions, did he not fear overextending himself? What thoughts occupied the mind of such an extraordinary individual? Qian Yunfeng increasingly felt the weight of pressure in contending with Qin Feng. Perhaps, had he consented to Qin Feng's proposal to acquire Yunfeng Technology that day, he would have found relief from such immense stress. Now they recognized that Qin Feng possessed the capability to acquire their Yunfeng Technology. In fact, it was not merely Yunfeng Technology. He could potentially acquire 100 of them. As fellow businessmen, their eyes were keen enough to gauge, through the current prosperity of Rinha Pharmaceutical, the extent of Qin Feng's wealth. Furthermore, just days prior, Rinha Pharmaceutical had launched new medical products and medications that sold like hotcakes upon release, indicating that the company's development was far from reaching its zenith. There remained ample room for growth and expansion. Faced with such a rival, Qian Yufeng felt a profound sense of helplessness. What should we do? He inquired, looking at the others with deep anxiety. Having encountered such a promising opportunity, he was unwilling to let it slip away. The group fell into a state of perplexed silence, save for the senior executive from the marketing department, who, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. I have a plan, but its success is uncertain. Speak, Qian Yufeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After becoming adversaries with Qin Feng, he felt a heavy burden. At this juncture, any strategy was akin to a lifeline, one he yearned to grasp tightly. Deception is a soldier's ally. Since external measures against Weixin technology were futile, they must instead dismantle it from within. In order for Weixin technology to grow robust and powerful, it would undoubtedly need to expand its scale and recruit top talents from the industry. As fate would have it, I am poised to apply for a position within the esteemed ranks of Weixin technology, simultaneously serving as an undercover operative for Yukong technology embedded within Weixin. This strategic duality would enable a coordinated effort to dismantle Weixin technology from within. Is this truly feasible? Qian Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the cunning nature of this scheme. It might indeed possess a semblance of viability. However, should the plan be uncovered, the consequences for the undercover agent would undoubtedly be dire. After all, pilfering a company's trade secrets is, without question, a grave transgression within the industry. Chapter 388. Coincidentally, what other alternatives are there? The executive from the marketing department retorted. This question rendered Qian Yunfeng speechless. Indeed, as it stands, there appears to be no other viable method to contend with Weixin technology. However, this also entails significant risk. Qian Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, gazing deeply at the marketing executive. Then I shall entrust this task to you. If you can successfully dismantle Weixin technology, I shall reward you handsomely. Though he spoke these words, Qian Yunfeng harbored a different sentiment within. This individual intends to employ such nefarious tactics, revealing his true character. Therefore, even if he were to succeed in dismantling Weixin technology, upon his triumphant return, Qian Yunfeng had no intention of reinstating him, lest he one day harbored ill intentions and betrayed Yun control technology, seizing control for himself. Nevertheless, he would not disclose these thoughts to the marketing executive, as he still needed to rely on him for the impending risk. Very well, I shall promptly prepare my resignation letter. However, my background should be easily traceable. They will undoubtedly know I hail from Yun control technology and may not readily trust me. Thus, I must achieve merit and promotion to demonstrate my loyalty and earn their trust. Qian Yunfeng chuckled, saying, naturally, proceed boldly. As long as you can earn the trust of Weixin technology, we at Yun control technology can afford to sacrifice some benefits. After all, opportunities do not simply fall into one's lap. Success always demands a price. However, Cheng Lang, I never realized you were so astute. This time, I have truly witnessed your capability. Truly deserving of your position as a marketing executive at Yun control technology. Your intellect is commendable. Though his words were laced with flattery, Qian Yunfeng understood they were merely polite phrases. He expressed them to reassure the marketing executive, making him feel valued. This marketing executive, named Cheng Lang, was indeed a talent, meticulously thoughtful, with a plethora of strategies and outstanding performance. One could say that Yun control technology's growth to its current stature owes much to his contributions. Yet, despite this, Qian Yunfeng might, out of consideration for his past merits, refrain from undermining him in the future. However, as the manager overseeing the entire company, Qian Yunfeng was no fool. He recognized that individuals of such danger among his colleagues were akin to courting disaster. He would rather lavish him with monetary rewards to placate him than to reinstate him and relinquish the company's power into his hands. Coincidentally, on another front, Yuanbao Internet Company wore a similarly troubled expression. Previously, after Qin Feng acquired Weixin technology, he had visited their company, yet they expressed their desire not to be acquired. At that time, Qin Feng was unconcerned. After all, he did not necessarily need to secure all three optimal choices. Merely acquiring one would suffice. Given that the other two were unwilling, he could not force their hand. However, now the Yuanbao Internet Company is filled with regret. Their unwillingness to be acquired by Qin Feng signifies that they must henceforth contend with him as a rival. Contemplating the formidable reputation of this competitor, the Yuanbao Internet Company is in despair. In a moment of collective anxiety, the company's executives have gathered, each wearing a furrowed brow, utterly at a loss for solutions. Chapter 389. A 1,000-mile dike destroyed by an ant hole. At this moment, President Tang Bin clutched his head, exhibiting a visage of profound distress. As a frequent visitor to various forums within the commercial sphere, he was well acquainted with the illustrious name of Qin Feng. After all, in Yu Province, Qin Feng had established himself as the preeminent figure in the pharmaceutical industry. Even the once dominant Tongren Group had succumbed to Qin Feng's prowess. To this day, Tongren Group could only contract its market, struggling for survival while biding its time, hoping for an opportunity to rise again. Though his own company resided within the internet sector, he had long been aware of Qin Feng's reputation. Now, with Qin Feng transcending boundaries to become his competitor, Tang Bin was engulfed by a sense of despair. Initially, the emergence of Qin Feng as a rival would not have instilled fear in him. Yet, it appeared that Qin Feng possessed an uncanny ability to foresee events. seemingly anticipating the impending bankruptcy announcement of Fuda Group, thus preparing in advance to seize the opportunity and capture the market share that would be relinquished by Fuda. The thought of Qin Feng leaving no opportunities for Yuanbao Internet Company was infuriating. Yet, there was no justification for him to reserve any market for Yuanbao. Contemplating this, Tang Bin found himself troubled. He promptly convened a meeting with numerous executives to deliberate on the matter. "President, I have a strategy that might effectively counter my Croxon technology," one executive named Lu Sun interjected. Upon hearing his subordinate's proposal, Tang Bin was instantly invigorated, grasping this lifeline with urgency. "What is your plan? Speak at once." His eagerness to confront my Croxon technology was palpable, knowing that any strategy would be met with enthusiasm. Although Qin Feng was formidable, Tang Bin was convinced that he had merely stumbled upon internal information, allowing him to predict Fuda Group's bankruptcy in advance. After all, the collapse of such a colossal organization could not occur overnight. Fuda Group was a leading internet company, a genuine titan in the industry. It was inconceivable that it could fall into bankruptcy in a single night. The reality was that internal decay and betrayal had likely plagued the company, leading to escalating conflicts that ultimately rendered the giant unable to bear its debts, resulting in its complete dissolution. Tang Bin nodded in agreement with Lu Sun's assessment. Such a perspective was indeed reasonable. He shared Lu Sun's belief that the downfall of Fuda Group could not have manifested overnight. If that were the case, there must be discernible signs to observe. A meticulous examination would surely reveal that the once thriving Fuda Group had exhibited certain flaws and conflicts. Unfortunately, Fuda had concealed its troubles adeptly, striving to maintain an appearance of stability to prevent external scrutiny. Yet, regardless of how well they concealed their issues, if the foundation crumbled, a day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. Just as water can erode stone, a 1,000-mile dike, once infested with pests, would succumb to destruction over time. He, like Lu Sun, refused to believe in the existence of true prophets who could foresee the inevitable demise of Fuda Group. Thus, he was convinced that Qin Feng could not possess such prescience. It is evident that one must have observed with great meticulousness, discerning the subtle signs of an anomaly within the Fuda Group long before the events unfolded, thus daring to act. This is indeed quite terrifying. Even if not possessing the mythical foresight of a prophet, it nonetheless attests to Qin Feng's keen observational skills, enabling him to perceive intricacies that elude the notice of others. He undoubtedly represents an adversary of considerable challenge. Chapter 390, Two Undercover Agents Contemplating These Thoughts. Tang Bin nodded slightly in agreement with Lu Sun's assertion. Indeed, he was not a deity. From a scientific perspective, the existence of such beings in this world was implausible. Although his meticulous observational skills were indeed formidable, he was merely an ordinary person, and there would always be means to counter him. Initially intimidated by Qin Feng, Tang Bin felt a sense of relief upon hearing Lu Sun's explanation. His previous apprehension dissipated, and he became invigorated, boldly declaring, "Lu Sun, share your plan. I am confident we can confront Qin Feng." Lu Sun nodded in affirmation and continued, "My approach is quite simple. I will resign from our company and go undercover at Weixin Technology." The workforce at Weixin Technology was insufficient to sustain its growth into a substantial internet company. Thus, they would undoubtedly seek to recruit top talents from the industry. Fortunately, I possess an impressive work history, and they are likely to accept me. At this juncture, Qian Yufeng solemnly patted Lu Sun on the shoulder. "Going undercover is perilous. Yet it is a necessary strategy for us at present. I entrust this mission to you. Even if you fail or sacrifice yourself, I will ensure you receive ample compensation. Should you succeed, I promise you the position of General Manager at Yuanbao Internet Company." "Thank you, President Tang." Upon hearing Tang Bin's promise, Lu Sun grew even more exhilarated. He had already devised a rough plan. With a little cunning, he could potentially dismantle Weixin Technology. What awaited him thereafter would be promotions, salary increases, and considerable power within Yuanbao Internet Company, a future that appeared resplendent and promising. While the rival companies deliberated on strategies to counter Weixin Technology, at that very moment, Qin Feng was instigating a recruitment drive at Weixin Technology, as anticipated by Chang Lang and Lu Sun. In order to seize the vast market left behind by the collapse of Fuda Group, Weixin Technology needed to expand its workforce. Without sufficient scale, even if they managed to acquire market share, they would inevitably face dire consequences. Thus, Weixin Technology had to recruit swiftly. However, what they did not anticipate was that Qin Feng was fully aware that this extensive recruitment would yield a mixed bag of talents. Many applicants harbored ulterior motives, a scenario that Qin Feng had foreseen. To address this issue, he decided to draw a portion of managerial talents from Renhe Pharmaceuticals. After all, Renhe Pharmaceuticals had matured into a well-established company with a robust talent reserve, ensuring an abundance of managerial candidates. As for specialized talents, Qin Feng held no concerns. Without managerial authority, they would not be capable of dismantling Weixin technology from within. As for the newcomers recruited from outside, they should start from the ground up, gradually working their way towards promotion. Particularly with many executives who have previously worked in similar companies, Qin Feng must exercise utmost caution. They are highly likely to be undercover agents sent by competitors. To deal with such infiltrators, Qin Feng has always adhered to a straightforward principle: to increase their salaries while withholding any authority. Chapter 391. Personal Interview. In truth, Qin Feng was well aware that the undercover agents were not motivated by monetary gain. No matter the salary offered, they would never be satisfied. Their true intention as infiltrators was to pilfer the commercial secrets of Weixin technology. To effectively unearth such confidential information, one must occupy a position of significant authority. To thwart any potential breach of sensitive data, Qin Feng would not grant the undercover agents any leverage. The upper management retained a mix of original personnel from Weixin Technology and those transferred from Renhe Pharmaceuticals. After all, the individuals from Renhe Pharmaceuticals had been steadfast allies in their shared journey, undoubtedly loyal and devoid of ulterior motives. On the third day following the collapse of Fuda Group, the profitability of Weixin Technology experienced a remarkable surge, at least quadrupling. This was a direct consequence of the butterfly effect resulting from Fuda Group's downfall. As a competitor, the demise of the industry leader unleashed a torrent of opportunities, allowing Weixin Technology to reap substantial rewards. Qin Feng's aim was to swiftly seize this advantageous market position. Naturally, he had prepared in advance, amplifying promotional efforts and enhancing his brand presence, effectively riding the initial wave of opportunity. What lay ahead was the gradual expansion of the company to embrace subsequent surges in market demand. In such a scenario where each wave was more formidable than the last, if Weixin Technology's scale was insufficient, it risked being overwhelmed and swept away by the market's currents. Thus, they had promptly issued recruitment advertisements, attracting a plethora of candidates for interviews. However, on this particular day, the staff conducting the interviews approached Qin Feng with news of two former executives from Yukong Technology and Yuanbao Internet companies seeking to interview. Given their extensive experience in the industry, it was unlikely that Weixin Technology's HR could manage such high-level candidates, prompting them to inform Qin Feng and request his personal involvement in the interviews. Upon learning the identities of the two executives, one having resigned from Yukong Technology and the other from Yuanbao Internet Company, Qin Feng instinctively deduced their true purpose. It was highly probable that these individuals were indeed undercover agents dispatched by their respective companies. Though aware of their covert intentions, Qin Feng lacked the evidence to confront them directly. Moreover, he had no intention of exposing them. Rather, he planned to recruit them into the company and exploit their expertise. Offering them a salary increase was inconsequential. He merely intended to withhold promotions and authority. Soon enough, Qin Feng arrived at the interview venue. Originally, the interviews were to be conducted by designated personnel, and his presence was merely a minor interlude. He quickly spotted a resume belonging to an interviewee named Lu Sun, a former employee of Yuanbao Internet Company, boasting extensive experience and recognized as a top-tier talent in financial management. Upon raising his gaze, Qin Feng observed a man in his 30s, with a sharp, angular face and darting eyes. Were it not for his well-tailored suit and tie, one might question his suitability for the role. This bears a striking resemblance to the photograph. It must be Lu Sun, who once held a position at Yuanbao Internet Company. However, Qin Feng has never judged a person by their appearance and did not display any disdainful glances toward Lu Sun. Instead, he smiled serenely and inquired, "Sir, you were quite well established at Yuanbao Internet Company, as I understand you held an executive position with a substantial salary. What prompted you to make the transition to our firm?" Chapter 392. Illusion of prosperity beneath the surface. As you are aware, our company is not particularly large. Although you have previously held an executive position and possess considerable experience, you must start anew here. Your salary will certainly not compare to what you earned at Yuanbao Internet Company. It will depend on your gradual ascent. Are these considerations of no significance to you? Furthermore, our company is somewhat smaller than Yuanbao, and its prospects may not rival those of your former employer. Upon hearing these words, Lu Sun was momentarily taken aback. He pondered how Qin Feng was deviating from the expected script. Logic would dictate that Weixin Technology, currently in need of talent, should be eager to extol its advantages and invite Lu to join immediately. Yet, paradoxically, every utterance from Qin Feng seemed to underscore the shortcomings of his company, almost as if he were hastening Lu's departure. Could it be that he had already discerned Lu's true identity as an undercover agent? Regardless, the interview had only just commenced. Contemplating this, Lu Sun raised an eyebrow and earnestly replied, "Mr. Qin, you may not realize that Yuanbao Internet Company is indeed commendable, offering me a substantial salary and treating me well. Nevertheless, that is insufficient. As an executive, I am entitled to pursue greater opportunities. I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation, and I am a fan of yours. Upon learning of your acquisition of Weixin Technology, I was certain that under your leadership, it would flourish and perhaps even replicate the extraordinary success of Rinha Pharmaceuticals. Hence, in pursuit of better prospects, I resigned to join Weixin Technology. Mr. Qin, I implore you not to doubt my sincerity. I trust in my abilities, confident that I can contribute significantly to Weixin Technology. Listening to Lu Xun's heartfelt declaration and observing his earnest demeanor, Qin Feng subtly nodded in approval. Indeed, a blend of sincerity and performance. He then clapped his hands and said, "Excellent. Your enthusiasm is commendable. I believe you will be of great assistance to Weixin Technology." In Qin Feng's view, even if Lu Xun were an undercover agent, he might still serve a purpose. Qin Feng could leverage him to mentor his own employees, imparting valuable experience. After all, Weixin Technology would be recruiting many newcomers who require guidance from seasoned veterans. Under this mentorship dynamic, development would surely thrive. When the time comes for Lu Xun to pass on his knowledge, he would eventually become redundant. Qin Feng could easily fabricate a reason for his dismissal, retaining ultimate authority over the situation. Aspiring for power? That would be out of the question, while he might receive a salary increase. Qin Feng would never relinquish authority to permit misuse that could tarnish the company's integrity. The example of Fuda Group serves as a cautionary tale. The distribution of power to unworthy individuals ultimately led to its downfall, leaving it in monumental debt. With such a precedent, Qin Feng was resolute in his determination not to repeat past mistakes. Does this mean I have passed? Upon hearing Qin Feng's approval, Lu Xun's face lit up with joy as he pointed to his own face. Qin Feng nodded and replied, "Indeed, you have passed. Start with group management." "What? Group management?" Lu Xun was taken aback, momentarily believing he had misheard. Goodness, he had thought that Qin Feng's suggestion of starting from scratch was merely a light-hearted jest. To his astonishment, it was indeed true that he was beginning from square one. Chapter 393. Ambiguity. What is group management? Certain companies often categorize underperforming employees into small teams, typically consisting of 3 to 5 individuals. The objective of group management is to lead these few individuals, instructing them in their tasks and imparting valuable experience. For a newcomer entering the workforce or a recent graduate securing their first position, serving as a group manager can be a source of pride. However, Lu Xun had been in the professional realm for over 20 years, and in any organization, he could ascend to an executive role. Yet, here at Weixin Technology, Lu Xun found himself relegated to a group manager position. Lu Xun felt a profound sense of frustration. He had anticipated starting anew, at the very least from a mid-level position, but instead, he was beginning at the very bottom. How could Qin Feng be so heartless? To assign a seasoned executive to the role of a group manager was beyond comprehension. As if that were not enough, the remuneration for group management was dismally low. Then, he heard Qin Feng remark, "You are a talented individual with considerable experience. With some further refinement, I believe your capabilities will soon propel you to a high-ranking position within the company." How long will that take? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Qin, when might I ascend to an executive role?" He then observed Qin Feng smile faintly, responding in an ambiguous manner that is difficult to ascertain. "If you excel, your promotions could come swiftly, perhaps within a year or so, or even sooner. Just a few months might suffice. However, if your performance falters, it may take over a decade of gradual accumulation. In essence, it all hinged on his performance. Should he contribute significantly to the company, it would be only natural for him to be rewarded with an executive title and a substantial salary." Qin Feng's motivations were clear. His ambiguous statements served to dangle the prospect of advancement before Lu Xun. This would instill in Lu Xun a sense of the difficulty in penetrating the core of Weixin Technology as an undercover agent. Simultaneously, it suggested that dedication could lead to high-ranking positions within the company. This left Lu Xun in a state of indecision. Having already passed the interview, should he remain at Weixin Technology? If he stayed, he could continue his role as an undercover agent. Yet, he was uncertain how many years it would take before he could emerge from the shadows. Conversely, if he departed, the entire undercover operation would be rendered futile. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xun ultimately resolved to remain at Weixin Technology as an undercover operative. As a seasoned executive, he retained his confidence and was unfazed by the low salary associated with group management. After all, he was undertaking this role for the benefit of Yuanbao Internet Company. And during his undercover tenure, he would continue to receive his salary from Yuanbao, which would not pose a hindrance. The most crucial aspect was his self-assurance. He was After all, a distinguished executive with extensive industry experience. With his capabilities, he should be promoted swiftly, gaining access to the core of Weixin technology in a short time. Contemplating this, he proceeded to sign the corresponding labor contract with Weixin technology. As he observed Lu Sun inscribe his name on the contract, Qin Feng could not help but feel astonished. It seemed that Lu Sun, in his role as an undercover agent, was rather diligent, unwilling to relinquish his position even under such circumstances. Chapter 394. Mutual exploitation. However, this perfectly aligned with Qin Feng's intentions. He was quite eager to see if Lu Sun would not shy away from the challenge. In doing so, Qin Feng could leverage this undercover agent to accomplish more tasks. Executing a counterintelligence scheme would be effortlessly within reach. With Lu Sun managing the team, such an experienced executive would undoubtedly cultivate numerous talented individuals, exceptional in their capabilities, for the company. Furthermore, Weixin Technology and Yuanbao Internet Company were destined to become rivals, and when the time came for Qin Feng to confront Yuanbao Internet Company, he could initiate his strategy through Lu Sun. After bringing Lu Sun on board, the next candidate for the interview was Cheng Lang. Upon glancing at his resume, Qin Feng noted that he hailed from Yunkong Technology. What a surprise, yet another undercover agent. Although there was no concrete evidence, Qin Feng maintained an acute sense of vigilance. This individual, named Cheng Lang, was an executive at Yunkong Technology who had now resigned, seeking to join Weixin Technology. After completing the fundamental interview process, Qin Feng recognized that he indeed qualified as an exceptional executive for the marketing department. He possessed a unique understanding of the market and was remarkably intelligent. Setting aside the possibility of him being an undercover agent, any company would likely recruit him for an executive position, offering a lucrative salary and considerable authority. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was acutely aware that an interview at this juncture with two competing companies was undoubtedly indicative of an undercover role, and thus, he could not entrust him with power. Consequently, he stated directly, "You are impressive, with remarkable abilities, but our company has a long-standing rule that as a newcomer, you must start from the ground up. Rest assured, promotions come swiftly." Such a promise was devoid of credibility. After all, it was merely a verbal assurance. Qin Feng believed that any intelligent person could discern this, yet he was not concerned about Cheng Lang's realization. Rather, he feared the opposite. At this moment, Cheng Lang silently scoffed, fully aware that Qin Feng must suspect his dubious origins, hence the insistence on starting from the lowest tier. However, in comparison to Lu Sun, Cheng Lang exhibited greater patience. He understood that even beginning at the lowest level would not preclude him from opportunity, leading him to nod in agreement. Until there was definitive evidence, suspicion could only remain as such. If he persisted and rendered significant contributions to Weixin Technology, it would be untenable for Qin Feng to deny him a promotion later, leading to discontent among the ranks. Their thoughts were, in some respects, aligned in a mindset of mutual exploitation, although Qin Feng did not make this explicit. After accepting these two executives transitioning from other companies, Qin Feng promptly convened a meeting. Naturally, this meeting included only the original executives of Weixin Technology. The newly recruited individuals were not granted entry. Thus, Lu Sun, who had transitioned from Yuanbao Internet Company, and Cheng Lang, who had moved from Yunkong Technology, were excluded. The purpose of this meeting was for Qin Feng to devise a general plan and direction for the future, a matter of company confidentiality that could not involve Lu Sun and Cheng Lang, both of whom were suspected of being undercover agents. After the complete collapse of Fuda Group, the market has been flooded with numerous companies vying for opportunities. Although Weixin Technology was well prepared and can be considered the swiftest and the earliest to act, having already secured a significant portion of the market, many competitors are fervently pursuing their share. Presently, the primary challenge lies in contending with other companies, particularly the two that are in closest proximity. Chapter 395. Qin Feng's plan. External threats are not as daunting as internal strife. The reason Rinhe Pharmaceutical ventured into Jiang Province was that the market in Yu Province had become entirely saturated, leaving little room for survival. Thus, they sought alternative paths. However, the current situation of Weixin Technology stands in stark contrast to that of Rinhe Pharmaceutical back then. Within Yu Province, Weixin Technology has gained a competitive edge and controls a significant portion of the market, rendering distant pursuits unnecessary. Consequently, Qin Feng resolved to first address the issues at hand. Dealing with Yuanbao Internet Company and Yukong Technology, both of which are situated at Weixin Technology's doorstep. These companies have even infiltrated Weixin Technology, indicating a shared covert rivalry among the upper echelons of all three firms. After concluding the meeting, Qin Feng established preliminary objectives, along with a tentative direction and plan. He immediately sought out Lu Sun and Cheng Lang. With the presence of these two infiltrators, it was imperative to leverage their positions. As the CEO of the company, Qin Feng knew they, on the surface, were now part of Weixin Technology and would have no choice but to adhere to his directives. Otherwise, he could easily fabricate a reason to dismiss them, leaving them with no recourse but to depart in disgrace. Thus, to maintain their cover as infiltrators, they must exhibit patience and obediently follow Qin Feng's orders, thereby demonstrating their loyalty and earning his trust. Qin Feng's first summon was to Lu Sun. Upon entering the office and seeing Qin Feng's smiling demeanor, Lu Sun immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could inquire about the purpose of the meeting, Qin Feng preemptively spoke. I understand that you are dissatisfied with the position I have assigned you. After all, you previously held a high-ranking role at Yuanbao Internet Company. As a top-tier talent in the industry with such extensive experience, it is indeed somewhat beneath you to start from the ground up as a group manager, which naturally breeds discontent. Lu Sun, upon hearing this, sensed trouble and quickly waved his hand, saying, President Qin, that is not how it should be viewed. Company policy dictates such a path. Even if I possess some abilities, I cannot ascend to a high position right away. I must begin at the bottom. And I harbor no complaints. In truth, he felt quite resentful, and Qin Feng had accurately perceived his sentiments. Nevertheless, in a bid to gain Qin Feng's trust, he painstakingly swallowed his pride and chose to align with Qin Feng's narrative. Qin Feng, upon hearing Lu Sun's response, shook his head and said, There is no need for pretense. I am aware of your discontent. Therefore, I wish to offer you some consideration. Look, an opportunity has presented itself. Seize this chance. And if you make significant contributions to Weixin Technology, a promotion and salary increase will easily follow. At that point, your position will reflect your capabilities. And I will ensure you receive a top industry salary. Qin Feng spoke in a manner that was both persuasive and encouraging. Lu Sun, taken aback, asked, What opportunity? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng was skillfully luring him into revealing more. Qin Feng silently chuckled to himself. The undercover agent had ultimately succumbed to temptation. The reason Qin Feng could so accurately discern the thoughts of the infiltrator was that he understood their deep desire for promotion and greater power. Only by ascending to a senior management position within the company could one penetrate its core and illicitly acquire sensitive intelligence. Chapter 396. Using your own to deal with you. Whether one can seize this opportunity hinges entirely upon oneself. After enticing Lu Sun, Qin Feng further elucidated. As you are aware, our company, Weixin Technology, currently faces two formidable competitors within the province of Yu. These two entities operate within the same domain as us, both vying for dominance in the identical market. The extent to which we can secure our share relies solely on our individual capabilities. These rival firms are indeed our pressing concern. Until they are eradicated, I find no peace in my days or nights. Should we fail to eliminate these competitors, even if we expand significantly, we will inevitably face treachery from them in the future. I hope you can assist me in countering these two companies, preferably by offering some strategic insights. Upon hearing this, even Lu Sun, who was not particularly astute, grasped the identities of the two firms Qin Feng referred to, Yuanbao Internet Company and Yukong Technology. After all three companies are based in Shenzhen. Distinguished players in Yu's internet industry, previously overshadowed by the Fuda Group's local subsidiary. With the collapse of Fuda Group, opportunities for growth have now arisen for these three companies. However, it is often said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone three companies locked in a stalemate. Initially, both Yukong Technology and Yuanbao Internet Company deemed Weixin Technology the most likely to falter first, given its continuous decline and relative weakness among the trio. In contrast, Yukong Technology is thriving, and Yuanbao Internet Company boasts ample funding. Both companies were poised to capitalize on the economic upheaval following Fuda Group's downfall. Yet, unexpectedly, Weixin Technology managed to anticipate these developments, gaining a strategic advantage ahead of its rivals. This maneuver has significantly constricted the operational space for the two companies. Although three companies are in play, the animosity among them renders cohabitation utterly impossible. Qin Feng naturally wishes to confront the other two companies, and he has chosen to approach Lu Sun for a reason. Lu Sun is acutely aware of this. He hails from Yuanbao Internet Company and was once a core executive there, possessing an intimate understanding of its vulnerabilities. However, Lu Sun is an undercover agent. The notion that Qin Feng intends to utilize him against Yuanbao Internet Company leaves him in a precarious dilemma. If he refrains from assisting Weixin Technology, he risks failing to earn Qin Feng's trust, jeopardizing his undercover mission and hindering his ascent to a senior management position within Weixin Technology. Conversely, if he aids Weixin Technology, he may indeed gain Qin Feng's confidence and demonstrate his loyalty. However, This would simultaneously undermine Yuanbao Internet Company, his own kin. Should Yuanbao Internet Company be driven to ruin by Weixin Technology, Lu Sun, as a senior executive, would be cast as the scapegoat, bearing the lifelong enmity of his former employer. How is it? Do you find this task exceedingly challenging and the Yuanbao Internet Company difficult to contend with? While Lu Sun hesitated, Qin Feng had already begun to urge him on. His words served as a relentless summons, compelling Lu Sun to acquiesce without delay. Lu Sun was no fool. He understood that his indecision would inevitably arouse Qin Feng's suspicions, potentially leading to a compromise. Thus, he reluctantly agreed for the time being. Chapter 397. The Counterintelligence Scheme. President Qin, although I once belonged to this company and possess considerable insight into their operations, they are not easy to contend with. You must grant me some time to devise a strategy. In order to avoid arousing Qin Feng's suspicions, Lu Sun reluctantly acquiesced. However, he opted to delay his response, intending to confer with his original company before arriving at a definitive decision. This approach would not only prevent Qin Feng from questioning his motives, but also allow him to collaborate with the owner of Yuanbao Internet Company. Qin Feng nodded. He was fully aware of Lu Sun's underlying intentions. Nevertheless, he was pleased with Lu Sun's agreement, as a refusal would complicate matters for him. After all, having an undercover agent at his disposal was a valuable asset, and Qin Feng had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. Without Lu Sun's involvement, or should he decline the assignment, Qin Feng would have to exert considerably more effort to contend with Yuanbao Internet Company. I understand, after all. They are a formidable rival, a colossal enterprise with years of establishment. It is undoubtedly challenging to confront them. Take your time to ponder and devise a plan. If it proves effective in striking a blow against our competitors, I shall ensure your promotion and a raise. Qin Feng chuckled heartily, seemingly unperturbed by the matter at hand. Observing this, Lu Sun finally exhaled in relief. As he turned away from Qin Feng, he pressed a hand against his chest, where his heart raced vigorously. Whether it was an unfounded apprehension or something more, he felt as if every aspect of his being was laid bare during their exchanges, rendering his fade utterly transparent. Each conversation steeped in tension. Nevertheless, he found solace in having crafted a plausible excuse, temporarily deflecting the issue and gaining himself a significant amount of time. The remaining duration would be ample for him to discuss matters with Yuanbao Internet Company before making a final decision. Watching Lu Sun depart, Qin Feng could not suppress a grin. He had entirely discerned Lu Sun's thoughts. Yet, Qin Feng was unconcerned. His strategy extended beyond merely utilizing Lu Sun. He aimed to drive a wedge between Lu Sun and Yuanbao Internet Company. When this undercover agent finds himself devoid of trust from both his original employer and Weixin Technology, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared, with no escape route in sight. Besides Yuanbao Internet Company, the other entity of interest was Yunkong Technology. Thus, Qin Feng promptly arranged a meeting with Cheng Lang. From the very moment Cheng Lang joined Weixin Technology, Qin Feng recognized him as a formidable adversary. He was undoubtedly an exceptional undercover agent, even more challenging than Lu Sun. Lu Sun was relatively predictable, characterized by his rigid mindset and straightforwardness, rendering him ill-suited for undercover work. He had merely stumbled upon the idea of infiltration, hastily agreeing to assist Yuanbao Internet Company against Weixin Technology. Conversely, Cheng Lang was not only a natural fit for espionage but also possessed an astute intellect. He himself is not particularly loquacious, often enveloped in a shroud of silence, exuding an aura of calmness. His gaze, however, is exceptionally piercing, akin to that of a venomous serpent, should one be bitten by such a snake. The venom would seep into the very marrow, leaving one either lifeless or severely weakened. Thus, in the presence of such a formidable adversary, Qin Feng naturally exercises utmost caution and vigilance. What instructions does Mr. Qin have for me? Chapter 398. Hesitation leads to defeat upon entering the office. Cheng Lang spoke with an air of composure. His expression was impassive, lending him an almost wooden demeanor. Yet, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely a facade he had crafted. As an undercover operative, he possessed the patience to endure and the fortitude to withstand scrutiny. During the interview, Qin Feng had already attempted to gauge him, but regrettably, his efforts had yielded no results, dissipating into the void like a stone cast into the sea. Would you be inclined to assist me in a matter? Qin Feng inquired with a subtle nod, followed by a smile. He was not naive enough to believe that such a person existed, one with a 360-degree impenetrable defense. There would always be a chink in the armor. Thus, probing was essential. Even if one attempt failed, there would always be a second or third opportunity. What task do you require, Mr. Qin? I shall certainly spare no effort. Cheng Lang replied with remarkable sincerity. This was, without a doubt, a textbook response. He not only appeared exceedingly earnest, leading one to mistakenly believe he was a straightforward individual. But he also conveyed unwavering loyalty to Weixin technology. Moreover, his answer was delivered with a remarkable decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. This stood in stark contrast to Lu Sun, who, when confronted with Qin Feng's inquiries, always hesitated, pondering the deeper implications of Qin Feng's thoughts and how best to respond to avoid arousing suspicion. However, he overlooked a critical point. Such indecision only served to intensify Qin Feng's doubts. After all, these were merely straightforward questions, and the simplest answers sufficed. Why the need for hesitation? The more he wavered, the more it confirmed his guilt. In stark contrast, Cheng Lang demonstrated both sincerity and decisiveness. This would lead one to believe he was indeed an executive who had transitioned from cloud control technology, perhaps dissatisfied with his remuneration or having crossed the company as president or board, resulting in his dismissal. Were he an ordinary individual, he might have successfully deceived others into believing he was not an undercover agent, harboring no ulterior motives. Yet, Qin Feng was not one to be easily misled. Qin Feng refrained from directly exposing him, instead remarking with indifference, "Cheng Lang, since you have chosen to transition to Weixin technology, it stands to reason that you were somewhat discontented with your previous employer, cloud control technology. Perhaps their workload was overwhelming, their compensation inadequate. Or you found dissatisfaction among your colleagues or superiors. Regardless of the cause, I suspect your tenure at cloud control technology was far from pleasant. Coincidentally, cloud control technology is our arch-nemesis. It can be said that this company not only poses a competitive threat, but also harbors significant risks for us. I am eager to see them eradicated, and our thoughts are undeniably aligned. Furthermore, as you hail from cloud control technology, I believe that those who have worked within a company possess the most profound understanding of its inner workings, particularly someone of your former stature as a senior executive in the marketing department. Therefore, I would implore you to assist me in gathering intelligence pertaining to cloud control technology. The more extensive and detailed, the better. Moreover, please contemplate possible strategies to contend with Yun control technology." After Qin Feng finished speaking, Cheng Lang pondered briefly and, moments later, provided his response. "Mr. Qin, dealing with Yun control technology is, in fact, not particularly challenging. Over the years, their products have consistently harbored a notable flaw, which has drawn considerable criticism." Chapter 399. Cheng Lang's proposal. At this juncture, Cheng Lang paused momentarily, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "If we can rectify this flaw and create a comparative advantage in this regard, we shall undoubtedly achieve remarkable results." "Oh." Qin Feng listened with keen interest, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Cheng Lang's meticulous thinking was evident. In just a few words, he had entirely disregarded his former employer to gain Qin Feng's trust. His rhetoric laced with disparagement towards his old company. This was a person destined for greatness. In that instant, Qin Feng realized that Cheng Lang's intentions might extend far beyond mere espionage. Perhaps he had never been wholeheartedly devoted to his former employer, cloud control technology. His actions might simply serve his own interests. Recognizing this, Qin Feng became increasingly vigilant. Cheng Lang was undeniably perilous. Engaging with this individual necessitated constant alertness and skepticism, for one could never be certain when he might betray Qin Feng or turn against his own former employer. His motives seemed to revolve solely around self-interest. Their products indeed possessed numerous flaws, yet most were inconsequential, having little impact on marketability. However, their hardware bore a critical defect that remained unresolved due to insufficient technical prowess. My discontent with this deficiency at cloud control technology ultimately led to my departure. After all, it was the inadequacy of the technical department that resulted in product flaws, adversely affecting sales. This was clearly their failing, and the marketing department could not be blamed. The marketing team focused solely on sales, lacking insight into the technical department's intricacies. Cheng Lang took a sip of tea and continued. "If Weixin technology can eliminate these defects in hardware and maintain superior technical capabilities, I believe it will swiftly dominate the market, relegating cloud control technology to a position of insignificance." Of course, this depended on Weixin technology's resolve. But given President Qin's financial resources, attracting exceptional technical talent should pose no challenge. Cheng Lang's assertion held merit. The issues plaguing cloud control technology's technical capabilities were largely attributable to the absence of top-tier talent in the technical department. Delving deeper into this apparent cause, one would uncover that the root issue often lay in the company's insufficient funding to hire the industry's finest technical professionals. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one word: money. Insufficient funds compelled cloud control technology to settle for mediocrity. Unlike artistic endeavors, which may lack material barriers but demand a certain mental fortitude, technical disciplines require substantial resources. Writing novels necessitates merely a pen and paper. Failure to produce quality work reflects a lack of creativity. Similarly, painting and singing hinge on talent and years of practice. Yet technology is distinct. It demands investment and expertise that cannot be overlooked. The technological inadequacy of a company's technical department is often attributed to a lack of elite talent or insufficient research and development funding. Fortunately, this issue can be readily addressed. Qinfeng need only to attract top-tier technical professionals from the industry with generous compensation and benefits. Once the quality of the products improves and the brand gains prominence, the comparatively inferior offerings of cloud control technology will inevitably lose their viability in the market. Chapter 400, then you should go to the finance department. What about the software aspect? Qinfeng pressed on. In his eyes, Cheng Lang had now transformed into a veritable ATM. Utilizing undercover agents embedded within his own company to counter cloud control technology was indeed exhilarating. Yet, in a bid to gain Qinfeng's trust, Cheng Lang felt compelled to speak the truth. He understood that Qinfeng was an astute individual, and fabricating lies would only serve to arouse suspicion rather than deceive him. This stood in stark contrast to Lu Xun's indecisiveness. Cheng Lang was remarkably resolute. In terms of software, Weixin Technology had always been renowned for its software prowess, undoubtedly holding an advantage over cloud control technology and product offerings. If they could effectively establish their brand, promote it wisely, tantalize customer interest, and create a compelling narrative, defeating cloud control technology would be a mere formality. Upon hearing this, Qinfeng nodded in agreement. This was a candid assessment, evidently devoid of deception. He recognized that most of the suggestions Cheng Lang offered were perceptive. His choice to inquire further was merely a second test of Cheng Lang's acumen. And once again, Cheng Lang had risen to the challenge, revealing just how formidable he truly was. However, Qinfeng remained unperturbed, confident that everything was well within his control. Cheng Lang aspired to ascend from being an undercover agent to a pivotal figure within Weixin Technology, seeking to wield significant power. But it was evident from the very beginning that such aspirations were futile. Qinfeng had never intended to trust him or cultivate him as a confidant. This unwavering stance implied that, regardless of Cheng Lang's efforts, Qinfeng would maintain a considerable level of vigilance and wariness towards him. Indeed, your suggestions are commendable. I shall promote you to an office staff member in the finance department. Qinfeng chuckled heartily, feigning delight. Yet, beneath his outward expression lay a fade. He was covertly observing Cheng Lang, and he indeed discerned a flicker of disappointment and despondency in his demeanor. Nevertheless, this fleeting disappointment quickly dissipated, and Cheng Lang soon animatedly expressed his gratitude to Qinfeng. Thank you, President Qin. At this moment, Cheng Lang found himself perplexed by Qinfeng. He could not ascertain whether Qinfeng genuinely appreciated him, trusted him, or harbored a lingering suspicion, having never intended to place his faith in him. It was clear that Qinfeng had elevated him to the finance department, a coveted position. Generally speaking, work in the finance department was remarkably effortless, allowing one to sit comfortably in an office, enjoying air conditioning when it was warm and heating when it was cold, a most agreeable environment. With favorable working conditions, manageable responsibilities, and generous compensation, it was a highly sought-after role, eagerly anticipated by nearly all recent graduates. However, for Cheng Lang, he was acutely aware that despite the finance department's ease and high salary, it was not a position he desired. Upon entering the finance department, it became evident that he was merely a subordinate tasked with assisting Weixin Technology in calculating financial expenditures. The work was relatively easy and financially rewarding. However, he possessed no real authority, unable to engage in the core operations of the company, nor could he pilfer any trade secrets or manipulate products in any manner. Naturally, he yearned to join the management department, followed by the marketing department. Failing that, even the technical department would grant him some degree of power. Nevertheless, despite his discontent, he could only graciously express his gratitude to Qinfeng for the promotion and salary increase he had received. Chapter 401. Fear of Premature Failure. He should thank us. After watching Cheng Lang depart, Qinfeng let out a cold chuckle. From the very beginning, he adhered to a singular principle: never grant real power to those who are undercover or suspected to be so. Promotions and salary increases could be offered. Matters resolvable with money would never be addressed with authority. As long as this approach was maintained, the infiltrators would forever be unable to meddle in the company's affairs or wield significant power. Meanwhile, on Lu Xun's side, after leaving the company and returning home, he no longer felt the same tension as before. He immediately contacted the CEO of Yuanbao Internet Company as per his original plan. Upon connecting the call, he began to lament. "Boss, That Qin Feng is urging me to find a way to deal with our company. What should I do? Damn it. I never imagined that Qin Feng could be so ruthless. Isn't he pushing you into a dilemma? The CEO of Yuanbao Internet Company could not help but curse in response. What are we to do? If I assist Weixin Technology in undermining our own company, wouldn't I be a traitor, a criminal? But if I refuse to help him, it would arouse suspicion, and he might suspect I am an undercover agent. Lu Xun felt utterly lost at this moment, caught in a dilemma that left him bewildered and unsure of his next step. Fortunately, the CEO decisively advised, just help him. They say you cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of the sheep. If the company endures a bit of hardship, so be it, regardless. As long as you gain his trust and penetrate the upper echelons of Weixin Technology, there will come a day when you can turn against them, and the company can rise again. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Enduring hardships today may lead to a brighter tomorrow. We shall suffer some losses, but as long as you break into the upper ranks of Weixin Technology, or even take command of it, we will have our chance for a comeback. Lu Xun, this heavy responsibility falls upon you. No matter what, do not forget the company. I hope you can carry this burden for the sake of the organization. Such motivational words deeply moved Lu Xun. He felt the weight of responsibility growing heavier upon his shoulders. Yet, with the unwavering trust of his own company as CEO, he resolved not to give up. Thus, he pledged to his boss with grandiose declarations, while secretly clenching his fist, vowing in his heart that one day he would completely overturn Weixin Technology. Qin Feng, unaware of Lu Xun's reactions, could only speculate. This single-minded fellow was indeed easily deceived, oblivious to the treachery of intrigue. He believed he could participate in this battle of wits, yet he had underestimated Qin Feng's cunning depth. The following day, Lu Xun presented his strategies for dealing with Yuanbao Internet Company to Qin Feng. In the end, he succumbed, relaying truths that were indeed beneficial to Qin Feng. With the relevant strategies in place, Qin Feng took swift and decisive action to expand Weixin Technology. This was no longer the nascent stage of entrepreneurship for the company. It had long since developed into a cohesive entity. Now, it was far from being merely a fledgling model, and its operations were no longer hindered by limitations. While addressing the challenges posed by two other competitors, Qin Feng also embarked on a mission to perpetually extend the reach of Weixin Technology. Chapter 402, The Greatest Beneficiary Ultimately. His objective is to seize the majority of the market held by the Fuda Group. The ambition naturally extends beyond just the U province. One's vision must not be confined to a single locale. In essence, Weixin Technology must not settle for a mere foothold. It aspires to evolve into a premier entity within the hardware and software industry. It seeks to become the next Fuda Group. Yet it must avoid the internal decay that led to Fuda Group's downfall. Having prepared adequately in advance, Weixin Technology has navigated its development smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed, and Weixin Technology has expanded its industry presence across the eastern regions of the nation, continuing its extension westward. Any company experiencing such rapid growth inevitably encounters formidable backlash. After all, a weak foundation coupled with swift expansion is a recipe for self-inflicted hardship. However, Weixin Technology is distinct. From inception, it has been thoroughly prepared. Each step taken has been a judicious decision, enabling it to grow both steadily and swiftly. Amidst this rapid development, the most significant beneficiary is neither the employees of Weixin Technology nor its owner, Qin Feng, but rather the Wen family. The illustrious Wen family, having invested in Weixin Technology, possesses a substantial shareholding. As Weixin Technology's profits multiply, they reap the rewards effortlessly. Concurrently, Qin Feng is diligently guiding the progress of Renhe Pharmaceutical Company. During this period, Renhe Pharmaceutical has successfully developed a new medication, which, upon its release, has garnered immense popularity in the market. This drug has become the proverbial last straw, utterly incapacitating Tongren Group. The rapid advancement of these two companies has instilled a sense of crisis within the Zhou Group. At this moment, within the Zhou Group's headquarters, General Manager Zhou Ruilong gazes intently at the stock market trends displayed on the screen. Who exactly is this Qin Feng from Renhe Pharmaceutical? How is it that both of his companies are thriving so remarkably? The tides in Yu province may be shifting. It is no longer the Zhou Group that reigns supreme. Beside Zhou Ruilong, a cadre of executives from the Zhou Group lament their predicament, voicing their pessimism. Silence. Zhou Ruilong snorts in irritation. He is not a man prone to anger, but the chorus of despair within the company vexes him considerably. The landscape of Yu province has not yet changed. The Zhou Group remains the leading enterprise in the region. How can a mere Qin Feng instill such fear in you? Have you been living like dogs for decades? Upon his utterance, a profound silence envelopes the room, descending into an oppressive stillness. After a prolonged pause, one among them finally speaks, Manager Zhou. Qin Feng has the support of the Wen family. Surely, he aims to challenge our Zhou family. The Wen family. Once again, the Wen family. Zhou Ruilong's countenance darkens. For many years, the Zhou and Wen families have been regarded as the two great clans of Yu province. However, in recent years, the Wen family has been considerably weakened, having been suppressed by the Zhou family to a mere shadow of its former self. The Zhou family even deemed the Wen family as no longer a formidable threat, on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet, unexpectedly, the Wen family chose to collaborate with Qin Feng, becoming shareholders in Weixin Technology through an investment. Under the auspices of Weixin Technology's rapid development, they swiftly amassed a considerable fortune, not only avoiding bankruptcy, but also experiencing a resurgence. They are on the verge of surpassing the Zhou family. As long as the Wen family remains, they will be a persistent source of anxiety for us, the Zhou family. Chapter 403. The concerns of the Zhou family. Ruilong, you are still too young. An elderly voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned to the source of the sound, witnessing an old man walking unsteadily towards them. Upon seeing the elder, Zhou Ruilong's expression transformed into one of utmost respect as he obediently called out, "Uncle, what brings you here?" "I came to see where the future of our Zhou family lies," the elder replied with a smile. He then shifted the conversation, continuing his earlier train of thought. "I must say, you are indeed still too young. The Wen family is merely a beneficiary in this matter. They are not to be feared. They simply enjoyed a stroke of luck in encountering that Qin Feng. In reality, he possesses little genuine talent or skill. Your true opponent is Qin Feng. He has managed to grow two companies from small enterprises to substantial ones in a remarkably short span of time, which clearly indicates that he has the timing, resources, and support on his side. This man is no ordinary individual. I predict he will become the greatest adversary of the Zhou family in the future." Zhou Ruilong was taken aback. He had never heard such high praise for anyone from his uncle before. His uncle, Zhou Hantian, had long been the backbone of the Zhou family, wielding considerable influence and secretly serving as the true head of the household. Although he had stepped back due to his advanced age, he continued to monitor the business world closely. However, it had been years since anything had compelled him to re-enter the fray. Yet today, his uncle had emerged from seclusion and offered such commendation to Qin Feng, leaving Zhou Ruilong astonished and somewhat envious. After all, he had been groomed from a young age according to the highest standards of talent within the Zhou family, yet his uncle seldom praised him or acknowledged his capabilities. To see such accolades directed at an outsider whom he had never even met stirred feelings of jealousy within him. Zhou Ruilong could not help but scoff. "Uncle, perhaps you are overthinking this. Qin Feng's success is undoubtedly tied to the support of the Wen family, particularly with that old fox Wen Jing behind him. I refuse to believe he achieved this solely on his own merit. At such a young age, how can he be so composed and experienced? It is merely Wen Jing's backing that has propelled him. You are too generous in your assessment of Qin Feng." Zhou Hantian, seemingly oblivious to the jealousy and resentment laced in his nephew's words, simply shook his head in disagreement. "That is why I say you are still too young, Ruilong. It is undeniable that Wen Jing is indeed a cunning old fox. However, I have been keeping a close watch on Qin Feng. When he was developing at Renhe Pharmaceuticals, he already possessed substantial funds. He hardly needed the Wen family's assistance. Thus, to a certain extent, it is not the Wen family that supports him from behind, but rather the decline of the Wen family that necessitates his assistance. Do not confuse the relationship between the two. Furthermore, one must not underestimate Qin Feng simply due to his youth. Some individuals possess extraordinary talent in specific domains, and age should not be a basis for belittlement." Chapter 404. Even if he is Qin Feng, there is no turning back, uncle. Is Qin Feng truly as formidable as you claim? Zhou Ruilong's face remained etched with skepticism, clearly reluctant to embrace his uncle's assertions. However, Zhou Hantian shook his head in disappointment. "If my Zhou family could produce an individual half as capable as him, I would gladly relinquish all responsibilities of the Zhou family to you young ones. Alas, throughout these years, we have not witnessed a genius of his caliber emerge from our lineage. What shall we do then? It is already too late for my Zhou family to forge an alliance with Qin Feng. He has already aligned himself with the Wen family." Zhou Ruilong expressed his concerns anxiously. Even now, he struggled to accept that Qin Feng was as extraordinary as his uncle Zhou Hantian claimed. Yet, the prospect of having him as an adversary was troubling. After all, he adhered to the principle that having one more enemy was not preferable to having one more friend. Unless there was an insurmountable grudge, one should avoid conflict at all costs. While Qin Feng may be impressive, who is to say the Wen family is not equally formidable? Zhou Hantian waved his sleeve dismissively, his spirits undeterred, instead breaking into a cold smile. After all, it is said that greed leads to one's downfall. How could the Wen family be satisfied merely with a stake in the company without seizing control? As long as the Wen family's greed knows no bounds, even when Jing will eventually be unable to restrain himself. At that moment, we can exploit the chaos within Qin Feng's company. When we strike from the outside amidst internal strife, even a genius like Qin Feng will find himself powerless to reverse the tide. Zhou Hantian chuckled ominously. The art of deception is paramount in warfare, and the same holds true in the realm of business. Meanwhile, as the Zhou group convened for a meeting, Qin Feng had just concluded a series of tasks with his subordinates. In recent times, their competitors, Yun Control Technology and Yuanbao Internet Company, had significantly weakened. Lu Sun and Cheng Lang, the two infiltrators, had received raises. However, despite their promotions, Qin Feng had yet to entrust them with significant authority. Even so, he remained vigilant, fully aware of the potential threats they posed. At that moment, Qin Feng's phone rang, an incoming call from Wenjing. Qin Feng, my family is thriving more than ever. Our investment in Weixin technology has yielded us billions in just 2 months, and the future holds even greater prospects. Such fortune is all thanks to you. Wenjing's words were imbued with sincerity, and Qin Feng could discern the genuine gratitude in his tone. Qin Feng accepted Wenjing's appreciation with grace. He indeed deserved it. Without his intervention, the Wen family would still be struggling, grappling with the harsh reality of their diminished status and seeking ways to contend with the Zhou group. It could be said that Qin Feng had salvaged the entire Wen family. His gratitude was not only natural but also profound. After all, as the ancient saying goes, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of water. How much more so for a life-saving grace? Having expressed his heartfelt appreciation, Wen Jing continued, the success of the Wen family today is entirely due to you. If you are free, why not visit our home tomorrow? We are hosting a celebratory feast, and it would be remiss for the guest of honor to be absent. Chapter 405, Celebration Feast or Hongmen Banquet. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng eventually nodded in agreement. Old Man 1, I shall certainly be there tomorrow. Although he harbored no fondness for the extravagant gatherings of the affluent, he recognized, as Wen Jing had pointed out, that he was the guest of honor. If even the principal character were to forego attendance, what significance would the banquet hold? Moreover, given Wen Jing's cordial invitation, it would be remiss of Qin Feng to decline. Upon hearing Qin Feng's consent, Wen Jing was visibly elated. The following morning, Qin Feng set off in his car from Deep City, making his way to the provincial capital. By the afternoon, he arrived at the Wen family estate. The familiar grounds greeted him, though his previous visit had left a rather unfavorable impression. As he entered the courtyard, members of the Wen family promptly emerged to welcome him. This time, however, the younger generation of the Wen family had cast aside their previous sharp tongues, replacing them with beaming smiles that brimmed with flattery and adulation. Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived. Your presence truly elevates our Wen family. Their sweet words were a stark contrast to the atmosphere of Qin Feng's last visit. Such a transformation did not surprise Qin Feng. After all, having salvaged the entire Wen family from decline, he was well aware of their need to ingratiate themselves, especially after learning that micro-news technology had expanded across the eastern regions of the country, positioning itself to rival the likes of Fuda Group. The Wen family members became even more sycophantic. It was evident that if micro-news technology were to ascend to the stature of Fuda Group, it would emerge as a titan in the domestic internet sector. Attaining such a position would undoubtedly catapult Qin Feng into the ranks of the nation's wealthiest elites. As shareholders, the Wen family would likewise see their status rise, perhaps even surpassing the heights of their former glory, which had once filled them with pride. Considering these prospects, it was imperative for them to cultivate a favorable relationship with Qin Feng. Should he ever feel inclined to bestow his favor upon them, they could potentially secure a lifetime of unending wealth. The Wen family soon ushered Qin Feng into their reception room with great enthusiasm. Following this, the customary hospitality ensued. With the finest and most exquisite teas prepared to honor him, Qin Feng, enjoying the attention, displayed no discomfort and appeared entirely at ease. However, his astute perception soon detected a lingering hesitation among the Wen family members, which stirred a sense of curiosity within him. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it. Meticulously prepared with exquisite culinary skill, it was evident that the Wen family had genuinely acknowledged Qin Feng's formidable prowess. The family's chef orchestrated an opulent dinner that surpassed even the lavish spread from Qin Feng's prior visit. The ingredients were of the highest quality, meticulously prepared with exquisite culinary skill. It was evident that the Wen family had genuinely acknowledged Qin Feng's formidable prowess, no longer shrouded in skepticism as they had been during his last visit. This realization brought a certain pleasure to Qin Feng, yet their exuberance also rendered him somewhat bashful. The evening banquet was filled with lively chatter, as everyone indulged in playful banter and engaged in conversations on a multitude of topics, as if there had never been any rifts among them in the past. However, after several rounds of drinks, a lady from a literary family suddenly interjected, "Mr. Qin, with the flourishing development of Weixin technology, I imagine you must be in need of talent. Why not consider my rather unremarkable son? Perhaps he could be of assistance." This remark momentarily caught Qin Feng, who was somewhat inebriated, off guard. Chapter 406. Family Power. Initially, Qin Feng did not take the matter to heart and casually remarked, "Sure. It's a trivial matter. Why not have him become a team leader at Weixin Technology?" "A team leader? How can that be acceptable?" The matron of the Wen family pondered for a moment and replied, "My son is exceptionally talented. He should at least hold a senior managerial position." No sooner had she uttered these words than she was interrupted by Wen Jing. "Zhang Xiao, silence. It is time to eat." At that moment, Wen Jing regarded the woman with a cold stare, her age evident, yet she emanated an aura of authority, her eyes brimming with warning. Nevertheless, the woman seemed oblivious to this and continued, "I am not mistaken. My son, Wen Xian, has always been outstanding. He excels in managing companies. I have spoken. I command you to be silent." Wen Jing, realizing the gravity of the situation, erupted in fury and bellowed at the matron, Zhang Xiao. Seeing that Wen Jing was genuinely angry, Zhang Xiao quickly fell silent, yet her face bore an expression of deep grievance. It was clear she did not comprehend where she had erred. Wen Jing, however, chose not to cast another glance her way and instead turned to Qin Feng, her gaze imbued with remorse. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, finding it inconsequential, and resumed enjoying the sumptuous meal before him. To him, this was all anticipated. The last time he visited the Wen family, he faced their skepticism. Now, having recognized his capabilities and the achievements of Weixin technology, the Wen family had shifted from doubt to flattery. Qin Feng had foreseen that similar scenarios would inevitably unfold. In this vast world, filled with curiosities, there will always be those overcome by greed, lacking in contentment. Even though the Wen family possessed shares in Weixin technology, affording them a lifetime of ease, they were still unwilling to be satisfied. Instead, they sought to secure positions for their young in the company. While Qin Feng had previously agreed with Wen Jing to keep the Wen family out of Weixin Technology's affairs, he was not entirely opposed to the idea, provided that genuine talent from the Wen family was willing to start from the ground up, demonstrating the capability to manage the company without ulterior motives. However, this matron's immediate demand for a senior executive or managerial position for her son, coupled with her disdain for entry-level roles, revealed her true intentions. She clearly sought to place the Wen family in high-ranking positions within Weixin Technology, gradually usurping power, regardless of whether they were deserving or not. As long as they could secure senior roles, they would be able to systematically consume the company. The eventual outcome would be the complete appropriation of Weixin Technology by the Wen family, leaving Qin Feng entirely sidelined. Yet, given the capabilities of the Wen family, Qin Feng surmised that once they seized power, Weixin Technology would likely follow a path of internal decay, eventually collapsing like the Fuda Group. This was a fate Qin Feng was unwilling to witness. The sudden outburst of Wen Jing cast an icy pall over the entire banquet, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense and awkward. The guests bowed their heads in silence, consuming their meals without uttering a word. Observing this disconcerting scene, Qin Feng could not help but shake his head. The members of the Wen family, having been born into affluence, had grown accustomed to a life of ease, making it exceedingly difficult for them to achieve greatness. Nevertheless, he regarded this mere incident at the dinner as inconsequential, provided that the Wen family refrained from further provocations. His patience, after all, had its limits. Chapter 407. The allure of the heart. After the conclusion of the banquet, the activities of the Wen family were far from over. As customary, an extravagant ball followed the dinner. Being part of a prestigious family, the children of the Wen clan were groomed from an early age in the etiquette of high society, including the refined manners required for such a dance. In contrast, Qin Feng was oblivious to these intricate social norms. Though he had no knowledge of dancing, he felt compelled to attend the ball to honor Wen Jing. Ultimately, he remained a mere spectator at the event, casually mingling with the Wen family members, raising a glass or two, and sampling a few delicacies as time slipped away. While Qin Feng was engaged in the festivities of the Wen family ball, in a dimly lit room elsewhere, the glow of a mobile phone screen illuminated the face of a young man. Had Qin Feng been present, he would have recognized this individual as the eldest son of the Wen family. They had crossed paths briefly at the banquet, leaving Qin Feng with a faint recollection. This young heir was a thorn in Wen Jing's side. His pampered upbringing rendered him inept, relying solely on his family's wealth, indulging in a lackadaisical lifestyle, and exhibiting a careless attitude. At this moment, However, he was intently focused on his phone, dialing a number. On the other end of the line, a mature male voice inquired, "Have you seen Qin Feng?" "Indeed, I have. Today, my grandfather fortuitously invited him over for a visit," the Wen heir replied with excitement. "Excellent. Please have your grandfather secure a position for you at Qin Feng's company," the alluring voice continued. "Even a minor role would suffice. Once you infiltrate his company, you shall have the opportunity to usurp him. Imagine, should you ascend to the helm of Weixin technology, amassing a fortune in the billions, with the potential for even greater growth. Would Qin Feng dare to maintain his arrogant demeanor then? You would possess an inexhaustible wealth and immense power. Free to act as you wish. Do you not yearn for wealth and authority?" Such enticing words stirred the heart of Wen Tingyun, the Wen family heir. He certainly craved wealth and power. The thought of acquiring a fortune in the billions, supplanting Qin Feng, and becoming the CEO of Weixin Technology thrilled him. Henceforth, he would no longer be beholden to Qin Feng's whims or even to his family's expectations. Not even his grandfather could suppress him. He envisioned himself as the most prominent man in the Wen family. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he eagerly exclaimed, "I do. I have always dreamed of becoming the CEO of a major corporation." He quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "Will your Zhou family support my endeavors?" "Of course. Who else would we support? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Qin Feng is a mutual adversary. Thus, the Zhou family can certainly reconcile with the Wen family to confront him together." "Excellent. I shall indeed supplant Qin Feng. His company will become mine, and his wealth will belong to me." Upon hearing these words, Wen Tingyun finally felt a sense of relief as he nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement and determination. It was evident that he had long harbored an insatiable desire for Qin Feng's wealth, especially after learning about the rapid growth of Qin Feng's Weixin technology, which was poised to become the next Fortune Group, not to mention the prospect of it rivaling Fortune Group. Even achieving just half its scale would suffice to amass him a fortune in the billions. Chapter 408. The admonition of Wen Jing at this moment. Wen Tingyun was engaged in discussions with the Zhou family regarding their plans. Meanwhile, the grand ball hosted by the Wen family was in full swing. In the opulent ballroom, adorned with resplendent decorations, the young members of the Wen family, both men and women, dressed in exquisite and elegant attire, showcased their dancing skills. Qin Feng, while admiring their graceful movements, was occupied with his phone, idly passing the time. Coming from a humble background, he found the lavish gathering rather tedious, as he could not fathom the underlying significance of such elite affairs. His thoughts were consumed by Lin Ruoxue and Nyonyo, rather than the elegant and beautiful women of the Wen family present at the ball. At this juncture, Wen Jing pulled the eldest lady of the Wen family, Wen Xinyun, aside. At merely 24 or 25 years of age, she epitomized youthful beauty. Dressed in a striking wine-red gown that trailed elegantly across the ballroom floor, she moved with grace. Undoubtedly the most captivating presence in the room. Her poise and elegance drew the attention of all, and she relished being the center of admiration, strutting like a proud peacock. However, she was soon ushered into a small room by Wen Jing. Confused, Wen Xinyun wondered why her grandfather had summoned her away from the dance when she was enjoying herself so thoroughly. Wen Jing began, "Xinyun, you are no longer a child. I rarely see you bringing home a boyfriend. It seems you have yet to experience love or find someone special." Wen Xinyun's confusion deepened at her grandfather's words. Why was he suddenly expressing concern for her romantic life? After all, he was of a generation nearly 3 times her own. "Grandfather, what are you saying? I am still young and far from the age of marriage. Besides, you need not worry about the romantic affairs of us youngsters. I will take my time in selecting a boyfriend. There are plenty of suitors who admire me," she pouted playfully, her expression filled with youthful defiance. Indeed, when Xinyun spoke the truth, within her social circle, numerous admirers sought her affection, with countless suitors vying for her attention. This was hardly surprising, given that men understood the advantages of marrying into the affluent Wen family, ensuring a life free from financial worries, and possibly gaining the opportunity to inherit the family's vast estate. Additionally, Wen Xinyun's beauty, despite her occasional airs of a spoiled young lady, attracted many who found the prospect of having such a charming wife to be a great blessing in life. Thus, with a myriad of admirers and a plethora of exceptional men, she remained unconcerned about her future. With so many suitors at her disposal, she is bound to select one who is truly compatible and appealing to her. However, my dear Xinyun, I acknowledge your remarkable qualities and the multitude of admirers you possess. Yet, while there may be many commendable men, the truly exceptional ones are indeed rare. In my perspective, Qin Feng stands out as an exceptional individual. At such a tender age, he has already established 2 publicly traded companies, each valued in the hundreds of billions, and his success continues to flourish. Chapter 409. He is unworthy of me. Grandfather, what do you mean? When Xinyun was taken aback, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. Although young and inexperienced, you know well that as the head of the Wen family, I have shouldered the responsibilities of this clan for an exceedingly long time. With the passage of time, I find myself increasingly unable to manage our affairs, often feeling overwhelmed by the weight of my duties. Yet, when Jing abruptly shifted the conversation, lamenting his advancing years. Who knows, in a few years, this old body of mine may falter. Soon, I might find myself incapable of discerning the household matters, unable to guide the Wen family towards prosperity, and it is quite possible that I shall depart from this world in a few years' time. Before Wen Jing could finish, he was interrupted by Wen Xinyun, who appeared visibly anxious. Grandfather, I forbid you to speak like that. Her heart raced with trepidation as she considered Wen Jing's age. Indeed, he was over 60 and nearing 70. Most elders of his age would have long since retired to the comforts of home, gradually enjoying their twilight years, ceasing to partake in family matters or business affairs. Yet, Wen Jing, at this age, still toiled daily at the provincial chamber of commerce, juggling the affairs of the Wen family amidst a whirlwind of obligations. The root of this predicament lay in the fact that the Wen family had yet to produce an heir capable of shouldering such burdens. Many of the younger generation were somewhat pampered, believing that their noble lineage granted them superiority, which led them to disdain others while lacking the requisite abilities, preferring a life of idleness. When Xinyun was deeply afraid that her beloved grandfather, who had indulged her and nurtured her into a pampered young lady, might one day leave this world as he had foreboded. Therefore, Xinyun, should my health fail and I depart from this life, it is of little consequence. After all, I have lived for many years. It is time to step off the stage of life. Even in death, I would have merely concluded a long and fulfilling existence, with no regrets. If there is to be any regret, if there is anything to be concerned about, it is solely the lifelong affairs of the Wen family's descendants. The stage now belongs to you young people. You must approach your own lifelong commitments with utmost caution. Do not hastily bind yourselves to unsuitable partners out of momentary passion, for such choices could lead to a lifetime of regret. Wen Jing proclaimed sagely. The wisdom of the older generation left Wen Xinyun feeling bewildered. While she understood the essence of his words, her indulgent nature and the temperament of a spoiled young lady resisted compliance. Thus, she was unwilling to heed Wen Jing's counsel as he suggested. Qin Feng is truly an admirable individual. He is genuine and steadfast. I must concede that, despite my bias towards the younger generation of the Wen family, he surpasses our contemporaries in excellence by a considerable margin. As far as I am aware, he is divorced and remains unmarried, thus considered single. Such an outstanding young man, as your husband, paired with your beauty and vivacity, would indeed be a match made in heaven.